Chapter 01, Opening Rejection of Schoolgirl. Isn't that the sisters from the 308 dormitory in Building 8? Why did they come to our freshman dormitory? The leader is still the famous golden flower of sophomore year, Jiang Yuxin. It can't be any ungrateful brother who has a conflict with her, right? You guys are too late. The reason Jiang Yuxin brought her roommate over is not to find trouble with anyone, but to come over and confess her love. Confession? Which son of a could be favored by schoolmate Jiang Yuxin? That's a proper rich white beauty. Damn, I've been crushing on goddess Jiang for more than a year, and I also want to send warmth from time to time, but there's no progress at all. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. I know that guy, Jiang Yu from the Department of Economics and Management. This guy usually doesn't seem to have any specialties. How can he be so lucky? Dude, we're all guys. He really has a specialty he wouldn't let you see. Little old me. There's something wrong with you. Magic City School of the Arts. In front of the 13 freshman dormitory buildings, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yuxin's several roommates, and then looked at the slightly red-faced senior sister Jiang Yuxin, and for a while, he was somewhat at a loss as to what to say. Jiang Yuxin, even in the beauty of the art college, looks and body shape is outstanding existence. And Jiang Yuxin's family background is extremely solid. The exact amount of the family's assets Jiang Yu didn't really know, but her father was one of the investors in the school library. A proper rich white girl. I don't know how many boys dream of the object, but now, to confess to her in front of so many people? This scene not only shocked everyone present, it was also completely unexpected. Jiang Yu came to report to the Magic City Art Academy 3 months ago, when Jiang Yuxin from the 308 dormitory showed the way for the new students, and the two of them became acquainted as a result. The two didn't cross paths much at first, but then coincidentally his roommate Han Bin falls for Jiang Yuxin's roommate and best friend Lu Fei. Han Bin learned that he and Jiang Yuxin knew each other beforehand, so he asked him to contact Jiang Yuxin and make a connection in the middle as a way to get to know Lu Fei. Later, Han Bin, in the course of pursuing Lu Fei, from time to time let Jiang Yu probe from Jiang Yuxin's mouth. As a result, Jiang Yu then slowly familiarized himself with Jiang Yuxin, but never expected. That head of the party Han Bin has not yet taken Lu Fei. Himself this intermediary is therefore even by Jiang Yuxin looked at. In fact, this situation is reasonable. Jiang Yu's height is 1.85 meters. His looks are hard, and his temperament is very good. A proper handsome man. Plus, because Han Bin would occasionally arrange some surprises for Lu Fei what needed Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin's assistance, the two would have the opportunity to be alone from time to time. Then, a fondness that breeds fondness. Jiang Yu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and say yes. Don't let goddess Jiang wait too long. Han Bin behind Jiang Yu had a somewhat complicated gaze. He's a little envious. No, it's very envious. Think of their own pursuit. Then Jiang Yuxin do not know how many grades of Lu Fei have spent so long, but Jiang Yu was Jiang Yuxin backward chase. Can't help but be a little solid. That's too big a gap. It's hard. Wanting to cry. However, he still hoped that Jiang Yu would be able to make it with Jiang Yuxin, in which case his chances of catching up with Lu Fei would be quite a bit higher. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. It would be much better if there weren't so many onlookers around, but when Jiang Yuxin came over to look for him, he just happened to be preparing to go to dinner with his roommates, and Jiang Yuxin was very famous in the school, so it attracted so many people to gather around. But, I'm not in a relationship right now, so sorry about that. Jiang Yu ended up politely rejecting Jiang Yuxin. While he knew it wasn't right to reject a girl in front of so many people, he wasn't going to commit himself. Jiang Yuxin was a proper rich white beauty in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was just a normal girl. If the others knew what Jiang Yu was thinking, they were afraid that they would cut Jiang Yu into 1,000 pieces, but the others didn't know what Jiang Yu was thinking. Thus after Jiang Yu's words fell, the scene instantly exploded. My god, did I hear you right? I can't believe you turned it down? Awesome. The schoolgirl's backward chase was rejected. This operation is so showy. I smoked a whole pack of cigarettes and couldn't figure it out. The murmur of the scene rang out like a tsunami, wave after wave. Almost everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Yuxin also froze for a while. Not so much because he was rejected in front of so many people, probably because of her family. She has been very self-confident since she was a child, with a relatively straightforward character, daring to love and hate, and doing whatever she wants to do without caring about what others think. She just didn't see this ending coming either. Looking at Jiang Yuxin, who was silent and seemed to be grieving, many of the male comrades at the scene threw angry looks at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yuxin was the goddess in their hearts, but now she had let Jiang Yu hurt her. While they were angry, they were also somewhat secretly happy. Jiang Yu's operation this time would definitely make things difficult for Jiang Yuxin, and when a girl is having a hard time, it's the best time to take advantage of the situation. They began to fantasize about whether they could take this opportunity to have something happen with Jiang Yuxin, And although Jiang Yuxin was a bit lost inside, she was no ordinary girl, nor did she continue to dwell on it, as she didn't want to bring trouble to Jiang Yu because of it. Adjusting his mood slightly, he said graciously, "I see what you mean, and I hope we can still get along as usual after today." Jiang Yu was slightly surprised and subconsciously nodded. Good. After saying that, he was afraid that Jiang Yuxin would make a big scene like today's next time, and added, "We'll always get along as usual." He wanted to discourage Jiang Yuxin from thinking about him. "I know what you mean. I know I was too hasty today. Maybe you don't know me well enough, but you're the first boy I've ever liked, and I'm not just going to give up that easily." After saying that, Jiang Yuxin did not give Jiang Yu a chance to say anything else and left with a few roommates. Seeing this, the many male students who had just been snickering were dumbfounded. At this moment they finally realized the cliched phrase of the netizens, "It's not even your turn to take over." Many of the boys with poor tolerance clutched their chests and nearly cried out. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, cried and laughed a little. Still, it was a relief. What happens after that is anyone's guess. At least today's big scene is over. Jiang Yu, were you confused just now? How stupid. How did you reject Jiang Yuxin? After Jiang Yuxin and the others walked away, Han Bin and a group of other roommates immediately came up. They really couldn't understand Jiang Yu's operation. However, listening to Han Bin and the others with the tone that they had to accept Jiang Yuxin's confession, Jiang Yu was asking them a rhetorical question. Why do I have to accept it? Chapter 02, Famous. Sisters ask for contact info. At those words, Han Bin and the others instantly twitched the corners of their mouths, as well as those eaters who hadn't left yet couldn't help but give Jiang Yu a blank look. Concerning Jiang Yu, these words sounded too beaten up. "I think you're drifting a bit. Jiang Yuxin is so pretty and has a good personality. Why don't you accept it?" "That's right. And Jiang Yuxin's family is still so rich. It's a proper struggle for 30 years less. If it were me, even if Jiang Yuxin was a pauper, I would have accepted without saying a word. Doesn't it smell good to have such a beautiful girlfriend? I'm slightly different from you. As long as I have money, even if my looks don't work out, I can still top it. Old white face. The crowd was talking about you and me." At those words, Jiang Yu was somewhat speechless. Indeed, Jiang Yuxin is good looking, and her family condition is okay, but I haven't known her for long, so there's no emotional foundation. Jiang Yu's left sentence was not bad, and his right sentence was okay. Hearing Han Bin and the others' hearts tremble, unable to resist giving Jiang Yu a huge blank stare in unison. "A few dishes. It's not a bit of a float, it's a float to the sky. Good-looking Jiang Yuxin. Jiang Yu, you are really something. Talking is really bold. Young, do you think that rich white women like Jiang Yuxin are all over the streets? When you come to your senses you'll definitely regret it so much that you'll slap your thighs and swell them up." In response, Jiang Yu smiled subtly and didn't say anything more. Immediately after that, Jiang Yu's dormitory group headed to the cafeteria to eat. On the way, the topic of discussion among Han Bin and the others still centered around Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin. From time to time, he asked Jiang Yu how on earth he managed to get Jiang Yuxin to pursue him backwards. Jiang Yu didn't have much to say about this. After all, he hadn't done anything to Jiang Yuxin, nor had he taken the initiative to tease her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So that means you're handsome and then you don't have to do anything for Jiang Yuxin to go after you? Is being handsome enough to do whatever you want like that? Getting this answer, Han Bin and the others were sour to the core. Especially Han Bin, who had been selling his pursuit of Lu Fei for 2 or 3 months without much substantial progress, was even more envious and jealous, silently leaving tears in his eyes. To the cafeteria, Jiang Yu's cell phone rang. He told Han Bin and the others to go ahead and get their food, and walked aside to pick up the phone himself. "Young master, I'm already near the school entrance. Do you want me to pull in and pick you up?" There was a musty voice on the other end of the line. No, I'm getting ready to go to dinner now, so wait for me outside for a bit." "Okay." Hang up the phone. Returning to the cafeteria, Jiang Yu punched his meal and found Han Bin and the others sitting in the corner of the cafeteria. Han Bin held up his cell phone at this time. Jiang Yu knew ironically that Han Bin had opened the live broadcast. Looking at the way Han Bin was spitting into his cell phone, he was probably talking to his water friends about his rejection of Jiang Yuxin just now. In fact, Han Bin's family conditions are quite good, just that his expenses are relatively large, and the process of chasing Lu Fei needs to spend a lot of money, and it's almost common knowledge that live streaming makes money, so he became a shark live anchor, usually live some campus anecdotes or live how he usually surprised Lu Fei, as a way to make money. The number of fans isn't huge, but it's okay, with tens of thousands of followers, and because Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin would occasionally enter the picture unintentionally, the water users also knew both Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin. When they heard Han Bin say that Jiang Yu had rejected Jiang Yuxin, the water users instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yu will be my idol from now on. Actually rejecting Goddess Jiang. I'm really resigned to that. I cried at the thought of not even having a girl to pursue me. And just as Jiang Yu was calmly eating his meal, Han Bin was gushing and talking to his water friends about what had just happened. And the live program was exploding with effects as he was collecting gifts at Crazy Cha Rice. Zhou Baolong, the oldest in the dormitory but the only one who had never been in love, exclaimed, ********. Jiang Yu, you're on fire in the school forum. Han Bin was Zhou Baolong. This voice almost scared the phone fell to the ground. Said in a bad mood, panic what Jiang Yu, this operation was exposed in the forum. Irony fire what good fuss. Looking at Han Bin with an expression that this was all he had, Zhou Baolong gave a subtle smile. You'll see for yourself. Han Bin fixed the cell phone that was on the air and went over to look at it. Then, also dumbfounded, ********. Looking at Han Bin's expression of having seen a ghost, Jiang Yu also came to be curious. After going over to look at it, his expression also changed subtly and he cried a little. Someone in the forum uploaded the full video of Jiang Yuxin confessing her love to him and his rejection of Jiang Yuxin. There are a lot of post messages. Most of them are in envy, but there are also a lot of compatriots pursuing Jiang Yuxin in the acid. All kinds of fine tricky angles to shade Jiang Yu. No way. Goddess Jiang has her eye on this guy? Handsome or handsome. But the problem is that in addition to handsome nothing just this kind of freshman boy are looked at by Goddess Jiang. I'm really convinced. This guy is really walking on luck. That's right. It feels like he doesn't deserve Goddess Jiang at all. Luckily this guy has some self-awareness. But the point is, surprisingly, there were quite a few girls who helped him out, accused those people of being on acid. Some other schoolmates said that she liked Jiang Yu's type of handsome guy, saying that when she had money in the future, she would rather find a good-looking guy like Jiang Yu who had nothing to lose than an honest man. Even, wow. This schoolmate is very good-looking. Hey, does anyone know his contact information? The same request. There is a no elementary school brother private letter school sister school sister to introduce you to the sister. This schoolboy I really can again. Handsome, 3 views and so good. Not because of Goddess John's looks and family out of the ordinary to agree to confession. Is my favorite type handsome schoolboy. Do you see the message of school sister? Private message me school sister gentle cute and considerate. Will also give you oing oing. I can't believe a lot of schoolmates have been leaving messages at the head of the thread asking for his contact info. Looking at the bold and spirited messages from his schoolmates, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh slightly. What's this all about? He really just wanted to go to college in an ordinary way, and really didn't want to be famous at the school. Chapter 03, a roommate bumps into a Rolls-Royce to pick up and drop off his friends. Fortunately, Han Bin and Zhou Baolong both didn't notice Jiang Yu's micro-expressions, much less what Jiang Yu's thoughts were. Otherwise, it is expected that their mentality will collapse. But, even so, their minds are on the verge of breaking down. Han Bin was a little better. After all, he had tried to be chased backwards by a more ordinary girl, though it was far from Jiang Yu, but it was good to be able to barely say that he had enjoyed the treatment of Jiang Yu. But Zhou Baolong, who had never been in love, was cracking up. At the moment he was beginning to wonder about life. It's too much of a difference between this person and the other. It's bigger than the difference between a man and a dog. Keep your head down and drink your fat happy water in silence. What was originally delicious happy water tasted like bitter wine to him. Life is really too hard. The meal passed quickly. Why don't you guys go back to your dorms? I won't be going back. Jiang Yu and Han Bin both said hello and left. Han Bin and the others didn't care. Over the past few months, Jiang Yu had been running off to nowhere every week on vacation, and they had long since gotten used to it. Han Bin was about to go back to the dormitory with Zhou Baolong when Lu Fei called him. He was full of joy as he connected. This was one of only a few times that Lu Fei had taken the initiative to seek him out. At first, he thought that it was because Jiang Yuxin had confessed to Jiang Yu today, which made Lu Fei also have some special thoughts and intend to be as brave as Jiang Yuxin and confess to him. However, he was soon disappointed. Lu Fei called this time for Jiang Yu. She wanted to have a chat with Jiang Yu, presumably about Jiang Yuxin as well. Jiang Yu just left, but he didn't go far. I'll go look for him, and when I find him, I'll go over to you with him. After hanging up the phone, Han Bin told Zhou Baolong to go back to the dormitory first and hurriedly walk towards the school gate. On the way, Han Bin didn't run into Jiang Yu. At this time, Jiang Yu had already arrived at the school gate. He dialed the phone number from earlier, and after getting the exact location, he walked towards the school diagonally across the street. Compared to the main street in front of the school, this side of the street is much less crowded. As a result, a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the side of the road didn't cause too many ripples. Next to the car stood a meticulously dressed middle-aged man, whose speech and demeanor gave the impression of a driver from a wealthy family. "Young master," the middle-aged man said respectfully when he saw Jiang Yu approaching, at the same time, slightly bending down to help Jiang Yu pull open the carriage-style opposite door of the less Mirage. Jiang Yu nodded. was about to walk up to the car. At this point, Jiang Yu, you're also running too fast. I almost couldn't catch up with you. A breathy, panting voice came from behind him. Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Yu froze for half a moment. But Hanbin walked over quickly and familiarly took Jiang Yu's shoulder, asking with some curiosity, aren't you going out to play? What are you doing running over here? But he didn't wait for Jiang Yu to answer. The next second, he noticed the parked Rolls-Royce Phantom. Rolls-Royce? Hanbin was instantly startled, eyes wide and glowing. He immediately let go of Jiang Yu and excitedly circled around the Rolls-Royce as if he was viewing the most precious treasure. It's actually a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a $15 million top-of-the-line luxury car. Our luck is also too good. Such a top-class luxury car actually let us stumble upon it. Hanbin was overwhelmed with emotion. He is clear that although there are many rich people in Magic City, there are also many luxury cars. Although it cannot be said that they can be seen everywhere, but it is not a rare thing. But the Rolls-Royce Phantom is different. This kind of car is the car of the top-class people with real money and substance. It's rare to run into a car like this, so I have to take a picture and send it to my friends anyways. Hanbin pulled out his cell phone without saying a word, and took a fierce shot of himself. He didn't even realize there was someone standing next to him, nor did they realize that it was just the three of them next to the car, not to mention wondering why the car's door was open. At the moment, his mood is to take pictures to remember and hurry to send a wave of bragging to his friends. He even kind of wanted to open a live broadcast and show the Rolls-Royce Phantom to his water friends to see if he could reap a wave of program effects and cha some lousy money. Hanbin shot at the car for 2 minutes, and all angles and parts of the Rolls-Royce were clearly captured by him. Looking at the finished piece, Hanbin nodded with satisfaction. He was just about to post a friend, seeing that Jiang Yu was standing on the sidelines looking at him. In contrast, as if he was a bit unseen, he couldn't help but blush a bit, and at the same time, not without some curiosity. Walking next to Jiang Yu, he elbowed Jiang Yu. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to take a picture to remember? Watching Hanbin in this action, the middle-aged man on the side had his eyelids fluttering slightly. At this point, Hanbin also noticed the middle-aged man standing behind Jiang Yu, dressed meticulously and with an extraordinary demeanor. Sorry, I'll just take a picture and leave right away. Hanbin was violently startled and hastily explained. He took the middle-aged man for the owner of the car, trying to pull Jiang Yu away, but when he saw the middle-aged man smiling kindly and somewhat inexplicably at him, he suddenly realized something was wrong. No, why was this middle-aged man who looked like the owner of the car standing behind Jiang Yu? Although the middle-aged man wasn't standing behind Jiang Yu very deliberately, what he could clearly sense was that the middle-aged man was lagging behind Jiang Yu by a body position. Thinking of this, and then associating it with Jiang Yu's reaction of not being particularly excited in the face of the Rolls-Royce, Hanbin's pupils shrank. With a jolt, his eyelids fluttered wildly. A bold idea popped into his head. Jiang Yu, this Rolls-Royce isn't supposed to be picking you up, is it? Hanbin asked in shock. Chapter 04, my roommate was shocked. The rich man's life is really good. At first though Jiang Yu's reaction was a bit strange, too tame on the face of a top-of-the-line luxury car like the Rolls-Royce Phantom, but Hanbin didn't think anything more about it. He just simply felt that Jiang Yu didn't know much about cars and all that, and didn't really have a problem with it. He was a bit complacent at the time. It felt like he had finally found a place where he was better than Jiang Yu. He really didn't think in the direction that this car was here to pick up Jiang Yu from the beginning to the end. Besides, Jiang Yu, at the moment he was somewhat helpless. None of this time was expected of him. However, Hanbin had seen it all, and he didn't deny it as he nodded. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Hanbin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The whole thing is in a state of downtime. Really, the whole thing is silly. Seriously? You're not kidding me, are you? Hanbin still had some difficulty accepting it, mainly because he usually couldn't see that Jiang Yu was so rich when he was in school. Jiang Yu replied with some confusion. Really? What's there to joke about this kind of thing? At those words, Hanbin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why did he hear a wave of isn't it just a Rolls-Royce Phantom at home? From Jiang Yu's reply? What's there to joke about? I'm literally humanly stupid. You're usually too ruthless, aren't you? We've all been together for 3 months, and I can't actually tell that your family is so rich at all. Hanbin was overwhelmed with emotion. To think that just now he thought Jiang Yu so calm because he did not know the car. He then felt a little blush. At the same time, he was very puzzled. Then again, why is your family so rich? Why are you so low-key? If I usually had a Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick me up and drop me off, I'd definitely ask the driver to drive the car down to the dormitory floor for me. In response, Jiang Yu smiled. I'm not being low-key, I just don't think there's anything worth showing off. Before going to college, before his family gradually got better and became really upper class, That is, his high school. He can be said to be a standard dude, eating, drinking and spending money on all kinds of things, but it's been like that for too long. He's a little tired of it. What with driving out in a luxury car and enjoying all sorts of shocked and envious gazes from passers-by. It might be a bit interesting at first, but slowly he couldn't bring himself to be that interested. Therefore, he thought about making a change and trying to live a more normal life. Normal life as he understood it was not so much a life of misery. It's about not focusing too much on luxuries and just buying what you like. As long as you like it, you will buy whatever is more expensive and whatever is cheaper. Just live life as it comes. He realized that as far as college life was concerned, it was surprisingly no more boring than his previous trips to eat and drink all sorts of things with his friends. It's usually pretty fun to hang out with your classmates. So at that time, after military training, he moved to the dormitory. It did seem a little uncomfortable at first, but it's just that he's not used to sharing a room with other people, and in his opinion, the most luxurious house is just a place to sleep and rest. He's always been more independent anyway, and it's not a given that he has to be waited on in life, big or small. It was also because he wanted to enjoy his college life in peace and quiet like an ordinary person that whenever the butler came to pick him up, he didn't allow the butler to drive the car into the school, not wanting to cause too many ripples and concerns. Besides, the Rolls-Royce Phantom was not even his favorite car. In his opinion, no matter what it was, no matter how much it was worth, only the things he liked were worth showing off. And the Rolls-Royce Phantom isn't his family's most expensive car. There's really nothing to brag about. But Han Bin couldn't understand him. An aristocratic luxury car like the Mirage is actually nothing to show off in your opinion. I'm really convinced. Jiang Yu, what kind of upper-class family were you born into? Han Bin constantly lamented. Jiang Yu gently smiled without answering. It was true that his family was quite upper class, and his father was Jiang Yuxin, the richest man in the Magic City, but there was absolutely no need for people to know about this kind of thing. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't say anything, Han Bin also had the sense not to ask more questions. Then, thievingly, he walked over to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, are you planning to go play now? Jiang Yu nodded. Take me to see it too. I've always longed for the life of the rich since I was a kid, but I've never felt it. Han Bin said cheekily. Okay. Jiang Yu casually agreed. It wasn't like he was going with his friends anyway, so it didn't matter if he took Han Bin with him. Usually Han Bin was nice to him, and the two were usually close enough to have a little fun together. Young master, then should I say hello to the airport and the hotel side? The middle-aged man asked. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, then please ask Uncle Zhong to talk to them. And on the hotel side, just prepare more dinners and rooms for my friends according to my specifications. Hearing this, Han Bin is also very understanding, and quickly said, Jiang Yu, you can bring me along to play has been very face, dinner room and so on do not need you break the bank. How much money you and I say a word, later I will give you the money. Although he knew that Jiang Yu was rich, he had to show his attitude anyways and couldn't follow Jiang Yu around. Jiang Yu smiled subtly, it's fine, how can I let you spend money when you go out with me? Han Bin still wanted to say something, but Jiang Yu waved his hand and said that they were all friends, so there was no need to be so polite, so he stopped. By the way, we're not going to be flying out of the country or anything later, are we? And how we're going to say hello to the airport side? I've got a passport. I don't need to go through connections. Han Bin changed the subject. Not out of the country. Later we go to Magic City Private Airport to play parachuting. This airport parked private helicopters or some big shots. The airport is not open to the public. Although I am the airport then the person in charge of the acquaintance. But how to say hello to the other side to give a little face? Jiang Yu explained. Han Bin was instantly stunned. Going on a helicopter jump. Are all rich people so well off? Holy crap, this is too exciting. Han Bin couldn't help but smack his lips. Chapter 05, Drinking Coke in a Rolls-Royce? This is outrageous. Soon enough, the driver, Uncle Zhong, was making connections with the airport and the hotel side. It was merely a matter of a phone call and then reporting Jiang Yu's name. Pressure doesn't have to say anything more. Han Bin was a bit dumbfounded by this scene. The weight of the name Jiang Yu seems like it's a lot heavier than he thought it would be. Get in the car, Jiang Yu greeted. When the two of them got into the car, the driver, Uncle Zhong, pressed the door closing button and the door closed automatically. Want something to drink? After getting into the car and sitting down, Jiang Yu opened the refrigerator in the center position of the two rear seats and asked with a smile. Just happy water. Originally more enthusiastic and bright Han Bin, at this moment sitting on top of the Rolls-Royce, is a bit unable to let go, twisted and a little formal. At these words, the body of Uncle Zhong, who had just sat in the front seat, paused slightly. Obviously, he was shocked by Han Bin's words. The Rolls-Royce Phantom has big bosses sitting on top of it, so how could there be such a thing as a Coke? Han Bin also realized this problem, couldn't help but blush, slightly embarrassed. Then feel free to give me some. He didn't even dare to say anything more for fear of accidentally exposing himself as unseen and making a fool of himself once again later. I have to say, Han Bin, you really understand me. It just so happens that I'm thirsty and also want to drink a Coke. Uncle Zhong, please go to the school gate and buy it back for me. Jiang Yu dissolved Han Bin's embarrassment with a single sentence. Yes, young master. After Uncle Zhong left, Han Bin looked at Jiang Yu with some gratitude, but it didn't say anything else. It's good to remember such things in your mind. He didn't covet Jiang Yu's money, so he didn't want to be too polite with Jiang Yu, which would instead alienate each other. Probably because there was no Uncle Zhong present, Han Bin quickly returned to normal. It's my first time to ride in such an expensive car. Is it okay if I take some pictures to show off to my friends? I didn't get a chance to post it earlier. Just in time to take more pictures now. Of course, I'm simply sharing the photos. I won't give out your information. Han Bin rubbed his hands together excitedly and looked at Jiang Yu expectantly. Jiang Yu nodded casually. Han Bin was immediately nonchalant. Taking out his cell phone, he tugged at the curtains of the Mirage's windows as he tried to pull them up, in terms of getting a better shot of the starry top of the car. No, it's automatic. Jiang Yu pressed the automatic window curtain button and the curtains slowly closed. Bull. With the curtains closed, the light in the car dimmed considerably, but this gives a clearer view of the coolness of the star roof inside the Mirage. Han Bin took a sharp shot. Seeing this, Jiang Yu smiled subtly. In fact, many people find the Rolls-Royce's star top to be cool and expensive. However, a customized star top would only cost $400,000, and the Mirage's two rear seats add up to over $800,000, close to $1 million, for a price and refinement that far exceeds that of the star top. Even the blanket you step on under your feet costs $100,000. It's safe to say that many of the components in the car will cost no less than the star top, if not far more. However, those who were unfamiliar with Phantoms naturally didn't know this, so Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't point it out, letting Han Bin have free rein. Han Bin shot for a full 2 minutes or so, then just post the original picture to your friends. Matching text. Now I finally understand why girls feel hot when they get in a limo. The stars are really pretty. After sending the friends circle, Han Bin also sent a message to Lu Fei as well. He was too excited just now, and he only now remembered what he had just promised Lu Fei. However, now that he knew Jiang Yu's strength, he naturally wouldn't think of setting up the two of them, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin. He understood that Jiang Yuxin was excellent in the eyes of himself and others, but in Jiang Yu's eyes it is estimated to be an ordinary girl. He made a random excuse to Lu Fei that he hadn't found Jiang Yu. After putting down the phone, Han Bin looked at Jiang Yu thievishly. Ahem. Jiang Yu, do you know what this gesture means? He made a gesture of leaning his 5 fingers together. Tight hands? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. Yeah, you know how I am, bro. So can I get a live stream so I can cha a wave of crappy money? All the proceeds from today's live broadcast go to you. I'll work for you, and I'll blog for attention. Boss Jiang, do you think it's okay? Han Bin said, and mimicked the demeanor and tone of a subordinate talking to his superior. It looks like it has a bit of an internal flavor to it. Jiang Yu couldn't help himself. Fine, whatever. He knew that Han Bin was worried that he would have to spend a lot of money on food and drink today, and deliberately compensated in this way. It doesn't matter if the live viewers know something about him that won't affect his normal life anyway. Getting the promise, Han Bin smiled from ear to ear and made another weird wave. Boss Jiang is so cool. Then, take out your cell phone for live streaming. Snappy turned on the live stream. It's a little after noon, and this is the point when everyone is tired, and the popularity of the show is usually not so great when it's just started. Han Bin then went ahead and fixed his cell phone aside. It just so happens that Uncle Chung is buying back Coke at the moment. Jiang Yu took it and opened it casually. Then, open the curtains, raise the footrests of the rear seats, adjust the angle of the seats, and turn on the massage function of the rear seats. And then, comfortably, a Coke. I'll be damned. Looking at your maneuvers like this, I'm really envious. Too much enjoyment, Han Bin exclaimed. Then he too leaned back comfortably in his seat and sipped his Coke. He didn't raise the footrest and turn on the massage function like Jiang Yu did. After all, the two of them were familiar with each other, but they couldn't be too unrestrained. But even if he simply leaned back in his seat, he felt like he was enjoying himself. Meanwhile, a number of viewers came in on the live stream. Am I reading this right? Is this a Rolls-Royce? What's the deal? Sitting on top of a Rolls-Royce drinking a Coke? Especially Jiang Yu, this posture. Potential is outrageous. This is the big brother sitting posture. Also too comfortable. What is the situation? Chapter 06. This is the real top streamer, because the two of them, Jiang Yu and Han Bin, stayed together a lot in school. So many times, Jiang Yu was in a situation when Han Bin was live. The water users can be very familiar with Jiang Yu, and they all know that Jiang Yu is Han Bin's classmate. They all thought that Jiang Yu, like Han Bin, was an ordinary, just a little handsome college student, but now he was surprised to see Jiang Yu sitting in the backseat of the Rolls-Royce with a salty big brother sitting posture, and they could see that Jiang Yu was very natural at the moment, not a hint of raw acting. It was as if Jiang Yu was already very familiar with all this, so the first moment was one of shock and confusion. Is this a rented Rolls-Royce? My god, what's the matter with you guys? All of a sudden you're going to bleed the whole job? I have to say, Jiang Yu's acting skills are really good, and he's also so handsome. Hurry up and make your debut. Mom will be the first to support you, count me in. Jiang Yu's acting is truly without the slightest crack. Jiang Yu, get lost. No male moms, get lost upstairs. I'm a girl. But immediately afterward, the Waterboys understood. It's a program effect. For a while the live broadcast came alive, and all sorts of water friends who usually coveted Jiang Yu's face value and had a crush on him began to flirt. Seeing how lively and mischievous the pop-ups were, Jiang Yu couldn't help but become a lot happier in his mood. Han Bin, on the other hand, smiled meaningfully. There's no explanation for anything. Let the bullets fly for a while. When the number of pop-ups had increased and the popularity had risen quite a bit, the atmosphere was about right. I'm sorry to disappoint the Waterboys. This car is not a rental, and it's just from Jiang Yu's house. The original pop-ups were still variously teasing each other and speculating about what this live broadcast would be about, but Han Bin's 3 short sentences made the pop-ups boil. A screen full of question marks floated by. People are making all sorts of jokes about how Han Bin's acting is also a bit flavorful, but still slightly pompous. But when Han Bin told him how he had just bumped into Jiang Yu being transported by a Rolls-Royce, the pop-ups were finally all goofy. Each one was frozen in place. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm just following this live broadcast because I like ordinary and a bit more handsome boys like Jiang Yu. And now you're telling me that Jiang Yu is a rich second generation? No wonder Jiang Yu's temperament is so good. His speech and demeanor as well as his mannerisms are great. He really is a child of a rich family. It's amazing how grounded a rich kid can be on a regular day. Love 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 it. The pop-up sections are blowing up. Rowood will just give away an airplane. A nighttime raid on a widow's village gives away an airplane. Kabuto vs. Ultraman sends a rocket. The live stream came up immediately. Immediately, I was rewarded with a number of gifts. Han Bin's mood was a bit complicated at the moment. Usually he desperately live, but cannot collect too many gifts. But now everyone has been to Jiang Yu's energy after. The difference is also too great. More solid is that Jiang Yu estimate also do not see these small gifts of money, but also have to be their own initiative. He promised to accept the gift money. But having said that, but fortunately, Han Bin's mental quality is okay, more optimistic, thinking that more people send gifts, the heat of the live room will rise, and the number of people who pay attention to it will also slowly rise, and it will be better. The gifts are for you yet, so why don't you say something to everyone? Jiang Yu looked at the pop-up screen. It seems that all of them really swiped gifts because of him, so he politely said thank you, but right after that, another airplane was given out. So an airplane is all it takes to get a rich kid to say thank you to me. Hurry up, it feels like blood money. Seeing this pop up, everyone was enlightened. Asterisk 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 good point. A time when airplanes filled the sky. Jiang Yu immediately had a black line, looked at the rising airplane special effects, silently counted. I'm guessing there must be a dozen or 2 dozen people who have given gifts, and with the pop-ups at Archfire, the number of gift givers is still growing? Jiang Yu smiled subtly. There was no rush, just watching everyone arching the fire. By the time everyone had pretty much brushed it off and started to die down, they were all waiting for him to read their names and thanks. Jiang Yu said blandly, there are too many people giving gifts, so I'd like to thank everyone here uniformly for their gifts. Pop up, asterisk 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 is a big loss, so my name doesn't deserve to be there. Looks like I should be under the car, not in it. Tearfully thanking myself for the gift. Oh. Han Bin was also amused by Jiang Yu's operation, silently giving a thumbs up and teasing, cutting leaks or you're good at it, old Reaper. Jiang Yu smiled. As usual, a couple of casual conversations with pop-ups. As we watched the atmosphere reach another peak, Han Bin said at the right time, I believe that many water friends are curious about the Rolls-Royce Phantom. I'll give you a shot up close. When he finished, he turned the camera to the starry top of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. This should be familiar to everyone. See this roiling starry sky? Do female fans find the waves romantic and heartwarming? Pop up, don't talk about girls, I'm a guy's heart. The scene with the heels cutting through the top of the starry sky must have been stunning. Boy, there's something wrong with you. Han Bin laughed and looked at the screen full of pop-ups. Now can you all understand why a girl feels hot when she enters a luxury car and why she has no resistance? Take a closer look. The delicacy, the workmanship, this should be the most expensive accessory for a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Right, Jiang Yu? How much does this cost? Jiang Yu replied, it's customized, around 400,000. At those words, Hanbin was shocked. It shouldn't be, right? $400,000? Or customized? Most of the pop-ups were also a bit surprised. The matter is that none of them know much about it, mainly because they don't have the strength to know about it. They just subjectively feel that the cool star top must be very expensive. Seeing this, Jiang Yu nodded. Let's put it this way. Rolls-Royce's interior luxury lies in the ubiquitous details and design as well as the materials used. Han Bin, as well as a group of water friends to explain more, recognize these things later bragging have capital A. Okay, then I'll be brief. Rolls-Royce interior luxury places, as good as, for example, this carpet under our feet, seemingly unimpressive, but the cost is not expensive, estimated to be the price of an ordinary small car, and the armrest-like handrests in the center of the two rear seats, the surface of the built-in storage box, are made of genuine cowhide, and this cup holder, it's very dampened and feels very nice in your hand. Jiang Yu briefly popularized it. ****** really ups the ante. This is the real top stream, not only owning a Rolls-Royce, but also knowing its connotation and value. A real backwave. This is still a ing backwave? This has to be a tsunami. The pop-ups were all stunned by Jiang Yu. Rich and cultured, and with so much substance. Who can stand up to this? Star. Chapter 07, bringing Jiang Yu to feel the high life? Laughing, after listening to Jiang Yu's science, Han Bin's entire body was a bit bad. I should have known that Rolls-Royce is really about and luxurious with these things. Then what's the point of shooting the top of the starry sky just now? Inadvertently revealing that you don't know anything anymore. Missed out on another pussy that could have been faked perfectly and with great substance too. He couldn't help but sigh. In the meantime, he took the time to pull out his cell phone to see what the reaction was from his circle of friends. Light up the screen. Surprised. Dozens of friends circle dynamics. A lot of people who normally wouldn't have interacted with him in the circle of friends. At this moment, they all liked and commented. The comments were nothing but awe. Shocked why he was on top of a Rolls-Royce. Among them, Paul Chow and Jiang Yuxin also commented. Jiang Yuxin, this is a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Awesome. Joe Bolong, *******. What's up with you, kid? In addition to the comments, Paul Chow sent him a private message. Your kid is really okay. You've got a rich woman? Actually riding in a Rolls-Royce. Looking at Jiang Yuxin's comment, it seems like this car you're riding in is still very special? Strong brother, how do you do it? It can't be that you know any rich friends, but also really evening rich women? Bring me and Jiang Yu and the others along to experience it too when you have time. Let ordinary people like us at the bottom of the ladder see the world of the rich. 2. Zhou Baolong sent him a bunch of them. Seeing these contents, Han Bin couldn't help but feel a little bit embarrassed. And experience it with Jiang Yu? Silly. Jiang Yu is sitting next to me at this time. And even this car is Jiang Yu. He couldn't help but think, if Zhou Baolong and these people. There were also those people in the school forum who were sour about Jiang Yu's rejection of Jiang Yuxin and felt that Jiang Yu was not worthy of Jiang Yuxin. Even just Jiang Yuxin herself. How would they react if they knew Jiang Yu's true identity? Estimates. Han Bin also noticed that Lu Fei had sent him a lot of messages as well. 2 of the first 2. The mood was a little off. Probably because he said he didn't find Jiang Yu just now. But then when he posted a friend. What are you doing in a car like this? Is it your friend's car? It can be. Knowing someone that rich, you can't usually tell. It was your friend who was looking for you just now. That's why you didn't catch up with Jiang Yu, right? It's fine. I'm looking for Jiang Yu just to talk to him face to face about Yuxin. There's no rush. You have fun. Seeing this, Han Bin couldn't help but have 2 words pop up in his mind. Real. This is too real. Money is something that really kills. It was surprising that Lu Fei's attitude could change so quickly. What Lu Fei sent reminded him of a very classic saying. Actually, a lot of times you don't have to lie to a girl. If you have money, then she will lie to herself. Just now, he didn't say anything, just said that he didn't find Jiang Yu, and Lu Fei helped him make excuses. A living example. Turning his head, he looked at Jiang Yu. He envied Jiang Yu even more. Just now, he had only taken the opportunity to post a few pictures of Rolls-Royce, and it had caused such a sensation. That really rich Jiang Yu would have such a colorful life? Time flies. After 10 minutes or so, the driver, Uncle Zhong, drove the Mirage slowly into a stretch of road without too many people. That is, the destination of this one, the private airport of Mordor. It was clear that this was the first time Han Bin had ever come to, or even heard of, such a place. Stay close to the window and keep using your lens to photograph your surroundings. Magic City Private Airport? This is the largest private airport in the southern region, right? I've heard that quite a few helicopters owned by celebrities and high-class people have chosen to park over here. *******, so powerful? Then won't today be an eye-opener? No way. Although the Magic City is a prosperous city, but there are still many prosperous cities in the south. Other places should have parking airports, right? Why do you want to go far away? That's what you don't understand. The pattern is small. People park their planes here as an occasion to socialize and expand their network. The pop-ups were also hilarious. Just now on the way here, when they heard Hanbin say that they were going to play parachute jumping later, they were very much looking forward to it. Everyone is an ordinary person. Even those who swipe gifts are just ordinary people who are slightly richer. Hanbin has no real godly big brother in this live room. They usually didn't have much chance to come to such high-class places, so they are curious and expectant about it all. The Rolls-Royce Phantom dropped its speed slightly and moved steadily forward. Soon entered the interior parking lot. After the driver, Uncle Zhong, parked the car, he opened the door for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu and Hanbin both got out of the car one after another. Hanbin's eyes widened as he curiously observed his surroundings. Why does it feel like the security here is a bit loose? When I came in just now I didn't encounter any blocks or checks. This shouldn't be the case, Hanbin asked curiously. Because I come here often over here. Other than some newcomers, all the other staff will recognize this car, Jiang Yu explained. Circle the key words, except for newcomers. Jiang Yu Kawa. That's a lot of cards. It's so dominant. The pop-ups were scrolling fast. Star. Chapter 08. A few $1 million is cost-effective? Crying. The Magic City private airport covers a large area though, but the actual staff is very small. In addition to the security staff, there are some flight instructors, or staff who are responsible for handling some unexpected accidents, because there's not much need for staff here at all. The helicopters parked here are usually used for fun or for business receptions. That is to say, the people who can appear here are either brought by the owner to have fun, or they are guests hosted by the owner, and do not need additional staff to accompany the whole process to provide services or anything. Uncle Zhong, then I'll go over first. Jiang Yu greeted the driver and then took Hanbin along with him towards the interior of the tarmac. Along the way, every now and then you would hear some helicopters passing by, or landing. Hanbin was then curious enough to look around. There's nothing to see out here. The tarmac is inside. Usually helicopters are pushed inside and put away when they land, Jiang Yu said. Hanbin scratched his head. I was wondering just now how there were so few helicopters parked here. The two moved on. Sayu, Mr. Jiang, all along the way forward, you run into a lot of big, airy guys, but it was obvious that these bigwigs all knew Jiang Yu, or those who were more familiar with Jiang Yu, who also had a good relationship with Jiang Yu's father, Jiang Jinnan, or those who knew Jiang Yu's identity. After all, the circle of Magic City's high society was that big. Unless they are extremely socially exclusive, they have more or less met each other, whether they are juniors or peers or fathers. But there exists a fictional situation where the rich don't know what they're talking about. After all, real society, no matter how rich, can't get around the word connections. It's pretty much bull that rich people don't know each other at all. That's why most of them offer to say hello. Those who were more familiar with Jiang Yu were addressed as Xiao Yu, and those who were strangers to Jiang Yu were politely addressed as Mr. Jiang. No one would be too big for that. Jiang Yu also knew the rules, responding one by one or stopping to exchange pleasantries with the other party. In this scene, Hanbin, who was watching closely behind Jiang Yu, was dumbfounded. That's too much poker to be greeted everywhere. The deck of cards. With this kind of poker face, Jiang Yu shouldn't be your average rich second generation, right? What still shocks me is Jiang Yu's ability to talk and laugh with anyone. Is this the true upbringing of a rich second generation? Long time coming. The pop-ups are also talking. In the past, they always thought that rich kids were all dudes. The culmination Jiang Yu displayed today was considered to have given them a long insight. I've been thinking about sending out a rocket for years with this idea. The ultimate bull gives away a super rocket. For a while, the live broadcast was once again filled with gifts. In the meantime, the two of them, Jiang Yu and Hanbin, walked through the aisles and passed through the inner door, finally arriving at the real tarmac. Apron renovations are relatively simple, but the area was huge, the size of 2 standard soccer fields, and overhead was shrouded by buildings that looked over and parked helicopters of all sizes. Looking at the unknown number of helicopters placed in neat formation, Hanbin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The scene before us was quite shocking and visually stunning. Far more shocking than arriving at a luxury car show and seeing the luxury cars neatly arranged. Luxury cars are beasts of burden on the ground, but at least ordinary people get a glimpse of them. But helicopters are birds of prey in the sky. Ordinary people want to see a difficult. Not to mention the scene with an unknown number of it. Jiang Yu, introduce yourself, and by the way, take us for a spin first, so we can get a long look. Hanbin looked at everything around him with 2 glowing eyes, looking very impatient. Actually, there are some regular airplanes parked out there. There aren't many styles. They're all cheaper, more cost-effective models. The white one with the smaller size is a trainer. Just 2 seats. This one in orange is a Robinson R44 for about 4.5 million. The one with the left-hand propeller not in the head but in the nose position is a Cessna 182, probably around 2 million. This one's an R22, around $2 million. This one is also R44. Jiang Yu led Han Bin forward. All the while, he was also giving a rundown of the various airplanes that were passing by. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was as knowledgeable as he was articulate, Han Bin was shocked. Will the field be a little more? He was now able to feel very clearly where the gap was between ordinary people and the children of rich families. Apart from money, the two are simply not on the same level in terms of what they are exposed to as well as their eyesight. He felt that even if Jiang Yu didn't have any money, his personal culture as well as charisma was sufficient. Now he completely understood why Jiang Yuxin had fallen for Jiang Yu. Simply a treasure boy. The water friends in the live room were also shocked. What does it mean to be as good as the number? That's what it really means to be like counting. It's too much to know. Is this the rich kid? Love it, love it. Turns out a couple $1 million is better value for money. I cry. Chapter 09, the two most expensive ones are optional. There is still value for money for millions of dollars in the eyes of the watermen, and they are having a hard time comprehending it. And helicopters don't even look like luxury cars. Luxury cars can be slightly more practical than just cool. Helicopters, on the other hand, are generally more difficult to apply for better routes, except for business receptions. In other words, in addition to business use, the helicopter is more often used for fun. A toy. Millions of toys still have value for money. It was beyond their understanding. Jiang Yu didn't explain too much. The relatively good helicopters are parked out front. Let's go over there. Jiang Yu led Han Bin through a corridor. A number of paintings and drawings lined the walls of the hallway, not so much to emphasize the artistic atmosphere, but purely for decoration. Then, Jiang Yu stopped in front of a coded door. Seeing this, thinking that Jiang Yu was going to enter the password, Han Bin sensibly tried to move the camera away and turned around. But Jiang Yu pulled out a card and then swiped it. The door opened. Han Bin stared at Jiang Yu with wide eyes and a look of incredulity. You actually have a key? Pop up. I'm shocked. Looking at the exploding pop-ups already shocked Han Bin. Jiang Yu smiled subtly and didn't explain that this airport had his father Jiang Jinnan's shares. Not many steps forward, a larger tarmac than the one they had just seen was presented to the crowd. Again, many helicopters were parked, but the helicopters in front of them were generally a circle larger in size than the ones they had just seen, and they looked much more visually appealing. The styling is also more refined and looks textured. A rack prostrate on the ground, like a sleeping eagle. Awesome. I'm more attached to this one. It's the first helicopter I've ever been in. It's not expensive. Around $5 million. Jiang Yu looked at a helicopter that was blocked by a dust cloth, and some memories welled up in his eyes. The unexpensive. Just 5 million. Got it. The pop-up failed to appreciate Jiang Yu's emotions, and was instead stunned by Jiang Yu's words once again. The corners of Han Bin's mouth twitched as well. Jiang Yu went on to introduce other styles. This one, on the other hand, is a Belle helicopter. $20 million for a brand new model, but it's sold out now, and money can't buy it. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Brand new 20 million. It's still impossible to buy with money. Priceless. Han Bin's two eyes were glowing as he circled around the Belle helicopter, which had a predominantly black color scheme supplemented by yellow, constantly adjusting the angle so that the waterman can also see more details clearly. He couldn't take a picture because he had to hold his cell phone live yet, so he kept bugging his water buddy to take a screenshot for him and then private message him to send the screenshot. He's going to post it to his friends later. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play the odds. Han Bin dawdled by the Belle helicopter for 2 or 3 minutes. After all, it was the first time I'd seen such a high-end helicopter. Constantly discussing all aspects of Belle helicopters with watermen. Jiang Yu was also clear about this, casually sitting down on the side and adjusting a gorgeous posture to look at his cell phone. Soon Han Bin returned to Jiang Yu's side. That Belle helicopter just looked so dominant. It should have been the best of the show, right? Han Bin said with a sigh. Jiang Yu pointed to the helicopter behind him. White is the main color with red and black. The fuselage is 13 meters long, while the propeller diameter is 11 meters long. Properly gigantic. And this one, a little more impressive by comparison. The most expensive helicopter sold in the country at the moment. Augusta 109. It has a specially designed rear seat that's more roomy than the Mirages. The seat leather is customized by Hermes, and the soundproofing is so good that it's very comfortable to sit in. It's usually used for business receptions. The price is the most expensive helicopter sold in the country at the moment. $60 million. Hearing this price, Han Bin couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Now he finally understood why Jiang Yu had just said that the helicopters out there that were around $1 million were cost-effective. If you compare it that way, there's really nothing wrong with it. Hanbin nimbly took his cell phone and gave Augusta 109 a full, dead-angle close-up to open the eyes of his water friends, while taking screenshots in time. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He really wanted to get up there and experience it. However, he noticed a detail. When Jiang Yu introduced Augusta 109 just now, his eyes similarly carried a few moments of longing. Guess I won't get to experience this today. Today was kind of a really eye-opening and insightful day. Finished watching too. Jiang Yu, when do we start parachuting and which plane do we take? Han Bin's words fell. The pop-ups just went in unison in shock. You're actually coming over to skydive today? It's true that the life of the rich second generation has a joy and excitement that we can't imagine. They thought at first that they were simply coming over to look around and see more. Jiang Yu didn't answer at first. Instead, we returned to the Belle helicopter we were just introduced to, which is currently sold out and the equivalent of priceless. I'm a little undecided too. You offer me some advice on whether we should take this Belle helicopter later, or that one, Augusta? Jiang Yu looked at the two helicopters in a somewhat tangled manner. Upon hearing this, Han Bin's pupils shrunk and he was instantly dumbfounded. What do you mean by that? We'll be riding in one of these two helicopters later? Shouldn't. You own both helicopters, right? Chapter 10, Supporting Characters. Jiang Yu, do you mind having more than one son? Jiang Yu shook his head. No. Han Bin immediately let out a sigh of relief, but immediately afterward, Jiang Yu's words made him dumbfounded. It's the only Belle that's mine, and that Augusta is my dad's. Han Bin? Is there much difference between your dad's and yours? The pop-ups were also shocked. I knew it. No wonder I just said that a couple million or 44 isn't expensive. Now I get it too. It's really not expensive. Actually, it's nothing. It's not just a helicopter. I have one too. If you don't believe me, I'll log into GTA right away to show you guys. Ha ha, I'm laughing and crying. I'm so envious. Just now, while Jiang Yu was introducing the various helicopters to everyone as if they were a family, the popularity of the live broadcast room began to rise rapidly. Quite a few water friends from other live streams ran over to spectate. After all, there aren't many opportunities for this kind of insight. The chances of actually getting a peek into what life is like for the Godhawk are even fewer. And at this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room even reached the top. And a little chic and a lot of stuff to give away a super rocket. Your good-looking woozy gives away 10 super rockets. For a while, the gifts in the live broadcast room were directly overflowing. However, Han Bin didn't care about the situation inside the live broadcast room at this point. Somewhat perplexed, he asked Jiang Yu, then why did I see a few moments ago that there was a bit of longing in your eyes when you introduced Augusta? He was sure he hadn't been mistaken earlier. Jiang Yu sighed slightly, because he's my dad's usual business, you saw. It's not like he's mine. Han Bin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Nice line about my dad's. Not mine. I'd like to have a dad like that. Jiang Yu, do you mind having a son at a young grade? Han Bin joked. Scram. Jiang Yu laughed and cursed. He's kinda happy. Since Han Bin could joke with him like this, it proved that there was no barrier between the two. At that time, it was also precisely because he felt that Han Bin had a more cheerful personality and was more open-minded, so he didn't deliberately conceal his identity when Han Bin crashed through him. The two flirted with each other. Then, it was back to the problem that Jiang Yu was struggling with. The difference between the two helicopters wasn't really that big. It's just that he'd tangled with it on every jump before, so it was habit-forming. It's like people who own too many cars and usually struggle with which one to drive out of the house. Looking at Jiang Yu's entangled appearance, the pop-up screen began to come alive again. It's nice to be rich and usually have to agonize over such things. Jiang Yu is really handsome when he's tangled up. I'm heartbroken. Boing boing. Don't say you're a girl. I'm a guy's heart. Ah, this, you're a give? Asterisk 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 off. I'm an iron straight man. I only like to give if I give. And I only like straight men if I'm straight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this logic. It makes sense. I'm convinced. Logic ghostwriter. Love love love. Jiang Yu did not dwell on it for too long, and after thinking about it, he finally decided to sit in Augusta 109, mainly because he was thinking that Han Bin was broadcasting live, and the sound insulation of Augusta was slightly better. Otherwise it would be too noisy to hear from the waterboy's side when they get to the helicopter. Are you ready for this? I'll have someone call the coach over if you can. Jiang Yu looked at Han Bin and asked. He's pretty excited himself, although he had jumped many times long ago. Each time it was a different experience. That feeling of falling from the sky is really exciting and de-stressing. He liked that. Han Bin didn't react at first, and after realizing that he was preparing to parachute, he was slightly excited. Isn't this one with a coach? What else do I need to do to get ready? Do your mental construction first. Don't go up there later and not dare to jump. Jiang Yu reminded a sentence. It wasn't that he looked down on Han Bin. It was just that people in general had varying degrees of fear of heights, not to mention the fact that he was going to be jumping off at a height of more than 3,000 meters later. If you're not prepared, you'll probably just wimp out later. It took him a while to build up his courage before his first skydive at the time. Han Bin, however, was unimpressed. It's fine, isn't it just skydiving? I've played bungee jumping before. It won't be stressful at all. It was fine if other things were inferior to Jiang Yu. He could only envy them. There was no way around it. But the courage piece he felt he couldn't lose to Jiang Yu. It's a man's dignity. Jiang Yu smiled subtly and said nothing more. Chapter 11. What does it mean to be a professional? This is professionalism. Soon the helicopter pilot arrived. He took a couple of men with specific pulleys and pushed Augusta out into the open space outside. The skydiving instructor is here too, dressed in an orange punch bowl and tanned. He looked very healthy and gave off an intangible sense of security. In theory, Han Bin, as a beginner skydiver for the first time, should have watched some of the skydiving videos filmed from the instructor's first viewpoint, in order to get used to it and prepare his heart for it. But Han Bin had to say there was no need to go to such trouble. So this step was directly skipped and Han Bin directly started signing the agreement as well as putting on his safety gear. Jiang Yu didn't have to sign any agreement. He has also previously undertaken specialized training and assessed the relevant skydiving certificates. That means he has the same strengths as the coaches. He could also take Han Bin with him on the jump. It was only in order to reassure Han Bin that he had specifically found that professional and secure-looking trainer to come over. So he presses on without having to prepare anything. Just put the safety equipment over your body. So, Han Bin then handed over the live broadcast equipment to Jiang Yu as he prepared, and seeing Jiang Yu holding a live broadcasting device, the pop-ups were all buzzing. Among them, why does it look quite dangerous feeling? Yeah, there's a vestigial sense of signing a life and death contract. Seeing a pop-up saying so, Jiang Yu casually explained, actually it's not that scary. It's the same as when you book a ticket. The booking platform will prompt you to buy insurance. Does the system prompting you to buy insurance mean that flying is a dangerous behavior? Take last year for example. The number of skydivers in the country reached 20,000 to 30,000 people, and there has not been a single case of safety incident in the country so far, so safety is completely guaranteed. Pop up, what do you mean professional? This is professional. Question though, how come you don't have to sign that security agreement? Jiang Yu smiled subtly. I have another insurance policy. Most of the pop-ups got it immediately. Although he didn't know what Jiang Yu's background was, it was obviously the unfathomable kind. The insurance on top of the normal security protocols was completely enough for ordinary people, while the ones for Jiang Yu's background were completely insufficient. Even regular insurance companies are afraid to cover just that. I've heard that the average luxury car insurance policy is co-insured by several companies. Like Jiang Yu, I guess it would have to be co-insured by several companies, right? Isn't this nonsense? Apart from those limited edition luxury cars, 99% of the luxury cars are not as expensive as that one Augusta of Jiang Yu's, so Jiang Yu's worth can be imagined. Then the question comes up again, how much does Jiang Yu have to pay for each year's insurance? The pop-ups began to speculate in all sorts of ways. Jiang Yu did not answer these questions. These issues are slightly more sensitive. If someone who knew how much his yearly insurance premiums were, they could probably find out how much he was insured, estimate his family situation and even come up with more information. Soon, coach then came back with Han Bin. When everything is ready, Jiang Yu and Han Bin and the coach boarded Augusta. The Augusta has a lot of backseat space, but it looks quite minimalist and less luxurious than the Mirage. It's just that leather, customized by Hermes, is still comfortable to sit in. After Han Bin sat down, he said with some excitement, I don't know if it's a psychological effect. I always feel that this chair is so comfortable to sit in that its batch exploded. Jiang Yu laughed. Hermes customized leather is still good. For crying out loud, how many bags can be made with so much leather? My Hermes bag is usually mind-numbing with any bumps, but on top of this helicopter, Hermes is just for the seat. I'd like to experience that too. Sitting in that chair, wouldn't that be the equivalent of me sitting my wife's bag on my ass? Shares, it makes me happy just thinking about it. Dude, get a divorce. Don't drag it out. I'm willing to take my sister-in-law's plate. The pop-ups rolled in unison. Dense as hell. Fasten your seatbelts. Hatch closed. The four propellers of the Augusta told to turn, and a roaring sound was heard. Outside was the sound of the howling wind in the engine, but inside it was quite quiet. The helicopter gradually lifted off. The buildings on the ground were slowly shrinking. It looks like something else. Jiang Yu gradually became excited. Han Bin was also excited at first. It was the first time he'd ever looked down on the city. But as the helicopter gradually lifted off, slowly, rising to a height of about 500 meters, many things on the ground had become blurred. Only those large buildings could still barely be seen when his face changed slightly. By the time you get to 1,000 meters in altitude, even those large buildings start to get confused. Jiang Yu's hot blood gradually began to boil. but there was no more smile on Han Bin's face. Chapter 12, Tough Talk? That's it? The supporting characters have gone soft. The helicopters continue to lift off. 2 kilometers, 2,500 meters, 3,000 meters. At this point all the buildings underground could not be seen. Only some raised or sunken terrain could be seen clearly. There were some clouds floating around outside the window. It gives you a feeling like being in the clouds. Kind of pretty. Something else. None of the watermen were psychologically stressed out and cheerfully discussed the scenery. Jiang Yu didn't have any mental pressure either. There was still an excited smile on his face. He was completely ready and couldn't wait to take the leap. But Han Bin's mood was a bit complicated. Soon, the helicopter had risen to an altitude of over 3,000 meters. The hatch began to open. Jiang Yu moved to the side of the hatch first, grabbing the railing above the helicopter with one hand as his entire body generally hovered outside. The coach buckled himself and Han Bin together with a safety buckle and pushed Han Bin to the hatch. Meanwhile the live streaming equipment was held in one of his hands. Reaching the hatch, Han Bin glanced down at the bottom. The whole man's face brushed white and his teeth chattered. X3. This is too scary, isn't it? I was sitting in my chair and almost thought I was going to fall. Weak feet. The pop-ups were all shocked and taken aback as well. Just now, it was okay to look outside through the window, but when I looked directly down, I saw an unknown number of layers of clouds, as if the ground was an abyss. Those old buddies who had originally flirted with the idea that they usually jumped as paratroopers as well, saying something about pressing F to jump, were much less likely to do so at this point. Why don't I count 3, 2, 1 together? Jiang Yu proposed. Don't. Han Bin shouted I don't know how many words in a row. A bit of 2 seconds 17 to save the flavor. Coach, is the safety buckle really tight? Should I check it? Why don't we just go back and sit down for a while so I can do some mental preparation? Where did Han Bin dare to be tough? It was almost as if his mouth was going soft. He regretted very much that he had just blurted it out. It's fine, perfectly safe. The coach tries to give Han Bin confidence, but Han Bin is still flustered and faces the camera with a forced smile. 2 or 3 minutes passed in grinding. Ha, too funny. Please remember what Han Bin just said before boarding the plane. What a bungee jumper. The pop-ups were all amused by Han Bin's appearance, and one by one, they were all teasing. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, why don't I give you a demonstration? Han Bin nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, you show me how to do it, and I'll jump right along with you, but remember to be careful. He wasn't sure what he should be careful about, but he barked anyway. Jiang Yu gave a spontaneous smile. He waved his hand at Han Bin and the many water friends in the live broadcast room. Then without stopping, he leapt straight up. Immediately after that, the whole person didn't go into the clouds. Handsome. So cool. The line is flowing. It's all over the place. And this courage is really nothing short of amazing. Hubby is so manly. Boing boing. I'm going to the bathroom to change my pants. You're not right, little old sister. The water users were blown away by Jiang Yu's wave. The pop-ups are dense as hell. The Don washes his hair and sends 10 super rockets with Puffy. Miss Honeychurch gives away 20 super rockets. The hottest cub in the village gives away 20 super rockets. An unknown number of gifts floated up on the live feed. Han Bin looked at the live broadcast in order to divert his attention and relieve the pressure. There is no way. Jiang Yu has already made a demonstration. There are still so many aquatic friends in the live broadcast room or watching it. It would be too humiliating to continue to wimp out. And while he was watching the live broadcast, he happened to see people giving gifts and thank them. Thank you, Mr. Tang, Mr. Honey, and Mr. Cub for the gifts. The prettiest pup in the village? What? Mr. Pup? The pop-ups were amused. Han Bin then read a few pop-ups, and his mood eased considerably. He took a few deep breaths and, after gathering his courage, nodded toward his coach. I was just about to say I'll be ready in a minute. Who expected the coach to jump right in? Han Bin, as well as many of the water users in the live broadcast room, exclaimed, especially Han Bin, who was almost about to pee in fear. For one thing, the jump was too sudden. Secondly, the weightlessness of skydiving was far more impressive than he had expected. All he felt was a strong centrifugal sensation blowing directly in his face, first through his nose, then his feet, and finally his thighs. After he felt that power, he dared not breathe even more, as if he were holding his breath in the water, just wanting to close his whole being, pressed to open his eyes to see what was going on down there. It just felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. Now his mind was almost blank, and the only thing he was thinking about was to never have an accident. He was praying, but something that surprised him happened. He was surprised to see Jiang Yu, who had jumped down long ago. At this time, Jiang Yu's hands and feet were spread out, controlling the speed of descent and decelerating the descent. When he saw Han Bin and his coach, he even smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up towards them. Han Bin and Bouncer were stunned. Star. Chapter 13, The Strongest Backdrop. Jiang Yu's handsome face turned out to be the best in the room. Han Bin as well as a group of water friends were surprised at Jiang Yu's skydiving skills. Just now, Jiang Yu had obviously jumped down so much earlier, but he had managed to control the rate of descent and had been waiting for them. That's enough bull. At the same time, what made them even more surprised was Jiang Yu's boldness. Not to mention Han Bin. Even if it's a bunch of water friends across the screen, they're just experiencing the first view skydiving through the lens, but it was still enough to make their hearts skip a beat. That weightlessness, that whole feeling of falling straight down without restraints was really obvious. The sound of the whistling wind was all too real. They feel like they are experiencing a 5D skydiving game. Even at this point, sitting on the spacious chairs, they were straight up in a cold sweat, with cold or weak hands and feet. But in comparison, Jiang Yu was surprisingly still able to control the speed of descent with ease, and appeared to be enjoying the descent. Most importantly, in Jiang Yu's position, his entire body was parallel to the horizon. It just looks scary. In contrast, the difference is too great. I'm convinced, Jiang Yu is too strong. Really handsome. That's the man. The pop-ups kept rolling in. Waiting and Jiang Yu descended to the same level. The coach also as Jiang Yu. Hands and feet stretched out to slow down the descent speed, and toward Jiang Yu thumbs up. All three descended at the same speed. Overhead was blue sky and white clouds. Underfoot are buildings that are zooming by at a slow pace. All around are different landscapes. It's a very special experience. Jiang Yu was enjoying the process. Enjoy conquering the blue sky and floating freely in the sky. Han Bin, on the other hand, is the opposite. He felt very tormented every moment. Soon, after the descent reaches a certain height, with a sudden powerful upward pull, the parachutes behind Jiang Yu as well as the coach began to open. Neither had any accidents with stuck umbrellas. Han Bin was finally relieved. With the cushion of the parachute, the sense of weightlessness was slightly reduced, and the sound of the wind whistling in his ears wasn't as scary as it had been earlier. Therefore Han Bin was no longer squinting, looking at Jiang Yu who was not much far away from his neighborhood. He sighed from the bottom of his heart and shouted, "You're a real cow. Admire you. All the way down. Look at your expression is actually enjoying the process of this descent. This is outrageous. I just about pissed myself. I feel like I've had a couple bottles of red wine now, and I'm all giddy." Jiang Yu laughed. "The first time you play is like this. Next time you won't be afraid." Though the wind was still whistling in his ears now, but because of the parachute cushion, the wind is much smaller. The two are closer to talk louder communication is no problem. "And next time? I don't want to experience it a second time," Han Bin said with a palpitating heart. Soon, it's starting to fall into place. Jiang Yu held the parachute, tilted his body, controlled the speed and rhythm, stepped on the grass with his feet, used inertia to take 2 steps forward. The parachute floated down at the same time to the back. A steady landing. The action is fluid, simply dashing. Handsome. This landing is too stable. It's a cow. It's a cow. The pop-ups were all so handsome by Jiang Yu that they frantically swiped the screen. The men were all handsomely impressed, and the female waterbenders in the broadcast room need not be told. Watching the pop-ups seems like watching the rabid fans of those stars. One of them, Ms. Honey, who had been swiping gifts just now, was giving out 20 more super rockets at this moment. One of the main reasons everyone was so handsome by Jiang Yu was because it was really handsome. Secondly, there is contrast. The landing maneuvers of the instructor over there are awesome too, but Han Bin, who was just being held back by his trainer, looked almost interesting. Pressure doesn't know the rhythm or when your feet are on the ground. The whole thing stumbled. Perfectly complements Jiang Yu. With his feet on the earth, Han Bin's heart finally landed on the ground and his entire body relaxed. But when he saw the pop-ups at the head of the live broadcast, his whole body was not good. Jiang Yu, you've gone too far. I shouldn't have followed you out to play today. It feels like I'm a proper background wall, the kind that specializes in setting you off. Han Bin finally realized it afterward. Jiang Yu was really excellent, not only in terms of talk, but also in terms of crushing him. How did you say you wanted me to bring you here to play just now? Jiang Yu blanked Han Bin. The two were laughing and joking. There's an award certificate for successful landings for newbies that proves you've conquered the blue skies. Do you need me to have the crew bring it over to you now? At this time the coach came over and said to Han Bin. Han Bin didn't even have to think about it. Yes. Although it was a mess just now, only Jiang Yu and the water friends in the live broadcast room knew about it. He's still thinking about getting his award and sending out a wave of friends. Think about the circle of friends who know he played skydiving. Most importantly was the reaction after seeing that he actually got up close and personal with so many private helicopters and got to ride in the most expensive Augusta 109 helicopter currently sold in the country. He then looked forward to it very much. Everyone must be envious as hell. Star. Chapter 14, Han Bin's excitement. Jiang Yu, is this it? Jiang Yu and Han Bin arrived at the airport's pantry. The coach has prepared an award for Han Bin. It's relatively simple. Just write about Han Bin's successful parachute jump today, just to express an encouragement, and at the same time let the person collect conveniently to look back at it later. Even so, Han Bin was still somewhat happy, but it doesn't show in the present. Mainly today he was too wimpy on the spot and blamed Jiang Yu for being too good, but he didn't feel anything. Jiang Yu is better than him. This is not very normal. Moreover, he and Jiang Yu were good buddies, so it didn't matter if he gave Jiang Yu a backdrop. He took the time to organize the photos and post them to his friends. Matching text. For the second time today it was an eye-opening experience to see up close the cost-effective R-44. The money can't buy Bell helicopter, the most expensive Augusta 109 sold in the country, and to enjoy the customized Hermes seats. He didn't put in writing about the jump. It was supposed to be posting friends to pretend. In contrast, the luxury helicopters, which ordinary people would never have the chance to witness, are more worthy of introduction. Jiang Yu and the two of them rested a little in the pantry. Since it was almost time to eat, neither of them drank anything and simply rested. Leave after a few minutes and return to the parking lot. Uncle Chung has been waiting here. Seeing Jiang Yu coming over, he went forward and opened the car door. In fact, Jiang Yu felt that there was no need for Uncle Zhong to stick to the rules and wait here all the time. However, Uncle Zhong is a driver who has followed his father Jiang Jinan for many years, and his greatest strength is that he will do things with due diligence. This feeling of going out and not having to drive yourself and being greeted when you get to the parking lot and someone offering to open the door is too good to be true, isn't it? Real name envy. I also want to have a friend like Jiang Yu. I'm different. I want a husband like Jiang Yu more. The pop-ups were constantly swiping. Back to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It still feels like the Rolls-Royce seats are much more comfortable to sit in, even though the Augusta is more expensive. I'd rather just be a Rolls-Royce from now on than go back to the Augusta seats. As soon as he got in the car and sat down, Han Bin let out a sigh of relief. After feeling somewhat helpless in the air, this feeling of being on solid ground was something he really enjoyed. Spoken like he'll have a chance to ride in an Augusta helicopter later. Ha ha ha. The pop-ups were flirting. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, sat down. The first time I adjusted to turn on the seat massage function, drinking the remaining happy water in the refrigerator, pressing the button, the curtains open, the sun outside is getting ready to go down, feeling the brilliant afterglow. It is simply comfortable both physically and mentally. Since you don't like going up to the sky, then next time there's a chance to go into the ground with you, maybe you'll like it. Jiang Yu replied to Han Bin. Into the ground? Diving? I'm not blowing this one off. I really can. Han Bin is at it again. Really? Is this even a joke? Isn't it just swimming? Who wouldn't? Han Bin patted his Moonhun breasts hard. Jiang Yu shrugged non-committally. But then again, your damned life is even more colorful than I imagined. Going up to the sky and into the earth again. Han Bin couldn't help but feel envious again. I didn't like these things in the past. It's just that I later felt that in life. I have to experience more of all kinds of life anyways. Jiang Yu replied. Scratch that. Experience life. We usually just call it survival, I guess. The life of the rich is so plain and simple. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was moving forward slowly. No matter what road conditions you encounter, the car doesn't feel bumpy. Jiang Yu squinted slightly at the setting sun outside the window. He kinda likes to sit quietly in the car and look out the window, brain emptied, resting half awake, half confused. Suddenly, asterisk. Han Bin exclaimed. This sudden cry of alarm startled Jiang Yu. He almost fell asleep just now. Jiang Yu asked without any good humor. What's wrong? Take a guess? Han Bin said mysteriously. Judging from the smile he couldn't hide at the corners of his mouth, he was in a very good mood at the moment. Jiang Yu gave him a blank look. It should be because the live broadcast data is good today. That's right. What Han Bin was indeed looking at just now was the data from the live streaming platform. He used to pay special attention to these numbers every time he went live. It was just that today, following Jiang Yu, he had seen too many things and had too many shocks to have the chance to pay attention to them. You may not believe me when I tell you, but I've doubled my followers today. And I received 100,000 or so gifts today. Han Bin was very excited indeed. But I didn't expect it. What Jiang Yu said next, however, made him dumbfounded. Chapter 15, Jiang Yu, don't give me gifts. Although the fans did not rise too much, Han Bin was very content. And that's normal. The kind of occasional live broadcast effect explosion, and then the number of fans to rise several times, only exists in the novel. Unless you get very famous anchors or celebrities to draw traffic, it's not going to happen. It's all about going up step by step. What surprised him the most was actually the fact that he received so many gifts. Although all the income today went to Jiang Yu, he was still happy. Most of the gifts were given by the same person, and a small number were given by several platform famous tycoons. It's probably because the live broadcast attracted a lot of real tycoons, and then seeing that Jiang Yu was a real godly tycoon, they all swiped some gifts. It's the equivalent of cupping among the rich, I guess. The rest are from regular water friends. But Han Bin was excited. But Jiang Yu didn't have too many waves. That's it? He didn't even think about how many gifts he had received today. He just remembered that Han Bin had just startled him. Han Bin was suddenly speechless. The heart, which was still excited, went cold. Ha ha ha. Han Bin probably forgot about Jiang Yu's strength. 100,000 or so and that's it. I'm convinced. That's a pretty dominant statement. Han Bin was so excited just now that he forgot to mute and talk to Jiang Yu about this. So the pop-ups heard the whole thing. One by one. They were also thunderstruck by Jiang Yu's just these two words. But then again, which big brother is MS? Honey? I'd like to thank MS. Honey again for the 40 super rockets. But I'm a little curious about how you're so generous with your money. MS. Honey, shouldn't. Han Bin looked at the pop-up area that was constantly swiping the screen and realized that he hadn't muted it just now. He also used this incident on purpose to try to create some show effects. Miss Hani was very much at the head of the live broadcast and quickly replied, "It's mainly because I think little brother Jiang Yu is handsome." The live broadcast immediately buzzed with these words. Something's not right. Something's going on. It feels like it's almost time for the "You show me acid" part again. You show me acid? You're too talented to summarize that. 2. Han Bin looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled politely and was just about to say something when Han Bin then said flirtatiously, "It couldn't be that you're looking at my family Jiang Yu, right?" These words made the live show pull full circle straight away. Many diving sailors were blown out of the water, waiting for a good show. Miss Hani, ha, even if I look at him, but he doesn't necessarily look at me. In my experience, not denying it means acquiescing to it? Really handsome and rich, this is really too foul. It feels like it's directly open It's a heartbreaking story of a rich woman trying to bag the other guy, who may be richer than the rich woman. I'm not envious at all. It feels so good that he's Mal. Gobi, laughing and crying out loud. The pop-ups are blowing up. Dense as hell. Han Bin hemmed and hawed. That's not necessarily true. He looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu directly gave him a blank stare. This guy is really seeing what's going on. Miss Hani, let me give you a piece of advice. If you really like my family Jiang Yu, then you need to come to the live broadcast room more often. Jiang Yu is my good brother. Usually when I'm live streaming, Jiang Yu will be there. Besides, I'm in the same dormitory as Jiang Yu. You can even see Jiang Yu in his life if you come often. Sure enough, Han Bin directly began to arch fire. Obviously the other party did not say anything, and did not explicitly admit. He was a tone of determination that the other party likes Jiang Yu. MS. Honey quickly replied, "Ha ha ha, okay, I'm already following." Han Bin smiled thievishly. Beautiful. Sold a good buddy. Jiang Yu, for a rich woman, made a profit. Han Bin looked at Jiang Yu and slightly tightened his treacherous expression. Dude, you don't blame me, do you? As he spoke, he thought about how to fool Jiang Yu. It made Jiang Yu feel that what he was doing all this was entirely for Jiang Yu's sake, but it wasn't expected. Jiang Yu, however, smiled subtly. No, why would I blame you? Han Bin was instantly overjoyed. Miss Hani, did you hear that? What I said is exactly what Jiang Yu wanted to say. Oh, remember to come on the air more often in the future. At this time, Jiang Yu picked up a sentence. If you have something to do, you can come to the live broadcast room to hang out, but it's okay to come watch the live stream. Remember not to swipe gifts. I don't have a stake in the live stream. Han Bin, his entire body was dumbfounded, his smile stiffening as he looked at Jiang Yu with a sly grudge. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. True plastic brothers. These two are also too amusing. I envy the friendship between the two. Who wouldn't want to be friends with Jiang Yu? Star. Chapter 16, Fancy by a Rich Woman? The two of them, Jiang Yu and Han Bin, interrupted each other, instantly amusing the pop-ups. MS. Hani was also amused. Okay, then I'll deliver less from now on. But the pop-up just went out. It hasn't quite floated across the screen yet. The special effects of a super rocket rising into the air immediately went up in the live room. Miss Honeychurch gives away 10 super rockets. These 10 super rockets immediately ignited the atmosphere of the live broadcast. But Han Bin was bitter and said, Can't you send more later and less today? I made a deal with Jiang Yu that all of today's gifts would go to him. At that, the water boys laughed. No wonder Han Bin wanted to sell Jiang Yu just now. It turns out he won't get a single cent today. Good grief. Not only did I just become Jiang Yu's backdrop, all the gifts today have also become Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu was also a bit amused by Han Bin. Han Bin sighed slightly. The heart is bitter. It's hard to bear. However, that wasn't even the worst of it for him. I don't know what Miss Hani was thinking, but right after that, she even gave away 10 more super rockets. Watch the super rocket that continues to lift off. Han Bin's entire body was dumbfounded. It couldn't be that this Miss Hani really likes Jiang Yu, right? I think things are getting out of hand. Isn't it obvious that she wants the money to go into Jiang Yu's pocket only? No way, no way. I am against this marriage. It's your turn as a demon to object when people are talented? The water friends thought the same as Han Bin. Otherwise this thing kind of doesn't make sense. But Jiang Yu didn't feel the same way. He knew a lot of rich friends, and those friends had different personalities. Some of them are very rich, but their lifestyle is still quite frugal and they don't treat money as money. But some of them are more casual, spending money without looking at anything else, just the word feel. If the mood strikes, they will throw money around without restraint. To give the simplest example, as good as for example his friend will also look at the live broadcast in the boredom, to see the favorite female anchor, and do not want to have any relationship. Look happy on the brush gift. There's just one word to describe it, rich and powerful. He had a feeling that this Miss Hani should be such a character. It can't really be because he's not bad looking and then he has feelings for him, can it? MS. Honey is here in this live room just today. Thanks for the gift, but I still hope to spend sensibly. Jiang Yu said politely. Conscientious anchor. Love it, love it. Other anchors are literally doing everything they can to order gifts, but Jiang Yu makes people consume sensibly. 2 words, pattern. It's true that rich people think differently. Perhaps it was because Jiang Yu was too conscientious. Surprisingly many water users followed up with gifts. It's all little gifts of airplanes and stuff though. MS. Honey, I'm usually very sensible. I just spent a little more today. Seeing this reply, Jiang Yu didn't know what to say for a while. What a situation. Is he really being looked at by a rich woman? But you don't need a rich woman to keep you. Fun times always go by extra fast. Along the way, Jiang Yu just casually chatted with his water friends. Soon, the destination hotel was reached. Noteworthy. MS. Hani has been on the air during this time, although she doesn't continue to send gifts anymore. The conversation with Jiang Yu was quite active. Supposed to be an outgoing girl, the Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked in front of the hotel. The hotel porter immediately and respectfully came over to open the car door. Jiang Yu stepped out of the car. In front of us was a very stylized hotel building. Directly in front of the lobby entrance is the pool. The overall design has the classic Art Deco elements of the old buildings on the bund, which is very delicate and luxurious. Hiss, this hotel looks pretty high class. Getting out of the car, Han Bin couldn't help but let out an exclamation when he saw all this. The Marriott Hotel? That's not just classy, it's the highest. One of the few 7-star hotels in the world. The most luxurious hotel in Magic City. Seeing that Han Bin didn't understand, the pop-up screen was immediately popularized. Seeing these pop-ups, Han Bin's pupils shrank and he was immediately startled. This is a 7-star hotel? Han Bin looked at Jiang Yu with wide eyes. Jiang Yu said, strictly speaking, it's still a 5-star hotel, but it doesn't matter if it's treated as a 7-star hotel. It's not even close. Receiving Jiang Yu's affirmation, Han Bin was dumbfounded. Growing up, he had never even been to a 5-star. Chapter 17, Sharks are shocked, and so are rich women. Although Han Bin's family conditions are quite good, but just good enough to give him enough money to eat and drink normally. But there was no money left over for him to lavishly eat, drink and be merry. He now finally knew why Jiang Yu had rejected him at that time, not allowing him to pay for the dinner and the nightly room as well, because he usually had to spend a lot of money to pursue Lu Fei, so he usually had very little money in his pocket. Deposits and whatnot are even more unlikely. And the 7-star hotel in front of us, he estimated that at his level, the money to come here to eat a breakfast or open a normal standard room is not enough. Go! Seeing Han Bin in a daze, Jiang Yu greeted him. Han Bin hurriedly followed. The two came to the door of the hotel. The several girls dressed in sexy clothes immediately bent down. Good evening, sir. The sexy, good-looking welcome girls immediately bent over. Good evening, sir. Jiang Yu nodded at them with a polite smile. It was his habit that no matter what he was facing, he would never feel superior and purposely put on any posturing. Han Bin, on the other hand, was a bit more restrained. Except for that hand holding the live streaming device, the other hand is kind of going nowhere. Couldn't even look directly at the sweetly smiling welcome girls. There's the reason this place is so classy and worried about making a fool of myself. There's also the reason these girls have warmer gazes and are shy. Following Jiang Yu into the lobby, Han Bin realized at this point why this hotel was the most luxurious hotel in Magic City. Let him describe it in 3 words. It's too luxurious, too classy, too flashy. The lobby is huge, and the design is very clever. The sense of ceremony in the lobby is enhanced by the square space, symmetrical layout and up to 10 meters of space clearance. The ceiling lines are simple yet fine, hand-hammered and all copper, using dimpled textures and layered stacks to show off the design details. The wall is made of natural jade stone inlaid with brushed bronze metal edges, and the lobby column's fan-shaped stone carving texture fully embodies Art Deco style. The flooring is a blue emerald floor parquet with reflections in each stone, luxurious in the extreme. And most striking of all, a huge mural in the center of the lobby. Han Bin couldn't read it, but it just looked so advanced. Jiang Yu, what is the origin of this painting? He asked. This is a jade skillfully carved Chinese painting, Fair Orient, which was created by a Chinese painting master especially for the Magic City Wanrui Hotel. Red is the main color, with western brush strokes, a combination of east and west, with a figurative impression of abstract. 3 images in one expression depicts the magic city of this bright pearl. There's a similar mural in the front reception lounge area. The Night Magic City, custom created by a renowned oil painter, vividly reproduces the familiar scene of bright lights and crowds of people on the bund of Magic City through the expressive technique of textured oil painting and the style of dark painting. Jiang Yu explained it as simply as possible, but he still heard Han Bin in a daze. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too good. Will something more? It feels like he knows and even has an in-depth knowledge of anything upper class. I don't even hold the wall when I go to the bathroom, so I'll give you that. What kind of treasure boy is this? Really love it. The water friends were all dumbfounded. All of them were convinced by Jiang Yu's specialty. Miss Honey was also a bit surprised. Awesome. I've been to the Manhwa Hotel a few times and I know that the murals in the Manhwa Hotel are national paintings, but I really don't know much about these backgrounds. After Han Bin reacted, he immediately wanted to take a picture of it and send it to his friends later. Although he didn't really understand what Jiang Yu said just now, but he could summarize Jiang Yu's meaning. That mural is very dangly and forced. If you really want to send it to your friends, don't take a picture of this mural in the lobby, all over the hotel corridors or elsewhere. There are paintings by some of the masters that have been collected up, and they are all very forced-looking murals. Those places are a little more suited, low-key and forced. Jiang Yu reminded. Professional. Just listen to you. Honestly, Jiang Yu, do you usually come over here often? It feels like you're so familiar with it that it's like your home. Does it often bring girls over? Han Bin asked curiously, looking thievishly at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu gave Han Bin a blank look. I've been here a few times, mainly because I think the night view from this side of the suite is good, and it's quite comfortable to live here. So I'll run over and take a break when I have time. Going to a 7-star hotel just for the night view? Convinced Ors. Chapter 18. Becoming the center of attention and generating public opinion. The lobby of the Marriott Hotel is not a reception lobby in the ordinary sense of the word. Jiang Yu led Han Bin through the lobby to the actual reception lounge area. The whole of this place still continues the lobby Art Deco style. The ceiling is partially made of gold leaf and equipped with crystal chandeliers reflecting the old Magic City style. The vertical metal screen on the wall enriches the space level, and the background of the reception desk is in blue color, which is fashionable and modern without losing luxury. It's worth saying, the lobby reception area is as central as the lobby earlier, with the main backdrop still being a huge floor-to-ceiling mural. It's also the aforementioned nightmare capital. It is customized for the overall space. There were a number of guests checking in at the reception area at this time, but Jiang Yu had greeted him earlier. Find the manager in the lobby and state your name. So it's Mr. Jiang. Sorry I didn't recognize you just now. The lobby manager was a lean-looking middle-aged man. The original attitude towards Jiang Yu was just the normal polite kind towards guests, but he immediately became respectful after hearing Jiang Yu's name. Although he didn't know exactly what Jiang Yu's identity was, but the hotel system had recorded Jiang Yu's reservation, and there are special notes. The lobby manager asked someone to bring Jiang Yu the room card, so that he wouldn't have to come down later after Jiang Yu finished his meal, then personally lead the way. Take Jiang Yu to the elevator. This scene drew the attention of many guests in the rest area. They looked towards Jiang Yu with curious, surprised, and envious gazes, constantly sizing up both Jiang Yu and Han Bin. Some of them even whispered to their companions about the identity of the two Jiang Yu men. In the face of these gazes, Jiang Yu was always calm, with a light smile on his face, but Han Bin couldn't be calm. It was one of the few times he had been the center of attention of a crowd since he was a kid, and one that can come and spend money at the Marriott. It's either rich or expensive, no more than a small fortune upwards, all in all better than him, but these people were looking at themselves in surprise at the moment. How could they be calm? Especially looking at the pop-ups. Jiang Yu really does have a poker face and is received everywhere. Really awesome. It's a really cool feeling, receiving attention from others everywhere you go. The pop-ups are also discussing this. Although the pop-ups were all about Jiang Yu, Han Bin felt honored at the moment. Soon, the elevator doors opened. The lobby manager bent down slightly and invited Jiang Yu in. The elevators are staffed with people who are dedicated to helping guests press the elevator, without having to do it myself. The elevator doors closed and then slowly rose. Jiang Yu's reservation was for the hotel's Japanese restaurant, located on the 5th floor of the hotel, rather than the hotel's swankiest restaurant. But what Jiang Yu liked was the Japanese restaurant's decoration style as well as its environment. Soon the elevator reached the 5th floor. Maybe it was because the lobby manager had just explained the reason. Just after arriving at the entrance of the Japanese restaurant, there was a specialized staff member who came over to receive Jiang Yu. Han Bin followed Jiang Yu step by step, his eyes still very curious as he surveyed everything around him. The design of the Japanese restaurant is very interesting. The designer intentionally eliminated all the entrance lights and only projected the restaurant's logo onto the stone floor by means of a projection light. Two doors kept closed in solid wood inlaid with rusted panels create a mysterious atmosphere in the interior of the dining room. The entrance passage is themed on the 4 seasons, using video technology to interpret the seasons of spring, summer, fall and winter. It puts guests in a tunnel of changing light and shadow as they enter the front door. Very dreamy. The inside of the restaurant is also elegant. Most notable is the decorative style of the ceilings. The ceiling extracts cherry blossoms as an element, using 6 different petal sizes and 3 different textured surfaces of metal pendants, interspersed with hanging, either high or low, in a staggered manner, interpreting the romantic quality of cherry blossoms. The staff brought Jiang Yu to the restaurant to sit by the window seat. Outside is the beautiful night view of Magic City. It's Jiang Yu's favorite position. At this point the restaurant was not too crowded and was about 80% seated. It won't be noisy with too many people, and it won't seem cold with too few. Just fine. It was worth mentioning that the several seats next to Jiang Yu's seat happened to be empty at this time. I guess no one will be seated later. This should be specifically because of him. The hotel's young proprietor, whom he knew and was on good terms with, knew that he didn't like large boxes, but didn't like too much noise. It is estimated that the last time Jiang Yu called the other party and went straight to the internal reservation of rooms and restaurants, the other party mentioned this matter with the hotel staff. Chapter 19, Letting Jiang Yu Bleed Out? Soon the person in charge of this restaurant came over. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. The person in charge is a lean young man who treats people well and has a high emotional intelligence. Jiang Yu came more often and got to know him. What would you like to eat? Jiang Yu looked at Han Bin and asked. Let's see. Han Bin also didn't politely talk to Jiang Yu and smoothly picked up the menu on the table. But when he opened it, he was dumbfounded. Let's not talk about the fact that he didn't recognize any of the dishes above. It is also very expensive. Other than that, it's $200 for a serving of mashed potatoes. That's as cheap as it gets. That is better for you to order? You know my taste, not very picky. Han Bin smiled sarcastically. The prices were too expensive for him to take the liberty of ordering. Okay. Jiang Yu didn't look at the menu and looked at the restaurant manager and asked, have any ingredients been introduced in the past 2 days? I knew you were coming yesterday, and have already checked with the back kitchen side. There is your favorite wild rhubarb fish, freshly caught. There's also the hand-split crab meat that you and Mr. Wang usually come over for. And then there's a shipment of beef that just came in. From Comcast, me. The head of the restaurant stood respectfully. This scene was a bit of a sight to behold for the people around them. The other guests were farther away from this side and couldn't hear what Jiang Yu and the others were saying. The reason for their surprise was that the head of the restaurant had personally come over to give Jiang Yu his order. Han Bin, on the other hand, was surprised that it was even possible to order like this. Another long look. It really is poverty that limits my imagination. The water boys were also shocked. How do you make this beef? Jiang Yu asked. Bovine bacillus, fried bacillus. Jiang Yu looked at Han Bin. These are the dishes then. What do you think? Han Bin nodded directly without thinking. Most of these dishes were so advanced that he had never heard of them. So what could he say? It won't be too expensive, will it? It's actually fine for us to simply eat. Han Bin asked immediately afterward. Although he knew that Jiang Yu was rich, his mind still didn't switch over at once. Not really expensive. Then these are the dishes, please. Jiang Yu then said politely after ordering some drinks. Didn't order any drinks because he knew Han Bin was allergic to alcohol. He couldn't possibly drink alone and let Han Bin have a drink. No need to be polite. Mr. Jiang, this is what I should do. The head of the restaurant respectfully collected the table's menu and other extras. After the person in charge left, Han Bin finally couldn't control his excitement. His eyes were glowing and he kept rubbing his hands. I really didn't think that I would be able to dine in a 7-star hotel one day. I'm really looking forward to it. Then, take the live feed device and surround it. He moved very little so as not to disturb the other guests. After showing his water friends a general tour of the restaurant's surroundings, he received a private message from his water friends taking screenshots of the pictures he was going to send to his friends. Picked a few and pulled out my cell phone. I opened my cell phone to an uncountable number of messages. He just sent a friend circle there at the airport and managed to set the whole place off. The comments section is head over heels. The likes are countless. At the same time, Lu Fei sent him many private messages. Owning a helicopter with tens of millions of dollars. That friend of yours is too rich, isn't he? It's your former classmate, isn't it? In addition, housemate Zhou Baolong also sent an unknown number of messages over. Holy crap, you boys are living a life of luxury today. Next time, make sure to bring some buddies like Jiang Yu and me. Looking at the private messages sent by the two, Hanbin really had an impulse several times to say what former classmates. What bring Jiang Yu? This person is Jiang Yu. He was genuinely curious about how shocked Zhou Baolong as well as Lu Fei would react to knowing that Jiang Yu was this rich man. In fact, if these two people had come to watch him live they would have known the truth. But may everyone just knows that he is doing live broadcasts. Do not know the number of his live room, because his previous live broadcast content is the campus life. What is there to see? In the end, he didn't reply to Lu Fei or send a friend circle, but instead sent Zhou Baolong the photo he originally wanted to send a friend circle. Dinner's ready. Next time, make sure to bring you and Jiang Yu if you can. Unexpectedly, Zhou Baolong's side replied in seconds. Asterisk. Happiness comes suddenly. Then I'm counting on you if Jiang Yu and I can see the high society. You play nice with that friend of yours, and try to make me and Jiang Yu's brother grow up. I'll send a message to Jiang Yu. He'll probably be ecstatic when he finds out about this, whether it works out in the end or not. I have to blackmail him for a midnight snack. Gotta bleed him big time. Star. Chapter 20, handsome means you can do whatever you want. It's sour. Hanbin almost laughed out loud when he saw these messages from Zhou Baolong. He didn't get to hide it, and his phone was pointed at the live streaming device. The water friends are also people are stupid at the moment. Ha ha ha, I'm literally laughing my ass off. Poor kid who's still in the dark. You housemates are so cute too. Blackmailing Jiang Yu for a midnight snack. This really poked my funny bone. At this point, Jiang Yu still didn't know what was going on. Seeing that Hanbin had been holding back his laughter, it seemed that he had something he wanted to say to himself. Just wanted to ask a question. Suddenly the phone vibrated. Jiang Yu, where are the waves? To tell you the good news. That Hanbin kid knows a mega rich friend. Just look at his circle of friends and you'll see. Envious of this rich man's life? Can't wait to see it? Here's your chance. Dude made a deal with Hanbin to bring us both along for the long haul next time he gets a chance too. Is it okay to credit me for this wave? When you go back to school, make sure you buy me a barbecue. Seeing the messages sent by Zhou Baolong one after another, Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little. He glanced at Hanbin before replying to Zhou Baolong. Really? Of course it's true. Good. Then I'll go back and buy you a midnight snack. Don't take me to eat what big stall casually like fooling around. But don't be like before Hanbin like buckle search. Must be the whole point of upscale places. At least per capita 200 of the kind. Yes. Jiang Yu's mood at this moment was a bit hard to know how to describe. Always felt things were a bit magical. It's getting a little dramatic, but it didn't matter how things were going to play out. No matter how they were going to play out, it wouldn't matter how it affected his life in general. He put down his cell phone and just raised his head to see Hanbin's eyes glowing with a thieving look, and kept scowling at him, like a reminder to look at something. Jiang Yu looked over in the direction Hanbin had hinted at, only to see the right front. A little distance away from the position do not know when came several beautiful women. The body looks are quite impressive. Dressing is also very light compared to the average person. It's just a little bit of nothing to look at in his opinion. It's all nettlesome. How's it going? These girls are good looking, aren't they? Hanbin raised his eyebrows towards Jiang Yu in a thievish manner, although he has someone he likes now. The problem that he gets excited when he sees a beautiful woman should be a common problem for men. No, there were also so many young people like Hanbin on the scene, glancing over there from time to time, but Jiang Yu just smiled subtly. You said that brother looks like a rich man even sitting in this kind of place now. Will those beauties come over and hit on him? Hanbin was a bit of a stinker. So what if you hit on me? You like Fei Lu. Of course, my love for Lu Fei will not change. But this and beautiful women looking for me to hit on will not conflict. If they will find me to hit on, that only proves that I am strong charm. What can I do? Hanbin joked, but he really wanted to be hitched. What man doesn't want all the beautiful women to like him? Especially since there were also other men who ogled those girls from time to time. And if those girls came over to hit on them, they would be the envy of everyone. And it was exciting to think about. Hanbin couldn't help but glance toward them. Suddenly, he saw one of those sisters hold up a glass of red wine in her hand and raise it in this direction. Hanbin thought at first that this girl was releasing her good feelings towards him. Overjoyed, picking up the glass on the table, he raised it that way likewise. However, he saw the girl who raised her glass freeze, then cover her mouth and laugh. A few of the sisters traveling with us couldn't help themselves. Jiang Yu, that girl just now couldn't have raised her glass to you, right? I don't know about this. There are two of us. Who knows who she wants to raise her glass to? Jiang Yu said. Don't you comfort me. If they really raised their glasses to me, why did they laugh? Thinking of his own self-centeredness just now, Hanbin couldn't help but blush. It's so embarrassing. At the same time there was some frustration and more envy. The pop-ups are also envying. Is this the horror of being good-looking? That's nice. Grass. If Jiang Yu had been a little more proactive, I guess we'd have our hands full tonight. Jiang Yu, I don't like to move. Is it that you don't like to move or that you don't like to initiate? You're not right. Little old me. Even the men at the scene who had just sneakily sized up those girls from time to time looked at Jiang Yu with quite a bit of surprise. However, Jiang Yu did not have any waves. It wasn't that he didn't think any of these beauties were good looking. It's not like you're not interested in beautiful women at all. It's just that there is something wrong with the identity of these beautiful women. Chapter 21, Active Beauties. Shocking the whole place. But no matter what the other party's identity was, Jiang Yu didn't really care. The looks of these girls just weren't his favorite kind. Only the polite side smiled. Sort of a response to the goodwill shown over there earlier. This scene made many of the men present feel surprised. But only Han Bin felt normal when he thought about it. All of us here are ordinary people. Maybe the kind where the family has a little bit of money. But it was no different to Jiang Yu than an ordinary person. There was naturally no comparison between the eyesight and Jiang Yu. Those girls looked good to themselves and others, but they were probably just average in Jiang Yu's opinion. Jiang Yu's realm was too much higher than theirs, and the beautiful women were a little surprised by this. Frequently, he surveyed Jiang Yu with a curious gaze. It was as if Jiang Yu's indifference had made them more interested in him. Retreat for advancement? Jiang Yu played this wave really well, doing the opposite and succeeding in getting those girls hooked. This wave we're on the first level. Jiang Yu is in the atmosphere. Masters. Seeing these pop-ups, Han Bin froze. In that case, he really couldn't tell if Jiang Yu was fishing or really not interested in the other party. Jiang Yu shook his head somewhat helplessly, too lazy to explain. The restaurant was crowded and complicated and not easy to explain. Soon, the food came up. Shrimp sautéed with black truffle, steamed wild yellowtail with shredded snow pea shoots, stir-fried steak with beef bacillus, and so on. Those few beauties paid attention to Jiang Yu's side from time to time. After seeing the dishes on Jiang Yu's side, they glanced at each other and lit up. The gazes that looked at Jiang Yu all became different. Han Bin wasn't sure what price Jiang Yu had ordered for these dishes, but they are clear. In that case, Jiang Yu is not only tall and handsome, but also rich. For a while they were a little foolish and began to each play their own little game. Some pulled their hair back and made secret glances at Jiang Yu. Some of them sat in a dignified manner and lowered their heads in a shy manner, trying to get Jiang Yu's attention. The girl who had just raised her glass to Jiang Yu, the angle of her seat just happened to be diagonally facing Jiang Yu. It's the most dominant of these guys. If there was any movement from her position, as long as Jiang Yu paid attention, he could see it clearly without any perspective blind spots, so she adjusted her sitting position. Sitting demurely, crossing her legs, her slender legs became extremely eye-catching, her feet gently hooked on her high heels. With a smile, her eyes were slightly flirtatious, and she looked at Jiang Yu with a few ambiguous gazes. If anything, the one just now was showing her favor to Jiang Yu. Then it's totally safe to say now that she's explicitly telling everyone that she has her eye on Jiang Yu. It could even be said that she was deliberately trying to seduce Jiang Yu, and it's a tactic that can't be described as unsavory. Even if she was now expressly expressing her attitude towards Jiang Yu, if Jiang Yu really took the bait and took the initiative, then the active Jiang Yu would be on the passive side, being led by her. See this scene. All the men in the room couldn't help but swallow their saliva. That beautiful woman's every move is so deadly to men, tugging at their heartstrings. It makes their hearts beat wildly. It could be said that Jiang Yu, the rightful owner, had not yet taken the bait, but they were the first to be hooked. They begin to show themselves off, intentionally or not, or sit upright with a gentle smile and act like a gentleman, or unintentionally checking the time to reveal a Rolex on your hand. Even if it attracts the attention of any of the beautiful women over there, it's not bad at all. However, these actions just made some of those beautiful women look at them. Most can be said to be oblivious to them. Seeing the situation, they all felt very lost. It's hard. Then he couldn't help but cast an envious and jealous gaze at Jiang Yu. Han Bin also swallowed his saliva before looking at Jiang Yu with envy. This is too real. The way beautiful women treat rich people is totally different from the way they treat us. Is it really true what they say? You never know how forward your goddess will be with a rich man? For crying out loud, this is the life I dreamed of. It's so enviable. My mom asked me why I was gritting my teeth and looking at my phone. Han Bin was sitting across from Jiang Yu, and the camera was just able to capture that beautiful woman's movements. So the water boys went crazy. The pop-ups were constantly rolling in. Dense swipes. However, Jiang Yu only smiled at the beautiful women over there who were each displaying their abilities. The eyes don't even linger much. Then, looking at Han Bin, and then, words were uttered that made Han Bin's eyes drop. The food's all here. Don't just stand there. Try the flavors while they're hot. Chapter 22, I learned but I never got to use it. As Jiang Yu's words fell, Han Bin almost didn't spit out the drink in his mouth. Dinner? You're even thinking about dinner at this hour? The water friends were all dumbfounded as well. Pretty boy stunned. JPG. Other than that, just that pretty girl with her feet hooked to her heels, as long as Jiang Yu goes up and strikes up a conversation, there's bound to be a bit of a story tonight. Jiang Yu couldn't be still taking a step back, could he? Can it be that it's obvious to this extent that Jiang Yu still doesn't want to take the initiative? Thinking of letting that beauty take the initiative again? Jiang Yu, I really don't like to move. They all completely couldn't figure out why Jiang Yu was indifferent. Here at the restaurant, Jiang Yu couldn't explain it well. Taking the lead, he picked up his chopsticks and greeted Han Bin as he ate. Seeing this, it was the turn of the other men in the restaurant to be dumbfounded. One looked at each other, shocked to the core, and those beauties were frozen. Especially that high-heeled beauty, whose eyes almost fell to the ground in surprise. She couldn't figure it out at all. At first she thought it was that set of moves that killed other men, which Jiang Yu happened not to have a problem with. Immediately after that, she changed her method to make secret glances at Jiang Yu, but still couldn't get any results. Jiang Yu didn't seem to look at her at all, and didn't even get up and come over to talk to her. It discouraged her. What's the point of pretending? Think you're the only one who's high and mighty? She made an excuse for herself, but inwardly, he was actually still curious about Jiang Yu and wanted to know the answer, but it was destined that she would not get an answer. At the moment, Jiang Yu was eating his heart out, not even paying attention to the situation on their side. The ingredients prepared by the hotel were really quite fresh this time. He ate it out in one bite. Seeing that Han Bin was still staring stupidly at himself with incomprehension written in his eyes, he cried and laughed a little and greeted him again. This time was mealtime, and Han Bin was already a bit hungry. Now that he saw so many colorful and flavorful dishes laid out in front of him, he saw Jiang Yu eating with gusto again. Quickly, he put his disbelief behind him and numbly began to eat. Asterisk. Yummy! Han Bin's eyes were glowing, his mouth was full of grease, and he was eating in a slightly lousy manner. Compared to Jiang Yu it was a lot more civilized and elegant, but Han Bin couldn't care less about that. These things in front of him just follow Jiang Yu can eat a meal. The next time to eat do not know have to wait until when it. The waterbenders screamed as they watched the two eat their way through the meal. Don't eat it, save some for the kids. The Magic City Marriott. Right, can I take a cab over there now and get some soup? Looking at these delicious dishes, I feel like the bubbly in my hand smells good. Go for it, hitman. Try to make money to go eat once a day sooner. The pop-up section is still buzzing. Then again, I know these ingredients in front of me must be fresh, but how do you usually tell the difference? Han Bin asked coldly, wanting to grow up. Jiang Yu put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and replied, take the crab and the hand-split crab meat. If the crab meat tastes chewy, it's fresh, and if the texture is very dense when you eat it, it must be frozen crab, and these rhubarb fish. Most ingredients can be quickly distinguished if you savor them or eat them a lot. Han Bin kept nodding. Learned again. So what if you learn it? Do you get a chance to practice it? The point is that Jiang Yu's last sentence. You can tell the difference very quickly when you eat a lot. How can we ordinary people have the opportunity to eat often? I silently deleted the notes I just made when I saw what you guys said. When he saw these pop-ups, Han Bin's entire body instantly became bad. There was a slight sigh, some sadness. It's true. I learned but it doesn't work. It was hard for him to think about it and he wanted to cry. The meal passed quickly. During that time, those beauties would still pay attention to Jiang Yu's side from time to time. Seeing that Han Bin had eaten almost enough, Jiang Yu beckoned for the waiter to come over and pay the bill. It was a satisfying meal for him. The yellowtail is tender and fresh in the soup, and the beef is full of flavor. It's a feast for the taste buds, and it's still very enjoyable to eat. Hello Mr. Jiang, a total of 13,245. Please swipe your card or scan the code. The waiter walked over. Both hands handed Jiang Yu the price list respectfully. Upon hearing this price, Han Bin's eyes widened. Chapter 23, 10,000 plus. Not too expensive. In Han Bin's opinion, the most valuable part of the meal would be the plate of beef. As for any crab meat, something about wild yellowtail or something, it's not worth much. He estimated that it would only be about $3,000, but he didn't realize that the price was 3 times more expensive than he had imagined. Swipe your card. After Jiang Yu handed over his card and the waiter left, Han Bin couldn't help but ask, my god, didn't you just say those ingredients weren't considered expensive? I can't believe it's going to be 10,000 more. That's enough money for 2 months of pizzazz. He felt a little heartbroken for Jiang Yu. However, expensive? It's really not that expensive, Jiang Yu said. Han Bin, for some reason, hearing Jiang Yu's tone of surprise, he had the urge to shed tears. It's solid. Hand dismantling crab meat is labor intensive. And then there's the fact that prices for wild rhubarb usually start in the 5 figures, but the two of us are eating smaller fish, so it's cheaper. Jiang Yu casually explained. 10,000 plus for a meal isn't expensive. A couple thousand for a fish is cheaper. I'm crying. You guys, I started crying before you did. I've been struggling hard for a month, but it's not enough to pay for one of Jiang Yu's meals. The gap between man and man is really bigger than the gap between man and dog. The water boys in the livestream were also sensationalized. The madness begins. Cha lemon. Jiang Yu and Han Bin didn't stay in the restaurant for too long and soon left. Get ready to go back to the guest room. To one's surprise, while riding the elevator, he ran into those beauties just now. Jiang Yu didn't pay attention when he left the restaurant just now, so it seems that the other party should have left that much earlier than he did. Han Bin was obviously a little excited. A stress reaction to seeing a beautiful woman and then wanting to show off. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, casually swept a glance at them. It had to be said, just now in the restaurant could attract a lot of men's attention, and could make Han Bin's eyes light up. These few beautiful women were really quite outstanding in their looks. Each one has more delicate features. In a crowd, it's considered a big beauty. No, the men in the elevator were eyeing the girls intentionally or unintentionally. Only, at this time, up close, Jiang Yu could clearly see that these beauties all had traces of knives on their faces. But it's not obvious, and it's hard for the average person to notice. Jiang Yu also found out because he had a friend whose family owned a plastic surgery hospital and knew more about these. Hello sir, how many floors, please? The staff member in the elevator who specialized in helping people press the elevator respectfully asked Jiang Yu. 20th floor, please. Jiang Yu's words fell, and the others in the elevator didn't react much. But the several beautiful women who were originally playing with their cell phones with their heads lowered paused for half a second, then raised their heads in tacit agreement. Ordinary people may not be aware of it, but they know it very well. The 20th floor is the presidential suite of the hotel. Those who can live up there are not usually rich. They looked at each other in surprise, then looked around. After realizing that the one heading to the 20th floor was the same handsome man who had just been in the restaurant, both froze for a moment. Then, both eyes glowed. Excitement and thrill revealed in their eyes. Handsome. What a coincidence. The high-heeled beauty who had repeatedly shown Jiang Yu her favor just now, grabbed the other companions before they made a move and immediately greeted Jiang Yu. Although being repeatedly ignored by Jiang Yu just now made her a bit unhappy, but after realizing that Jiang Yu was staying in the presidential suite, she still obeyed the law of true fragrance. The other few beauties didn't show any weakness either, and immediately followed suit and greeted Jiang Yu with a smile as well. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. A sound of cold air was heard in the elevator. Those men who were still surreptitiously sizing up the several beauties looked at Jiang Yu in unison, with a strong surprise in their eyes. Han Bin also looked at Jiang Yu with wide eyes. He didn't expect those beauties to be so proactive after being ignored by Jiang Yu twice. There was a strong envy after the shock. The pop-up area of the live broadcast was immediately screened by the question mark party and the party. Well, quite a coincidence. Jiang Yu simply replied. This caused some consternation among the few men in the elevator, but that was to be expected from those beauties. It's only natural for a handsome man to be a little bit cooler. It's really quite fateful that we've run into each other both times. How about leaving a contact? Elevator rising speed is relatively fast. Idle chat time is not much. High-heeled beauty is thinking of getting Jiang Yu's contact information. As long as there is contact information, no matter how high and cold Jiang Yu, she felt that with their own 18 martial arts, certainly also have the opportunity to take Jiang Yu. Chapter 24 Identity Exposed. The whole place is shocked. As the high-heeled beauty's words fell, Jiang Yu instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the elevator, including the staff member who just presses the elevator. Though he quickly retracted his eyes out of fear that the monitoring end would see him neglecting his duties during work hours, but anyone with eyes could see that he was also very envious of Jiang Yu. General men take the initiative to hit on a beautiful woman, can get the contact information, can become the envy of many people in the eyes of the object, not to mention Jiang Yu, who in turn was accosted by a beautiful woman asking for contact information. The elevator at the moment had a strong acidic smell spreading through it. The same goes for the head in the live room. Being rich isn't scary. Being handsome isn't scary either. What's scary is being rich and handsome like Jiang Yu. Lemon emoticons filled the airwaves. However, something unexpected happened to everyone. Sorry, my cell phone died, Jiang Yu said politely, but the subtext is clearly denial. At those words, the pupils of all the men in the elevator suddenly shrunk in surprise. One wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Han Bin was also shocked beyond belief as he looked at Jiang Yu, and those few beauties were also frozen at the moment. I can't believe you turned it down? This is so overbearing. It's very incomprehensible, but I have to say, it's a relief to watch. Handsome. How can an ordinary man refuse a goddess? Not bad for the man who turned down the schoolgirl. The live feed blew up. The boiling reached the extreme. Well, sorry to interrupt. The high-heeled beauty was a little mortified. For one thing, She was so used to being complimented in general that she thought she would be courted and adored by men everywhere she went, but he didn't expect Jiang Yu to look at her at all. Secondly, it's in front of so many people after all, and it looks like someone else is live streaming it. It made her feel very ashamed. But let's not talk about the fact that she couldn't afford to offend someone like Jiang Yu. The problem was that Jiang Yu hadn't done anything wrong. He just didn't like it and then rejected it, and was also very polite and also found a seemingly reasonable excuse to give her a step down. As much as she was upset, she had no choice but to make it her own. Luckily the ding sounded and the elevator doors opened to just the floor they were on. Without making a stop, the gray rush away. After these beauties left, the elevator was quiet for a short while. Soon it was ringing, if anything, with whispers. They were all discussing the fact that Jiang Yu had rejected those beauties. At its core, it's acid anyway. Jiang Yu turned a deaf ear. Soon, the 20th floor arrived. Jiang Yu and Han Bin walked out of the elevator, and as soon as the elevator door closed, Han Bin couldn't hold his tongue and asked with incomparable curiosity, "How did you refuse again just now? Those beauties aren't bad looking, and they're in good condition. I wonder how many men like it." Jiang Yu smiled subtly. Instead of answering, he asked, "Did you hear about the exposure of a famous woman some time ago?" Han Bin froze. It's the kind of celebrities who look white and rich, but in reality, the luxury hotels they live in are grouped together. The big meals they eat are grouped together. Even the stockings are grouped together. And everything is loaded out. Specializing in trying to pit the rich and wanting a toad to eat the swan's meat? Jiang Yu nodded. But what does that have to do with you rejecting them? Shouldn't. They're the kind of celebrities, aren't they? Han Bin asked in surprise. It should be. At that time, when I saw the hot search, I only listened to this incident as a story, but I didn't realize that there are really such people in life, and we even met them. Han Bin felt that this matter was slightly fantastic, and at the same time was still a bit incomprehensible. So you saw it in the first place. How did you see it? I've come over here several times, and I've come across someone wearing the exact same clothes as them before, with similar makeup, and even the means of signaling to strike up a conversation with me was similar. Jiang Yu explained. Case solved. No wonder Jiang Yu has been ignoring them. So they're just high-class green tea, the kind that's even more disgusting than green tea. It's fortunate that Jiang Yu is resourceful. If it were me, I'd probably be swept off my feet and fall for it. Don't worry, celebrities, like a lot of luxury cars, only pit rich people. You're not in their target range. Please don't say it. Star. Chapter 25, Miss Death question? Killed by counterattack. But then again, Jiang Yu's cultivation is really good. He actually spoke to them politely just now. So what else? Think about it. What would happen if you had billions and billions of dollars and you ran into a scammer? Definitely won't be furious and want to expose the other party to show that they are great, but also treat the other party as a clown and find it funny. Rich people's time is very precious. How can they have time to waste time with each other? There is truth in what is said. Rich people have a different pattern than we do. The way Jiang Yu handled this matter really opened the eyes of the water users. Let them see the pattern and cultivation of the truly rich. Rich Brain gives away 5 airplanes. Laodicean non-vegetarians send a super rocket. Waiting Party Never Slaves sends 5 super rockets. There are countless people who give gifts, but right in the midst of a pop-up of awe from the waterbenders. MS. Honey, so you're ignoring them because you know they're celebrities. What if they're not? This pop-up immediately made the atmosphere of the entire live broadcast room go up a level. Is that something you should care about? I seem to be smelling a different odor. Hey, look away. Everyone was frantically arching their fires to get out their little benches and wait for the show. Han Bin saw the pop-up and smiled thievishly before holding it out to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu froze. This kind of thing depends on the situation. It's hard to say. It wasn't like he wasn't interested in beautiful women. It was just that he'd seen a lot of them and had a much stronger immunity than the average person. Miss Honeychurch, not good? What about if it was me instead? Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little. It's not like I know what you look like. You'll have to show me a picture before I can answer this question. Operationalized? That's a bit of an interesting routine. Simply full marks. Okay? Jiang Yu seems to have answered the question, but he didn't actually say anything and in turn threw the puzzle to Miss Honey. Masters. The pop-ups were shocked. Straight from the inside. Han Bin was also impressed and directly gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up. MS. Honey, oomph. I'm just asking. I'm not hitting on you. Jiang Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Han Bin took away the live broadcast device and said to Jiang Yu in a thievish manner, "It looks like you're blessed with a lot of color, but actually, there's something else I can't figure out. If you knew those were celebrities, why didn't you set them up with a wave? For the way they're treating you, I guess you just gave out your contact information and you're ready to take off for the night." Han Bin was very sorry for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, gave him a blank look. Am I that kind of person? Besides, do I need to go through all that trouble if I really want to play? Bin was instantly speechless. You call that a lot of work? He felt solid. If it wasn't for the fact that he was originally mentally strong and had been strengthened by an unknown number of stimuli today, he really almost cried out. He could hardly imagine how girls used to come forward when Jiang Yu used to love to play. Okay, let's not stand around here in front of the elevator door. Let's go back to the room. Jiang Yu greeted him, and only then did Bin follow. This floor is where the hotel's presidential suite is located, so even the design of the corridors is exceptionally clever and luxurious. Old Magic City stained glass inlaid in Art Deco style bronze screen with handmade copper plate ceiling, geometric combination of floor parquet, the overall style of remodeling the 30s Magic City of the golden years. The sides were also lined with many paintings as well as artwork that the hotel had collected at great expense. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All the way this decoration is also too luxurious. It's like walking into an art exhibition hall. Bin sighed repeatedly. The live streamers also called it an eye-opener. But how come we've been walking for so long and haven't even seen a single room? Jiang Yu, we shouldn't be going in the wrong direction, right? Bin was very puzzled. No mistake. There's only one suite on this floor. Although the Manhwa hotel was large, it was only equipped with a presidential suite. Room number 2088. One room on one floor? Suite? Wait. I don't suppose the room you booked is the presidential suite? Bin stopped in his tracks and stared at Jiang Yu with wide, unbelievable eyes. Chapter 26, Shui Yu, there's material for your dreams tonight. Bin was really a bit stunned at this point. He was not expecting Jiang Yu to book a presidential suite at all. All along, he had felt that the suite in Jiang Yu's mouth was a business suite or something else. After all, Jiang Yu had just said that he came over here because he coveted the good location of this hotel and the beautiful night view he saw at night. Available for a night view from the presidential suite. This, Bin could only say that Jiang Yu was much richer than he had imagined. Moreover, he felt that Jiang Yu was very spontaneous, obviously rich, but not necessarily looking for the ultimate in luxury and experience on a regular basis. It's as if, for example, the restaurant where you eat in the evening isn't the hotel's top restaurant. It's just very easy to live as you please. It was like a dream come true for him. It is also a state of life that everyone would dream of. After all, who doesn't want to be in control of their life? If you are like Jiang Yu, usually want to go to relax, just jump a parachute, and then go to a 7-star hotel to eat. Stay in the presidential suite to see the night view. Just thinking about it is awesome. This life is truly enviable. It's true that Jiang Yu's live broadcast is the only way for me to peek into the upper class. The pop-ups were also incredibly exclamatory. Soon, the two had come to the door of the suite. Under the illumination of the hanging diamond crystal lamps, the numbers 2088 at the entrance looked unusually conspicuous. Bin instantly became agitated. The pop-ups are also getting restless. Everyone was a little curious about the legendary presidential suite. Jiang Yu was rather calm. Pushed the door of the room straight open. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Bin immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. X3. The water friends in the live room also started up in unison. Bin didn't even feel like he knew what words to use to describe what was in front of him. It really was more luxurious than he could have imagined. The entire space is adorned with chic and sophisticated three-dimensional gold silk embroidery and original artwork by artists. Elegant, atmospheric and gorgeous is the best description of it. A collection of Art Deco design styles. And the suites are huge. Living room, bar, study, check room, dressing room. So big that he couldn't take everything in at a glance. Looking at a living room that rivals Downton Abbey, with all kinds of sculptural artwork. Bin was so shocked that he was practically indistinguishable from Lulu who had just entered the city. This is too luxurious. Eyeballing this living room would be bigger than my house. Other than that, there's fodder for dreaming tonight. The reaction of the water boys was no better. Each of them in front of the screen had their mouths closed in surprise. After Bin returned to his senses, his eyes were wide open and he hurriedly brought his live broadcast equipment and went into the various rooms of the suite. Jiang Yu was happy to be free. Close the door and sit on the couch in the living room, casually picking up the fruit sitting on top of the coffee table and stuffing it into his mouth. The fruits and desserts on the coffee table were prepared by the staff in advance and belonged to the standard service of the presidential suite. And in addition to preparing these treats, a handwritten card from the hotel staff was placed next to it. The general idea is to say that Mr. Jiang is welcome to stay with us, and that we will provide you with sincere service, and so on. Look, people, is this chandelier posh? And are these sofas flashy? And look, you guys, this bed is covered with a blanket, and this fur is tremendously soft. On the other end, Bin was broadcasting live. Seeing Bin always pointing the camera at the living room's lavish lighting and artwork decorations that appeared luxurious on the surface, Jiang Yu gave a subtle smile. There is no denying that those things are very expensive and are really luxurious. But what he felt really made this presidential suite a presidential experience was the similarity to the interior of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. What he loves are the details in the suite that make the experience so special. For example, the living room really makes the experience soar with the BOTV and Griffin stereo. Both are top audio-visual brands. Total value over $1 million. Another example is the room. The seemingly simple bed, but in fact, the reputation of the hotel specifically to find a custom-made bed in 4-piece suite and so on. The presidential suite is over 200 square meters in size, and it's separated into nearly 10 rooms with different purposes. Even a walkthrough viewing would take quite a bit of time, not to mention the fact that Hanbin was on the air. It took a full 10 minutes before Hanbin barely managed to show his water friends the entire configuration of the suite. During that time, Jiang Yu went to the suite's minibar to get a bottle of Patuxent red wine and sat on the massage chair at the heel of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, beautifully enjoying a massage, drinking red wine, looking at the bright and incomparable night scene of Magic City. True to form. I don't know what adjective to use to describe the presidential suite other than luxurious. How much is it to stay here for a night? Hanbin also followed Jiang Yu's example and took a drink from the minibar and sat beside Jiang Yu. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to answer, someone on the pop-up screen gave an answer. Just now I checked online. The price of a normal room at the Wanrui Hotel is close to tens of thousands of dollars, and the price of the presidential suite is even as high as $160,000. Seeing this number, Hanbin instantly sprayed the drink in his mouth. Chapter 27, How Personal is Personal Butler Service? $160. 000 a night here? Hanbin looked at Jiang Yu dumbfounded. He suspected the water boy was fooling him. Jiang Yu nodded. Now Hanbin was completely dumbfounded, frozen in place, though he has a big personality and good self-adjustment. But now, it was a long time coming. My God, I don't even get paid enough in a year to stay here for one night. You may not believe me when I tell you, but I just bought a house a while ago, in a small county, and the down payment was only $200,000. The live broadcast instantly exploded. The waterboys are completely buzzing. It's too damn expensive. No wonder this is so luxuriously decorated. What's killing me is that you, Jiang Yu, actually come over here from time to stay for a night. You're too rich. What does your family do anyway? After a while, Hanbin came back to his senses and sighed beyond measure. You're exaggerating, Jiang Yu said. That's not an exaggeration? Then I don't think I'll ever meet an exaggeration in my life. Hanbin became even more curious about Jiang Yu's background. It was hard for him to imagine exactly what status he could have to come over and stay over here once in a while, and it still feels pretty normal. Jiang Yu smiled and did not reply, because just too excited. Make drink wet pants. Hanbin find a towel casually wiped down. Suddenly, an important question occurred to him. By the way, the presidential suite is more than $100,000 a night. It is reasonable to say that in addition to these configurations in the suite had to have more services, right? 100,000 or so. Hey, why don't we see any personal butlers or anything like that? Hanbin felt something was wrong when he got off the elevator just now, but for a moment, I couldn't figure out what the problem was. It was only now that he went to get his own towel that he reacted to the fact that there was no staff on the entire floor that specialized in serving the guests of the presidential suite. It just doesn't make sense. You can't spend all that money and still have to do everything yourself like a regular guest. There's certainly more to the suite than that. Whoever books the suite will be picked up and dropped off in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Then a welcoming angel will be delivered at the door upon boarding. And then there will also be a personal butler available throughout. But I don't need it. Withdrawn, Jiang Yu explained. Hanbin stared blankly. What? Removed? He was very speechless. Being chauffeured by a Rolls-Royce Phantom and being served by a special welcome angel upon entering the hotel, as well as a personal butler. I wonder how many people dream of getting these. But Jiang Yu was good and actually withdrew it. A weak question. Can I enjoy these services for Jiang Yu? +1. I'm not greedy for anything. I just can't see it going to waste. The pop-ups are also collectively starting to sour. Can I still get these services now that I've moved in? You may have gotten tired of it a long time ago, but I haven't experienced it and would love to experience it once. Hanbin had an expectant look on his face. That's fine, but you can't go out and take a cab to a place just to take advantage of these services and then have the hotel's Phantom pick you up there specifically. Can you? Forget about the Phantom transfer. I've already experienced your Phantom today. I just want to enjoy the full service of a personal butler. Is the butler a girl? There are two butlers, a man and a woman. That's got to be an experience to see how personal this personal butler service really is. Hanbin rubbed his hands together thievishly. Jiang Yu was a bit speechless to Hanbin. What are you thinking? The guests staying here are all big shots. How would they need that kind of service? If they really need it, it's not their turn to have a personal assistant to help them. Know what I mean? But you can experience it if you want to. Press the service button above the door and a personal butler will be here shortly. Without saying a word, Han Bin immediately went over and pressed the button. LSP up. The pop-ups immediately swiped the screen. Han Bin, however, ignored it and sat on the sofa rubbing his hands together excitedly in anticipation. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. After 3 minutes or so, ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Han Bin brushed himself up and took an arrow step over. When he was about to open the door, he also deliberately stopped to ease up and adjust his emotions, so that he could calm down a little bit to avoid making a fool of himself and losing face later. Click. Han Bin opened the door. What came into view was a tall, slender figure. The girl is very young, estimated to be about 25 years old. Melon-faced Danfeng eyes, painted with light makeup, wearing a black professional dress. The foot is open-toe one-strap high heels. The temperament is great. Han Bin's insides jumped wildly. This girl was completely in line with his aesthetic, and according to his standards, this girl could score 95 points. He pressed a smile on his inner excitement. The beauty also wore a professional smile at first, but when she saw Han Bin, her face changed slightly before she politely said, "Hello, may I ask if Mr. Jiang sent me here?" Chapter 28, a great success. A beautiful housekeeper treats them differently. Han Bin froze. "I'm the one who called you over. My name is Han Bin. I'm Jiang Yu's friend," he said, and tried to reach out of his own accord. But after thinking about what Jiang Yu had said before, usually the male can only reach out after the female has reached out. Otherwise it's quite rude. At the thought, he retracted his hand again. "Hello, my name is Wang Wanru." Wang Wanru's voice was crisp and melodious. "Miss Wang, come in first," Han Bin said in a gentlemanly manner. After 2 simple conversations, he had a better view of Wang Wanru. It was only a simple conversation of 2 or 3 sentences, but he felt his heart move. He also wanted to give Wang Wanru a good impression. The two entered the suite's living room. Mr. Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Yu was casually sitting on the sofa. When Wang Wanru entered the living room and saw Jiang Yu, the corners of her mouth rose slightly and she looked a little fluttery. Jiang Yu smiled and said hello as well. The first few times he stayed in the suite, there were a few times when Wang Wanru served him. The two are quite familiar with each other, mainly because Wang Wanru's character is quite cheerful. That is, sometimes the enthusiasm is a little too much, and Han Bin's face changed instantly. Why did he feel that Wang Wanru's attitude towards Jiang Yu was a bit different? Especially the attitude towards Jiang Yu seemed a bit off? Wang Wanru sensed Han Bin's change and realized that something was wrong just now. Taking advantage of Han Bin turning around, she quickly spat her tongue at Jiang Yu. Head. Then he obediently stood aside in front of Jiang Yu. Is this the personal butler for the presidential suite? It's so beautiful too. It's heartwarming. I'm already in love. But just now, Jiang Yu actually didn't need butler service? TSK. I want to switch with Jiang Yu so badly. Did anyone notice just now? It feels like this girl is a bit mean to Jiang Yu. No way. She's mine. Seeing a pure natural beauty like Wang Wanru, the pop-up screen was unusually active. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Han, may I ask what you need? After Han Bin sat down as well, Wang Wanru asked with a smile on her face. Just now she was a little naughty in front of Jiang Yu, but at this moment she got serious and had an extra flavor of competence. Faced with this question from Wang Wanru, Han Bin froze slightly. He had just thought about what Wang Wanru looked like, and hadn't even thought about arranging for the other party to do something after Wang Wanru arrived. You can't say that you just wanted to come over and experience whether having the service is private or not, can you? But in the face of Wang Wanru, Han Bin was a little nervous, and for a moment he couldn't think of any excuses and didn't know what to say. The living room was quiet. It looked like the atmosphere was about to get a little awkward. Didn't you just say you wanted to try out the pool here? I haven't swum in a long time either. So exercise. Jiang Yu looked at Han Bin and said. Han Bin froze and cooperated. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've swum, so I'll have some fun tonight. He was a little excited as he sighed that Jiang Yu's brain was flexible enough. Wanted to have to show off his body in front of Wang Wanru later. So please help us buy 2 pairs of swim trunks and come back. Jiang Yu looked at Wang Wanru. Wang Wanru nodded. Are there any requirements for that sign? Han Bin looked at Jiang Yu. He actually wanted to show a wave, but he didn't know any brand of swimsuit at all. Usually, when you swim occasionally, you don't even talk about that. Thus he could only helplessly give up the opportunity to make a splash to Jiang Yu. Speedos. I think. Jiang Yu still knew something about these. Okay, but I also need to know the approximate waist circumference of both of you. So wait a moment until I get my tools and measure you both. Wang Wanru turned to leave the suite. Han Bin was a bit agitated and looked at Jiang Yu with a thieving look. She means she wants to personally measure my waistline? Yes. Jiang Yu nodded. Sure enough, a personal assistant in the presidential suite. This is good service. Han Bin was thrilled. He had always been the one to serve the goddess, but he had never been served by the goddess herself. Or is it something like waist measurement? He began to float. The life of the rich is cool and fancy. All the things we can't imagine. The pop-ups are also talking. Soon, Wang Wanru returned. Hanbin couldn't help but feel the corners of his mouth rise wildly in excitement. But to his surprise, the process of measuring his waistline didn't go as well as he thought it would. Wang Wanru simply circled around with a measuring tape and recorded his waist circumference. And then it's gone. Reported in anticipation of the close measurement of waist circumference. Final results on this. Hanbin greatly disappointed. However, something that made him giggle happened. Wang Wanru's service of measuring Jiang Yu's waistline was surprisingly very different from his. Star. Chapter 29, Jiang Yu. Danger. The beauty is on the move. When measuring Han Bin's waistline, Wang Wanru was also wearing a smile the entire time though. But how? It gives the impression of professionalism, of simply smiling and having nothing to do with mood. But when Wang Wanru walked up to Jiang Yu, looking at Jiang Yu, the corners of his mouth quietly rose, and there was a little bit of a leap between his eyebrows. Mr. Jiang, you'll be coming over to stay here from time to time in the future. So why don't I go along and help you measure your circumference now? So if you need me to help you buy any clothes next time, I can just buy them for you without delaying you. If you need me to help you buy any clothes next time, I can directly help you buy them without delaying your time. Her big bright eyes dripped and turned on Jiang Yu with a bit of mischievous cunning. At those words, Han Bin immediately widened his eyes. He looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. What's the situation? How when you measure me, you just take a cursory measurement of your waist and forget about it? You became so enthusiastic when you helped Jiang Yu measure up? That's a distinction. Think I'm not as rich as Jiang Yu? Thinking of this, Han Bin was again a bit indignant, but somewhat helpless. If Wang Wanru really felt that he wasn't as rich as Jiang Yu and deliberately engaged in targeting, then there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Jiang Yu was a regular here, and he was just following Jiang Yu over to rub it in. Forget it. Jiang Yu didn't know what Wang Wanru really meant. However, he was the one who saw the change in Han Bin's expression and knew what Han Bin was feeling at the moment. Although Wang Wanru's suggestion was completely sensible. A private butler for a presidential suite of this caliber at a hotel like the Marriott, in addition to providing presidential-like service to guests, all also master a special skill. They take note of each guest's preferences and all useful information, no matter how long it has been. They can clearly remember all the information about the guests as soon as they arrive for the second time. This will give your guests the best experience possible. But despite what he said, he had to be concerned about Han Bin's feelings. If he really agreed at this moment, Han Bin would be embarrassed. So he decisively refused. Okay. Wang Wanru was slightly surprised and a little lost. She invited Jiang Yu to stand up and then approached him. Wang Wanru stuck close. It was reasonable for her to keep a bit of distance from Jiang Yu no matter what. But at the moment, Jiang Yu could clearly smell the faint fragrance of her body, as well as feel the scent if nothing else. Han Bin, who was on the side, looked at it with straight eyes. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. He clearly saw that Wang Wanru had quietly touched Jiang Yu's abs while measuring his waistline. At the same time, Wang Wanru glanced at Jiang Yu slightly sheepishly. When she saw Jiang Yu's gaze happen to turn, she mischievously spat her tongue. Something doesn't feel right. Just measure your waistline. What's the point of getting on top of it? Is this the service of a handsome man? Jiang Yu, danger. This beauty seems to be craving your body. Take my turn. I have a knack for dealing with these goblins. What's set? How I changed colors. It can't be that this beauty is interested in Jiang Yu, right? No way. This is my intended wife. Grass. Dude, keep your hat on. The pop-up screen directly exploded when it saw Wang Wanru's little action. Han Bin was also dumbfounded. The whole thing is silly. Originally, he had always thought that Wang Wanru was treated differently, but now there seems to be an answer? Wang Wanru is interested in Jiang Yu? The thought of it made him very nonplussed, but forced down the excitement. I'll go ahead and tell the purchasing colleagues about the waist circumference of the two of you. Please also wait a moment. Wang Wanru said after measuring Jiang Yu's waistline, then left the suite. Han Bin immediately went to sit beside Jiang Yu. Looking at Han Bin looking straight at himself with kinda complicated eyes, Jiang Yu asked curiously, "What's wrong? Tell me the truth. Does Wang Wanru like you? Like me?" Jiang Yu froze, then shook his head. "No way. What makes you think so?" Han Bin said everything he had just seen. "Isn't that quite normal? She's just a little bit naughty and enthusiastic because she's younger, and I kinda like it, although sometimes she's over-enthusiastic. Why, isn't she like that with you?" Jiang Yu was uncertain. Han Bin shook his head bitterly. Thinking about it is bleak. Wang Wanru is just very professional and professional service to him. The distance control is very in place. But what about Jiang Yu? Grass. Chapter 30. A boy should protect himself outside. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Ever since the two of them became familiar with each other, He had been treating Wang Wanru as a cute little girl, although Wang Wanru was older than him, because he had experienced things and seen more. He had always felt that Wang Wanru was still quite simple, and there was no comparison before. He thought Wang Wanru's character was just like that, but she had that same personality when I first approached her. So maybe you weren't familiar enough with each other? Jiang Yu couldn't figure out what exactly was going on. Seeing that Han Bin looked battered, he comforted him. Really? Han Bin was half convinced, but obviously the frown was much more relaxed. It should be, Jiang Yu said. He really didn't have an accurate answer concerning the fact that he didn't have much contact with Wang Wanru in the past, and he didn't even care much about some of Wang Wanru's little thoughts. That's a relief. Han Bin automatically ignored the word should in Jiang Yu's words, and his mood began to recover quite a bit. Inside, the excitement started again. Imagine showing off your body in front of Wang Wanru later. All along, he knew that his face was not particularly impressive, so he had deliberately kept himself in shape. Usually run a lot, play basketball and stuff. It wasn't a body explosion, but he was pretty confident. Looking forward to Wang Wanru's reaction after seeing his figure. The staff at the hotel purchasing was quick and efficient. 10 minutes later, Wang Wanru returned to the suite again. She handed the packaged swim trunks to Jiang Yu and Han Bin separately according to their sizes. Should we change now or later when we get to the pool side? Han Bin was a little impatient. Change now. There's a special pool on this level, although there's a changing room over there as well, but just change over here and walk straight over. Jiang Yu said. It actually comes with a specialized pool? It's worthy of being a presidential suite. Han Bin sked inside. He thought he was going to the hotel's public pool. Then, dropping the live streaming equipment, he ran into the bathroom in a huff. There are 5 rooms in the suite, each with its own bathroom. Jiang Yu was about to change into his swim trunks in the guest room to his right. At this time, Wang Wanru quietly approached Jiang Yu's side and said with a red face, Mr. Jiang, do you need my help? Jiang Yu froze. Your usual work also includes the service of helping guests change clothes? He had stayed in many suites, but this was the first time he had seen such a scene. No, then you've helped customers change their clothes before? Jiang Yu asked again. How can that be? I'm just the guest's personal butler. Wang Wanru hurriedly replied. Then you are now. Jiang Yu looked Wang Wanru up and down. Wang Wanru's face instantly turned red. I was just kidding earlier. She dropped that and flew away. Looking at Wang Wanru's fleeing like back, Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. By now, how could he still not see that this niece Wang Wanru was interested in him? But he didn't expect Wang Wanru to be so bold. Fortunately, Wang Wanru is still young and her face is still slightly thin. If it were any of those more mature women, Jiang Yu couldn't help but remember what he had run into before when he stayed in the presidential suite at other hotels. That hotel has 2 presidential suites, both on one floor, and it's just face to face. The suite across from him was occupied by a more mature and sensual woman of about 30. Maybe like him this kind of young. Midnight 12 o'clock. The woman knocked on the door of Jiang Yu's room, said something about her side of the power outage, the housekeeper and cannot be contacted. Want to come to Jiang Yu's site to borrow a landline to contact the hotel staff. Jiang Yu was also young at first and believed it, so he let the woman in. I didn't realize that when the woman came in, all night long. Ever since then, he's felt that boys have to protect themselves out there, too. One thought to this. Jiang Yu walked into the guest room bathroom to change his clothes, change into swim trunks and return to the living room. Jiang Yu realized that Han Bin had already changed long ago. At this moment, he was chatting with Wang Wanru in a heated manner, but it looked like Wang Wanru wasn't too excited about it, although she was smiling and very polite the whole time. When she saw Jiang Yu walk out, Wang Wanru immediately brightened up. When Jiang Yu walked over, she exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, you have a great body. At those words, Han Bin was dumbfounded, wide-eyed. He looked at Jiang Yu, full of incredulity. How is Jiang Yu's body any better than his? His body was angular, not as dramatic as an 8-pack, but a 6-pack nonetheless. On the contrary, Jiang Yu, it wasn't bad, just as angular, but it was still almost interesting compared to a regular workout like his. Results available. Han Bin covered the mouth of Yu Han and almost cried out. He's really kind of autistic. It was obvious now that he could sense Wang Wanru's intentions towards Jiang Yu. Think about Jiang Yu being chased backwards by the school flower Jiang Yuxin. Think about Jiang Yu not having to do anything, just occasionally coming over here to stay for a night, and pleasing Wang Wanru's heart. He just zoned out to the core. Star. Chapter 31, Exclusive Swimming Pool, Rich People's Enjoyment. And then, more than anything else, Han Bin was self-absorbed. When the aquatic friends in the live broadcast saw Jiang Yu's body, everyone exploded. Holy, that's a great body. It's perfect to be skinny in and out of clothes and have such broad shoulders. And that's too much capital. This body, with the face, no way. I strongly request Jiang Yu to pay my water bill. Sisters, Did you grow up eating mutton? What's with all the horse forkworms? I admit that I'm cheap and crave Jiang Yu's body. Uncountable numbers of female sailors who had been diving popped up. Seeing these pop-ups, Han Bin became even more autistic. He recalled a passage. The kind of muscle that guys like is angular and perfectly striated. The muscle that girls like is having a handsome face. Jiang Yu and Han Bin quickly left the suite. Because they were going to swim later and the live broadcast equipment was not waterproof, the live broadcast equipment was handed over to Wang Wanru to hold. Facing a great beauty like Wang Wanru, the pop-up's reaction was similar to Han Bin's earlier. One is much more active. It's all LSP now. The presidential suite's exclusive pool is located on the 20th floor on the far right side of the open-air terrace, close to the bund. Jiang Yu's trio walked for 2 minutes before arriving. What presented itself was a huge balcony, at least 200 square meters. The flooring is teak flooring, hand-planed mylar, and assembled by custom stainless steel snaps spliced together. The lighting is all cleverly done, all ground lighting. It makes the whole balcony look gorgeous. On the left side of the balcony are 3 rattan chairs as well as umbrellas. To the right is a huge end-view wall. The end-view wall artfully lined up with 4 oversized LED screens. And in front of the rattan chairs, the outermost part of the entire open-air balcony, is a 5-meter wide, 15-meter long, borderless swimming pool. The floor of the pool area is hand-planed mechanically teak flooring with the latest nanocoating technology, which overcomes the defects of wood in wet environments while continuing the affinity and warmth that natural wood plays on guests. The pool water is crystal clear. As a pool for the exclusive use of the guests of the presidential suite, the water quality is regularly changed daily by the relevant staff. And the pool is equipped with underwater sound. A beautiful and pleasant piano piece is playing at the moment. Combined with the 4 large and oversized LED screens on the end-view wall, it can give people a different visual and auditory feast. Outside the pool is the bund, the most prosperous area of Magic City with the most beautiful and stunning night view. And the entire open-air terrace has been specially designed. No matter where you sit, you'll have a great view of the bund at night. It's beautiful and it rocks. Jiang Yu's heart fluctuated slightly. Although he had been to this place no less than 10 times, every time he arrived, there was still a powerful visual impact. As for Han Bin, there was even less to say. What had been a bit of self-absorption was swept away in a flash by what was in front of him. Looking around and outside at the night scene, dumbfounded, the whole thing shook to the core. This place is so beautiful too. Imagine swimming here at night, and when you're tired you just sit in a chair and look out at the lights. What a wonderful thing to do. Rich people really do enjoy themselves too much. The pop-up's reaction wasn't much different from Han Bin's. They were all ordinary people who usually never even tried to watch the night view of Magic City from the upper floors. How can you not be shocked by the complete night view of the Magic City from the best position and height at this moment? The pop-ups rolled in unison, densely packed. There are countless people who give gifts. Jiang Yu casually threw the bathrobe on his body onto a rattan chair to the side, warmed up a little, and then leapt into the water. The water in the pool changes temperature according to the season. It was in the middle of fall and the pool water temperature was 25 degrees. It was slightly cooler than it had been just a few moments ago with just the bathrobe on the shore, but it felt just right at the moment. Very comfortable. Jiang Yu took advantage of the rush of entering the water to swing his legs in the water and scampered forward a long distance in an elegant manner. By the time it burrowed out of the water, it had come to the edge of the borderless pool. Look around. It's the whole entire bund at night. It's the lights of an unknown number of office buildings lit up. Mindfulness. Jiang Yu casually ruffled his hair, leaned on the edge of the position, quietly looking at the distant lights and the following in the unknown number of people who just got off work. Big Brother's back. JYU, I'm looking to see exactly which other office building doesn't already belong to me. JY, I'm looking to see exactly which other office building is not for lease. The pop-ups were flirting. While Wang Wanru looked at Jiang Yu's back, her bright eyes had autumn water rippling. After thinking about it, he secretly took out his cell phone to take a picture of Jiang Yu's back at this moment. Chapter 32, Is this human language? Shocked, Jiang Yu swam in the water for a while and then went up. The temperature of the water was hot, causing him to feel cool when he came up. Wang Wanru brought his blanket over, and draped him in it by the way. Jiang Yu gave her a look. Wang Wanru playfully smiled at him. Jiang Yu had no thoughts about Wang Wanru for the time being. Wanted to keep a distance from each other so that nothing went wrong. But this kind of thing could barely be considered what Wang Wanru, the personal butler, should do, so he couldn't say something. Come and sit down on the wicker chair. The small table next to the rattan chair was already set up with the Patuxent red wine that Jiang Yu usually drank often. It was also brought over by Wang Wanru. In addition to the Patuxent red wine, there were also a number of beverages on display. It was probably because Wang Wanru didn't know what Han Bin liked to drink, so she just took some of everything. It is worth mentioning that the angle of the rattan chair was also adjusted to 115 degrees by Wang Wanru. This is the best angle for relaxation and produces a shape closer to the natural waist. Wang Wanru is young but still very professional and some of the details are very well handled. Jiang Yu was lying on the rattan chair, drinking red wine and listening to the pleasant piano music. Very cozy. Hanbin had just gotten into the water not long ago at the moment. Seeing that he had a two-eyed expression, as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, he was probably going to stay in the water for quite a while. Jiang Yu was happy to enjoy the silence of the moment. Sit for a while. Feeling a bit tired, he said towards Wang Wanru. Ms. Wang, please arrange for 2 people to come up and give us a massage. Wang Wanru nodded. At that moment, Hanbin scurried out of the water. When you hear the word massage, you can't help but see your eyes light up. Remember to find me a prettier young lady. Hanbin rubbed his hands together thievishly. Wang Wanru answered, fixed the live broadcast equipment aside, and left. Hanbin was lying in the rattan chair next to Jiang Yu with a contented look on his face. He took a sip of his drink and sighed incomparably. This kind of life is really too comfortable. Emperor-level enjoyment. Thinking about going back to school and living in a dormitory in a couple of days makes my brain hurt a little. I really don't know how you, who are used to enjoying this kind of life, can stand living in a dormitory with ordinary people like us. Although it is a triple room, not really crowded, but compared with the presidential suite, and simply check 100,000 miles. Jiang Yu smiled and said, this kind of life is quite enjoyable at first, but you will get tired of it after a long time. People are creatures of the new and the old. I only come out to feel it once a week now. More than that I get really bored. The rest of the time, I'd rather experience a wide variety of life. Hanbin, he barely managed to spit the drink out of his mouth. This life is surprisingly boring? Listen, is this human? I beg you to let me feel the boredom every day. The pop-up screen was also thunderstruck by Jiang Yu's words. Maybe that's what makes rich people different from thugs. Hanbin sighed. I have a friend who is a demolition household. Nothing to pursue, not to mention cultured and colorful life like you. He just mucks around every day and only knows how to pursue luxury to the extreme. With that, Hanbin took another sip of his drink. But he has a quirk that I've never been able to figure out. He's obviously a pretty low-key and nice guy in life, but he's constantly dressing up like the male version of a celebrity and posting to his friends. It's just a lot of posting carefully packaged circles of friends. What do you think this is for? Hanbin looked at Jiang Yu with some anticipation. He was puzzled by this question and hoped that the knowledgeable Jiang Yu could give him an answer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was silent for a while and said, generally, celebrities post their friend circles in addition to showing off is to catch a prince. And you said he doesn't like to show off. But the problem is that he's a tearaway. It shouldn't be hard to find a girlfriend. There's no need to post a circle of friends trolling for a girl. So you're saying there's a possibility that it's not women he likes? Then, what about the circle of friends he posted that is visible only to you? Puffing, Hanbin once again spewed the drink in his mouth. Asterisk. Don't you ing with me? How is this possible? He was so shocked by Jiang Yu's bold speculation that he was dumbfounded. Ha, laughed my ass off. This interpretation is justified and convincing. To be honest, I have friends who like men, and he likes this Hanbin. Let's all watch and cherish. Maybe one day Hanbin will become a demolitionist too. The atmosphere of the pop-up screen was immediately amused by Jiang Yu. Everyone was flirting with Hanbin. Come on, whether it's true or not. I'd better delete this friend first. Hanbin felt creeped out just thinking about that scene, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and deleted that friend. But when he put down his cell phone, he was still upset. Luckily, at that moment, Wang Wanru walked in with a masseuse. The masseuse was good-looking, tall, with delicate features. Hanbin's mood instantly improved. Just, what made Jiang Yu wonder was how it was that the one who followed Wang Wanru was a masseuse. Chapter 33, No Comparison, No Harm. Hanbin was also noticing this. Immediately, he asked, how come there's only one masseuse? He was even more concerned about this than Jiang Yu. It was mainly because he had his eye on the masseuse who was following Wang Wanru. This masseuse was far less temperamental than Wang Wanru though. However, the two aspects of face value and figure were not to be mentioned. Only a little weaker than Wang Wanru. It was deeply pleasing to Hanbin, but you can't clamor to make up your own mind. So there's a bit of a rush. There is another one who will be here soon. Mr. Jiang, please wait for a while. Wang Wanru quietly glanced at Jiang Yu, her small face slightly red. Jiang Yu nodded. It's fine, no need to rush. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanru carried a small bag into the changing room of the pool. Jiang Yu didn't think much about it. Looking at Hanbin, he took the initiative to propose. You don't have to wait for me, just start pressing first. He saw Hanbin's idea of this LSP at a glance. Hanbin was inwardly delighted. Then I'll be polite. After saying that, he greeted that masseur with a thievish face and walked over. he also made a point of changing his position, choosing the rattan chair that was farthest away from Jiang Yu. It looks like the massage lady wants to talk about her feelings in life. The pop-ups have been teasing that a pay-per-view is next. Jiang Yu was lying on the rattan chair, drinking red wine leisurely, slightly squinting his eyes and listening to the piano music. Soon, he heard footsteps, thought it was the masseuse arriving. He then opened his eyes and inclined his head. Surprisingly, he saw Wang Wanru wearing a set of masseuse's clothing and carrying a small box from the head of the locker room. Massage therapist clothing styles are actually relatively average. Because the Wanrue Hotel is not a vulgar club, the style will naturally not be like those clubs that are intentionally designed to make people's blood run cold. It's just that the fabric is better and looks very textured, which adds a bit of elegance to any woman who wears it. But Wang Wanru's temperament, looks, and body are all top-notch. Change into a masseuse's costume for something else, and the dress especially emphasized her figure. Slender legs are very eye-catching. Han Bin on the side saw his eyes go straight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. May. If I could have such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd be happy to live 10 years less. Give me an address, brother. I'll send you a better pillow to dream on tomorrow. It's really worth it in this life to be massaged by a real goddess like this once. The pop-ups were also manic. Wang Wanru's face was red, her hands clenched together holding the small box, slightly shyly walking to Jiang Yu's side. Ms. Wang, you want to give me a massage? Jiang Yu asked suspiciously. Aha. Wang Wanru's small face turned even redder. There is only one masseuse left in the hotel. It just so happens that I learned it some time ago when I was bored and followed an old Chinese medicine master to learn tuina, and also learned massage from other sisters. In order not to keep you, Mr. Jiang, waiting, so I took the liberty. At those words, Han Bin glanced at Wang Wanru and then at the beautiful woman beside himself. At once, he felt that this beautiful young lady who was helping him with the massage did not smell good. There's no harm without comparison. Compared to that, the one who massaged him was far worse. Whether it's face, body or temperament, they are all crushed. If I had known, I would have let Jiang Yu press it first. Han Bin thought so, but immediately afterward, he couldn't help but laugh at his own whimsy. It was obvious that Wang Wanru only wanted to give Jiang Yu a massage. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was a bit helpless, idle and bored learning massage? That's a pretty original excuse. That would be a pleasure. Jiang Yu did not say anything more. He knew that Wang Wanru would definitely have a good reason if she really wanted to give him a massage. Wang Wanru was a little excited and smiled lightly. She first used a towel to help Jiang Yu carefully wipe off the remaining water droplets on his body. Then, letting Jiang Yu get up a bit first, he adjusted the rattan chair to 180 degrees and then draped a soft blanket over it. I'm so sore to be served by a goddess in such a no-nonsense way. See that look? There's definitely going to be some kind of story between the two tonight. High-intensity live streaming tonight is strongly urged. The pop-ups kept rescreening. Alright, Mr. Jiang, lie down. Jiang Yu plopped down on the rattan chair. The comfort of the rattan chair was already good, and with the addition of the blanket, it felt like it went up a couple of notches. Wang Wanru put the small box within easy reach, then angled the camera that was pointed this way. Is this a paid program? Give me a QR code. I want to get in the car. Chapter 34, Mom, let me explain. In a pop-up wail, Wang Wanru sat down in the chair beside Jiang Yu, pulled up her sleeves, and began to seriously massage Jiang Yu. Soft little hands wandered over Jiang Yu's back. At first, Jiang Yu felt quite comfortable, although Wang Wanru said she was just bored and casually learning massage, but judging by the way she did it, she must have put some effort into it. Whether it's stretching, or finding acupuncture points, or loosening bones, the force is all just right, and the location was found with great precision. But after being pressed for a short while, Jiang Yu felt that his original exhaustion had slowed down a lot. The whole thing went slack, very enjoyable. During that time, Jiang Yu felt that Wang Wanru had made some small movements. For example, when stretching and loosening your bones intentionally stay close, some physical contact between the two was inevitable. It was just that Jiang Yu was not able to judge whether Wang Wanru was doing it intentionally or unintentionally, and he didn't take it seriously. But then, Wang Wanru was probably not as shy as she was just now, and her mischievous little hand touched his abs or something from time to time. Even that mischievous little hand seemed to want to test Jiang Yu's bottom line step by step. Jiang Yu grabbed Wang Wanru's hand in time. Wang Wanru, who was somewhat of a thief, was startled by Jiang Yu's sudden movement and could not help but exclaim. It's not very loud, but the live streamers had been listening intently, wanting to know what was going on in the scene. What was going on? Therefore, the voice could not help but fall all the way into their ears. That sound is wrong. Very wrong. I'm turning yellow. Mom, let me explain. It's not what you heard. It's over. My girlfriend said she's breaking up with me and that I'm disgusting, begging the anchor to open the pay-per-view. The pop-ups immediately exploded. I'm really not a car guy giving away 3 airplanes. Deposit not more than 500 to give away 2 rockets. And there were quite a few people who gave gifts and wanted to find out what was going on. Even MS Honey, who hasn't come out for a while, also posted a pop-up. It's being broadcasted live. Please behave yourself. This pop-up came out, and the atmosphere in the broadcast room went up a level. I remember just now since Miss Wang Wanru came out, Miss Honey didn't say anything. Is Tiger Stripe like talking about you? Is this jealousy? It's over. Miss Honey can't really be interested in Jiang Yu too, right? The pop-ups are all kinds of flirtatious. However, no matter how they tossed it around, it was destined to be unanswered. Jiang Yu twisted his head and looked at the red-faced, vain Wang Wanru, somewhat helpless, reminded, MS. Wang, that hand don't move. Wang Wanru spat out her tongue in embarrassment, head and nodded with a red face. Good, keep your hands to yourself? A real beast, really getting on and telling people not to struggle. What's killing me is that Wang Wanru even agreed to. Once again, the live feeds exploded. It boiled over instantly. Hanbin thought much the same as his water friends at first. Turning his head violently, he looked at Jiang Yu in astonishment. When he looked at Jiang Yu's side, he was even more surprised. The whole thing was dumbfounded. Surprisingly, Wang Wanru took the initiative? What kills me is that Jiang Yu even stopped it? This Jiang Yu fellow really doesn't know the blessings when he's in the midst of them, he thought with a look of envy. Incredibly sad. Even the interest in talking to the masseuse lady about her feelings in life was gone. Really not in the mood. Not to mention the fact that this young lady who gave him a massage was crushed by Wang Wanru in all aspects such as her face value. More importantly still, it was Wang Wanru who was taking the initiative on Jiang Yu's side, but his head, fully automated, the highs and lows are immediately apparent. He felt devastated. The massage was soon over. Noteworthy, after being reminded by Jiang Yu just now, Wang Wanru was much more honest and immediately gave Jiang Yu a massage, not daring to make any small movements. Jiang Yu stood up, stretched out, very comfortable. And although Han Bin was a bit struck, his body was pressed by a professional masseur, and his spirit was still good. He resumed his seat next to Jiang Yu, then turned the live broadcast equipment around. Since misunderstanding the conversation between Jiang Yu and Wang Wanru just now, the water users were very curious about Jiang Yu's situation. The first time he did so, he locked his eyes on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is full of spirit, no deficit seen, no signs of struggle on his body. Preliminary judgment has not broken the tower. What's this about a tiger and a wolf? My whole body cracked up. You're such a talent. It feels like the main battle should be at night. Star. Chapter 35. Jiang Yu is a model for men of our generation. Seeing these pop-ups from his water friends, Jiang Yu was a bit teary-eyed. Netizens are really talented. Although the netizens were flirting, Jiang Yu secretly kept an eye out. Before, because he hadn't paid much attention to Wang Wanru, he didn't know much about Wang Wanru's character. But after noticing that Wang Wanru liked him, he recalled some details from his previous contact with Wang Wanru, and then synthesized some of today's details. He felt that Wang Wanru's character was the kind of girl who was a bit thin-skinned because she didn't have enough experience, but whose thoughts were and practices were bold. According to the character of Wang Wanru, this niece, just now are so bold, tonight may really find an excuse to stay. And then, with this thought, Jiang Yu quickly made a good decision. Lying on the rattan chair, drinking red wine, beautifully chatting with Han Bin. Soon, Wang Wanru changed her clothes and walked out from the dressing room. MS. Wang, you've worked hard today. It's 11 o'clock now. You can go back and rest. Jiang Yu looked at the time, so he followed the normal process of giving Wang Wanru the end of his shift, while a personal butler provides 24-hour service. But it doesn't mean being at the guest side 24 hours a day, except for some guests with special requirements, such as what like to eat late at 3 o'clock in the evening and so on. The housekeepers and the hotel restaurant side of this situation work overtime until 3 a.m. to make snacks for the guests before they leave work. Otherwise it's usually around 11 p.m. With the guest's permission, the butler goes back to his place of residence to rest. The butlers all live right in the hotel, usually on the next floor up from the presidential suite. When guests need something, call them and they will be there first. Okay, if you need anything later, Mr. Jiang, you can call me and I'll be there first. Wang Wanru blushed slightly and said. There was a strange color flowing in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Yu. Presumably there was some kind of hint hidden in the words. Jiang Yu directly pretended not to know and nodded. Okay, wait for Wang Wanru to leave. Han Bin smiled in a thieving manner as he approached Jiang Yu. So true. It's true that being handsome is different. So quickly letting Wang Wanru fall completely. Look at the way Wang Wanru looked at you when she left. Tonight you go over and knock on the door or give her a phone call. Properly taken. His tone was full of envy. The thought of Jiang Yu receiving the likes of beautiful women wherever he went, even initiating advances, soured him to no end. We always think that Jiang Yu is loved by so many girls because he is handsome and rich, but we don't know that there is also part of the reason is because of Jiang Yu's talk. As expected, tonight is the night to attack the tower. The nightlife of rich kids is just so colorful. Can't learn to learn. The water friends also swiped their pop-ups with envy. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. What are you thinking? I have no other feelings for her. What do you mean by that? You can take the ultimate goddess with a small step of initiative, and you're actually unwilling to do so? Han Bin said with immense surprise. Jiang Yu, I really never take the initiative in picking up girls. Jiang Yu, angry or not, you guys think she's a goddess, perfect and likable, but I think she's average. The pop-ups are also all about the question marks. If we continue to get along, we might be interested in getting to know her, but right now I really treat her as a normal friend. Jiang Yu said. Han Bin was shocked. To have a goddess-level girl like Wang Wanru take the initiative on him in this life, he felt that it was already out of reach. But Jiang Yu actually felt that Wang Wanru needed to continue to take the initiative before she would consider it? This one was really beyond his imagination. Dude, you're this. I'm really convinced. Han Bin couldn't help but give Jiang Yu a thumbs up. Overbearing awe. Usually you see goddesses rejecting suitors on various excuses. In Jiang Yu it's the other way around. Eye-opening and convincing. Jiang Yu is truly a model for men of my generation. And this spirit is worth studying. What's the use of you studying? Do you have Jiang Yu's face? Do you have Jiang Yu's temperament and conversation? Will any girls like you? I've learned, but I'm still one Jiang Yu away. The watermen were also stunned. The pop-ups came one after the other, densely packed. Well, enough about that. Go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow. By the way, you sleep in that room tonight. Jiang Yu pointed to the second bedroom to the right of the master bedroom and said, early start tomorrow? Is there some other special program? Han Bin was pleasantly surprised, and then said impatiently, say it in advance so I can be mentally prepared. Chapter 36 Details shocked water friends. You'll find out tomorrow. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he greeted his water friends and turned around to enter the master bedroom. Han Bin was so curious in his heart. The waterman also felt the itch. There was some discussion together, discussed for a few minutes. Finally, in the end came to a conclusion. Hurry up and wash up. Do not think. Rich people's life is what they cannot expect. Han Bin had to press down his inner curiosity. Immediately afterward, though, he was puzzled. How come just now Jiang Yu designated him to sleep in the second bedroom to the right of the master bedroom? He walked in with his live equipment. The second bedroom was huge, and he felt it was similar to the living room at home. At a glance, everything in the bedroom smelled of luxury. Only he turned around and didn't find anything special. Thus, he took it as Jiang Yu's casual remark. Casually, he sat down and sat on the edge of the bed, intending to chat with his water buddy for a while before getting ready for bed. But when he sat down, he smelled a fresh scent if nothing else. It was the jasmine scent that he usually loved so much. He usually kept a jasmine scent on his desk in his dorm room. Everyone in the dormitory knew about it, and Jiang Yu knew about it too. Could this have been deliberately arranged by Jiang Yu? Han Bin talked about the situation with his water friends. Immediately, a knowledgeable water user solved Han Bin's confusion. Before checking into the presidential suite, the hotel confirms the guests' preferences, such as what kind of breakfast they like, what kind of pillows they like, what kind of scent they like in the room, etc. I guess Jiang Yu knew your preferences and told the hotel about them. That's why he designated you to stay in this room. Seeing this pop up, Han Bin froze. He grabbed the pillow on his bed and looked at it. It was really the same type of pillow that he was usually used to. Jiang Yu's emotional intelligence is also too high. Right, he knows too much about taking care of Han Bin's feelings. Now that I think back on some of Jiang Yu's performance today, it's really full of details. Is this what the upper class does for people? It's too comfortable to get along, isn't it? I'd like to have friends like that. The pop-up immediately exploded. Shocked by this detail of Jiang Yu's, Han Bin was also surprised. Before he saw Jiang Yu in his usual life today, he thought that the rich second generation would be similar to ordinary people except for being rich. But Jiang Yu convinced him with such details. Let him know that even if Jiang Yu didn't have any money, the gap between himself and Jiang Yu in all aspects wasn't in the same class. It made him realize very clearly that there is also a big difference between the rich and the wealthy. Jiang Yu is undoubtedly the top stream of the rich. He was a little touched. Looking at the pop-up screen, he said with some dejection, "This is fate, you guys understand? Fate is that I got to know an upper-class person like Jiang Yu, and I'm so familiar with him, even got to share a dorm room with him. Are you guys mad?" The pop-ups have expressed exasperation, but envy. I wish I had friends like that. Well, it's getting late today, so good night everyone. Han Bin chatted with the pop-ups for a few minutes, looked at the time and went off the air. Good night. Looking forward to the surprises Jiang Yu will bring us tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Amidst the sound of a wave of obeisance, Han Bin closed the live broadcast. He washed his face briefly and lay down on his bed, pulling out his cell phone. Taking a closer look at how the circle of friends posted earlier today caused a stir. Then, another circle of friends. Today's last long time to see. This is the real top stream life. Right, 160,000 a night presidential suite, with its own swimming pool, in and out of Rolls-Royce Phantom transportation. The accompanying photo is the ultimate luxury of the presidential suite. Even though it's almost 12 o'clock, but Hanbin this circle of friends just sent out, caused a shock. Many of the students in the class have left comments. Asterisk 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 begs to be taken. I, a reader, am left with tears of envy. Ask that big guy you know for me if he's missing a pendant for his thigh. There were also a number of female students who left messages. Is that big guy you know still short on girlfriends? Asking for introductions. Ask for contact information. Zhou Baolong was also the first to leave a message. All in the same dormitory. Why don't I know this kind of big brother? Envy. I won't be able to sleep tonight. The other end. Ensuite master bedroom. Jiang Yu hadn't slept yet either. He played with his cell phone and also saw this friend's circle of Hanbin. Seeing that quite a few people in the class had commented, in order not to draw attention to himself, he copied Zhou Baolong's message and followed suit. All in the same dormitory. Why don't I know this kind of big brother? Envy. I won't be able to sleep tonight. His intention was to go with the flow and act normal, but I didn't expect it. He hadn't commented for 2 minutes when he received a WeChat from Jiang Yuxin. Star. Chapter 37, I can also accompany you to the presidential suite. What Jiang Yuxin sent was simple. It's so late. Jiang Yu originally wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. The main reason was that he had just rejected Jiang Yuxin today and was a little unsure of what to say. But on second thought, Jiang Yuxin also has Hanbin WeChat. It should be to see their comments Hanbin friend circle before sending a message over. And so, not asleep, simply returned. Jiang Yuxin on the other end quickly replied, can't sleep? Is it because of Hanbin's friend circle? Seeing this reply, Jiang Yu was initially a bit confused as to what Jiang Yuxin meant. After thinking about it, it was only clear that Jiang Yuxin did not have Zhou Baolong's WeChat, and did not know that his comments in Hanbin's circle of friends were a copy of Zhou Baolong. I guess I really thought he couldn't sleep because he was unbalanced when he saw Hanbin's friend circle. Partly, I guess. Why are you still up? Didn't you used to go to bed quite early? Jiang Yu replied. I was ready to go to bed, but I saw that you didn't seem to be in a good mood, so I came over to chat with you. Actually, you don't have to be envious. He's not just following rich people around eating and drinking and seeing new things. It's nothing. Jiang Yuxin that sent message after message to comfort Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little, was thinking about how to respond. Jiang Yuxin continued, if you really want to feel it, I can accompany you to the presidential suite next time. Seeing this, Jiang Yu froze. Jiang Yuxin's end probably felt that these words were a bit ambiguous and would make people think wrongly, and hurriedly explained, what I meant was to let you experience the presidential suite. There's plenty of room in the presidential suite. I didn't mean anything else, so don't get the wrong idea. Judging by those words, and the speed of the replies, even through a cell phone screen, Jiang Yu could also sense that Jiang Yuxin should be red-faced and somewhat shy at this moment. Holding his cell phone, for a moment he was a little unsure of what to say. However, Jiang Yuxin's actions still slightly touched his heart. Think about it. He replied, no need. I was just commenting casually and messing around with Hanbin, but thanks for the comfort. After the message was sent, Jiang Yuxin's end didn't reply first. She was pondering the meaning of Jiang Yu's words. I don't know if what is said is true or not. After thinking about it, she replied mischievously, you really don't need to? You don't think it's because the presidential suite is too expensive and you're hurting for money on my behalf, do you? The message was sent out. Her heartbeat accelerated slightly. Her face flushed a few points, and she held her phone in anticipation of Jiang Yu's reply. Jiang Yu's end is having a headache. Jiang Yuxin said this in such a way that he didn't know how to take it. No, I can't spend your money. In the end, Jiang Yu still picked his words directly. Jiang Yuxin, you just rejected me today. Can't you speak more politely now? Big pig's hoof. Jiang Yu didn't reply. Although he grew up, followed his father Jiang Zhenan, learned a lot of talking skills and so on, but how to hold the distance between him and a girl who likes him is his weak point. Just as Jiang Yu's thoughts were wandering, Jiang Yuxin sent another message. Okay, I'm going to sleep. I was supposed to be in bed by 11:30, and now it's 12:30 while I'm talking to you. Don't get any ideas? I'll give you a surprise in a couple days. Go to bed early. Good night. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief that it was finally coming to an end. If this thought of his were to let Jiang Yuxin know, he would probably cut him into 1,000 pieces. Thank you for tonight. I'm fine now. Good night. Although Jiang Yuxin was willingly chatting with him because she liked him, he wouldn't take it for granted. He had originally wanted to ask more about what the surprise in Jiang Yuxin's mouth was, but since Jiang Yuxin had said she was going to sleep, he didn't ask. thinking to find out more the next day. It would be best to discourage Jiang Yuxin from the idea of sending him a surprise. He really didn't want to cause any uproar in the school and break the peaceful school life. After putting down the phone, Jiang Yu simply washed up and rested. Talali latex handmade mattresses are very comfortable to sleep on. Jiang Yu slept straight through until dawn. Day 2. When he got up, Han Bin was surprisingly already up. It was sitting on the living room couch at the moment on a live stream. Why are you up so early today? Jiang Yu was a bit curious. In school, Han Bin is a professional bedridden household. 4 or 5 alarm clock cannot wake up the kind. Weren't you the one who told me to go to bed early and get up early? When are we leaving? Where are we planning to go? The water boys can't wait. Han Bin asked impatiently when he saw Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Chapter 38, Art Comes from Life. At those words, Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. He thought Han Bin got up early in the morning to start a live broadcast to solidify the fans he attracted yesterday. I didn't realize it was about that. He walked over and looked at the pop-up. Good morning, hubby. Good morning, Kongwu baby. Aside from these greetings that are supposedly from female fans, other fans are really anxious to know where they're going later. I say get up early, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. Haven't eaten anything yet, have breakfast first. Jiang Yu pressed the room service button. Soon, Wang Wanru came to the guest room. Today's Wang Wanru was still in a dry-looking professional outfit. The wraparound dress shows off her figure perfectly. The high heels under her feet were like sharp scalpels, stimulating the hearts of the live LSBs. English with a touch of intellectual beauty. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Did you sleep well last night? Wang Wanru walked in front of Jiang Yu in a well-behaved manner. Speech seems to carry some other meaning. Jiang Yu pretended not to hear. It's quite good. Could you please start me off with a breakfast according to previous tastes, plus a glass of grapefruit juice? Wang Wanru nodded, her gaze turning to Han Bin. Mr. Han, may I ask what you would like to eat? She didn't know the truth about Han Bin. I thought that Han Bin could be friends with Jiang Yu, so he must be either rich or noble, so I asked very directly. Han Bin was a little confused. He didn't even know that there was anything edible in here, and it's not like he's ever been in and out of these high-end places. He doesn't even recognize any of the dishes. Seeing that the atmosphere is a bit stiff, Jiang Yu was trying to help Han Bin out. Han Bin suddenly had a bright idea. Just give me one that's the same as Jiang Yu's. Wang Wanru recorded it and then left to arrange breakfast for Jiang Yu. How was my wave of reaction just now? Witty or not? Han Bin somewhat boastfully raised his eyebrows towards Jiang Yu. Bull. Jiang Yu raised his thumb. Han Bin's heart was happy. 10 minutes or so. Then the hotel staff brought breakfast to the table. Jiang Yu stood up from the sofa and said thank you before walking over towards the dining table. Han Bin followed. Upon arriving at the heel of the dining table, Han Bin was a bit dumbfounded. Because of the wide array of food on the table, he didn't really recognize most of it. But luckily now that Wang Wanru wasn't around, the suite was just him and Jiang Yu. He then fell to asking, what's all this stuff? It looks pretty high up. Carefully introduce how to eat these things. The most important thing is how to eat elegantly. Let me long to facilitate the future to pretend. Jiang Yu pulled out the dining chair and sat down. In detail. This one is called Benedict, which translates to Benedict's egg. This yellow sauce on top of it is with lemon juice. Otherwise all the flavors would taste greasy. And these on the bottom are avocado. In the center is a buffalo egg. The rest is written to go with the whole wheat bread. The food is actually relatively simple. It's a knife that cuts through a watery egg, letting the full, yellow egg inside pour out, then a knife that slices off the French bread, which is eaten with savory smoked salmon drenched in the rich egg sauce. Jiang Yu roughly introduced the food on the table. Hearing Han Bin, he froze. Another insight. One step closer to me becoming an upper-class person. Cow pies. Do you need to be so particular about having breakfast? That's why you're not rich. You don't understand. Looking at these breakfasts, the donut in my hand suddenly doesn't smell as good. Originally, the pop-up section was not very active because it was not very popular in the morning. But Jiang Yu was so introduced, the pop-up section began to buzz. Then how expensive are these things? Han Bin asked as he followed Jiang Yu's eating style. Jiang Yu did some math. 1,000 or so. Han Bin originally didn't think these things were all that tasty. But when he heard the price, he instantly felt like eating anything and everything. I can think of a segment. $1,000 for sneakers is pretty expensive. It's enough for me to have breakfast. Sure enough, all art comes from life. Chapter 39, Dimension-Defying Strike. The whole stadium is shocked. About 15 minutes or so, Jiang Yu finished his breakfast. In fact, these breakfasts are not particularly flavorful. It's just a more balanced nutritional mix. And he may not get some of the nutrients from what he usually eats in the school cafeteria. So he eats better every week to replenish all aspects of his nutrition. Simply packed up my stuff. Jiang Yu then left the presidential suite with Han Bin. Wang Wanru led the way. It's just under 10 o'clock. And when you do the math, We've only been in the presidential suite for about 12 hours on a $160,000 night, and it's too much of a loss at over $10,000 an hour. Why don't we stay a little longer? When he left, Han Bin was still a little bit reluctant to leave. It wasn't just for Jiang Yu that he was heartbroken about the money. It was even more heartbreaking to realize that he might not have the chance to stay in such a luxurious presidential suite in the future. Thinking about it made him want to stay in the suite until the second before he checked out. It's good to come out and have fun. How can we care so much? Jiang Yu said. A good line for having fun. Han Bin was dumbfounded. I'm convinced. The pop-ups were also thunderstruck by Jiang Yu. None of them were able to understand Jiang Yu's realm. Jiang Yu and Han Bin arrived at the 20th floor elevator, and Wang Wanru stepped forward to press the elevator button. The elevator doors opened. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Han, welcome to your next visit, Wang Wanru said respectfully, though she did bring Han Bin along in her words. It was just that her gaze stayed on Jiang Yu. There was a strange color flowing in his eyes, looking unwilling to let Jiang Yu leave. The corners of Han Bin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Can you at least look at me for once? Jiang Yu and the two of them took the elevator to the first floor of the hotel. Just as he walked out of the hotel door, he saw that Uncle Zhong had long ago parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of him. Jiang Yu and Han Bin walked over. When Uncle Zhong saw Jiang Yu, he stepped down from the car, then walked around to the backseat door and opened it ahead of time. Jiang Yu and Han Bin just wanted to get into the car. Suddenly, there was a roaring engine sound. Immediately after that, a Lamborghini stopped in front of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and parked beside a beautifully dressed woman on the side of the road. Isn't that the celebrity who hit on you yesterday and was rejected? Did you really hook up with a guy? Han Bin was attracted by the Lamborghini and looked over, then said in surprise. Jiang Yu looked over and realized that it was really that famous woman, and he also realized that the Lamborghini he recognized. In the meantime, the celebrity swept around before getting into the car, trying to enjoy the awe-inspiring stairs. Then, her gaze rested on both Jiang Yu and Han Bin. When she saw Jiang Yu, she was instantly happy. She was still holding a grudge from yesterday's repeated rejection by Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu was right, she felt that it was Jiang Yu who made her lose face. To think that I am now on the list of a rich kid in a Lamborghini. She smiled triumphantly at Jiang Yu. The smile was quite intriguing. It seemed to be mocking Jiang Yu for not having the vision to reject her. Jiang Yu just smiled gently and didn't make any waves because of it. This annoyed the celebrity a bit. What she wanted to see was Jiang Yu's surprised and dismayed expression. Instead of being so cultivated and polite and in control of his emotions, it made her feel like a clown for her smug behavior earlier. Couldn't help but be furious. Seeing this, Han Bin was shocked. Jiang Yu even managed to make the famous woman angry because of her provocation. This ing. A little something. Ha ha, laugh me to death. Desperately trying to find presents in front of Jiang Yu. I didn't expect to be annoyed instead after being ignored. Jiang Yu's cultivation is really high. If it were me, I might really get angry. You also too look down on Jiang Yu, such big brother. Like Jiang Yu, such a rich man. From childhood to the age of do not know how many etiquette related to the two mentality cultivation of the city pressure is not in a grade. That's right, that liar did that because he didn't get Jiang Yu's approval yesterday. On the other hand, would you reason with an annoyed liar? It's like a descending blow. That celebrity couldn't break Jiang Yu's defense at all, so she could only rage impotently there. The pop-ups were also shocking. All of them expressed their admiration for Jiang Yu. Watching the celebrity get into the car in an impotent rage because she couldn't break Jiang Yu's defense, Han Bin said thievishly, "Why don't I go up and add more fire to expose her identity?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "There's no need for that. Do you think she's really on the rich list? What do you mean by that?" Han Bin was first stunned, then asked curiously, "Can it be that there's some kind of hidden agenda? I know the owner of this Lamborghini. He used to be teased by gold diggers when his family wasn't so rich, so he has a special hobby of fishing for law. Pretend to look at the gold-digging women, and then tear those gold-digging women down when they're gorgeous," Jiang Yu explained. Han Bin was immediately amused. So, it wasn't the celebrity who hooked him, but the other way around. He hooked the celebrity? Or maybe even that the celebrity will be kicked off the bus later? His words had just fallen. Just saw the door of the Lamborghini in front of him open. Then, the celebrity who had been so smug just a moment ago stepped out of the car with a very complicated expression. There were a few moments of shock, anger, and bewilderment. And then, with a rumble, the Lamborghini took off, leaving only the dumbfounded celebrities behind. Chapter 40, I'm on my knees. Han Bin almost laughed out loud when he saw this. He didn't expect the results to come out over there just as soon as his own words fell over here. Ha ha, laughed me to death. Really a divine prophet. Does any of the older guys remember how long she just got in the car? Spend your days hitting birds and getting killed by them. The smack in the face came so fast it was like a tornado. One by one, the pop-ups were also happy. Pepper gives away an airplane. practicing hard to send a rocket. A surprising number of people gave gifts. It seems that people can't stand scammers like celebrity. Seeing a celebrity get punched in the face puts you in a good mood. Actually, yes, although they don't usually meet famous women in their lives without the possibility of being scammed. But all liars under the sun are of the same nature. They haven't been scammed by celebrities, but they will always be scammed by other scammers. So no scammer is treated well. Jiang Yu didn't say anything. Generally, he doesn't like to judge other people's behavior. There's also no need to take a breath of fresh air by mocking what's happening to famous women at this point, because he didn't even think twice about what the celebrity had just done. Everyone needs to take responsibility for themselves though, and naturally, he's not going to pity the famous woman. Straight to the car. Seeing this, Han Bin followed and got into the car. Only the celebrity whose face was a shade of green and a shade of red was left in place staring blankly at Jiang Yu's Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Young master, where are we going now?" Uncle Zhong asked respectfully as he closed the door and got into the car. "Exhibition hall. Later Uncle Zhong will send me over there, then go back to rest first. These 2 days have been hard on you," Jiang Yu said. "Don't say that, young master, it's what I should do." The Rolls-Royce Phantom started up. "I heard from my friend that there's a high-end car show over at the Magic City Exhibition Hall right now. Only this car show isn't available to the general public, and he's mixed up with a reporter's license to get in and open his eyes." "Oh wow, a high-end car show? How high-end?" I searched the internet picture. The car show is full of Ferrari, Lamborghini, this level of luxury cars. And look at the picture, seems to be all limited models. The intention of the big brother who should organize the car show is to open up connections. And this car show is to provide a platform for the big brothers to communicate with each other. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This wave takes off. There was a lot of pop-up chatter. Seeing these pop-ups, Han Bin was also energized. Cars will always be a man's romance. Not to mention the rare supercar. He also Googled the news about it. After confirming that a high-end car show was really being held at that end of the exhibition hall, he was so excited that he rubbed his hands together and looked at Jiang Yu with 2 glowing eyes. "Are we going to visit that high-end car show?" Sort of. What do you mean?" "That car show was run by a friend of mine who asked me to borrow 3 cars. And today is the last day of the car show. Most of the cars are ready to be withdrawn. So let's go over and take a casual look, and drive the cars home on the way," Jiang Yu said. At those words, Han Bin's eyes widened. Jiang Yu's words were a bit too informative. 666. "I'm convinced. Usually people go over to the luxury car show to open their eyes. Yet Jiang Yu actually went over to pick up a car? And everyone pay attention to the number. Jiang Yu just said 3. It's really ho-hum. I can no longer use convinced to describe my shock at this moment. To be able to provide 3 limited edition luxury cars to the car show side of the exhibition, the family must be more than 3. Thinking about it, I really am directly kneeling down. I've got my knees full of crumbs." There wasn't a single water user in the live broadcast room who hadn't been surprised by Jiang Yu's words. The family has 2 helicopters, and it's all the top end of that class of helicopter. Now Jiang Yu had accidentally revealed that his family had at least 3 limited edition luxury cars. It's a proper God's man. Kneeling brother gives away 5 airplanes. The strongest mouthpiece sends 5 rockets. Miss Honeychurch gives away 5 super rockets. There are a lot of gift givers. This also caused the traffic to the live stream to start spiking. From 100,000 popularity at the beginning, it directly doubled and soared to 200,000. While shocked, everyone began to speculate about Jiang Yu's identity again. Although Jiang Yu hadn't mentioned much about it, it didn't hinder the enthusiasm of the melon eaters. There was a lot of talk. They all knew they wouldn't come up with anything, but they discussed it anyway. At the same time, some people noticed that Jiang Yu had just said that the person running the car show was his friend. As a result, these people then began to search the internet for information on the subject. Since this luxury car show is not for the general public, there is comparatively less information about it online. After all, those who can really be officially invited to such car shows must be rich and well-heeled people, who have no time and even less interest in showing off such things on the internet. However, thanks to the efforts of the Waterboys, someone actually followed the trail to find out the information. Chapter 41, Jiang Yu's multiple identities? The water user who followed the trail and found out the information said that the one who organized the car show was the son of the boss of the leading company in the Magic City's tourism industry. The family is worth hundreds of billions. A proper top rich kid. As soon as this information was announced, the broadcast room immediately went crazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm humanly stupid. Are all the friends Jiang Yu knows this powerful? Far more dangling than I imagined. Brothers, I just stood up and now I'm on my knees again. I damn well like to marry Jiang Yu in situ. To put it mildly, a high-flying man like Jiang Yu wouldn't even be able to take over your turn. Yeah, have you asked Miss Honeychurch about this rich lady yet? The pop-up section exploded. Han Bin's entire body was also shocked when he saw these pop-ups. Jiang Yu's friend's family is actually worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Then Jiang Yu must have at least a few tens of billions, right? How to get along with a $10 billion housemate? Wait online. It's urgent. Han Bin froze for 3 minutes and was slow to speak. He wanted to ask Jiang Yu just how strong is your family? But in the end, he didn't ask. He knew that Jiang Yu would definitely not say anything, so he suppressed that curiosity as well. However, the water users in the live broadcast did not suppress their curiosity and began to look up Jiang Yu's information one after another. However, we all tried our best, tossed half a day. What useful information could not be found? After all, they knew too little about Jiang Yu. Besides, Jiang Yu had long since hidden his information. The water boys can't find any useful information at all, other than being able to make a wild guess. And guessing blindly would be too many possibilities and very difficult. First they had to determine where Jiang Yu was from. Then you also need to know the relatives in Jiang Yu's family. Whether Jiang Yu takes his father's surname or his mother's. Is it that Jiang Yu's parents are rich? Or is it that other immediate family members are rich? And that Jiang Yu is tainted by those immediate family members to know more rich people, etc. After all, mansions can be as intricate as they are simple. In a nutshell, with their current understanding of Jiang Yu, they could find about dozens of answers if they blindly guessed. Unless Jiang Yu personally admitted it, or a big brother with heavenly means searched for it with all his heart, he would never know Jiang Yu's true situation. But even so, the waterbenders still discussed the topic with gusto. Some people say that Jiang Yu is the Northwest family with a mine. Some people say that Jiang Yu is the local top stream of Mordor. Some people say that Jiang Yu is from the Yinjing prestige family. The answers are varied. It caused Jiang Yu to be stunned when he saw these pop-ups. 10 minutes passed. The water users' interest in the topic of Jiang Yu's identity had finally waned a bit. Meanwhile, the Rolls-Royce Phantom was arriving at its destination. Because before coming, Jiang Yu had already talked to Fang Yin. The same friend who borrowed his car said hello, so all the way in was smooth and unobstructed. No interference was confiscated. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked directly in the underground parking lot of the clubhouse. Uncle Zhong, then I'll leave first. You go back first. Jiang Yu greeted Uncle Zhong before taking Han Bin out of the car. What's with all the big trucks in this parking lot? Han Bin got out of the car and looked at the somewhat messy parking lot, with all sorts of wood shavings flying around, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Yu explained, these trucks are used to transport those supercars in the car show. Some of the supercars were wooden boxes sealed and then big trucks brought them over to the car show. At those words, Han Bin was shocked. Didn't you drive straight here? That's what he'd always instinctively assumed. Many of the cars in the convention are limited edition models, and in most cases, they are bought by the owners to collect at home, so they are all transported in vans. Jiang Yu explained again. So that's it? I thought all the luxury cars at car shows were driven by their owners. That's what I thought, and wondered if I'd get a chance to see the end of the car show later, when the luxury cars leave the lot and the owners all drive them in convoys on the road. It really is a long time coming. At best, the average person knows something about the brand of the luxury car. The ones who like cars might also go a little deeper and know some of the parameters of a luxury car. But about how luxury cars are transported, most of them really don't understand it at all. So the waterboys were shocked one by one. In real life, a fleet of luxury cars is really relatively rare, but fleets of big trucks loaded with luxury cars are more common, so keep your eyes peeled for them sometime. Looking at the pop-up screen, Jiang Yu said, Star. Chapter 42, The Three Divine Vehicles. Jiang Yu was leaving the parking lot while he and the pop-ups were coping with this similar knowledge. The pop-ups were fascinating to listen to. The elevator ride took a few minutes to reach the exhibit area for this car show. The exhibition area was huge, estimated to be the size of 2 soccer fields. The color scheme of the space is a combination of blue and white. It looks more atmospheric. The car show hadn't started at this point, but there were quite a few staff members on hand to keep things busy, one after another. You can also see some sexily dressed models walking around. Some models in sexy clothes can be seen walking around one after another. The pointy heels cut through the hearts of the men in the scene like a scalpel. But the one that really gets the attention, it was a sports car parked quietly, like a steel beast prostrate on the ground. These sports cars come in a variety of colors and vary greatly in size and shape. It is either streamlined or angular like a knife that can strike straight to the heart. But they all have one thing in common, the perfect combination of elegance and dominance. Han Bin's eyes nearly fell to the ground as he watched. They might not have been so surprised if it was an ordinary sports car laying on the ground in front of them. However, all that lay before him were supercars, top-of-the-line supercars. Ordinary people can only see it from the video. Or maybe it was just a stroke of luck. Maybe it was just the privilege of being on the street, huddled with a crowd to see it. XN. The pop-ups were all goofy too. The pop-up area constantly rolled these too simple and rough. riotous but representative of their mood at the moment. In the meantime, the appearance of both Jiang Yu and Han Bin caught the attention of the staff at the scene. Han Bin in particular was holding the live broadcast device with a surprised look on his face. What about making a lot of the staff mistakenly think that some little anchor had snuck in? Hello both of you. The car show hasn't started yet, so please go wait outside first. When the car show starts later, you can come in with your invitations. The staff spoke more politely. The first thing is that this car show is a car meet. The purpose is to give people the opportunity to meet each other and exchange feelings. It's geared towards the wealthy, so the staff is overall high quality. There was also the fact that Jiang Yu was faced with a top-of-the-line luxury car, but his breezy demeanor let him know that this one was no ordinary person. Hi, I came by to pick up my car. Jiang Yu spoke with the same politeness. Pick up the car? Just a moment, I'll inform the manager. Upon hearing this, the staff didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly called the site manager over. Mr. Jiang. The manager came to Jiang Yu and greeted him respectfully. He also didn't know what Fong Yan had said to him in advance, and the manager was quite formal in front of Jiang Yu. No need to be so polite. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll just wander around by myself. Jiang Yu also didn't want to engage in any formalism, having to make the manager follow his lead with respect. Anyway, he had the car keys on him, so he'd just stroll around later and take the car straight away and be done with it. He didn't want to waste the other man's time because of himself, so he just told the manager to get busy. The manager responded respectfully. Jiang Yu took Han Bin on a casual stroll. It wasn't known how the news got out, but most of the staff present knew that Jiang Yu was the owner of the car. Therefore wherever Jiang Yu went he would be noticed by everyone, especially the taller car models. The gazes that looked at Jiang Yu all had strange colors flowing through them, obviously heartbroken. This scene, looking at Han Bin was that envious. However, his attention was soon drawn to the supercars. Han Bin had wanted to keep up appearances. After all, there were so many staff members on the scene, and they didn't want to give the impression that they hadn't seen the world. But when he actually saw the supercars up close, he couldn't help it. What models are these? They're so cool. Jiang Yu introduced. Han Bin's eyes were glowing. Some of the models he actually recognized, but most of them were unfamiliar. After all, having no money and knowing that you don't have that kind of power, it's natural not to be overly knowledgeable about these things. The water boys are probably similar to him, so it has to be introduced by Jiang Yu, a person who really understands these things. The three over here are the classic big three. Black body with white lines. This is the Porsche 918 with the classic frog face styling, with advanced features such as adaptive rear axle steering, carbon fiber shell, fully adaptive aero package and more. The red one in the center, the Ferrari Lafa, featuring a hybrid powertrain known as HYKERS. It emits just 330 grams of CO2 per kilometer. Next to this McLaren P1. They're all more classic models, so everyone should be familiar with them. Jiang Yu pointed to the three great divine vehicles placed in an area in front of him, and one by one, he briefly introduced the characteristics of each of them, and also talked about some of the differences. Chapter 43, Preferential Spouse Rights. The trouble with too many cars. Familiar is familiar, but our familiarity is different from yours. That's right, we just know their names. How can we name them as you do? The pop-up spat impotently. Han Bin, on the other hand, carefully and incomparably pricked up his ears and listened. Take careful note of what Jiang Yu had just said. These are hard for the average person to learn about, and are capitalized for later pretending. Jiang Yu led Han Bin onward. A couple of the cars over here are a little bit cheaper comparatively. It's a Lamborghini LP750, the fastest car inside a Lamborghini, bar none. Of course, I didn't count the LP800, the only one in the world. Price $8 million. It's a Ferrari 488, more common, around $5 million. While walking, Jiang Yu gave everyone a brief introduction. The cheap, the common. I see. So this multi-million-dollar luxury car is a cheap model here. The pop-ups were stunned. Some of the waterboys who know a little about cars are even more dumbfounded at the moment. At the head of some car forums, Lamborghini LP750 is the dream of many people who don't know how many people. It is even honored as the king of cows. However, in Jiang Yu's eyes, this is a cheap payment? They simply don't know what to say. The car show was huge, and there were quite a few more supercars that weren't featured. As Jiang Yu continued to introduce the other supercars, Lamborghini Reventon, $15 million. Limited to 50 Maserati MC12s worldwide, around $30 million. Aston Martin 1-77, $23 million or so, and so on. That's when the waterboys realized that a less than $10 million luxury car is really a bargain here. Excuse me, these cars are also too expensive, and I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to own one in my life. Dreams will come. Go for it, dreamer. There was a lot of pop-up talk. Meanwhile, A number of sailors wondered how the price Jiang Yu said was different from what they saw online. The Aston Martin 1-77, which is limited to 77 units worldwide, has a price tag of $45 million that some waterboys say they've seen online, close to $500 million. To this, Jiang Yu explained, $500 million is all nonsense from the editors on the internet. That Aston Martin I was buying from my dad's friend for $23 million, and it came with a little Martin for me. But that was 2 years ago, and the price to sell it at now is probably not that far off. The corners of Han Bin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He and Jiang Yu were both freshmen now, and hadn't they been sophomores 2 years ago? That's when he got his cell phone. At the time, he still felt beautiful. And Jiang Yu even played on a $20 million Aston Martin? This ing. It's hard to think about him. Excuse me, so this Aston Martin is Jiang Yu's. Got it. I'm going to buy a small Martin now and try to drive the same model as Jiang Yu. Upstairs, I googled it, and the only requirement to own a little Martin is to own an Aston Martin. What the was it like to have a car like that in high school? An ordinary person who owns this car will be able to get priority in the school for the mates of all the girls in the school. As for the ones like Jiang Yu who are still good looking, just think about it yourself. Unlimited firepower? Little old me. You're not right. But then again, the online editors are really no good, saying every day that this car is $500 million and that car is $500 million. And this breaks the case. It's not the first time I've heard of the editor's brainlessness. What can they know? They probably wrote the article while eating bubbly. Jiang Yu's words instantly caused the live broadcast room to roar. The pop-ups rolled thick and fast. Just now you said this car is limited to 77 units worldwide, with a domestic quota of 5, right? There are only 5 of them in the country, and one of them is in your possession. So that's something. Do you have the key on you? Open the door and let us see it. After Han Bin came back to his senses, he adjusted his mind and looked at Jiang Yu with 2 glowing eyes. It's too much of a waste of time to look at them one by one. I'll bring all 3 cars over later and look at them together. Jiang Yu proposed. It was getting late, and his plan was to get the car out of there before the car show started. He was also well aware that Han Bin would definitely want to see his other cars later. Simply watching it together later would save a lot of time. That's a pretty bossy thing to say. It feels like a different kind of thing than if you guys were on it together. JYU, that's the trouble with a lot of cars. I want to share such worries for Jiang Yu. Chapter 44, $500 million supercars. Get in. In the meantime, the fact that the owner of the Aston Martin 177 was Jiang Yu was completely spread among the staff at the scene. Learning this news, the male workers on the scene could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It's actually his? Really incredible. Everyone threw shocked and envious gazes at Jiang Yu. There are many brands of luxury cars. The style of the models is also very different, but it doesn't matter if you like to flaunt a tough model or if you like to exaggerate a luxurious model. Neither will exclude Aston Martin. The Aston Martin is particularly classic, designed with a strong British gentleman's flavor. It's the British aristocrat of luxury cars, arguably the dream girl of all the men on the scene. At that time, the first day of the car show, Aston Martin 177 just arrived. The scene do not know how many male staff secretly go to take pictures at, and the female workers, especially the car models who are relatively open because of their work. The way he looked at Jiang Yu was all wrong. There were horizontal waves of autumn water rippling in his eyes. The heart is beating erratically. It's the flavor of the heart. They glanced at each other with unparalleled understanding, then smiled at each other. There was something meaningful about the smile. It seemed that each was counting the little calculations in his own mind. Besides, Jiang Yu. At this time, Jiang Yu had brought Han Bin with him and had almost finished strolling through 3/4 of the venue's area. Come to the center of the venue. The location was only centered in the very center with a black supercar. Like a sleeping lion, even when parked quietly, it can be a shock to the senses. The styling isn't exaggerated compared to a lot of the cars we just saw, but that gloss black body, cool flow, super low chassis, and oversized seaport side doors, all of them made Han Bin's whole body dumbfounded. Asterisk. This car is so cool. Bugatti, what car? Bugatti Chiron Persport version. Bugatti's new models in recent years. 8.0-liter W16 engine with 1,500 horsepower. Compared to the standard version of the Chiron, the acceleration of 100 kilometers has been increased, but the top speed has been reduced by 70 kilometers per hour for better handling. The biggest difference in appearance compared to the standard version is that this car has a fixed rear wing, whereas the standard version is hydraulically raised and lowered. Priced at $350 Mican abroad, the domestic price counts customs duty, VAT, displacement tax, purchase tax, etc., and lands at $65 million. Jiang Yu introduced it as if it were a family affair. Hearing this price, Han Bin couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He nimbly reached for his cell phone and gave the Bugatti in front of him a full frontal, no death angle close-up. The watermen were shocked. It was the first time they had seen a real half-billion-dollar supercar so clearly, up close and in detail. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is a really cool car. This is supposed to be the highest-priced supercar on paper at the auto show, right? I'd love to hear what it sounds like. The more Han Bin looked at it, the more he liked it, watching and sighing at the same time. He really wanted to get up there and experience it. Of course, he hadn't dared to hope that he'd be able to drive the real half-billion-dollar top-of-the-line supercar himself. But just going up there and sitting for a bit was all it took to make his heart happy. Han Bin led his water friends around the Bugatti for a good 5 minutes. Almost every crevice, every angle, every detail he looked and looked. Some of Bugatti's ingenious designs, such as utilizing aerodynamics by adding more gaps to allow air to pour better over the sides to reduce drag, etc. He can't even read it, but that didn't stop him from thinking the Bugatti was cool. Let the waterboys take screenshots. Only then did Han Bin return to Jiang Yu with fondness. Today was really another eye-opener. If it wasn't for following you around, I really wouldn't have had access to anything like helicopters and top-of-the-line supercars for the rest of my life. Han Bin was incomparably exclamatory, and then went on to say, we've seen all the luxury cars at the auto show, and now it's time to experience your car, he said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Although he didn't know that those cars other than the Aston Martin just now were Jiang Yu's, but any of the luxury cars on the scene, parked outside on the street, is a very noticeable presence. Ordinary people can only see it from a distance, not touch it. He was still able to follow Jiang Yu on board for the experience, which already made him satisfied. The water boys are getting restless, too, excited as well as curious. Jiang Yu didn't answer at first, but pulled out a key from his pocket. Pressed. The sleeping Bugatti Chiron is instantly activated and the headlights light up like a diamond in the night, like a sleeping lion opening its eyes. Very shocking, straight from the heart kind of shock. Let's get in the car and look at this one first. I'll have the staff bring the other 2 cars along. Chapter 45, Jiang, I'm really not the key god you. The whole scene is shocked. When Jiang Yu pulled out the key, Han Bin then felt that something was wrong. At that time, a thought flashed through his mind. It's not possible that this Bugatti Chiron is also Jiang Yu's, right? When the Bugatti really lights up, Han Bin's eyes were about to fall to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At the head of the live broadcast room, the water friends were also dumbfounded. The words brushed the entire broadcast. Hisses. Some of the staff members on the scene who were paying attention to the movements on Jiang Yu's side also directly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Shocked beyond belief, he looked at the head of the Aston Martin 177, which was like a British aristocrat, and then looked at the Bugatti Chiron, which was worth more than $500 million. It felt like a drastic shock to all 3 senses. Nima, that's too unbelievable. Luxury cars, the romance of all men, the dream girl of ordinary men, the status symbol of the rich. As for the limited edition supercars on the scene, to be able to own any one of them is already very impressive and very representative of status and identity. This young guy actually has 2 of them? And to top it all off, both are still in the top tier of the field? Some covered their hearts, feeling unable to bear the impact. Those car models who were originally attracted to Jiang Yu were even more surprised and covered their mouths at this moment. The look in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Yu had been completely off. Beyond shock, there's something called falling in love. Truth be told, if it is not clear what Jiang Yu's identity is and what Jiang Yu's preferences are, he does not dare to rashly go up and strike up a conversation. They must have swarmed up and engulfed Jiang Yu in a swarm. They also have that capital. However, this is not the most shocking time. Jiang Yu asked the staff to get the manager over. Then he pulled 2 more keys out of his pocket and asked the manager to help arrange for the staff to drive his other 2 cars over here. No wonder Jiang Yu's pockets have always been heavy, so it's loaded with these things. You're the crotch cat? Is this the touching movie I Am Not a Key Holder that you guys were talking about? Jiang Yu will change his name in the future. Call it Jiang, I'm really not a key god, you never mind. Looking at the 2 keys Jiang Yu handed over, the pop-ups flirted in shock. The world painfully kisses me for sending 1 super rocket. Farmer delivers 5 super rockets in 3 punches. Miss Honeychurch gives away 10 super rockets. This wave of Jiang Yu's operation made the entire live broadcast room boil. There are countless people who give gifts. The heat of the live stream is also on the rise. And the staff at the scene who were already dumbfounded. Now it was even more frozen. So it's not 2 cars? It's 3. They don't know what to say anymore. Soon, the manager then arranges for staff with relevant experience. The original exhibit area that was fairly quiet. A low growl rang out, like the sound of a beast lowering its voice, afraid to growl completely. That's because those crews are afraid to push the gas to the floor. The aristocratic flavored Aston Martin arrived first. It was parked firmly next to the Bugatti Chiron. Immediately after, the reddish, flaming supercar also pulled up beside the Bugatti. When looking at the supercar with the colorful red body, the whole room was much more silent. That's a Ferrari Laffa. Han Bin was once again dumbfounded. He couldn't wait to slip and kneel beside Jiang Yu. The staff at the scene was completely dumbfounded. Those car model ladies who had been looking at Jiang Yu felt their hearts stop abruptly, dumbfounded and speechless. Even the manager at the scene was dumbfounded. It was as if someone had pressed a time-stop button, making the area stand still. Should it be so horrible? A Bugatti is over $500 million. An Aston Martin is over 20 million. A Laffa was over 20 million back in the day. What's the price now? Is there a Big Brother and I say down? Biggie's brain is dead. Rebooting. The pop-ups were shocked. Even Ms. Honey, a rich girl who was well known to her water friends, posted a few question marks followed by a few exclamation points, expressing the complex and shocking feelings in its heart. She knew what that meant better than anyone else in the room. Let's not talk about the fact that Jiang Yu couldn't possibly lend all his cars to others for exhibition. This meant that Jiang Yu must have other top-of-the-line supercars of the same class at home. Then, the Ferrari Laffa has to be owned before you can buy one of several models designated by Ferrari. Do the math that way. Jiang Yu's family must have a garage full of luxury cars, right? How much is this going to cost? How goddamn awesome does it have to be to do all this? Miss Hani was really surprised by Jiang Yu this time. Chapter 46, Where to get a car when you're done. A full almost a minute passed. It was only slowly that the people on the scene came back to their senses. Still, their hearts were not completely at peace. That scene just now, the impact was just too great. Staff members are beginning to return to their normal duties. It was just that when they were working, they whispered to their co-workers from time to time and cast envious glances towards Jiang Yu from time to time. It looked like Jiang Yu had brought them a lot of sighs of relief. Brother, now I really have to call you brother? 2 ING helicopters and 3 top-of-the-line supercars. I can't even dream of these images. Han Bin came to Jiang Yu's side and also sighed. Brother? If I could have a brother like that, I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. I guess my parents will have to be happy. Jiang Yu, don't shout brother. Really not familiar. Hurry up and show us in the car. Can't wait. Seeing that the pop-ups were all hyped up, Han Bin also said excitedly, Key God, hurry up and take us to open our eyes. Jiang Yu led Han Bin into the Bugatti Chiron. The interior of the Bugatti is very luxurious. Though since the debut of the Koenigsegg, Bugatti has not been able to secure the world's #1 fastest. But Bugatti and Koenigsegg are different. The Koenigsegg reduces body weight in order to increase speed, so it's relatively more like a race car created for speed. Bugatti, however, boasts top speed while maintaining the luxury and comfort of its interior. It's a well-deserved top-of-the-line luxury car. Han Bin was like a country bumpkin entering the city, wide-eyed and shocked. He looked around. What kind of material are these made of? It's so damn comfortable to touch. Like the feeling of touching my first love's little hand. The interior of this car uses a lot of carbon fiber. To put it simply, there's not a bit of plastic in the interior of this car. If anything looks like metal, it must be metal. The rest is built with carbon fiber. Jiang Yu briefly introduced the materials of the interior and some function keys and so on. Learned. Where do I go to get my car, please? It's 0202 years old and I'm a little surprised that this car doesn't have a center control. It's a Bugatti that's shedding everything it can to save weight. But even though it's lost a lot of stuff, it's still nearly 2 tons of fat dragon. The pop-ups had a great vibe. Everyone interacts with each other with explosive frequency. Some anchors who were originally at about the same level as Han Bin inadvertently saw Han Bin's skyrocketing popularity and clicked in with curiosity, trying to learn exactly how Han Bin did it. Click in a few minutes later. Silently exit the live feed. Excuse me, turns out it takes a godawful housemate. Jiang Yu got out of the car after briefly introducing the Bugatti interior to Han Bin. The rest of the Ferrari Laffa and Aston Martin 177 let Han Bin feel it for himself. Find the manager. Manager, please help me arrange for the big truck to pull this Ferrari and that Aston Martin away at. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Thanks. Jiang Yu returned to the Bugatti side. Han Bin is still excited to show his water friends the interior of the Ferrari Laffa and the Aston Martin as well as some details. At this point, a car model who was dressed in tall, almost as tall as Jiang Yu after wearing high heels walked over. Coming to Jiang Yu's side, blushing slightly, she asked with some restraint and anticipation. Hello Mr. Jiang, may I add your WeChat? She was a little apprehensive inside, but just now, she saw Jiang Yu looking for the manager to arrange for a large truck to pull the car, and felt that if she didn't come over now, she wouldn't have a chance. Sorry, my WeChat friends are full. Jiang Yu found a very reasonable excuse. It's not so much about embarrassing the car model as it is about accomplishing your goals. So, can I get a picture with you? Jiang Yu froze. What's with the group photo? However, he wasn't the type to have a frame of mind, and with the other party's request being so simple, he nodded his head in agreement right afterward. The car model was a little excited. Take out your cell phone. With a Bugatti, Ferrari, and Aston Martin behind it as a backdrop, then got close enough to Jiang Yu to take a shot. Seeing this, Other car models who were still a bit hesitant could not sit still. There was a flurry of long strides. Mr. Jiang, I'd like to take a picture with you too. 10 or so car models immediately surrounded Jiang Yu in the center. Star. Chapter 47, a textbook operation. A winner in life. Seeing the car models starry-eyed surrounded Jiang Yu, the staff at the scene was dumbfounded. General Car Show invited over the car model. Are 1 in 100 big beauty. All of them have a figure of 170 or more. Fair skin, tall sex, sensual, outstanding face value. Not to mention this car show that Fang Yan had gotten out specifically for the purpose of developing contacts. If anything, the models at regular car shows are big beautiful women. Then the models at this auto show are all goddesses. Being tall and fair-skinned is a must. And the faces are not only outstanding, but also have their own characteristics. Not the kind that is like an assembly line out of Netflix. Also kinda classy. That's exactly why these car models are usually quite high-flying. There are a number of male workers who were thinking of developing with one of them, but they have all hit the skids. But now he saw that the originally high and cold goddess car models all surrounded Jiang Yu. They were nothing but shocked. More still, it was envy. Sour as hell. It's true what they say. You never know how proactive the goddess in your eyes is when it comes to rich people. And Jiang Yu is still handsome and rich. Think about this and think about how you are usually treated. Each of them was so hard they wanted to cry. In the meantime, because the commotion on Jiang Yu's end was a bit loud, Han Bin, who was watching the Ferrari Laffa in detail with his water friends, was attracted to it. Upon looking clearly at Jiang Yu's end, originally, he was still beautiful, but he suddenly felt that the luxury car and other things did not smell good. Eyes reddened incomparably as he looked at Jiang Yu. What's going on here? Is this the ultimate power of being rich? I'm not envious at all. Really, to think that it's usually hard for me to find a normal girlfriend, and then to see Jiang Yu being poured over by these girls. I damn well want to just kneel down and worship. It's useless to worship a master. You have to have Jiang Yu's face. These car models aren't trying to Shibuya Jiang Yu, are they? The pop-ups are all looking silly too, surrounded by a group of women, except for the stars. It was really the first time they had seen this kind of battle, but those celebrity fans are totally outclassed by these car models in every way, including face value. How could this not shock them? And again, the situation on Jiang Yu's side. It's kinda true what the waterboy said. Although these car models were all looking for him to take pictures, they were all leaning towards him when taking pictures. The photo shoot was close to Jiang Yu, squeezing him in the center. This time, Jiang Yu directly enjoyed the treatment of a sandwich. Seeing this, Han Bin had nothing but red eyes. I want to switch with Jiang Yu. That's a life winner, isn't it? The pop-ups were all shocked as well. For their part, the staff at the site were silent. The photo op fiasco was over in a few minutes. Though those car models tried their best to get in touch with Jiang Yu or make him look familiar. But Jiang Yu had a way of dealing with all of this. Very gentlemanly and polished throughout. Didn't take the opportunity to look around or take advantage of any perks. It satisfies the model's request to be photographed, but also eliminates any further opportunities for them to do so. Jiang Yu is also too powerful. This can even control himself. In my place, I probably wouldn't have lasted that long. This is Jiang Yu's superiority. Neither giving people a very staged and distant feeling, nor falling into words, not to mention not doing anything because of impulsiveness, envious and admiring at the same time. This kind of treasure boy is so loved. If only he had no money, so I could still beg, adopt him and have some chance. It's like a textbook showing us how to politely reject girls who are having second thoughts. Learned. May I ask, when has a girl ever thought of me in a bad way? The water users all expressed their admiration for Jiang Yu's approach. So did Han Bin. Even without talking about Jiang Yu's textbook operation, just Jiang Yu's kind of character is too rare in this society. How many people just fail to control their impulses and get into trouble? After Jiang Yu took pictures with those car models, it just so happened that the manager had arranged for a large van to enter the exhibit. There are 2 vans in total, and one van only holds 1 car. That's a testament to how valuable these cars are. Keep in mind that when a regular car is to be transported, dozens of them are loaded on the truck together. In the case of a typical supercar, 4 or 5 of them are loaded in the same van. Only the top-of-the-line supercars will fit a separate van. The process of loading a car is common for Jiang Yu, but for Han Bin, as well as a group of water friends, it was a chance to see more. They all wondered how such luxury cars were transported. Chapter 48, I just want to slide on my knees. It's so professional. If it's a regular car, just put a steel plate on the back of the van to connect to the ground. Drive the car up and be done with it. But because the Aston Martin 177 and Ferrari Laffa are expensive, to prevent bumps and scratches to the surface paint during transportation. For this reason, several staff members first gigantically covered the surfaces of the Aston Martin and Ferrari Laffa with a protective coat. Cover all surfaces of the car like a film. By the way, Jiang Yu, I watched a movie earlier that said the Ferrari Rafa's paint job would cost 100,000. Does it really cost that much? Seeing the scene, Hanbin suddenly remembered the plot in the movie Old Canon and asked curiously, if a normal Ferrari gets scratched it won't cost that much, but if a real Rafa gets scratched, 100,000 won't be enough. The first thing you have to look at is the size and depth of the scratched area. If the scratches are small, just surface scratches don't cost much, but if it's a deep cut, you'll have to hemorrhage. But movies are created for the sake of plot. In real life when there really is a large scratch on the bodywork, there are just two solutions. Get an estimate if the insurance is willing to fix it, or scrap the whole car and pay for it if it's not. Jiang Yu briefly popularized this aspect. Hanbin was stunned to hear, scrap it if you don't want to fix it? So capricious? What I'm saying is in the case of not being willing to pay out of pocket is these two options. Jiang Yu said, how much exactly will it cost if you pay out of pocket? Hanbin pursued with incomparable curiosity. Car paint are several basic colors plus effect additives blended out. The computer is installed on the supporting software. USB port electronic balance plugged in, and then in the software to find the manufacturer's color number. The software has a record of the corresponding recipe for each color, how many grams should be put to mix out the need for this color. But Ferrari holdings are small, after all, and limited edition holdings are much smaller. It's not always in the database, and the limited edition cars might not even be in the standard colors, so almost all repair stores can't repair it. It has to go back to the factory, for the price of a return to the factory for repair. Pick up on what I said above about looking at the exact area of the scratch. Ferrari has the pursuit of excellence in quality. The light car paint this item will go through 3 strict procedures. The last one is manually check the uniformity of the spray paint. They will use the instrument to check each piece of spray paint thickness difference cannot be greater than 0.2 millimeters. If it's greater than that difference, then the entire body will have to be completely repainted. I'm not really sure of the exact cost, and I haven't repaired it, but luxury cars are insured by several companies. The annual cost is tens of millions of dollars, and unless the situation is very special, the insurance company usually pays for it. But I think there's a more important issue than the money to fix the car. After the whole car is repainted, the price of the car itself will plummet, because when sold secondhand, the seller will usually bring a thickness gauge to check the thickness of the paint, and knowing that the repairs have been made will certainly cut the price. Anyway, being idle, Jiang Yu had to specifically popularize this aspect to satisfy Hanbin's curiosity. Hanbin was stunned by Jiang Yu's professionalism. His mouth never closed the entire time. Really stunned kind of thing. He felt that Jiang Yu was really strong. What paint was hooked up and how the average repair store repaired it. Hearing that made him want to directly give Jiang Yu a sliding knee. It's so damn professional. Insurance for tens and millions of dollars a year? That's why I don't buy luxury cars. Growing and learning again. For the first time, I feel like I can learn something real from watching a live broadcast other than for fun. How much more stuff does this TM know? I have a car too, not a luxury car, but I really don't even know the process of refinishing paint at a Ford store. This is where Jiang Yu is bullish. True to that saying, Jiang Yu is a man without a man. A man with a man. A man with a man. And a man with a man is really absolute. This is the real man of the people. The pop-ups were similarly shocked. What Jiang Yu had just said clearly had to be understood in depth before it could be pontificated. If Jiang Yu only knew enough about a certain field, they wouldn't be so surprised. But after these 2 days, they all felt that Jiang Yu seemed to know everything, with a deep understanding of whichever field. How could this not shock them? They even wondered if Jiang Yu's brain was loaded with an encyclopedia. Chapter 49, The Rich Man's Special Rituals? Scene. While Jiang Yu and Hanbin were chatting, both the Ferrari Rafa and the Aston Martin have been covered in protective clothing. The entire car is covered by a white protective coat with no seams showing. In the meantime, a simple lift has been set up on the rear of the 2 wagons. The lift table connects to the floor. The crew drove the Ferrari and the Aston Martin to the lift carefully one after the other. This seemingly simple process took 10 minutes, mainly because both cars are so low on the chassis. One can bump the undercarriage if you're not careful. The staff is on edge. The managers at the scene, and even Hanbin, were not daring to breathe in this process. They are so vicarious that they are afraid of a bump. Let the Aston Martin and Ferrari, which are like works of art, be flawed. Jiang Yu had nothing to worry about. The expression was very bland from start to finish. After the 2 vehicles got on the lift platform rose to the height of the compartment, and then the mechanical device inside the compartment began to operate, as if it were an assembly line transporting items, slowly taking in the lift platform. At this point, the loading is perfectly over. Witnessing the entire process, Hanbin clearly felt that he had grown a lot. This is a special experience that is hard for the average person to have. Sputtering, he chatted about it with the water boys on the air. The water friends were like Hanbin. Both sides chatted away. Well, we're ready to go. Only when Hanbin had chatted with his water friends for almost as long did Jiang Yu open his mouth at the right time. Then he opened the door of the Bugatti Chiron and got in. Wait for Hanbin to sit down. Jiang Yu started the Bugatti. The Bugatti's interior has an otherwise less than stellar-looking interior. It's the car that has a big C-shaped design that separates the main driver's seat from the passenger seat. However, this C-shaped design lights up when the Bugatti is lit. The interior of the already luxurious Bugatti adds a touch of indescribable luxury. Hanbin was dumbfounded. The waterboys were also very dismayed. Now they kind of understand why just now Jiang Yu called Bugatti is the real speed and luxury are the ultimate top sports car. However, when Jiang Yu stepped on the gas, Hanbin and his water friends were even more dismayed. The roar of the Bugatti Chiron is far more earth-shattering than that of the Aston Martin 177 or the Ferrari Lava. There's a kind of mind shatter. However, the Bugatti's interior soundproofing is so good that what Hanbin and his water friends heard was just a drop in the ocean. The staff at the scene, however, heard the roaring sound wave in its entirety, as if the king of the beasts was roaring, and the exhaust would spew flames, just like the gas flames from a racing game that starts nitrous to accelerate, and they all watched in awe. It's true, it wasn't until the Bugatti Chiron left that they came back to the conversation as an afterthought. Asterisk 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 that's too much pushback. In the car, Hanbin was full of excitement. He'd known the word pushback before, but had never felt it. But just now he did realize the meaning of the feeling of pushing back. Although Jiang Yu had long since passed the age of driving fast, the startup speed was relatively smooth. Even compared to other people who drove supercars was considered a very slow start. But the Bugatti's 100 km acceleration is too strong and powerful. Jiang Yu just normal tap on the gas can also let Hanbin experience in the start of the moment, the whole person by the backrest pushed by the pushback feeling. It was shocking to Hanbin. Watching Hanbin spitballing with his water friends about what an experience it is to ride in a Bugatti and what a real pushback feels like. Jiang Yu smiled subtly. Where are we going now? Hanbin asked after taking a while to get used to it. We'll go pick up a delivery this afternoon. But before that I have to change my clothes and have dinner first. Jiang Yu said. Express? What kind of express? And you have to change clothes to get it? Hanbin was very confused. Ordinary people get an inexplicable pleasure from receiving a delivery and unwrapping it. It's not possible that Jiang Yu is also like this, is it? And have to change clothes to open the delivery? Is this a special ritual for the rich? The watermen are also puzzled. You'll find out later. Jiang Yu had just finished speaking when the Bugatti left the exhibition area and arrived at the city's main road. Bugatti worth over $60 million enters the main road. It's like a wolf in a flock of sheep, causing a stir. At the same time everyone very tacitly and consciously avoided. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Shop That Ordered Suits. But Jiang Yu drove on the road in a very civilized and disciplined manner. Unlike other rich second-generation sports cars, after hitting the road with a posture of old man hanging onto the sky, wildly blasting the gas pedal, extremely forward, arrogant and domineering to the extreme. Because while it's true that the kind of speed and passion that comes from blasting the gas pedal furiously is exhilarating, one is exhilarated, and the people in the apartments, neighborhoods, and office buildings on the side of the road are probably going to curse. That sound of a supercar is horrible. That's why he lets off the gas with impunity except when he goes to a professional track. So a Bugatti on the road is no different from a regular car on the road in any way other than appearance. It surprised everyone. Generally speaking, supercars on the road equate to wild and unmistakable engine sounds. That's pretty much everyone's perception. People who drive sports cars are more arrogant on the road. That's what most people know now. Because rich kids are more or less arrogant. But now Jiang Yu was breaking their fixed ideas, civilized to a fault. How can this not surprise the owners of cars on the road? Hanbin was also unexpected. He thought that Jiang Yu had asked Uncle Zhang to drive back in the Rolls-Royce Phantom because he wanted to blow up the street in this Bugatti. The pop-ups are likewise buzzing about this. Once again, they felt that Jiang Yu was very different from the rich second generation that they understood, or that was reported in the news and other various media. Because it's not rush hour yet, so soon Jiang Yu arrived at his destination in his Bugatti. The destination was located on a street in the heart of the Magic City, a private bespoke suit store called Mr. Dandy. However, the store's exterior is unimpressive. To this, Hanbin couldn't help but get curious. Jiang Yu, you usually buy your clothes from this kind of small store? This store did not look in the least bit like it should be shopped by someone of Jiang Yu's level. It's not a small store. It's very famous in the high-end private customization circle. Some celebrity bigwigs often go there. There is a very wide variety of suit fabrics in there, and they are expensive. A regular customized set will cost you $50,000 or $60,000. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to answer, there was immediately a waterbender who was in the private ordering industry cop. Hanbin was shocked. This is where the star bigwigs like to come? Really fake. This place looks a little too low-key, doesn't it? He was a bit unconvinced by his water friend's words and looked at Jiang Yu for an answer. It's true that quite a few celebrities or bigwigs will come over here to order their suits. There are 3 reasons for that. First of all, the store has a lot of fabrics. Pretty much every good fabric in the world. It has it in there. It's easy to match. Secondly, the craftsmanship is good. Better than that of some common luxury brands of suits. Most importantly, it's not just a suit store that offers private orders. The owner is very good at utilizing the resources available. Inside, in addition to the custom-made suit service, there is also a restaurant, pub, KTV and so on. The place is upscale, specially designed for the big shot stars to compare. Privacy is very strong, so technically it's a private club. Jiang Yu briefly introduced it. At the same time, he pointed to a pathway to the right of the private club store entrance. This pathway is also specially designed for some celebrities and bigwigs. Usually they choose to enter the store from this side rather than the front door to protect their tracks. At those words, Han Bin was shocked. He didn't realize that this small store had a hidden agenda. There are so many doors. If it wasn't for Jiang Yu pointing it out, even if he had only passed by this place 100 times, he probably wouldn't have noticed anything strange. It's too mysterious. The watermen are also restless, discussing whether or not they'll just happen to run into any celebrities when they go in later. Soon, Jiang Yu led Han Bin into the store. The store is small, but with 2 floors, it doesn't feel crowded. The decor is chic. Marble floors with clear glass overhead. On the right is a store window with finished suit samples. On the right is the suit fabric shopping area. In the center was a huge television set. The TV showed pictures of celebrities, all photographed in suits custom made here. The store as a whole has a sophisticated and luxurious feel to it. Han Bin instantly felt slapped in the face as he stared blankly at everything around him. Mr. Jiang. The person in charge of the store saw Jiang Yu and immediately walked over to greet him. The man in charge was well dressed in a smart suit, with gold-rimmed glasses and a refined manner. Jiang Yu exchanged pleasantries with the other party with a smile on his face. Then please take a seat over there first. Mr. Jiang, I'll bring the suit for you to try on now. Okay, thanks. The person in charge brought both Jiang Yu and Han Bin to sit on a sofa to the side and then left. Star. Chapter 51. So that big brother is you. After the chief left, Jiang Yu adjusted his sitting position and sat comfortably on the sofa. Han Bin, on the other hand, was incredibly curious as he surveyed the store. It was the first time he had ever set foot in a high-end, privately tailored suit store. He'd seen the suits hanging in the mall before, so everything in the store intrigued him. At the same time he was paying attention to the television set in front of him. Discuss with your water friends what celebrities come here to order their clothes. Most of all, he wanted to see if there were any actresses he found beautiful. Fantasizing about a chance encounter would be perfect, but he looked around and it was all male celebrities. Somewhat curious, he asked Jiang Yu, didn't you say that celebrities like to come here? Why don't we see their pictures rotating on the TV? It's true that there will be female celebrities coming over here, but this is the suit ordering area. Not many female celebrities will order suits, so naturally they won't be seen on TV. Jiang Yu explained. Is there really an actress coming this way? Who? Han Bin instantly became interested, his eyes glowing. I've run into Jiang Yuxin before, and some I don't know the name of. Celebrity is inaccessible to the common man, but Jiang Yu used to go in and out of high-end places and would often run into them. It's just that he has little interest in celebrities and doesn't recognize most of them. Jiang Yuxin? My goddess, that's my wife. Asterisk 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 if I could run into Jiang Yuxin today, I'd swipe a gift even if I got a ING paycheck in advance. When they heard the name Jiang Yuxin, the pop-ups boiled over. That's normal too. Jiang Yuxin is a very famous new generation in the entertainment industry. Good-looking, musically talented and very popular. Han Bin didn't pay much attention to the new generation, and didn't even know much about Jiang Yuxin as a person, so his reaction was flat. Think it shouldn't be possible to meet an actress you find beautiful. His attention then turned to the male star's customized suit. What do all their clothes cost, do you know? Han Bin was a little curious about the stars who looked polished on the surface and what their clothes cost. Figured I'd learn about this so I could blow off some serious steam later when I got back to school. Maybe even take the opportunity to flirt with a girl. 50,000 to 100,000 in that range. Jiang Yu usually didn't care much about this. The star thing is new to others, but it would be ordinary for him. Something about the star was still told to him by the person in charge of the store during a casual conversation. $50,000 to $100,000. TSK. What a thought. What's so expensive about all these clothes? It's almost as much as a year's salary for an ordinary person. Han Bin was a little taken aback. It's mostly the fabric that's more expensive. At those words, Han Bin came to be interested. Curious, he asked Jiang Yu to introduce the fabric. And by the way, he also wanted to understand the ordering process of this high-end suit, trying to learn to facilitate future faking. The water boys saw this and became interested. It's time to learn something new again. One by one, they were getting restless. The process of ordering a suit is rather tedious. The first thing is the measurement. There will be a special master to measure various data. And then there's picking out the fabric. Over here is the fabric shopping area. Whether it's common or uncommon, with gold and diamonds, or even arguably the best materials in the world, it's all up here. Jiang Yu pointed to the fabric shopping area to the right of the sofa. It's a window, which is divided into many compartments. Each compartment held wooden boxes or leather manuals. Inside are just some fabric patterns. Most of the fabrics don't look like much at first glance. The two that Jiang Yu mentioned are both eye-catching. The ones with gold are encrusted with gold threads, not very visible, more of an embellishment role, and look understated and luxurious. The ones with diamonds are encrusted with diamond particles that sparkle and shine. Han Bin was stunned to see it. This is too extravagant. It's supposed to be the most expensive fabric? Han Bin was incomparably exclamatory. It was beyond the scope of his imagination to have a dress studded with gold thread and diamonds. Jiang Yu shook his head. The most expensive is Loropiana's cashmere. It's the top of the fabric. Very nice feel, soft and cozy. It's also quite expensive, at $450,000 a set. Aside from the premium that comes with some brands or designers, it's the ceiling price for a bespoke suit. Han Bin's eyes widened. He'd be surprised if a star had to spend $50, $000 to $100, $000 on an outfit. Now Jiang Yu was saying that Loropiana fabrics like this cost over $400, $000? He almost pissed himself. The price was far more than he could have imagined. Quite expensive. The pop-ups were also quick to amaze. The screen is full of question marks and the word, $450,000. If that was the price of a car, they would think it was normal. But $450, $000 for a suit. They don't think it's a little expensive. It's expensive as hell. Now they completely understand why a celebrity or a big shot would come to this store. Because no one can afford that kind of price except for a big star or a real big shot. Ah, right, so you chose that fabric? Han Bin was instantly curious. Just told you about Loropiana, said Jiang Yu. Han Bin, *******. Just now I was thinking what kind of big brother would have to spend over $400,000 to order a suit. Dare I say that Jiang Yu is this big brother? That price is enough to put a down payment on a suite. Grass. What exactly am I doing wrong? Why is the system recommending this live room to me? +1. If I had done something wrong, naturally the law would have punished me, instead of me knowing all this and crying. But I'm even more curious. What kind of delivery would it have to be to make Jiang Yu change into a suit that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to dismantle? The pop-ups immediately and completely exploded. Dense. Star. Chapter 52, Female Water Friends Restless. The Art of Speaking. Never mind. Why don't you go on about the ordering process? Han Bin slowed down for a while before coming back to his senses, hastily changing the subject. He didn't dare to pursue some details of the fabric anymore. He was afraid that he would be suddenly irritated by Jiang Yu again later. Once you've chosen the fabric, choose the lining. There are a variety of styles of liners, and it's mostly up to the individual to like to match them. These are selected and the store pretty much makes a gross sample based on the initial fitting data. The next step is to try on the woolen sample, while a master will fine-tune it with button pins according to the effect on the body, for the best results as well as the most comfortable size. Jiang Yu briefly talked about the overall process. After listening, Han Bin was like seeing the door to a new world. Originally, he had thought that ordering a suit would be as simple as measuring an individual and that would be the end of it. I didn't realize there were so many specific processes. Long time coming. *******, so it's so much of a specialized process. So why did I just take measurements and be done with it when I ordered it in the first place? What Jiang Yu said about these being high-end customizations. Ordinary subscriptions are really just like what we all imagined. Don't ask. Make good money, bro. Just as Jiang Yu and Han Bin were chatting idly, the water users were in a state of agitation. The head of the store returned. The suit was contained by an exquisitely crafted wooden box with a bag over it. Originally, Jiang Yu didn't intend to change it immediately, because he's more used to wearing casual clothes and being relatively relaxed and comfortable. But Han Bin said he wanted to see what a suit that cost over $400,000 looked like, encouraging Jiang Yu to change to give his water friends an eye-opening experience. He was very curious himself. Jiang Yu thought about it and thought it would work. Anyway, it's not much time between changing now and changing later after dinner. The person in charge led the way into the locker room with the suit. Can I follow you in to see the change of clothes? Kaji, I don't mean anything else. I'm just craving Jiang Yu's body. I can swipe the gift. The pop-ups immediately began to come alive. It was mainly the female water friends who were egging Han Bin on. I'm a decent guy sending out a super rocket. And there were actually people giving gifts. watching the male waterboys on the air froze. Is this a group LSP too? Hanbin was also a bit surprised. He usually wants a gift for his own live streaming is hard to come by. And as soon as he involves Jiang Yu, the gifts come in brushes. 3 minutes passed. The locker room door was opened. Jiang Yu, who had changed into a suit, walked out. SS. The scene resounded with the sound of cold air being sucked in one after another. Jiang Yu was originally upright and handsome, and his temperament was even more top-notch after being cultivated from a young age. Even if you're just wearing simple casual clothes, you're the prettiest boy on the street. Now change into a handmade matte blue suit and long ago prepared leather shoes. The temperament is even taken up a level. She looks noble and elegant, and there is a charm that radiates from her hands and feet that is hard to describe. Hanbin was dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I feel like I'm in love. Ah. Cool. I wonder if Jiang Yu would mind finding a guy for a girlfriend. Smartly I'm ready to apply for a gender change. The waterboys are blowing up. There are countless female sailors who give gifts. Miss Hobbit, nice. It fits. Even the person in charge of the store was a bit stunned and exclaimed, Mr. Jiang, this upper body effect of yours is really superb. Hanbin circled around Jiang Yu twice and couldn't stop nodding. It's too appropriate. I feel a little ashamed of myself standing next to you now. Seconds to the stars we just saw on the lobby TV. I'm talking about seconds all around. The man in charge nodded. He'd wanted to say that just now, except such words couldn't come out of his mouth. Now that Hanbin had said what he wanted to say, it would be perfectly fine for him to follow with an echoing nod. They say people are made of clothes, or clothes are made of clothes. In the face of everyone's compliments and boasts, Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, at those words, the person in charge couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, secretly surprised. The meaning of Jiang Yu's words was laden with many meanings. Side by side, they gave their store a facelift and praised it was all about their clothes, and it also gave Hanbin face. Also save face for those stars. Take all the credit for the clothes. It's almost like it's dripping with water and taking care of everyone's feelings. Hanbin originally still had some inferiority complex, but when he heard these words from Jiang Yu, he immediately felt much better. Regardless of the facts, Jiang Yu's words took care of his feelings, giving him face. He was a bit surprised and emotional, feeling that it was a blessing for him to be able to know someone like Jiang Yu, who was rich, but genuinely treated him as a friend. The art of speaking, too strong. That's enough words for me to learn for a long time. This is the big man who has really seen the world and spoiled himself in the face of anything. It's really unconvincing. People like Jiang Yu really make it impossible to pick faults no matter what. Chapter 53, Fussing and Flying. The ace agents have a taste for it. The pop-ups were equally surprised by Jiang Yu. In the face of so many people bragging about it, an ordinary person would probably have to float up to the sky. Jiang Yu, however, was not arrogant, but instead took care of everyone's emotions in every way. Let them see once again the culmination of the rich and the drip 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 of the people. They were really eye-opening. The live feed was once again full of gifts. I don't know how many watermen gave gifts. The rockets that rose into the air simply made Hanbin's heart tremble. Since the start of the live broadcast of Jiang Yu's godly life, the gifts in the live broadcast room were really more than once. He roughly calculated that the estimated income from this wave would be tens of thousands more gifts. One of them, Miss Honey, gave away 10 super rockets. It was also unknown if he was really interested in Jiang Yu, but no matter what, Hanbin knew that most of these gifts were due to Jiang Yu. At best, he's a tool guy with a camera. I thought that I would have to split all the gifts with Jiang Yu when the time came to settle the bill. Although Jiang Yu might not be able to look down on this amount of money, he felt that it had to be shared equally, or else he felt overly sorry. After making up his mind, Hanbin held up his live streaming device and took his water friends to see some of the details of Jiang Yu's suit up close. It's worthy of a suit of more than $400,000. The fabric is really damn comfortable to touch. It feels smoother and softer than my first love's little hands. Hanbin kept circling around Jiang Yu, a look of shock as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. From time to time, they went up and touched this and that and kept exclaiming. If he didn't know that this was Jiang Yu's friend, the person in charge would probably have to have someone invite Hanbin out. Well, let's eat first, or we won't have enough time later. Jiang Yu greeted the person in charge and packed up the original clothes and took them to the Bugatti to put them away. Greeting Hanbin, he left the suit ordering area. Hanbin couldn't help but get excited when he thought that he would soon be able to see the hidden restaurants frequented by celebrities or some bigwigs. Following Jiang Yu in the same footsteps, Jiang Yu led Hanbin through the suit ordering area, turned left, and entered an aisle. The aisle lights were a little dim, and there were a rack or two of clothes on one side with 2 suits on them. There's no door at the front. Any way you look at it, it looks like a random pile of clutter in the store. Wrong way, right? Hanbin couldn't help but ask. Jiang Yu smiled subtly, then gently pushed the coat rack aside. Here's the secret door. Jiang Yu opened the secret door. Amidst the pop-ups of question marks and Han Bin's dumbfounded expression, push the door and walk in. Something else. What comes to mind is a chicly decorated Japanese restaurant. Exquisitely decorated. Marble floors and a variety of softly lit chandeliers hanging overhead. There's a window. The windows look out onto the greenery on both sides of the main road and you can faintly see the traffic outside. It gives the feeling of a peach blossom hidden in the downtown area. Han Bin, who followed him in, looked stunned. This store is a bit of a mystery. It's really something else. No wonder the stars and some of the bigwigs come over here from time to spend time. It's got the inside flavor of Kingsman. Brothers type the word upstream on the public screen. It's just upstream. The pop-ups were also a bit silly. It wasn't so much that I thought it was all so luxurious in front of me. Wheel of luxury. The small store in front of us is far worse than the Japanese restaurant in the Manor Hotel. More than anything, they found the Japanese restaurant in front of them very mysterious, tucked away in a suit store, hidden downtown, where some of the biggest stars hang out. It all simply opened up a new world for them. Where in the old days did they get to see this? Don't just stand there. Sit down first. Seeing that Han Bin was dumbfounded, Jiang Yu greeted him and went to the window seat to sit down. Han Bin followed and sat down, curiously surveying everything around the Japanese restaurant. The main thing was to see if any stars were in. However, the store was very cold and there was no one else but them. How come there's no one? Han Bin wondered. What can there be in broad daylight? There are usually some people at night. And this Japanese food area is specific for the big boys to eat after they've ordered their suits. Normally, bigwigs or celebrities come over here to entertain on the second floor, and you have to get an invitation up there. If you want to meet a star by chance, keep your eyes on that doorway over there. They usually come in through the trail I told you about just outside the door. Which is this one? Jiang Yu pointed at a door directly in front of him. Han Bin immediately looked over. Star. Chapter 54. The classic quotations appear again. You can't pretend this kind of thing. For Jiang Yu at this level, usually going in and out of all kinds of high-end places, stars could often be encountered. Nothing unusual. But for Han Bin, a star is an unattainable being. In addition to following Jiang Yu around to go in some high-end places to meet a wave of stars, other opportunities to meet stars, it is simply difficult to get to the sky. Although he didn't follow the stars, he thought that when he returned to school after meeting a star by chance, it would be bragging capital. So, Han Bin stared dead center at the small door that Jiang Yu had mentioned. That look made it seem like some big shot was about to come in. However, 3 minutes passed. The head of this mysterious Japanese restaurant, in addition to the site staff, or only Jiang Yu and Han Bin, 2 people. Let's eat first. Looking at the time, Jiang Yu proposed. He clapped his hands. Immediately, a staff member in day clothes came over. Or a cuter-looking young lady. Good noon, Mr. Jiang, what can I get you? The young lady bowed towards Jiang Yu before asking respectfully. This is the Japanese-style service in the store. Jiang Yu nodded and smiled back at the other party, then pushed the menu in front of Han Bin. Why don't you see what to eat? Because he didn't meet the star by chance, Han Bin was originally a bit lost. But when he looked up and saw the young lady's staff aside, his mood improved. Looking at the young lady's enthusiastic smile, Han Bin's heartbeat sped up quite a bit. He forced himself to be calm. It's better if you order it. I can do it. Han Bin originally wanted to put on a show in front of this young lady, pretending to be a frequent consumer over here. But on second thought, this was the first time he entered this kind of high-end Japanese restaurant. If he made any mistakes and made a fool of himself later, it would be a shame. Jiang Yu takes a brief look at the fresh ingredients that the store currently has. Then let's start with an 8-inch Ceto octopus, Haley sea urchin with beluga caviar, loose leaf crab. Jiang Yu ordered 9 dishes. Han Bin, who rarely ate Japanese food, was shocked. When the waitress lady left, he asked in a low voice, "This point is too much. Can we finish it? Japanese food portions are smaller, and 9 dishes is almost just right." 9 dishes is just right? That's tens of thousands of dollars for 2 people to come here for a meal, isn't it? Han Bin was surprised. This Japanese restaurant is all about the big shot stars, but the prices are actually relatively affordable for a high-end Japanese restaurant. The 9 dishes we just ordered won't cost 10,000, around 6 or 7,000. Jiang Yu said, "It's appearing. The classic quote is appearing. Less than $10,000 at an affordable price. Indeed, pro people, my 1-month salary is finally enough for Jiang Yu to have a meal." The pop-up immediately exploded. Han Bin was also dumbfounded. But how to say that these 2 days also followed Jiang Yu to see a lot, so it was only 6 or 7,000 a meal he quickly accepted. While waiting for the food to be served, Han Bin specifically asked Jiang Yu to introduce some of the do's and don'ts of a high-end Japanese restaurant so that he wouldn't make a fool of himself later. There's not really much to note, just a general understanding of the dining order. First of all, appetizers is paying plus upfront for appetizers, which in simpler terms are hors d'oeuvres. It's usually a cold dish. more seasonal, with brighter colors, color, aroma, taste, and shape, so it's usually appreciated before you move your chopsticks. Then there's first bowl, which is a clear soup made with fresh vegetables, fresh fish and other ingredients. One thing to keep in mind is that there are no spoons for soup in Japanese food, so remember to drink it directly from your mouth. It's rude to use a spoon at the head of a Japanese restaurant. Jiang Yu gave a general introduction. Hearing Han Bin, that was a shock. The precepts here were easy to understand for someone like Jiang Yu, who frequented high-end Japanese restaurants, but for a first-time entrant into a high-end Japanese restaurant like him, hearing it once was pretty much the same as not hearing it at all. He didn't even understand the basic order of eating, not to mention the etiquette of using chopsticks and all those details. He was somewhat grateful. Luckily, I just conceded and didn't intentionally pretend to be a frequent visitor to a high-end Japanese restaurant. Otherwise you'll be really embarrassed at dinner later. He felt that this kind of thing was the same as Jiang Yu's temperament and cultivation and so on. It's totally pretentious. It really had to be someone like Jiang Yu, who frequented such high-end places, to know these doorways. There's too much to learn this time. Any class rep summarize it. The class rep said the school was wasted. Chapter 55, Water Friends Are Restless. Meet Jiang Yuxin by chance? The pop-ups were half listened to. Although in simple terms, the order of a Japanese meal is divided into several steps: appetizer, main course, intermediate course, main course, and finish. But there are subdivisions within each step. Most of the sailors are still clueless, except for some who have been to the official Japanese restaurant. However, Han Bin didn't let Jiang Yu say it again, thinking that it would be almost enough to follow Jiang Yu's example later. Even if you don't understand something, just ask and be done with it. However, he realized he was thinking a little simplistically, because there are parts of the dish divided into several parts. Trying to learn as you go is very cumbersome. For the most part, Han Bin still had to let Jiang Yu introduce him before eating. The dish is 8 inches, divided into 6 smaller parts. Usually you start with the long triangular dried small fish, which is made up of many mullets, and inside the vessel is tamagoyaki, pudding it last. The rest remains by fluorescent squid, car prawns, honey beans and broccoli moss. Jiang Yu briefly introduced it as he ate. Although he hadn't been to this Japanese restaurant too many times, he had eaten Japanese food more times than he could count. It's almost as if you're familiar with these. Professional. The pop-ups are all over the screen. Han Bin was also listening in awe the entire time, and was obviously also shocked by Jiang Yu's specialty, a meal that passed quickly. Jiang Yu was still quite satisfied with the flavor of this store. It's all top-notch ingredients with delicious flavors, a feast for the taste buds. Han Bin was even more satisfied to the extreme. He used to eat the same kind of cuisine that cost less than $100 per person near the school. To be more rigorous, those can't even be called cuisine compared to today's cuisine. Now following Jiang Yu, the grade instantly soared from less than 100 per capita to several thousand per capita. Simply enjoyable. It's just that the sailors at the heel of the screen are suffering a bit. I don't know why, but my usual favorite, instant noodles with ham, didn't smell good all of a sudden today. I just received my bonus yesterday, and today I even added a chicken leg to properly comfort myself. And seeing the things that Jiang Yu and the others ate, the chicken leg simply tastes like chewing wax. The pop-ups were constantly wailing. After simply sitting and chatting with Han Bin, as well as chatting with his water friends, and resting and relaxing a little, Jiang Yu went to pay. The price was about what he had just expected, less than $7,000. After paying the bill, Jiang Yu casually swept his eyes around before realizing that there was a guest in the store at some point, sitting in a corner position, with his back to this side. He couldn't see his face, but from the back you could probably guess it was a young girl. The looks should be good too. Moreover, Jiang Yu looked twice and felt that this back was faintly familiar. Seems like I've seen it somewhere, but after careful thought, it didn't ring a lot of bells. I guess I've come across it before when I came over here to spend money. Thinking about this, Jiang Yu didn't really care. Since he didn't have much of an impression, it meant that the other party was definitely unfamiliar to him. Returning to his seat, he greeted Han Bin as he prepared to leave. Han Bin stood up and also spotted the girl sitting in the corner seat. When did you get an extra one? Came in while we were eating? It's not supposed to be some kind of star, is it? Han Bin looked at Jiang Yu with some excitement. Jiang Yu cried and laughed, and I can't see what the other side looks like, so how would I know? At those words, Han Bin thought about walking over to take a glance, but just then, the pop-ups began to stir. Why does this back feel a little familiar to me? I feel a bit like Jiang Yuxin's back. I've seen a lot of fan videos taken about Jiang Yuxin at award ceremonies, and this back really looks a bit like it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it can't be true, can it? Han Bin went over to take a look. Autumn pear cream. The head of the live feed exploded. It's actually normal. Quite a few of the waterbenders on the live feed are LSP. And in addition to her strong business skills, Jiang Yuxin's looks were also extremely outstanding. It makes perfect sense that these LSP waterbenders would like Jiang Yuxin. See these pop-ups. Han Bin was even more determined to take a peek. He greeted Jiang Yu and asked him to wait for him over here for a moment now. Then, slightly excited, he walked over with his live streaming equipment. Jiang Yu could understand Han Bin's feelings. It's the hunting mentality. It's not about having a crush on the star. It's about simply wanting to meet a star that you rarely see on a regular basis. He didn't care and continued to sit down, eyes on the back of the front. After his water friend said so, he also felt that the back in front of him looked a bit like Jiang Yuxin. He had a brief encounter with Jiang Yuxin before. At that time, he had a friend who was having a birthday over here, in which Jiang Yuxin was invited. He had a brief exchange with Jiang Yuxin at that time, and knew something about her. Chapter 56, The Goddess Takes the Initiative. Shocking the whole house. Fruity. It was the same as Jiang Yu's guess. Soon Han Bin returned and made sure that it was Jiang Yuxin sitting at that end. One that he was a little afraid to confirm at first, because he didn't know Jiang Yuxin well enough to be able to recognize him when he saw a back like his water friends did. He later came back and used his cell phone to check various pictures of Jiang Yuxin before confirming it. Surprisingly, it's really my goddess. I'm putting my word out here today. If I can get my goddess to come over and chat with me for a while, there's as many gifts as I want. Count me in. If I can really get a wave of interaction with the goddess, I'll get on board with 10 superfires. The water friends in the live room completely exploded. People are very mad. All sorts of gifts flew all over the place, encouraging Han Bin to go over and strike up a conversation. Truth be told, Han Bin was very heartened. That's a rare star. Even without the encouragement of his water friends, he wanted to strike up a conversation and ask for a photo or something. It's just that he's a bit of a wimp. Jiang Yuxin is just too pretty. He also didn't know if it was because of the star aura, but he felt that Jiang Yuxin was the most stunning of all the girls he had seen. He was a bit ashamed of himself when it came to big beauties on weekdays, let alone the fact that Jiang Yuxin was still a star. But just as Han Bin was hesitating on how to strike up a conversation with Jiang Yuxin, I don't know if it was because Han Bin's side was looking over toward Jiang Yuxin from time to time. Jiang Yuxin glanced this way curiously. When she saw Jiang Yu, her face held a few moments of surprise. Put down your chopsticks, then come this way. Seeing Jiang Yuxin coming this way, Jiang Yu and Han Bin had very different reactions, because he didn't know what was going on and didn't feel that Jiang Yuxin was unattainable like Han Bin. Jiang Yu didn't have much of a reaction, but Han Bin was different. Watching Jiang Yuxin walk over this way, there were still a few small leaps between her eyebrows. He was very puzzled and at the same time a little surprised. Although he couldn't figure out the situation, he was slightly nervous to see the goddess of his heart coming this way, and his hands couldn't help but sweat. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Jiang Yuxin came to Jiang Yu's desktop here and looked at Jiang Yu, her face slightly red. The smile on her face was one of surprise from the bottom of her heart. At those words, Han Bin was dumbfounded, wide-eyed. He looked at Jiang Yu, a face full of disbelief. He completely didn't expect Jiang Yu to know a big star like Jiang Yuxin, and it looks like the two have an uncomplicated relationship? Why else would Jiang Yuxin take the initiative to come over and say hello? What is this? Seeing their goddess take the initiative to come over and greet Jiang Yu, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also filled with question marks. It has indeed been a long time. Jiang Yu was actually puzzled. He and Jiang Yuxin had simply chatted for a few moments regarding their one-sided relationship at a friend's birthday party at that time. Couldn't figure out why Jiang Yuxin would take the initiative to come over and greet himself. However, facing Jiang Yuxin he still smiled back politely. Jiang Yuxin hadn't changed much from what he remembered. Melon face, Danfang eyes, skin as white as snow, bright eyes looking at the light. It's just a different temperament. At that time, Jiang Yuxin should have just started her career not long ago and was slightly young. It's a lot more mature now, and the glamour is added. You sit down first. Jiang Yu saw that Jiang Yuxin was a bit formal, as if she was afraid of disturbing herself and had a hesitant expression, so she took the initiative to speak. So you guys talk first, I'm going to use the restroom. Han Bin was sensible, knowing that a conversation between the two might be a bit out of place for him here. He took the initiative. Although he wanted to sit at a table with the goddess Jiang Yuxin, he was also very curious about what Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin would talk about with each other. Thanks. Jiang Yuxin sat down. While thanking Jiang Yu, who had gentlemanly pulled out her chair for her, Jiang Yu actually didn't know what to talk to Jiang Yuxin about. After all, the two of them weren't too familiar with each other, but he has, after all, experienced a lot, and can often talk and laugh with the greats of his father's generation. It wasn't hard to talk to Jiang Yuxin. Just find a random topic and start talking. I can't say that the conversation was very enjoyable, but the atmosphere was not awkward and was quite cordial. Jiang Yuxin was slowly driven by Jiang Yu. and she let go quite a bit, not so nervous and formal, chatting for a while. Actually, I'm really very happy to meet Mr. Jiang today. Qin Yashuan looked like she was planning to get to the point. Jiang Yu looked at her, somewhat confused about what she meant. Thanks a lot for the suggestions made by the comments section gurus. I'll be tweaking them for subsequent episodes. Chapter 57, The Power of a Big Brother's Words. Jiang Yu was very puzzled when Qin Yashuan came over to accost him in the beginning. It was just that in order to take care of Qin Yashuan's face, he was too embarrassed to ask directly. Otherwise it would mess up the proactive and enthusiastic Qin Yashuan would be embarrassed. Now he heard Qin Yashuan say that he was happy to see himself. Jiang Yu was even more puzzled. He was sure he hadn't crossed paths with Qin Yashuan except for that one time at his friend's birthday party earlier. It's possible that the two will show up at the same time at this mysterious little store during the period, but neither stopped to communicate with each other. Soon, Qin Yashuan told the truth. It turns out that during Jiang Yu's friend's birthday party 2 years ago, Jiang Yu's unintentional words created the current Qin Yashuan. Here's the thing. At that time, Qin Yashuan had just joined the industry not long ago, had no connections and no opportunity to display her talent, and by definition was not qualified to be at that day's birthday party. It was still a big sister in the circle who appreciated her more and made an exception to bring her along, so she was qualified to appear. Birthday party at the time. Jiang Yu and another friend, Su Jindong, chatted idly. Su Jindong is the crown prince of the leading entertainment industry agency, and he usually helps his family with the company in order not to appear too mixed up. That day he and Jiang Yu chatted about the company and the entertainment industry, lamenting that there weren't any eye-opening newcomers making their debut lately. It just so happened that Qin Yashuan was singing at that time. Jiang Yu felt that Qin Yuxin singing is not bad, casually, and Su Jindong said Qin Yuxin looks good. Singing is also good. May have the opportunity to fire. It was Jiang Yu's casual remark that made Su Jindong notice Qin Yashuan. Immediately, Su Jindong looked for Qin Yashuan to come over and talk. Jiang Yu was on the side and also chatted with Qin Yashuan. However, as to whether Su Jindong really signed Qin Yashuan and so on, Jiang Yu didn't know much about it, and then he didn't take it seriously at all. But I did not expect Qin Yashuan later really signed by Su Jindong. There is a stage to display talent, slowly began to fire up, until now the hottest one of the new generation. For this, Qin Yashuan had always been grateful to Jiang Yu, though it was possible that Jiang Yu was just making an idle remark at the time. But a single sentence from a big shot of Jiang Yu's caliber was the one that decided her fate. During this time, Qin Yashuan wanted to express her gratitude to Jiang Yu. It was just that the gap between her and Jiang Yu's status was a bit big, and even if she became completely famous later on, she still wasn't on the same level as Jiang Yu. Couldn't even find the opportunity to express my gratitude when I wanted to, until today. Listen to the end. Jiang Yu felt that it was all really marvelous. He hadn't thought at all that the butterfly effect was so powerful, and that his own words had given Qin Yashuan an opportunity to create him. Actually, you don't have to thank me. I didn't do anything. Besides, iron sharpens iron. And you got all this from your own hard work. Jiang Yu didn't want Qin Yashuan to feel indebted to him. In fact, in his opinion, Qin Yashuan really didn't owe him any favors either. But Qin Yashuan didn't think so. But Jiang Yu didn't let Qin Yashuan continue to dwell on this topic, and the conversation turned. By the way, it's been 2 years since I've seen you. How can you recognize me? Jiang Yu felt that there should be quite a gap between himself and 2 years ago. Even though there hadn't been many changes, Qin Yashuan had only seen himself once. I don't want to see Qin Yashuan on TV myself sometimes. It was reasonable to say that Qin Yashuan couldn't have recognized it at a glance. Earlier, I saw Mr. Su posting a friend circle with a picture of you and Mr. Su together. Qin Yashuan met Jiang Yu's gaze and said with a slightly reddened face. Jiang Yu nodded his head undeniably. Seeing this, Qin Yashuan let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. In fact, she hadn't even seen Jiang Yu's picture in some Su Jindong's circle of friends. As a matter of fact, Su Jindong was a few years older than Jiang Yu, and usually had to help his family share the pressure, busy taking care of the company, and Jiang Yu later are not love to play. The past 2 years and Su Jindong contact less, not to mention any photo together. The reason Qin Yashuan would really recognize Jiang Yu was because there was a group photo at the end of the birthday party that day. For the past 2 years, Qin Yashuan has kept that group photo. In addition to the reason for the thanks, it was more because the Jiang Yu of that time was sharp and had left an indelible impression in her mind. Jiang Yu didn't know this, but he knew Qin Yashuan lied. He just didn't break it down. Briefly, he chatted with Qin Yashuan. Jiang Yu glanced at the time, thinking that it wouldn't be good to keep Han Bin waiting on the sidelines for too long. Then he spoke to Qin Yashuan and prepared to leave. Qin Yashuan hurriedly stood up. Mr. Jiang, I've recently made a movie. It's my first film. Can I invite you to see it with me? The movie's only been in theaters for the past 2 days, so I don't think you've seen it yet. Star. Chapter 58, Water Friends, I feel like I'm being green. At those words, Jiang Yu stopped in his tracks, looking at Jiang Yuxin, whose face was slightly flushed with anticipation. He hesitated for a moment. It wasn't because he was embarrassed to reject Jiang Yuxin. It was just that he could clearly see that Jiang Yuxin still held gratitude for him. I don't want Jiang Yuxin to think that it's all his help that made him what he is today, and then often think of him in her mind. Think about it. Half jokingly. Fine. I counted me as helping you out once before. Now you buy me a movie once. It's even. Regarding this matter of Jiang Yuxin, Jiang Yu did not want to dwell on it for too long. It's been 2 years. Jiang Yuxin still can't forget it, and he can still recognize him at a glance. So if he doesn't deal with it, it's probably going to be difficult. So he could only agree and let Han Bin's side go back to school first. If other people, especially Jiang Yuxin's fans, knew Jiang Yu's mental activities at this moment, they would be afraid that they would be shocked out of their wits. It's too late for us to have something with Jiang Yuxin, and you're thinking of skimming off the top? Okay, it's a deal. Seeing Jiang Yu agree all of a sudden, Jiang Yuxin's eyes brightened a few points. A little frown filled his brow. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. But, Jiang Yu looked Jiang Yuxin up and down. But how do you plan to get to the movie theater? It's pretty bad for you if you and I both go to the movies alone and get recognized, isn't it? He didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry though, but probably still knew that Jiang Yuxin was one of the few stars in the entertainment industry who had never been exposed to any scandal. This is presumably thanks to Su Jindong. Although Su Jindong was in the entertainment industry, he happened to be the type of character who didn't like to eat grass from the nest. Therefore, Jiang Yuxin will not encounter any former rules or other things in the company. Without taking that first step, there naturally wouldn't be any of these related scandals behind it. Jiang Yuxin smiled mysteriously. You can rest assured on this aspect, alright. I guarantee that no one will recognize me. Hearing this, Jiang Yu did not say anything more. I'll talk to my friend first then. Jiang Yu walked aside to Han Bin's table. Han Bin had been paying attention to Jiang Yu's end just now, and seeing Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin talking and laughing, he was both envious and curious. During that time, I almost couldn't hold back my inner desire to hear what the two were talking about. Now finally waiting for Jiang Yu to come over. Jiang Yu just sat down. He couldn't wait to say, Jiang Yu, you are deep in hiding. Actually in Jiang Yuxin this big star's relationship are so good. Han Bin's face was filled with awe. A big star like Jiang Yuxin. Ordinary people don't even have a chance to see her. Not to mention even a chance to talk. What did you all just talk about for so long? Han Bin had a gossipy face. The livestream was also swept up by the water boys. It was hard for them to know that their goddess was talking and laughing with Jiang Yu. Previously, when they knew that Jiang Yu had been confessed to by Jiang Yuxin and so on, they were at most envious. But now they are really hard. Some of the water users with a stronger sense of generation even felt that they had been greened by Jiang Yu. So there was a great deal of wailing on the air. Just casual conversation. Jiang Yu simply replied. Without dwelling on Jiang Yuxin's question, he looked at Han Bin and turned his words around. By the way, later you go back to school first. I have something temporary. It can't be related to Jiang Yuxin, right? Han Bin's eyes widened at once. A look of "you're not right" looked at Jiang Yu. The pop-ups were also bristling with question marks. How can I put this? I'll talk to you when I get back to school. Jiang Yu couldn't say much right now. After all, the live broadcast was on, so it wasn't convenient to say anything about Jiang Yuxin. Seeing this, Han Bin also had the sense not to ask any more questions. Jiang Yu sends Han Bin to the door and waits for him to get into a cab before returning to the Japanese restaurant. Star. Chapter 59, Taking the Initiative? The whole audience is shocked. When Jiang Yu returned inside the Japanese restaurant, Jiang Yuxin had already finished her simple disguise. No change in makeup. It was the same casual outfit of jeans and white t-shirt and jacket that looked simple but would have a special charm on her. It was just that she had tied her long black hair into a ponytail and put on a black baseball cap along with a cute little bear mask. Originally, Jiang Yuxin had a royal lady demeanor, although he didn't show it in front of Jiang Yu because of his constraints. However, now after changing into such a disguise, the star's slightly high-flying temperament fades and is replaced by youthful vigor, and Jiang Yuxin seemed to be in a good mood right now. Even with the mask on, you could still see her joy in her bright eyes. Any other uninformed person who saw such a Jiang Yuxin would most likely treat her as a young couple who was going to go out on the street with her boyfriend, rather than some big star. Well, did you almost not recognize me? Jiang Yuxin walked over to Jiang Yu with a few small leaps. I don't know if it was because I felt much more familiar after talking to Jiang Yu just now. She let go quite a bit now, and somewhat adorably put on a show in front of Jiang Yu. Then he looked at Jiang Yu expectantly, like a child waiting for a compliment from an adult. Not bad. I shouldn't be afraid of being mobbed by your fans later, Jiang Yu said half-jokingly. Receiving Jiang Yu's affirmation, the smile between Jiang Yuxin's brows became even more intense. It's the first time I've ever worn this getup, and even if I stand in front of my fans, They won't recognize me if they don't look closely. We can go now. Qin Yashuan naturally walked beside Jiang Yu and walked side by side with him. Good, Jiang Yu answered, and the two of them turned around and prepared to leave the Japanese restaurant. But just after taking a step, Jiang Yu froze, because he didn't know what the situation was. Qin Yashuan even naturally held his hand, and also hugged his arm in a slightly intimate manner. Although Qin Yashuan is technical, she still has a great body. Development is also good. Jiang Yu could even feel the softness that Qin Yashuan passed over. He turned his head to look at Qin Yashuan in surprise. Jiang Yu was not the only one who was surprised. Seeing this scene, all the staff at the Japanese restaurant were all shocked as well. One was dumbfounded. Jaws were almost on the floor. It was as if he had seen something quite unbelievable. It was no wonder. Qin Yashuan was considered a familiar guest here, and they knew him fairly well. But all this time, they had never seen Qin Yashuan being close to any male, not to mention any intimate gestures. But now they saw the always demure Qin Yashuan actively and intimately holding Jiang Yu's hand. How could this make them not be surprised? However, as employees here, they had all signed a confidentiality agreement and could not discuss any of the guests' affairs in private. But that couldn't stop them from exchanging shocked glances with each other. The eyes seemed to speak. Asterisk 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 grass. Qin Yashuan even took the initiative to go up to him? Zhang Xiao's charm is really big. Master Green Knot. My goddess ended up in someone else's arms. Isn't that what love is all about anyway? JPG. Besides, Qin Yashuan was a bit unresponsive at first. He was still foolishly locking eyes with Jiang Yu, thinking that this look of Jiang Yu was a bit inexplicable. But immediately after, reacting, he noticed that he was holding Jiang Yu's hand, and his entire body was still close to Jiang Yu. Her pale face instantly reddened. Hastily releasing Jiang Yu's hand, he explained, sorry, I usually do this before I go out on the street with my girlfriends. So, usually, before she and her best friend went out on the street, her best friend would worry about her identity being seen through like Jiang Yu did. Then after seeing her in disguise, she was completely relieved again. The reaction was very similar to Jiang Yu. Plus she doesn't usually have much contact with the opposite sex, let alone a date on the street with one. Therefore just now, she subconsciously treated Jiang Yu as her bosom friend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little, half-jokingly saying, it's a good thing that I didn't think of you as that roommate of mine just now, or else I guess I'd have to take a train station ticket and leave overnight. Qin Yashuan understood Jiang Yu's stunt and was immediately amused. The tension of worrying that Jiang Yu would blame her relaxed. At the same time, she couldn't help but remember once again the moment she had just held Jiang Yu, and then he thought of her intimate embrace of Jiang Yu's arm just now. Couldn't help but blush again. It was the first time she'd ever been so forthcoming with such an intimate gesture to a member of the opposite sex. It happened by mistake though, but it still made her shy. But, in addition to her shyness, a strange, difficult to articulate, subtle feeling was slowly developing in her. Stealing a look at Jiang Yu's gaze, there seemed to be a strange color flowing. Chapter 60 Exclusive Member Services. Qin Yashuan's disguise was indeed quite successful. On the way to the parking lot with Jiang Yu, it didn't attract anyone's attention. The main thing is that her temperament has changed. And with the baseball cap, you can't even see her eyes without looking closely. At most, there were just a few LSBs with poisonous eyes who felt that Qin Yashuan was a top-notch beauty and looked at her a few more times, but didn't recognize her. Instead, Jiang Yu had attracted the attention of many passers-by. Jiang Yu was originally upright and handsome. Even if he was dressed casually, he was quite an attention-grabbing presence in the crowd. Nowadays he also changes into a suit. It's almost as if it's on. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many passerby ladies. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Yashuan was there, and that the two of them, Qin Yashuan and Jiang Yu, looked rather like a couple when they walked together, I guess the ladies came right up and hit on me. In response, Jiang Yuxin teases Jiang Yu about needing to disguise himself a bit more than she does. The two chatted as they quickly made their way to the parking lot. This is your car, huh? Stopping in front of the Bugatti Chiron and looking at the Bugatti in front of him, Qin Yashuan was very surprised. Although she didn't particularly know much about cars, she did know about Bugatti, the top luxury car brand. Well, get in the car. Jiang Yu helped Qin Yashuan open the car door. After getting into the car, Qin Yashuan was slightly more restrained, especially after she secretly googled the price of the car. She was so surprised that her little mouth couldn't even close. It's over $60 million to land. The prices are outrageous too. She didn't even know if she could make that much money in her life. Why don't we just go to the Intime Mall? It's closer to here. After getting into the car, Jiang Yu saw that Qin Yashuan didn't even say anything and took the initiative to ask. Aha! Only then did Qin Yashuan come back to her senses. On the road, Qin Yashuan was obviously a bit put out. In order to keep the atmosphere from being so awkward, Jiang Yu and Qin Yashuan took the initiative to chat about the movie. Jiang Yuxin starred in this movie called One Night Stand, a comedy film, in which Jiang Yuxin played the second female, chatting away. Soon, Jiang Yu drove the Bugatti Chiron to the underground parking lot of the largest Intai Mall in Magic City. Intai Mall, as the largest shopping mall in Magic City, is full of luxury goods, and there are a lot of people who come here to spend money, and a lot of rich people. So the underground parking lot here is as spectacular as a luxury car show. Porsche, Ferrari, McLaren, Rolls-Royce, and more. It's everywhere. Still, in comparison, Bugatti is the brightest star. Luckily the underground parking lot doesn't get much traffic. The Bugatti, as well as the two Jiang Yus who stepped out of the car, caused just a handful of people to be shocked. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin smoothly passed through the underground parking elevator to the 5th floor of the mall and reached the movie theater, a few floors below the Intai Mall. All luxury goods. The luxury goods on the 2nd floor even came to a horrible average price of 1 million. By comparison, movie theaters are the cheapest place to spend money in the mall. There's a lot of foot traffic, but the most noticeable place in the movie theater was in front of a floor-to-ceiling poster on the right side of the cinema lobby, because there were a bit too many people gathered in front of the poster. Jiang Yu couldn't quite see all the contents of the poster. You can see that the poster is based on Jiang Yuxin's movie look. As for what the name of the movie is called, Jiang Yu did not see clearly. Many people took selfies with their cell phones in front of the poster and took pictures with Jiang Yuxin in the poster. Seeing this, Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Jiang Yuxin's popularity seemed to be higher than he thought. Luckily, Jiang Yuxin had done a good job of disguising himself, or else he really suspected that if he was recognized that Jiang Yuxin and himself had come over to watch a movie alone, he would be mobbed by those fans. Jiang Yuxin also seemed to be a bit surprised. Let's get tickets over there. Jiang Yu looked at the queue for both the ordinary ticket purchasing channel and the place to pick up tickets, so he pointed to the VIP ticket purchasing channel. The Intai Mall has set up a system whereby a person can become a platinum member by spending enough $100,000 at one time or $1 million a year. You can enjoy membership when you visit all the stores in the interior. Cinema membership treatment is to have a special staff to provide services. Do not need to queue up for tickets like ordinary people. There are special VIP seats inside the screening room and so on. It's one of those things that doesn't do much and is forced on you. Jiang Yu led Jiang Yuxin over. Although it wasn't Jiang Yuxin's first time coming over here, she had been famous for just over a year and wasn't at the stage of making too much money. So the system of membership, which required spending millions of dollars, had nothing to do with her, and she just didn't really know much about it. Behave yourself and follow Jiang Yu, because this time, he wanted Jiang Yuxin to treat him to return the favor. Jiang Yu just showed his membership card and finally gave up the opportunity to pay to Jiang Yuxin. If he paid, if next time Jiang Yuxin said he wanted to invite it back, there would be no end to it. Tickets were purchased quickly. Jiang Yu's two men entered the movie theater until now, but it was only less than 2 minutes before they got their tickets. It was a scene that made those in the agonizing line for tickets envious. Chapter 61, Audience Envy and Jealousy. Jiang Yuxin's Small Minds. Is this the treatment of being rich? I've been lining up for 10 minutes, and they just came in for less than 2 minutes and got their tickets. Bigots who spend millions a year aren't like the rest of us. So what if it's Big Brother? I saw their tickets. It's the goddess Jiang Yuxin who starred in Overnight Fame. He's so rich, but he still can't get goddess Jiang Yuxin, and he still has to be the same as us who can only see the goddess through the big screen? That's right, and it's hard to tell if he's rich or not. I just saw that it was the woman who paid. This guy isn't a white boy, is he? 2A. Even if he's a gigolo, I'd switch with him. The girl next to him looks obviously nice despite the mask. Luckily I like goddess Jiang Yuxin. The goddess is the most beautiful in my heart. There was a lot of chatter among the passers-by who were lined up to pick up or purchase tickets. It's mostly a bit of an imbalance in the mind. After all, they suffered a batch in line. Jiang Yu, however, has a dedicated service. The difference in treatment made them really envious and jealous. One by one, they mistook Jiang Yu for a gigolo and struck out heavily. To put it bluntly, it's acid. However, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin couldn't hear this content. The two of them had already passed through the ticket gate and entered the screening hall. Members-only seats are 3 rows back. The location at the back of the average movie theater has a great view, but the viewing experience is actually average. Because the sound in the screening room is all the way in the back, it can feel loud if you sit in the back, which slightly detracts from the experience. But the movie theater here in Gintama, in order to give the members the best experience, the placement of the sound and so on is different from a regular movie theater, and the screen is more than double the size of a typical theater. As a result, the movie theaters here at Gintama actually have the best experience in the back row seats, the members-only seats. In addition to all this, it is worth noting that there is something to be said for members' seats, made of genuine leather, equipped with massage, footrest and more. The comfort level is pretty good. Jiang Yu sat down according to the position of the ticket stub, adjusted his posture, turned on the massage, and drank an ice-cold Coke, which was simply not too comfortable. What he didn't notice was that Jiang Yuxin, who was sitting on the side, was secretly looking at her cell phone. The top of the phone shows a search page. Search for what should I do to watch a movie with someone I like. There were 1,000 replies at the bottom. Serious science. Don't do it in a movie theater with infrared cameras. Upstairs is outrageous. People are asking what they should do. To answer seriously, you can give the other person a slight hint, such as pretending to drink his drink without thinking, and see how he reacts. There are a lot of responses at the bottom and some of them are really helpful. But Jiang Yuxin is a bit thin-skinned, always worried that doing what the netizens say would be a bit obvious. Think about it. Then with a red face, he sneaked a glance at Jiang Yu. Then again, she quietly leaned towards Jiang Yu's side. Jiang Yu looked at her curiously. I feel a little cold. Jiang Yuxin immediately became weak. Originally, she had thought of leaning closer to Jiang Yu without any other thoughts, but when she met Jiang Yu's gaze, she immediately blushed. Luckily the inside of the movie theater was poorly lit, and this answer from Jiang Yuxin was reasonable. It's part of the fall, not too cold and not too hot, and the movie theater was a bit crowded, so it was too hot to turn on the heat, and a bit stuffy if you didn't, so the air was turned on cold. Jiang Yu didn't think much of it and handed Jiang Yuxin the small blanket next to him. Jiang Yuxin took it and said thank you, covered with a small blanket, quietly sitting beside Jiang Yu, from time to time sneaking a couple of glances at Jiang Yu. Her mood at the moment is still a little flutter. If Jiang Yuxin's friends knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Jiang Yuxin's outstanding looks and good personality have led to countless people pursuing her. There were also quite a few rich second generation among them, although they were not as good and rich as Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yuxin usually kept a certain distance from any suitors. It's also rather cold to those suitors. But now, Jiang Yuxin was actually happy because of a small act by Jiang Yu. If this really got out, the suitors' minds would probably explode. And Jiang Yu immediately became a thorn in the side of many men, envied and hated by everyone. Chapter 62, is the mysterious big shot in the circle you? Soon, the movie started. This overnight success storyline that Jiang Yuxin is in is still good. It's about a traveler who goes back 10 years and becomes an overnight success as a copyist. The protagonist's intention is not to become famous, but to become rich in peace and quiet. But with his brain possessing many of the golden hits and scripts of his previous life, there is simply no hiding his talent. So there are a lot of ludicrous stories going on in there. Jiang Yu previously blindly mixed, and Su Jindong cooperation investment in the movie, that time felt quite fresh, free to shoot the film set around, learned a lot from the director by ear. In his opinion, the movie has something to see and something to laugh about, and the subsequent market reflection should be good. Among them, Jiang Yuxin plays the role of the agent who goes to great lengths to make the protagonist famous. The acting is good, at least above average. An hour and a half later, Jiang Yu walked out of the screening room with Jiang Yuxin and the rest of the audience. People around us were talking about the movie. Judging by the looks on everyone's faces, they should all think the movie is good. Among them, from time to time came the voices of many of Jiang Yuxin's fans praising Jiang Yuxin for his talent in acting. How was it? Did you think the movie was good? How did I act? Although many people around them were praising Jiang Yuxin's acting skills when they were talking to their friends, but Jiang Yuxin wanted to hear Jiang Yu's opinion more than anything else, looking at Jiang Yu like a small child waiting for an adult's affirmation. Pretty eyes with anticipation. Jiang Yu looked at her and nodded. Well acted. Really? At those words, Jiang Yuxin's eyes brightened a few points. Although I couldn't see her expression, I could tell from her frown that she was still happy. Very nice indeed. It felt like the characters were portrayed very well. Seeing Jiang Yuxin pursuing the question, Jiang Yu gave an affirmative answer, and then simply picked some of the places where Jiang Yuxin had acted well and said the following. He knew that Jiang Yuxin's point in pursuing the question was to wait for him to praise him. It was also normal that this was Jiang Yuxin's first foray into the movie and television industry, and she really needed to be recognized by others. As a friend, Jiang Yu naturally encouraged Jiang Yuxin without mincing words. After hearing this, the smile between Jiang Yuxin's brows became even thicker, and happiness was written all over her pretty eyes. It feels like you're saying pretty much the same thing the director said to me at the time after the shoot. It can't be that you've been a director before, can it? Jiang Yuxin looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. The ones Jiang Yu had just said involved some specialized vocabulary, and it's still analyzed on a macro level. Unless Jiang Yu was usually very fond of movies and was a movie critic or something like that, then he must have learned some knowledge related to directing. Jiang Yu shook his head. Seeing Jiang Yuxin's puzzled look, he briefly talked about the fact that he and Su Jindong had cooperated and invested in a movie when he was fooling around in the past. At the time he was pissed off by the bad movies on the market. At that time a whole year domestic almost all or some cha rice commercial movie. He almost all see vomit. so the idea of either investing in a good movie out on your own was born in an instant on the top. He wasn't thinking about making money at that point, and he didn't have such a great determination to change the whole market. It was the idea that came to me at the top. When he calmed down, he thought it might be impractical to invest in a good movie, but investing in a random movie seemed newer and more interesting, something he hadn't done before. Then he approached Su Jindong to find out more and eventually invested in a movie with him. You've also invested in movies with Mr. Su? Qin Yashuan was shocked. Which one are you co-investing in? I remember when I first joined the company was just planning to step into the film and television category, and I've invested in quite a few movies since then. By the way, you know what? Wasn't there a movie called Comedy Genius that was a huge hit a year ago? It was last year's box office winner. That's what our company invested in. Oh. Qin Yashuan's intention was to share some interesting stories to Jiang Yu, because everyone just knows that the movie Comedy Genius swept the entire circle of friends last year. It has attracted the attention of countless people, but little did they know that no one invested in the movie when it opened in the beginning, and that many people in the market didn't think much of the genre and felt that comedy had fallen out of fashion. Later on, it was Su Jindong and an unknown bigwig who invested in the movie so that it could be successfully shot. It is understood that originally Su Jindong also did not think highly of the comedy, or was persuaded by that big brother, and finally agreed to inject capital. However, no one expected it to stand out in the then competitive summer vacation slot, completing a comeback to become last year's box office champion. This matter let Su Jindong have a lot of feelings. Usually from time to time we'll take this matter in the meeting, said what cannot be too confident in their own, cannot hold the inherent gaze at the market and so on. Hearing Qin Yashuan finish all this, Jiang Yu was a bit surprised and his expression was a bit strange. Was it really true that everyone didn't think highly of the movie Comedy Genius at that time? Xiao Jindong really felt a great sense of emotion? Chapter 63, What the hell is this express delivery? Looking at Jiang Yu with an odd expression on his face, Qin Yashuan didn't notice anything at first, but slowly she felt something was wrong. Jiang Yu and Su Jindong have co-invested in movies, and then it just so happens that the other big investor in this movie, Comedy Genius, is unknown, and it just so happened, again, that Jiang Yu's first reaction after listening to what he said was so strange. It's reasonable to think that if you've seen the movie Comedy Genius, you should be a little surprised to learn that it has such twists and turns now. And if one has never seen the movie Comedy Genius, the correct reaction to learning about all this behind the scenes should be rather tepid. Associating these, Qin Yashuan couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu in surprise. It's not possible that the unknown big brother is you, right? Jiang Yu nodded. I'm not a big shot, but I'm the one who invested in that movie with Su Jindong. Receiving an affirmative answer from Jiang Yu, Qin Yashuan was stunned. She hadn't expected at all that the big brother who was talked about by countless people was Jiang Yu. And your vision is awesome. Jiang Yu was bent on investing in the film Comedy Genius under the premise that no other bigwigs in the industry were optimistic, not even his friend Su Jindong. What Jiang Yu did at that time was tantamount to a one-man fight against the capitalist bigwigs behind the scenes of the entire movie circle. However, there was also a miraculous reversal, a slap in the face to the capitalist bigwigs in the behind-the-scenes circle. Qin Yashuan was not only shocked, but the rest was admiration. Seeing that Qin Yashuan automatically ignored his words that he was not a big brother, and still looked at himself with an expression of adoration, Jiang Yu was somewhat in tears. Hearing Qin Yashuan say that, it was estimated that many people in the circle regarded him as a mysterious big brother. It's actually normal. What we all saw was one man punching all the capital of the entire movie industry in the face. Who wouldn't be shocked to see this record? But the truth is, Jiang Yu didn't invest in Comedy Genius at the time because he saw the potential of the movie, which was purely because he liked that type of movie. And at that time he had a more capricious and casual personality, plus more money, so he just invested. For a while, Jiang Yu didn't know what to say. At that time, he thought just Su Jindong didn't fancy that movie because of his personal preference, but I didn't realize that the truth was that everyone didn't see it as a good idea, and he was punched in the face. Mostly, he can't really explain it right now. Without an explanation, everyone puts him mystery big brother, thinks he's got a lot going for him. In this way, at least Su Jindong and the others wouldn't be too embarrassed. But if you explain it, it will make all those capitalist bigwigs lose face. When the time comes, people will say those capitalists how professional you usually blow up one by one, but actually not as good as a layman's. Think about it. Jiang Yu decided it was better not to explain. It just so happened that the elevator arrived at this time. Jiang Yu changed the topic and said, "Where do you live? I'll send you back later, right?" Seeing Jiang Yu change the topic, Qin Yashuan obediently said her address and then stopped talking. After sending Qin Yashuan back home, Jiang Yu drove his own Bugatti Chiron to the Magic City Tianma racing circuit. Pegasus Raceway is one of the international racing circuits in the Magic City. In addition to hosting big races, the most important thing is that Pegasus Raceway is one of the few racetracks in the Magic City that is open, and you can drive over here and get off the track for a fee. On weekdays, even when there's no big event at Pegasus Raceway, it's still a lively place inside. There are often amateurs who come over to this side of the track to experience the speed and passion. But here and now, there were no people or cars at the huge racetrack. Whether it was the thousands of spectators or the winding track, there was only one large truck, parked at the entrance to the track. The racetrack, which should be ringing with the roar of engines that make people's blood boil, was unusually quiet at the moment. However, this quietness, made Jiang Yu, who had always been relatively calm, vaguely excited. After a day of anticipating the unpacking of the delivery, it's finally coming, couldn't help but step on the gas harder. Like a beast unleashed, the Bugatti Chiron really roars as it should. Soon, the Bugatti Chiron pulls up next to the big van. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." The moment the Bugatti came to a stop, the truck driver who had been waiting beside it and a few staff members immediately approached respectfully. One of them was a foreigner. It is worth noting that the foreigner was wearing a Patek Philippe on his hand. Luckily, Hanbin is back in school now. If Hanbin was there, seeing such a battle in front of him, he would certainly exclaim, "What kind of express is this?" Chapter 64, I'll kneel down. Having been looking forward to it for almost a day, Jiang Yu was a bit anxious to open the box though, but in the face of others' enthusiasm, he patiently greeted them one by one. "Mr. Jiang, we meet again." The foreign boy addressed Jiang Yu in Chinese and greeted him in English. Faced with a foreign friend engineer who traveled a long way with this delivery, Jiang Yu exchanged pleasantries with him for a while in English as well. A few minutes later, Jiang Yu and the foreign engineer came together to the rear of the big truck's compartment. The wagon was completely closed and nothing could be seen inside from the outside. At the same time, a seal was affixed to the lock that locked the wagon. The word Jiang was written on it. Jiang Yu directly ripped the seal off. "Unload the car." Upon receiving Jiang Yu's instructions, the staff began to get busy. The driver rejoined the big truck. These big trucks used to transport cars are different from the normal big trucks used to haul goods. The wagon of the big truck that pulls the cargo is fixed. But the big truck at the moment, the whole carriage in the back can be lifted freely, and the sides of the carriage can be opened completely. Soon the wagon of the big truck landed on the ground. The sides of the wagon were also opened completely. What came into view at that moment was a huge wooden box. The wooden box is not a whole, but consists of many parts. "Let me do it." Originally that engineer's duty was to escort this car to Jiang Yu in good condition, but Jiang Yu hadn't opened the box himself for a long time and opened his mouth. "Good." The foreign engineer handed Jiang Yu the pliers in his hand. Jiang Yu took the pliers and came to the backside of the wooden box. This side corresponds to the rear wheels of the car inside, leaving a small door on the outside that can be opened. Jiang Yu used pliers to cut the hardcover plastic bag locking the small door. Open the little wooden door. What came into view was the rear wheels bound by colored ribbons. The reason why they are bound with colored ribbons is to prevent the car from rolling along with the bumps in case of severe bumps during transportation. Jiang Yu cut the ribbon. Next, Jiang Yu used the same method to cut the ribbons of several other wheels. Then the engineer handed him a power screwdriver. Jiang Yu used an electric screwdriver to drill out the nails on the front and back of the wooden box. Take down the front and back boards. What comes to mind is the overall matte blue color, with extremely perfect streamlines, like a prostrate beast, the Bugatti Divo. If Hanbin was here with his live broadcasting equipment, it is estimated that his water friends would have brushed their screens in unison. "Is this the courier you were talking about?" "ITM directly Neil." And Hanbin surely shouted. But these people on the scene didn't react so violently. Just the sound of the backward breaths of cold air here and there remained clear. Looking at the brand new Bugatti Divo, the faces of everyone in the room changed. Bugatti engineers from afar looked at the prostrate Bugatti Divo with admiration. He was involved in the design process of the car, and the Bugatti Divo is like his own child to him. And those few staff members who had originally followed over to be responsible for dismantling and miscellaneous duties, their eyes were yearning, eager. Compared to the average person, they are considered successful. Though they were only mopping up after the Bugatti engineers, it was possible that those who followed engineers of this caliber were no ordinary people. However, no matter how successful they are in the eyes of the common man, they feel that the Bugatti Divo was their lifelong dream, and the driver who was just responsible for pulling the load and knew nothing else was confused. "So it was a top-of-the-line Bugatti I was pulling along the way?" He froze for a while. He didn't come back to his senses until Jiang Yu passed by him and stepped into the wooden box. The driver looked at Jiang Yu, who was carefully admiring the Divo inside the wooden box. He also looked at the Bugatti Chiron that was just driven over by Jiang Yu, and his heart was envious and jealous. Really trench awe. 2 Bugattis. In the meantime, he googled the prices of the 2 cars. Then the pupils quake. The Bugatti Divo landed at $80 million. The 2 cars add up to almost $150 million. His heart turned over a million waves of immense sighing, thinking that Jiang Yu was really rich and capricious to the point of being outrageous. Wouldn't it smell good to buy some other top-of-the-line sports car with that kind of money? Isn't one Bugatti enough? In fact, he had no idea. The Bugatti Divo is sort of an updated version of the Bugatti Chiron. The first requirement for buying a Divo is that you have to own a Chiron first. This is why Jiang Yu let Uncle Zhang go back today and chose to drive the Bugatti Chiron out to the car show himself. It's the old and the new. And it's one of those rituals that Jiang Yu feels is part of the ritual of unboxing a Bugatti Divo. Chapter 65, Money is the way to go. The supporting characters change their faces in a second. Besides, Jiang Yu's heart was also somewhat unable to calm down at the moment. Although the Bugatti Divo is limited to 40 units worldwide and you have to have a Chiron to buy it, but just after it went on sale, the number of purchase slots kept dwindling. Jiang Yu was pretty much the latest batch to order a Bugatti Divo at the time. As a result, he got his Divo almost a full year later than those who booked early. Touching the body of the Divo, Jiang Yu didn't rush to get into the car and first took a general look at the appearance of the Divo. The body mechanics of the Divo have been revamped, with adjustments made to the front spoiler, air intake holes, side skirts, and rear wing sections, and with the lightweight body, the Divo is 35 kilograms lighter than the Chiron, with 90 kilograms more downforce than the Chiron. However, what Jiang Yu remembers most about the Divo's appearance is the taillights that are made up of countless small lights shadowing each other. Get in the car. Jiang Yu took another general look at the interior. The interior is also that the design is different from that of the Chiron, but the exact changes are still relatively few. Start the Divo. Jiang Yu was instructed by the Bugatti engineer. Slowly drive the Divo out of the crate through the two wooden shelves attached to the floor. Steady on the ground. Saying hello to the engineer, Jiang Yu followed up by driving the Divo onto the track. Turn on track mode and step on the gas. A sound wave that strikes straight to the depths of the heart rings out. The Divo keeps the same power as the Chiron though, but the former has a lighter body, more horsepower, and a more mind-blowing sound. Even though the Divo's soundproofing was strong, Jiang Yu inside the car could still feel the gusts of sound. Fire up the Divo and brake 102. 4 seconds, that pushback feeling is very smooth. As in, the whole person is pushed forward by the seat. Now that's true speed and passion. Looking at the Divo racing around the track, a few people outside the track were again yearning for more, except for the engineers. Though, everyone else was a little confused as to why Jiang Yu had to set the delivery location here at the racetrack, not to mention why Jiang Yu was willing to let the brand new Divo fire on all cylinders. In fact, they have no idea. The biggest difference between Bugatti and other supercars is the balance between extreme speed and comfort. In other supercars, if you want to experience extreme speeds of 300 or 400, you have to be fully armed. But in a Bugatti, even in a suit, you can also experience extreme speeds of 300, 400 or even close to 500. Therefore, wearing a suit and driving a Bugatti on the track on fire, this is the second sense of ritual that Jiang Yu believes in unboxing Divo. That was why Jiang Yu had changed into a suit to come over today. After hearing what the engineer said, several of the mop-up crew and the driver came to a realization. I see, so it feels like the unboxing just now was so forced. It really has to be a rich man's ritual. That's a long way to go. Jiang Yu galloped around the track for 2 laps, then it was back to the big van in the Divo. Without Jiang Yu saying anything, the engineer who knew Jiang Yu well instructed the handyman to prepare to reload the Divo back onto the van. After learning that Jiang Yu was unloading the car here just to experience a speed and passion, and that he would have to make his own trip later when the Divo was loaded onto the truck, the driver froze. Isn't that ing bull? You're done having fun on your own, but you're wasting our time and energy. He spat madly inside. Jiang Yu saw the driver as well as the other staff members all had somewhat grumbling expressions and knew what everyone was thinking. He could understand that, too, and opened his mouth. The Divo landed just now, and it's already considered a completed delivery. Technically, it's secondary transportation now, so I'll pay everyone later. Hard work. Upon hearing this, the driver and a few staff members, who were still secretly slandering, immediately burst into joyful smiles. It was still trolling, but now it's all changed. What the kind of bull is it to turn in a car at a racetrack? It's clearly a rich man's ritual. Just now it was those of you who hadn't seen the world and were not in a sufficient realm that you couldn't fully comprehend it. Each of them were not polite and were energized after thanking Jiang Yu. It's all much faster. Seeing this, the foreign engineers were secretly taken aback. He can understand some simple Chinese, coupled with the expressions of the driver and the others who flipped their faces faster than a book. He roughly knew what had happened and how Jiang Yu had handled it. Quite emotional. See what it means to be a rich man's man. Money opens the way, and it's a nice way to talk and put a face on others to make them sound good. It's just brilliant. Chapter 66, Parking Garage Full of Luxury Cars. Shocked. After having the motivation of money, Several staff members were significantly faster, but for a few minutes, just loaded the Bugatti Divo into the big van as is. Everything is ready. Jiang Yu got into the Chiron. At the same time, he greeted Engineer Blue as he got into the car. He's known Engineer Blue for a long time. The Chiron in which he now sits was also delivered by Brew, who was responsible for it. Wait for Brew to get in the car. Jiang Yu started the Bugatti and left the Tianma circuit with the big truck. The ride back was slightly congested and took about 30 minutes. The place where Jiang Yu lived was one of the most famous villa areas in Magic City, Imperial Bay Villas. There are some big shots living in there. That's why security at the gate is very tight, whether it's a person or a car, unless it's registered inside the property system. Or maybe there's an invitation from the owner, and the owner makes an appointment with the security office in advance. Party access. Otherwise, no matter what kind of person or car, they will be refused to the door. After all, privacy is very important where the bigwigs live. In addition to class, Jiang Yu's Chiron is more famous in the villa area. After all, the numbers are too scarce. It can be seen as a car. Therefore, seeing the Chiron traveling over from afar, the security guards raised the railing in advance and stood respectfully at the side. Enter the interior of Imperial Bay. As one of the most famous villa districts in Magic City, the environment and configuration of Empire Bay is absolutely nothing to speak of. From the smallest to how the roadside greenbelt is designed, it's all very deliberate. As for the artificial lake and other large landscapes, that's not to mention, all designed through the hands of a master. However, it is relatively easy to best visualize where Imperial Bay is a top villa area. There are 3 helipads inside, designed for the big guy whose time is precious. Jiang Yu passed by just as a helicopter landed, the sound of its engine whirring. Seeing this scene, apart from Jiang Yu, and Engineer Brew, who had followed Jiang Yu to Imperial View Bay last time, the driver and other staff were wide-eyed. The whole Lulu into the Grand View Garden expression looking at everything in the villa area. Soon, Jiang Yu drove the Chiron and stopped in front of a villa at the innermost part of the villa area. Front door numbered Villa 2, Imperial Bay. Technically speaking, this was not considered Jiang Yu's home, because his parents rarely come over here because of their busy schedules. Usually only Jiang Yu would come over here to stay when he was on vacation. But, the overall design of the villa remains very sophisticated and luxurious, and the footprint is huge, almost 1,000 square feet. Even if he knew that Jiang Yu was the big brother's driver and other staff members, he was still shocked at this moment. One by one, they looked at each other in the car. Asterisk. Sure enough, there are 2 Bugatti men. This villa is also too damn luxurious. Villas with average prices starting at $150,000 or really no joke. The visual impact is just too strong. Living in a villa area with a tarmac and 2 Bugattis, what kind of status does Mr. Jiang have to be? They sighed in the car. Jiang Yu was unaware of this. He honked his horn. The butler in the villa immediately opened the underground garage door. The design of this villa where Jiang Yu lives was to choose to use the underground garage as the first floor. So this garage is about the size of the entire villa. Parked inside the garage were all kinds of sports cars. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Pagani and more. Pretty much every luxury car brand is included. Although many of the sports cars in there are relatively inexpensive. Other than a few special limited edition ones, the others combined aren't as expensive as the 2 Bugattis, the Chiron and the Divo. But, the large parking garage is filled with luxury cars of well-known brands, and the visual impact is very strong, no matter what the price. Jiang Yu, on the contrary, drove the Chiron in and parked aside as if nothing had happened. But the driver and others in the back, their eyes dropped to the ground. Crap, a car show? More ING luxury cars? Inside the big van, the sound of them sucking in cold air one after another resounded continuously. Chapter 67. How the hell is this a simple life? After the Bugatti Divo landed from the plane, this driver in charge of transportation, he thought he'd seen a lot of rich people too. After all, he usually transports luxury cars. Originally, outside of his own eyes wide, today followed Jiang Yu to this side. He realized that he used to be really do not know what is called a real big brother. Watching Jiang Yu walk down from the Bugatti, then he looked at the luxury cars that were collecting dust around Jiang Yu. Once again, he felt that Jiang Yu was really rich and capricious. Noticing that everyone was looking at him with an expression of true wealth and caprice, Jiang Yu was a little bit in tears and laughter. Actually, people don't know, those luxury cars were all bought by Jiang Yu in his previous love of fun. Most of them aren't too expensive. Just buy them simply because you like them and experience a wave. Buy, and it adds up. As for why not sell some and leave them in the garage to collect dust, it's because the value of regular sports cars falls off so fast. For example, an Aston Martin DB11 that you've only had for about a year is estimated to lose almost $1 million if you sell it. Landed for over $3 million. Used is just over $2 million. Therefore, Jiang Yu thought of simply leaving it here. He likes cars anyway, and he can switch them around once in a while without getting bored with one. Best of all, with these cars, he can swap them out with his friends. There would be no need to spend money on a car every time a new car comes out that you obviously don't really like, but are just thinking about experiencing a wave. Overall, any of the cars parked in the garage, Jiang Yu felt that they all had a corresponding value. Jiang Yu greeted the driver and brought the big truck in a bit, then let the men start unloading the car. The process of unloading the car was similar to the steps at Pegasus Raceway. 10 minutes later, Devo then parked firmly at the head of the underground garage. With the addition of the Devo, the already visually stunning garage, it's more like a luxury car show at the moment. Before leaving, the driver couldn't resist pulling out his cell phone and snapping a few pictures to remember. Thinking I must call my friends out for a late dinner tonight and blow them a long one. Several other staff members saw this and followed suit with a few photos. Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't refuse such a simple request from everyone. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu paid the driver and the others and had them sent away. Engineer Blue followed suit. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted Brew to stay for a casual dinner. After all, Brew came all the way over here from a foreign country. It's Brew's job, though, but the two were friends, and Jiang Yu still felt that he should very much do his part as a host. However, Brew said something was wrong, so Jiang Yu didn't hold back much. After everyone leaves, Jiang Yu left the underground garage and went up the stairs. Enter the villa. The interior of the villa is more lavishly decorated than it looks on the outside. The first floor lobby is spacious and bright, with a single-story height of nearly 7 meters. The space in the living room is filled with modern simplicity with the overall go-grade marble color and rose gold tone. However, many of these details are full of design and luxury. Take for example the $1 million Baxter sofa in the living room. The fabrics are precious Tuscan leather, horse leather and deer leather. Another example is the very clever choice of location of some ornaments, wall paintings, etc. In the living room, it gives the overall look an understated, yet classy and tasteful feel. Through the living room, Jiang Yu came to the dining room. A 2-course meal was already on the table. At the same time you can hear the aroma of food wafting out of the kitchen and the constant sound of frying. The food on the table wasn't any delicacies of the sea. It was all home-cooked food. This was a habit that Jiang Yu had formed over the past few months. Since moving into the dormitory, Jiang Yu's life was relatively fixed for the 2 days of vacation each week. It's usually just Saturday and Sunday to go play and relax. Finish up with a trip home for a little home cooking. The main reason was that the nanny who cooked, Sister Xia, had worked in his house for over 10 years and knew his tastes very well. And because from a young age, Jiang Yu's parents were busy with their careers, more often than not, it was the nanny, Xia, who took care of Jiang Yu at home. It could not be said to be Jiang Yu's second mother, but it was also an elder that Jiang Yu recognized and had a position in his heart. Usually after dinner, Jiang Yu stayed at home for a while before returning to school in the evening. Experience 5 wonderful days of campus life. Jiang Yu enjoyed the pace, simple and cozy. If Han Bin knew what Jiang Yu was thinking, he would probably burst into tears. Is this still a simple life? Who the hell says eating home-cooked meals in a villa is the simple life? Chapter 68, You're Still Poor No More. Meal time. Jiang Yu was asking Sister Xia to sit down and eat together. He and Xia didn't have the barrier between boss and employee. What's wrong? Jiang Yu realized that Sister Xia seemed to have something she wanted to say. When he sat down, he gave him a slightly nervous glance every now and then, but opened his mouth and didn't say anything. I am fine. Eat first. Xia refused to say anything at first. There seems to be something difficult to talk about. Seeing this, Jiang Yu thought that Sister Xia had encountered something or something had happened to her family and asked one more question, but the answer he got made him cry a little. Normally, Jiang Yu would only return to this place once a week. His parents probably came about that often, or maybe a little higher, maybe twice a week or so, and lived more on the property elsewhere. And although the villa is unoccupied for half of the week, but both Xia and other workers need to work normally every day, ensure that everything in the villa was normal, so that Jiang Yu or his parents could live comfortably no matter when they came. And because Xia had worked here for over 10 years, she had the trust of Jiang Yu's parents. Compared to other workers, Xia's sizable workload is more varied and busy. This also led to the fact that Xia would take a vacation pretty much only on New Year's Day in a year, and would usually have to guard the villa. Therefore, even though Sister Xia's daughter had gotten into the Magic City University of Economics this year, which was nearby, she hadn't been able to take the time to see her daughter for the past few months. Hearing this, Jiang Yu roughly knew what Sister Xia meant. It's just that I miss my daughter. There was no need for Sister Xia to say anything more, so Jiang Yu said that he would give Sister Xia a day off every week in the future. But Kasumi refused. She had been hesitant to take a day off to see her daughter. Jiang Yu offered to give her a vacation every week, which instead made her dismiss the idea, feeling that there was no need to make it special because of this little thing. So here's the deal. I'll have someone pick up my sister and have dinner together. Sister Xia, why don't you make a few more dishes? It just so happens that I don't know why I have a particularly large appetite today, and I don't feel that this little amount of food is enough. In fact, Jiang Yu was almost full. However, he deliberately said this in order for Xia to be able to see his daughter with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Sister Xia was a little surprised, but a little hesitant. But let her come over here to eat. Isn't this a little bit not good? What's wrong with that? It's a deal. Jiang Yu also didn't give Sister Xia a chance to say anything else, turn around and leave the table. But when he wanted to arrange for someone to pick up Sister Xia's daughter, he remembered that the person had just been arranged by himself to go and send brew, and was still not back yet. Think about it. Jiang Yu planned to make the run himself. Anyway, the Magic City School of Economics is very close to here, just under 5 kilometers. No matter what, Sister Xia was reserved in his family for more than 10 years, and took such good care of him, but just want to see her daughter to avoid it. Today must have to satisfy this little wish of Sister Xia. Jiang Yu asked Sister Xia for her daughter's name and phone number and a photo. Then, opened the drawer of the TV stand in the living room. The drawer was full of keys to all sorts of supercars, almost a whole drawer. Looking at the wide array of supercar keys, Jiang Yu became entangled again. There are so many cars, I don't know which one to choose. He wrestled with it for a short while, eventually decided to just grab a random key and use whatever car I grabbed. He casually grabbed one of the piles of car keys and made his way to the underground garage. Jiang Yu was lucky. The take is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the world's top SUV. The ride is very comfortable. It just so happens that Cullinan is positioned just outside the garage. Jiang Yu's this Cullinan is black, calm and a little bit of domineering, low-key luxury. Getting into the Cullinan, Jiang Yu navigated the Magic City Economics Institute and left the Imperial View Bay Villa area. The Cullinan is a more finely crafted car compared to the Rolls-Royce Phantom, with an interior that tends to be a bit more techy, and AI features that have to be there. After all, Rolls-Royce Phantoms are usually driven by a dedicated chauffeur. The Cullinan is driven by the owner, so it was designed with peace of mind and comfort in mind. It's after 6 p.m., and it's a Sunday, so the roads are a bit jammed. After spending 15 minutes, Jiang Yu arrived at the school entrance of the Magic City Economic College. What surprised him a bit was this. It was very busy at the gate of the Magic City College of Economics, and there were a lot of cars parked. BMWs and Mercedes are everywhere. The important thing is that these cars have a bottle sitting on top of them, and I don't know what it's for. Jiang Yu found a spot to park the Cullinan. Although the Cullinan doesn't look as cool as some sports cars, but it is very overbearing, standing head and shoulders above the pack of BMWs and Mercedes, like a tiger coming among wolves. The aura crushes the room. When Cullinan parked, he immediately drew a lot of attention. What kind of SUV is this? It's so damn handsome? You don't even know about Cullinan? The world's most powerful SUV. Landing price of $7 to $8 million. You know all this well, but why don't you have a car? Rich people said, or you poor no more. We buy things casually. I'd love to meet this car owner. I'd be his little brother alright. Chapter 69, Crushing the Entire Field. Green tea attacks. Cullinan, besides attracting the attention of many passing students, it also caught the attention of many car owners on the scene. Originally, each of these BMW Benz owners seemed to have no pants pockets, leaning against their respective cars, holding their BMW Benz car keys and chatting recklessly. That decal was a flashy one. But now, after seeing Jiang Yu's Cullinan, one by one, their faces began to stiffen. With that, it was all honest. Many people silently put their car keys back in their pockets. In front of Cullinan, these BMW Mercedes-Benz of theirs are the younger brother of the younger brother. The gap is so big that they are simply too embarrassed to continue to show off their cars in a fancy way. Car. Jiang Yu dialed Sister Xia's daughter. Xia sweetness. It should be that Sister Xia had made the situation clear in advance with sweet Xia on Jiang Yu's way here. Xia Sweetie Zen said that she told Jiang Yu to wait a bit and would be there soon. After hanging up the phone, because Xia Dangtang had never seen Jiang Yu's photo, he was afraid that Xia Dangtang wouldn't be able to find anyone later, so he got out of the car and waited. Cullinan has been getting a lot of attention from quite a few people across the room. Upon seeing Jiang Yu walking down from Cullinan, when they saw Jiang Yu's looks, those students couldn't help themselves. Handsome people and money. What the hell is this? And one by one, those car owners were a little sour. It felt like it took quite a beating. His own car is no match for Jiang Yu. His looks are even better than Jiang Yu, and his temperament is even more crushed. Grass up. In the meantime, there was a man and a woman coming out of the school gates. The woman has a netbook face, is well dressed, wears heavy makeup, and looks relatively stylish and pretty. The men, on the other hand, are a little classy and dressed in designer labels and look a little cheap. It's just a shame that the man is a lickspittle. The Netflix woman seemed a little angry and kept walking quickly ahead. The male, on the other hand, had been following behind the netizen woman with a slightly flattering expression. Xiaorong, don't be angry. Haven't you always wanted that perfume from YSL? I bought it over for you and it cost me a couple $1,000s a bottle. After saying that, the male pulled out a bottle of delicately packaged perfume from his pocket as if by magic. The netizen woman, who had been head over heels, then stopped and looked at the perfume in the man's hand with slight surprise. But the next second, her face suddenly changed again, and holding the bottle of perfume, she said to the man in a conspiratorial manner, "And how much you said you cared about me? You didn't even listen carefully to what I said before." The man hastily explained, "No, I've kept everything you said in mind." "Keeping it in mind? Humph, I do like the perfume, but it's not the regular version I like, it's the limited edition. You're not trying to play dumb and bring over the regular version just to get rid of me, are you? I told you no way. How much is the regular version? How can I use it if it's so cheap? My sisters won't laugh at me?" The Netflix woman toes the line at the man. Upon hearing this, the man was a bit terrified. "It was my mistake. I'll return this bottle and replace it with a limited edition for you." "Return what? You want to take back what you gave me? Are you a man?" The cybernetic woman blushed again. "This bottle of perfume, although she can't use it, but it can be sold for quite a lot of money on top of the resale salted fish, and it's enough to be dashing once again." The man's heart ached so much that the corners of his mouth were twitching, but he didn't dare to say anything. "Okay, keep it if you like it. I'll buy you a limited edition next time." "Well, don't follow me. I'm meeting a friend to hang out." The Netflix woman's face looked a little better then, and she waved her hand to try to dismiss the man. She pressed on with no feelings at all for the man, but just treat each other like ATMs and tool people. Wouldn't it be nice to just hang around and get gifts all the time? After saying that, the netizen woman walked out of the school door without looking back. Just as she stepped out of the school gates, she saw Cullinan, whose aura was crushing the room. At the same time, he also saw Jiang Yu. It was a moment of clarity. The whole thing was a little unsettling. As a veteran green tea, she can't afford luxury, but she understands it. There is a natural understanding of the price of Cullinan. Cullinan, high and mighty. The Netflix woman's insides came alive. All this time she's been hanging on to the dog-licking guy from earlier is that she doesn't think the other guy is good enough for her. She thinks the dog-licker guy is just as petty and poor. Only a true high roller would be worthy of her. He's really so handsome and so rich. What should I do? It feels like I'm a bit unworthy of him myself. The more closely she looked at Jiang Yu, the faster the netizen's heartbeat accelerated. Even she, who had always been inexplicably confident, was somewhat ashamed of herself when she saw Jiang Yu. "I can't think like that. As nice as the other guy is, I'm not so bad." The Netflix girl cheered herself up and then walked confidently towards Jiang Yu. Star. Chapter 70, Supporting Characters, I was wrong. The Netflix woman walked over to Jiang Yu. Instead of making the first move, he slipped aside and brewed his feelings for a bit. After all, after getting closer, she realized that Cullinan was still the top of the line, and Jiang Yu was quite a bit more handsome than she had imagined, holding the mentality that you have to take it down as soon as it comes out. Netflix's female feet were brewing for 2 minutes. Then, waiting for someone, little brother? She pretended to look at Jiang Yu with affection in what she thought was a very gentle voice. Words. Jiang Yu turned his head. See the Netflix girl who was posturing and whose little inner purpose seems to be written all over her face. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Green tea. Jiang Yu had seen too many sets on the girl, and could guess the general idea with a glance. "Well, I'm meeting a friend and she'll be here soon." Jiang Yu smiled politely and politely prompted the netizen woman that he was not available. But Netflix girl was not impressed. Seeing that Jiang Yu was slightly uncomfortable, the confident woman thought that Jiang Yu was a little moved. "Do I look like the friend you're waiting for?" The Netflix woman looked at Jiang Yu with suggestive eyes. The meaning is as if to say don't wait for any friends. There is a great beauty right in front of you. Hurry up and ask me out. Jiang Yu was somewhat helpless. Not that he hadn't encountered being accosted by gold-digging green tea ladies, but after all, he used to go in and out of high-end places. Those who want to troll for kitties in high-end places don't have such lousy tactics. Those gold-digging women such as celebrities will create a persona for themselves and package themselves, and then a deliberate chance encounter, with all sorts of eye and body hints, but not initiated. After all, there are a lot of things where taking the initiative, while not so much as saying you're losing, certainly falls down the pecking order. It was the first time he had been accosted by a green tea lady with such low tactics. One thought to this. Jiang Yu smiled and shook his head. "You're quite humorous. Netflix girl, what's that supposed to mean? Think I'm kidding? Make a date. I can't wait." Jiang Yu didn't know what the netizen woman thought. Looking at the school entrance, he saw that Xia's sweetness figure had not yet appeared. Thinking about it, he dropped an excuse then turned around and ran to the kiosk at the front of the school to buy a cold drink to keep the shock down. Netflix girl? Looking at Jiang Yu's back. She's humanly stupid. Inside extreme disbelief. Why are you leaving? Doesn't it smell good on a date with a nationally recognized beauty? With disbelief, she stood still and waited for Jiang Yu to return from buying water. But Jiang Yu saw that she was still by the car and simply didn't go over. The netizen woman burst into tears. Now she kind of completely realized that the feelings just now was her self-interest. Jiang Yu hadn't meant anything to her from start to finish. Her face flushed with embarrassment at the thought of how confident and smug she had just been, and she dug her toes into a cottage. Nor did he dare to linger here, and left in a sorry state. On the way out, she also had a panic attack when she bumped into a big brother standing next to his BMW. BMW Big Brother originally because by Jiang Yu stole all the limelight. A sub-gasset, looking up at the nettlesome woman. Though the Netflix girl looks good looking after makeup, but the discerning eye, as if with a see-through function, saw through to the fact that underneath the Netflix woman's heavy makeup cover was a face that would give people nightmares. Now there's nothing to be afraid of. If it had been a beautiful woman who hit him, he might have thought nothing of it. But such a Netflix girl? He couldn't help but take this opportunity to vent his inner displeasure. Eyes up your ass? Can't read the road. Ha, it's a good thing it's not completely dark yet, or I'd be paralyzed by your heavy makeup. Netflix woman is woefully out of her depth. Besides, Jiang Yu, he saw the web-slinger woman leave and returned to the side of Cullinan with an ice-cold drink, looked around and saw no trash cans. I also saw that a number of cars in the neighborhood were putting bottles on the roofs of their cars, and I went along with it. Seeing the situation, the older drivers around them who were out hunting for sex were shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So handsome and still use such tactics with us to grab girls? And that's too low a price, isn't it? For the price he's charging, I honestly don't believe any of the girls will go over there. That is, even if you look handsome and drive a Cullinan, you can't mess with it like this. The girl is thinking that you will be a little richer if you drive a Cullinan. Older drivers are talking about it. And just then, a girl that the older drivers had been paying attention to, saw the bottle on the roof of Jiang Yu's car, brightened up, and hurriedly walked towards Jiang Yu. Older drivers are dumbfounded. This girl they've been talking about so much. This girl is wearing a cute, thin trench coat jacket, small suspenders, black silk stilettos. The body is also very top-notch. Good looking again. They're all thinking they're going to have some kind of story with this girl tonight. But it's more than that. Seeing that the girl with the very top figure made a move, there were also some girls who noticed the drinks on the roof of Jiang Yu Kirinan's car. After a moment of tangled hesitation, they too began to walk towards Jiang Yu one by one. Veteran drivers. I was wrong. It's unattractive people like me who don't understand. It turns out that being good-looking is a real way to do whatever you want. Star. Chapter 71, Crazy Ladies, Out of Control. Plus, on Jiang Yu's side, the girl with the top figure went to Jiang Yu's side first. Little brother, let's go. The way this sister regarded Jiang Yu's eyes carried a bit of petulance, like a budding flower. One wonders if she's trying to use this opportunity to fall in love with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was a bit confused. Go where? At first he thought that this was Xia Tian Tian, but after thinking about it, it doesn't look anything like the photo either. Bugger. Knowingly, anywhere you want to go. The girl gave Jiang Yu a flirtatious blank look. Then he went around to Jiang Yu's side and exhaled in Jiang Yu's ear. Jiang Yu? He took a step back. This was a scene he really hadn't seen before, concerning the fact that he used to have a lot of girlfriends at best when he was fun-loving. Doesn't really like to go out and hang out, much less trolling for girls. Besides, he didn't need to fish. Add to that the fact that his friends were in a similar condition to him, and each was pretty much a high roller, and no one ever told him anything like that, so he was taken aback. Hitchhiking is hitchhiking. It's the first time he's seen such an initiative. He was just about to ask for clarification, but he couldn't wait to say anything. Immediately after that, another girl in a cooler dress came over. This girl was equally impressive looking and was surely a sought-after presence by many boys in her class. She walked to Jiang Yu's side, her eyes swirling like the horizontal waves of autumn water, her voice gentle. Handsome, you look good for my taste. I can upgrade my service. Oh, upgrading services? Jiang Yu continued to be confused, but more girls came along immediately afterward. Wow, little brother, you look so kosher. I can get a discount. What's a discount? I can just spend the night. Seeing that the scene was starting to get out of control, Jiang Yu hurriedly waved his hand. Stop, guys, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? I came over today to pick up a friend. The girls sniffed and were filled with questions. Just picking up a friend? Well, you're messing with us, aren't you? The group of girls surrounded Jiang Yu in the center. Jiang Yu was somewhat helpless. What's all this? He felt like he hadn't done anything. So how did so many girls come running over all at once and then say so many strange things? Excessive. You can't do that even if you're handsome and rich. Exactly. It's a good thing I thought of him as a male god. But to be honest, I'm really kind of tickled. If he didn't have any intentions in that regard, or else I wouldn't want the money. That goes without saying. Why else do you think I want to spend the night? You think it's him who earns it? He may make a small profit, but I never lose. Pity. The girls quickly dispersed. It was only because Jiang Yu was more handsome that they preferred to take this loss and didn't make a move. However, as they left, they were still discussing it while vocally criticizing Jiang Yu. The girls passed by many BMW and Mercedes-Benz big brothers as they left. Hear the arguments. The already envious BMW-Benz big brothers. More than that, he almost cried out. No money? Should we be so dramatic? The originally excited crowd felt quite a blow. Some of the less psychologically inclined ones turned around, cursed, got in their cars and drove off. There was a manic roar. You can tell from these voices how they feel inside. After all, they're all rich people driving BMWs and Mercedes. Usually wherever you go is a big master. Today in Jiang Yu here but suffered a lot of aggravation. Very suffocating Plus, on Jiang Yu's side, Jiang Yu now thought carefully and probably knew what was going on from some of the keywords the girls used. Crying and laughing, he gathered up the bottles from the roof of the car and dropped them in the back seat of the Cullinan. He just finished getting these, and the cell phone rang. Sweet Summer called. Jiang Yu looked around after connecting. He saw a tall girl next to the school entrance looking around with a cell phone. It was a bit far away, and with the beginning of darkness, it was a bit hard to see exactly what they looked like, but roughly from the silhouette and the dress, it could be determined that this was Xia Tian. He guided Natsuki over to him. Soon, Xia Sweetness came to Jiang Yu's side. Only then did Jiang Yu get a good look at Xia Sweetness. It's quite a bit better than the photo, with delicate features, fair skin, and a slightly fleshy face, along with the overall style of dress. She looks quite cute. No need to wear makeup to already kill a lot of makeup self-proclaimed goddesses. Brother Jiang Yu, I was taking a bath when you called me just now. I delayed a little bit and made you wait for a long time. Sorry. Xia Sweetheart came to Jiang Yu and spat out a little embarrassed tongue. She has a sweet voice, and with a cheerful personality. Having just met, talking to Jiang Yu had the tone of a pampered brother. Chapter 72, Moral, Intellectual, Physical, Social and Aesthetic Development, Prohibition of Awkward Blowing. There are a lot of beautiful women coming in and out of the doors of the Magic City Economic School. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many rich big brothers running over to fish on purpose. One is to feel fresh, and the other is not to covet. This side of the girl is young and beautiful. But Xia Sweetness, whether it was her simple temperament or her relatively cute face value, was a first-class existence in the crowd. She wasn't tainted with anything too social, like the little girl next door. Such a girl is liked by almost all men. Therefore when Xia Sweetness appeared at the entrance of the school, there were quite a few people who looked at Xia Sweetness in amazement. At the same time, Xia Sweetie should have quite a few suitors at school. Some of the male students passing by would show expressions of shy admiration when they saw Xia Tian. Or maybe it was a deliberate attempt to be handsome in the hope of getting Xia Tian's attention. This also led to the fact that when Xia Sweetness came to Jiang Yu's side, Jiang Yu was once again met with the shocked and envious longing gazes of countless male compatriots. Those fishing bosses look sad. What's the point of having this BMW if all the girls go to this guy? WDNMD. And the student boys, some of them staring wide-eyed, found it very hard to believe. Some were ashen-faced, with an expression as if their wives had run off with someone else. They were still fantasizing about being able to get Xia Tian's favor one day. Let's get in the car first. Jiang Yu felt these gazes around him and greeted Xia Dangtang as she got into the car. Aha! Xia Sweetheart nodded her head obediently. Jiang Yu was just about to get in the car and leave as well. That's when the phone rang. Han Bin called. Jiang Yu, where are you now? Laogua just ate with the class cadres and suddenly fainted. He was just sent to the ambulance. I followed him there. Do you want to follow along and come over to take a look? Laogua is Jiang Yu's counselor. 40-something, but not a curmudgeon and quite a warm person. Usually, he doesn't have trouble finding people like other counselors do, and he does his best to help whoever he can if something comes up and he gives him a call. He was able to mingle with his classmates and had quite a high reputation in the class, and everyone respected him more. Normally, he was on good terms with Jiang Yu. That's why Han Bin specifically called over to inform Jiang Yu. Is it serious? I'm not available at the moment. It'll be a while. I don't think it's too serious. It's hard to tell right now. How about this? You go and get busy first. I'll go over with the squad leader and the others first, and I'll talk to you about what exactly is going on when we get there. Han Bin said. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu was also a little worried for Laogua. He was under the impression that Laogua was not usually in good health, but he knew there was no use in thinking blindly here, and he would know what was going on when Han Bin called later. Jiang Yu stopped thinking about it and got into the Cullinan. Under the gaze of a crowd of male compatriots enviously grieving and longing, he left the Magic City College of Economics. Normally, two unfamiliar people in a car with such a small space would be a bit awkward, but Xia Sweetness had a lively and lovely personality, and as if she had known Jiang Yu as a person for a long time, she did not have a trace of constraint or discomfort. It was also the first time for Xia Tian to ride in a luxury car like Cullinan's. The little head looked around when he got in the car, curious here and there, and touching there. From Jiang Yu, I learned about some of the interior luxuries of the Cullinan. For example, the unique Range Rover seating and the lounge suite box. At the touch of a button, 2 leather seats and a cocktail table rise elegantly from the trunk compartment and more. Xia Sweetheart's small mouth couldn't close in surprise. Wow, this is really too advanced. Long time to see. Good atmosphere in the car. Jiang Yu and Xia Sweetie talked for a while. Only then did she realize that Xia Dangtian had indeed known Jiang Yu for a long time. Or to be more accurate, it was Xia who would often talk to Xia Dangtian about some of Jiang Yu's things. She knew what kind of personality Jiang Yu had, which was why she was more relaxed and not formal. My mom often praises you with me, saying that you are polite and generous and decent, with high emotional intelligence and handsome. It's almost like complimenting you on your overall moral, intellectual, physical, social and aesthetic development. She also told me that when I look for a boyfriend in the future, it should be someone like you. But where are the boys like you? I have rich classmates around me and they are nothing compared to you. It got to the point where I usually compare myself to you when I meet guys who like me, and then I reject everyone. Natsuki squeaked. At those words, Jiang Yu was a bit embarrassed. Moral, intellectual and physical development. Sister Xia is really lifting him up too much. There are actually many people who are better than me. Sister Xia is usually joking with you. Jiang Yu said, I thought it was a joke before, but after running into you in person today, I think you're really different from the rich kids I've been around. How to say? Xia Sweetheart adorably rested her chin in her hand and thought with a crooked head. It's that you are very cultured when you raise your hands and feet. There is an inexplicable sense of elegance, and at a glance, you know it's the Rolls-Royce of the rich second generation. At those words, Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little. Awkward bragging is prohibited. Chapter 73, Something Big Happening? Need a strong network? It was also unknown what Sister Xia had actually said to Sweet Xia. Along the way, Xia Sweetness was praising Jiang Yu in all kinds of ways. It caused Jiang Yu to be at a loss for words. Okay. Soon it was back to the Imperial Bay Villa area. Park the car. Jiang Yu led Xia Dangtian upstairs into the villa. Since getting off the bus, Xia Tian's words began to become fewer. The main reason was that she saw this underground garage of Jiang Yu's as well as the luxurious decoration inside the villa. Shocked the whole time his mouth wouldn't close the whole time. My god. Brother Jiang Yu, your home is just too luxurious. It's too happy to live here every day. Until they came through the living room to the dining room table. It was only then that Xia Sweetness slowly came back to her senses and couldn't help but sigh. Don't look like you haven't seen the world. You think Xiao Yu thinks about enjoyment every day like you do. Xiao Yu he usually seldom comes back to live. Just live in the school dormitory. Just then, that's when Xia came out from the kitchen. The first moment she saw Xia Sweetness, she was filled with joy. However, seeing Xia Sweetness completely stunned, not even noticing her, looking a bit humiliated, she couldn't help but give a lecture. At those words, Xia Sweetness was even more dumbfounded. Unbelievably, he looked at Jiang Yu. Brother Jiang Yu, you usually don't live in the villa and live in the school's dormitory? She thought it was Xia who was fooling her. Jiang Yu nodded. Yes, I usually just come back on vacation. Receiving Jiang Yu's affirmation, Xia Sweetheart's entire body was blinded. Dumbstruck. You don't want to live in a villa with tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars, but you live in a school dormitory? Is it crazy? Or are you too low to understand how rich people think? She felt her 3 views slowly crumbling. Let's eat first. Jiang Yu sat down and greeted Xia Dangtian when he saw that she was still standing at the same spot, staring blankly. Only then did Xia Sweetheart come back to her senses and hurriedly followed suit, sitting next to Jiang Yu. Meal time. The atmosphere was very cozy. I'm full. Take your time. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu put down his chopsticks and left the table with a greeting. Come to the middle of the living room and dining room. Take the elevator and go up to the 3rd floor. Usually his parents live on the 2nd floor and he lives alone on the 3rd floor. To the 3rd floor. Step off the elevator. What came into view was a living room that was as spacious in size as the living room on the 1st floor. The decor is similar to the 1st floor. Minimalist but not simple. The only difference is that the living room on the 3rd floor has an extra huge floor-to-ceiling window and open-air balcony. Standing on the balcony you can take in the entire view of Imperial Bay. Usually Jiang Yu would occasionally drink a little wine here on the balcony, blowing the wind to see the scenery outside. Very cozy. But at this moment, Jiang Yu was not in that frame of mind. He sat on the couch in the living room and dialed Han Bin's number to find out what was going on over there. But the call didn't go through the first time. The second time was the same. Jiang Yu then went to take a shower. I don't know what's going on Han Bin's side, but after he took a shower, Han Bin still didn't return his call. Jiang Yu was worried though if something had happened on Lao Guo's end, but he didn't know which hospital Lao Guo and the others were in. Had to calm down and go to the study. As mentioned before, Jiang Yu would stay at home for a while after having dinner on a Sunday. It's mostly just a way to see what's going on with the stock and what's going on over at the company. These things were not convenient to deal with at the school. He usually finished them at home and then would go back to school. There is nothing to say about stocks. Jiang Yu has always had the habit of financial management to buy some funds and stocks. After all, he can't keep spending money the family gets. So, over the years Jiang Yu had spent the money he had earned from stocks except for a very few instances and the principal amount of the stocks he had purchased. As for the company mentioned here, it was a small company that Jiang Zhenan had previously handed over to Jiang Yu to take care of in order to exercise him. The company is mainly just doing some trading. However, the company's personnel system and it's perfect, coupled with Jiang Yu's network of contacts in the company developed very stable. There was usually no need for Jiang Yu to deal with anything. Unless there was some major problem with the company, the general manager at that end of the company would contact Jiang Yu directly. Otherwise, Jiang Yu only needed to read the general manager's weekly summary once a week. Just find out about the company's recent staff movements, big and small things, make a plan for the company's Weilon program and so on. Very comfortable. Jiang Yu began to sit in front of his computer and busy himself. About an hour later, Jiang Yu had just finished his work and walked out from his study. The phone rang. Han Bin called. I didn't hear it just now with my cell phone on silent. Are you free now? If you're free, hurry over. Something big has happened. Old Guo may need your help. The phone had just been connected, and Han Bin's fiery voice could be heard on the other end. Which hospital are you in now? I'll be right there. At those words, Jiang Yu's face changed slightly. Instead of asking for clarification over the phone, I was going to go over there and talk about it. Han Bin's end reported the hospital location, the First People's Hospital of Magic City. It's not very far from the Imperial Bay Villa area, about 10 kilometers. After Jiang Yu hung up the phone, he changed into a set of clothes and went downstairs. Downstairs, Sister Xia and mother and daughter Xia Tian were whispering. Jiang Yu greeted the two of them and then asked the family's driver to drive him over to the hospital. The First People's Hospital of Magic City, located inside the city center. There's a bit of traffic around. Even if it was only 10 kilometers, it took Jiang Yu almost half an hour to get there. Entering the hospital, Jiang Yu followed the location of the ward that Han Bin had mentioned and came to the door of Ward 1103 on the third floor. Jiang Yu saw about 10 people standing outside the ward. It's a class officer and a classmate. The faces of the students were all a little grave. Jiang Yu saw that even Han Bin, who usually had a big heart, was sulking at the moment, without his usual cheeky smile. In addition to these students, there was a middle-aged woman standing in the doorway. The women were not bad-looking, but at the moment their eyes were red and there were dry tear stains on their faces. She's Counselor Lao Guo's wife, Zhou Jing. Seeing how heavy the atmosphere was, Jiang Yu's face changed slightly. He walked over. The class barely smiled the equivalent of a smile and greeted him. Lao Guo's wife, Zhou Jing, nodded her head with a somewhat numb expression and Jiang Yu, which was equivalent to thanking Jiang Yu, who had followed Lao Guo's accident and cared about the situation. After nodding and greeting everyone, Jiang Yu pulled Han Bin aside and asked in a low voice, "What's the situation?" Han Bin quickly and briefly talked about Lao Guo's condition. Lao Guo would faint because of high blood pressure. But most importantly, the high blood pressure in Lao Guo was caused by liver cancer. Previously Lao Guo as well as his family were unaware of this, or just now did a detailed examination to find out. At those words, Jiang Yu's face changed. I think he could tell through the expressions of his classmates that Lao Guo's situation was expected to be quite serious, but he didn't expect it to be so severe. He used to have a relative who had liver cancer and he knew some information. Symptoms of liver cancer are generally more inconspicuous, but once the symptoms appear, it indicates that the liver tumor is already relatively large, and its progress is generally very rapid, usually presenting a malignant quality within a few weeks. Often they fail and die within a few months to a year. Simply put, it's hard to detect when the condition is mild, and once it's detected, most are already in advanced stages. What did the doctor say? Jiang Yu's reaction was relatively calm. Just now Han Bin said that he might need his help. He knew that things should take a turn for the better. Lao Guo's life is not in danger for the time being, but it is liver cancer after all, and I'm afraid it won't last long if it's not addressed. The doctor said in the Magic City Guhua Private Hospital, there is a doctor from abroad to study back, Huang Jinghang director. Control a special treatment technique. Currently successfully cured cases of 6 cases. In the Lu Yunai forum published the relevant discussion. At that time, also caused a dramatic sensation. If we can get this doctor to come out, Lao Guo's illness might be cured. But Hanbin couldn't help but sigh. The problem is that it's hard to get an appointment for this doctor's specialist number, and I don't know how many bigwigs or leaders who want to get an appointment with him can't get in line. It takes an extremely strong network of connections to get an appointment. Isn't our class president a local of Mordor? His family has some connections. I heard that he has relatives who are leaders, but he just called and briefly explained the situation, and the reply on the other end was that he couldn't get an appointment, at least not in the near future. After saying so much in one breath, Hanbin paused and eased up a little. That's why I said just now that maybe Lao Guo needs your help, because among us classmates, except for the class president whose family is slightly more powerful, all the others are from ordinary families, and none of them can help Lao Guo. And only the seemingly ordinary you are a true bigot. Can you get Lao Guo an appointment with director Huang Jinghong's number? Chapter 74 Jiang Yu, I can try. After hearing what Hanbin said, Jiang Yu also remembered that director Huang Jinghang at this time. That director Wang Qinghang is really good. At that time, that relative of his had liver cancer, and it seems that he was cured by this director Huang Jinghang. As for whether you can get an appointment with director Huang Jinghang, Jiang Yu thought for a moment. It should be fine. Upon hearing this, a bright light burst from Hanbin's eyes. Really? I'll do my best. I should have a good chance. Before Jiang Yu, that relative is through Jiang Yu's family appointment on that Huang Jinghang director. But Jiang Yu is used to not saying too much. After all, he didn't know what kind of situation the current number source was on director Huang Jinghong's side. Great. Others didn't know Jiang Yu's strength, but Hanbin had seen it in the past 2 days. A proper giant. Jiang Yu said it should be fine. So it's done. Hanbin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for Lao Guo and excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, "What's wrong?" Hanbin's voice was not controlled just now, and it drew the attention of the other students in the class. Hanbin makes it clear to everyone that Jiang Yu was able to help make an appointment with director Huang Jinghong's number. However, no reasons were given. After all, Jiang Yu didn't want to expose his identity. Even if Jiang Yu wanted to expose his identity, it was not his turn to do so. No? Really? The reaction of the squad leader and the others was similar to Hanbin's reaction just now. The class president, who had just contacted a relative at home to help, was especially surprised, but he knew how hard it was to get an appointment with director Huang Jinghong's number. That relative of his family has some power in Mordor. And Jiang Yu, I haven't heard of any connections or energy. As far as other than being handsome, Jiang Yu looked just like an ordinary classmate to him. At this, he was somewhat incredulous. It wasn't that he intentionally questioned Jiang Yu. He usually had a pretty good relationship with Jiang Yu. It was based on his usual understanding of Jiang Yu that he found this fact too unbelievable. Looking at his classmates with shock, curiosity, disbelief, questioning and so on, Jiang Yu nodded. I can try. Lao Guo usually had a good relationship with him and took care of him. There was no way he was going to watch and sit back and do nothing. As for how to explain this afterward, will they expose themselves? Jiang Yu didn't think about this for the moment. The main task now is to help Lao Guo through his difficulties. Upon hearing this, Lao Guo's wife, Zhou Jing, like a drowning man seeing a ray of hope, walked over to Jiang Yu, holding Jiang Yu's hand tightly. This student, if you really have a way, please, you must save old Guo. Her voice held a few hints of pleading, although she was also skeptical about whether Jiang Yu could help. After all, just now, each of the students had been in a hurry over Lao Guo's condition, but no one had mentioned the figure of Jiang Yu. By all rights, Jiang Yu should be an ordinary classmate, but now she really had no choice but to beat a dead horse. You don't have to be so polite. Jiang Yu hurriedly stopped some of Zhou Jing's overly thankful behavior. Jiang Yu settled down after Zhou Jing. I was about to mobilize my network to contact director Huang Jinghong's side. At this point, suddenly one of the students brightened up and said, Right, Jiang Yu, why don't you not rush to contact your side of the relationship? You try contacting senior sister Jiang Yuxin first? She's recognized as a rich white girl, so maybe she really does have a solution. Doesn't she like you? Schoolmate, so why don't you ask her for help? When these words came out, the squad leader and the others all brightened up. They all agreed and told Jiang Yu to contact Jiang Yuxin directly and forget about it. After all, they really couldn't think of any network of connections that Jiang Yu could have. But on the contrary, we all know something about Jiang Yuxin's family background. Rich white people, the kind that's worth at least a couple $1 billion. In other words, it was felt that Jiang Yu's own connections might not work, but contacting Jiang Yuxin's side would definitely have a much higher chance of success. As for if they really couldn't even get Jiang Yuxin to do it, then they felt that Jiang Yu didn't need to waste his efforts. After Zhou Jing knew Jiang Yuxin's identity, she knew the relationship between Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin. It was also exciting. Just now when Jiang Yu said he could help, she actually knew inwardly that there was little hope. After all, what energy could an ordinary student have? At that point she was just sick and tired. but for once she really felt like she saw hope. That's normal, too. In her opinion, Jiang Yu was just an ordinary student, while Jiang Yuxin was a rich white woman with billions of dollars. Therefore, Zhou Jing also seconded her classmate's proposal. Alright, then I'll contact Jiang Yuxin to try. Zhou Jing had spoken, so Jiang Yu agreed. Anyway, the ultimate goal was to help Laogua get hooked up with the director. It would be best if Jiang Yuxin's side could help with the registration. If that didn't work, he'd mobilize his own network of connections on his side. Anyway, it was now after 8 o'clock in the evening, and director Huang Jingyu must have already gotten off work, so no matter who was hooked up, they would have to go over there tomorrow at the earliest. There's no time to lose. Chapter 75, don't worry, just trust Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu dialed Jiang Yuxin's phone under the expectant gaze of a group of students. The call was quickly answered. Did the sun come out of the west today? Why did you take the initiative to call me? Jiang Yuxin's voice on the other end carried a bit of lightness. The mood seemed very good. I have a favor to ask you. Jiang Yu briefly told Jiang Yuxin about old Gua. Director Huang Jinghang? I think I've heard of this director. He's very powerful, and it's very difficult to get an appointment with his number. Speaking here, Jiang Yuxin deliberately paused. But, I can try. Jiang Yu was just about to say thank you, when Jiang Yuxin on the other end changed her words. But this is a difficult thing to do. How do you plan to thank me? Jiang Yuxin said wryly. You think so? Jiang Yu said tentatively. How about this? When the time comes, you accompany me to go shopping. How about it? Jiang Yuxin said. It's easy to just go shopping. It's like walking. Jiang Yu thought about it and agreed. Good, then it's a deal. But I have to make it clear in advance that I may not always be able to get an appointment on director Huang Jinghang's side. But you took the initiative to talk to me, and I'm sure I'll do my best. Before hanging up the phone, Jiang Yuxin added. Hearing these words, Jiang Yu was slightly moved. How's it going? Would schoolmarm like to help? Seeing Jiang Yu put down his cell phone, the class president and the others as well as Zhou Jing looked at Jiang Yu with anticipation. Jiang Yu nodded. Zhou Jing let out a sigh of relief. The squad leader and the others couldn't help but shake their fists in excitement. Jiang Yu, it's true that you still have a way. I guess you're the only one in the school who can ask Sister Jiang Yuxin to do something. Otherwise, what do you think? Who is like our Jiang Yu? Who can be looked at by Sister Jiang Yuxin and even confessed in public? The squad leader and the others couldn't help but feel better and flirt. The atmosphere of the scene eased a little by the squad leader and the others. It's no longer as dead as it was a moment ago. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu's cell phone rang. Chang Yuxin called. Everyone tensed up. Not a single one of them dared to utter a single breath. Jiang Yu went aside to connect. Jiang Yu, I'm sorry, didn't get an appointment. Jiang Yuxin said very apologetically, probably afraid that Jiang Yu would blame her. She even explained clearly why. It's because there are a lot of bigwigs who, in order to expand their relationships, use helping to hang on to Huang Jingyu's number as a bargaining chip to open up their connections. It's gotten to the point where Huang Jingyu's number is now months away. There's no way around it. The world of profit is just so real. Everything can be a bargaining chip for capitalists. It's okay, thanks anyway, I can still hang out with you then, but only for shopping. Jiang Yu took the initiative to say, dissolving Jiang Yuxin's embarrassment. Although Jiang Yuxin didn't help, but always contributed. And just now Jiang Yuxin said that he would do his best in his matter, the sentence he always remembered. Originally Jiang Yuxin was in a rather frustrated mood, but when she heard Jiang Yu say this, she immediately smiled with an open brow. Not bad, you've actually gotten the hang of it today. But what do you mean by this phrase limited to shopping? Is it hard to be afraid I'll get someone to tie you up? Jiang Yu briefly chatted with Jiang Yuxin before hanging up the phone. Back to the front of the ward. The squad leader and the others immediately surrounded Jiang Yu in a group. How's it going? Zhou Jing was even more nervous that her hands were sweating. Hearts were hanging in the air, clenched into a ball. Jiang Yu shook his head. Jiang Yuxin's side didn't get an appointment. The words were like a flat thunderclap. Rumble. The shock caused Zhou Jing's entire brain to go blank. The whole person was as petrified, frozen with his mouth open but unable to speak. The eyes quickly dimmed. Looking at Zhou Jing's appearance, the class president and the others looked at each other, repeatedly opening their mouths to say something, but were unable to do so. Only a succession of bitter smiles and sighs. Seeing the atmosphere go from okay to rock bottom in one fell swoop, Jiang Yu was about to say something. What's everyone doing? Even though Jiang Yuxin's side didn't make the appointment, isn't there still Jiang Yu? Han Bin, however, grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Jiang Yu also nodded. I'll try my best to try. There's still a good chance. There's no need to be discouraged. Senior mother. But these words failed to cause any ripples within Zhou Jing. At first, she was devastated to learn that Laogua had fainted and that he had liver cancer. The whole thing barely slowed down. It was the doctor's comment that director Huang Jingyu could cure the disease that gave her a faint glimmer of hope. It kept her propped up. Just now, Jiang Yu contacted Jiang Yuxin and she thought she saw the light of day, but I didn't expect my hopes to be dashed. One blow after another had left her with little hope. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. She's dead in the water now. Feeling that there was no need for Jiang Yu to toss anything else. To put it bluntly, Jiang Yuxin's multi-billionaire white beauty can't even get it right. So what's an ordinary kid going to try his best to do? In this world, a lot of things are not as good as trying your best. You have to have strength. Looking at Jiang Yu, he sighed slightly. Classmate, thank you. You have a heart. The subtext of this sentence was obvious. It was a polite rejection of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu could also understand Zhou Jing's mood and just wanted to say more. The class president and the others looked at Zhou Jing and hurriedly pulled Jiang Yu aside. Jiang Yu, we all know how you feel, but forget it. Yeah, if Jiang Yuxin can't handle it, there's no need for you to toss it around. I think, if you can't get it right, don't give Mastermind any more hope. You'll just end up giving her a bigger disappointment. I can understand you. I know you don't want to tie your hands. We don't want to either, but we don't have the ability to. For the time being, let's do this. We'll only discuss the countermeasures later. Don't continue to stimulate Master Zhou Jing now, the class president and the others said to Jiang Yu as you spoke to him. This is actually quite normal. Still, Jiang Yuxin can't even get a date, so ordinary people shouldn't be delusional. It's not possible. Seeing the squad leader and the others one by one, they also looked like they were in mourning. Han Bin couldn't help but say, look at you guys like this, the mentality this won't work. Wait for it, trust Jiang Yu on it. The squad leader and the others sniffed and looked at each other with subtle blushes. They were a little confused as to why Han Bin was so confident in Jiang Yu. Looking at Jiang Yu, he saw that Jiang Yu had no intention of giving up, and they didn't go on about it. If Jiang Yu really refused to recognize the truth and had to keep trying, they naturally had no reason to stop them. Just now, they had only spoken out to discourage them because they were worried that it would irritate Zhou Jing's side. Jiang Yu glanced at everyone, then stepped aside and pulled out his cell phone. Chapter 76. I'll only give you this face. Jiang Yu flipped through his address book. Then he found a number called Chen Manhwa and called it. Hey brother Jiang, why are you so free to call me? Is there something to organize? Chen Manhwa was Jiang Yu's friend and was similar to Jiang Yu, also a top second generation in Magic City. Before that, he often followed Jiang Yu around. The event thing will come later. Now I have something to ask you for a favor. I remember before your family had shares in Guhua Hospital. Right, now, Jiang Yu went straight to the point. Anyway, we're all young and well acquainted, so there's no need to be too polite. It's still a shareholder. Why? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu briefly described Laogua's matter and then said, so the situation now is, can you help make an appointment for the number? The sooner the better. Chen Manhwa said. What a coincidence. Just now Feng De called me and said that he wanted me to help him register, saying that he wanted me to give him face. But was I refused? Feng De, what stinking fish and shrimp. And he also just one side of the edge. Good enough to lick his face directly over to find me to do things. The name Feng De Jiang Yu also had a bit of an impression. It seems to be the second generation of Mordor as well. However, and Jiang Yu Chen Manhwa and these people are a class apart, usually cannot play together. Based on this timeline speculation, Jiang Yu felt that Feng De should have found a relationship from Jiang Yuxin's side. Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little, and briefly explained the relationship. Chen Manhwa on the other end was also a bit surprised. In that case, technically speaking, Feng De counts as doing you a favor? But Feng De didn't report your name to me. If I had brought your name, I would have given him this face. This involves Jiang Yu's real identity, Jiang Yuxin, as well as other students not knowing about this matter. Don't say that. Now what do you say? Can you do me this favor? Jiang Yu pedaled the topic back and asked directly. Brother Jiang, you took the initiative to look for me. I have to try my best to help even if I can't. That's a face I'll only give you. I'll take care of this one. I'll give you an answer in 10 minutes. After saying that, Chen Manhwa on the other end hung up the phone. Jiang Yu put his cell phone back in his pocket. At that end, Han Bin, the squad leader, and the others had been keeping an eye on Jiang Yu's side. Came together. How's it going? Han Bin asked curiously. The class president and the others weren't curious. They had come over this time with the idea of comforting Jiang Yu. They felt that Jiang Yu must be unusually frustrated after doing his best or being defeated by reality. The squad leader, who had just done his best to do the same, knew exactly what it was like. However, I don't know yet. Wait 10 minutes. It should work. With Chen Manhwa stepping in, it must be a sure thing. But Jiang Yu didn't fill his words too full, as was his habit. It's okay. We know you tried your best. How can everything be perfect? But ask for a clear conscience. Not right. The squad leader and others subconsciously began to comfort at first, but immediately after that they realized something was wrong. What did you just say? It should be okay? The students were wide-eyed. Unbelievably, he looked at Jiang Yu. It's all goofy. one was frozen in place. The expressions are very rich, especially the squad leader. At this moment his heart was literally lifting up a million waves. Only Han Bin, who knew Jiang Yu's true strength, was not surprised but excited at this time. He heavily patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. Excitedly, "I knew it, you sure can," Jiang Yu said. "We can't be 100% sure yet, let's wait a little longer." 10 minutes passed quickly. During that time, the squad leader and the others were inwardly puzzled by many doubts, but one and all knew what was most important at the moment. Patiently, he waited for the results from Jiang Yu's side. Soon, Jiang Yu's cell phone rang. Jiang Yu connects. Chen Minghao's voice rang out. "Brother Jiang, I've already taken care of things for you. It's true that Director Huang Jinghang can no longer register during his office hours, but he has a half day off this week, so I've arranged it for you. 5 days later at 3 o'clock in the afternoon you have someone come directly over to Guhua Hospital, and after the consultation you will directly assign a surgical plan to start the operation." "Okay, got it. Thanks for this one." Receiving an affirmative reply, Jiang Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. "It's too much to say thank you. However, Brother Jiang, you see that even though I'm just moving my lips this time, I've arranged it for you anyways. Do you think you'll have to find time to schedule a wave for me on your end as well?" Chen Menghao said thievishly. Jiang Yu knew what Chen Menghao meant by that. It's for him to set up food and drink events. "Okay, next week." "Okay, see you next week," Chen Menghao said with a heart full of joy. As far as he was concerned, he'd made a fortune on this wave. Jiang Yu briefly chatted with Chen Menghao a little more. Then, hang up the phone. "Is it done?" Han Bin immediately asked. Jiang Yu nodded. "My god, Jiang Yu, just now, did I hear you right? You are really giving the arrangement? Is this ing true?" The squad leader and the others were all stunned. It's all unbelievable. Their reaction was very real. After all, the squad leader had just used his connections without success. Jiang Yuxin, who is worth billions of dollars, used her connections and still couldn't even help her get hooked up. But Jiang Yu actually did it? How could this not shock them? One by one, they were all a bit in disbelief of what was happening in front of them. Jiang Yu was about to speak. At that moment, the end of the ward door, the doctor who had just helped Lao Guo with his examination rushed to Zhou Jing in his white coat with a happy face. "To tell you the good news, I just received a call from the GH hospital authorities saying that they would transmit Mr. Guo's case and other information as soon as possible. I don't know how you guys do it, but I will say that Mr. Guo's illness should be cured." When these words came out, Zhou Jing, who was still a bit numb because of her excessive grief, was dumbfounded. Chapter 77, Unobtrusive. Shocked. Identity to be exposed? Zhou Jing froze for a full 10 seconds. Then it came back full circle. A little unsure, she checked with the doctor and cried when she got the same answer. At the same time, her first thought was that this matter was related to Jiang Yu. She looked over toward Jiang Yu and the others on the side. Upon seeing the class president and the others looking at Jiang Yu in shock and disbelief, she knew she had guessed right. It was really this ordinary student who she hadn't even hoped for a while ago that saved Lao Guo. "Classmate, thank you so much indeed." Zhou Jing excitedly held Jiang Yu's hand and gave Jiang Yu a deep bow. "No need to be polite. I didn't help much." Jiang Yu hurriedly helped Zhou Jing up. The doctor couldn't help but raise an eyelid at the sight. Surprisingly, it was this young guy in front of me who took care of Director Huang Jinghang's number? Right. The doctor saw that Zhou Jing's mood stabilized a little bit, then said, "You prepare for the surgery fee. I was informed that Director Huang Jinghang will directly designate a plan for the surgery after the consultation." At those words, the scene exploded again. Jiang Yu even scheduled a surgery? Zhou Jing looked at Jiang Yu with a gaze that was completely nonchalant. The squad leader and the others had just come back to their senses, and at that moment they were dumbfounded again. It is difficult for others to get a number on Director Huang Jinghang's side. Jiang Yu is good, but even direct one-stop service, even the surgery is carried out immediately after. This, Jiang Yu, awesome, how did you do it? Alright, Jiang Yu, you usually don't show off, but it turns out that you still really have strength. And to think that just now I'd been thinking that you couldn't do it, it's really because I don't have the eyes to see it. Then again, Jiang Yu, you wouldn't be some kind of bigot who came to school to experience life, would you? After the squad leader and the others were surprised, they began to become violently curious about Jiang Yu's identity. Some people are starting to brainstorm. All of a sudden, Jiang Yu became the center of attention at the scene. Not only were the class president and the others curious about Jiang Yu's identity, Zhou Jing was also curious. Even the doctors are curious to know the answer. He and Director Huang Jinghang were peers, and he knew better than anyone how difficult it was for Jiang Yu to do all this. How could I? I met a rich friend who was very close to me, and he helped with this. Just now, after contacting Chen Menghao, everyone was very surprised. Jiang Yu had thought that people would ask this question, and he thought of a way to respond to it to hide his identity. Because through Han Bin's circle of friends in the past 2 days, everyone knew that Han Bin had a rich friend. Originally, it didn't seem like a very reasonable thing to say, but because the precedent of Han Bin existed, it all just made sense to everyone. You know Rich Friends too? Rich Friends series? Asterisk 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 how come I can't meet rich people? Sour. You and Han Bin are also so lucky that you both know a big shot. A number that can easily arrange for director Huang Jinghang. A number that can take Han Bin in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, board a helicopter, and stay in a $160,000 presidential suite. It's too enviable to be envied. Grass. The class president and the others all cast envious gazes at the two of them, Jiang Yu and Han Bin. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's expression was subtle. Han Bin, on the other hand, cried and laughed a little. He really wanted to shout out that you guys are mistaken. The two big brothers you are talking about are Jiang Yu himself. The class president and the others seemed quite curious about that friend of Jiang Yu's, or perhaps that rich friend of Han Bin's, and wanted to keep asking something. Jiang Yu did know what was the point now and looked at the doctor and asked, "Doctor, how much does that surgery cost?" Zhou Jing looked back at the doctor nervously. At the moment her emotions were starting to get a little mixed. Happy Jiang Yu's side helped Laoguo make an appointment with director Huang Jinghang. However, I am worried that the medical bills will be too expensive and I will not be able to afford it. Although Laoguo's usual salary is quite a lot, their family's expenses are quite large, and their daughter is in her senior year of high school preparing to go to college. And then there's the fact that both couples are only children, and with their parents still alive, taking care of the elderly costs a lot of money again. Simply put, deposits aren't too much. The cost of surgery is very expensive. Because Director Huang's therapeutic maneuvers need to be used to hit the amount of new technology and new equipment, all sorts of miscellaneous add up to an estimated $70,000 to $80,000, the doctor said thoughtfully. $700,000 or $800,000? Zhou Jing let out a slight sigh of relief, but then frowned immediately afterward. Relieved because the surgery cost a little less than she thought it would. Frowning yet because even if it was just $700,000 or $800,000 she couldn't get it. Her family savings were only 3/4 of the cost of the operation, and if she added the money for her daughter's college, she estimated that borrowing another $100,000 or so would be about right. But, well, I've told you all about the general situation, so get ready. The patient will stay in the hospital for the time being for the next few days, and when the time comes it will be safest to move directly there, and that the patient needs to rest now, so everyone but the family should try to leave. The doctor left after these instructions. Everyone, especially student Jiang Yu, I really thank you this time, but I need to take care of Laoguo here, so I won't be able to thank you all properly for a while. It's been a hard night. Here's a little bit of money. Squad leader, take it and treat everyone to a casual midnight snack. By then, when Laoguo is well, we'll treat everyone to a nice meal together. Zhou Jing took a wad of cash out of her pocket and handed it to the squad leader. Naturally, the squad leader didn't pick it up. He and Jiang Yu and other classmates looked at Laoguo in the ward through the window, then hurriedly left. Although the squad leader hadn't taken Zhou Jing's money just now, he said out of his own pocket that he would treat everyone to a midnight snack. The point is to treat Jiang Yu to a midnight snack. A midnight snack wasn't worth much money, so Jiang Yu wasn't polite. The group took a cab back to the school, then casually found an open-air stall near the school and sat down. It's not that the class president is stingy and refuses to spend more money. It's just that in the student days, the open-air stalls and late-night snack stalls were the eternal gods. Jiang Yu also liked the atmosphere. It was comfortable to eat kebabs, drink cheap beer, and chat with my classmates in the cool breeze. Soon, the conversation turned to the matter of Laoguo's surgical expenses. At this time, the squad leader stood up and proposed. You all probably heard what the doctor said just now. $800,000 is not a simple amount for Laoguo and the others. I propose that we all volunteer to donate some money to Laoguo. What do you think? It doesn't matter how much. After all, we're all students. It's just a token of appreciation. This proposal was accepted by all. That makes sense. Let's do our part. I'll donate 300. I'm 1,000. I guess. I worked part-time during the summer of my senior year of high school and made a little money. I'm 500. All the students present donated as much or as little as they could. The class president donated the most. His family is quite rich and he personally donated $3,000. Han Bin gritted his teeth and donated 1,000. Soon, it was Jiang Yu's turn. Chapter 78, I'll crack my ass open. On the matter of donations, Jiang Yu thought about it, weighed it, and said, I'll donate 5,000. This number was carefully considered by him. He'd seen so much over the years, things that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Just for example, he could roughly determine Laoguo's real income on a regular basis from the way he was dressed, as well as the jewelry on Zhou Jing, the state of his skin, equivalent to knowing what level of skincare products to use, and so on. He probably knew the financial situation of Lao Guo's family, and also knew that it was a bit difficult for Lao Guo's family to get the money for the operation at once. But go and borrow at random. And even if none of your classmates don't donate, you can still scrape it together. Secondly, he attended the Magic City College of Art. No one's family is too poor to study art. Plus, Lao Guo leads 3 classes in total and has a good relationship with his classmates, so he thinks that probably they will all donate enthusiastically. The 3 classes must add up to 100 or so people anyhow. That's not a small amount of money to add up. In other words, Lao Guo will be able to pay for this surgery and it won't crush the whole family. Otherwise, if Lao Guo really needed it badly, Jiang Yu would have found a way to help long ago. To summarize, $5,000. This amount is not too much, not too little, can help Lao Guo a little help, but will not attract too much attention. Very suitable. Besides, he knew Lao Guo's character, and if he knew he had donated too much, he definitely wouldn't want it. 5,000? Jiang Yu, you're so rich. Where's the dirt? Bull. The big man begs for a hug. $5,000 really wasn't that much, but it still caused a small shock among the students. Each and every one of them had their pupils quake as they looked at Jiang Yu in surprise, like discovering a new continent. After all, the class president, who was recognized by everyone in the class as having the best family, had only donated 3,000. Seeing these everyone's reactions, Han Bin almost sprayed the drink in his mouth. It really made him hold his tongue. Talking to a bigot with a Bugatti at home and a Rolls-Royce Phantom to get him around on the go, that donating a few $1,000s is dirt cheap. People are really young. I bought some stocks earlier and made a small profit. Jiang Yu found an excuse to explain. This explanation makes perfect sense. Stocks are something that can make and lose thousands of dollars for any normal person. It dawned on the squad leader and the others. Awesome. And you know how to play the stock market. Take me next time and play together. The students said with some small envy. People just talk about it. After all, everyone knows that the stock market is risky. Instead, the class president was interested. Isn't that a coincidence? I thought I was the only one in the class who played stocks. I didn't realize you were playing and making money. Unlike me, who lost a lot of money before. By the way, what stocks are you holding right now? Tell me about it for my reference. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and replied. I hold shares of Jiang's group as well as some shares of new energy vehicles in Maotai. These share out is nothing. These shares he is very bullish. The squad leader is willing to follow the purchase of money to make money. Do not want to after tonight will not be anyone care about this matter. Gets it. The squad leader heard it straight from the inside. At that, the students became curious. The class president explained. Simply put, buying stock is buying a company. So when you get a stock, there are only 3 things you need to figure out. 1. What does the company do to make money? 2. What is its ability to make money? 3. How will it make money in the future? So there's no need for me to talk about Maotai and the new energy vehicles that have exploded in popularity over the past 2 years. Everyone knows the strength of these companies. And everyone should have heard of Jiang's group, the richest local enterprise in Mordor. A proper Mordor giant with countless money-making businesses under its command. The head of the class broadly generalized the science to the students. The class president knows so much? Awesome. The classmates were a bit surprised. The class president explained. These are all things I heard from a friend of mine who studied finance. The one who's really good should be Jiang Yu, because I bought into these same stocks, but I'm still losing money at the moment, whereas Jiang Yu is making a profit. That's because I'm only now aware of the trend and bought in as an afterthought, whereas Jiang Yu is ing ahead of me by an unknown amount. That's why he's making a profit. In other words, I'm in the underground layer and Jiang Yu is in the 5th layer. When the squad leader said this, Han Bin and the others were shocked. So it is. Old lasagna now. Jiang Yu, you have something good guy. ITM straight up called good guy. Usually actually can't see that you have this ability to make money. This time you are really going to take me with you. Same class. How come you're so good? Everyone looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. Jiang Yu thought about it and directly dumped the pot on his non-existent friend. It's all because my rich friend told me. At those words, Han Bin was even more surprised. It was because he knew that the friend Jiang Yu was talking about didn't exist. Instead, the squad leader and the others relented and felt a little more mentally balanced. Speaking of that friend of yours, I'm really convinced that he can take care of the registration and surgery on Director Huang Jinghong's side with one-stop service. Bull. He's worth at least tens of billions, right? All talk to us. We have seen how powerful that friend of Han Bin's is, but we haven't seen much of your friend's divine arrogance yet. Luxury cars and houses are standard, aren't they? I think his home has to be the size of one of our basketball courts. The class president and the others murmured, curious beyond belief, and opened their minds, seeing that people are pursuing the question. Anyway, it wouldn't expose his identity, so Jiang Yu simply talked about the villa as he usually lived in. Is it really as big as a basketball court? I'm ing cracking straight up. The neighborhood also has a helipad. His horror. I usually only use 2 words to describe this kind of godly man. Dirt block. Star. Chapter 79, a little pompous. That's pure blow. The students were all shocked by the extravagant life of this friend that Jiang Yu was talking about. And just as the students were shocked, same with the big stalls. A seat at the table across the room. A middle-aged man with a kebab in one hand and a beer in the other was talking to his friends in a cheerful manner. You all know that I, Hu Han-san, am considered a knowledgeable person. But guess what I saw today? Grass. The level of richness of that car owner today really freaked me out. That's when I realized what it means to be rich. The one I pulled for him was a Bugatti Divo, limited to 40 cars worldwide, landed at $80 million. Do you guys have any idea how much of an afterthought I was? And that's nothing. Do you know what kind of car that owner came in? It's a Bugatti too. What model I forget. But the landed price was over $60 million. Do you guys know what kind of place he lives in? The whole thing is like a palace. And the neighborhood is much prettier than the park outside. That's not even the most dramatic thing. What's even more dramatic is, do you know what that owner's garage looks like? When he said this, Hu Han-san suddenly stopped and took a deep sip of beer. His companions at the table with him were listening in fascination. Seeing this, he hurriedly urged, "The barbecue is on me tonight. Okay, hurry up. Count on Dad to please. I'm going to need all this material you're talking about to dream about tonight." Glancing at his impatient companions, Hu Han-san slowly ate a handful of lamb skewers before continuing. The most exaggerated thing is his family's garage. It's probably bigger than a basketball court. It was full of all kinds of sports cars. And holy, I was pissing myself at that point, you know? You guys look at the picture. How many luxury cars do you guys count up there? Do you guys see if there are any recognizable brands of luxury cars that you don't see here? His side won't be very loud at first, but I don't know if it's because I'm getting more and more excited, or if it's because I've been drinking a little bit. It caused the table on Jiang Yu's side to hear it clearly. The class president and the others, who were originally still shocked by the extravagant life of the friend that Jiang Yu had spoken of, were instantly frightened. One by one, they all listened in awe. That's bragging, isn't it? 2 Bugattis, adding up to close to $1.5 million, and a garage full of luxury cars? Asterisk awesome blows too big. That's right. The only thing he said that felt real was the villa that was comparable to a palace. The rest was all in his head, right? Han Bin's circle of friends of that god, as well as Jiang Yu's friend, is I really know the 2 richest. But listen to the next door, that big brother, so say. Feel damn, Han Bin and Jiang Yu's friend has become a younger brother. This is not bragging? Han Bin, Jiang Yu, what do you guys think? The squad leader and the others were a bit incredulous. Then, he turned his gaze to Jiang Yu and Han Bin. Having waited all night and finally having the opportunity to be the center of attention, Han Bin cleared his throat with slight excitement and opened his mouth. Needless to say, there is definitely bragging rights. Not that I'm bragging, but I've been following that friend of mine for 2 days, and I'm considered a knowledgeable character. Feel it? That big brother is slightly pompous in places. It's like if he says the owner drives a Bugatti, I believe him. Driving a Bugatti and buying another Bugatti? There's an element of bragging. The $60 million Bugatti my friend there has. But to talk about driving a $60 million Bugatti to pick up an $80 million Bugatti, that's bull. You don't spend money like that anymore. As for the talk of a garage full of luxury cars, Han Bin said, remembering the private limited edition luxury car show that he followed Jiang Yu to visit, then shook his head. That's really pure blow. According to him, the configuration of the garage in the house of the godly man he was talking about is worth a car show I've been to in the past 2 days. But the problem is that the car show I followed my friend to visit is a private car show, which rich people get out specifically to expand their network, equivalent to a dating platform. So you can imagine how strong the configuration of this car show is. Han Bin gave an analysis. The squad leader and the others kept nodding as they listened. Reasoned and convincing. What do you think, Jiang Yu? The squad leader and the others turned their attention to Jiang Yu again. They felt that in comparison, Jiang Yu's friend seemed a bit more powerful than the one in Han Bin's circle of friends. After all, Han Bin's circle of friends that just seems to have money, while Jiang Yu's friend is the means of heaven. Han Bin also turned his gaze toward Jiang Yu. He had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the life of a divine magnate through Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is the true god of luxury, speaking extremely convincingly, looking at Han Bin as well as the class president and others with curious and expectant gazes. Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little. He didn't think anything of it at first when Hu Han-san was blowing off steam in a spirited manner. Previously, he and Han Bin, Zhou Baolong and others also went to the open-air stalls from time to time to have a snack. The open-air stalls are just jerking off and blowing off steam. But when heard Hu Han-san said later, and feel that the voice is a little familiar, then realized that Hu Han-san is the driver who helped him pull the Bugatti Diva today. Jiang Yu was silent for a short while. After thinking about it, he said, "My opinion is similar to Han Bin's." Upon hearing this, Han Bin immediately raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the two Bugattis, the underground garage the size of a basketball court, and the fact that it's full of luxury cars are all fake. It wasn't that he was blindly confident in Jiang Yu. It was just that he felt that you, a driver, could see as widely as a true god like Jiang Yu. He was excited that he had just managed to mount a wave. Ha ha, I told you. Sure enough, I guessed it. It's just as well that he didn't run into Jiang Yu and Han Bin both, or else he would have been dismantled in minutes. Don't talk about it, just walk one. The squad leader and others were also happy. The atmosphere was also completely liberalized, with the exception of Han Bin, who is allergic to alcohol. The classmates all raised their glasses high and pushed them back and forth in a fast and furious manner. In the meantime, Hu Hansen's end finished the first wave of blowback and paused slightly. By the way, what do rich people like you said look like? Are they the kind with big bellies? Or the kind with gold-rimmed glasses that don't look good at all on their well-mannered appearance? But everyone listened to Hu Han-san so finished. Listen to feel still a little bit not enjoyable it. How will let Hu Han-san so just stop? Someone just asked curiously. Hu Han-san did not answer. Slowly jerked a handful of skewers then drank a mouthful of cold beer. After a beautiful hey. Looking around everyone's curiosity reached its peak. That's what answered. It's not what you're saying. You guys, you've still seen a lot. And you're talking about the image of some bosses. But you asked me to describe what the big guy looked like, and I kind of can't remember. But the first thing I remember about seeing him was one word. Handsome. But if I had the chance to run into him again, I'm sure I'd recognize him. Chapter 80, Play Chess in Sister's Room. And she'll buy you AJ. Jiang Yu and the others had been sitting on the stall until roughly 11 o'clock at night. During that time, Hu Han-san and the others have also been there. Hu Han-san had been immersed in jerking off with his friends in beer and blowing off steam, enjoying the exclamations of surprise from his friends. It's just one of life's great pleasures, so his attention went nowhere else. Coupled with the fact that his position just happened to be almost back-to-back with Jiang Yu, he froze and didn't realize that Jiang Yu, whom he had been blowing off, was sitting not far from him. Jiang Yu was happy to be free, but even if Hu Han-san recognized him, he had a way to deal with it. Soon, Jiang Yu and the others checked out and left. A dozen people in quite a large formation, and it happens to go back to school to pass by Hu Hansen's table. Only then did Hu Han-san subconsciously look up. At first he didn't think it was anything special, then he withdrew his gaze, but immediately after, he realized something was wrong and brushed his eyes to look over again. Then, his entire body was completely dumbfounded. Pupil earthquake, the legs went limp, almost fell out of his chair, as Brother Raven had done, at the drop of a hat, and raised the table. Luckily it was also the man next to him who pulled him out of the way with a quick eye. That's what kept it from creating a human sensation. What's the matter? Just paid your rations? Hu Han-san's friend flirted. Go. You know what I saw? I saw the big guy I was telling you about earlier. Hu Han-san just couldn't believe his eyes. He felt a violent shock to his three senses. Nima, a big shot who lives in a villa and drives a top-of-the-line supercar would show up at a big stall like this? Is it crazy? Or are you too low to guess what the big boys are thinking? He felt a little overwhelmed by the shock of the contrast. What did you say? Hu Hansen's friends were also stunned. One guy even squirted a mouthful of beer directly into HU's face. Ha! You've had too much ING beer for your head, haven't you? That kind of big shot would come to a place like this for a late-night snack like us? What does he want? It's not like he's coming over here for a late-night snack with the idea that he can check out the college girls like we are. Is it? What kind of girls does a big guy like him want? That's right, unless that bigot you're talking about is still in school. But even if he's still studying, there's no way he's going to eat at the same stalls as us. That's right, you're just ING bolting. Immediately afterward, however, Hu Hansen's friends came back to their senses, and you said, originally, Hu Han-san was convinced of this, but hearing everyone say that shook things up a bit. Indeed, would that kind of bigot really show up in a place like this? Will it be so harmonious with the ordinary students around you? He thought about it vicariously for himself, thinking that he certainly wouldn't do that if he had the money. They have money, certainly everyday mountain delicacies, all kinds of high-end places to consume food and drink. One thought to this, Hu Han-san also took it that he had misread the situation. After all, he had only seen Jiang Yu's side face just now. My, come on, I'll punish myself with a drink. In the meantime, Jiang Yu and his group had just returned to the school at the moment. Even though it was now after 11 o'clock at night, there were still quite a few people on the road. It's mainly couples in the heat of the moment snuggling up to each other out and about in various corners of the campus. Aside from Jiang Yu, Han Bin's squad leader and the others were all red-eyed at the sight of this scene. The talk went on and on, expressing envy, and apart from these couples, there were also those who, like Jiang Yu and his group, had been playing outside until now. Look guys, these senior sisters are dressed too damn nice, right? Feeling in love. Hiss this body. Dance department. Right, TSK, TSK, I'm not afraid of everyone's joke. If I really have a chance, I can't last 3 minutes. Don't worry, you don't have a chance to make a joke. I'm so excited to talk to my schoolmates about their feelings. Then go up and strike up a conversation. What's the use of just pussyfooting around here? Brothers up or not? If not, I'm going up. On the way, I met a wave of the same girls coming back from the outside. One by one, Hanbin's class president and the others transformed into LSPs, their eyes glowing. However, there is a thief's heart but not a thief's guts. One by one, they all pretend to go up to accost each other, but their legs are as if they are filled with cement. They can't move their legs at all. Jiang Yu followed Hanbin and the others' gazes. There's one thing to be said for these girls. They do look good. Mostly, they were all tall and those long legs in silk hurt my eyes. You can't see their fronts, but the sides are all still okay. Two of them stand out exceptionally. Both have the most powerful bodies of any of these girls. One is unusually well developed, but the temperament is to give people a very pure let a person move the feeling. The other one knows how to dress well. Thigh-high shoes black, silk plus short skirt. Look sexy, sexy and hot. Most of the gazes of Hanbin as well as the class president and the others were focused on these two sisters. Perhaps Hanbin and the others' gazes were too obvious, and in no time, the gazes of the girls were also directed this way. They looked this way and said something to each other for a short while, playfully. Then, surprisingly, he walked over towards Jiang Yu's side. Hanbin and the others glanced at each other, and one by one, they began to get excited. I fantasized that I must take the opportunity to get to know these schoolmates later. What's more, the thief whimpered. However, they were soon dumbfounded. How cheerful I was a moment ago, how sad I am now. It was because those schoolmates were more likely to be rushing over to Jiang Yu. Elementary school brother, at this late hour do you want school sister to protect you back to the dormitory building? Little brother, add school sister WeChat. School sister will buy AJ for you. Are you free later? Sister is bored. Why don't you come to my room and play chess with sister later? Star. Chapter 81, Welfare from a Sister. Company matters. These schoolmates look like they haven't found a suitable person for a long time. Seeing a handsome man like Jiang Yu, he immediately began to boldly teased. Seeing this, Hanbin and the others looked at Jiang Yu with tears in their eyes. One clenched his fists in grief. All in all it's just pissed off. Although not all of the schoolmates ran to Jiang Yu's side, there were a few that accosted them and weren't too bad looking. But the problem is that they feel beautiful heart. All ing run over to hit on Jiang Yu. In contrast, the few schoolmates who had accosted them had simply become tasteless, especially the one wearing a sexy dress, but also boldly said that Jiang Yu accompanied her to play chess. Such words. At this moment, how they wished they could switch with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was left somewhat speechless. We just went through one of these bouts in the evening, and now this? No, thank you schoolmates for your kindness. Jiang Yu refused without hesitation. Is this shyness? Sister likes it even more. Get to know me. I'm a dance student. Why don't we all get to know each other? Let's get to know each other. And we'll bring our girlfriends with us depending on the number of people on your side. How could the schoolmates easily let go of such a handsome man like Jiang Yu? And said relentlessly. At those words, Jiang Yu hadn't reacted much yet. Hanbin, as well as the squad leader and the others, were instantly agitated. Although these beautiful schoolmates in front of them had no chance with them, these schoolmates said they would bring their girlfriends with them. So maybe those girlfriends were very good looking? Hence, each of them looked at Jiang Yu with anticipation in their eyes, thinking about Jiang Yu's promise of fellowship. Jiang Yu looked at Hanbin as well as the eyeballs of the squad leader and the others. Nod. Okay then. Hanbin and the others immediately clenched their fists in excitement. A few of the schoolmates smiled even sweeter. Their gazes at Jiang Yu were slowly getting a little more and more out of place, as if each one of them was playing some kind of little game. Next, Jiang Yu got acquainted with these schoolmates. The one who dresses sexily and speaks boldly is called Cheng Yaya. The sexy and boldly spoken schoolmate is called Cheng Yu. The one that looked pure and moving was Su Xiaoyu, getting to the point of exchanging contact information. Originally, Hanbin, as well as the class president and others were trying to play dumb and add Cheng Yu's WeChat of these school sisters as well. However, Cheng Yaya directly said, I'll just add Jiang Yu. He'll notify you when the time comes. Hanbin and others. After everything was settled, Jiang Yu greeted Cheng Yu and the other schoolmates before leaving with Hanbin and the others. The time they set for the fellowship was the following week. Brother Jiang is great. I'll pay for all your breakfasts this week. Jiang, if I can get out of this sorority, I'll pay for all your breakfasts this semester. On the way back, Hanbin and the others were excitedly surrounding Jiang Yu. Thinking about the next sorority, each one seemed to see the hope of getting off the hook. For this reason, their names for Jiang Yu had changed. Come on, One of you guys can't get up in the morning. I'm going to starve waiting for your breakfast. Jiang Yu joked with Han Bin and the others. The group talked and laughed, and soon returned to the freshman dormitory building. Good night, Jiang. The squad leader and the others greeted Jiang Yu, Han Bin and the two of them, and each of them separated. Jiang Yu and Han Bin returned to the dormitory. It was now almost 12 o'clock. Jiang Yu simply washed up and then lay down on the bed. When he opened his cell phone, he saw a Weibo message from Jiang Yu. Has schoolmate Jiang Yu returned? Back. That's good. Senior sister will take a bath first. Go to bed early. Jiang Yu just wanted to reply, but immediately after that, Jiang Yuxin sent a picture. There is no violation of the picture pour. The background is in the bathroom. Jiang Yaya was wearing a small undershirt. Her pretty figure perfectly reflected, biting her red lips lightly. Her expression was really as charming as it could be. Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little. Is this a perk from a schoolgirl? This schoolmate is also too active and bold. Day 2. Jiang Yu's life was just like that of a normal student. Eating in class, chatting and farting around with the class in all sorts of ways. Comfort drops are great, but in the evening when he was just getting out of class and ready to go back to his dormitory, he got a call from the general manager's end of the company. Jiang Yu spoke to both Han Bin and Zhou Baolong and told the two to go back first, then find a place to sit and pick up the phone. The general manager would call Jiang Yu at this time because there was a small problem on the company's side. There is a long-term channelizer on the company side. The channel is responsible for providing imported snacks to the company, and the company is responsible for market development and sales in the mainland. It has been quite a pleasure to work together. Recently, the contract with the channel provider needed to be renewed because it was about to expire. And the problem lies in the unwillingness on the part of the channel partners to continue working together in accordance with the content of the previous contract. Their side wants to reduce the commission percentage on Jiang Yu's side, adjusting it from the original 30% to 20%. These days, the general manager has been communicating with the other party about this matter, but the communication is fruitless. The other party was very tough and either never mentioned signing the contract, either wait for the general manager Guoming after the opening of the mouth, said that the most can only give up to 25%, which is still on the basis of the two sides have been working together for a long time to make concessions. All in all, there was no way for the general manager's office to resolve this matter, so they could only call Jiang Yu and see what he could arrange. According to the reliable information I have received, this all happened because another trading company approached them and was willing to work with them at the percentage they offered. That's why they're being so tough. General Manager Guoming was worried that Jiang Yu would blame him for not doing his job properly and added an additional explanation after saying all this. Listen to all of this. Jiang Yu thought about it and said, in that case, then you don't need to talk to the other party in the next few days. Isn't the contract not expired yet? The company can operate normally. Forget about that for now. At those words, General Manager Guoming's entire body was dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Don't care if the company can function? What about when the contract is up? How can a company operate without its channel partners? Guoming brought up these questions of his. Chapter 82. Nothing is left to chance. The shock of an international student from a top university. Jiang Yu said, I'm just telling you not to take the initiative to look for them for the time being, but that doesn't mean they won't take the initiative to look for them. Kokoda? He was even more confused at this moment, and he suspected that Jiang Yu hadn't even heard what he had just said. Just now, he clearly said that he knew from a reliable source that the channeler side and other trading companies were talking about cooperation and seemed to have reached a consensus. But Jiang Yu even said that the side of the channel distributors will take the initiative to find the door? It's just ridiculous. What if forced to hold back his inner displeasure, and retold Jiang Yu that according to reliable sources, the channel business side is talking to other trading companies about cooperation. Jiang Yu said, I heard you just now, but they will still take the initiative to come to the door when the time comes. Just remember to never initiate contact with them for a few days, and when the third day rolls around, they initiate contact with you, but don't pay any attention to it, until they approached the company. Speaking here, Jiang Yu thought for a moment and then said, by the time they approach the company, you remember to notify me at the first time. I'll personally go over and talk to them then. That's it for now. Hang up. When Jiang Yu hung up the phone, Guoming on the other end was simply furious, and his hand holding the phone was trembling. Before this, Jiang Yu acted as a handshake, seldom asking about the company's affairs. He felt that Jiang Yu was powerful, but because he trusted him, he handed over the company's small and large affairs to him. But now he felt that it was all because Jiang Yu just didn't have the ability at all. Previously, it was just that the company was developing more smoothly and did not need Jiang Yu to make choices, not exposing Jiang Yu's shortcomings. Now knowing full well that there are more desirable companies to work with on the channel provider side, Jiang Yu even said that the other party would take the initiative to come to the door? And you're saying when the other side will come to the door? If these words had been uttered after Jiang Yu had conducted an investigation to verify that the channeler was not in the process of talking about cooperation, he might have believed them. However, Jiang Yu had made such a decision just as he had finished saying this. Guoming felt that once the contract expired after 5 days, the channel provider's side would definitely stop cooperation immediately. Door to door? Jiang Yu, an outsider instructing himself, an insider, quasi-yellow. The company waits to close. 3 days passed in a flash. It's been 3 days. Guoming all hesitated to give Jiang Yu a call. Although he did not understand this decision made by Jiang Yu and felt a bit angry at Jiang Yu for acting so rashly, but he's emotionally attached to the company. It's also because he's emotionally attached to the company that he's angry about it. Angry at Jiang Yu for such rash behavior. What could be ruined is a lot of hard work he has put in over the past 2 years. Therefore, he thought about whether he should properly communicate with Jiang Yu and change his decision. Until today, Guo Mingkai made the decision. He turned on his computer and uploaded the organized information to his email, and seconded. Boss, this is some information I've compiled about the company's current situation, about how important this channeler is to the company, and I hope you'll go through it carefully. Guo Ming edited them and was just about to send them over to Jiang Yu, but then his cell phone rang. The manager of business development on the channel's side called. Guo Ming was instantly shocked, thinking of the words Jiang Yu had said before. His first thought was that it couldn't really be that everything was as Jiang Yu expected, right? Guo Ming froze for a good half a second, and he didn't come back to his senses until his cell phone stopped ringing. Looking at his cell phone, Guo Ming fell into deep thought. He was a little confused as to whether this was really calculated by Jiang Yu, or whether it was just a coincidence. Just as he was contemplating, I didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to call again. Guo Ming's pupils shrank, and waves of shock had already risen within him. If it's one time it's a coincidence, that second time, it would never be as simple as a coincidence. Recalling what Jiang Yu had said before in his mind, Guo Ming felt that all 3 views had been shattered. How in the world did Jiang Yu manage to make a calculated guess about all this? Guo Ming couldn't think of anything even if he tried. It's because he graduated from Kenkyo University, which is ranked in the top 10 in the world. All this time, he thought he had a high IQ. There were even many times when he felt that it wasn't a waste to give in and work under a rich second generation like Jiang Yu. But now reality had slapped him hard in the face. Other than that, just from this matter alone, it proved that Jiang Yu was perfectly capable enough to be Guo Ming's leader. When he thought about how he felt that Jiang Yu was an amateur before, he was a bit ashamed. Guo Ming walked back and forth in his office for about 10 minutes. Make sure you really can't think of a so then. He hesitated and dialed Jiang Yu's number. After a dozen seconds, Jiang Yu picked up the phone. Boss, the commercial manager on the channeler's side called me just now. Guo Ming's tone became more respectful. Before, he thought that Jiang Yu was just as good as he was born, but now he realized that Jiang Yu was truly powerful. I know. In fact, you don't have to specially inform me once, Jiang Yu said. No, the reason I called you this time was to find out why you could clearly guess that the other party would call me at this time? Guo Ming directly asked about his inner doubts. This can't be told to you yet. When the other party sends someone to come to the door of their own accord tomorrow, you remember to tell them that you can't make the decision on this matter for the time being, and that you have to ask me for instructions, and then ask them to make a trip over again tomorrow. Star. Chapter 83, Amazing Insight, highly arrogant supporting character completely convinced. Hearing Jiang Yu say that, Guo Ming couldn't continue to pursue the question. He also had to force down his inner curiosity. Day 2. Guo Ming, in a change of pace, came to the company early in the morning. He wanted to be the first to know if it was as Jiang Yu had said that the channeler side would really send someone to his door. However, colleagues in the company did not know about this. When Guo Ming entered the office, one of them gathered around and whispered, "What's this? The general manager gets off so late every night. Why did he suddenly come over so early today?" Listening to the assistant of the general manager, it seems that the general manager and the boss have a conflict, and the reason is in the matter of cooperation with the channeler. Directly say not just, is the chairman of the outsiders to guide the insiders? Make the general manager is now very stressful, for the company desperately want to seek a breakthrough point. Alas, that said, where is the chairman of the board? I've never met the man. I met him once, very young looking, supposedly a rich kid, probably too young to know how to manage a company. No wonder the general manager is under so much pressure now. Indeed, the general manager is a graduate of Jianxiao, round professional ability. The chairman is definitely inferior to the general manager. Co-workers are talking about it. Although Guo Ming wouldn't deliberately distribute some bad remarks about Jiang Yu, but not before the channeler's commercial manager took the initiative to call him in a very depressing mood. Sometimes they will reveal just a few words to people who are better connected in the company. This has led to a few colleagues being able to roughly surmise what is going on. Time passes quickly. It was afternoon in the blink of an eye. because so far for this reason, no one has been sent to the door from the channelizer side. Guoming kept walking back and forth in his office, anxious, worrying if Jiang Yu's guess was wrong. And just when he was a bit unable to sit still and wanted to send an email to Jiang Yu's side to communicate what to do next if he guessed wrong, there was a knock on the door. Come in, General Manager. The commercial manager from the channeler's side is here. Do you need me to bring him here now? Good. Guoming breathed a sigh of relief, and once again waves of shock rose within him. Again, Jiang Yu guessed. His mood at this moment could no longer be described with the word surprise. It simply rocked to the core. His admiration for Jiang Yu deepened, while his curiosity reached its peak. Soon the business manager across the street entered the office. Everything was consistent with what Jiang Yu had said. Surprisingly, the opposite party took the initiative to mention the contract. But what exactly the other party was going to say next, Guoming didn't know. He did as Jiang Yu had said and directly stated that he couldn't be responsible for this matter right now. And he told the other party to come over again tomorrow and wait for Jiang Yu to come. The other party was obviously very surprised to hear these words. All sorts of sidetracks trying to find out the answer. Guoming directly stated that he did not know. And indeed he did. Seeing this, the other party did not linger and left directly. Guoming walked the other party out of the company on the elevator. Manager, what's going on here? Didn't you say before that the opposite side had a very tough attitude? But now how come they're taking the initiative to come to the door? There's no need to ask. It must be the general manager who thought of a way to save the day. Awesome, Manager Bull. After Guoming rejoined the company, some of his co-workers couldn't help but open their mouths to ask. Other co-workers expressed words of praise for Guoming. Seeing this, Guoming cried and laughed a little and sighed slightly. The fact that the other party would take the initiative to find the door has nothing to do with me. Everything is all thanks to Mr. Jiang. The words fell. The scene roared to life. One face to face, surprised as hell. No, wasn't the chairman's choice at that time not to take the initiative to contact the other party? Now the other party will take the initiative to come to the door. What does this have to do with the chairman? Everyone was very confused. That's where the chairman goes over the top. Everything is in his reckoning. Alright, let's not talk about this. The chairman will come over for a trip to the company tomorrow. So each and every one of you put some spirit into me. Guoming barked some instructions and then returned to his office, leaving a confused crowd behind. My God, all this is actually the chairman's calculation? So the chairman is not a bronze, but a hidden king? Those co-workers who had just felt that Jiang Yu couldn't do it were now completely dumbfounded. Besides, Guoming returned to his office and immediately dialed Jiang Yu's number. Jiang Yu's end quickly picked up. Guoming first told the matter of the channeler's side taking the initiative to send someone to the door. At the moment, his attitude was simply too respectful to honor. Before, he respected Jiang Yu more because Jiang Yu was the owner of the company. But now, it was more of an admiration for Jiang Yu's personal abilities. Everything on the company's side was expected by Jiang Yu, which made Guoming completely convinced. Boss, you are really too godly. Everything was actually all predicted by you. How on earth did you do it? After reporting on official business, Guoming couldn't help but ask directly. He was just too curious. Jiang Yu didn't answer at first, but asked after Guoming had all followed what he said. Fong explained. It's really quite simple. All because there aren't any trading companies talking to each other about working together. The other side has set a trap for you. Makes you think they've actually found a better partner. That's why you get anxious that the other side will really give up this side of the partnership and thus be led by the nose by them. You said at the time that you were getting reliable information, and I know it must seem reliable to you, because your ability to get things done is well known to me. But have you ever considered the possibility that what if this is in the other side's calculations as well? At those words, Guoming was shocked. That really hadn't occurred to him, because at that time, he was puzzled when the other party was unwilling to re-enter the contract and asked for a lower percentage of commission on this side. I don't understand why the other party suddenly came up with this when they were working well together. Then he asked the commercial manager on the channel provider's side to come out for dinner and get the other party drunk with wine. And then, sidestepping the condescension, this key piece of information was extracted. Because he had dealt with the business manager there many times, he knew how well the other party could drink. Therefore, he was convinced of the information he had received and hadn't thought about what Jiang Yu had said at all. But now hearing Jiang Yu say that, he felt it was a real possibility. It's true that the other guy can't hold his liquor, but what if the other guy picks his throat halfway through or prepares himself in advance? And was the other guy really drunk at that point or was he faking it? Fine thoughts. What you said, boss, is indeed possible, but after all, we've been working together for so long. As to use such tactics? Why not so much? They are underpaying our side of the commission by 5% on their side. Do you know how much that is? That's at least $1 million a year less to pay. You might think the capitalist would do that and that business manager wouldn't. If I give you 10% of the company's shares, and in turn let you do that and put on a play with me, would you be willing to do that? Jiang Yu asked. Guoming was instantly dumbfounded. He really didn't dare to think carefully about what Jiang Yu had said. But aren't they worried that we'll find another channel again? Guoming was still a bit confused. Jiang Yu organized his language. Fong explained. It's too late. And you just said, after all, we have worked together for so long. Will you easily give up working with them? Refinding a channeler is going to face various problems with product quality and so on. This is something you should know better than me. Besides, the other side isn't going to give you that chance. You know very well exactly what a negotiation looks like. And the other side will be trying to figure you out and understand your bottom line. If you really express an interest in redirecting to other channels, they'll take a step back. You used the same tactic at the time, didn't you? Saying that if the other side wouldn't budge, you'd go back to the channelers. That's why the other side loosened up and went from a 30% commission to a 20% commission to a 30% commission to a 25% commission. It looks like you've pulled one back, but it's the other side that's making the big bucks, because there's no such thing as another company that's offering them a better deal. If once you say yes, they are empty-handed and make a pure profit, while we make 5% less commission. Even if you take a step back and you pester me 100 times and the two sides finally come to an agreement, the commission percentage will still be the same as before. But this is a time when the two sides are not quite equal. After all, at that time it was you who pestered you to reach a cooperation, and the initiative to continue the cooperation in the future will be in the hands of the other party. Upon hearing this, Guoming's thoughts about what he had originally felt to be hazy became a lot clearer all of a sudden. After thinking about it, he said with some excitement, "So boss, it is precisely because you saw through this that you told me not to continue to actively contact them, wanting to regain the initiative in this negotiation, right? Because the other party's mode of operation is very different from ours. If the two sides stop cooperating, the most we can do on our side is to have to spend on property rent, utilities, wages and other costs, but the other side has to take into account, in addition to that, factors such as warehouse rent and the accumulation of goods. Plus they didn't actually find a better partner. In other words, if the cooperation between the two sides is really terminated, they are the ones who will lose the most. So, once our side is no longer active, they're the ones who should be active? Jiang Yu, that's right. Now I can understand what you are saying, but I think the prerequisite to seeing through this is knowing that the other side hasn't found a better partner. But you made that decision then just by listening to me report all this. How on earth did you do that? It was this that Guoming couldn't understand the most right now. It couldn't be that Jiang Yu had done his research in advance, could it? Jiang Yu smiled and explained. Actually, the main reason is that you are inside this trap and have no way to see it. One loophole in this trap is that if the other side has really found a better partner, why is the other side willing to concede to us again? Maybe you feel like the other side feels like they've been working with us and they feel like we're reliable on our side. But everything is unknown with a new partner. And then there's also the fact that both sides have been working together for so long that there's an emotional presence. Hearing this, Guoming subconsciously nodded his head. But you're ignoring the horror of profit. Profit is something that all businessmen chase desperately. We may be considered friends with them, but at that time we became friends because of our interests. Would such friends give up their interests because of their feelings? Not to mention it's not a simple interest. 5% commission, that's over $1 million. There's an old saying that 100% profit can make people desperate. But it doesn't have to be desperate now. It's just some unknown risk. Actually, if you think about it the other way around, you can understand. Guoming, as an international student returning from Jianxiao graduation, is certainly very capable. At that time, he also failed to see the horror of the benefits, coupled with overconfidence in his own work, and was convinced of the words that he had extracted from the mouth of the commercial manager over there. That's why you're deep inside this trap. Now after hearing Jiang Yu say this, he suddenly came to a realization. Everything that had been like a fog was clearly understood by him. From the beginning, he had been counted on by the other side. Who knew he would be puzzled and want to know why on earth he wasn't cooperating as he had before? So he condescends to be counted on by the other side. Even if he used other means to verify it, he would probably still be in the other side's calculations. By this time he was convinced. Plus he's not a capitalist and doesn't know that the mall is like a battlefield and the horrors of profit. One step followed another, and he was completely ensnared in it. If Jiang Yu hadn't pointed it out, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. At that thought, Guoming's heart set off waves of shock. It took a long time to calm down. It was almost as if he wanted to kneel down to Jiang Yu's keen insight. Jiang Yu was listening to him at the time, but he saw through it at a glance. Boss, you really are amazing. I'm convinced, really thoroughly convinced. I really don't know what you've been through to know so much at such a young age. and to have such a precise control over the hearts and minds of the people in the big picture. Guoming said from the bottom of his heart. He only knew that Jiang Yu was a rich second generation. After all, Jiang Yu had his own company at such a young age. But he didn't know Jiang Yu's background. Maybe it's a case of the authorities being on the sidelines. Jiang Yu skillfully explained. In fact, this time as completely he followed his father Jiang Jinan for a long time, learned by ear. Jiang Jinan is the overlord of the Magic City, a real top-notch bigot. The tactics of that business community are horrifying. On the flip side, if Jiang Yu couldn't even see the innings at hand, then he was truly ashamed of his father's training since childhood. So what should we do next? Guoming intentionally wanted to learn something from Jiang Yu. In fact, there was something he still didn't understand. For example, why the other party has already taken the initiative to come to the door. It is reasonable to say that at this time it is entirely possible to renegotiate the cooperation, because at this point both sides are on equal footing. I'm sure it won't take much to get a partnership and on the same terms as before. But he didn't want Jiang Yu to think that he was too stupid to figure anything out, so he had to change his approach. If he could know what Jiang Yu did next, he could deduce the intention of doing so. Chapter 84, Jiang Yu's means, Jiang Yuxin's surprise. In response, Jiang Yu directly said, the next step is to do unto others as they do unto you. When you hang up later, spread the word, intentionally or not, that we found other channelers and are currently talking about cooperation. It seems like what the other guy did was a little heartless, but Jiang Yu knew the mall was like that. The mall is just full of deceit, and even if you know the other side of the set, it is useless to dismantle it. The other side can easily say that this is just the business manager drunk talking nonsense. It's easy to just brush the matter aside. The mall is not about feelings, it's about the interplay of sets. If the other party honestly cooperates and doesn't make such a mess, Jiang Yu is naturally too lazy to bother lassoing them. Doesn't it smell good to be in school? But since the other party was unreasonable in front of him, Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't be polite. Guoming suddenly did not understand. Now spread out? The other party will come to the door tomorrow. Now spread out, this will not seem too fake? Guoming said carefully. He was thinking whether Jiang Yu would have any special intentions in doing so. Sure enough, today they reached out to us, but they got a closed door, and it's impossible to get any information out of you. Even you look confused. What do you think they'll be thinking now? Jiang Yu asked rhetorically. Guoming was silent for a while, his brain racing. Then, a light flashed in his head. Surprised beyond measure, he said, Boss, are you trying to turn the tables on them? You are doing this on purpose, so that they will be puzzled and have all sorts of suspicions and scruples. In that case, even if it's false information, they can't determine it at the moment and have to consider the possibilities. Thereby, they come to the door tomorrow, and the positions of the two sides are completely switched. They become what we were the other day, and we become the ones who hold the initiative. Speaking here, Guoming paused, then couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Then your reluctance to tell me before why you were able to anticipate the other side's movements was likewise in your plans. The goal is to worry that I'll know it's all just a setup, and thus not show that kind of confusion and worry that I'll show my side of the story? Exactly. Guoming was stunned. Jiang Yu was already impressive for being able to see through the opposite side's layout in the first place. However, Jiang Yu not only managed to see through the layout but also in turn set the opposite side up, letting the other side lift a rock and stone themselves? This is outrageous. Guoming, who had always been civilized, couldn't help but burst out a foul language in his heart at this moment. There is no way. Now only one sentence can represent his mood. What you should know is clear. I believe that your ability to do this is certainly not a problem. Got it. Don't worry, boss. Okay, hang up then. See you tomorrow, boss. Guoming hung up the phone and calmed down a little. Jiang Yu's layout ability was strong, but he didn't know how the real encounter tomorrow would turn out. He was a little worried, but more than that, it's about anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Yu hung up the phone and looked at the time. Walk up towards the school gates. Earlier he had promised to accompany Jiang Yuxin to go shopping, but he has classes these days and doesn't have time. He doesn't have class this afternoon or all day tomorrow, and the day after that is into the weekend. But since he had to make a trip to the office tomorrow morning, he had to visit Laoguo at the hospital again in the afternoon with his shift leader and others. I'm not free if it's the weekend. I have to arrange a wave of activities for Chen Menghao. So Jiang Yuxin made an appointment with him now. This time has been more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It is estimated that Jiang Yuxin is a little careful to want to stop by for a meal after shopping with him. Jiang Yu was indifferent. I don't know if it was because when he was in the hospital earlier, Jiang Yuxin's words on the phone moved him a bit. He was now less repulsed by Jiang Yuxin. Of course, it was simply not repulsive, and it was still a friend to Jiang Yuxin. If Jiang Yuxin's suitors knew that Jiang Yu was thinking this way, they would probably have to crack on the spot. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of the school. The first thing that caught my eye was the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked not far from the school entrance. This one Mirage was the same color as the one he had at home. If it wasn't for the different license plate numbers, Jiang Yu almost thought that the car was his. Facing the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Jiang Yu's face was calm, but the students entering through the school gates were anything but calm. One by one, they took out their cell phones to take pictures from a distance. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this car coming over to pick someone up? Which big shot at school is so rich? There was a lot of talk, with a bit of yearning in their eyes. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and just wanted to dial Jiang Yuxin's number. At this point, the Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly started up. Then, it stopped in front of Jiang Yu. Then again, the driver of the car stepped down and opened the visually striking para door. Mr. Jiang, please. The driver placed one hand in front of the moonhun and bent down to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced towards the car suspiciously. The person sitting in the car was actually Jiang Yuxin. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. One was wide-eyed. In unison, they locked their eyes on Jiang Yu. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is the identity of this student? Dude, do you have 3G at home? What kind of identity does this dude have that you don't know? Isn't he the one who was confessed to by Sister Jiang Yuxin before? So that's it. Okay, I thought the car belonged to his family. Talking and crying. Stop it. The acid will finish it. My mind exploded straight away. Is this the happiness of being looked at by a rich woman? I want it too. The scene was a direct sensation. One was sour as hell. Luxury cars and beautiful women are the eternal pursuit of all men. Countless men have fought their whole lives for this. But what about Jiang Yu? There's no need to struggle at all. Jiang Yuxin comes with both. Simply a winner in life. Star. Chapter 85, Kneeling. The supporting characters are silent. The students at the scene were very envious of Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu was somewhat helpless, couldn't help but sigh slightly. If he had known that Jiang Yuxin was so high profile, he would have just asked Jiang Yuxin to go over to the mall. He really didn't want to be famous at school, but there's no way out of this. Jiang Yu walked into the Rolls-Royce under the watchful eyes of everyone at the scene. Well, surprised or not, Jiang Yuxin cocked her head and looked at Jiang Yu. There were a few moments of anticipation in his eyes. Surprise indeed. Jiang Yu was telling the truth, and there were no cracks at all. Jiang Yuxin immediately smiled with joy. I knew you would like it. Jiang Yu was a bit curious. Why do you say that? Didn't Han Bin follow his rich friend around for 2 days a couple days ago, and post a lot of friend circles? You even commented on it at the time. Remember? Jiang Yuxin had a smug little expression on her face. Jiang Yu instantly understood. At that time, he copied Zhou Baolong's comment, and then Jiang Yuxin misunderstood and sent him WeChat that night to comfort him. It seems like at that time Jiang Yuxin said to surprise him. He was thinking of talking to Jiang Yuxin at that time so that it did not need to be taken to heart. I just forgot about it later. I didn't expect you to remember so clearly. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Of course I'm going to remember it well. I don't have any helicopters at home, and you didn't want to go to the hotel with me, so I had to fulfill your wish to ride in the Phantom. Jiang Yuxin's words, especially the one in the middle that let you go to the hotel together, didn't want to either. It made the driver of the car's hand almost shake. It's hit the green belt on the side of the road. Jiang Yu's expression was also a bit odd. Jiang Yuxin also knew at this time that she had said the wrong thing, and her white face suddenly blushed. I'm sure you've ridden the Phantom without me. That friend of yours is so good and so well connected that you were able to get your counselor a registered number in a heartbeat after you talked to him. Jiang Yuxin immediately changed the topic. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did Jiang Yu call her first when it was obvious that he knew such a powerful friend? It's hard not to. Jiang Yu was deliberately giving her a chance? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxin's heartbeat instantly sped up quite a bit. There was a strange color flowing in his gaze as he looked at Jiang Yu. Along the way, Jiang Yuxin became much more proactive. And Jiang Yu can chat again. The atmosphere is very harmonious. Soon, the Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked at the main entrance of the Yantai Mall. As one of the busiest and top shopping malls in Magic City, Yantai Mall, no matter what time of the day it is, there is no shortage of beautiful women and handsome men. But what attracted the most attention was the two people, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin, who got out of the Mirage. The two are highly valued and are transported in a luxury car of the Mirage's caliber. It attracts countless people. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin conduct them all. Generally speaking, when accompanying a girl to go shopping, a guy can't avoid helping to carry things, but you don't need it to shop here at the Silverton Mall. As mentioned above, members here will enjoy exclusive services. The services that members can enjoy when shopping are the exclusive VIP suites and private shopping guides. It could also be as simple as a shopping assistant or something like that. In a nutshell, it means that when shopping you just need to shop. You don't need to take. It just so happened that Jiang Yuxin was also a member of the Yantai Mall, and Jiang Yu was happy to be free. As Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin strolled around, passing by the Patek Philippe store on the second floor, Jiang Yu was attracted by a watch placed outside the store for exhibition. In fact, Jiang Yu was not very interested in watches. Mostly he preferred not having any jewelry on him. However, his father, Jiang Yuxin, was very knowledgeable about watches and loved collecting all kinds of watches. Therefore, when Jiang Yu earned his first bucket of money with his own ability a few years ago before, he bought a watch for Jiang Yuxin as a birthday gift. The watch he gave him at the time happened to be the same model as the one placed in the exhibition area, Patek Philippe 5146J001, a very classic one. Price around $300,000. It's the only watch that Jiang Yu could afford to buy with the first bucket of money he earned, but it's a classic watch. This price of the watch Jiang Yuxin usually would not even look at the estimate, but because of the different meaning, it was Jiang Yu's own earned money to buy him. He liked it too much, usually carried occasionally. For Jiang Yu, this table is also a bit big in terms of consciousness. Therefore, when he saw 5146J001 the exhibition area, he could not help but look at it more. Jiang Yuxin didn't know what the watch meant to Jiang Yu. Seeing Jiang Yu staring for a short while, she thought that Jiang Yu's heart was moved. Jiang Yuxin came over to Jiang Yu. Do you like it? Jiang Yu did not know why Jiang Yuxin asked this, but still nodded. Not bad. Let's go in then. You like it, then we'll buy it. After saying that, Jiang Yuxin pulled Jiang Yu's sleeve and walked into the Patek Philippe store. Seeing this scene, the private guide following behind him was stunned. He'd only ever seen girls stop in front of a store and stare at a particular item for a while. Then the guy graciously said, do you like it? If you like it, let's buy it. The roles can be switched between the two. It was really the first time he had seen it. The man is awesome. It's like nothing you've ever seen or heard before. The man is 100 times better to the woman seen. The woman in turn so. And this woman is still rich white beauty. To the knees. A model for my generation. When I think of my mother-in-law at home who only spends money and compare it, I want to cry. Some of the guests passing by were also stunned when they saw that scene just now. Some of the men who came over to shop with their girlfriends or wives were silent at the moment. Looking at Jiang Yu's back, he let out a long sigh. In contrast, they feel like such a failure. Envious? If you were as handsome as he is, I'd raise you too. That's right. If you don't want to get over it, hurry up and get out of my way. Don't get in the way of my old lady picking up fresh meat. What are you still standing here for? Do you still want to buy me a bag? Those girlfriends or wives, seeing their men one by one, were all looking stupidly at Jiang Yu inside. He was so angry. Pointing to their respective men was a count. Of course I don't envy him. What does he have to envy me? Of course I'm going to pass. Bye. Isn't that why I make money for you to spend? The men have started coaxing their one. All kinds of sweet talk. Talking about them makes them cry. Chapter 86, Pretentiousness to the Extreme. Big brother, you're the one. Jiang Yu was interested in the matter of Jiang Yuxin wanting to give him a watch. It was a refusal from start to finish. One of the things is that he really doesn't like watches very much. The second was naturally that he was not willing to spend Jiang Yuxin's money, and the money was not a small amount. But Jiang Yuxin was obstinate. It seemed to be determined that Jiang Yu liked the watch, but just didn't want to spend her money, so he refused. Therefore, she was not to be trifled with. After entering the Patek Philippe store, I pointed out the 5146J001 and told the staff to buy it, and it proves membership of Patek Philippe. I haven't given you any gifts for as long as I've known you, so take it this time. It's not like it's expensive anyway, and it's not like the price matters. It's only important that you like it. Jiang Yuxin tried her best to say in a relaxed tone, determining that Jiang Yu likes the watch. She very much hopes that Jiang Yu will accept it. Alright. Jiang Yu sighed slightly, looking at the scene in the store where Jiang Yu refused. But Jiang Yuxin insisted on buying it, and finally Jiang Yu seemed to have no choice but to be willing to accept it, especially seeing Jiang Yu's helpless sigh at the end. The men outside the door still coaxing their wives and girlfriends. Shoppers? The personal shopper behind Jiang Yu? You're no friend if you go that far. They felt that Jiang Yu's sigh was simply pretending to have reached the peak. Most men are only meant to spend money for women. There are those who can turn the tables on women and make them spend money, but like Jiang Yu, he can make a woman's heart willing. Even had to force the money to Jiang Yu's hands of. One can only say, brother please smoke. JPG. Plus, on Jiang Yu's side, before Jiang Yuxin paid, the staff opened the display case and respectfully handed the watch to Jiang Yu to try on. Jiang Yu didn't push back. Wear it on your left wrist. It's a little cold. What can be said about the hands-on effect? This watch is just glamorous on the average person. In Jiang Yu's case, it would be icing on the cake at best. A watch represents a man's connoisseurship, but Jiang Yu's own culmination is greater than all the watches. It's so pretty, it suits you perfectly, Jiang Yuxin said. Jiang Yu fell general, accustomed to what jewelry on the body are not. suddenly wearing a watch usual not accustomed to. For this watch she was more thinking of putting it at home and collecting it. Kinda makes sense to him anyway. After wearing it for a while, Jiang Yu took off the watch and handed it to the staff. After Jiang Yuxin made the payment, the staff respectfully asked the two to wait for a while. Patek Philippe's service is still good. The most important thing is the variety of attentive services as well as details. It's like after the staff wrapped that wristwatch just now. It also held a small trinket box presented in front of both Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin. Inside are some exquisite women's jewelry, men's cuffs, moon hun pins and more. Mr. Jiang, Miss Jiang, this is the gift we have prepared for you at Patek Philippe. The two of you can pick 2 pieces at will. These gifts cost almost $2,000 or so out there. Jiang Yu's face remained unchanged as he turned his head to Jiang Yuxin. I don't seem to be able to use any of these things. You pick. Do you think these 2 pendants look good? Jiang Yuxin took a silver pendant and a blue pendant and placed them on both ears, gesturing for Jiang Yu to give an opinion. Pretty good. I'll take these 2 then, thanks. Soon the staff had everything packed together. The personal shopper who followed Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin helped to hold it. Next, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin casually strolled around twice before preparing to leave. Jiang Yuxin bought a couple of dresses and some jewelry, waiting for the elevator to go down to the underground parking lot. Jiang Yu thought about it and said to Jiang Yuxin, "You go down first, I'll go to the restroom." Soon. Okay. After Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin separated, they were guided according to the landmarks of the mall, straight up to the 3rd floor. Then, straight to the Hermes bag counter. The reason why he accepted the wristwatch presented by Jiang Yuxin just now. It wasn't actually that he was convinced by Jiang Yuxin. I just think that Jiang Yuxin is sincere, and there are still a lot of customers in the Patek Philippe store, so I don't want to make Jiang Yuxin too embarrassed. This time he came to the Hermes women's bag counter, but he intended to buy Jiang Yuxin a bag that was about the same value as a Patek Philippe. His relationship with Jiang Yuxin hadn't reached that point yet, and he didn't like owing anyone anything. The overall style of the Hermes women's bag counter is very luxurious. The lighting is a warm color. The display cases are lined with bags in various formats. Jiang Yu hadn't done much research on this, and these bags all looked pretty much the same to him. Hermes' entry price is quite a bit lower than Patek Philippe's, which is why the counter is very crowded. There are all kinds of young ladies when you look over. Other than that, there were also a number of men sitting on the sofa reserved for hospitality in 100 boredom. A couple of them are the miserable male brothers who were just outside Patek Philippe's door. They just couldn't coax their angry wives and girlfriends with their good words, so they had no choice but to use their cure-all skills. Jiang Yu didn't recognize them. However, they were the ones who recognized Jiang Yu. After Jiang Yu came in, a few old brothers who felt bored suddenly became interested. "Dude, what are you doing over here too? It can't be a girl who can't even handle an angry god like you, right? Oh no, where's the girl who's following you? Just you? Or is this a rich woman's mission?" These old guys are pretty good-natured and self-possessed. Running to Jiang Yu's side, there wasn't the slightest bit of strangeness. Instead, it was as if he had found the core. After all, their purpose of coming over this time was more to follow Jiang Yu and learn a bit, wondering what it takes to be as perfect as Jiang Yu and handling the other half. Jiang Yu was initially a bit surprised at the selfsame few old brothers, but after a brief chat, he knew what was probably going on. "That one is just my friend. She's in the parking lot right now. I came over here by myself to buy something," Jiang Yu explained. "Just friends? What kind of friends? I'm really lying. Just a friend is willing to pay you $200,000 or $300,000 for a watch? Hiss bro, you are this. Thumbs up, star." Chapter 87, Balance Exposed. Shocked, these old brothers admired Jiang Yu even more. However, they had the good sense to stop asking Jiang Yu more about how he managed the other party or anything like that. The two would really have a knack for getting along if they were a couple. But the two of them, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin, were just friends. Then they get it. It can only be the law of attraction. To put it bluntly, Jiang Yu is charismatic. "By the way brother, what do you want to buy? Say something to brother. There's no bag I don't recognize at this counter." "What size? 20? 25? 30? What material? Ostrich or crocodile skin? Or just whatever level you say? Square, 2 dots, inverted V, or Himalayan series? There's really no need to go through all this trouble. Just name a price." A couple of the older guys didn't want to go back to their wives either. When your wife is hesitant to buy something, she will nag you for your opinion, saying that it looks good and she will tell you that it still almost means something, saying that it doesn't look good and she will get angry. Those who know that feeling, know it. To be clear, more often than not men still want to hang out with men. Old man hates women. JPG. One by one, they asked with unbridled enthusiasm. Those specialized words, hearing even the young lady guide who originally wanted to come over and offer her services to Jiang Yu was stunned. One look and you can tell these guys' wives are regular Hermes users. 300,000 or so, I think. what those old brothers said about anything else. Jiang Yu didn't really understand. Straight away, he quoted the price of the watch Jiang Yuxin had given him. $300,000? Brother, you so rich? It's okay, bro. All the bags I buy for my wife are only $10,000 or $20,000. Several old brothers were somewhat surprised by Jiang Yu. When they were at Patek Philippe just now, they thought Jiang Yu was a soft eater. I didn't expect to get hit in the face right away. A bag of this caliber is the inverted V series, I believe, but it has to be matched. It means you have to wait, after all, so as to make the bag look precious. Yes, brother, Hermes is very good at making money. The female consumer psychology set is well researched by them, and they hold it to death. Unless you're a platinum member of Intai, or a Hermes VIP with a certain number of points, you'll have to wait at least a couple months, I guess. A few old men were talking to each other, causing the shopping guide young lady following Jiang Yu to have no chance to interject. Can I just buy it in stock with a Silverstein membership? Jiang Yu asked. The shopping guide lady finally waited for a chance to speak, and respectfully said, unless it's some more special color scheme, otherwise you can get it in stock. Although she didn't speak, as long as she followed Jiang Yu around, she could still get a commission when Jiang Yu paid. But how about showing what the store has to offer? Then can you show me what styles are available? Jiang Yu asked. Saying that, Jiang Yu showed his membership card. Please wait. The young lady guide respectfully took it, then turned to the counter side to verify. Awesome, bro. You're actually still a Gintama member. It doesn't look so rich. No wonder you had to refuse when that girl said she was giving you a Patek Philippe just now. The feeling is that you aren't poor. A few of the older brothers were a bit shocked. The expression was a bit exaggerated. The main reason was that just now, their impression of Jiang Yu was that of a soft rice man, and the contrast between the before and after was too great. Jiang Yu all felt that these old brothers were somewhat amusing, and it was quite comfortable to talk with them. Soon, the young lady guide returned and respectfully handed the Intai membership card back to Jiang Yu. Mr. Jiang, this way please. The young lady is leading the way. A couple of the older guys didn't continue to follow, as their wives seemed to have chosen their styles and both called them over. Passing through the crowded crowd, the young lady shopper brought Jiang Yu to stop in front of one of the innermost display cabinets. Mr. Jiang, these bags are all around 300,000. These are from the inverted V series and are made of wild crocodile skin, the young lady enthusiastically explained to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu listened carefully, probably understand what inverted V means. Hermes Parkin bag leather bag opening grade mark interpretation mark for the inverted V lambda symbol, on behalf of the leather from the wild crocodile, the most expensive. This one. Then, these bags in front of him don't seem to be very different in Jiang Yu's opinion. It's more of a difference in some of the textures as well as the color scheme. The original Missy guide was recommending the black and gold one to him. However, Jiang Yu remembered as if this Jiang Yuxin had already had it, having seen her carry it before. He ended up picking an off-white one. The color scheme is not flashy, but not dull, so it should fit Jiang Yuxin quite well. After choosing, Jiang Yu and the young lady guide returned to the counter to pay. As it happens, those old guys are paying too. The bag their wives chose would be cheap compared to the one Jiang Yu chose. Most of them are over $10,000, with the more expensive spots being in the early $20,000s. But it was expensive enough for these old men, and one by one their hearts were bleeding. Dawdling doesn't want to pay. Hello Mr. Jiang, because you are a member of Intai, this side gives you a 9.5% discount. After discount it is 284,859 yuan. At this time, the young lady in Jiang Yu said. Hearing these words, the wives of those old brothers looked up in surprise and envy and looked around. Seeing Jiang Yu, he then looked at the bag Jiang Yu had chosen. With such a stark contrast, the old men who dawdled and were reluctant to pay were immediately reprimanded by their respective wives. Look at people. Just now you wanted to say you envy them. Now you still envy them? I'd wash your feet every day if you had that kind of money. Pay quickly. Jiang Yu couldn't help what happened to these old brothers. He handed over his bank card. At the same time, the cell phone vibrated. Kwaming sent over an email, said he had already done what Jiang Yu said and made sure the channeler side would get the message. Jiang Yu returned a knowing. Just finished replying. The swipe on the other end was successful and a text message box popped up on the phone. Spent $284,859 with a balance of $129,934,593 remaining. Those old men had just finished paying, and while their wives were enjoying the joy of getting a new bag, they wanted to come over and chat with Jiang Yu to vent their inner pent-up frustration, but they got close enough to accidentally see this message on Jiang Yu's cell phone. Chapter 88, Jiang Yuxin, do you want to see my legs again? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few old brothers' pupils were suddenly seismic. Send a trifecta. They didn't specifically look at what the number above that message was though, but that string of numbers has to be conservatively 10 million or more. Look at their eyes. Brother, so you're that rich? I almost passed away from the shock of the world. You're the real big shot, hiding so deeply. These old brothers kept sucking in cold air. In his eyes was a shock that could not be calmed for a long time. It's okay. Jiang Yu didn't say anything more on this topic, but just that one line of okay made a few of the older brothers speechless. Tens of millions of dollars of balance okay? None of them knew what to say. Luckily they didn't see it clearly. If they had seen that Jiang Yu's balance was 9 digits, it was estimated that they would have to go into cardiac arrest on the spot. Jiang Yu couldn't care less about chatting more with these old men and turned his head to ask the lady at the counter, "Can you mail it for me?" "Yes. Do I need to keep your identity a secret?" The young lady guide encountered quite a few such situations and asked directly, "Keep it a secret, please." Jiang Yu originally wanted to directly take it away on the spot to Jiang Yuxin. As for what Jiang Yuxin would ask when the time came, he had figured out how to answer. However, these bags are only available for on-site pickup by Intai members, so that's not a good explanation. It also had to be sent directly to Jiang Yuxin's dormitory. Anyway, when Jiang Yuxin receives this bag, it's the equivalent of paying off the Patek Philippe that was sent to him. After filling out some simple information, Jiang Yu left the Hermes counter, come to a stop in the parking lot. A quick glance caught sight of the Phantom parked not far from the elevator entrance. Seeing Jiang Yu walking over, the driver got out and opened the door for Jiang Yu. It was as if this car was dedicated to Jiang Yu. It was evident that Jiang Yuxin had really kept Jiang Yu's casual comment in her mind at that time. Jiang Yu sat in the car. Jiang Yuxin didn't notice Jiang Yu getting into the car at first. She seemed to be tired of shopping. Lean back in your seat, turn on the massage function in the back seat, and raise the footrest in the back seat, squinting and resting his eyes. Because she was shopping with Jiang Yu today, Jiang Yuxin wanted to dress herself up a bit, wearing a dress and heels. Maybe my feet hurt a little bit from all the walking. Jiang Yuxin even kicked off her heels. The dress that was still able to cover most of her beautiful legs, because of Jiang Yuxin's posture at that moment, caused the hem of the dress to fall apart randomly. The dress, which had come to just above the knee, was now as short as a skirt. There is no violation of the content, but the slender legs are undoubtedly, as well as the white feet are very eye-catching. If it was an ordinary person who saw this scene, they might have to gulp furiously and have their heart beat faster. However, Jiang Yu's face was calm. Just an unintentional glance as I got in the car. Then I pulled my eyes back. Just that he did not expect that today but just out for a stroll. He actually saw what ordinary people could not see. About Jiang Yuxin's side. In order not to disturb Jiang Yuxin, Jiang Yu's movements were put very clear when he got into the car. But when the Rolls-Royce Phantom started, Jiang Yuxin sobered up. "Why didn't you call me when you got in the car?" Jiang Yuxin woke up to find that the hem of her dress had gone up quite a bit, and he himself is still barefoot. The little face turned red. Angrily, he gave Jiang Yu a blank look. "I didn't disturb you when I saw that you seemed to be asleep, but don't worry, I'm not that kind of guy. My eyes never looked that way." Jiang Yu thought that Jiang Yuxin misunderstood that he had been peeking and explained. It would have been fine if Jiang Yu did not explain, but with such an explanation, Jiang Yuxin's face immediately turned red to the root of her neck. "Humph, since you say so, I'll believe you. Anyway, whether you read it or not, I'm warning you not to tell anyone about this." Jiang Yuxin's small face was still red and raised her small fists. But Jiang Yu just wanted to speak. Suddenly, Jiang Yuxin's words changed. Her big eyes fluttered as she looked at Jiang Yu and asked curiously, "You really didn't peek just now?" "Really no." Jiang Yu's face was calm. "Then you're at a disadvantage. But there aren't any other boys who can see those. How about you sneaking a peek now?" Jiang Yuxin ghosted out the words. She regretted it just as soon as she said it. But instead of explaining, she looked at Jiang Yu with a red face, wanting to see what reaction Jiang Yu had. Hearing these words, the driver in front of him shuddered inwardly. He was a professional driver, and as long as Jiang Yuxin was in the car, he wouldn't look back at any time in order to avoid seeing anything he shouldn't. Nor do they look in the rearview mirror. But even so, he could still guess what had happened from the conversation between Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin both just now. Inwardly, he couldn't help but admire Jiang Yu. Jiang Yuxin's face and body temperament and so on are all top-notch. He was aware that there were usually many people who pursued Jiang Yuxin. There is no shortage of rich and handsome males among them. Those people don't know how active they are with Jiang Yuxin. But no one could get Jiang Yuxin's heart. Jiang Yuxin kept a fairly safe distance from those people as well. But now, Jiang Yu was not only able to get Jiang Yuxin's heart, but he was also able to make Jiang Yuxin so bold and active. The driver really envied Jiang Yu for having such a good fate. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Yuxin with an odd expression on his face. "I was just kidding." Meeting Jiang Yu's deep gaze, Jiang Yuxin's cheeks instantly burned. "Put the foot rest down in a hurry. Put on your heels and get back to your normal look. Only the white cheeks were still red, proving that she was extremely nonchalant inside. How did I just say something like that? Am I crazy? But Jiang Yu, this big pig's hoof, is too stupid. I even let him look at it and he still pretends to be serious. Humph. Indeed, Jiang Yuxin has a lot of inner activity. It's 6 o'clock, why don't we have dinner together before we go back? Jiang Yuxin quickly put away those superfluous mental activities. Jiang Yu had expected Jiang Yuxin to say this and nodded. Yes, but a simple meal is fine. The implication was that he didn't want Jiang Yuxin to spend too much money on him. Star. Chapter 89. Supporting characters are jumping crazily, trying to use Jiang Yu as a backdrop? Jiang Yuxin also heard Jiang Yu's meaning. She nodded her head obediently, ostensibly agreeing to Jiang Yu. Soon, though, the Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of a majestic hotel building. Star River Hotel. This hotel Jiang Yu had not been here before, and everything about the hotel looks very new. It should have just opened in recent days or this year, judging from the very skillful arrangement of some fountains, rockeries and other scenery outside the door, as well as the overall decorative style of the hotel and the Billy Hotel lobby. Jiang Yu judged at a glance that this was also a 5-star hotel. It's not as good as the Marriott, but the difference isn't too far. A meal in there would cost at least a couple $1,000s. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yuxin with slight doubt. This hotel is owned by my family, so we don't have to pay for dinner later, Jiang Yuxin said mischievously. Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little, but he could also understand Jiang Yuxin's feelings. It's just that I wanted to take him to some high-end restaurant for dinner, but I didn't want to psych him out, so I took him towards the family hotel. This is a very thoughtful arrangement. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin got off the bus and walked into the Star River Hotel together. The lobby of the Star River Hotel is also quite cleverly designed. The huge light fixture at the top shows a classic combination of lines and spirals, creating a strong visual impact. Walls and columns are embedded with pattern elements and materials in the lines, forming a distinctive new Chinese Art Deco art form. More lighting effects to do with, to create a solemn, stylish, but without losing the flavor of the overall atmosphere. It still feels grand and cozy. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin walked through the lobby and entered the elevator to the 9th floor of the hotel. Getting off the elevator, Jiang Yu could tell at a glance that this place wasn't technically a restaurant. It's more like a high-end private club specially created by Star River Hotel. The overall design is exceptionally chic. The style was similar to other high-end clubs that Jiang Yu had been to, all of which were designed with delicate line modeling and luxurious textured materials. The first feeling is not luxury to the extreme, but the perfect combination of quality, taste and style. If it's a normal person who first arrives at such a place, he or she will definitely be more formal. However, Jiang Yu had a calm face and followed behind the clubhouse staff with Jiang Yuxin. Jiang Yuxin was slightly surprised that Jiang Yu was so calm, compared to Lu Fei who followed her over here last time. At that time, Lu Fei was full of shock. Her hands were nowhere to be placed, and she was very formal. The difference between the two is also too great. But on second thought, Jiang Yuxin felt that Jiang Yu had probably followed that rich friend in and out of such places. Yuxin? Just as Jiang Yu and the two of them were following the staff, passing by one of the private rooms in the clubhouse, the door to the booth just opened. Inside walked out a young man in a suit, of average height and looks, but overall more dignified. Knowing at a glance that he was not from an ordinary family, the young man originally had a calm face, but he was quite surprised to see Jiang Yuxin unexpectedly. The gaze that looked at Jiang Yuxin carried a bit of attentiveness and fire. What's with the coincidence? The young man walked over to Jiang Yuxin's side with a constant smile on his face, and wondered if he and Jiang Yuxin had a special bond. Suddenly, he saw Jiang Yu standing beside Jiang Yuxin. Come over here for dinner with friends? The young man's face changed slightly. Aha! In response to the young man's enthusiasm, Jiang Yuxin's expression was calm, although she also wore a polite smile on her face. However, compared to the smile when facing Jiang Yu, at this time, it was more of a polite manner as well as maintaining a noticeable distance. It just so happens that my dad and I have arranged for Uncle Jiang to come over for dinner together. Since we've all bumped into each other, why don't we join together? The young man said enthusiastically. No, I'm here with a friend. Oh, almost forgot about that. The young man patted his head and patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. Sorry brother, just now my attention was all on Yuxin. As he said that, he didn't know whether it was intentional or not. He shook his wrist as he patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. That Vacheron Constantin watch on his hand was very eye-catching. Jiang Yu smiled subtly and didn't say anything. How about this? Why don't you bring your friend along? It's touch and go anyway. And my dad he wants to meet you. The young man said immediately afterward with Jiang Yuxin. Jiang Yuxin just wanted to speak. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice came out from the head of the private room. Zhou Sen, what are you doing outside? Didn't I tell you that Mr. Jiang would be here soon and asked you to go down and personally pick him up? Zhou Sen turned around and talked to the middle-aged man in the private room about meeting Jiang Yuxin. Soon, a middle-aged man in the same suit walked out from the head of the private room. Zhou Xin and this middle-aged man looked slightly similar. It was just that this middle-aged man's aura was much stronger than Zhou Sen's. Uncle Zhou. Seeing this middle-aged man, Jiang Yuxin politely greeted him. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Jiang Yuxin and then at Jiang Yu, probably knowing what was going on. However, he didn't take the initiative to invite Jiang Yuxin to eat with him like Zhou Xin did. Instead, he said with a grin, "I'm meeting your dad for dinner today, but since you're meeting a friend as well, why don't you stay with your friend for now, and then if you're free you can come over and sit down later." Jiang Yuxin let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, then I'll leave first, Uncle Zhou." The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, and glanced at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face was calm and he smiled politely. Then, left with Jiang Yuxin. "Dad, why did you let them go? Didn't you say you were planning to mention something about Yuxin and I developing more after talking to Uncle Jiang about cooperation? Invite the two of them over for dinner together. Later on, we can both let that kid know the gap between him and me, and can make him obediently know what to do and leave Yuxin. Likewise under his backdrop, I look even better in Uncle Jiang's eyes." "Two birds with one stone," Zhou Xin said with some urgency. The main reason was that he was very upset with Jiang Yu, because he had been pursuing Jiang Yuxin for so long. He hadn't been able to have dinner with Jiang Yuxin alone. He wanted to act crazy in front of Jiang Yu, letting Jiang Yu know the gap between him and himself. The middle-aged man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took Zhou Xin back to the private room first, closing the door. He made sure that his words would not be overheard by the others before saying with some displeasure, "Where do you think this is? Is it our place? Even if we want to invite Yuxin and that kid over for dinner, it shouldn't be by us. We have to let Jiang Tianhao take the initiative to invite them over. Can you tell the difference?" Zhou Xin was suddenly speechless. "This is my lack of consideration. So what do we do now? What's the hurry? What's the point of being fussy? It's not like you don't know what Jiang Tianhao's attitude towards Jiang Yuxin is. He babies Jiang Yuxin to death. Although he gave Jiang Yuxin a lot of freedom and trusted her a lot, but with a strange kid approaching Jiang Yuxin and the two of them getting so close, it's impossible for Jiang Tianhao to completely ignore it. Later on, there's no need for you to do anything at all. Jiang Tianhao will invite Jiang Yuxin and that brat over, and after asking that brat's bottom line, make that brat obediently know what's going on. In that case, don't you still become even better against that boy's wretchedness?" The middle-aged man said a bunch of things in a row. Zhou Sen's eyes lit up. "Seconds, in this way, it will still be able to achieve its purpose, and we don't have to do anything. Just, what if Jiang Tianhao already knew about that kid's existence? After all, they would appear over here together. It shouldn't be a coincidence that they picked this hotel, but rather Jiang Yuxin brought him here. Don't worry, that kid is still in college at first glance just like Yuxin, and I've also asked around a long time ago. Jiang Tianhao never asks about Jiang Yuxin's affairs in college." The middle-aged man had a confident expression. Chapter 90, Jiang Yuxin's Heart and Firmness. Supporting characters continue to jump. The other side. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin were led by the staff, came to the next booth. The private room is large. It has to be the size of a living room in an average family home. The overall decor is similar to the outside. All of them are designed with delicate lines and shapes, luxurious and textured materials. Jiang Yu just sat down. "Jiang Yu, I'm really sorry for what happened just now," Jiang Yuxin said somewhat apologetically as she followed and sat down. Jiang Yu knew that Jiang Yuxin was talking about Zhou Sen's words and needles that gave him a downward spiral just now. A bemused smile. "It's okay. But who are they? It seems like they're pretty close to your family. If they're guests, why don't you go over there and eat too?" At those words, Jiang Yuxin warmed up inside. "Of course I'm not going over there when you're here. And they're not guests of any kind. Just my dad's partners." Jiang Yuxin briefly talked about the situation on Zhou Sen's side. Zhou Sen and the others were not local to Mordor. They were from other places who ran over to find Jiang Yuxin's father to cooperate. More information Jiang Yuxin did not say. Jiang Yu wasn't too interested. "Then again, I didn't think my dad and the others would be here today. Possibly, my dad will want to see you later when he finds out I'm having dinner alone with you and still bringing you to the family hotel. But he's simply seeing you for a while, and with me around, he won't say anything." Jiang Yuxin gave Jiang Yu a preventive shot in advance. Jiang Yu's face was relatively calm. After a small sigh, he nodded his head to show that he knew. From the moment he knew that the Star River Hotel was Jiang Yuxin's family property, he had expected this kind of thing to happen. Rich people are particularly concerned about their children, especially their daughters are exceptionally loving. It was inevitable in his mind that Jiang Yuxin's father would want to meet with him later. "The only thing I can't be sure of is the manner in which I'll meet him. But you can't blame Jiang Yuxin for that, because Jiang Yuxin didn't know his side of the story. This instead proved that Jiang Yuxin wasn't afraid to let her father know about things with him. You can imagine Jiang Yuxin's firm feelings for him. However, who Jiang Yuxin's father was, Jiang Yu was unable to figure it out, because truth be told there is a bit of a gap between Jiang Yuxin and his background. The circle of fathers or sons on both sides is not quite the same. This can be seen from the fact that Jiang Yuxin had previously sought help in making an appointment to register with director Huang Jinghang. I'll have someone serve the food then. Jiang Yuxin told Jiang Yu all about it and saw that Jiang Yu was not angry or anything, and her mood was much lighter. Press the serve button next to the table. I guess I had the dishes prepared in advance. Soon, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Then the staff started serving the food. They were all dishes that were rare to ordinary people, but common to Jiang Yu. Surprisingly, the dishes were more in line with Jiang Yu's tastes, and they were similar to the dishes that Jiang Yu had eaten at the Wanrui Hotel the last time. What a wild rhubarb fish, shrimp sautéed with black truffle, stir-fried steak with beef bacillus, and so on. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yuxin with some surprise. Like it? Isn't it surprising how I knew you wanted these dishes? Jiang Yuxin mischievously sold out. Jiang Yu actually guessed the answer. It should have been Jiang Yuxin who made a point of asking Han Bin what he wanted to eat. Han Bin certainly didn't know what Jiang Yu liked to eat. After all, what does Jiang Yu want to eat that he can't? So Han Bin could only talk about those dishes he had eaten the last time he and Jiang Yu had gone to the Wanrui Hotel. But in order not to sweep Jiang Yuxin off her feet, Jiang Yu cooperated with a wave. I don't know. The answer was the same as Jiang Yu had thought. I found out from Han Bin. He said he was there with his friends to eat these dishes and then sent them to you and the other housemaid to read and you all wanted them. Jiang Yuxin finished all this with some small complacency. Then a look of waiting to be complimented. Jiang Yu was slightly moved inwardly. A gentle smile. I do like all these dishes you prepared. Thanks. Seeing Jiang Yu's heartfelt smile, Jiang Yuxin was sweet inside. Looking at Jiang Yu's deep gaze, she was probably moved once again, and her small face began to blush. Let's eat first then. Jiang Yu greeted Jiang Yuxin and started eating. The atmosphere in the booth was peaceful. In the meantime, the other side. The atmosphere of the private room Jiang Tianhao was in was also great. He had just negotiated a partnership for a project with Zhou Sen's father, Zhou Yangbiao. The two of them pushed their glasses and the atmosphere was very cordial. It was just that Zhou Sen, who had bounced around in front of Jiang Yu just a moment ago, was now sitting respectfully on the side. There's no room for him to talk. It was only when Zhou Yangbiao gave Jiang Tianhao a toast and he followed and raised his glass that he had that much of a presence anymore. It's as alive as a chaperone's tool. Zhou Yangbiao continued to drink with Jiang Tianhao for a while, then slowly start changing the subject. And then, on to Jiang Yuxin. Zhou Sen, I think I heard you say you ran into Yuxin just now, right? Zhou Yangbiao deliberately let Zhou Sen speak about this, because he has a selfishness, but he can't show it. But Zhou Sen is different. If Zhou Sen really said something he shouldn't have said, he can still use being young and small as an excuse to shrug it off. There is room for redemption. Yes, I ran into her when I went down to pick up Uncle Jiang just now, but she came with a classmate, so I didn't talk too much. Zhou Sen said, oh, is Shinner eating over here too? But since she's with her classmates, let her be over there with them. Hearing Jiang Tianhao say that, Zhou Sen was a bit anxious. How can that kid not come over just now, without seeing him in a sorry state later, without letting him know the gap between him and me? Hey, it's a pity. That classmate of Yuxin's and I met like buddies at first sight, and I was originally thinking that Yuxin would be able to bring him over later, so we could get to know each other properly. At those words, Jiang Tianhao's face changed slightly. Originally, he thought that Jiang Yuxin had come over for dinner with her female classmates, but I didn't realize it was a guy. Take it home for dinner at the hotel? What's the relationship between the two so far? He was instantly a little unsettled. He thought for a moment and followed Zhou Sen's words. Oh, you know that friend of his? If you young people all know each other, then it's fine to have them come over. What do you think, Lao Zhou? Zhou Yangbiao said directly. I can do anything. Anyway, it's good that the young people can play together. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianhao greeted the staff and asked them to go over and call Jiang Yuxin over. Seeing this, Zhou Sen's father and son looked at each other and smiled. The smile means a lot. Star. Chapter 91, Big Brother's Enthusiasm. Supporting characters shock, being slapped in the face, and right now, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin's side had just had a full meal. 2 days of talk is going on. Jiang Yuxin talked a lot about her. For example, she usually likes to go to some bases where stray pets are kept to see the cats and dogs when she is on vacation, or maybe horseback riding, etc. It allowed Jiang Yu to know more about her. I think Jiang Yuxin's character qualities are quite good, except for her outstanding looks and body. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The staff then walked in and respectfully said, Mr. Jiang wants you to go over for dinner with your friends. Did Uncle Zhou and the others leave? Jiang Yuxin asked curiously. Not yet. At those words, Jiang Yuxin froze. She knew that Jiang Tianhao would definitely think about meeting Jiang Yu, but I didn't realize that they were being told to go over there now. Jiang Yu was calm. Now this was still what he had expected. So shall we go now? Seeing Jiang Yuxin freeze while the staff member waiting for a reply stood awkwardly at a loss for words, Jiang Yu reminded at the right time. Jiang Yuxin then reacted. The two followed the staff out of the booth. On the way over, Jiang Yu was thinking about what might happen later. Jiang Yuxin thought that Jiang Yu was worried about something, constantly saying something to Jiang Yu about not having to be afraid of having her there or something like that. Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little. Why do you make it look like you're going to meet the parents? Soon, the two of them arrived at room 08 in the hotel's private club. The staff knocked on the door. A loud voice rang out from inside. Come in. The staff pushed open the door. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin walked in. The first moment he entered, Jiang Yu felt all three gazes in the private room converge on him. Two of them, father and son Joseon, looked at him with smiles. The mood seemed very good. The other gaze was on a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. The middle-aged man had handsome features and a strong aura. Jiang Yuxin and this middle-aged man have a bit of a resemblance between their eyebrows. At the same time, Jiang Yu felt that this middle-aged man seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The middle-aged man did likewise. At first, the gaze he cast on Jiang Yu carried a few moments of scrutiny. More of that I'd like to see that brat so capable of hooking my daughter look. But immediately afterward, doubt filled his eyes. Then later, he looked at Jiang Yu with a few moments of surprise. Jiang Yu? Jiang Tianhao stood up violently and said with some incredulity, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Yu now also remembered why he felt Jiang Tianhao was familiar. Previously, Jiang Zhenan had invited some bigwigs to his home, including Jiang Tianhao. However, the two had only met once. Plus at that time Jiang Tianhao was more of a companion character without much presence. So it's only now that I'm thinking about it. It's really you. Jiang Tianhao looked very surprised, and likewise a little surprised. Don't stand there. Sit down first. He left his seat and walked over to Jiang Yu, slightly warmly inviting him to sit down. Jiang Yu sat down with a calm face. Seeing this, the head of the booth was silent. Jiang Yuxin froze. Jiang Yu actually knew his father? And it seems like a good relationship? Zhou Sen's father and son were also dumbfounded. One was frozen in place, shocked as hell. Even they can't believe their eyes a little. Originally, they expected Jiang Tianhao to make all sorts of underhanded trips when he saw Jiang Yu. However, got punched in the face. Jiang Yu's treatment was better than all of them. Mr. Jiang, who is this? Zhou Yangbia was the first to come back to his senses and couldn't help but ask. Once this question came out, Jiang Yuxin and Joseon also immediately came back to their senses. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Tianhao with incomparable curiosity. Jiang Tianhao looked at Jiang Yu, then at the curious Jiang Yuxin. It was also known that Jiang Yu usually didn't seem to expose his true identity. Thought about it and didn't answer positively. Jiang Yu's father and I are friends. Hearing this, the corners of Zhou Yangbiao's father and son's mouth twitched. That answer is as good as no answer at all. Jiang Yuxin became even more curious. She was aware of Jiang Tianhao's character. It felt that Jiang Yu's identity would definitely not be as simple as Jiang Tianhao said. If it was just that Jiang Yu's father was Jiang Tianhao's friend, Jiang Tianhao wouldn't have to be so warm to Jiang Yu. Zhou Yangbiao and Jiang Tianhao can also be considered friends, but Joseon has little presence. Therefore, Jiang Yuxin felt that it should be Jiang Yu's background that was much stronger than their family. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxin felt both a bit incredulous. Unbelievable because normally Jiang Yu was so low-key that people couldn't tell at all. But when you think about it, it makes sense. There are actually a lot of questions for Jiang Yuxin about this, but the occasion at hand was not the right time to ask something, so she had to forcefully hold down her inner curiosity. Jiang Yuxin thought about it and sat directly beside Jiang Yu. Just now, she might have been a little worried that she wouldn't get Jiang Tianhao's support for being close to Jiang Yu, but now it seems that worry is completely gone. In the future, all she needed to do with Jiang Yu was to get Jiang Yu's consent. Seeing this scene, Zhou Sen's face immediately collapsed, feeling bad. Originally, in his plan, Jiang Yu should have entered this room with a smile on his face, then left in disgrace, and then, having gotten Jiang Tianhao's support himself, he would have sat with Jiang Yuxin. But now, he could only look blearily at Jiang Yuxin who was sitting with Jiang Yu. It's a feeling that's really stifling. Grass. Star. Chapter 92. Jiang Yu has great power. The supporting characters are arrogant and respectful, but that's not when Chosen feels the worst. Instead, it's just the beginning. At the head of this private room, Joseon didn't have much say or presence. More often than not, he's the one who picks up the slack, like the comic relief in a comedy sketch, and only when he toasts to others does he have that much of a presence. But on the contrary, Jiang Yu was the center of attention. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Yu wasn't sitting in the right seat, it was estimated that everyone else would have mistakenly thought that this meal was prepared for Jiang Yu. Jiang Tianhao was enthusiastic about Jiang Yu, although just now he said he was friends with Jiang Zhenan. but in reality, usually he and Jiang Jinan didn't have too many interactions, and it was very difficult to ask Jiang Jinan to have a meal alone and cultivate his feelings. In other words, it was very difficult to get on the boat of the Jiang family. Now that he could have the opportunity to dine with Jiang Yu, he naturally left no stone unturned in trying to get on good terms with Jiang Yu. Seeing the situation, the human elite Zhou Yangbiao is also an afterthought to judge that Jiang Yu's identity is not simple, and certainly has great energy, feeling that it would be profitable to have a good relationship with Jiang Yu. At that moment, Zhou Yangbiao immediately began to change his face and warmed up to Jiang Yu. Then, surprisingly, he was able to put on a familiar face and drink with Jiang Yu. Little brother, today we really do see eye to eye. Come on, let's clink glasses. I, Mr. Zhou, have traveled around for so many years, but this is really the first time I've come across someone who has such a big age gap with me, but makes me feel so chatty. I'll drink to this one. Make yourself at home. Zhou Yangbiao's speed of change was simply so fast that Jiang Yuxin's jaw dropped. Zhou Sen, on the other hand, was a bit dumbfounded when he saw this scene, but there was no way around it. His father had taken the initiative to clink glasses with Jiang Yu, though he was reluctant, but seeing Zhou Yangbiao's suggestive gaze, he could only raise his glass to toast Jiang Yu as well. I knew just now that brother Jiang Yu was a talented man. Now that's really something to see. I'll come and touch one with you too. Zhou Sen reluctantly started blowing up at Jiang Yu as well under Zhou Yangbiao's gesture. Then he raised his glass and took a drink. Bitter wine in the throat makes the heart ache. Zhou Sen's mood at the moment was truly unbearable. Grass. The fact that the original plan didn't work is beside the point. Now that the limelight had all been stolen by Jiang Yu, he had in turn become Jiang Yu's sidekick. He really wanted to cry. Jiang Yu had seen many such occasions. It seemed perfectly normal to him. The big boys are more likely to come together for profit, and what they do is all about profit. Zhou Yangbiao saw benefits in him, so naturally there was no face or anything like that. He reckoned that if it wasn't for Jiang Tianhao being here, Zhou Yangbiao would have to be slightly more restrained and not be able to completely steal Jiang Tianhao's scene. Otherwise, Zhou Yangbiao would probably have to worship him on the spot. Uncle Zhou, you guys are welcome. Jiang Yu was more experienced in how to deal with such occasions. He was a junior by seniority, but he didn't lose to anyone in terms of aura. Let the others do what they wanted. He was immovable, his face calm and with a polite smile. Seeing the scene of Jiang Yu, Jiang Yuxin, who was sitting next to her, had a strange color in her eyes. The love for Jiang Yu was almost overflowing from his big eyes. Her little face was red, and she didn't know if it was because she was thinking about something or because she had been drinking a little. Jiang Yu became the center of attention of the whole room. Jiang Tianhao and the other people were all enthusiastic towards Jiang Yu, and the situation of pulling relations with Jiang Yu lasted until this meal was about to end. During this period, Jiang Yu was slightly more relaxed when he faced Jiang Tianhao, because Jiang Tianhao's purpose was very obvious, just simply trying to get along with him. Speaking very straightforwardly, Jiang Yu didn't have to bother much, but when facing Zhou Yangbiao, the old fox, Jiang Yu would have to be careful. It was because Zhou Yangbiao often talked in a way that either sidestepped Jiang Yu's background or inquired about some of Jiang Yu's personal circumstances, wanted to know more about Jiang Yu, to facilitate the right medicine to further draw closer to Jiang Yu. If it was said to be between friends who wanted to know some information about Jiang Yu would naturally not hide and conceal himself. But Zhou Yang's target is not clear, and he is a person who is a bit deep in the city. In front of such old geezers, your private information is a breakthrough and your preferences are a handle on you. Jiang Yu didn't want to deal with this kind of person too much. Speech drips. Didn't let any of Zhou Yangbiao's setups get the better of him. At this, Jiang Tianhao was secretly surprised that the young Jiang Yu's ability to deal with people was so strong, and Zhou Yangbiao was depressed. This made him even more curious about Jiang Yu's identity. Between the pushing and shoving and the mingling, the time passed quickly. It was almost 11 o'clock at night when this meal drew to a close. Xiao Yu, it's so late and you've all been drinking. Why don't you and Yusin not go back and simply stay here in my hotel? You come to my place once in a while. How can you let me do my duty as a host? Jiang Tianhao took the initiative to propose. If Jiang Yu only had a strong background, then he would only be enthusiastic about Jiang Yu, but would not let Jiang Yuxin have too much contact with Jiang Yu. He couldn't do it to sacrifice his daughter's happiness for profit. However, Jiang Yu's personal ability was very strong, and he had a good view of Jiang Yu and did not object to what Jiang Yuxin and Jiang Yu were doing. Jiang Yu also didn't know if Jiang Tianhao intentionally made his words so ambiguous. Ambiguous? What do you mean he and Jiang Yuxin don't go back? Making it look like something is going to happen between the two. However, he thought about it. It was now this time of the day, and it would be rather late to return later, which might affect Han Bin and Zhou Bolong's rest. All in all, it's just not very convenient. Good, then I'll trouble Uncle Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianhao looked at Jiang Yuxin. Then Yuxin, you can take Xiao Yu to rest. I'll have someone arrange a room for you. Good. Jiang Yuxin's small face flushed red. Seeing this, Zhou Sen's face bristled. Although he didn't know what would happen between Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin later. But he who always thought he could chase Jiang Yuxin felt he was going to be green. But there was nothing he could do about it. He could only watch as Jiang Tianhao arranged for the staff to take Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin out of the private room. Jiang Tianhao quickly finished explaining to the staff and sent Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin away before returning to the private room. He just sat down. Zhou Yangbiao then couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jiang, who exactly is this little brother Jiang Yu? To be honest, I really can't see through this young man at all. So much for talking. If this brat of mine was half as good as him I'd wake up at night laughing. Zhou Yangbiao was beyond sighing. These words were his true thoughts. However, his purpose of saying this was more to inquire about Jiang Yu's background with Jiang Tianhao through an exclamatory tone. Zhou Sen instantly became interested and curiously perked up his ears. I can't tell you exactly what his background is. I can't tell you plainly. But let's put it this way. There are only a handful of people in Mordor who can break bread with their family. Star. Chapter 93, Living in the Same Suite. Jiang Yuxin takes the initiative. Hearing these words from Jiang Tianhao, both Zhou Yangbiao and Zhou Sen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although Jiang Tianhao didn't make it clear, but the implication is clear enough. Even Zhou Yangbiao had guessed Jiang Yu's identity. A million waves rippled through him. Thinking back to just now, he had deluded himself into designing Jiang Yu and using Jiang Yu to set off Zhou Sen's excellence. He felt both fearful and a little ridiculous. Shocked, Zhou Sen was embarrassed when he remembered that he had pretended in front of Jiang Yu when they met. Damn, this one is really a disgrace. I've already reminded you of what I should have reminded you of, so you should understand what I mean. We're still partners, but about Hugan. Jiang Tianhao looked at Zhou Yangbiao and said, although the words were not explicit, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jiang Yuxin liked Jiang Yu. Zhou Yangbiao said he understood. Chosen, on the other hand, had a very hard time, but there was no way around it. The gap between him and Jiang Yu was just too great. Originally, he had held some fantasies, but now that he knew the strength of Jiang Yu's background, he didn't even dare to think about it. The other side. Jiang Yuxin arranged for the staff to open a room. It's the presidential suite. The overall configuration of the presidential suite at the Star River Hotel does not differ much from the presidential suites at other hotels. That is, the difference in decorating styles. The presidential suite over at the Marriott is more of the ultimate in luxury. More of just the right amount of quality and style over here. Octagonal two-story raised spacious living room. Large floor-to-ceiling windows, white marble walls, and glossy wood floors show off the atmosphere. Jiang Yu casually looked around. Does this room feel satisfactory? Duke Jiang. Jiang Yuxin said flirtatiously. Pretty good. Jiang Yu smiled, deliberately ignoring Jiang Yuxin's flirting behind him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxin understood Jiang Yu's meaning and wisely did not mention the topic about Jiang Yu's identity again. In that case, we'll stay here tonight, Jiang Yuxin said with a red face. We? Jiang Yu looked at her with an odd expression on his face. I also wonder if today's date has made the relationship much more familiar. He always felt that Jiang Yuxin had become much bolder during the day. But I didn't expect that compared to the Jiang Yuxin who was drinking a bit now, she was quite restrained during the day. Yeah, this suite is so big. There's 6 bedrooms alone. It wouldn't be a waste for you to live alone. We all share a room anyway, so you're still afraid I'll eat you. Jiang Yuxin joked, but the smile was tinged with a few moments of weakness, and neither dared to look directly into Jiang Yu's eyes. All right. Jiang Yu thought about it and felt the same. Although it is a suite, one room for one person is practically no different from a regular room for one person. Then you can sleep in the master bedroom tonight, and I'll take the one next to you. Well, I'm going to take a shower first. Okay, go for it. Jiang Yu familiarly walked over to the suite's minibar and grabbed a drink, sitting casually on the living room sofa. Jiang Yuxin, on the other hand, had a red face after sneaking a glance at Jiang Yu, then entered the master bedroom bathroom. The rustling and undressing was not audible, only soon followed by the sound of running water. Hearing these voices, Jiang Yu remained calm. Taking out his cell phone, he called Han Bin. The call was quickly answered. I'm not going back tonight, so you guys just lock up and go to bed. Not coming back? Didn't you just accompany Jiang Yuxin for shopping? Shopping to spending the night outside? You still provide this kind of service? Han Bin's tone was shocked with a few moments of envy. I'll be damned. Jiang Yu, you brats have gone too far, haven't you? Han Bin's voice on the other end startled Zhou Baolong. Hearing that Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin were spending the night outside, Zhou Baolong also came over to Han Bin. Off. What are you guys thinking about? There are some situations. It's too late to go back. Lest I disturb your rest, I won't go back. Jiang Yu laughed and scolded. What's the situation? That's not right. Didn't you dislike Jiang Yuxin? And now you're spending the night outside with her? You're not being threatened, are you? Squeak out if you are in, brother. I'll take a cab over to you without saying a word. I'll come over and switch with you so you can come back and sleep in peace. I'll take that pain for you. Yeah, I can do that too. I'll give it up for my brother. The two of them, Han Bin and Zhou Balong, spoke thievishly, a look of righteousness. Don't get any ideas? I don't know what to say about the specifics for a while. Anyway, you guys lock up and go to bed. You don't have to wait for me. Hang up first. Jiang Yu was too lazy to bull **** with these Han Bin guys. He knew that no matter how he explained it, Han Bin and these guys would think the wrong way. After hanging up the phone, soon Jiang Yuxin came out of the shower. I don't know if Jiang Yuxin was intentional or not. She came out wrapped only in a wide bath towel. Cute little feet on the carpet. The white shoulders and slender legs were eye-catching. Hair is wet. The little face flushed. The soft light was stunning on her. If an ordinary person saw such a Jiang Yuxin, he or she would probably not be able to close his or her mouth, and his or her heart would have to beat twice as fast. Jiang Yu was relatively calm. After an involuntary glance, he turned his head away. This scene made Jiang Yuxin so angry that she stomped her feet. At first, Jiang Yu was not aware that Jiang Yuxin had ulterior motives, until Jiang Yuxin was using the hairdryer outside the suite's public bathroom. The master bedroom of the presidential suite was fully equipped with everything, while Jiang Yuxin specifically ran outside to blow out her hair. Jiang Yu sighed slightly. If he had known that Jiang Yuxin's little routines were also so many, he would not have agreed to let Jiang Yuxin stay here as well. After thinking about it, he didn't continue to stay in the living room, spoke to Jiang Yuxin, and then slipped back to the guest room to take a shower. Looking at Jiang Yu's back, Jiang Yuxin was so angry that her little face bulged, like a little squirrel with its mouth stuffed. That big piggy. I've hinted at it so obviously. Can't I be a little more forthcoming? Big dummy, Jiang Yuxin thought in exasperation. In fact, she didn't know that now Jiang Yu's senses towards her had changed, although it was still quite a bit short of finalizing the relationship, but it was always a good trend. It's a pity that Jiang Yuxin doesn't know. She, who had just followed a lot of wine at the dinner party, almost went up to her head and wanted to rush into Jiang Yu's room. Chapter 94, The Sensation Caused by Jiang Yu. Setting up the crossfire begins. The night passed quickly, although Jiang Yuxin almost couldn't help but rush into Jiang Yu's room last night, but ultimately she felt shy and refrained from such behavior. After all, although her character was bold, at that time she dared to confess her love to Jiang Yu in front of so many people under Jiang Yu's dormitory building, but that's just her personality. She's not an open and casual kind of girl. On the contrary, those who are familiar with Jiang Yuxin know that she is actually a conservative person. To be able to hint at Jiang Yu like that was a decision made by Jiang Yuxin only after a long mental struggle coupled with the effects of alcohol. As for rushing into Jiang Yu's room, she had a long mental struggle last night. Then, the after effects of the alcohol hit and I fell asleep without even thinking about it. Thus all night Jiang Yu was not disturbed and slept very comfortably. It was after 9 when I got up. Today he was rather busy. He had to make a trip to the office first, and then in the afternoon he had to go to the hospital with the shift leader and others to check on Laogua. On the company's side, Guoming and the channeler agreed on a time for the door to come at 10 o'clock. Less than half an hour left, but Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry. Instead, after washing up and having another breakfast with Jiang Yuxin, it was about 10:30 before he went out to take a taxi to the company side. He intentionally hangs out the channeler side of the fence. If he didn't properly treat the people on the channeler's side this time, the cooperation in the future wouldn't be as smooth as before. Channelers they used to play dirty tricks this time, so naturally they can next time. So this time the matter must be settled once and for all. Otherwise, Jiang Yu wouldn't have the time to bother the company's side with trivial matters every day. Jiang Yu's company was in the trade center building near the CBD of Magic City. Get out of the car, enter the building, and take the elevator up to the 21st floor. Then came the Jiangteng Trading Company. It was close to 11 o'clock by now. Hello sir, how may I help you? The company's receptionist lady was new and didn't recognize Jiang Yu. Politely, he smiled at Jiang Yu. Looking straight at Jiang Yu's deep gaze, her cheeks were a little red. Can you take me to Guoming's office? Jiang Yu said with a smile. You are Mr. Jiang? The young lady asked incredulously. Jiang Yu nodded. The lady at the front desk was stunned. She knew that the company's boss, Jiang Yu, was very young, but she didn't realize that he was even younger than her. The receptionist lady didn't dare to be slow and let Jiang Yu into the company, because this company was used by Jiang Yu to practice. It wasn't very large. The whole company is about 1,000 square meters. It is divided into many departments, which are categorized into business development department, marketing department and so on. The overall decoration is simple and atmospheric. The receptionist lady attracted the attention of many employees as she led Jiang Yu past the department. Is this Mr. Jiang? This is too young. That's right. I've seen General Manager Jiang before, and I recognized him as soon as I looked at that side face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. Jiang is a bit handsome. It's still kind of cool? You people later, do not know. In the past, when the company was just established not long ago, Mr. Jiang came to the company more often, every time in advance to know that Mr. Jiang to come over. The company's young lady will be specially dressed up. All kinds of enthusiasm. That scene I always cannot forget. I was at the scene. Before Mr. Jiang's temperament is more flamboyant. The company's young ladies are very young. Just like Mr. Jiang's character. Simply do not be too popular. It's true that you're the boss. This treatment is just different from us ordinary people. Many of the employees were talking when they saw Jiang Yu. Some of the older employees gave the new employees a wave of popularization of Jiang Yu's previous deeds. Hearing all those new hires in a daze. Envious as hell. Some of the young ladies were thinking about whether they could find a chance to talk to Jiang Yu later and ask for contact information and all that. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the door of an office at the innermost part of the company under the guidance of the receptionist lady. Missy knocked on the door. Come in. Jiang Yu walked in. This office that Guoming is now using was previously reserved for Jiang Yu to use, and since Jiang Yu came to the company only once or twice a year, he later let Guoming use it. The office is large. The interior is exceptionally elegant and atmospheric. Huge mahogany desk. At first glance, you can tell it's a specially customized coffee table. And right now, 3 people are sitting around the coffee table. It's Guoming and the people sent from the 2 channeler side. 2 were sent from the channeler side. One younger, with glasses. The other was full of aura. And the most noticeable thing about her was the baby bump that was the size of a pregnancy. The original atmosphere was somewhat frozen. And Guoming smiled sardonically. The 2 men sent by the channeler were expressionless. Seeing Jiang Yu enter, Guoming was instantly delighted. Boss. He hurriedly left from his seat before welcoming Jiang Yu to the coffee table. Meanwhile, the 2 people from the channeler's gaze rested on Jiang Yu with a few hints of displeasure. Boss, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lu Honglu, the head of the Magic City region. And this is Li Da, the business development manager. Both of you, this is our boss Jiang Yu. Guoming gives both sides an introduction. Li Da was the one with the glasses and Lu Hong was the one with the big belly. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. It's not bad that it's Mr. Jiang who made Mr. Lu wait for almost more than an hour. It's true that you have an extraordinary demeanor. It's really better to be known than to be seen. If we hadn't met, I really wouldn't have thought that Mr. Jiang would be so capable at such a young age and have such a big pie. Facing Jiang Yu, Lu Hong just raised his head lightly with an expressionless face, and Lida was talking out of his ass. The atmosphere, which had been slightly eased by Jiang Yu's arrival, suddenly tightened once again. Guoming stood beside Jiang Yu and couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat. He wanted to say something for Jiang Yu, but he didn't know what to say. After all, Jiang Yu was too late. If the other party had just come with a business development manager, Li Da, Jiang Yu's lateness would have been nothing. After all, Li Da is just a manager. The ability at best and he is almost the same. And compared to Jiang Yu is far worse. Jiang Yu can definitely handle it. But the point is that Lu Hong is also here. Lu Hong, as the person in charge of the Magic City area on the side of the channel business, his ability naturally should not be underestimated. And Lu Hong has not said anything until now. It is obvious that he wants to make use of Jiang Yu's late arrival to make an article, in order to obtain the initiative to talk about cooperation. He didn't know what Jiang Yu's plan was for being late, but he felt that Lu Hong's arrival must have been unexpected by Jiang Yu. For this reason, Guoming was very worried that Jiang Yu would lose out when he crossed paths with Lu Hong later. Chapter 95, Masterful Handicraft. Winning the first encounter. Supporting characters shocked. However, what Guoming didn't know was that Jiang Yu had actually guessed Lu Hong's arrival on his way here. To be more rigorous, Jiang Yu didn't know Lu Hong, but he knew that a tougher guy must have come from the channeler side, because under normal circumstances, if he was that late, Guoming would definitely contact him to inquire about the situation. However, Jiang Yu hadn't received any messages from Guoming along the way just now. Therefore, Jiang Yu knew that Guoming's side must have been deliberately pestered by the people from the channel provider, with the purpose of not allowing Guoming to notify Jiang Yu, just waiting to make a big deal out of Jiang Yu's tardiness. But unfortunately, everything was in Jiang Yu's calculations. Sorry I'm late for something just now. Tell you what, I'll substitute tea for wine and punish myself. Jiang Yu pretended to be sincere and raised his glass, but in reality, he knew that the 2 Lu Hongs wouldn't let him actually drink the tea. Sure enough, Mr. Jiang, you're out of line to say that. We've been working with each other for so many years. Although we're all meeting for the first time, we're actually considered old friends. Just now I was just joking with you. It's normal to have a bit of a sudden thing. Why are you so polite? Li Di hurriedly stopped Jiang Yu's movements and also said in a fake manner. There was a hint of meaningful smugness in his eyes. Seeing this, Guoming's heart tightened. Just now, Li Da's sentence put Jiang Yu in a difficult situation, and he had to punish himself with a cup of tea instead of wine. Now a light-hearted joke stopped Jiang Yu from drinking tea again. Totally in control, he couldn't help but sweat for Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu smiled subtly. Ha ha, I knew that you guys definitely wouldn't mind. I was just joking just now. Thirsty, drink tea. After saying that, Jiang Yu drank the tea from his teacup to himself. Li Da's face immediately changed, as hard as eating a fly. Guoming, on the other hand, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. This wave of Jiang Yu's operation really opened his eyes. Originally, he thought that the initiative was easily taken by Li Da's side, but he didn't expect that Jiang Yu's light sentence would make the situation reversed again. Now Jiang Yu was not only in the initiative. The important thing was that Li Da had just personally said that he understood Jiang Yu's tardiness, and could no longer take Jiang Yu's tardiness for granted. Hi, really hi. Guoming couldn't help but be surprised by Jiang Yu's methods. Only Lu Hong, who hadn't said anything, didn't have much change in his face. Still expressionless, he was inscrutable. Seeing this, Li Da, who knew that he was not Jiang Yu's opponent, simply stopped talking and followed Lu Hong to close his mouth. The atmosphere that had been slightly eased, because of the silence of the two Li Da Lu Hong, it became frozen again. Jiang Yu glanced at Lu Hong and smiled gently without making any move. Lu Hong's tactics Jiang Yu had already guessed. Just trying to spell endurance. He purposely acted inscrutable to keep people guessing what he was thinking. The goal is to keep people trying to figure him out, and at the same time let the atmosphere become frozen. If you feel like you can't take it anymore, reach out and talk to him. Let's not talk about the fact that those who take the initiative become passive, but the important thing is that once you take the initiative to say something to him, he has an unknown number of sets waiting for you on his side. Let's get defensive. But this move could be almost as good against Guoming, the ones like Guoming who are capable but not deep in the city. It was estimated that just now, before Jiang Yu had arrived, he had been confused by Lu Hong's move. Maybe it even messed itself up and showed all its inner undercurrent completely through its expression. From there, Lu Hong deduced that this side hadn't found any other channels to negotiate about cooperation. Thus Lu Hong remained calm after Jiang Yu's arrival. Jiang Yu was well aware of it, but he didn't care. Anyway, at that time, he asked Guoming to put out the wind that he had found other channel partners to cooperate is just to disturb the other party's military heart. He didn't think he could bluff the other side with that simple tactic in this face-to-face negotiation. Only, he felt that if Lu Hong wanted to make him disorganize himself by means of competing for endurance, that was simply fanciful. His patience had been honed from a young age by his father, Jiang Jinan. When I was a child, Jiang Jinan looked for Jiang Yu to drink tea from time to time, and did not speak, just face expressionless pure tea. The purpose was to make Jiang Yu disorganize himself. Finally, when you can't help it, you take the initiative to open up or admit to something you've done wrong lately. Therefore, Jiang Yu did not panic in the slightest. Completely ignoring both Lu Hong and Li Da, he just sipped his own tea. Just let the two of them, Lu Hong and Li Da, sit there dry. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, an hour has passed. It was an hour of silence in the office. There was only the sound of Jiang Yu pouring and drinking tea from time to time. The atmosphere was frozen and somewhat oppressive. Jiang Yu was completely unaffected and remained graceful, his face calm and steady. Guoming, on the other hand, was having a bit of a hard time. Several times, he couldn't help but want to break this situation, or perhaps want to ask Jiang Yu with his gaze what the current situation was, because he saw that it was clearly his side that held the initiative, but Lu Hong and the others had been silent and so calm. Will be thinking nonsense is not Lu Hong. They also prepared what backhand is not their side is not really find other partners, and do not worry about their own side does not cooperate and so on. However, once he thought that Jiang Yu must have a deeper meaning in doing things, he also forced down his inner urges and patiently kept his mouth shut. As for Li Da, he had a very hard time. He would also be ruminating, thinking similar things to what Guoming was thinking, curious and worried about why Jiang Yu was so calm, fidgety, dry mouth, because it's not good for him to clamor to take the initiative to pour himself some tea. He had already questioned Lu Hong with his gaze several times. It was only when Lu Hongdu hinted at him to lighten up a bit that he forced himself to endure it. Another 10 minutes passed. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by this now? We came here today with sincerity to talk to you about cooperation, but you just left us out to dry and drank tea by yourself. Is this your idea of hospitality? Finally, Li Da just couldn't help himself. He felt that he had to go crazy at this rate. The moment Li Da opened his mouth, Lu Hong's face changed. He kept signaling Li Da to calm down with his eyes. But where could Li Da calm down? Li Da is pretty much the same as Guoming, the kind of fuzzy little guy who has the ability, but less insight and little determination. He couldn't care less right now, totally didn't want to bother with what Lu Hong's deeper meaning of doing so was, without spitting out a stream of brain to get the inner displeasure completely out. Even, it took the initiative to bring up the topic of coming over to talk about cooperation this time. At those words, Jiang Yu smiled subtly. The fish is hooked. Star. Chapter 96, Still Jumping? The thunder and lightning will shock the whole audience. For Lita couldn't resist the impulse to take the initiative to mention the cooperation. Everyone in the room reacted differently. Guoming was secretly relieved and quietly clenched his fists. It's more exciting. He felt that now that Li Di had taken the initiative to mention cooperation, then with Jiang Yu's strength, he could definitely negotiate things down perfectly, and still fight for the kind of maximum benefits. Lu Hong, on the other hand, sighed slightly. Some of them regretted bringing Lita along instead of coming alone. Although Jiang Yu's strength and means were somewhat beyond his imagination, but he felt that if it wasn't for Li Da's failure to hold back now, in the end, Jiang Yu still wouldn't be able to get a single advantage in his hands, because he has great confidence in his abilities. He felt that he had traveled for many years and had seen a lot, and his experience and means of negotiation were not something that a youngster like Jiang Yu could match. But now, Lita had failed to compose himself beforehand. Everything is screwed up. If he were Jiang Yu, he would directly take the initiative to negotiate at this time. He felt sure that Jiang Yu would do the same. However, Jiang Yu just smiled meaningfully. Then he poured tea into the teacups of Lu Hong and Li Da. I'm sorry, just now when I saw that both of you were silent, I thought you didn't like tea. There's no need to rush about the cooperation, and there's nothing to talk about. Drink tea. Although this was also a good opportunity to take the initiative at this time, Jiang Yu was not satisfied, because just talking about this one collaboration doesn't make it a done deal. But the others didn't know what Jiang Yu was thinking. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, everyone at the scene was shocked. Lita found it very surprising. After his words came out of his mouth just now, he quickly came back to his senses and realized that he had been impulsive, because at any given time, the active person becomes passive. But I didn't expect that Jiang Yu would choose to avoid talking about it. Lu Hong was also puzzled. He sipped his tea while trying to find out Jiang Yu's intentions from his expression and some of his movements. However, Jiang Yu's expression was easy and relaxed. His body relaxed without the slightest element of disguise, as if he just really wasn't too interested in talking about cooperation. Seeing this, Lu Hong's heart began to tremble with apprehension, his brain spinning rapidly. What were his intentions in doing so? It's not like we're trying to break off the cooperation because we pulled some dirty tricks before, is it? Or is he still hanging on to us? No, it can't be. If it were me, there's no way I'd give up a long-term partner or an opportunity to make a cut like that just because of a little thing like that. Because there's not much point in hanging around when a cut now can still be good enough to negotiate a partnership. Unless, it's true that we've found a better partner. Lu Hong constantly talks to himself internally and thinks differently, substituting into Jiang Yu's character. He is constantly trying to figure out Jiang Yu's true inner thoughts, because he didn't know Jiang Yu's motives. So, the more Lu Hong thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible that Jiang Yu had actually found a better partner. Otherwise, there was no reason for Jiang Yu to be so late today, and now there was no reason for him to choose to avoid talking about the cooperation instead when his side took the initiative to mention it. Although Lu Hong got the answer, he was in no hurry. Since he couldn't be 100% sure, he patiently accompanied Jiang Yu to drink tea, while observing any of Jiang Yu's movements at the same time. He wanted to find any hints that Jiang Yu was in disguise. But what is Jiang Yu's identity? Since childhood, he has been carefully cultivated by a top big brother like Jiang Zhenan. How could he let Lu Hong easily see the cracks? Sure enough, 10 minutes passed again. Lu Hong still hadn't been able to find a break in Jiang Yu. He was a bit sullen, because if he really couldn't continue working with Jiang Yu's side today, then he had to return to the company as soon as possible to arrange for others to seek other partners. Another moment of hesitation. Mr. Jiang, tea it is. Lu Hong couldn't help but take the initiative to speak. Oh, what's the matter? Is this tea not to your taste? Shall I have someone change it to another one? Jiang Yu asked, feigning uncertainty. No need. We didn't come over for tea today. Speaking here, Lu Hong suddenly paused, hoping that the next cut-off words would be spoken by Jiang Yu on his own initiative. Jiang Yu didn't answer, but looked at Lu Hong with a calm face. Lu Hong was looking to clinch at first, but after a minute, seeing that Jiang Yu didn't have the slightest intention of picking up the conversation, he was completely sullen, knowing that it is now impossible to regain the initiative. And in the moment it was made clear. You know very well, Mr. Jiang, that we came over today to renew our contract. Tea has just been drunk for so long, now let's talk business. At those words, Lita sighed deeply. The eyes looked at Jiang Yu with some complexity. At first, when he saw a youngster like Jiang Yu, he was still a bit disdainful, thinking that it would be a matter of minutes to handle this kind of youngster. Unexpectedly, this little young man he looked down on had been controlling the rhythm of the whole situation, toying with both him and Lu Hong. Swelled his face, now that Lu Hong took the initiative to make things clear. This proved that they were completely defeated. Guoming, on the other hand, sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Yu's tactics were really greatly out of his expectation. That guts and ability to control people's hearts just about brought him to his knees. Now he finally understood why he had just avoided talking about the cooperation when Li De took the initiative to mention it. The purpose is to make Lu Hong disorganize himself, constantly speculating on whether Jiang Yu has really found a channel provider. Because today was the last day of cooperation between the two parties, and there was clearly an opportunity in front of Jiang Yu just now, but Jiang Yu ignored it. With all the signs, it was really hard for Lu Hong not to think about it more, and once Lu Hong thought more about it, he sank his teeth into it and took the initiative to talk instead. This was Jiang Yu's purpose. However, Guoming had still underestimated Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu put down his teacup and looked at the obviously sullen Lu Hong and casually said, "Alright, since you guys want to talk about business, let's talk about it. 50% commission on a 1-year contract. We'll sign the contract now if we can." As the words fell, everyone in the office was dumbfounded. No exceptions. Before it was only a 30% commission. Now Jiang Yu has raised it to 50%? And it's been raised from semi-annual to annual? Even Guoming was dumbfounded. He couldn't even dare to imagine Jiang Yu saying such words. This is even more outrageous than the conditions offered by Lu Hong and the others at that time when they played dirty tricks. Isn't it obvious that Lu Hong and the others will reject it? Fruity. This condition is impossible, Lu Hong said firmly and incomparably. That's right. 50% commission, isn't that making our company work for your side as well? If you are so insincere, Mr. Jiang, then we have no choice but to leave. Thought we had to have your company. Lida reacted in the same way, somewhat angrily. Alright, Guoming, send them away, Jiang Yu said. Guoming froze and looked at Jiang Yu with some hesitation. Why did Jiang Yu do that? Is it hard to believe that you really don't want to cooperate? Or is it really about finding better channelizers? Guoming couldn't figure it out at all. Jiang Yu didn't explain, but nodded towards Guoming. Guoming followed what Jiang Yu said even though he had a lot of disbelief. He stood up and came over to both Lu Hong and Li De. Both of you, please put. Li De was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so tough that he would actually send them away at the drop of a hat. Don't be so fierce. I was just talking out of my ass. He, who was still a bit angry, suddenly lost his temper. He didn't know what the situation was on Jiang Yu's side if he left just like that, but he knew very well that the situation on their side could not be optimistic. At that moment, he didn't dare to say more and turned to look at Lu Hong. Chapter 97, Breathtaking, to be recorded and savored frame by frame. Lu Hongming was obviously also subdued by Jiang Yu's thunderous behavior. He didn't move, but thought for a moment and looked at Jiang Yu. Mr. Jiang, no matter what, there is no way I will accept the conditions you just made. The biggest concession I can make on my side is the usual 30% commission on a 1-year contract, so you can think about it. At those words, Guoming was a bit excited. If Jiang Yu hadn't been present, he probably would have clapped his hands and agreed on the spot. While the terms may not seem to have changed much, the fact that the original 6-month contract was raised to 1 year is good for the company. This proves that the company can grow peacefully in the coming year, and it's still Lu Hong's initiative, which has a different meaning. In his mind, it was as perfect as it could be. He couldn't wait to look at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face was calm, neither objecting nor agreeing. The silence made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Seeing this, Guoming was dumbfounded again. Do you still need to consider this kind of offer and not agree to it in the first place? He couldn't care less about the relationship between his superior and subordinate, and frantically hinted at Jiang Yu with his eyes, as if to say, don't be impulsive, Mr. Jiang, there won't be a store after this village. Lu Hong, on the other hand, was beginning to get apprehensive. If just now he couldn't be sure if Jiang Yu's side had really found a better partner, but now he felt the likelihood was almost 100%. How else would Jiang Yu dare to be so tough? Looking at the silent Jiang Yu, he was also silent for a while, thinking of the series of butterfly effects if this ended the cooperation with Jiang Yu's side. He hesitated for a while before adding, Mr. Jiang, you and I both know very well what it means to change partners again. We're usually pretty pleasant when we work together, for the most part, so I'd like you to weigh in on that. I don't know what kind of conditions other channelers are offering you, but there's no way I'm going to budge any further on my side regarding the commission percentage. Speaking here, he paid attention to Jiang Yu's expression, and seeing that there was no change, he continued, but to show my good faith, I'm willing to sign a 2-year contract. The moment these words came out, Guoming's entire body was dumbfounded. Some can't believe their ears. Even if he was allowed to dream, he would not dare to imagine that Lu Hong would make such a concession. He looked at Jiang Yu with a face full of shock. A million waves turned up inside. It can't be that this is all expected by Mr. Jiang, right? Guoming didn't dare to think much, waiting quietly for Jiang Yu's reply. the gazes of everyone on the scene were stuck on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face was quite calm. Some kinks, like he was hesitating, but in reality, the concessions made by Lu Hong in the end had already met the expectations of Jiang Yu's heart. He also knew that getting Lu Hong's side to give up benefits was impossible. At the beginning, he held the aim of seizing the initiative to make Lu Hong concede and grow the validity period of the contract. The reason why he hesitates now is because he doesn't want Lu Hong to think that he has been plotting for a long time and figure out his real purpose. For once, time passed slowly. Both Lu Hong and Li De were about to get a little too seated. Guoming was also anxious to the point of no return. Just then, Jiang Yu sighed deeply, looked at Lu Hong who was anxiously waiting for an answer, and said somewhat reluctantly, "All right, Mr. Lu, you do have a bit of a point. Let's sign the contract as you said." After saying that, Jiang Yu gave Guoming a look. Guoming understood and left to prepare the contract, and Lu Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. He was now 100% sure that Jiang Yu had found a better partner. Some complacency, fortunately, just now he moved to the feelings and reasoning to convince Jiang Yu. The bottom line is that the benefits are not compromised. It's just that the cooperation between the two parties has become longer. It's a sure thing. Lita felt the same way. This Mr. Jiang is really still young. He was actually convinced in just 2 words. What's the point of feelings? Don't you know that profit is what counts? Li De inwardly taunted Jiang Yu. Just on the surface, he still pretended to be surprised. With an expression of congratulating everyone for working together again, Jiang Yu took in Lu Hong and Li Da's expressions, but there wasn't much of a reaction. Soon, Guoming got the relevant contract. Jiang Yu and Lu Hong both sign and seal. Cooperation reached. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Happy cooperation. Li De took the initiative to shake hands with Jiang Yu, smiling on the surface, but his words seemed to carry words. After all, now that the two sides had re-signed the contract, Li De was emboldened. Lu Hong did not do such a small family thing, but his inner thoughts were similar to Li De's. This scene caused Guoming to start thinking more as well. After he personally sent both Lu Hong and Li De away, he couldn't wait to return to the office. At this moment, Jiang Yu was sitting on the sofa in a big brother posture, drinking tea. Guoming sat down in front of Jiang Yu, then asked impatiently, "Mr. Jiang, you couldn't have really found a better channeler, right? What are the conditions offered over there?" This was a question he had to clear up immediately, because when he sent Lu Hong and Li De away just now, Li De became even more reckless. With words that felt Jiang Yu was young and conceded benefits for the sake of his feelings, Lu Hong was almost the same, and although he didn't say so explicitly, his expression clearly said it all. This made Guoming himself suffocate, and he also felt suffocated for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled subtly. "No, you also know that I usually don't care about the company's affairs, so how could I find other channelers on my own?" "Ha?" Guoming was dumbfounded. "Surprisingly not? Then how come you were so thunderous and demanding just now? Why again did you balk when Lu Hong he first gave in and said sign a 1-year contract? Even when they made another concession, you were still so hesitant?" Guoming was a bit emotional and asked several questions in a row, but immediately after, he realized that he was overly excited and his tone was a bit off. Even apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I'm just too curious." Jiang Yu waved his hand to show that it didn't matter. He didn't answer first. Seeing Guoming rushed back to the office, unable to catch his breath, he took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Guoming before slowly answering Guoming's questions. "First of all, Lu Hong suspects that I really found a better channeler because I avoided talking about the cooperation, right? But that's just a suspicion. How can I convince them if I don't thunder? If I don't Leonize them, how will they willingly make concessions? If I had agreed to it when they made concessions, how would they have felt that they had earned it? Don't let them feel that they've earned it, but they've made consecutive concessions this time. Do you think they'll make some small moves to nauseate us during the subsequent cooperation?" Hearing these words from Jiang Yu, Guoming instantly understood. Jiang Yu is a complete insight into the psychological activities of Lu Hong. First of all, with the thunder and lightning approach to make Lu Hong more convinced that the company side to find a channel provider, and then the lion's share. This is citing a negotiation technique. First make an unacceptable offer, then make a normal offer. Even if the normal offer is unacceptable to the other party at first, with the contrast, it will be more acceptable later. In Guoming's opinion, this is not even the most subtle aspect. The most subtle thing was that Jiang Yu deliberately made a reluctant expression to make Lu Hong and Li De and the others think that Jiang Yu was young. In this way, Lu Hong and Li De, they will not have a problem with the successive concessions, and the latter will immediately cooperate and not engage in other small actions. This wave, Jiang Yu was simply in the atmosphere, and Lu Hong and Li De they are in the basement properly finished. Thinking of the two people, Lu Hong and Li De, who just now had an expression of "I'm earning big," Guoming almost laughed out loud. "Mr. Jiang, you are really too good. I am simply breathless. Dare I say that you have already calculated every step, the entire process, what they will be thinking at every point in time, what kind of mental activities they will be having. You have actually calculated it all. I really don't know what words to use to describe my shock at this audacity and ability to control people's hearts. Guoming sighed. From the bottom of his heart, he blew hard at Jiang Yu. It may seem to others that blowing yourself up that much is a bit much, but he didn't think it was excessive at all. Even on this wave of Jiang Yu's operation, he thought he'd have to get a camera to record it if he could predict it in advance. Wait until you get home and savor it frame by frame, because it's a textbook godlike maneuver. Chapter 98. This is the difference. All the yes are shocked. Jiang Yu and Guoming were drinking tea at the head of the office. Take advantage of a rare opportunity. Guoming simply asked Jiang Yu for advice on some of the problems he would normally encounter in managing a company. For example, company employees are not motivated from time to time, etc. Most of the major problems with the lack of employee motivation are money, and a small part of the problem is a sense of belonging. The simple fact is that the company's incentives are not good enough. You have to think in terms of whether the incentives are fair enough, whether they're too one-dimensional, whether they only know how to motivate their employees with material things, and all that kind of stuff. Jiang Yu understood the general situation and briefly stated his opinion. Hearing Guoming was a shock, although Jiang Yu usually didn't care much about the company's side of things. But the point is that Jiang Yu was mostly right in most of these directions he spoke about. Guoming, who originally still had a bit of a headache, was instantly enlightened. Boss, I probably have a thought on that aspect of what you're saying, but it's not clear. I didn't think you'd hit the nail on the head and summarize it neatly. Awesome. Boss, you must have studied business administration in college. Which school did you graduate from? Guoming got curious. Jiang Yu's tactics displayed during the negotiation just now, as well as his spot-on summary now, made Guoming very surprised. He felt that Jiang Yu's education was definitely not inferior to his. At the very least, they must have graduated from a world-class university. However, I'm only a freshman now, Jiang Yu said. Guoming? Freshman year? He was stunned. Jiang Yu does look young. However, Jiang Yu is calm and steady in his work, not surprised by things, calm and comfortable, not the slightest bit of student tenderness. It made it completely impossible to compare Jiang Yu with students who hadn't stepped into society. The thought of graduating from a top 10 university in the world, and that's what I'm studying, is management. However, it was no match for Jiang Yu, a college student, and Guoming always felt a little heartbroken. He knew Jiang Yu was excellent, but if Jiang Yu's education was stronger than his, maybe he would feel better. Available at. People have to be so different from each other. Guoming almost cried out. Jiang Yu and Guoming stayed in the office for a while and soon left. Mr. Jiang. Hello boss. Jiang Yu walked out of the office, and all the employees he met on the way greeted him politely. Mr. Jiang, manager, you guys shouldn't have eaten yet. I packed it for you. Just as Jiang Yu was about to leave the company to have a meal with Guoming, a young lady at the head of the company that Jiang Yu did not recognize took the initiative to walk up and said, "This young lady is very good looking. Melon face, Danfang eyes, delicate features, and only light makeup, plus nice temperament. It's not worse than some of the smaller stars. The body is also well developed where it should be." The white shirt and black wraparound skirt of her overalls perfectly outlined her pretty figure. The long black silk legs are even better. Silk legs are even better. Jiang Yu saw a number of male co-workers as they passed by. His mouth was greeting himself, but his eyes were secretly staring at the young lady. Those glowing eyes are standard LSP. Jiang Yu was calm. Then we'll simply eat inside the company and forget about it. Jiang Yu said thank you to the young lady. Then, and Guoming followed her to the company's rest area. The lounge area was large and well appointed with snack shelves, coffee makers and whatnot. Many employees eat here. The young lady led Jiang Yu and the two of them to a table at the very front. There were 2 packaged fast food meals on it. The young lady handed one of the copies to Jiang Yu. Boss, this one's for you. This one's for the manager. Upon hearing this, Guoming laughed and joked. Xiao Yu, you're engaging in special treatment. The other employees followed suit. Why do I feel like something's wrong? What's wrong with it? The bosses should be better. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Word to the wise, I believe it. Being teased so much by the crowd, the girl Xiao Yu's face turned red. Boss, manager, you guys eat first. I won't bother you. Xiao Yu dropped this and then sheepishly left. Jiang Yu smiled, then sat down to eat. His copy does look a bit different from Guoming's, but the difference is small. It's just a slightly richer dish and a larger portion. Although Guoming's share wasn't bad, Guoming's eyes still went straight. Boss, it's still you who's the charmer. I deal with them every day, and even if I don't get special treatment, the treatment is especially bad. Guoming teased, but was obviously a little envious. Who wouldn't want to be treated favorably by a beautiful woman? Xiao Yu is still the most popular one in the company. The other employees nodded in agreement. Just now, some of the old employees said that in the past, when Jiang Yu came over, those ladies would be especially enthusiastic. They're still half convinced. Now it's been slapped in the face. One was envious to the core. Maybe she cares for you at work as well as elsewhere. Jiang Yu comforted. During the meal, because Jiang Yu was here, the atmosphere was obviously much more active. Boss, how did it go with the channeler side just now? I saw them laughing quite a bit when they left. Shouldn't. Some of the male employees are still quite curious about all this. To put it bluntly, they care about profit. Don't worry everyone. The cooperation is quite good. Everything will remain the same in the future. Jiang Yu said. Everything remains the same? But I clearly saw them looking like they'd made a fortune just now. They were all very curious and whispered. Seeing this, Guoming couldn't help but be a little bit amused. That is, they don't know what just happened. If they knew exactly what Jiang Yu had just done, it was estimated that each and every one of them would have to slide and kneel down to Jiang Yu's side. Jiang Yu did not explain too much. Seeing this, people don't ask too many questions. It's good that their interests aren't compromised anyway. Turning to talk to Jiang Yu about other things. South of the sky, all kinds of gossip about Jiang Yu. It was all male employees who were active at first, but when they saw that Jiang Yu was more approachable, the young ladies also started to become active. Boss, are you single? What type of girls do you like? What do you think about a girl with a personality like mine? Boss, like you are so busy. Usually eat takeout more. Right, too unhealthy. Look at the child thin. In the future to my home I will cook for you every day. Boss, don't go. She's a good cook, but I'm afraid I can't make up for all the food I've eaten when I get to her house. The young ladies in the company knew that Jiang Yu had an easygoing personality. Speak one more boldly than the other. Jiang Yu was like a sheep entering a wolf pack. Looking at Guoming as well as the other male employees, he froze, especially the male employees. One was dumbfounded, because usually they don't see this side of these ladies. When it comes to work, these ladies can't be described as high maintenance, just not enthusiastic about them. The only time they were enthusiastic was when they were needed to help, and they were used as toolmen. Grass. This meal has suddenly become tasteless. Star. Chapter 99. Luckily you didn't find him like this, or you'd have to take a taxi. After dinner, Jiang Yu also stayed at the company for a while. Not that he wanted to linger over here. He was trying to hurry up and gather with the squad leader, Han Bin, and the others, and then go over to the hospital together. Han Bin on the other end has sent several messages over. It was just that Su Xiaoyu, who had just brought him food, as well as the other ladies in the company were a bit enthusiastic. Ordered him milk tea and an after-dinner dessert or something. The hospitality is overwhelming. Jiang Yu had no choice but to let Han Bin and the others accompany Laogua to the hospital first. He would go over later. About half an hour later, Jiang Yu just left from the company. Su Xiaoyu and the others were a little bit attached, while Guoming and the other male compatriots were relieved. If Jiang Yu were to stay at the company for a while longer, it was estimated that they would have to go into self-imposed isolation, and they wouldn't even have the spirit to go to work in the afternoon. They more or less have a crush on some of the company's girls, but all those girls were only enthusiastic about Jiang Yu, which would make anyone who saw it autistic. The other side. Jiang Yu took the elevator to the downstairs. As mentioned above, the company is located near the CBD of the Magic City, which is a very prosperous area. However, it was rather crowded and slightly difficult to get a taxi. Jiang Yu waited for 10 minutes or so without seeing many empty cabs. Instead, we saw quite a few people driving sports cars over here to blow up the street. The whole main street was filled with the roar of sports cars from time to time. In the meantime, not far from Jiang Yu's left-hand side, there stood two fashionably dressed girls. One of the taller girls was attracted by Jiang Yu's face, but after observing Jiang Yu for a while, he secretly shook his head. See, I told you before, we can't look for a man based on looks alone. Just like this little handsome guy. What's the use of being handsome? What's the result? Still can only wait here for a cab. The other sister glanced at Jiang Yu and sighed with some regret. That tall girl added, luckily, I corrected your view on relationships in time before. If I hadn't kept emphasizing to you that face value can't be a meal, how else would you have the chance to meet a rich man like Yi Xiao? Guess you're looking for a guy like him now who's good looking but can't afford to take a cab when he goes out. The other girl nodded vigorously as she thought of Yi Xiao who would be coming over to pick her up in a luxury car soon. It's still you, sister, who has the foresight. That's right, when I get into Xiao Ye's car later, remember to help me put in a good word in front of Xiao Yi, so that Xiao Yi can introduce me to some rich friends. Got it. The two sisters were chatting in their cheerfulness, not caring that these words had reached Jiang Yu's ears. However, Jiang Yu's face was calm at this, not affected in the slightest. Soon, Jiang Yu stopped a cab. At the same time, there was an explosive roar, and it seemed that a new supercar had come this way to blow up the street. The driver of the car was rather curious and looked around. while Jiang Yu just got on the car. Guhua Hospital. Okay, cab starts. Master, can you close the window a bit smaller? Jiang Yu said. I don't know what the driver's special hobby was, but he rolled all the windows down and locked them. Good. The driver also explained with Jiang Yu. Young man, in fact, I do this with deep meaning, you know? This street is very full of people blowing up the street in sports cars. As you can see, I had a friend before who also drove a cab, and one time he was over here picking up a passenger and happened to roll his window down, and then as it happened, he was recognized by a classmate who came over here in a limo to blow up the street. TSK, that friend of mine was awesome back then. Guess what happened to my friend now? Now he doesn't work as a taxi anymore. He works as a driver for his rich classmate, doubles his salary, drives a luxury car every day, and goes out with his rich classmate from time to time. It's like a winner in life. Upon hearing this, and then seeing the taxi driver a yearning expression, Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little, but he could understand the driver's feelings. Anyway, it wasn't really cold today, so Jiang Yu didn't let the driver close all the windows. That's when it came to the stoplight. The cab stopped. With a roaring sound, a white sports car pulled up next to the cab. Asterisk. Aston Martin. Dude, I'm going to roll down the window a little bit for now. Maybe the owner of this car is I don't know which one of my classmates. Jiang Yu, alright. The windows were rolled all the way down. The driver deadpanned at the Aston Martin next to him. Jiang Yu didn't have this curiosity, and subconsciously glanced at it before withdrawing his eyes. The sports car next door was an Aston Martin Rapide, the most beautiful 4-door sports car. Jiang Yu also had one at home, but it was swapped out with a friend. Just as Jiang Yu pulled out his cell phone to pass the time. Asterisk. Little brother. The owner of the car really rolled down the window. Hearing the driver's somewhat excited voice, Jiang Yu glanced towards the Aston Martin. I wonder if the driver's hot. The hot side of the driver caught the other's attention. The opposite side of the street actually rolled down the window. Jiang, it's really you. The male driver revealed his head and called out to Jiang Yu in surprise. Driver, who was still excited, he jerked back and looked at Jiang Yu with an odd expression. Incredulity was written all over his face. This, not my classmate, but this little brother's? This wave is solid. Yi Xian? Jiang Yu looked at the opposite male driver, also a little surprised. This is also too coincidental, right? Quite a coincidence indeed. Doesn't this prove that we are destined to be brothers? Yi Xian was somewhat excited. Jiang Yu glanced towards Yi Xian. An odd face. It really is fate, because he saw the Aston Martin with 2 more sisters inside. One of them sat in the back row, with the car windows blocking the way. Jiang Yu didn't get a good look at the other party, but there was one sitting in the passenger seat, one of the 2 girls who had just been chatting away, using him as a counterpoint. Chapter 100, A True Man Never Shows His Face, speaks too truly. It just so happened that that sister had also seen Jiang Yu. The pupils flinched. Consternation was written all over the tiny face. She turned her head to the sister sitting in the back row. The girl in the back row was the tall one who kept talking in a preachy tone. At first she didn't react to what was going on, but when she rolled the window down, she saw Jiang Yu, and then saw Yi Xian conversing with Jiang Yu with a surprised face. He was also dumbfounded. Face to face, very surprised. Yi Xian hadn't noticed the 2 sisters in the car, enthusiastically chatting with Jiang Yu. Brother Jiang, I heard from Chen Menghao that you're organizing an event tomorrow this week, right? Count me in? It's no fun for you 2 big men to play. Alright, more people are more lively. I'll contact the others tonight to see who's free. We'll be together then. Jiang Yu replied. This stoplight is a little long. The 2 had a conversation. Learning that Jiang Yu was now preparing to go over to Guhua Hospital, Yi Xian said, Guhua Hospital? That guy Su Zhendong is over at the hospital right now as well. The day before yesterday he fell and broke his bones. The thief is miserable. Oh, such bad luck. Then I'll stop by and see him later. Say hello to him for me too. I probably won't have time to get over there today. You know. Yi Xian pointed at the sister next to him and gave Jiang Yu a look. Jiang Yu nodded his head in understanding. Watching the 2 of them, Jiang Yu and Yi Xian, chatting so cordially, the driver's big brother on Jiang Yu's side was a bit confused. What is this? Isn't this little brother's rich classmate? The plot isn't right. Why are the rich students so enthusiastic about this little brother? And it seems like this rich classmate is going to let this little brother organize the event? He was a little uncertain. The 2 girls in the car were also a little confused. They had a hard time understanding from the start why a rich male like Yi Xian would be so enthusiastic about a little beggar like Jiang Yu who went out to take a taxi. Soon, the red light is blinking and the yellow light is on. By the way Jiang, I won't be switching back with you so soon for this car for a while. I'll play a while longer. You don't usually drive in class anyway. No problem. Yi Xian said as he restarted the Aston Martin. Upon hearing these words, the driver's elder brother's entire body was instantly dumbfounded. Dully, he looked at Jiang Yu. It felt like a strong shock to the three senses. This Aston Martin belongs to this little brother? This little brother is a big brother? No way. No way. A big shot like that goes out and just takes a cab? The same goes for the two sisters in the Aston Martin. Face to face, they could see the shocked waves inside each other by their horrified glances at each other. Okay, Jiang Yu replied to Yi Xian. I'll be off then. See you tomorrow. With that said, the Aston Martin left the stoplight intersection with a blast of sound. At the same time, there was a blare of horns from behind, because even though the light had been green for a few seconds, the driver stayed frozen and didn't start the car. At this moment, his mind was still blank. Big brother driver, hurry up and go, Jiang Yu reminded. The driver came back to his senses. Start the cab and keep going. Leave the stoplight intersection. Little brother, the real man doesn't show his face. Taking a cab instead of driving an Aston Martin. That's quite something. What kills me is that you're willing to lend out a luxury car like the Aston. Gee, it's hard to imagine. If it were me, I would definitely hug it to sleep every day and no one else could touch it, the driver exclaimed as he drove. Taxi is also quite good, convenient and fast. And the difference with Aston Martin is not very big, right? Jiang Yu said. The driver was immediately struck by Jiang Yu's words. Good line about cabs and Aston Martins not being very different. I drive a cab every day. How come I don't get to experience this? Maybe that's what rich people do. In the meantime, inside the Aston Martin, Young Yi, that friend of yours just now is really low-key. The two sisters were also very emotional. When they thought of using Jiang Yu as a negative example just now, saying something about not looking for such a man, they were bashful. Face is getting a little hot. Hey, Jiang, he's just like that. There are a ton of luxury cars in the house and mansions all over the place, but they usually live in the school dorms and take a cab to school and don't drive. Said it was to experience a different life. TSK, ho ho. Regarding this topic, Yi Xian was also somewhat emotional. Matter of fact, his family didn't grow up rich like Jiang Yu's. Simply put, he hadn't even lived enough of a lavish life to understand Jiang Yu's mindset. A ton of luxury cars and mansions everywhere? He's so rich? The two sister people were dumbfounded. These are nothing. And through these garages you can only see the tip of the iceberg of his powerful background. Forget it, there's no use talking to you guys about this. You can't understand it anyway. Yi Xian terminated the topic in time. This was a bit of a shame for the two sisters, especially the taller one, the girl who was thinking of knowing Yi Xian's friend. But even so, she was still shocked by Jiang Yu's background. Think of Jiang Yu's face. Inside, quite literally, he began to thump. Handsome and so rich. Isn't he the Prince Charming he's been looking for so hard? Yi Xiao, that, your friend is currently single? Single. Hearing this, the tall girl was overjoyed. Isn't that a coincidence? It's simply a godsend. The substitute feels like she's already basking in the prelude to falling in love. However, but don't get any other illusions. Even if I give you his contact information, think about it, he won't be short of girls for his mere face value. Plus, what about the money power? Do you think he'll look at you? Don't dream. Yi Xian hit the nail on the head. Tall girl, do you have to be so truthful? Speechless. Star. Chapter 101, Bullying Little Assistant. Jiang Yu out of the box. Jiang Yu came to the hospital. It's already past 3 in the afternoon. He asked Han Bin for the address and went to the 3rd floor of the newly renovated building of Guhua Hospital. Find Han Bin and others. Inquire to learn that Laoguo has found Director Huang Jinghang in the office head. Currently it's the end of the consultation and the development of a surgical plan in the inside. Listening to Han Bin and the others, Director Huang Jinghang said that Laoguo's situation was not very complicated. The chances of a cure are still high. Jiang Yu was happy for Laoguo. The group sat on a hallway bench outside the office. By the way, Jiang Yu, a talented person has just approached you, Han Bin suddenly said. Speaking of that dude just now, it was awesome as hell. Look at that Ferrari Enzo downstairs, the red one in the open parking lot of the compound, driven by the same dude who approached you. And that dude seems to be some kind of big shot in this hospital. When he came this way, along the way almost all the staff of the hospital would greet him when they saw him. And that scene, TSK, poker face. It's the dude who helped you make an appointment to register with Director Huang Jinghang earlier, right? The squad leader and the others continued with your words. Jiang Yu followed their guidance and looked at the Ferrari Enzo in the open parking lot below. It was also clear who Han Bin and the others were talking about. Yes, he's the friend who helped with the registration appointment. That Ferrari Enzo is Chan Menghao's car. Remembering that Yi Xian had just said that Su Jindong had been hospitalized with a fracture, Jiang Yu felt that Chen Menghao should have come over to see Su Jindong. As for Chen Menghao coming over here, it was probably because he remembered that today was the day that Counselor Jiang Yu was seeing a doctor. Stopped by to take a look to see if I could run into Jiang Yu. TSK. I don't know how you managed to meet such a big shot. The squad leader and others are still curious about this. Jiang Yu didn't say anything more. Instead, he contacted Chen Manhwa on WeChat and chatted for a couple of minutes. Sure enough, it was just as he thought it would be. Jiang Yu asked for the specific room number of Su Zhendong's ward and planned to take the time to go there later. Chen Manhwa seemed like he was planning to leave, and when he saw Jiang Yu preparing to go over, he returned a sentence of waiting for you to come over. Asterisk. What kind of person is this? The cards are pretty full. Traveling with bodyguards, and assistants, and with sunglasses on his face. He can't be some big star, right? At this point, one by one, the squad leader and the others stood up and looked at the downstairs parking lot location and let out a gasp of surprise. Jiang Yu, come over and take a look. Do you recognize this person? Hanbin pulled Jiang Yu over. Jiang Yu stood up and looked downstairs. A group of suited bodyguards were seen surrounding a young woman. The woman was wearing sunglasses and was cold. Those sunglasses are huge. They're blocking half of your face. A group of people seemed to be walking towards the building that Jiang Yu was currently in. The combination of this line of people attracted a lot of attention. Downstairs passers-by are talking. There are many people took out their cell phones in the shooting, only to be stopped by the woman beside the assistant. The little assistant was still a bit cranky and had a very aggressive attitude. It caused some passers-by to be a bit dissatisfied, but they could only dare to speak out of anger due to their concern for the suited and booted bodyguards. How is this recognizable? Looking at Han Bin's expectant gaze, Jiang Yu shook his head. He could understand Han Bin's feelings. Han Bin was seeing that he knew Qin Yashuan before, so he assumed that he knew most of the stars in the entertainment industry. But the real situation was that Jiang Yu really only knew one star, Qin Yashuan. Jiang Yu is not interested in stars. After greeting Han Bin's squad leader and the others, he was ready to go over to the hospitalization building to check on Su Zhendong first. Through the slightly crowded corridor aisles to the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened. The large elevator was jammed with people. A couple of suited bodyguards were very noticeable. It was the very same line that was seen. Move over, move over. The young assistant was the first to step out of the elevator, her voice loud and a little overbearing. The bodyguards immediately walked in front of the star woman to clear the way. Jiang Yu didn't have the habit of standing in front of the elevator door when he was waiting for it. First down, then up. So this pedestrian didn't reach him. But some people don't have that habit anymore and stand in front of the elevator door while waiting. So these people were forcibly pushed away by the bouncers. People dared to be angry. After this, pedestrians all got off the elevator. Jiang Yu and the other people waiting for the elevator from re-entered the front of the elevator and were just about to get on the elevator. But the star pedestrian turned back. This is the ING hospitalization department? Keep your eyes open for me. Where are the wards? How do you do things? If you can't even get this little thing done, do you know how much time you're holding me up? The actress returned while still giving the young assistant a lecture. The little assistant who had been overbearing just a moment ago shrunk her neck. Sister Ing. Sorry. It's my fault. After saying that, the little assistant, in order to redeem the credit, nimbly led the two bodyguards to the elevator door with quick steps. All get out of the way. Our sister Ing is in a hurry. You'll have to wait for the next trip. The little assistant and the two bodyguards began again to roughly clearing the road. Jiang Yu had originally stood more to the side and was not affected, but those in the center were forcibly pushed away. What kind of people? Your time is time and ours isn't? That's it. What quality is all this? Didn't know there was a line? Some of them made disgruntled noises. What are you talking about? Get out of my way. Seeing some people standing somewhat forcefully in front of the elevator door and refusing to give way, the little assistant was instantly enraged. I'm telling you to get out of the way. Can't you hear me clearly? After saying that, the little assistant took the two bodyguards and pushed these people to the side with force. Also included was a beautiful young woman with a small child. The beautiful young woman as an adult is not so bad, although a little caught off guard, but only by the crowd waves. Staggered back 2 steps, but the child she was pulling was crushed to the ground. The little girl was so scared that her little face went pale. Originally, Jiang Yu thought that if these people were any more forceful and unreasonable, they wouldn't turn a blind eye to the little girl who had fallen to the ground. After all, if you're not careful, you can step on or hurt a little girl. However, he overestimated the quality of these people. Seeing that the little assistant was oblivious to the little girl, she was still clearing the way for that actress. Jiang Yu walked over quickly, pulled the little girl up just in time. Meanwhile, the situation on this side attracted the attention of the entire corridor. What's the matter with you guys? Can't you see there's a kid? Jiang Yu looked at the little assistant with some dissatisfaction while calming the little girl. The little assistant skimmed Jiang Yu. What's it to you? Your child? Step aside and don't hold me up. Chapter 102, Young man, do you still want to mind your own business? Hearing the little assistant's words, Jiang Yu couldn't help but frown. But don't wait for him to say anything. Han Bin and the others who were bored just now and saw that there was a bustle over here came over this way. The sight of this scene was not pleasant. What's wrong with you? You hit someone and you're still so righteous? Extremely poor quality. It's your own business that you're in a hurry. What gives you the right to push everyone away? Han Bin and the others stood out and fought for Jiang Yu. Seeing this, the little assistant blushed, but not before he said something. Sister Ing, who followed from behind, asked with some displeasure. What happened? Why are people all blocking here? Don't you know I'm in a hurry to go over and visit Mr. Su? In the face of the strong Sister Ing, the little assistant instantly became coy. Nothing really, just accidentally knocked over a little girl earlier. But the little girls are alright, but these brats are trying to make trouble. I also wonder if they were premeditated in trying to bumper sticker. Upon hearing this, Sister Ying's face changed slightly, frowning as she turned her gaze towards Jiang Yu and the others. It mainly rested on the hands of Jiang Yu who was pulling the little girl. You're the one who organized the disturbance? Jiang Yu frowned. It's not that I'm making a scene, but your assistant is not doing the right thing. If you're in a hurry, people might understand if you say so. But he was the one who roughly pushed the person aside. And you watched the little girl get so scared that she's not even slowing down now. Sister Ing swept a glance at the little girl and said with some disdain, then isn't she still fine now? What's the big deal? Seeing Sister Ying's attitude, everyone now couldn't help but frown. The short-tempered Han Bin almost couldn't help but swear. It was the calm Jiang Yu who stopped him. According to you, as long as the surface is fine it's okay? So by being abused, you are likewise not harmed in any way on the surface. Does this mean that everyone can yell out curses at you? Jiang Yu asked Sister Ing rhetorically with a calm face. These words immediately drew applause from those around them. They all couldn't help but quietly give Jiang Yu a thumbs up. They were convinced by this treatment of Jiang Yu. There was no impulsive and irascible cussing. Rather, it was a very calm and cultivated statement of fact from start to finish. It's all about a reasoned argument. Bull. Han Bin and the others were even happier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Give it a shot. Jiang Yu. Justified and convincing. This is educated. On the contrary, look at some people. Indiscriminate. Speak without quality. So a comparison. The gap is obvious. This star. Speak up. If I can really cuss out to you, then I'm not going to hide my identity as Zhuanlao's pianist. Han Bin and the others looked at Ing Aili and said. Ing was infuriated. His face was as black as ink and charcoal. Breathing was starting to get out of whack. The body undulates. I think you're just picking a fight on purpose, aren't you? Even through the sunglasses, everyone was still able to detect that this Sister Ying's gaze on Jiang Yu had become unkind. I'm just a passerby and didn't mean to make a scene. Just want you guys to apologize to the little girl. Even though the little girl had been pacified by Jiang Yu who had been gently stroking her little head, her face was still pale and she was obviously terrified. Ing was suddenly furious and laughed. Make me apologize? Do you know who I am? Now I finally see that you really do have nothing better to do. The dogged little assistant knew how to please Ing very well. Hearing Sister Ing say that, she didn't wait for her orders. With a wave of his hand, he greeted the several bodyguards who followed the Star Ying's sister as they walked up. Several suited bodyguards immediately surrounded Jiang Yu and the others. Wanna mind your own business now, young man? The little assistant looked straight at Jiang Yu. It was obvious that Han Bin and the others had just come out for Jiang Yu, and as long as Jiang Yu was taken care of everything would be put to rest. Looking at those strong bodyguards, everyone around them pinched a cold sweat for Jiang Yu. The faces of Han Bin and the others, who were originally still full of energy, also changed instantly. They didn't expect the other party to be so unreasonable. Seeing that he could not be reasoned with, he tried to use force. Jiang Yu's face remained calm, but that beautiful young woman who started out pulling the little girl started to get stage fright. She pulled Jiang Yu's sleeve and whispered, "Little brother, why don't we just forget about it? They're unreasonable, and there's nothing we ordinary people can do with their big stars. Alas, but still thank you very much. If not for your timely help just now, maybe the little girl." Speaking of this, the beautiful young woman's eyes reddened and touched the little girl who was in Jiang Yu's arms, her eyes moist. Yo, still crying? The whole thing is quite decent, deliberately playing poor to make people sympathize with you. I couldn't care less about you, so if you love to cry, get the hell out of the way and don't get in the way. And you brat, hurry up and climb too, trying to threaten us with talk? Oh, to tell you the truth, this is the big star Sister Ing, Imo Ing Ji. If this gets out, believe it or not, the fans will be able to blast you. The young assistant glanced at Ing. Knowing that there were some things Ing could not say, she mentally helped to say them. Viciously, he looked at Jiang Yu. Sister Ing? Who is it? This one is a bit impressive. I can't say that it's the most popular one in the entertainment industry, but it's also the most popular one, and the fans seem to be particularly large. I'm in these related fields, and to be honest, Sister Ing does have a lot of fans, and Sister Ing has the support of bigwigs behind her. That's why she's been popular for so many years. The surrounding crowd was talking. Some people's hearts couldn't help but tighten when they realized Sister Ying's strength. Watching the young assistant Dark's threat uttered brought a few more suited bodyguards fist pumping for a wave of morale crushing. Many onlookers started to persuade Jiang Yu out of the goodness of their hearts. Forget it, lad. I know you're good, but we're still a long way from the big stars. Let's go. Jiang Yu's face was as calm as ever. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, there was a ding. The elevator had been unoccupied a while ago and had long since left, only now reappearing on the third floor again. Immediately afterward, a young man in sportswear with an extraordinary temperament walked out from it. He was still a little uncertain when he saw so many people surrounding the elevator door, but immediately afterward, he saw Jiang Yu. At the same time, several bodyguards were seen surrounding Jiang Yu. The young man's face changed. Jiang, what's going on here? Chapter 103 Jiang Yu's identity revealed. Shocked by the whole place. At those words, Jiang Yu looked back. It's Chen Mengho. What brings you over? He was a little surprised. Chen Menghao, on the other hand, gave Jiang Yu a somewhat speechless look. Brother Jiang Yu still have the nerve to say it. Said you'd come over right away. I've been waiting for you over there for half a day and you're nowhere to be seen. It's not like I'm getting ready to go back. So I came over to talk to you for a second to say hello. Right, enough of that. What is this now? Chen Menghao's face was clearly a bit displeased when he said it later. Guhua Hospital is considered his turf. In his territory Jiang Yu was surrounded by a few bodyguards of unknown origin. What kind of thing was this? It's not much. They were in a hurry. Their methods were rather rough, and they accidentally knocked this little girl down. Then, instead of apologizing, they thought I was being unreasonable. Jiang Yu briefly explained the matter to Chen Menghao. After hearing this, Chen Menghao's face bristled. I thought I was usually arrogant enough, but I didn't expect that there would be someone even more arrogant by me. Straightforward violence when you get in the way? Leave this matter to me, brother Jiang. I'd like to see what kind of big shot dares to be so rampant. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd were all looking at Chen Menghao and Jiang Yu with curiosity. One after another, they began to discuss what kind of person Chen Menghao, who spoke so arrogantly, was. They were even more curious about what Jiang Yu was from. This was because they could clearly see that Chen Menghao had more respect for Jiang Yu. The squad leader and the others were all dumbfounded as well. One by one, they looked at Jiang Yu dumbfounded. What is this? They had just seen with their own eyes that all the hospital staff had to respectfully greet Chen Menghao when they saw him. And it was also clear that Chen Menghao was the bigwig who had helped book the appointment for Huang Jinghan's registration at that time. Available at. This big brother actually called Jiang Yu as brother Jiang? That doesn't make sense. It should be the other way around, right? Each of them was puzzled, but no one will answer their questions. Chen Menghao walked aggressively to Sister Ing. I'll give you 1 minute to hurry up and apologize to Jiang and that little girl, then get the hell out of the hospital. Chen Menghao's tone was extremely domineering, with a few moments of no doubt. The dogfighting little assistant had originally wanted to get in the way of Sister Ying's performance wave. However, he was subdued by Chen Menghao's words. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ing with a questioning gaze. Sister Ing has been holding back a lot of fire. She didn't recognize Chen Menghao either. Her fire rubbed off when she, who had always been arrogant, was spoken to in a commanding tone by Chen Menghao in front of so many people. It really is a toad yawning with a big mouth. Do you know who I am? Who am I to apologize to either of them? Sister Ing had a strong attitude, a look that says you're going to tough it out to the end. Chen Menghao was almost amused. He was just about to speak. The elevator doors opened once more. I don't know if it was a big deal or if someone notified the hospital side. The security officer heads out of the elevator. Chen Xiao, what are the orders? The hospital security staff thought that Chen Menghao had sent them over. Mr. Chen, everyone present was taken aback. The sound of cold air being sucked backward rose and fell. Although they weren't clear about Chen Menghao's identity until now, they could all guess some of it. Chen Menghao must be a top-rich second generation, the kind that no one on the hospital side dares to offend. There was even the possibility that Chen Menghao was one of the hospital's shareholders. Thinking of this, uncountable gazes once again fell on Jiang Yu. Chen Menghao's identity is so appalling. Then this little brother who was honored by Chen Menghao as Jiang brother. How horrible does the identity have to be? The gazes of the class president and the others looking at Jiang Yu were filled with shock. One was a little skeptical. That little assistant who had been jumping in front of Jiang Yu just now was peeing in fear at the moment. Sister Ing, who was still arrogant and domineering, had a slight change in her face at this moment. Chen Xiao, right. I came over today to visit boss Su Zhendong. Are you sure you have to make me apologize to these people and have them kick me out? Although Jiang Yu and Chen Menghao's identities were unexpected by Sister Ing, but she's usually an extremely arrogant and bossy person. Asking her to apologize in front of so many people? No way. She directly moved out Su Jindong's name, so the big brother behind it is Su Jindong. No wonder he's so arrogant. Who is Su Jindong? Is it strong? There are no more than 3 people in the entertainment industry who can hold their own with him, don't you think? Asterisk 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 asterisk. So strong. That's a bit of a bad ending then. There was a lot of talk among the onlookers. Chen Menghao, on the other hand, smiled disdainfully, moving Xiao Jindong out. Ha, I see you're not going to see the coffin today. I'll give you a chance. Call Su Jindong and make the situation clear. Remember to make it clear that the person you've offended is called Jiang Yu. If he puts in a word for you, this day is over. At those words, everyone was once again astonished. Suspicious gazes converged on Jiang Yu once more in unison. Aside from Han Bin, who knew that Jiang Yu was a big brother, the class president and the other students, almost peed in fear, horrified. I'm dropping a hell of a lot. What exactly is Jiang Yu's identity? The question surfaced in everyone's mind. Even Han Bin, who knew something about Jiang Yu, was no exception. He thought that the Jiang Yu he saw before was already strong. But at this moment, Chen Menghao's words revealed something about Jiang Yu that made him understand very well. What he had seen before was estimated to be just the tip of Jiang Yu's iceberg. Looking at the complex and incomparable gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yu sighed slightly. He didn't expect Chen Menghao to reveal most of his information in just 3 or 2 sentences. However, Chen Menghao didn't know his situation in school, so it was normal to say so. Okay, I'll give Mr. Su a call now, so don't back out. The others would be shocked at Jiang Yu's identity because of Chen Menghao's words, but Ying didn't. She had blind confidence in Su Jindong's background. Su Jindong's family is $100 billion. She just couldn't believe that a brat who still looked like a student could make Su Jindong jealous enough not to say a word for her. In plain sight, Ying took out her cell phone and dialed Su Jindong's number. Chapter 104, What's Jiang's status? You want to let it go so easily? Truth be told, Sister Ying was dialing Su Jindong's phone number. Seeing Chen Menghao's expression of watching a good show from the beginning to the end, she was a little shaken inside, worried that if it was true that even Su Jindong didn't want to offend or even couldn't afford to offend Jiang Yu, then what would he do later? But that thought flickered. A famous big shot in the entertainment industry would be afraid of offending a student? Impossible, Ying reassured herself. In the meantime, Su Jindong's end picked up the phone. Hey, what's up? Have you arrived? Su Jindong asked. I've arrived at the GWH. Just what? Mr. Su, do you know Chen Menghao? Sister Ying decided to test the reaction of Su Jindong's end through Chen Menghao first. If Su Jindong was afraid of Chen Menghao, then he knew the answer without mentioning Jiang Yu's name. If Su Jindong wasn't afraid of Chen Menghao, then maybe he wouldn't put Jiang Yu in his eyes either. Recognize. What's wrong? You had a conflict with him? Su Jindong immediately made a judgment through Ying's stilted tone. Right. You're really bold. Do you know who Chen Menghao is? Guhua Hospital is owned by his family. What happened to you guys? Hurry up and talk to me. Su Jindong's tone became somewhat different, but not really nervous, just a bit of a headache. Ying judged it instantly. After thinking about it, she didn't reveal the matter, but asked cautiously, Mr. Su, then do you know Jiang Yu? Who? Jiang Yu? You're not going to tell me that the one you offended was actually Jiang Yu, are you? Su Jindong's tone of voice changed instantly. It became much more urgent, not as slow and methodical as earlier. Ying was inwardly shocked. The whole thing had gone silly. Just through this reaction of Su Jindong, she judged that Jiang Yu's background was even fiercer than Su Jindong's. Hello? Are you listening? Hurry up and tell me all about it, Su Jindong asked immediately after. Although Ying's heart was turning over in shock, she didn't dare to hide it. One by one, he told Su Jindong what happened. Hiss. Su Jindong heard that Sister Ying had just repeatedly provoked Jiang Yu and was still so mouthy after Chen Menghao had stepped in. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Is your brain filled with water? Is it that you think you're invincible just because you've been touted twice in the ring by those newcomers? What capital do you have? To put it bluntly, you might not even be worthy of lifting Jiang Yu's shoes. Su Jindong was instantly enraged, and he cursed at Sister Ying. Sister Ying, who was so arrogant and unbeatable just now, was now as well behaved as a quail and was silenced. At the same time, a million waves rose within her. Who the hell is Jiang Yu? It actually made Su Jindong's reaction so great. It was a question that kept swirling around in her head. Su Jindong sprayed at Ying for a full 2 minutes. Only then did he continue. Apologize to Jiang Yu immediately. If you don't get Jiang Yu's forgiveness, you won't return to the company in the future. Ying's entire body was dumbfounded when she sniffed. She's usually the company's money tree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any special friendship with Su Jindong, much less be qualified to visit Su Jindong when he was hospitalized. But Su Jindong even had the idea of firing her because of Jiang Yu? Crazy, huh? The consequences on her side of firing her not to mention the losses on the company's side, are huge. Mr. Su, what exactly is the identity of this Jiang Yu? Ying couldn't help but ask directly. You don't deserve to know. All you need to know is that the benefits you get from being on good terms with him far outweigh the benefits you've created for the company over the years. Su Zhendong's two simple words made Sister Ying's heart completely cool. Now she was 100% sure. Jiang Yu was a super bigot that Su Zhendong was not even willing to offend. And even more so, she was not qualified to offend. After hanging up the phone, Ying re-entered the corner of the aisle and the elevator. Her appearance caused all eyes to converge over. This made Ying feel like a thorn in her side. Well, Chen Menghao teasingly looked at Sister Ying. Ying's face was so ugly that it was darker than the bottom of a pot that had been burned over a long period of time with firewood. At the moment she wanted to die. It's too late for regrets. If I had known to be a good boy and apologized to the little girl in the beginning, wouldn't everything have been fine? It got to the point where she had to apologize to Jiang Yu in front of so many people. The most important thing was that just now, she had a tough mouth and said something like who was she to apologize to Jiang Yu or something like that. In your face. If this thing gets out, it'll probably be the laughingstock of the circle. But if you don't apologize to Jiang Yu, Ying shivered, and she didn't even dare to think about what the consequences would be. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong just now. Sorry. Sister Ying squeezed out a smile worse than tears and looked at Jiang Yu in full view of everyone. Seeing this, everyone burst out in gloating laughter. Tell a joke. What gives me the right? I'll tell another joke. It's a deal. I'll call now. No insiders. This kind of joke suggests stepping it up a notch. Still think you can do whatever you want with a backer behind you. You can really do whatever you want with a background. Too bad it's not you. Seriously, what exactly is the identity of this little brother? From beginning to end, he didn't say much, but after Chen Xiao came, he madly helped him ride the face output. And I guess when this what's-her-name Sister Ying called General Manager Su just now, he was also outputted a wave by General Manager Su. It's ridiculous to think about it. Just now we thought this little brother was out of his depth. Alas, one can only say that this brother's background is unfathomable. In response, the squad leader and the others, even Han Bing couldn't help but nod his head in agreement with the passers-by. Their gazes at Jiang Yu were still filled with incredulity. No one could have imagined that the classmate who was usually ordinary except for being handsome was a big shot who was so deeply hidden. What is Jiang's status? You want to just let it go? Chen Menghao spoke towards Sister Ying. Then he also looked at Jiang Yu and said with a smile, Brother Jiang, what do you think of this result? Do you want me to help you increase your efforts? Chen Menghao looked like he was watching the fun. There hadn't been any reaction from Jiang Yu's side, but Ying was startled. At that moment, he didn't care about anything else, and continued apologizing with a crying face. Mr. Jiang, just now, it was me who had eyes but didn't recognize Tai, offending you, big brother, so please forgive me. Sister Ying was completely terrified and no longer had the high and mighty look she had just had. The attitude was also much more sincere, without the reluctance of a moment ago. Chapter 105, Want to flatter Brother Jiang? Does Brother Jiang care about your money? For Ying's apology, Jiang Yu's face was very calm. It's useless for you to apologize to me. You should apologize to this little sister. Words. Without the slightest hesitation Ying walked up to that little sister, sincerely to his little sister and that beautiful young woman. Gentlemen, I'm sorry. It was all my fault just now. Let's do this. Later on, you take your little sister for a checkup. I'll pay for the checkup, and I'll be responsible to the end if there's anything wrong with your little sister. Looking at the originally high and mighty Sister Ying's attitude at the moment was like respect. That beautiful young woman was at a loss for words, obviously not knowing how to deal with such a situation. She was just an ordinary person. Where had she ever thought that a big star like Sister Ying would be so polite to her? Now, it was Jiang Yu who had found that rare respect for her. The beautiful young woman looked at Jiang Yu, eyes full of gratitude. Little brother, girl, she should just be scared. Nothing serious, forget it, I forgive her. At those words, Ying was overjoyed. There's a sense of coming back from the dead. Mr. Jiang, I don't know if this satisfies you? Sister Ying didn't get carried away, but was very understanding and asked Jiang Yu's opinion again. But without waiting for Jiang Yu to speak, Sister Ying suddenly had a bright idea and continued. How about this, Mr. Jiang? I've thought of a good solution. One of them is what I just said. Let this little sister go for a checkup and I'll be responsible for all the problems to the end. But I don't think that's enough. I'm willing to compensate you accordingly for rushing you just now and delaying you. Mr. Jiang, I hope Mr. Jiang gives me that chance. Sister Ying was a bit high and mighty though because she had been sheltered by Su Zhendong, resulting in a bit of condescension. But she can make a living in such a big dike as the entertainment industry. In addition to her overpowering strength and background, her brain is also turning quite fast. Immediately, I thought of quelling the matter with money. In doing so, He could also flatter a big shot like Jiang Yu in the process. It's just perfect. Ying couldn't help but give herself credit for her resourcefulness. However, no need. Just take your little sister for a checkup if you're so inclined. Jiang Yu saw Sister Ying's intentions at a glance and rejected it outright. It's really funny. Does Jiang look at your little money? How can someone like you still want to use this as a way to get on Brother Jiang's good side? Nice try. But Chen Menghao didn't speak as politely as Jiang Yu, and directly singled out Sister Ying's true intentions. Ying's face was instantly embarrassed to the extreme, but don't dare refute it. Only dare to smile sardonically. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers once again revealed gloating expressions. What a smart ass. Laugh my ass off. Don't even look at your own several kilograms. She may look rich to us, but in that little brother's eyes she is probably just a poor person. And you still want to use money to flatter her? What a joke. This Chen Xiao is really a man of nature. But that little brother's cultivation is a bit more nifty. Just now, he actually didn't take the opportunity to dismantle Sister Ying's setup and dislike Sister Ying? What the hell do you know? If that little brother really wanted to embarrass Sister Ying, do you think that with his strength, he would need to wait until now? I reckon he'd have 1,000 ways to bring Ying down if he pleased. It's just that she's not willing to take care of a little person like Sister Ying. If it wasn't for that little sister, the unattainable Sister Ying in our eyes would probably really not be able to get into this little brother's eyes. Han Bin nodded frequently at what the passerby said. He had seen what a real top streamer was in Jiang Yu in those 2 days when he had followed him to grow his knowledge before. That's pretty much the end of things here. Sister Ying turned around and ordered one of the bodyguards to take that little sister to be examined. Sister Ying, why don't you let me do this kind of thing? Seeing this, Sister Ying's little assistant asked with some confusion. Ying slapped him across the face. You've been fired by me. The sight of her little assistant made her angry. Ha? Why? The little assistant looked aggrieved. Get lost. Ying didn't bother to explain. After saying that, he asked another bodyguard to take the little assistant straight away. Then, Sister Ying also looked at Jiang Yu somewhat as if she wanted to take credit. The back and forth mouths changed so quickly. It's a bit off-putting, but she was not impressed. The face and whatnot had all been lost today, and now the top priority was to do everything possible to please Jiang Yu. At the very least, she had to make sure that Jiang Yu didn't have any opinions about her. However, Jiang Yu had no reaction to this and his face was calm. Ying was embarrassed again. He could only snappishly ask the bodyguard to hurriedly take the beautiful young woman and the little girl for a checkup. Little brother, this time it's really thanks to you. I don't even know how to repay you. Before the beautiful young woman left, she walked up to Jiang Yu with gratitude in her eyes. Jiang Yu smiled gently. It's fine, just a show of hands. Just hurry up and take your sister to get checked out. Saying that, Jiang Yu moved gently and touched the little girl's head. Don't hurry up and thank your brother, the beautiful young woman said to the little girl. Thank you, brother. The little girl flashed a cute smile at Jiang Yu. If you really want to thank your brother, then you should obediently listen to your mom from now on, Jiang Yu said with a smile. The little girl nodded repeatedly. Then, Ying's bodyguard took the beautiful young woman and the little girl away for a checkup. All this is really thanks to this young man. Otherwise that mother and daughter's ending that would be so perfect. Indeed, this little brother truly has my admiration. It's so rare to be rich and powerful but so righteous. Looking at the departing mother and daughter, the onlookers couldn't help but give Jiang Yu a thumbs up. Mr. Jiang, then I'll leave to follow over and see what's going on, Sister Ying said in a respectful manner. Go on. After Ying left, the crowd of onlookers also gradually dispersed. Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. Things got a little heated just now. Didn't you see even the hospital security staff come over? The elevator presses on. Also not leaving were Han Bin, the squad leader, and others. Just now, I learned that Jiang Yu had a big background and was a proper big shot. They had too much curiosity about Jiang Yu, full of doubts waiting to question Jiang Yu. Chapter 106, No More Pretending, Showdown. Though the squad leader and others couldn't wait though, but Chen Menghao was still there, chatting with Jiang Yu. They also had to wait patiently and quietly on the side for the time being. Jiang Yu and Chen Menghao chatted for a while. The main point was that Chen Menghao was curious about what Jiang Yu was arranging for tomorrow. All sorts of sideways inquiries were made, but at that time, Chen Menghao said that he would let Jiang Yu arrange a good wave, in order to be able to give Chen Menghao a surprise. Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't say it now. Chen Menghao was helpless. This was digging a hole for himself, but he became more expectant as a result. The two chatted briefly about a few other things. Chen Menghao saw Han Bin, the class president, and the others standing aside seemed to have something to say to Jiang Yu. Then I'll leave first. See you tomorrow, brother Jiang. Looking at the time, Chen Menghao excused himself for the time being. As soon as Chen Menghao leaves, the class president and the others who had long been impatient immediately went forward to surround Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, you kid really can. You hide a little deeper? Usually low-key as a batch. I didn't expect that. But today, he actually gave us a performance of transforming into a real big brother. Bull batch handsome. A big star like Sistering didn't dare to say anything after knowing your identity. It was really cool to watch just now. A big shot like Chen Xiao helps you ride the face output. And a big shot in the entertainment industry like Mr. Su doesn't want to offend you. What kind of person is your kid? No wonder a big shot like Chen Xiao would help you make an appointment for director Huang Jingyu's registration. So it turns out you're a big shot yourself. Indeed. Thanks to my earlier foolishness in thinking that bigots could actually be friends with ordinary people. So says. Speaking of which, the squad leader and the others suddenly remembered something. Then, with a brush of his eyes, he turned to Han Bin on the side. Han Bin, look at the one in your circle of friends. Helicopter parachuting. Living in a presidential suite. Properly also a giant. It must be a good relationship to be able to go and hang out with such a giant. You're not some kind of bigot too, are you? The squad leader and the others looked a little odd, because Jiang Yu had just brought them too much shock. Their minds have been subtly changed, so they were mentally prepared for Han Bin to be the big brother. However, I wanted to spend time with you as ordinary people, but I didn't expect to be alienated in return. Ahem. No more pretending. I'm showing my cards. I'm not a bigot, and the only reason I can play along with that bigot is because the one in my circle of friends is Jiang Yu. Nowadays, everyone knows that Jiang Yu is a big brother. Han Bin didn't hide anything and just picked it out. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the squad leader and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Horrified, he looked at Jiang Yu, almost had a weak leg and fell to the ground. No, it was kneeling in front of Jiang Yu. Han Bin's words brought them too much shock. They were ready for Han Bin to be a giant man as well. They always thought that the one in Han Bin's circle of friends was someone else, but they didn't expect Han Bin to give them a big reversal. That giant guy is Jiang Yu again? Some of them covered their moon hunches so hard they felt they couldn't take the shock. They really didn't connect the one in Han Bin's circle of friends with Jiang Yu at all, because they had a preconceived notion before this. I'm convinced. I feel like 3 views have been shattered. You're giving me a break. I'm already a little confused right now. Another active and enthusiastic help from Chen Xiao to ride the face output, and the most expensive helicopter in the country. Jiang Yu, are you any better? The squad leader and the others were so shocked that they couldn't speak properly. Looking at the shocked squad leader and the others, Jiang Yu smiled helplessly, but nothing more was said. It's kind of sudden that all this happened today. People know he's a bigot when they know it, but there's not much to say about the specifics. Seeing this, the class president and the others couldn't help but spit. Jiang Yu, why are you being so low-key? That's right. If I were you, I'd really hate to take a bullhorn and inform the world. That's right. Other than that, I'm sure I'll be showing it off to my friends every day. The squad leader and the others said and really fantasized about it. It's exciting to think about. It's really not low-key, it's just nothing to brag about. Jiang Yu never felt that being born well was something to brag about. The words came out. The corners of the class presidents and other people's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Even Han Bin was choked by Jiang Yu's words, although he knew that Jiang Yu was such a person, and had already heard Jiang Yu say such things once before when he bumped into Jiang Yu being transported by a Rolls-Royce Phantom. But he still felt that Jiang Yu's words were really damn hard to know what to say. It's still nothing to brag about? See how that speaks like a human being? Jiang Yu, isn't it just a helicopter? Isn't it just the young proprietor of Guhua Hospital helping to ride the face output? What's all the fuss about? I understand Jiang Yu's meaning. Qi Chao, don't be alarmed. This is the gap, isn't it? The things that we feel are worth pretending are already taken for granted in Jiang Yu's eyes. The squad leader and others sighed. However, although they were curious about Jiang Yu's life, but seeing that Jiang Yu wasn't saying anything, they had the good sense not to pursue the matter further. Jiang Yu, next time you must bring me to experience a wave of Big Brother's life as well. That is, it's no exaggeration to say that you're really the only way I've ever gotten a peek at high society. Autumn pear cream. The squad leader and the others reacted in much the same way as Han Bin did at the time. Okay, you guys don't talk about it so much, just let's all hang out if we get a chance. Not this week though, I'm meeting other friends. Jiang Yu did not resist this. Those present were all the students in the class who were on good terms with him. It's fun if you play together. Next week then, we're all at your disposal, as long as you say yes, even with a full week or so to go. But the class president and others are getting impatient now. It's actually normal. At that time, Han Bin followed Jiang Yu for those 2 days. What kind of luxury was it? How enviable is that? And they were envious. Now, finally, it was their turn. How can this not excite them? Chapter 107, this is the real king of push. I can let my daughter wait for you for a few years. Jiang Yu chatted with Han Bin's squad leader and the others. Then he went to the hospitalization department to see Su Zhendong. I also wonder if word has gotten around about what just happened. Jiang Yu went over to the hospitalization department on his way. There were always quite a few people watching him from afar and talking. That's the guy, the bullseye, so good in every way. And I don't know if he has a girlfriend. I want my daughter to go after him. Unfortunately, he has a really strong background, and it feels like my family is a bit too high to reach. Alas, if he didn't have such a strong background, I would have directly accompanied a set of villas and directly let my daughter straighten him out and go home. Indeed, handsome and threefold. The only drawback is that the background is too strong and intimidating. Don't say that. It's not his fault, it's ours. Hear these words. Jiang Yu thought that those uncles and moms were joking at first, but I didn't expect it. There were actually some older men and women who came up to him and asked him if he had a girlfriend and wanted to introduce him to his girlfriend. Thank you uncle and auntie for your kind words. I just started college now, so I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Yu said politely. It's okay, I can make the doll wait for you for a couple years if you want. Certain older men and women are enthusiastic as hell. Jiang Yu really didn't have much experience in dealing with this kind of harmless, but enthusiastic uncle and aunt. It took him about 10 minutes. It was only barely enough to get past the older men and women. Come to Su Jindong's hospital room. Su Jindong's condition is nothing serious, just a broken leg that needs to rest for a while. Jiang Yu accompanied Su Jindong in the hospital room for a while. The whole time there was no mention of what had just happened to Ying. Although Sister Ying was Su Jindong's employee, what had just happened had absolutely nothing to do with Su Jindong. Mentioning it will only add to Su Jindong's embarrassment. Seeing this, Su Jindong was relieved to know that Jiang Yu did not take the matter to heart. Jiang Yu was different from a great young man like Chen Menghao. Although everyone is a top second generation, Chen Menghao has a more arrogant personality. It was far less appealing than Jiang Yu's character of treating everyone with care and making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. So Jiang Yu, besides having a stronger background than Chen Menghao, what's more, the connections and relationships are so much stronger than Chen Menghao. Pretty much to whichever field, whichever place, there were friends of Jiang Yu. This was where Jiang Yu was terrifying. This was the reason why Su Jindong cared so much about how his relationship with Jiang Yu was. After Jiang Yu left Su Jindong's hospital room, Logwa's end is done with the surgery. The surgery was pretty successful. Next, Logwa is hospitalized for observation for a period of time and can be discharged if his condition is stable. Because Logwa had just had surgery, he was still relatively weak. Jiang Yu and the others also simply went to the hospital room to take a look at Logwa and left the hospital after a few simple greetings. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye it was the next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Yu woke up early and simply washed up before leaving the school and taking a taxi to the Magic City Pier. This was the place where he had agreed to meet with Chen Menghao and the others. It took half an hour to get to the Magic City Pier. The Magic City Pier is huge as the pier with the most routes and the largest size in Magic City. There are a number of cargo ships as well as cruise ships parked along the shore. Chen Menghao and the others had also arrived. 1 for 5. All are familiar friends with each other. Although the parking lot at the site was full of Rolls-Royces and other luxury cars reserved for bigwigs going out, but Chen Menghao and each of them drove Ferraris and other exaggerated and windy supercars, so they were even more eye-catching together. What's this? A party for the rich? Ferrari Enzo, Lamborghini LP 750, Koenigsegg, TSK, they're all backwaters. Passers-by were talking. But what was even more remarkable was Jiang Yu, who had gotten out of the cab and walked over to converge with them. Jiang, good morning, Jiang. Jiang Yu walked towards Chen Menghao and the others. Chen Menghao and the others greeted cheerfully. Seeing this, the passers-by were all dumbfounded, all confused. Some can't believe their eyes. This little brother is bullish. The ones driving Ferraris are not as cool as him. Who says it isn't? Rich people really know how to have fun. Everyone drives supercars, and this young man even got out of a cab. This is the real king of push. A simple contrasting setting. This little brother immediately stole all the limelight. Passers-by marveled. Brother Jiang, early in the morning let us converge here. What arrangement? Chen Menghao and the others were only concerned about the surprise that Jiang Yu had arranged. Wait a while and we'll take a cruise ship over to the island to play, Jiang Yu said. Upon hearing this, the faces of Chen Menghao and the others instantly turned odd. That's it? No way, sir. My pants are down and you're telling me this. Brother Jiang, this arrangement of yours is a bit of a crotch-pulling. The pier is now parked. These cruise ships are very general. The Auguste, the Silk Nitus, these are just ordinary cruise ships, not much of a brand name. Indeed, that's really not very good. Jiang. If it were someone like Han Bin or the class president, hearing Jiang Yu say that he was going to take a boat to the island to play, he must have jumped up and down with excitement. After all, except for the class president, whose family was relatively well off, it was estimated that Han Bin and the others had never been on a cruise ship. Not even the class president has necessarily been on a cruise. It's not that you don't have that kind of money, It's just that you don't think about enjoying it that way until you're at that level. Definitely much less try just a normal weekend to live the life of getting high on a cruise ship to an island. But Chen Minghao, which of these people is not a top second generation? Having seen the world was far from comparable to Han Bin and the others. Cruise ships are out of reach for ordinary people, but much more ordinary for them. This was why they felt a little crotch-pulling after hearing Jiang Yu's arrangement like this. Jiang Yu smiled subtly. Don't worry, I said I would surprise you. Then of course it won't be one of these cruise ships. Wait and you'll see. Chen Minghao and the others were curious when they heard this. If it's not one of these cruise ships, what cruise ship is it? It seems like some well-known cruise ships, such as what Carnival and Centurion Princess. These have no recent notification of arriving at the Magic City Pier. The only one I haven't been on, the Star Cruise, known as the most luxurious ship in all of Yazhou, did recently make its maiden voyage at the Mordor Pier, but the date doesn't seem to have been set yet, does it? Just as Chen Minghao and the others were curious to the point of no return, suddenly, an unmistakable honk sounded. Look over at the sound of the flute. A huge cruise ship can be seen coming head-on at the mouth of the wide converging river and sea. Even though the distance was still a bit far, the outline of that one giant ship could still be clearly seen. Some of the cruise ships already docked at the Magic City Pier are not exactly small in size. The largest also has 10 floors, but compared to the huge ships coming head-on from the mouth of the converging rivers and seas, they seem small, like the difference between a cat and a tiger. It's not even in the same ballpark. The giant cruise ship rode the waves and slowly approached this side of the pier. The contours become clearer and clearer. What could be seen was that this huge ship, which was like a small mountain, was 20 stories high. The length was even more exaggerated, estimated to be more than 300 meters. The width is also about 50 meters, like a moving castle. Asterisk. What kind of cruise ship is this and why haven't I seen it before? Isn't this the ING Star Cruises I was just talking about? What the hell? Today just happens to be its maiden voyage? Brother Jiang, this can't be the surprise you prepared for us? Did you arrange this? After Chen Minghao and the others took a good look and recognized that this giant in front of them was the Star Cruise ship, stunned, he looked at Jiang Yu. Star, Chapter 108, this row, Jiang is powerful. The reason why Chen Minghao and the others felt that this was all arranged by Jiang Yu, it's because it's just too much of a coincidence. It just so happened that they were going on a cruise to the islands and happened to coincide with the maiden voyage of Star Cruises. Plus, Jiang Yu had always had a subtle expression on his face. It's hard not to relate to it that way. Looking at the incomparably curious Chen Minghao and the others, Jiang Yu didn't hide it at this moment. A generous admission. Yeah, a regular cruise must be no fun for you guys. That's the surprise I've prepared. How's that? Okay? Jiang Yu said with a smile. At those words, Chen Minghao and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Amazing. It's really you who arranged this. Brother Jiang is awesome. This is a ING surprise. More than okay, properly very satisfied. If it were Han Bin and the others, they would probably have to be dumbfounded at this moment. But the reaction of Chen Minghao and the others was no better. Totally stunned. Originally well informed. They were at this moment the same as Han Bin's first time following Jiang Yu to the private airport in Mordor. Totally an unseen expression. And I don't blame them for this reaction. The main reason was that all of this arranged by Jiang Yu was truly shocking. The Star Cruise's maiden voyage hadn't been finalized originally, but Jiang Yu had scheduled it for today. What kind of poker face is this? But how did you arrange it? Brother Jiang? It's so cowboy. It's not possible that your family has a stake in this Star Cruise, is it? Chen Minghao and the others issued a question immediately afterward. A little share. Originally, the date of Star Cruise's maiden voyage was set for these days. Before that, last week Manhwa did me a favor and said that I should schedule a good wave of shows, so I had the date set for today. The date is only known to some of the bigwigs who were invited and some who bought tickets. Then again, I can only say you've had better luck. If you guys ask me to schedule a show after a while, I can't really think of anything good. Jiang Yu nodded his head and explained. Small shares, got it. It's only a small stake to be able to just finalize a date for the inaugural voyage of Star Cruises? The gap is slowly getting wider and wider. It's almost too late to play together. But this wave was really well intentioned by Jiang. This matter of hiding it from us probably took a lot of effort. It's true that every time I follow Brother Jiang out and have him arrange the program, it's properly not boring. Chen Minghao and the other side as they joked around. At that exact moment, the huge Star Cruise ship had docked, up close and personal, covering the sky. The 20-story high, 300-meter-long giant brings a strong shock. Asterisk is so big. This cruise ship must displace over 150,000 tons. Many passers-by couldn't help but pull out their cell phones to take pictures, and Jiang Yu's face was calmer. Chen Minghao and the others were a bit excited. although they've traveled on the equally luxurious Carnival, Centurion Princess, etc. But they didn't try to be among the first to board such a luxury cruise ship on its maiden voyage. It's mainly the other cruises' first cruise dates that conflict with their itineraries, etc. Soon, the Star Cruise came to a complete stop. Immediately afterward, the cruise ship crew began to disembark. Star Cruise's boarding is divided into 2 lanes. One of them is the general visitor's passage. Of course, even though this was an ordinary tourist, being able to board the Star Cruise ship on its maiden voyage meant a strength in itself. Some passers-by who know something about Star Cruises look at the long line of ordinary tourists who are checking in for boarding, with a look of longing in their eyes. Gee, if only I could be one of the first to board the ship. Brothers, wake up. In addition to those invited bigwigs, other people want to be the first to board the ship, but also have to go through the audit. As if the funds have to be over how much. Specifically because I'm not strong enough to go over too much to understand. Actually, it's normal. This kind of top luxury cruise ship targets the rich, earns the business of the rich. In order to make the rich feel pushed, naturally they have to set some conditions. To us, these ordinary tourists are rich, but compared to the big shots in the VIP lane, they're poor. VIP access on Star Cruises requires little boarding, just simply verify the identity. In other words, VIP access guests are already on board while regular tourists are checking in. Technically, this is really the first ones to board the ship. Jiang Yu and Chen Menghao and the others were in no hurry to board the ship. Mostly, I ran into quite a few acquaintances before boarding the ship. Stao Yu, Mr. Jiang. The vast majority of these invited bigwigs knew Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also knows how to be polite, greeting and exchanging pleasantries with each of these bigwigs as they met. They let their elders board the ship first. Jiang Yu is rather busy. However, Chen Menghao and the others were relatively quite free. As I said before, their way of dealing with people was different from Jiang Yu's, and they didn't have the kind of tactics that Jiang Yu had to chat with any bigwig in order to have a good time. The most they could do was to say a brief hello to the bigwigs, but Jiang Yu was able to talk for quite a while, so more often than not, it was still Jiang Yu talking and laughing with the bigwigs. That's what I admire about Jiang. We're all about the same age, yet he's able to chat with some of the fatherly bigwigs. I really can't. I feel a little bit all over the place chatting with the fatherly bigwigs. Maybe that's the gap. Brother Jiang's card is really enough. Just boarding a ship. Most of the big brothers are chatting with Brother Jiang for a couple of minutes, making it look like Brother Jiang is like a host receiving guests. It would have been normal to host. Chen Menghao and the others were quite impressed when they saw Jiang Yu's means of dealing with the bigwigs. On the other side, the regular tourists who were waiting in agony to check into the ship. Looking at Jiang Yu, he looked completely as if he wasn't in a hurry to get on the ship. Talking, laughing and chatting with the bigwigs. Couldn't help but feel a little tingly. That's too big a gap. Our side to be here in the bitter queue of all kinds of trouble. This young guy but breezy completely do not need to rush. Alas, the contrast is really a little difficult. Crying. Star. Chapter 109, VIP Treatment Sour. Confident being reversed, because Jiang Yu knew almost all of the bigwigs who had been invited over. As a result, he and Chen Menghao and the others were pretty much the latest batch to board the ship in the VIP channel. Over in the general passageway, the tourists who were further ahead in line had almost begun to board the ship. It was the same time as Jiang Yu and the others boarded the ship. Those few tourists at the front of the line felt quite happy, feeling that they boarded the ship together with Jiang Yu and these VIPs. In other words, they can be considered VIPs. However, once on the cruise ship, they were dumbfounded by the sheer difference in treatment between the two. Hello gentlemen. Jiang Yu and the others boarded the cruise ship. Immediately, a staff member specializing in one-on-one reception and guidance respectfully bent down to send greetings. The one responsible for receiving Jiang Yu and the others was a uniformed young lady. Jiang Yu smiled back at her. Then he looked at Chen Menghao and the others. Why don't we have breakfast first? I didn't even eat just now. Chen Menghao and the others agreed. This way. The young lady is leading the way. Please briefly give us some information about this cruise ship and its configuration. On the way to the restaurant, Jiang Yu said to the staff lady. He actually knew more about Star Cruises. After all, his family has shares. He learned about it before he came to play. Now it was more of a matter of trying to get the staff to give Chen Menghao and the others a lecture. There are 20 floors on the Star Cruise ship, with floors 10 to 15 being the living quarters, and floors 6 to 9 as well as floors 16 to 20 being some of the restaurants and entertainment venues. For entertainment, it is equipped with an open-air swimming pool, a spa, a grand theater, overseas rock climbing, and other items. These are programs that the average visitor can experience, and programs like the golf course and undersea sightseers are open to VIPs. The young lady was seriously presenting. Chen Menghao and the others were somewhat surprised. And equipped with a golf course undersea tour? Kind of interesting. This overseas rock climbing sounds like fun. This is just perfect for a sporty little prince like me. Brother Jiang, why don't we go over and take a glance after breakfast later? Good. Star Cruise's overseas rock climbing is known as the Game of the Brave. Sounds exciting. Jiang Yu happened to be more interested in this. It coincided with the thoughts of Chen Menghao and the others. Jiang Yu and the others were led by the staff to the 9th floor of the Star Cruise ship. This is the Star Dream restaurant that Star Cruise has set up specifically for VIP users. The chefs are all Michelin-starred chefs, while the waitstaff are all 5-star professionally trained. Designed to provide better service to Star Cruise's VIPs, the staff introduced them while bringing Jiang Yu and the others to the Star Dream restaurant. The Star Dream's restaurant was not very large, around 200 square meters. After all, it's still a very small number of people who can be called VIPs no matter what. The restaurant is quite lavishly decorated, translucent and atmospheric marble on the bottom. The 3 crystal chandeliers overhead are metal pendants in different textured finishes, interspersed hanging, either high or low, staggered. Interpretation of the romantic atmosphere of the Sea Star restaurant. It's a nice restaurant. It's quite a bit more upscale than the Star dining room on the Carnival. Chen Menghao and Jiang Yu said. Indeed, not a big dining crowd right now. Jiang Yu chatted with Chen Menghao and the others as they walked to the window seat of the restaurant and sat down. The cruise ship hadn't started yet because there were still quite a few guests lined up to board, so there's not much of a view out the window. When you looked over, you either saw the Mordor Pier or the dense crowd of people underneath. Luckily the Stars and Dreams restaurant is located on the 9th floor. The people at the bottom couldn't see Jiang Yu sitting by the window even if they looked up. Otherwise, those who were queuing up would probably have their minds explode when they saw that Jiang Yu and the others had already sat down for breakfast. The minds of those underneath didn't blow up though. There can be quite a few tourists who have already boarded the ship and are passing by the Stars and Dreams restaurant, seeing Jiang Yu and the others leisurely enjoying their breakfast. And then I thought about how I was a little heartbroken because I was spending too much money on the Star Cruise, and chose to rush to the free restaurant so that I wouldn't run out of good seats for the crowds later. Such a contrast. Just can't help but be heartbroken. Being rich is really enjoyable. It's another early boarding and direct access to the cruise ship's fine dining. Unlike us who are exhausted and have to wait in line to do something sour. Jiang Yu and Chen Menghao and the others finished breakfast. It was already an hour later. At this time all the tourists have all boarded the ship. The cruise ship has been launched to the river and sea convergence mouth position. Through the windows of the Star Dream restaurant, you can see the waves of the ocean and the entire magic city in miniature. On the one hand, there is the magnificent landscape of nature, and on the other hand, there is a steel city built by man. It looks quite something. Jiang Yu and the others sat and chatted for a while, waiting for it to be digested. Then you let the staff take you to Star Cruise's most unique overseas rock climbing venue. On the way there, Chen Menghao and the others were quite excited. They are both thrill-seeking masters. Jiang Yu did likewise. He had done a lot of rock climbing before, and he had even done it without safety measures for a different experience. That adrenaline rush is still fresh in my mind when I think back on it, even after all this time. But Jiang Yu had never played this overseas rock climbing. Overseas rock climbing is a program unique to Star Cruises. Take the elevator to the 17th floor of the cruise ship. Come to the cruise ship's rightmost outdoor deck, the largest open-air deck on the 17th floor. Jiang Yu understood why the staff had emphasized one after another that overseas rock climbing was a brave man's game. The climbing wall was converted from the exterior walls of the 17th to 20th floors of the cruise ship, placed completely outside of the cruise ship. The climb is with the rippling ocean behind you and the choppy waves looking down. The thrill looks the same as seeing Spider-Man climb tall buildings straight out of the movies, even more intense. There is a safety harness though to make sure safety issues don't happen, but the program still looks thrilling. No, the first challenger climbed to 1/3 of the height. I do not know whether it is too much psychological pressure. Feet slipped and fell down. Many of the tourists who had also gathered here for the thrill were shocked to see the brother fall. That looks a little scary. Just now I went over to look at the eye. The original excitement of the force did not have. Damn, outside is close to 100 meters high altitude. Climbing, the feeling of an accident will be from 100 meters high to fall to the ocean, which gives a person's psychological pressure is really quite big. It's no wonder the dude fell off just 1/3 of the way up. Probably pissed himself inside. Anyway, I just watched him fall like that and got scared. Damn, it's exactly the same feeling as when you jump off a building and people fall down, isn't it? The tourists were talking and their faces were quite grave. They can't do this with their guts. Brother Jiang, are you going to pass first or should I? Chen Menghao said confidently. Mojo looks like he can't wait. Seeing this, Jiang Yu said, then you go first. Chen Menghao nodded and walked over, allowing the staff to directly tie on the safety rope. Then without saying a word, began to climb. Not 2 minutes. With a cry of surprise, Chen Menghao stepped on his feet and fell straight down. The many tourists who had originally seen Chen Menghao's chest and had expectations for him could not help but sigh. Grass. This program is really something. It's not as scary as skydiving or bungee jumping, But the difference is that with skydiving or bungee jumping, you just have to take a bold leap down and break through that momentary awe. It's useless to be even afraid of what comes next. Just grit your teeth and enjoy the centrifugal feeling and be done with it. But with this program, when you climb, you need to keep looking down because you need to see where you're stepping. It also means constantly repeating the horror of seeing yourself dozens or hundreds of meters up in the air, with raging waves just below you, over and over again. You have to be very mentally tough to do that. When Chen Menghao came back, he no longer looked like the awesome Boom Boom from earlier. Rather, it was quite a sigh of relief. Seems a bit bowled over. Seriously, you're not making excuses, are you? Yi Xian and the others expressed their disdain. But when they went to the edge of the deck and looked down, they saw that it was like an open-mouthed beast waiting to drop you down, as if it were going to devour you. Inside, it tightened slightly. A little bit of faith in what Chen Menghao said. Confidence isn't so great anymore. Brother Jiang, why don't you try? Chen Menghao was a bit curious if Jiang Yu could succeed in reaching the top. It's quite interesting according to you. Let me try it. Chapter 110, The Flow of Water. The Sensation of the Stadium. Jiang Yu was instead excited. He has always sought to play something exciting, to decompress and break through at the same time. Sharpen your own mind. Otherwise he wouldn't be running off to skydive from time to time. Right now this overseas rock climbing, which even Chen Menghao found quite difficult, had successfully ignited his interest. Worthy of being Brother Jiang, his mindset is better than ours. Go Jiang! Steady on to set an example for the brothers. Chen Menghao and the others were surprised to see Jiang Yu's fighting spirit, and they cheered Jiang Yu on. Good. Jiang Yu gave a spontaneous smile towards Chen Menghao and the others, walked straight over to the staff to get a safety harness on. Someone actually got on again? This little guy has a lot of courage. Isn't this the Pussy King who just got out of the cab? A rich second generation actually has so much guts. Not bad. That's a handsome attitude, this confidence. I just don't know if I can make it to the top. Seeing Jiang Yu, most of the tourists were talking. Everyone was very impressed with Jiang Yu. Let's not talk about the fact that Jiang Yu's looks were so outstanding. And just now, Chen Menghao and the others drove a sports car, and Jiang Yu got out of the cab to meet up with everyone. Then there's the fact that Jiang Yu talks and laughs with the bigwigs as he boards the ship through the VIP channel. The scene is firmly etched in everyone's mind. Most people already had a preconceived notion that Jiang Yu, who had a low-key demeanor but could impress people with everything he did, was the king of push. They are all curious if this Jiang Yu, who has been stealing the limelight, will be able to succeed in shaking up the room once again this time. After tying up the safety rope, Jiang Yu was not careless and took a deep breath to adjust a wave of his mind. Then, in plain sight, Jiang Yu crossed the deck guardrail to the starting point of the overseas rock climbing. The feet were on a small deck that jutted out a bit, but it doesn't make you feel like you have your feet on the ground. Rather, it gives a clear sense of the depths, high above the ocean. Looking through the small deck at the waves brought up by the Star Cruise ship underneath as it cloaked its way through the sea, it does put a lot of psychological pressure on people. But Jiang Yu's face was calm. Rub your hands together to allow the magnesium powder to fill in the lines of your palms more evenly. Then start climbing. Jiang Yu had practiced climbing before, and his movements were quick and stable. It was quite a surprise to the visitors to the theater. The start is smooth. The climbing moves are all over the place. Professional. This brother. It can be handsome. It's really worthy of being the king of push. Not to mention anything else. Just this set of starts. It's already handsome. Chen Menghao and the others were quite calm. They knew Jiang Yu too well and knew that these current operations of Jiang Yu were just basic operations. What they expected was for Jiang Yu to stabilize his mind and reach the top. Although in the sea, the wind was relatively strong. The sound of whistling in the ears, as well as the sound of roaring waves underground constantly reminded Jiang Yu that he was deep in the dozens of meters of high altitude at this time. If one is not careful enough to fall, it gives the illusion of falling into an abyss. But Jiang Yu's mind was still stable. He had been influenced by his father, Jiang Jinnan, from a young age, and was able to be immovable most of the time. Plus he plays exciting programs from time to time and keeps pushing himself. At this point the outside world brought him minimal influence. Jiang Yu's climbing speed remained the same. Soon, Jiang Yu managed to climb to a third of the height. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was still steadily rising, the tourists present were a bit startled. But just then, the mutation is sudden. It was because the route Jiang Yu had chosen was somewhat less than perfect. The next plastic rock he had to step on was a little farther away. Quite barely. But this is the only line. The tourists were curious what Jiang Yu should do. Being high in the air, you can't just leap up and grab it, can you? However, Jiang Yu slightly leapt up, and managed to grab the piece of plastic rock. The tourists are scared silly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The scene was loud and clear. They were stunned. It wasn't Jiang Yu's arm strength that surprised him, People who play climbing and have practiced have quite a bit more arm strength than the average person. And it's nothing to support your body with one hand for a while. What they were surprised about was Jiang Yu's guts. Ordinary people on a normal climb wouldn't dare to leap up to close the distance to catch the landing. But Jiang Yu's guts were unusually large. How dare you play such a game at a height of dozens of meters? They had just stood on the sturdy deck alone, and it was gut-wrenching to walk to the edge and look down. That is like an abyssal sea. The whistling waves brought great psychological pressure. Even just having them jump around the edge of the deck is a bit of a double take when you think about it. But Jiang Yu is so bold and fat that he is in the high air, and his feet are jumping on the plastic stones that are so dinky. Contrast. The difference is too great. The most important thing was that Jiang Yu had done this wave of tawdry maneuvers, but surprisingly, it hasn't fallen yet. This unparalleled boldness is paired with a skill set that is good in its own right. The two add up. That's a bit of a ing oxymoron. Full marks for this maneuver. I give it a 90 out of 10. Out of 10 kind of thing. Regardless of whether or not he ends up on top, he's already in jail in my mind for the king of push position. Real men. The tourists gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up. Even Chen Manhwa and the others were convinced. Not bad for Jiang. Coward. And just as the crowd marveled, Jiang Yu slowly replaced his right leg with a more stable plastic rock, with 2 stable support points. The whole thing was noticeably easier. The left hand also rediscovered its support. There was a chance of falling because the few plastic rocks attached to the hand and foot grips weren't stable enough. But now it's done. There was a round of applause. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, might as well relax his nerves, and then continue to climb with the same tenacity that had just erupted. 1/2 height, 2/3 height. Jiang Yu continues to rise. Although the process seemed thrilling, Jiang Yu was stabilized in wave after wave. Seeing that Jiang Yu was getting closer and closer to the apex, Chen Menghao and the others, as well as those tourists, became more and more nervous. It could be said that Jiang Yu's every step tugged at their heartstrings. Just 2 steps away. Asterisk 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 is 1 step closer. Asterisk 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 really topped it. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was climbing to the apex with one hand, the entire room roared. Star. Chapter 111. This is okay? Shocked. Seeing Jiang Yu reach the top, the people at the bottom were shocked. None of them had expected that Jiang Yu would actually become one. Everyone blew up. Cowardly. Not bad for a pushover king. The lad is really something. Strong. First place at the top. But Jiang Yu didn't hurry down. Instead, you climbed to the top. An open deck. Ordinary indoor or outdoor rock climbing will not be set up at the top to let people rest. Or touch the top of the challenge is complete. You can fall directly. But the Star Cruise was set up instead. Jiang Yu walked to the top rest area. The lounge area is like a regular pantry with umbrellas and tables and chairs and a variety of drinks. Jiang Yu casually asked for a Coke. At this moment, he was at the highest point of the entire Star Cruise ship. Standing on a high spot looking out over the endless ocean and drinking a cold Coke was quite a treat. Not that he hadn't tried to see the ocean from this height. He'd tried it before in a helicopter over the ocean, and the view was even more beautiful from that angle. Except now it's a view he got by conquering a rather difficult overseas climb. It's a very special experience. Jiang Yu admired it for a short while and turned around. From this lounge you can see some of the cruise ship's 17-20th floors. The entertainment area. The reason why Star Cruises was able to convert the 17-20th floor facades for overseas climbing, it's because these 3 layers are hollow inside. In the center is a huge outdoor pool. A bar and grill are set up around the perimeter. I'm guessing there's going to be some kind of event over here in the evening for a rave party. In addition to the pool, Jiang Yu also saw the cruise ship's opera house, which could be accessed from the staircase next to the pool, which was on the 2nd floor as opposed to the pool, which was actually on the 18th floor. Also see the prime beaches that cruise ships have set up exclusively for VIPs as well as the golf course at sea, positioned directly across from each other on the same horizontal line. Jiang Yu took a general look around. Then it was time to leave the rest area and land directly back the way you came to the start of the overseas climb. Steady on the ground. It's simply not too dashing. Cool. It's a cow. It's a cow. Visitors speak from the heart. All felt handsome by Jiang Yu, mainly because the people who had just challenged were falling down and stumbling to the ground. A perfect foil for Jiang Yu. Some people even gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up as he passed by. Awesome. Chen Menghao and the others were also excited. He quickly surrounded Jiang Yu. It's worthy of you, Jiang. One shot. Just now played a wave of difficult maneuvers. Convinced. Steady as a rock. It really is an example to the brothers. There's pressure. Jiang, you're a bit outrageously good at heart. Didn't you panic just now? Chen Menghao and the others were all a bit curious while admiring immensely. There's definitely a psychological pressure when climbing. But it's okay. It's acceptable. It's not as horrible as I thought it would be. You'll just have to try it. It's best just not to go sideways. You'll see the water on the other side and the psychological pressure is futile. Just now, In the rest area, standing at a high point and looking down, I could see at a glance what the pros and cons of the several routes available for the climb were. Jiang Yu briefly shared a wave to everyone, summarizing the strategy so quickly. That's really something. Jiang doesn't talk about it. Now I'm full of confidence. Let's charge a wave first. Because of Jiang Yu, everyone had confidence. Even Chen Manhwa, who had just fallen once and had some psychological shadows, was also energized by his fighting spirit. The group rushed and started over to try it. But the ending wasn't so ideal. In addition to failing once, the mindset was completely adjusted, and Chen Manhwa, who was completely psychologically prepared, as well as the luckier Yi Xian aside, no one else made it to the top. They failed for different reasons, either because they weren't able to focus fully, or they didn't choose their route perfectly, etc. It certainly wasn't a crotch pull. All climbed over half the distance. After all, Jiang Yu had just summarized some experiences for them. Soon, Chen Manhwa and the others returned to Jiang Yu's side. Grass. I was so close just now. Hey, I was close too, but it was a close fall, and better luck kept me steady. This program is indeed a bit difficult, so you can imagine that Jiang really has something to offer by passing it all at once. The group couldn't stop sighing. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu and his group intended to leave the place, but just as they turned around, little brother, wait. At those words, Jiang Yu stopped, and Chen Manhwa and the others followed suit and turned around. Just a cute little girl came out of the head of the crowd, walking up to Jiang Yu's group with his hands covering a board. To be precise, it should be Jiang Yu following. Can I interrupt for a moment? Little brother, what is it? Jiang Yu looked at the other party curiously. This little girl was about as young as he was. The skin is fair and blows like an egg. Little fleshy cheeks. It's kinda cute with a pink jumper and jeans. The cute girl handed Jiang Yu the board in her arms, and while saying so, little brother, it's like this. I'm studying art, and I was suddenly inspired when I watched you climb just now. So, I made such a painting without your consent, but I didn't mean to. Can you forgive me? At the end of her sentence, the little girl spat out her tongue in embarrassment. Head, big fluttering eyes. Some of the hearts are weak. At that, the visitors at the scene were dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's okay? There's actually a girl who made a special painting. TSK, that's a nice treat. I've seen good-looking people get hit on, but this is really the first time I've seen this. Even Chen Manhwa and the others were somewhat envious. They are also good-looking and often show off one-handed Ferraris and one-handed Lamborghinis on the road, and are often hit on by girls. But right now it's not like they've touched it. So true, Jiang. What a way to surprise us everywhere we go. I'm not bad-looking. How come no girl paints me? Ugh. Star. Chapter 112. You can find Jiang Yu in any high-end neighborhood. Jiang Yu fell back with an odd expression on his face. He didn't realize that the girl had made a painting of herself directly. Looking at the little girl who was blushing a bit because of Chen Manhwa and the others' words, taking the panel, he took a closer look at it. This little girl drew the scene when he climbed to the top. The painting is very good. Jiang Yu in the painting had a firm pace and a resolute gaze. Very intentional. Let's be moved by this. Jiang Yu could tell at a glance that this little girl was a professional. I guess it was the emotion that made me make this picture just now. It's okay. The drawing is pretty good. Jiang Yu smiled gently. The little girl breathed a sigh of relief. It's still just a first draft. Wait until I get back to my room and make some more careful revisions, and I'm sure I'll be able to draw all of your handsomeness. The little girl smiled mischievously. Then, her big watery eyes lifted and turned. Little brother, if you like it, why don't I make a copy for you after I revise it later? Jiang Yu thought about it and nodded. Yes, mostly because he felt that summoning today was still meaningful to him. It just so happens that this little girl drew the moment he reached the top, which is quite memorable. So which room are you staying in? I'll send it to you later after I revise and copy it. The little girl asked, but it's also possible that it won't be perfectly modified for a while. Tell you what, just in case, I'll add you on WeChat. If I finish the revisions while I'm on the ship, I'll send them directly to you. Otherwise, send me your address and I'll mail it to you then. The little girl's quirky appearance made Chen Manhwa and the others couldn't help but be happy. You can do it, sister. You've got an endless list of routines. Another room number, another tweet, another address, and all of them found sensible reasons. TSK, master, WeChat and room number I guess Jiang will give you, but the address is impossible. However, if you really want to develop a wave with Jiang offline, directly to any one of the high-end villa areas and neighborhoods in Magic City to squat a wave of persistent words, guaranteed to have an effect. Sister, cheers. I can only help you up to here. Chen Manhwa and the others thought that this little girl was quite cute and funny, and they flirted. The little girl blushed, and the tourists were amazed, not surprised at the little girl's pickup routine. This was a bit of a surprise though as well. However, compared to the sentence from Chen Manhwa and the others that directly went to the villa area to squat on Jiang Yu, It was simply not worth mentioning. Did I hear it right just now? Any villa area in Magic City? Meaning this brother has properties in any villa area in Magic City? Brother, you really heard wrong. And is missing the most critical two words, high-end. Not ordinary villa area. Oh, is a high-end villa area. Circle up, to focus on the test. 20 points, love it or not. Holy crap, is it that scary? Are you any more ing off base? The tourists were dumbfounded one by one. They knew that Jiang Yu must be rich and a big shot. Available at. Jiang Yu had properties in any high-end villa area in Magic City. It still shocks them. As for Jiang Yu, he felt helpless. He whitened his eyes at Chen Menghao and the others who were only concerned about the world, then looked at the quirky little girl in front of him. Think about it. Okay, then let's add WeChat. What exactly is the situation? Later you WeChat with me. Good. The little girl made some little leaps. The two added each other on WeChat. Jiang Yu then realized that the little girl in front of him was named Tang Euro. Tang Euro is indeed a college student. Not from Mordor, though, and not attending college in Mordor, but attending the Island School of the Arts. A brief chat. Jiang Yu spoke to Tang Euro before leaving with Chen Menghao and the others. On luxury cruises like Star Cruises, meals are usually included in the room rate. It's just that a free restaurant won't be very large. Usually you have to go a little early to get a seat if you want to find a spot. That's why those ordinary tourists just now ran the restaurant first thing after boarding the ship. It is expected that the number of people dining at noon will be even higher, and the regular restaurants will already be full. Jiang Yu and his group passed by one of the paid restaurants on the 17th floor, and they all saw that it was almost full of people. But that's not the case with Starscream Restaurant. The Starscream Restaurant was a little more crowded than at breakfast, but there were still plenty of empty seats. Jiang Yu and his group came to Star Dream Restaurant and still picked a window seat. The waiter at the restaurant immediately greeted him. What's a bit of a fresh ingredient right now? Recommendations, please. The staff just replenished a fresh batch of seafood a few moments ago. Among the rarer butter crabs, king salmon. The staff expertly reported on the fresh ingredients owned by the back kitchen. These ingredients are specially prepared for the VIP guests of Starscream Restaurant. Then have one of all those seafood you mentioned. Jiang Yu didn't have to ask Chen Menghao and the others, and directly reported the names of several dishes. It wasn't that he was familiar with Chen Menghao and the others to such an extent. It's just that there are only a couple dozen high-end ingredients, and usually everyone gets together and eats them. It's easy to remember the dozens of ingredients and who doesn't like which ones. If you were at another place and heard a guest say all of them, the staff would probably confirm it. After all those seafood he had just mentioned came in, and there were quite a few dishes added, which were more expensive, adding up to a conservative $30,000. But this was Starscream Restaurant, and he recognized Jiang Yu and knew it was the big man, so he said yes and turned to make the arrangements. About 10 minutes passed. A dish was presented by the staff. Steamed butter crab. Simple to make, but most original. And the chef's handiwork was obviously very good. Steaming the crab without breaking the chella or folding the claws, or missing the butter crab's unique grease, which would affect the taste. King salmon sashimi, the emperor fish of salmon. Iberian ham, known as the meat of the gods, and so on. Unlike before in Han Bin, Jiang Yu and his entourage do not need to exchange too many pleasantries. The dishes are ready to eat directly, chatting while eating. The meal passed quickly. Butter crab is light and flavorful, while king salmon is rich and full-bodied. Very enjoyable. Jiang Yu was quite satisfied. That's nice. Jiang's arrangements are indeed spot on. It's been a while since I've had these seafood. The wine is full. What does Jiang say next? You arrange it. Chen Menghao and the others ate very satisfactorily one by one. Slumped in his chair, the word comfortable was written all over his face. Now only a little more than not to 2 o'clock. The big noon first go to the cruise ship that Gold Beach press a motor to relax, and then relax to play and then play a game of golf? Jiang Yu proposed. Okay. Chen Menghao and the others were fine with it. Jiang Yu was just about to get up and leave the restaurant. That's when Han Bin called him. Or a video call. Star. Chapter 113, Artificial Beach on a Cruise Ship. Is this any more exaggerated? Seeing this, Jiang Yu was in no hurry to leave for the time being and picked up Han Bin's video call. What's wrong? On the other end of the video, Han Bin's background should be near an artificial lake at the school. It's just Han Bin with a sad face. It made Jiang Yu a little curious. Alas, after the last live broadcast of your 2 days of godly life before, the water users found my usual program tasteless. What kills me is still when I'm on the air and they keep chanting where you've been. No, they encouraged me to give you a video to find out what's going on. What are you doing now? Han Bin was somewhat helpless and equally curious. Hearing Han Bin say this, Jiang Yu realized that Han Bin's live broadcasting equipment was on the side. Just had a full meal. What fancy restaurants are you spending your money at again? Let me open my eyes. Jiang Yu switched to the rear camera and briefly showed Han Bin the general environment of the Star Dream restaurant. Anyway, Star Dreams restaurant is now much less crowded, not afraid to shoot some of the big boys in the foot. This is it? It doesn't feel like it's even close to that restaurant we went to last time. The decor of the Starscream restaurant is exceptional among a group of cruise ship restaurants, but the visual impact of the clump alone is a bit less than that of the restaurant at the Manhwa Hotel. The unknown Hanbin was quite surprised. The dining room on a cruise ship is like this, mainly because of the long hours of traveling at sea. Can be able to choose the material is somewhat limited. There's a lot of factors that have to be considered, such as moisture resistance. The visual impact really isn't as good as many 5-star restaurants, Jiang Yu said with a smile. He understood Hanbin's reaction. Everything at the Marriott is styled for ultimate luxury. Visually, the Starscream restaurant, which favors a cozy style for VIPs, is quite a bit weaker. What? You're on a cruise ship now? At those words, Hanbin was shocked. Last week it was airplane jumping, and this week it's running on a cruise ship. No wonder the view out the window looked a little off to me just now. Damn, this life is kind of cool. Hanbin had a wistful look on his face. The water friends in the live streaming room on that end didn't get to see the footage of Jiang Yu and Hanbin's video though, but hearing that Jiang Yu was now on a cruise ship, the pop-up area immediately became much more active. Kind of cool? So floaty? Could you please replace the word with something more appropriate? 10,000 books of blood. Take a look at cruise ships. Autumn pear cream. The pop-up's reaction was similar to Hanbin's. Envy. Hanbin went on to say, cruise ship, this can involve my knowledge blind spot. Convenient to take me around? Originally, he simply wanted to chat with Jiang Yu, find out about Jiang Yu's current situation and then give an account of it to his water friends. But when he heard that Jiang Yu was in a cruise ship, his interest immediately came. Jiang Yu was in what was ironically a top-class luxury cruise ship. He looked eager. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. It just so happens that I'm ready to go to the next stop now. You can simply look at it on the way if you want. After saying that, Jiang Yu greeted Chen Manhwa and the others and left the restaurant together. When Jiang Yu climbed to the top overseas just now, he memorized the locations of the various entertainment programs on the cruise ship at a glance. There is no need for a staff member to lead the way. Straight away you head to the top of the cruise ship on your own. Along the way, Hanbin saw everything on the cruise ship through the camera with an expression of excitement and surprise. When coming to the top, see the golf course at the other end and then see the recreational facilities such as the pool with its hollow design below. Hanbin was dumbfounded. Is this a luxury cruise ship? Damn, it feels more fun than on land. It's not the same everywhere you go without money. It's solid. Hanbin just adjusted the live broadcast equipment. The waterboys also get to see what the video is about. They were all stunned as well. By the way, how did you access the internet at sea? You wouldn't still have a signal, would you? Hanbin suddenly thought of this question. There's Wi-Fi on the ship, Jiang Yu said and came to the right side of the top floor of the cruise ship. Directly in front of it is a sign directing to the golden sandy beach just ahead. When Jiang Yu and his group appeared here, a staff member in charge of this area immediately walked up. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Chen, good noon. Welcome to Golden Beach. Golden Beach is a VIP-only area. The staff obviously knew all the VIP's profiles and had memorized the looks of all of them. Being able to recognize Jiang Yu and his party separately, Jiang Yu nodded. Please introduce us. He knew that the cruise ship would have staff on this piece. There must be something subtle about this Golden Beach. Okay guys, please follow me. Follow the staff a few steps. The first thing that came into view was a huge deck. In front of the deck, there was soft sand. The sand is fine and soft and golden in the sunlight. A few coconut trees are planted on both sides. Next to the coconut trees are umbrellas, and underneath the umbrellas are beach chairs made of rattan and tables made of the same vines. In front of the beach is an infinity pool. I guess the idea is to give VIPs an experience that is truly like being on the beach. The size of this pool is massively exaggerated. This side is the right side of the top of the cruise ship, and the pool just spills over from the right side to the edge of the golf course on the left. You can imagine the size of the area. The pool seems to have been specially designed. Jiang Yu noted keenly. It seems that no matter what angle or position you are in, looking towards the edge of the pool, you will see the pool connected to the ocean outside. And the pool is not calm. The pool near the beach has been designed to have its own waves, at first glance, like a real beach, for the enjoyment of the VIPs sounding the real beach. All the sand has been specially transported back from the Gold Coast, soft and fine. The sand thickness is consistent with the Gold Coast. The pool has been specially designed to have its own waves, at the same level as the waves on the beach. The edge location is likewise designed so that no matter what progress is made looking out toward the sea, the two are connected in a single line. Staff began the presentation. The general content was similar to what Jiang Yu had just observed. Thus Jiang Yu was not surprised at this point. Nice. A little something. But Chen Manhwa and the others were quite surprised, because they hadn't really noticed any of this just now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And when Han Bin on the other end of the video heard this, his entire body was dumbfounded. A pool that comes with its own waves with sand specially shipped in from overseas. Is this any more of a ing exaggeration? Chapter 114, Poverty Restricts My Imagination. Han Bin's entire body was dumbfounded, surprised as hell. He knew that this cruise ship Jiang Yu was traveling on was ironically very luxurious, but I didn't expect it to be this luxurious, specializing in transporting sand from abroad in so many designs for the pool. As much as possible, the real beach was recreated on the cruise ship. What kind of concept is that? Before, he thought that he had followed Jiang Yu for 2 days and was considered to have seen the world, but at this moment, he instantly felt earthy again. How much work must this be? It's outrageous. Build one without a beach. I'm convinced. Being rich is a real treat. I'm cracking up straight away. Surely poverty still limits my imagination. The water boy on the other end was also stunned. The pop-up section instantly exploded, dense and rolling all the time. In the meantime, Jiang Yu and Chen Manhwa and the others had already entered the beach. The sand under your feet is transported from the heady side of the globe, the Gold Coast, or not. This kind of detail Jiang Yu could not distinguish. Not that he hadn't been to the Gold Coast. Rather, when he visits each beach, he focuses more on the surrounding scenery and concentrates on the visuals. As for the sand quality, he felt that all the top beaches had similar sand that was soft to step on. The same softness is given to these sands underfoot. It was as if the whole thing was going to sink in. It was just the right amount of comfort. The quality of the sand is certainly top-notch as well. Jiang Yu walked to the intersection of the pool and the beach. The water in the pool was just like the water on a real beach, lapping at the backs of your feet in wave after wave. It's really good. The only flaw I guess is that the water in the pool was too clear to make a splash. But that's normal. The water chosen for this side of the pool is definitely the best kind. Jiang Yu didn't go down to the pool, and after simply strolling around, he asked the staff to find a few masseurs to come over. TSK, eat and drink enough, come to the top artificial beach to sunbathe, get a massage and look at the scenery. It's too damn comfortable. Hang up for now. I won't bother you. If I keep reading this, I guess I'll have to go into autism. Han Bin had envy written all over his face. Jiang Yu and Han Bin exchanged pleasantries before hanging up the phone. There are locker rooms just off to the side of the Golden Beach. After Jiang Yu and Chen Manhwa and the others changed into loose clothes, the staff has arranged for a massage therapist. It goes without saying that the masseuses are young ladies. The face and body are outstanding. It's a top goddess out there, and wearing a very charming cheongsam. The attention of many tourists was drawn to it. One LSB's eyes went straight as he looked at the ladies' open cheongsams. Each of these ladies is unique in their own way. Jiang Yu didn't care about this, and casually found one that looked agreeable before plopping down on the rattan chair. The massages are quite varied. Kneeling, ear-picking, 3 ups and 3 downs, and so on. No violations. But it still makes those LSP tourists' eyes go straight. An hour later, massage complete. Jiang Yu was lying on a rattan chair, drinking red wine, bathing in the sunlight and looking at the endless sea. I don't know if it's been quite a while since I've been to the beach, but I think it's a different experience now. Jiang Yu's side was tasty, but visitors to the public pool suffered. The public pool is kinda big though, but there can't be too many people. It was fine at first. It was close to the Magic City and the weather was pretty cool, but since the course is currently heading towards the islands, the further we advance the closer we get to the south and the hotter the weather gets. Add in the high noon. Plus some of the LSPs came over to look at the bikinis, and there were a bunch of people. It's just crowded. No experience to speak of at all. Jiang Yu and his group stayed over at the Golden Beach for a while. Wait until about 4 o'clock and leave for the next stop. Sea Golf Course. The Gold Beach and the Sea Golf Course are both on the top floor. Just one on the right and one on the left. Less than 3 minutes. Jiang Yu and his group came right up to the golf course. Although the Star Cruise is huge, but it's a bit of a catch-22 for a full golf course. A full golf course must cover at least 60 hectares. Right in front of us is the miniature golf course. The area is about 300 square meters or so, but the Sparrow is small. The miniature golf course in front of you has 18 holes just like the standard one. The entire field is covered in green grass leather, and there are large areas of straight cuts, water features, and rocks. Whole fairway greens of different shapes and variations are set up. Jiang Yu was quite satisfied with this. The caddy quickly handed Jiang Yu and the others clubs and set up the ball. Brother Jiang, how does this thing play? I've forgotten everything you taught me last time. Chen Manhwa was not too keen on golf. He has a more rowdy personality and does not like this kind of gentleman's sport, but playing golf on the ocean, his first time, was a little more exciting. Where do you not remember? Jiang Yu asked. All. Jiang Yu was somewhat helpless, unable to do anything with a guy like Chen Manhwa who did many things on a whim. Let's start with how to hold it. First the left hand. Place the rod from the first knuckle of the index finger against the palm diagonally across up against the thick pad of flesh at the lower end of the palm rim, with the thumb pointing to the right eye in the V pattern with the index finger, and then the right hand. Jiang Yu broke down the movement step by step and demonstrated it for Chen Menghao. Professional. But is it that simple? Try one first. Chen Menghao confidently aimed at the swinging golf ball and swung directly and vigorously. Nice move, but it didn't go in. And this doesn't go in? This cue ball grates on me, doesn't it? The confident Chen Menghao suddenly blanched. After your motion is set, aim at the hole, hypothesize a line, and then swing. Jiang Yu could see Chen Menghao's problem at a glance. Chen Menghao sniffed and waited for the caddy to reset the ball and then followed what Jiang Yu had said, hypothesizing a route before hitting the ball. Then, swing hard. The golf ball arced beautifully, and then, steady in the hole. It actually went in. Brother Jiang is bullish. Professional. Chen Menghao was shocked. He had played golf with Jiang Yu before, but at that time he had played on a professional golf course with a coach. He just knew that Jiang Yu could play, but wasn't too sure about the strength. Now that he was being guided by Jiang Yu, he had a rough judgment of Jiang Yu's strength. 2 words, professional. Jiang can. How about we compare notes? None of them guys are good at their level. It's not even challenging to play with them. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, and was quite surprised by Jiang Yu's strength. He hadn't played golf with Jiang Yu before this. Now that he saw that Jiang Yu's strength was good, he immediately came to a good mood. Star. Chapter 115, teaching him to behave. Showing him up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That just doesn't sound good to me. That's right. It's just that the sport of golf doesn't suit me. Otherwise it would be your turn to be arrogant here. Brother Jiang. Have a match with Yi Xian and teach him some things about being a human being. Although Yi Xian is very powerful. Brother Jiang, I do believe in you. When the others heard Yi Xian say this, they started to raise a ruckus. They were well aware of Yi Xian golf's strength, knowing that there was no way to stop Yi Xian from pretending with this kind of three-legged kung fu of his. Thus, each and every one of them hoped that Jiang Yu would sanction a wave of Yi Xian. For Jiang Yu, they had confidence, because seriously, they felt that Jiang Yuxin was the child of someone else's family that his parents talked about. In all these years, they hadn't seen much in the way of areas that weren't Jiang Yu's strengths. What do you say, Jiang? You decide. Nothing else is as good as you, but golf is a really bad one. Yi Xian said confidently. Then let's have a match. I promise for Brother Jiang. Horse, pretending in front of my Brother Jiang? See how Brother Jiang will teach you to behave later. Chen Menghao, the violent temper, immediately went to his head. He and Jiang Yu were very close. In the past, when Jiang Yu loved to play, the two could be said to be wearing the same pants. Just couldn't see Yi Xian talking to Jiang Yu like that. Alright, Jiang Yu was indifferent to this. Playing golf alone does get a little boring. It's less boring to mess with a wave like that instead. Okay, so 18 holes in one breath? I'll go first? Could be. Seeing this, the ball boy immediately helped Yi Xian set up the ball. 18 balls were placed in an orderly manner in front of Yi Xian's heel. Yi Xian came to the first ball and followed it. Standard grip as well as stance, aiming, and then swing hard. The action is flowing. With this series of actions, Jiang Yu could tell that Yi Xian really knew how to play golf. The first ball curved beautifully, steady in the hole. Beautiful, Jiang Yu said. See, Jiang said I had a beautiful shot. Yi Xian and Chen Menghao and the others fooled around a bit. That's Jiang, he's being polite and respecting you as an opponent. That's not your capital to pretend with us. Play nice and play your game. And if you act like a pussy again, I'll throw your clubs overboard. If you want to act tough, you have to wait until you win against Jiang. Chen Menghao laughed and cursed. The others followed suit. The atmosphere was very cordial. Seeing this, Yi Xian didn't say much and decided to prove himself with strength. Walk to the second ball, aim for the swing, and so on and so forth. Yi Xian was like a ruthless golf machine. All 18 balls were quickly struck. The grades are pretty good. 15 of 18. Jiang, it's your turn. Yi Xian took the towel handed by the ball boy and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. He was quite pleased with his results. There was also confidence that he could win against Jiang Yu once this time. It's only 15 out of 18. Jiang won. Champagne at the ready. Brother Jiang, don't let go of the water later. Directly wave away Yi Xian. Don't win too hard either. 17 out of 18 is about right. Give Yi Xian some face. Chen Menghao and the others were all sorts of up in arms. It caused Yi Xian to be somewhat helpless. Jiang Yu was similarly somewhat helpless. These guys, they're really good at arching the fire while watching the show. If those who didn't know saw the scene, they might have thought that he and Yi Xian were deadly rivals, playing a life and death duel. He also didn't know why Chen Menghao and the others were so confident in him. Anyway, Jiang Yu had just carefully watched Yi Xian's series of operations. It felt that Yi Xian was really strong. Jiang Yu ignored Chen Menghao and the others. Instead, adjust yourself as the caddy resets the ball. It wasn't that he had to win against Yi Xian. It was just that Yi Xian had obviously been serious just now. He didn't know what Yi Xian was thinking, but anyway, he felt that it was rare to come across a comparable opponent like Yi Xian, trying to get serious against a wave. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Soon, the caddy set up 18 balls and stepped back. Go Jiang! Under the watchful eyes of Chen Menghao and the others, Jiang Yu came to follow the first ball. Standard standing posture. The grip is more like textbook. Aiming. Big swing. Perfect arc. Steady hits. Cool. Dashing as hell. Chen Menghao and the others marveled. Yi Xian felt the same way. At this moment, Jiang Yu then came to the second ball. Same move. It's still moving. It looks pleasing to the eye. And so on and so forth. Soon, Chen Menghao and the others were shocked. Jiang Yu is currently 9 out of 10. This hit rate will be left aside. The important thing was that Jiang Yu seemed to be in full swing. Or maybe it's a feeling coming on. Pressing doesn't require much aiming. After each swing, without looking at the ball to see if it went in or not, then just run right up to the next ball and swing at it. Looking at Chen Menghao and the others, he stared blankly. Asterisk 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 still play like that? And so confident. Steady on Jiang. Steady as a hammer. Handsome is finished. Even Yi Xian was dumbfounded at this. Jiang Yu's operation. Bull's-ah. Not to mention how the next hits would be. He was convinced by such a dashing swing from Jiang Yu. It's really worthy of Jiang. Yi Xian sighed while sighing. Jiang Yu was completely immersed in a marvelous state. One shot after another. But a minute or so of opportunity. He hit all of the few remaining balls. It's outrageous to play so quickly. What was the score again? I was counting just now. And then I was just watching Jiang's maneuvers. Chen Menghao and the others looked at each other. Mr. Jiang's score is 16 out of 18. The caddy said promptly. Ha ha ha. Just one more than Yi Xian. Asterisk 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 started showing up in the back. But this actually won anyway? Brother Jiang is awesome. Still pretending or not? I told you that Jiang taught you to be a man. Jiang Yu has a higher hitbox than Yi Xian. Chen Menghao and the others dejected with honor towards Yi Xian. None of your hammer business. Yi Xian blankly glanced at Chen Menghao and the others. Then he walked towards Jiang Yu with a towel. Jiang is awesome. That speed. And hits like that. Convinced. Star. Chapter 116. Top quality wine you've never had? Want to drink? Drink it tonight. Yi Xian was truly convinced. Before that he was exceptionally confident in his golf skills. That's because when he learned golf before, he followed some international masters for a long time. Can't say invincible. But at this age, it's really all alone among the friends around you. That was why he was so confident just now, thinking that he could win against Jiang Yu once. But I didn't realize that your brother will always be your brother. Brother Jiang, I really don't know how you did it. There's not a single program we've played together before that you don't know how to do. It's just open and shut. Yi Xian was incomparably emotional. Upon hearing this, Chen Menghao and the others also came over. They were equally curious about this. Jiang Yu wiped the sweat on his forehead with a towel, took a sip of the saltwater drink the caddy had prepared. Then a slight sigh. Bitterly, he replied, how can I say this? It has to do with my father's upbringing, I guess. Since I was a kid, he's raised me on all fronts. Any free time has allowed me to learn all sorts of things. There is simply no childhood. Jiang Yu chatted with Chen Menghao and the others about his childhood. In a nutshell, it was from a young age that Jiang Yu had given so much. Many of the programs Jiang Yu has been exposed to since he was a child. Plus, Jiang Yu didn't grow up like Chen Menghao and the others who mostly ate and drank, but went to experience all kinds of life. Naturally, he had seen more than Chen Menghao and the others. Knowing things, and rightfully so, was not comparable to the likes of Chen Menghao. Hardly. Jiang Yu actually managed to persevere when you were a child. If it were me, I might have fallen out with my father a long time ago. That's probably where Jiang's bullishness comes in. Here Jiang Yu sensed the understanding. After school home began to learn the piano, to learn all sorts of things, until 11 o'clock at night to learn to be free. Chen Menghao and the others sighed in awe. There was even more admiration for Jiang Yu. The next group played golf and chatted, then returned to the Golden Beach side for some bathing, and then, back to the Starscream restaurant to feast. After the exercise, everyone was able to eat a lot more. The meal took over an hour. After the wine and food, it was already past 7 in the evening. It was dark outside. It also means a richer nightlife has begun. Chen Menghao and the others rubbed their hands together in excitement. Brother Jiang, there should be a party over at the pool later, right? Do we go over there now? Or how? After waiting all day, it's finally time for my favorite cruise ship feast moment. There are so many people on the cruise ship. The atmosphere will definitely be in place later. I just don't know what kind of good wines are on the cruise ship. If it's short of good wines, it will be a lot less fun. Chen Menghao and the others were as fun-loving as ever. The whole thing is so much more exciting when you talk about it. Jiang Yu smiled. Don't worry about the wine thing. I've already prepared it in advance. Oh, prepared in advance? What kind of wine? At those words, Chen Menghao and the others' eyes straightened. Go over to the cellar and see for yourselves. Then hurry up, Jiang. Chen Menghao and the others were impatient. The group followed Jiang Yu out of the restaurant. The cruise ship's wine cellar is on the bottom level, northwest. The relatively cool and backlit temperatures make it a great place to store wine. This place is likewise guarded by staff. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Chen. Jiang Yu and his group had already made a name for themselves on the ship. All of them had extraordinary temperaments and outstanding looks. It's easily recognizable. The staff opened the door for Jiang Yu and the others. The moment the door opened, a cold breeze greeted him and it was noticeable that the air was much wetter. This is the reason for the constant temperature and humidity of the wine cellar. Typical wine cellars are kept at a temperature of 8 to 14 degrees and humidity is around 60 to 80%. The wine cellar on a cruise ship is not overly different from the one outside. There is no particularly luxurious design. Just normal wood-preserved moisture-proof wooden keel frames with built-in frost protection as well as insulation. The wood is predominantly both cedar and California redwood. The floor is similarly insulated. And with a special design, the soundproofing is perfect. Even though it was on the relatively noisy bottom floor of the cruise ship at this point, it was almost impossible to hear the outside world once you entered the wine cellar. That's all the booze on the cruise? The wine cellar is over 500 square feet in size and holds nearly 10,000 bottles of wine. Beer predominates. The rest is some wine and spirits. However, Chen Menghao and the others briefly scanned it, and their faces were quite disappointed. There are certainly some good wines here, but that's just for regular people. There really isn't much good wine for them. Of course not. There's more ahead. Jiang Yu led Chen Menghao and the others into a small space in the innermost part of the wine cellar. The decor of this small space, as well as the design of the wine cooler, is noticeably different. The wine cooler was just a couple dozen bottles of wine, but Chen Menghao and the others were dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Menghao and the others, who were still disappointed, were as if they had seen some kind of treasure at this moment. Both eyes were glowing. Chateau Lafite Rothschild 87, Tsunami Eagle 92, the 45 Romani Conti, 1907 Snow White Champagne Silent Ship. This one's even more outrageous. Oh, for Penfolds 42 Zone Cabernet Sauvignon. Chen Menghao and the others spoke as if they were counting the names of the various wines placed on it. Their expressions were extremely exaggerated when they said this. Like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. It's not their fault. All of these wines mentioned above are globally recognized as top quality wines. The price is not that expensive compared to the house and the car. The most expensive is just under $2 million. The cheap ones are a couple $100,000. The price is nothing for their level. But the problem is that wine is a disposable consumable. Drink one bottle and you'll get one less. And those who can afford to buy these wines and take them home for their collection are not bad moneymakers. Unless there are extremely special circumstances, these rare and famous wines are something that money can't even buy. As a result, there are so many top wines to be seen here at once. Even Chen Menghao and other knowledgeable youngsters, both can't help but lose their cool. They haven't even had half the wine in here. I'm dropping a tortoise. Which big brother owns this wine cabinet? It's really a lifetime to be able to see so many top quality wines at once. This time it's a real photo op to remember the wave. Shoot. It has to be shot. Chen Menghao and the others did not say a word. Take out your cell phone and take a shot. Various angles, various distances. As ordinary people who see a luxury car on the street can't help but take continuous 360-degree pictures without dead angles. A few minutes passed. Chen Menghao and the others put away their cell phones with satisfaction. Brother Jiang, what kind of wine did you prepare for us? Isn't it over here? If that's true, then I hope it's the 04 Penfolds 42 Zone Cabernet Sauvignon. I hope it's a 45 Romani Conti. Coincidentally, so am I. I'm not greedy. I'd be happy with just about any bottle. Indeed, I haven't had most of these wines, and even if I have, I've only had them once, and it's worth it to be able to savor them again. Chen Menghao and the others looked at Jiang Yu with immense anticipation. They felt that with Jiang Yu's status and means, it shouldn't be difficult to arrange a wave of top-quality good wine like the one in front of them. Want to drink an 04 Penfolds 42 Cabernet Sauvignon and a 45 Romani Conti? Right, then let's drink it tonight. Star. Chapter 117, I'm a good guy. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Chen Menghao and the others froze, face to face, feeling very surprised. They knew that Jiang Yu had brought them this way, which must mean that the wine Jiang Yu had prepared was among them, but they didn't expect it. It was such a coincidence. It just so happened that the two wines they liked were the ones Jiang Yu had prepared. This is simply not a surprise. Is it really such a coincidence? Brother Jiang, it can't really be that coincidental, can it? It's just evil. Or is this cabinet of wine all yours? Chen Menghao and the others found it a bit hard to believe, couldn't help but ask. Not coincidentally, These wines aren't exactly mine. Just part of it. Partly from my dad's collection. Partly from mine. He probably thought that he would often invite his friends over to star cruises in the future. And the ones in his collection might not be enough. So he took a lot of the wine in my collection and confiscated it. Speaking of this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh, feeling a little bit of heartburn. It's not that he's addicted to alcohol. It's just that I'm quite interested in wine culture, and I usually collect some to entertain my friends or to treasure. He'd been collecting those wines for years, and now they were being confiscated by his father all at once. It's just not too bad. However, human grief and joy are not connected. Jiang Yu felt his heart ache. Chen Menghao and the others were however stunned. Just now I was thinking that those big shots on the ship could have the skill to collect so many good wines in this wine cellar. So it's you, nice guy. I'm calling nice guy with a straight ing face. The truth. I told you how it could be such a coincidence. I knew it. Grass. Brother Jiang is deeply hidden, surprising his brothers at every turn. It's worthy of you. There are so many wines up there that I couldn't even buy if I wanted to pay for them. And you've collected so many. Chen Menghao and the others couldn't calm down for a long time. Those wines up there are all a bit old and long gone from the world. But Jiang Yu even managed to collect so much. The connections, the relationships, it's just amazing. Soon, Jiang Yu and the others left the wine cellar. Took 3 bottles of wine with him when he left. In addition to the Penfolds 42nd and 45 Romanée mentioned above, there was also a bottle of 87 Chateau Lafite Rothschild. Mainly because Chen Menghao and the others knew that most of these wines were Jiang Yu's, they directly took another bottle. Jiang Yu didn't care. The wine thing is for entertaining friends anyway. When Chen Menghao and the others entertained him before, the wines they drank would not be much worse than these wines he had. Well, for example, the last time Chen Menghao opened a bottle of 47-year-old Chateau Cheval Blanc red grapes to entertain Jiang Yu. A humane society is all about courtesy. Take the elevator to the 17th floor of the cruise ship. Just after getting off the elevator, we heard surging music and at the same time saw a lot of sensual hot ladies swimming around the pool. The sound of music, the clinking of glasses, and the various voices of women. The voices were intertwined. Gets the adrenaline pumping. This is the kind of party you'd expect on any cruise night. After all, it's a lot simpler to have these whole banquets than to have to go through the trouble of thinking about building all kinds of amusement programs. After all, parties are still enjoyed by both men and women. However, the banquets on any cruise ship went back and forth with money, women, and fine wine, which were not very attractive to the current Jiang Yu. Not to the point of repulsion though. It's just that now Jiang Yu is more than happy to find a quieter corner to chat with friends and sip wine. But the party is still a mesmerizing experience for many people with that paper-thin atmosphere. Among Jiang Yu's group, other than Jiang Yu and Yi Xian, everyone else enjoyed this kind of occasion. This guy Chen Menghao likes to play the most. It was his favorite occasion. Brother Jiang, you and Yi Xian should drink first. I'll go for a sneak. Chen Menghao greeted Jiang Yu and then took the others to burrow into the crowd. Jiang Yu and Yi Xian then went to sit in the private room above the pool, which the cruise party had specially set up for the VIPs. The setup of this private room is quite ingenious. On one side, there was a surging crowd below. On one side, there were rough waves outside. The sound of the waves and the noise of the crowd converge in a different way. Jiang Yu and Yi Xian sat down for less than a minute. The staff then brought over the 3 bottles of wine that Jiang Yu had just asked for. Jiang Yu first opened the 87 Chateau Lafite Rothschild. This bottle of wine Chen Menghao those people have drunk. There is no need to specifically keep waiting for them to come back to open the bottle. Chateau Lafite Rothschild opens up to a rich floral aroma. Pour the wine up to 1/3 of the way up the glass. After shaking to sober up, Jiang Yu directly ignored the step of taking a look. Generally red wine needs to be looked at and smelled after shaking to wake it up. One is to look at the clarity of the red wine color. There are no impurities. There is no suspended matter. The second is to look at the depth of the color. The color is relatively dark, light, or medium. You can make a preliminary judgment. Simply put, it's used to tell if a red wine is full-bodied or not. Smell is the same thing. It is used to distinguish between good and bad red wine. Chateau Lafite Rothschild 87 doesn't have to do all this fancy stuff. Jiang Yu directly picked up the wine glass and took a big sip, letting the wine stay in his mouth for a few seconds, making full contact with all parts of his mouth. A floral, oaky smell hit me, smooth and silky, with rich layers of sweetness and acidity in great balance. The style is unique and evocative. Comfortable. Jiang Yu was quite enjoying himself. Good wine. TSK. Yi Xian couldn't stop praising it. The two of them, Jiang Yu and Yi Xian, were sipping their wine. At that moment the door to the booth was pushed open. Chen Menghao and the others are back. Brother Jiang, can you arrange a wave of cash for me? After returning, Yi Xian just wanted to greet Chen Menghao and the others and sit down. Chen Menghao, however, waved his hand and looked at Jiang Yu and said, Star, Chapter 118, tonight, Mr. John will pay for everything. Oh, what happened? Seeing that Chen Menghao's face was a bit off, and that he didn't even sit down when he came in, he directly said so. Jiang Yu thought that Chen Menghao had run into some trouble down there just now. Rather, nothing happened. It's just that if you look at those people down there, one of them won't even move. What kind of ING party is this? The atmosphere is too crotch-pulling. Bummer. Chen Menghao pointed at the crowd below through the floorware of the private room with a speechless face. Jiang Yu looked downward carefully. I don't know if those people down there were a little unleashed, or if the atmosphere group didn't do their job right. He realized that the atmosphere down there was really average. A lot of people are just laying on beach chairs drinking and looking at girls. Or maybe they're chatting with friends. Most people don't have much interaction. The atmosphere really pulls the crotch compared to the feasts on other cruise ships. Jiang Yu still remembered that earlier on the Shangshi Princess, the dinner was divided into two venues. One venue is dedicated to VIPs, giving them a platform to exchange feelings and expand their network. The other venue is reserved for general visitors. There's no other purpose. It's just indulgent. The atmosphere. Simply, Jiang Yu remembered that when he came out of the venue dedicated to VIPs, he could feel the wantonness and enthusiasm of those tourists as he passed by. Are you planning to spread cash? Jiang Yu asked. Yeah, the atmosphere is really not going to get any better without some cash to stimulate these people. Chen Menghao nodded rightfully. Jiang Yu was rather speechless, but it does seem like something Chen Menghao would do. High profile beyond compare. It does fit Chen Menghao's character. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Spreading money is even better, right? The effect is really immediate and it does create a sensation. But I'm afraid the sensation will be too much and it would be bad if there was some kind of stampede. If you really want to spice things up, just invite the whole room. Chen Menghao was a bit impulsive just now, but after hearing Jiang Yu say this, he felt that this was also the case. It may cost a lot of money to hire the whole show, but for his level, having fun is all that matters. Brother Jiang has a point, so let's have the full house. Chen Menghao finished and clapped his hands. The staff member who had been waiting outside immediately knocked on the door and walked in. Chen Menghao said with bravado, "You go down and tell everyone that the whole place is on me today. Put the bill on my head." Jiang Yu continued, "Please full house, this could be a huge amount of money for the average person." But to Jiang Yu, it was just a small amount of money. Star Cruise had his shares, and how to say that Chen Menghao was also considered a guest. Plus everyone is familiar with each other to a fault. Naturally, he would not let Chen Menghao spend this money. Alright, since you said so, Brother Jiang, then I won't be polite with you. Chen Menghao originally didn't intend to let Jiang Yu spend this money, but Jiang Yu had said so. He didn't pretend with Jiang Yu because of this small amount of money. What is polite with Brother Jiang? It's just that Brother Jiang doesn't like to play these 2 years. Otherwise the small amount of money wouldn't be enough for you two brothers to go out and have a dash. Speaking of which, when Jiang loved to play in the past, he was really horrible when it came to spending money. At that time Jiang was truly magnificent. Yi Xian and the others were reminded of the past and sighed quite a bit. The Jiang Yu of that time was a little less introspective compared to now, but the personality is still full of charisma. Let's not talk about the past. Let's drink. Jiang Yu always felt that the past was too childish and didn't even want to bring it up. Okay, let's drink to Brother Jiang. Everyone raised their glasses. Soon, the sound of glasses clinking resounded from the head of the booth. In the meantime, the staff came downstairs and told the DJ at the venue about Jiang Yu inviting the whole crowd. The entire consumption tonight will be paid for by Mr. Jiang. The DJ pauses the music, picks up the microphone, and says in a high-pitched voice. The words fell. The room was silent for a moment. Immediately after, the whole room exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Invite the whole audience? This Mr. Jiang is too domineering, isn't he? Grass. I've been to a lot of these occasions, but this is the first time I've encountered a full house. Mr. Jiang is bullish. It's just not cool. Rich. Simply horrible. The scene, which was originally somewhat calm, was immediately set ablaze. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Some people rush to take advantage and go on a spending spree. It's as if you're at a disadvantage if you don't spend money when someone treats you. That's not all. They greeted their companions as they spent money and went over there with them. Standing on the heels of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the private room, he saw the men in action. Chen Menghao and the others were happy. I'm afraid these people aren't thinking of spending all of Jiang's money, are they? But even if they run their legs off and take everything in the whole place, it's still a drop in the bucket for Brother Jiang. If they knew that Jiang owned shares in the cruise ship, I guess they wouldn't think so. I see some people taking advantage of the situation and then posting their friends, not realizing that this is free advertising for Jiang. Saying that, Chen Menghao and the others greeted Jiang Yu and came over. Seeing this, Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little, but he did find that the enthusiasm was much higher after he invited the whole room. At the same time, he noticed that someone seemed very curious about his presence. look around when exchanging pleasantries with peers, trying to search and pick his spot. There were even quite a few people whose eyes converged towards this side. It was probably deduced from the two clues of Duke Jiang and Chen Menghao's usual address to Jiang Yu as brother Jiang. Many people guessed that Jiang Yu was the one who invited the entire audience. Jiang Yu realized that there were even some sisters who were making secret glances at him from a long distance away. There are some that are a little more bold and open. While swaying to the music at the pool, she also eyed Jiang Yu suggestively and made some moves that would make even a man's blood boil. It's like a live broadcasting platform. When some godly heroes descend on the live broadcasting room of female anchors, those female anchors scratch their heads in order to receive gifts. The female anchors, in order to gift, all kinds of scratching, head posture, eager to get the honor of those god hero. This scene caused many of the LSPs at the scene to go red in the eyes. I guess if Mr. Jiang is happy tonight, there will be a long line of girls who want to go to his room, right? Is it really a choice of consort? TSK, 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 TSK. It's all built on this thing called money. Ah, you have money, you can do it too. It's so human to be angry. What's even more infuriating is that Duke Jiang didn't do anything about it. So many girls that we desire, but can't get, are probably just rouge and vulgar powder in his eyes. Chen Menghao and the others also chimed in. Jiang is blessed tonight. Shall I have someone helicopter in to bring you the 6 flavored pills? Jiang Yu gave these people a blank look. No need for the 6 flavor pills, but I think it's time for someone to come and take you home. Which helicopter do you want to take? Augusta, do you guys see fit? Why don't I arrange one for each of you? Upon hearing this, Chen Menghao and the others immediately conceded one by one. Ah, Jiang, I was just joking with you. The crowd was laughing and joking, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Star. Chapter 119, Confident Setting. Jiang Yu, counter-approach shocking the entire arena. Jiang Yu and his group returned to the private room. In the meantime, below, at the edge of the pool, converged a group of average-looking girls, but all with very powerful bodies. That Mr. Jiang was too handsome just now, wasn't he? Woo-woo, handsome and golden. Feel in love. Would love to have the chance to develop a wave with him. Alas, it's a pity that his level surely doesn't see our kind. Sister PPO, do you have a solution? A few of the sisters said, and all of them turned their gazes to Sister PPO, who hadn't interjected at all. I am self-aware. I won't touch a level like Mr. Jiang, Sister PPO said. At that, a few of the other sisters looked at each other. Some don't quite believe what Sister PPO said. I don't think PPO is self-aware, but she just doesn't have the means. What? You guys don't believe me? Is it hard to believe that you all forgot then how I was going to make you money? What happens to fake celebrities nowadays? As if they were street rats. And it's the same scamming men out of their money. But we're making it big now. Even taking you guys and getting on luxury cruises like this on our own. Such a contrast. I'm sure you all know my strength well. Sister PPO said with a proud face. Seriously, I have faith in PPO sister's strength. That's right. At a time when all the other sisters were moving into the mode of fake celebrities, pretending to be high-flying rich white girls. Instead, PPO asked us to register our accounts on some social media and send out some very delicate eye-catching videos to create the persona of a neighborly girl with a powerful body, but with a more grounded video content, so that those beggar men would think that they were very close to us, and also let us write our contact information on the profile, while also stating that only girls are added to lower the vigilance of those beggar men against us. A move I find very admirable now that I think about it. Sister PPO's vision is indeed long-term, and she simply knows the mentality of those beggar men like the back of her hand. Yes, at that time so many beggar men to add my WeChat. I almost cannot help but start to cut leaks, but PPO's sister stopped me, said what let me normal and beggar men chat, and so after chatting to a certain extent, you can let beggar men take the initiative to send the door for us to harvest. I didn't believe it at the time. Patience and those beggar men normal chat for a long time, and finally sent a circle of friends to son other sisters' boyfriends have sent some what? With the text I cannot even find a transfer of 100 people. Not a moment later those who thought I really do not have anyone to chase the beggar men took the initiative to transfer money to me. Maybe they all think $100 isn't that much, and they don't even think about the fact that I'm cheating them out of $100. PPO sister, these tricks really absolute. We just need to send some fitness videos on a daily basis to show our body. We don't even need to show our face. Then we just need to have a normal chat with the beggar men. And then we can let those beggar men take the initiative to transfer money to us. And I'm earning more than $10,000 today. That's right. How easy is it for us to make this money? It's many times easier than those fake celebrities. And we don't make less money than them. It's all thanks to Pow Pow sister. Some of the girls immediately began to compliment Sister PPO when they heard her say that. After all, Sister PPO could be considered their bread and butter. These words made Sister PPO sound very enjoyable. She gave the crowd a haughty look and said blandly, "It's good that you guys are clear. And let me tell you, 10,000 plus daily pressings is nothing. You also have a WeChat full of beggar men. Like I have several WeChat friends, all those beggar men. Sometimes the daily income can run to 100,000. So think about it. Why would I take the initiative to seduce a great young man like Mr. Jiang when it's so easy to operate with no risk and make a lot of money?" At that, most of the sisters thought deeply. I feel that PPO is not incapable of hooking up with Mr. Jiang, but she doesn't care to hook up with Mr. Jiang. But, I see that you all seem to think it's hard to hook up with a great young man like Mr. Jiang. Let me show you guys a wave later, so that you can know my strength, and know that even a great young man like Duke Jiang can't escape my Lupia's 5 fingers. You guys just wait and see how I'm going to toy with Mr. Jiang. Lu Pao Pei Pei said in a domineering and incomparable manner. Wow. Sit back and watch PPO's sister perform. Looking forward, if Sister PPO makes a move, she'll definitely be able to play Mr. Jiang in the palm of her hand. Some of the girls have started to get up in arms, whether they were sincere or not, but these words sounded very comforting to Lu Pao Pao. She smiled proudly and took a sip of her red wine. Logically speaking, there was absolutely no need for her to mess with a character like Duke Jiang. After all, she does have more secure and easy ways to make money, but she was very upset about someone questioning her strength. Moreover, she was looking at the long term, thinking that if these people followed her to make a good living, they might even have other crooked thoughts if time went on. She felt a great need to show general strength and prove herself. Proof that your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Shock someone out of their crooked mind or give them a heads up. Lu Pao Pao's mind spun to see. Just in time, he saw Jiang Yu and his group walk out from the head of the private room. Mr. Jiang has appeared. Go PPO. The other girls got excited. The anticipation is immense. Watch it. Lu Pao Pao smiled confidently, then tossed her long, flowing hair. A wave of emotions brewed where he stood. When she was almost done brewing, it just so happened that Jiang Yu and his group were walking downstairs, ready to go to the elevator. But Willow was in no hurry. She waited for Jiang Yu and his group to walk to the most crowded section of the road. It was only then that he rushed over with his cell phone. "Hello little brother, can I trouble you to do me a favor?" Lu Pao Pao came to Jiang Yu's side. A look of embarrassment. Cheeks slightly flushed. Like a shy girl who hit on her sweetheart, Jiang Yu looked at Lu Pao Pao. Another look around at the gazes that converged from this side out of curiosity. Think about it. What is it? Lu Pao Pao was delighted and opened her cell phone. On it was a chat box. The chat box reads that some guy keeps sending her voice messages. She tapped a random voice. The voice content is simply summarized as harassing Lu Pao Pao in constant dog-licking mode. When the voice finished playing, Lu Pao Pao continued. "It's almost 11 o'clock now, and this person still always sends voiceover to harass me. I told him not to voice me all the time, but he wouldn't listen. So I want you, little brother, to return a voice for me. Say I'm asleep, pretend to be my boyfriend, and make the other person stop voicing me so often. Is that okay?" At those words, a few of the girls on the other end who had been watching this side of the room lit up. Quite a surprise. Wow, this is a brilliant move by Sister PPO. Unlike other pickups come up and ask for contact information. They will definitely be rejected. Whereas PPO sister is just asking Jiang Gongzi to do a favor that seems very reasonable. Although Mr. Jiang knows full well that doing this favor is no different from pretending to be Sister Piao Piao's boyfriend. But unlike other pretend boyfriends, now Mr. Jiang only needs to send a voice and there will be no other trouble. With so many people around, surely on balance Mr. Jiang will help, as long as we do a favor. Next time, PPO sister only needs to take that beggar man as a reason again, and there will be many chances to get in touch with Mr. Jiang, right? This is still only what we think of with this kind of strength. Piao Piao sister's kind of strength. Surely there must be more ways to make Mr. Jiang step by step to get off the hook, right? Absolutely. A couple of the girls marveled. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was somewhat helpless, but as those girls analyzed, the favor seemed very simple. Even though it was pretending to be the other person's boyfriend, it was just a voice message. It's not like you had to do anything else. It wouldn't be a good idea to reject it outright. Think about it. Alright. Jiang Yu took Lu Pao Pao's cell phone. When Lu Pao Pao saw this, a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes. So what if I'm rich? I'm still being played by PPO. The gazes of the few sisters on the end who regarded Jiang Yu carried a few hints of disdain. Thinks Jiang Yu is stupid and simple. However, Jiang Yu's next voice made everyone dumbfounded. I fell asleep. Jiang Yu said into his cell phone. Willow. A couple of green tea girls. They were all stupid. Star. Chapter 120. Rejecting a girl is a real skill. Too coincidental. Hearing Jiang Yu say that, Those few sisters who were still waiting for Lu Paopao to play Jiang Yu in the palm of her hand were speechless. What you're supposed to say is that she's asleep. What's the point of this if you say you fell asleep? Isn't it obvious that you're not Lu Paopao's boyfriend? They were all shown up by Jiang Yu's wave of maneuvers. He couldn't help but look at Lu Paopao, wanting to see what operation Lu Paopao would follow up with. However, at this moment Lu Paopao felt very bad about the whole person. She had thought that Jiang Yu would refuse. She had even thought about how she should follow up if Jiang Yu refused. However, she had never thought of Jiang Yu saying this. For a while, she didn't know whether Jiang Yu was doing it intentionally or unintentionally. Actually, Jiang Yu did do it on purpose. It wasn't that he was aware of Lu Paopao's intentions. After all, he and Lu Paopao only just contact. Both sides of each other are not more than 5 sentences. Naturally, cannot tell whether Lu Paopao green tea. But no matter what Lu Paopao's status was, he had no intention of pretending to be the other's boyfriend. This stuff is very troublesome when it's faked. He didn't want to leave himself any trouble. Is that okay? Jiang Yu handed his cell phone to Lu Paopao. As he handed it over, he also saw that lickspittle on the end reply. Bro, thanks for reminding me that Lu Paopao doesn't have a boyfriend. Seeing these 2 replies made Lu Paopao's entire body even worse. It's fine, thanks. Willow took the phone with a sobbing face. Until now she wasn't clear whether Jiang Yu intended or didn't intend it. But no matter what, this wave of Jiang Yu's operation was completely fine. She couldn't pick any faults, so he could only watch Jiang Yu and his group leave. Sister PPO, what's going on here? This doesn't seem like your level? Just now I thought that Sister PPO that you could really play with Mr. Jiang in the palm of your hand. Alas, just now, Sister Paopao was right. We really should have the self-awareness not to provoke a character like Mr. Jiang. These words of those sisters seemed to be lamenting and questioning Lu Paopao's strength. It was very hard to hear Lu Paopao, gray-headed, no more of the majesty that was there a moment ago. And in the meantime, Brother Jiang, that wave of your operation just now really showed me. Surely you have a knack for turning down girls. Standard model of rejection. Straight man. As I said before, if you want to learn how to flirt with a girl, look up to Su Zhendong. If you want to learn how to reject a girl, follow Brother Jiang. On the way back, Chen Menghao and the others were all praising Jiang Yu's operation just now. Thought Jiang Yu's wave of pretending to be a straight man was simply brilliant. Talking about talking. Soon Jiang Yu and his group returned to the place where they were staying. Accommodation on star cruises is divided into many standards. Common room, regular suite, business suites and more. But these are places where ordinary tourists stay. The place where Jiang Yu and his group stayed was the Star Villa, which was specially set up by Star Cruise for VIPs. The Star Villa is different from the villas on land. The Star Villa on the cruise ship is actually a suite, only to highlight the honor of the VIP customers. It is deliberately named this. Jiang Yu separated from Chen Menghao and the others. Upon entering the Star Villa, he realized that the suite was a bit uncomplicated. In addition to the self-contained butler service, the overall decor is very chic. Each bedroom has a spacious balcony and jacuzzi, exclusive terrace of over 40 square meters, and so on. Although it is not as good as a presidential suite in a star hotel because of the different space and emphasis, it is still a very good existence. Just as Jiang Yu was viewing the layout of the room, suddenly, his cell phone vibrated several times. Jiang Yu pulled it out and took a look. It was found that it was Jiang Yuxin who had sent a Weibo message. I've already received the delivery. Thank you for the birthday gift. Oh, I love it. Even though the delivery came a day early. You're a pig with a conscience. But how did you remember my birthday so well? I don't think I remember mentioning it to you. And I've asked my friends around me who know about my birthday, and they all say they haven't mentioned it to you. Jiang Yuxin sent over close to 10 WeChat messages in a row, in addition to the above text. The rest is pictures. The content of the picture was the Hermes bag that Jiang Yu had bought for Jiang Yuxin before. Look at the flurry of tweets. Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little. Jiang Yuxin was able to guess that the Hermes bag was from him in the first place, and he could understand that. And with a bag of nearly $300,000, the average classmate can't afford to give it away. At the last dinner, Jiang Yuxin knew some more about his background, so it's normal to be able to guess. It's just that Jiang Yu didn't expect it. It's such a coincidence that tomorrow is Jiang Yuxin's birthday? Now that's a big misunderstanding. From these sent over by Jiang Yuxin, Jiang Yu could feel Jiang Yuxin's joy. Is it important that Jiang Yuxin seems to think he's very attached to this birthday? Jiang Yu didn't know what to say back for a while. Chapter 121. A huffing and puffing Jiang Yuxin. Underwater sightseeing. Jiang Yu thought about it. In the end, it was decided to tell the truth about the situation. I didn't really realize it was your birthday tomorrow, but that bag was a gift I really wanted to give you. Consider it my birthday present to you. The words were sent out. Jiang Yuxin on the other end didn't reply immediately. I don't know if it was because Jiang Yu said so and felt a bit speechless. You really are a big piggy. I've taken it upon myself to tell you the situation, and you're not going to pretend that this bag is a surprise for me? 2 minutes passed. Jiang Yuxin sent over a series of messages, other than those words above. The rest is just a few expressions, a bit of a huff and puff. Jiang Yuxin's reaction was expected by Jiang Yu. He knew that saying that Jiang Yuxin might be a bit upset. However, Jiang Yu felt that it was better to speak clearly about this kind of thing. He was well aware of Jiang Yuxin's feelings for him, and he still didn't feel too much for Jiang Yuxin right now. Although it was a lot better than before, it was still more like treating Jiang Yuxin as a friend. It's hard to say what the end will or won't be, but he didn't want Jiang Yuxin to misunderstand now. Jiang Yu hasn't replied yet. Jiang Yuxin on the other end sent another message. Forget it, I knew that was your character. I might even be unhappy if you cheated on me, but it just so happens to be such a coincidence. Let's say you have prepared a gift for me in advance. Are you free tomorrow night? You should always be there for my birthday, right? Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Tomorrow night is fine, but it might be a little late. Originally, his plan was to play in the island for a daytime, and then go straight back to the magic city at night. He's all wrapped up in an airplane. After all, for him, the island he had been to so often that it wasn't a lot new, and one day had been enough. And if the time is right, it doesn't matter if you get together as friends on the night of Jiang Yuxin's birthday. It's okay. I have other friends I'm meeting, and I don't know if you recognize them. Speaking of which, Jiang Yuxin might be afraid that Jiang Yu wouldn't want to participate in that kind of occasion. Immediately afterward, he added, they're all friends that I play well with, and they're all more powerful and worth befriending. It's good for you to get to know them. Jiang Yu could see that Jiang Yuxin was planning to help him expand his network in the meantime. There was no need to elaborate on the importance of connections in this society, and Jiang Yuxin was willing to share her connections with him, which made him quite surprised. Inwardly, I couldn't help but be a little moved. Okay, what time do you guys probably meet up tomorrow? I probably won't get back to Mordor until about 9 o'clock. That's about right. Are you playing outside now? Yeah, to the islands with friends. It didn't matter if these told Jiang Yuxin. Okay, be safe. Got it. Go to bed early. Ha, it's almost 12 again. I stay up late every time I talk to you. I'll go to bed then. Good night. Good night. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. On this day, Jiang Yu woke up earlier, because the cruise ship will soon be docking. And before docking, there was one more item Jiang Yu wanted to try. That's the undersea sightseeing machine unique to star cruises. According to the staff, the seawater is the clearest and the sightseeing is the best now that it is close to the island. Jiang Yu and his group had breakfast. Follow the staff to the lowest level of the cruise ship. It's a huge chamber. Passing through the door of the chamber, Jiang Yu's eyes were immediately drawn to the sightseeing machine parked in the middle of the chamber. The sightseer is quite technological, like a space capsule, oval-shaped. It's surrounded by extremely clear glass. According to the staff, the glass is made of a special material that incorporates a transparent pressure shell that is strong enough to cope with the pressure at 300 meters under the sea. It's a safe and intuitive way to experience the light of the sea. This thing looks like something. It's pretty high up. It feels pretty interesting. Chen Menghao and the others were quite excited as they looked at the undersea sightseeing vessel. They liked excitement, but unlike Jiang Yu, they were willing to try a variety of fresh experiences. It's like a program like scuba diving, for example. They just didn't find it interesting and didn't even try it. So, technically speaking, going down in the sightseeing boat later is considered their first time in the water in the true sense of the word. Jiang Yu was rather calm, though it was also the first time he had taken a ride in this kind of sightseeing machine. But truth be told, this kind of sightseeing apparatus is more of a walking tour, just to give people a sense of freshness, really want to experience the light of the sea and be able to experience that immersively. Still, diving is the most intuitive. He's gone scuba diving before when he had the time, as much as skydiving, purely as a relaxation program. The ocean he had explored many times. Even as with skydiving, diving he is certified. The mystery and beauty of the sea has been experienced many times. The euphoria is naturally not overpowering. There are 3 major freedoms in an undersea sightseeing vessel. Besides freedom to roam and freedom of vision, there is freedom to maneuver. I wonder which gentleman would like to try it for himself, the staff said in due course. Maneuvering yourself? It's no fun. Isn't that just like driving your own luxury car? It's just that in-person manipulation has less internal flavor. Brother Jiang, what do you think? As stated in the introduction above, Chen Menghao and the others purely wanted to experience the excitement, not to experience all kinds of life. None of them find it fun to maneuver in person. Forget it. Jiang Yu was actually quite intentional, but following Chen Menghao and the others on a tour was obviously not a good time to learn this. Better to wait until I have time to learn these next time. That will be piloted by our professionals later. Now you can all go inside. The staff opens the door of the undersea tour and makes an inviting gesture. Jiang Yu was the first to go up. Chen Menghao and the others sat up one after another. The undersea sightseeing machine had a total of 6 leather seats, and Jiang Yu's group was just about full. After Jiang Yu and his group fastened their seatbelts, a staff member on the sidelines gestured toward the safety officer and pressed a button immediately afterward. A deck below the undersea sightseeing vessel was opened. Jiang Yu clearly saw the cruise ship riding the wind and waves, bringing up rough waves. The scene is visually stunning. The undersea sightseeing vessel landed slowly. First, they landed at sea level. Jiang Yu was able to see the waves that were all the way at the same level as his own sea level. Immediately after, the undersea sightseeing vessel slowly disappeared into the sea. As the entire undersea sightseeing apparatus is engulfed by the sea, the sound suddenly diminishes and there is a sense of silence in all things. The sight was suddenly much diminished, but the sound of seawater flowing was unusually clear. It's kind of true. So that's what diving feels like. It's kinda hard to get used to it for a while. I'm even reminded of the feeling I had when I started learning to swim and drowning. Chen Menghao and the others were all a bit uncomfortable, their faces slightly in flux. Jiang Yu's face was very calm. Chapter 122, This Life, Chen Menghao and others envy it. This didn't go into the head of the ocean. All is silent and the sight is much diminished, giving a sense of mystery and awe. The dive was much more intense than in this sightseeing apparatus. Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't have any discomfort. How is it that with Jiang, you get the feeling that you haven't seen the world? Don't tell me. I've always felt that following Brother Jiang is all about growing up. We just eat, drink, and have fun. Unlike Jiang, who has experienced all the variety and colorfulness of life. Chen Menghao and the others looked at the calm Jiang Yu, quite emotional. Suddenly it just feels a bit unappealing to be all about the usual food and drink. In the past, they had always been a bit puzzled as to why Jiang Yu had let go of a good top-tier young man, and let go of a life that ordinary people were envious of to the point of not enjoying it. Instead, they run off to school to experience the life of a normal student, or they run off to some overly exciting program that only has skydiving and so on. Now they suddenly had some understanding. Maybe that's the real panache. It won't be confined to any set life, but will be whatever you want it to be. Think about it. Chen Menghao and the others were somewhat envious of Jiang Yu. Just as their thoughts were wandering, the undersea sightseeing vessel has sunk quite a distance. What had just come into view was the ghostly blue of the sea, and nothing else beyond the initial time, making it a bit boring. But at this moment, look over and you can see thousands of underwater creatures, colorful little fish, oddly shaped coral. There were even some turtles or glowing jellyfish to be seen. The scenery is exceptionally beautiful and dreamy. It's as alive as if you were in a sea life museum. But the two experiences are completely different. Chen Menghao and the others were somewhat awed. One by one, they came up to the glass. It felt like an eye-opener. Jiang Yu was also in a rather pleasant mood. It wasn't the first time he'd seen these, but the experience was different. You have to pay attention to a lot of things when you dive. For example, you have to pay attention to the route of the dive, because diving is not just a matter of drilling into the bottom of the sea, but you also have to design a route according to your remaining lung capacity or the remaining oxygen tanks, and so on. All in all, there are a lot of things to keep in mind when diving, and right now, it's a totally casual mindset watching this one. Something else, how is it? These are kinda new, right? Jiang Yu asked. Indeed, needles don't poke. Indeed, needles don't poke. Brother Jiang, roughly how deep are we at the bottom of the sea now? The scenery later should be even more fantastic, right? Chen Menghao and the others were quite excited. 100 meters or so now, I think. Keep sinking later, and what you see will be much worse than now. The waters will be even more claustrophobic later, and visibility will be less and less. Jiang Yu also thought at first before that the scenery would become more and more fantastic the further down the seabed went, but then it was realized, the further down you go the less visibility you have and the less you can see. Even after a certain depth, the visibility gets lower and lower because the sunlight is absorbed by the seawater as well as some tiny biological particles. Even the searchlight was unable to shine too far. Fruity. The dreamlike scenery is slowly diminishing as the underwater sightseeing device gradually sinks. In its place were endless deep waters. Visibility is also decreasing. At first, with the presence of searchlights, visibility was around 50 meters. But at the moment, visibility was less than 10 meters or so. It also means that the limit of the submarine sightseeing vessel sinking is reached. After all, the undersea sightseeing vessel was only for people to browse, not for scientific and technological research use, so naturally it couldn't be sunk too deep. The return trip is nothing to write home about. Let's just say the flashbacks look back at what we just saw, except for the order, and the slightly different marine life scene. All others are consistent. Soon, the light overhead grew brighter. Immediately afterward, the sightseer surfaced. After the staff on the Star Cruise ship dragged the sightseeing machine up, Jiang Yu and his group came down from the top of the sightseeing machine. The feeling of stepping on the thick deck again and breathing in the fresh air lifted Jiang Yu's spirits. Jiang Yu went up to the second floor of the cruise ship, come out on the deck and blow the breeze. The morning breeze was cool, but it was because of the island heat. It gives more coolness and is very comfortable. The outline of the island is clearly visible in the distance. Gentlemen, the cruise ship is about to dock, so you can get ready to disembark. After 10 minutes had passed, the staff came over and reminded them. Good. Jiang Yu and his group left the second deck and came to the upper and lower passages of the cruise ship. By now the access point was overcrowded, because many guests who have taken a cruise, or who have done it in advance, will know that cruises are the most time-consuming when getting on and off. People don't want to waste too much time on this and start lining up here well in advance. Ugh, everything is good about these cruises. It's the lines that are so annoying. Indeed, a waste of time. It's only 10 o'clock, and it's probably going to be 11 or even 12 when we get off the boat later. Jiang Yu could still hear some tourists complaining as he walked past. As with embarkation, disembarkation is also divided into VIP and general channels. Jiang Yu's group didn't need to queue up, direct access to the VIP lane. It took less than 2 minutes to get off the boat. This scene was very eye-opening to the tourists who were waiting in line. Grass. Damn, it's good to be rich. Straight up and down. It's awesome. After Jiang Yu and his group left the cruise ship, they arrived at the parking lot of the island pier. What kind of Ferrari is this? Why haven't I seen it before? After proceeding to the parking lot, Yishan looked at a very retro-style Ferrari and asked in surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I reading this car right? Hiss, this should be the first Ferrari in China, right? Chen Manhwa and the others followed the guidelines and were stunned. Star. Chapter 123, Jiang Yu's strength revealed. The whole stadium is shocked. The few people on the scene, with the exception of Yishan who wasn't too keen on Ferraris or didn't know enough about them. Others such as Chan Mongho are big Ferrari fans. Old Ash's fan. It's like, for example, Chan Mongho. As mentioned earlier, when Jiang Yu visited Laoguo at Guhua Hospital and happened to meet Chen Menghao was driving a Ferrari Enzo that day. Keep in mind that the Ferrari Enzo is a very tough buy. First, you must be a member of Ferrari. Secondly, you must own Ferrari's 40th anniversary car, F40, and 50th anniversary car, F50. Then again, you must own more than 3 Ferraris. In other words, people like Chen Manhao know the history of Ferrari and its knowledge. Yi Xian didn't know what this Ferrari that looked retro and styled more like a muscle car was, but Chen Menghao and the others were very clear. Ferrari 348, if I remember correctly, 92 was the $1.5 million price tag, right? That's right, I think it was Mr. Li from the capital who bought it at that time. And I remember there was a story about how Ferrari just drove the car over for an exhibition and didn't intend to sell it in the country because they didn't think anyone over here could afford it. But Mr. Li said at the time that if it came, it stayed, and bought it outright. Now the car doesn't belong to Mr. Li. I just don't know exactly which big shot bought it from Mr. Li. Everyone says that the Porsche 918, McLaren P1, and Ferrari Lafa are the 3 god cars, but in my opinion, this Ferrari 348 is the eternal god. The scene was besides Jiang Yu. Everyone's faces were very unsettled. Chen Menghao and the others were unusually excited. As different as the first time I saw a Ferrari, circling that one Ferrari 348. Both eyes are glowing. It was as if Hanbin had seen Jiang Yu's Rolls-Royce Phantom for the first time at that time. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was stunned. I'm dropping a turtle. Did I hear you right? 1.5 million in 92? If I remember correctly, my dad told me at the time that the price of a house in Magic City was just under 1,000 at that time. At that time my dad even said that $30,000 would be enough to have a home in the Magic City. Although at that time, $1.5 million bought I don't know how many suites in Magic City. After Yi Xian understood this clearly, looking at the Ferrari 348 was also a shock. He was also as bright-eyed as if he had discovered a new continent. Just before Yi Xian's heart could calm down a little, suddenly, asterisk 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 asterisk. When did the parking lot of this pier become so amazing? Not to mention parking the first Ferrari in China. There's actually a divine car. What do you see here? Chen Menghao said with a great deal of surprise. Yi Xian and the others looked over in astonishment. They were curious beyond measure. I don't know what kind of car is worth making such a fuss over in front of the first Ferrari in China, or worth being called a god car. Yi Xian and the others saw the car that had surprised Chen Menghao. One after another also found it very surprising. It was a baby blue car with a very retro look. Even more retro than a Ferrari 348. It has the feel of an old Ford car. Turtle. Wasn't the Shelby Cobra 427 the exclusive car of Shelby, the indomitable mythical driver of the 1950s, and 1966 model, a replica? Quite rare At that time in honor of this car, in addition to the commemorative edition, right? It seems to be limited to 50 units worldwide? It's really quite rare. And although the car has been touted as a gentleman's look hiding an element of arrogant violence, the look is a bit dated after all. And most people weren't very interested when the commemorative edition came out at the time. Yeah, it would be fine if it was an original 1961 Shelby-driven car, but this replica is nothing compared to that Ferrari over there, right? Yi Xian and the others were curious. This is the original 1961 car. Chen Menghao was thrilled, his tone full of certainty. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Yi Xian and the others immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Face to face, both were stunned. As I recall, due to the age of the original, it took years to restore the Shelby Cobra 427 by a team of professionals in the second millennium. And then that car went to a foreign antique car dealership controlled by a plutocrat. Ah, how did it end up here? Who the hell is the big shot that got this car again? It's actually a real original car. Turtle. I didn't expect to run into these two crouching dragon phoenixes in the parking lot of a marina. God. And I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to meet a big shot like that. If I could have gotten a ride in one of these two cars, I would have felt like this trip to the islands was worth it. Yi Shen and the others looked at the Ferrari 348 and then at the Shelby Cobra 427. There was a pang of longing in his eyes. They all agreed that if they were to come over to this side of the island by themselves this time to play, that properly waits for a squatting wave in the parking lot, or maybe find out which of the two cars belongs to which person. It's properly the biggest of the big boys who can get this car. It would be very comforting to be able to get acquainted and most importantly to feel the original Cobra 427 aka the first Ferrari in China. But since this event was organized by Jiang Yu, and Jiang Yu's face had been quite calm, there doesn't seem to be much interest in that. Chen Menghao and the others were not in a good position to open this mouth and make Jiang Yu follow them in doing something so ridiculous. After all, Jiang Yu was also a big brother among big brothers. Letting Jiang Yu wait for others, that was probably non-existent. Brother Jiang, shall we get ready to go? By the way, Jiang, didn't you prepare a car to come and meet us? Hey, if you don't say so, I really didn't realize that Jiang didn't seem to have a car prepared in advance. Chen Menghao and the others swept the parking lot. The face was odd, because there are no other slightly more upscale cars in this parking lot other than these two god-awful cars in front of me. This seems to them to be truly strange. It is reasonable to say that Jiang Yu cannot do things so pulling the crotch off. Seeing the speechless eyes of Chen Menghao and the others, Jiang Yu gave a subtle smile. I'm sure the car is ready. Is it hard to think that I do things so crotch-pulling? No, these two in front of me aren't the ones I've prepared. Chen Menghao and the others instantly froze. What? This Ferrari 348 and the original Cobra are the ones you had driven over by Jiang? Chapter 124. You'll never guess what key Jiang Yu has in his pocket. Right. Jiang Yu nodded his head. Chen Menghao and the others were dumbfounded. Now they finally understood why they were all so agitated just now. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, had a calmer face. They have been discussing it here for half a day. Still thinking about squatting here and there, getting to know each other, making contacts, and experiencing both cars. However, all of this was arranged by Jiang Yu. Chen Menghao and the others looked at each other. It all feels a bit daydreamy. Jiang Yu said it earlier. It's got me thinking about it and looking forward to it for so long. Brother Jiang, can you be more clear? Did you arrange these two cars, or did you buy them? Chen Menghao and the others asked immediately afterward. They were very curious. Although the two cars in front of us came from one more powerful than the other. If anyone else had said by both cars, they might have dismissed it. Both cars are extremely old though, but because both cars have extremely special significance, the value of these two cars is terrifying. It adds up to an estimated 300 million or so, and there's a good chance that money won't buy it. Take the Ferrari 348. The one who bought this Ferrari back then was the famous Mr. Li in the capital. How do some friends in the capital describe this Mr. Li? Can you be richer than Mr. Li? So, it takes more than money to buy this Ferrari. Some of the bigwigs in the eyes of ordinary people might have fewer chances to have a conversation with Mr. Li, let alone buy this car. But if Jiang Yu nodded and said he'd buy it, they felt it was very possible, because Jiang Yu isn't an ordinary person. And from what they had learned over the years, Jiang Yu was very classy. Something with special significance that Jiang Yu would be interested in collecting. Not all of it was bought. I borrowed this Cobra 427. Isn't there a car show in Sea Island in the next 2 days? It just so happens that the organizers of this car show have invited the Gates Antique Car dealership that acquired this car that year. Gates Antique Cars shipped quite a few cars over here for display, and this Cobra 427 was one of them. At that point, when I found out about it, I contacted them to borrow this car. Jiang Yu shook his head and said, "Woj, you're a really good guy." Jiang, still so hard connected on this side of the island? The organizer is probably having a hard time getting the Gates car dealership side to send this car over for exhibition. Actually being cut off directly by you. I guess they're daydreaming inside. The important thing is that the Gates car dealership actually said yes. TSK, 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 TSK. I'm so damn straight a good guy. Chen Menghao and the others all gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up without a second thought. What does it mean to be a real bigot? Jiang Yu, this is the real big brother. Tactical backward. JPG. It's not just in the Magic City that you're connected. There is also such a strong network of connections on this side of the island. This, Chen Menghao and the others were convinced. So you bought that Ferrari 348, did you? Chen Menghao and the others suddenly realized the blind spot in Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu nodded. I bought this car 2 years earlier. Actually, he could have bought that Cobra 427 if he wanted to. It might just have to be a lot of work. Might even have to make a couple trips overseas to visit some of the bigwigs at Gates Antique Cars and do a little thinking. He's not too keen on the Cobra 427 though. The Cobra 427 is just as significant. Though, definitely worth collecting. But after all, this car is too old. In addition to the meaning of a very special, all other aspects in Jiang Yu seems to be slightly almost interesting. And he didn't have time to go overseas to bull with the big boys at Gates Antique Cars. I can't believe I actually bought it? Coward. Chen Menghao and the others looked at each other. Once again, I was shocked. They had just thought about the possibility of one of these two cars being bought by Jiang Yu. But now he heard Jiang Yu admit it. Still find it very surprising. Quite a shock. Taking such a meaningful Ferrari off Mr. Li's hands. What is this? HOA bullshit T? Chen Menghao and the others could only say that they were impressed. They couldn't do it anyway. It's not about the money. It's about every aspect except the money. Jiang is awesome. How did you get this car from Mr. Li? And you took this car 2 years ago? Why didn't you drive it the last time we came to the island? Chen Menghao and the others were very curious about this. This car is so old. I've only driven it once. Even this car I bought at that time. Just through this side of the collection, occasionally come over this side of the vacation to see Two Eyes. Are too lazy to transport back to the Magic City. If you guys hadn't been talking about wanting a surprise, I wasn't even going to get it out. As to how it was bought from Mr. Li, it's actually not as complicated as you think. It's just bartering. Jiang Yu briefly gave a rundown of the process. The general idea is to throw in the towel. Mr. Li is older, quite a bit older than his father. Jiang Jinnan, in his 50s. People of this age like to collect some paintings and antiques. Jiang Yu wasn't terribly keen on them, but as mentioned above, he also collects a wave if he comes across the right one. It just so happens that one of the paintings in his collection is Li's favorite. Therefore, with that one painting is the reason, and then good tea and wine to receive Mr. Li, and spent money. Naturally, this Ferrari can be taken down. Hardly. Don't say anything. You guys don't ask so much nonsense. Don't you want to experience these two divine cars? I don't know which one of you wants to ride in a Cobra 427, but I'm ironically in a Ferrari anyway. Brother Jiang, give me the key, I'll be your driver. Ferrari Iron Fan Chen Menghao said with immense anticipation. You guys take the Ferrari then. I'll experience a wave of Cobras. Jiang Yu is in a Ferrari, and this Ferrari is a four-seater. The rest of Yi Xian's group discussed who would do which car. The last one is Yi Xian leading a Cobra 427. Jiang Yu and Chen Menghao and two others were in the Ferrari. You want to drive? Here are the keys. Jiang Yu took out the keys of the Ferrari and Cobra from his pocket and handed them to Chen Menghao and Yi Xian respectively. You'll never guess what key Jiang has in his pocket. Chen Menghao and the others joked. Hurry up and all get in the car and get ready to go. Jiang Yu got into the passenger side of the Ferrari. He is very comfortable with Chen Menghao as the chauffeur, not having to drive to simply enjoy it. Chen Menghao got on the bus and dawdled without sending it. Instead, he looked around left and right at the interior and other structures of the Ferrari 348. 2 minutes passed. The freshness cooled a bit before starting the Ferrari 348. The Ferrari 348 is an old model, but the sound is very powerful. 2 words, loud and cranky. That wave of sound endured in the underground parking lot. Yo, isn't that King Force and the others? No way. The king of the pushers and the others drive cars that old? You may not believe me when I tell you. These 2 cars belong to Pushing King. I saw him pull out the keys just now. No way, no way. The king of Pussy actually drives this kind of car? A Grand Ferrari? This is too crotch pulling. If I didn't know he was really good, I think he couldn't afford a nice car and then deliberately bought an old Ferrari to wow the crowd. Ugh, that's hard to say. I've got a brainstorm. Do you think King Pussy is a man's version of a celebrity? Been bragging about his identity and then hoodwinked a lot of people. But now it just so happens that we've seen his true colors? When was this car? I'll look it up online. There were quite a few tourists who happened to get off the cruise ship. just walked by the parking lot and was taken by the sound of a Ferrari 348. Seeing that Jiang Yu was actually driving such an old model car, each one of them was a bit incredulous. Discussion. Star. Chapter 125, Pretending to be a pusher? Feeling shocked by Jiang Yu's pusillanimity. It's really no wonder that these tourists are brain dead. The main reason was that they were just an ordinary person compared to the likes of Chen Manhwa. At best, I'm slightly familiar with Ferrari, but for them to recognize it as a Ferrari 348 and also recognize this one as the first Ferrari in China, it is indeed too much for them. They were usually pressed to that level, so naturally they wouldn't care about these things. Don't you see that Yi Xian, who is not too fond of Ferrari, failed to recognize the Ferrari 348's origin just now? Someone took a picture from a distance and googled the model of that one car. Soon the search results came back. Ferrari 348. Looking at the parameters, I felt even more surprised, because from wherever you look, it's a Ferrari whose old model doesn't even work. But when he went on browsing down the page, saw this news item, the first Ferrari to enter China, the 348, the pupils suddenly shrunk. The whole thing is silly. Tap into the news. Asterisk. This car of King of Push comes from such a big place? It used to be the car of Mr. Li, a famous big shot in the capital, and 3 or 4 years ago, someone once offered 200 million to buy this Ferrari from Mr. Li, but Mr. Li refused. The man had frozen in place. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Hearing this person's words, everyone in the room stuttered. The sound of cold air being sucked backward rose and fell. Bidding $200 million? Is this car that expensive? Holy crap, that guy couldn't be the King of Push, could he? Didn't you hear him say that the one who bid $200 million was rejected? Then how did this car come into the hands of the King of Push? I'm dropping a turtle. The King of Push is powerful, worthy of being the King of Pussy, driving a car that actually has such a layer of origin. It's really pretending to the extreme. I'm ashamed of the fact that I just mistook the King of Push for the male version of a celebrity. Looking at the Ferrari 348 that made a manic sound and quickly drove out of the parking lot like a red pike, the crowd roared. One is sour. Some of them even covered their moon hun mouths, feeling somewhat shocked by Jiang Yu's forcing chi. And the other side. Jiang Yu and his group then arrived at the main road outside the pier. Cobra 427 and Ferrari 348. This car is highly recognizable. The return rate is simply pulled full circle. Along the way, I don't know how many people's attention was triggered. The cards are simply too big to pass up. Noteworthy. In front of Jiang Yu's group, there was a chap in a Ferrari 488 who drove very arrogantly. It's not fast. It even counts as slower, because he didn't just push the gas to the floor, he pushed it in bursts. In doing so, his Ferrari 488 made a very scary noise. It's called blowing up the street. Inside the car, he bragged a little smugly to his little old buddy on the passenger side. Hear that? How's the sound of this car? Isn't it awesome? Who can pull like us on this street? Who else? The guy swings his body arrogantly to the rhythm of the heavy metal music in the car. Ouch. That's so cool. Little old me was full of excitement. Seeing this, the lad's vanity swelled to the extreme. It felt like the whole thing was about to fly. Immediately afterward, he rolled down the window. Want to enjoy a wave of attention on from passers-by as well as other drivers. Want to feel what it's like to be envied by so many people. At that moment, the little old man next to him looked over with a yearning expression. The boy said thoughtfully, "Let me help you roll down the window too, but remember to lighten up later, because I'm a Ferrari, handsomest pup on the street. Who's up for a fight?" Needless to say, everyone will definitely have their eyes on it. Just ignore it. Be cool. It's more pushy. Listen to your brother. The guy was looking like a pretender and was imparting awesomeness to his little old brother. He still has a good conscience, thinking that later on, he would play a big wave of pussy in front of many drivers. And in the meantime, let this little old man have some soup and play a small wave of pussy. Little old me nodded as if he were pounding garlic. Aha, got it. After saying that, the little old man put away the excitement on his face and looked high and mighty. The boy smiled slightly, with a confident grin, just as he was getting carried away. Prepare for the attention of thousands. At this point, it just so happened that Jiang Yu's Ferrari 348 and Cobra 427 passed by, even if the car is not as loud as the horrible Ferrari 488 in bomb mode. However, Jiang Yu's two cars had managed to attract everyone's attention, even if people don't know what these two cars are about. But just that vintage look caused a lot of hunting. In comparison, even though the Ferrari 488 that has been blowing up the streets became unloved, Junior, little old me, face to face, oh, the two were wide-eyed. Huge embarrassment. Grass. It's too much of a pretense to drive out in this vintage car, isn't it? Totally stole all the limelight from me. It's masterful. Knowing that you can't fight me in a fight for strength. but yet you used such a method to win me with claptrap. He does not speak of martial virtues. Come cheat, come sneak up on my little 25-year-old comrade. Even though things are not looking good right now, the guy's brain races and he makes a meal of analyzing it, trying to maintain a wave of dignity in front of little old me. However, the little old brother slid his cell phone, a face of horror. That Lou brother, I checked on the internet. His car seems to be not an ordinary old Ferrari, a great deal. The first Ferrari in Huaxia, the chap who was still righteously defending his dignity. Eyes all round. The first Ferrari? WDNMD. He wanted to cry. It felt like a huge blow. Eyes are red. This 488 is the first time he's ever driven out to pretend to be a pussy. Unexpectedly. Ran into a real giant. Totally crushed. It's become a backdrop. The mind is a little blown. Mother asterisk 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 error. It's too hard to try and fake it. Star. Chapter 126. The most expensive bicycle. The most handsome boy in the house. In the meantime, the other side. Jiang Yu's group quickly arrived at their destination. One of the car show venues at Sea Island's exhibition hall. It's also the same car show that has been mentioned above. The reason why Jiang Yu came over here was not just to see the car show. Granted, the organizers of this auto show are trying to build momentum for next month's offerings. Paid big bucks to borrow some top-of-the-line luxury cars over from a number of bigwigs that are usually rare and very meaningful and dated. It's like a Cobra 427 for example. It's much rarer to see a car show for luxury cars, one that features top-of-the-line luxury cars from very established backgrounds. Even rarer. For the average person, it would be a bloody shame not to take a spin at this car show, but to Jiang Yu, it was really nothing special. His main purpose for coming over this time was to return that one Cobra 427 to be taken by the car show side for exhibition, also loaned that Ferrari 348 over here to take to the show. That was the deal he made with the car show organizers at the time. It can't be because it's a surprise for Chen Menghao and the others. Then after the car show side has already built up momentum with the Cobra 427, cut that Cobra 427 right off and drive it away while some of the audience are running to the Cobra 427. While it could be done, it's not necessary. Jiang Yu's human life is to uphold the attitude of making more friends to do things. Just intercepted that a Cobra 427, naturally have to give the other side some return, leaving the Ferrari 348 on this side. That would be a win-win situation. Anyway, Chen Menghao and the others had just traveled all the way in a Ferrari 348 and a Cobra 427, which was already enough of a treat. The second thing was that Jiang Yu didn't want to drive around in these two cars either. It's too compelling. After Jiang Yu found the manager of the venue, hand over the Ferrari and Cobra cars to each other. Then he strolled around with Chen Menghao and the others. Needless to say, the organizers of this one auto show are trying to build momentum for the next batch of new cars. It did come at a great cost. Some of the cars on site are very rare indeed. An eye-opener. It's like that one bike that was placed in the same spot as the Cobra 427 for example. Jiang Yu recognized at a glance that this car's origin was not at all smaller than the Cobra 427. What's with the car? The staff got it wrong, didn't they? However, Chen Menghao and the others were indeed a bit confused. Thought it was kinda weird that a bike would be placed here. One felt very dismayed. Brother Jiang, do you know what kind of car this is? Chen Menghao and the others turned their attention to Jiang Yu. I think it's that butterfly Trekmadon. It's the Ride of Armstrong, the winner of 7 consecutive titles in the World Tour de France. The same one that rode across the Champs-Élysées in the final stages of the 2015 Tour de France. The same car is from the Gates Auction House. At the time, Gates Auction House took it down for $500. 000 Mikan. Jiang Yu spoke eloquently, gave a brief rundown of where that one bike came from. He was usually quite interested in all kinds of sports, and this bike was considered one of the most expensive bikes in the world in terms of value, and it was Armstrong's ride. That was why Jiang Yu was so clear about the bike's origins. So it is. That's pretty impressive. All the top sports stars' rides. No wonder they put it up there with the Shelby Cobra 427. Jiang still knows a lot. Learned. However, Chen Menghao and the others were not too keen on sports like bicycling. It was only at this time when he heard Jiang Yu's popularization that he came to his senses. Chen Menghao and the others nodded their heads in succession. Once again, they felt that in the future, they really had to experience more of all kinds of life and expand their horizons more like Jiang Yu did. Otherwise it's still the same. The gap with Jiang Yu is only getting wider. Jiang Yu and his group continued to stroll. This car show was noteworthy except for that one butterfly bike. There are still a very large number of classic and strong storytelling luxury cars. An example is the 1951 Ford pickup V8. Another example is the Corvette C1, and so on. These cars are not as valuable as some of the top supercars on the scene though, but they all have unique significance. Very special for some car lovers. Some passersby who came to visit didn't know how exuberant it was to see these cars. I can't tell you how many people want to get a picture with these cars, but let's say the car with the most heat on the scene. then of course it would still have to be Jiang Yu's Ferrari 348. This car means more than any car on the scene. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a big shot offering $200 million to buy the car from Mr. Lee at that time. As a result, this Ferrari 348 was placed at the very center of the car show. It also occupies the largest area, and there's some special standard background on the car. It has caused untold numbers of people to go over to visit and take pictures. Jiang Yu turned around when he returned, even saw a familiar figure. It's the same Tang Euro who drew him a picture when he had the cruise ship to play overseas climbing at the time. Tang Euro was accompanied by a middle-aged man. Looking at the looks, it should be Tang Euro's father. Brother Jiang. Fate. I seem to remember that you haven't been in a relationship for a long time either. So let's take this little girl. Just as soon as you ask. Brother Jiang give a yes. Should I call sister-in-law the next time I see her? Chen Menghao and the others began to flirt. They all felt that Tang Euro, this ninny, was quirky and quite interesting. Jiang Yu didn't even bother with these guys. Let's go. Jiang Yu was ready to leave, but she didn't know if it was because Tang Euro was more sensitive to the gazes of others. Feeling that Chen Menghao and the others had been looking at her, she turned her head in confusion. Then he saw Jiang Yu. Bright. They guys lit up at once, coming this way with a few little leaps. Brother Jiang Yu. What a coincidence. Tang Euro was quite happy, feeling quite surprised that she could still run into Jiang Yu here. Yeah, quite a coincidence. Jiang Yu smiled gently, but he didn't notice, as Tang Euro took the initiative to run over and chat with him. The middle-aged man who was with Tang Euro just now also looked over, seeing Jiang Yu and his party, especially seeing that Chen Menghao and the others were not too composed in their temperament. His senses towards Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a little bad as well. Couldn't help but frown. Star. Chapter 127, Supporting Characters with Colored Glasses. Stay away from such people in the future. But, although Tang Euro's father didn't feel too good about Jiang Yu because Chen Menghao and the others seemed to be rather frivolous in their temperament, thinking that Jiang Yu was also one of those frivolous youngsters, but he still knows basic manners. It didn't disturb the conversation between the two Tang Euro and Jiang Yu. Instead, they let the two talk over there. Jiang Yu and Tang Euro chatted for 2 minutes. The two didn't really have much to talk about. Anyway, Jiang Yu had nothing to say. After all, he and Tang Euro had only met once. It was mainly Tang Euro, the girl who was more enthusiastic and wanted to find an opportunity to invite Jiang Yu for a meal or a wave of offline interaction or something. However, Jiang Yu politely refused Tang Euro. Today his schedule was all packed. Even had to take a flight back to Mordor in the middle of the night. How could there be time to eat with Tang Euro? Seeing the situation, Tang Euro couldn't say anything more. She thought that she had already added Jiang Yu's WeChat, and with a thin stream of water, there would still be opportunities to have more contact with Jiang Yu in the future. Jiang Yu and Tang Euro said hello and left. Who was that just now? And where did you go to meet such people? When Tang Euro returned, her father couldn't help but frown and ask. Tang Euro was rather helpless, because she is more outgoing and lively. She knows more friends and all kinds of people, though some friends with bad character she wouldn't touch too much. But my father always felt that she knew all the people who were not respectable friends. Always look at people with colored glasses. Whenever I see her talking to some boys, she always babbles a bit. Hate to check out the other person's background. That one is the one I met when I came back from Magic City on the Star Cruise. Dad, can you stop making that face all the time when you see me talking to some boys? Tang Euro pulled her father's sleeve and said somewhat breathlessly. What's my expression? Do you have any idea how bad some boys are these days? This is not me being an alarmist. Take that boy just now as an example. Although he looks gentle and refined, those friends around him are betraying him. Maybe he's pretending to be gentle on the surface, and behind his back he's the kind of person who sees you as good-looking and wants to plot against you. The father was old-fashioned and preachy. At those words, Tang Euro couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Dad, you think too much. Do you know what his background is? People are really big. I just saw some of the bigwigs on the cruise ship treating him with respect. And you know what? This Ferrari 348 in front of us seems to be his. Tang Euro told the whole story about some of the background she had learned about Jiang Yu. There were some parts that she didn't quite understand. For example, whether those bigwigs on the cruise ship really treated Jiang Yu with respect. Another good example is whether this Ferrari in front of us is really Jiang Yu's. The reason why he felt that some of the bigwigs on the cruise ship were all respectful to Jiang Yu was because he saw that Jiang Yu chatted with those bigwigs very cordially, while those bigwigs chatted with the others rather coldly, and would think that the Ferrari 348 was Jiang Yu's, revealed by what she heard Chen Menghao and the others overhearing. Not 100% sure, it was just that she felt 99%, and she wanted to use this opportunity to get her father to change it so he wouldn't always look at her friends through colored glasses. She just said that on purpose. It's even slightly distressed. Having said that, Tang Euro then added immediately afterward, joking, do you think he'll plot against me? A boy as outstanding as him. It should be your daughter who would plot against him. However, Father, however, scoffed, daughter, you really are too naive. Do you believe whatever people say? You're really getting out of line. Whether or not some of the bigwigs on the cruise ship treated him with respect, that I have no way of knowing. But what you said about this Ferrari in front of us being his, that's hilarious. According to you, then he has the strongest background out of everyone in the room? Then when Mr. Huang comes over later, do we still have to greet him and even serve him good tea? Tang Yuro was momentarily speechless. He was dumbfounded by his father's rhetorical question. She believed that Jiang Yu had a strong background, also willing to believe that this Ferrari in front of him was Jiang Yu's, but whether or not Mr. Huang would really be interested in greeting Jiang Yu when he came over later, this she really couldn't be sure of. As for Mr. Huang, he will have to serve Jiang Yu good tea later. This one she was even more afraid to think about, because this Mr. Huang is a big deal. It's the head of Gates Auction House over here, and there's even a rumor that it's a minority shareholder in Gates Auction House. The connections and backgrounds are properly of the through-the-roof kind. A proper top-tier bigot. It's the kind of thing that would cause an earthquake if you stomped your foot on the island. Well, with that said, you should understand what I mean. I'm not against you making friends, but I want you to make friends who are really good at what they do. Let's leave it at that for now. Maybe Mr. Huang will come over soon. You pay more attention and remember to talk to me when you see Mr. Huang. I'll find a chance to talk to Mr. Huang more later, and by the way, I'll let you show your face in front of him as well. You remember to be smart later. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tang's father's face was serious as he barked. People, Mr. Huang may not recognize which one you are, and let me show my face in front of him. Tang Yuro was a bit resistant to this in her heart. After all, he was still young, just like Chen Manghao and the others. He still liked to play and was not mature enough, but on the surface, he still wouldn't disobey Don's father. Nod dutifully. Got it. Tang Yuro's words had just fallen. She then heard a commotion coming from the direction of the main doors of the car show venue. Look up. There was some consternation. She saw Mr. Huang, who was 170 tall and lean, but with an extremely strong aura, walk in from that end, and Mr. Huang's side. Surprisingly, it was Jiang Yu and his group. Nope, to be more accurate, it should be Jiang Yu alone, because Chen Manghao and the others didn't seem to know Mr. Huang. Jiang Yu was also the only one who was talking and laughing with Mr. Huang. Again, Mr. Huang laughed very brightly as he chatted with Jiang Yu, and every now and then he even patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. It was as if the two were very familiar with each other. Tang Yuro was then so shocked that her little mouth couldn't close. Dad, Mr. Huang is here. Tang Yuro's small face maintained a surprised expression, but she didn't forget to remind Don's father. Tang's father's spirit was lifted at the words. Look in the direction of the gate. When he saw that Mr. Huang was walking this way with a group of people, he immediately intended to go over and get close, but when he just stepped away, upon getting a good look at the one next to Mr. Huang, the pupils flinched. The whole thing froze, as if petrified. Chapter 128, Reversal. The supporting characters are shocked, looking at Jiang Yu who was talking and laughing with Mr. Huang on the other end. Don's father just couldn't believe his eyes as wide as the size of brass bells. Some skepticism. How could he not have imagined that Jiang Yu, who he had just mistaken for a denizen, was a moment ago? Surprisingly, he was able to talk and laugh with Mr. Huang, whom he had to suck up to and had to squat here to find a chance to talk. The whole thing froze in place for a while, as Mr. Huang and Jiang Yu's group continued to approach. Don's father quickly came back to his senses, put aside some other thoughts of the brain. Right now his priority was to talk to Mr. Huang and improve his relationship. By the way, let's see if there's a chance for Tang Yuro to follow and mix things up in front of Mr. Huang. As for Jiang Yu's side, he had no time to care for the time being. Tang's father made a slight adjustment and walked quickly towards Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang, what's with the coincidence? Don wore a full smile, a look of great familiarity with Mr. Huang. In the meantime, he also pulled a hand on Tang Yuro who was still a bit confused and was staring at Jiang Yu with a pair of big eyes. Letting Tang Yuro lean towards him, she appeared on Mr. Huang's heels. Hello, you are? Mr. Huang stopped and shifted his gaze from Jiang Yu's body to Tang's father. There was doubt in his eyes. Mr. Huang really is a nobleman. I'm Tang Jinshui. We've met before at the banquet in Hongfu Garden and discussed the future development trend of the automobile industry together. I wonder if you remember now. Don's father felt a little embarrassed. Luckily, he was still thinking that he could get Tang Yuro to mix it up in front of Mr. Huang as well. Who would have thought? Surprisingly, Mr. Huang doesn't even look familiar to him. The smile on his face became a little stiff. Oh, so it's Mr. Tang. It was my eyes that were clumsy just now. Sorry. Mr. Huang smiled amiably. There is nothing wrong with the sound of that statement. However, Tang's father knew from the lingering confusion in Mr. Huang's eyes that Mr. Huang was simply not remembering which one he was. Right now these are just scenes. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Because he had always been extraordinarily confident and felt superior, it was impossible for even a big shot like Mr. Huang to have no impression of him at all. His ideal situation was for himself to talk and laugh with Mr. Huang, and then by the way, he would be able to get Tang Yuro to follow and mix things up. Never thought this would happen at all. One time, the atmosphere couldn't help but start to stiffen, and just as Don's father's brain was racing, was about to say something to save the scene at hand. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, I still have distinguished guests to entertain over here, so I'll excuse myself for now. Mr. Huang spoke politely. Good. The corners of Don's father's mouth twitched, but how dare he say anything else? He could only swallow the words that came to his mouth. Xiao you really weren't enough just now. Come over here without letting me know in advance. I don't care what else you've got planned for today, but you've got to stay with me instead of your dad for a little while to talk. Mr. Huang pulled Jiang Yu away. Compared to his politeness towards Tang's father out of courtesy, Mr. Huang's attitude towards Jiang Yu was nothing short of enthusiastic. Seeing this scene, Tang Yuro was even more surprised. The big eyes stared at Jiang Yu dead in the face, full of shock. Just now, when she saw Jiang Yu talking and laughing with Mr. Huang, she was very surprised and thought that Jiang Yu was very impressive now. Unexpectedly, Mr. Huang was still so enthusiastic about Jiang Yu, and really good tea to receive Jiang Yu. What exactly is little brother Jiang Yu's identity? The question kept running through her mind. Don's father was equally very shocked. The whole thing is bad. How much wider is the ing gap? It's hard as hell. At the same time, he felt very embarrassed. Thinking of what he had just said to Tang Yuro, he felt ashamed to the core. Cheeks are burning. Although the words just now were only known to Tang Yuro, still, he hated to dig a hole in the ground. TSK, what is this little brother's status? To actually be so familiar with Mr. Huang. Strong. Unfathomable. Ugh, I really regret it. I should have accosted this little brother just now. Who knew his background was so strong? If I could have something with him, I'd be comfortable in my next life. And the people around them were talking. Some of the girls' eyes even glowed brightly as they looked at Jiang Yu. It was as if he could follow orders as long as Jiang Yu spoke. That's normal, too. Jiang Yu is handsome and has an unfathomable background. As a woman, who does not like such a man? Don's father, who was originally still immersed in embarrassment, hearing all these words around me, couldn't help but see the light in front of my eyes. Slap your thighs in excitement. Yeah, Jiang Yu's identity is so strong. Why don't you let your daughter take the initiative? But my daughter knows Jiang Yu. It would be best if the two could have some kind of relationship. Even if it doesn't, it won't be a loss. It's also 100% beneficial for my daughter to befriend a big shot like Jiang Yu. Don's father was thrilled at the thought. Daughter, how is your relationship with little brother Jiang Yu? Do you have his contact information? Yes. Why? Since you have his contact information, then you have to seize the opportunity to chat more with little brother Jiang Yu. Don't you like him? If you're really interested in him, then you have to take the initiative. A boy as good as him won't be short of girls around him. Don's father spoke in a serious tone. Tang Yuro was dumbfounded. It's getting too fast, isn't it? Dad, didn't you just keep me from having more contact with him? Tang Yuro was somewhat unable to keep up with her father. Just now is just now. Now is the time. All in all, dealing more with people like little brother Jiang Yu will do you no harm. Maybe you'll get to know Mr. Huang through him? What about meeting more bigwigs? Or even, because of him, we have a chance to be bigots too? Anyway, he didn't know I said anything bad about him just now. And even if I take a step back and say he knows, I'll just apologize to him. I'm sure someone of his stature wouldn't bother with someone like me. Tang father's face was red and his heart wasn't jumping as he followed Tang Yuro's lead. What was said perfectly illustrates two words. True. Cheeky up. Star. Chapter 129 T in million units. I've seen it all. Jiang Yu did not know the situation of Tang Yuro's father and son outside. At this very moment, he had just arrived with Mr. Huang at the pantry at the car show venue. The pantry is more spacious, but the decorations and such are more generic. Xiao Yu, take your friend and sit down, because the pantry here is to provide for the guests when signing, or the organizers to temporarily entertain friends used. Relatively speaking, it is a little more simple, but that doesn't matter. You boys are blessed today. Mr. Huang greeted Jiang Yu and sat down before saying with a mysterious face. He pulled a delicate ceramic tea tin from the top of the drawer. There's good stuff in here that I was originally going to use to greet some friends. In the meantime, I've left a little at home for when your dad comes over next time and invites him over for a proper tasting. But today you're going to get a head start. Honestly, you're the first one besides me to taste this good stuff after I paid a fortune for it. Mr. Huang's words caused the curiosity of Chen Menghao and the others to be piqued, quite curious and expectant. After all, Mr. Huang's such a character, and just said that when the next time Jiang Yuxin came over to invite to taste together, that's properly good. Maybe, they haven't even tried it yet. But Mr. Huang did not open the tea canister first. Chen Menghao and the others were speechless. Jiang Yu was fine. Mr. Huang is very close to Jiang Yuxin and is very familiar with him. He knew that Mr. Huang was such a character, got used to it a long time ago. Simply not answering, took the tea set in Mr. Huang's hand and rinsed it in a line, and make a pot of steaming hot boiling water. Then wait for Mr. Huang to reveal the secret. Xiao Yu, you guys are really getting good at fixing things, just like your dad. Not you youngsters, can't sit still so soon, gotta learn more from Sayu. Mr. Huang looked at Jiang Yu, then at Chen Menghao and the others and said with a smile, yes. Chen Menghao and the others had a hard time in their hearts. One of the reasons why they don't want to deal with some of the fathers is that they find it a bit awkward and unpleasant to interact with each other. What's also important is that a lot of the time they will always be compared to Jiang Yu. Again, every aspect of it is outmatched. The feeling was beyond depressing. Unexpectedly, now that the person is not in Magic City and is on the island, he was even compared to Jiang Yu once again by Mr. Huang. Well, I'm not going to sell it. Xiao Yu, can you recognize what kind of tea this is? You guys can guess too. Mr. Huang opened the tea canister with a smile. A refreshing smell of tea pours throughout the room. Refreshing. Chen Menghao and the others looked at each other, somewhat speechless. After letting them sip their tea, maybe they can even talk about it. But let them guess now? Guess the hammer. They don't count tea culture as a favorite at all. And at most, they just follow the elders in their families to drink tea occasionally. Mr. Huang didn't seem the least bit surprised by the reaction of Chen Menghao and the others. Smilingly, he looked at Jiang Yu. What about you, Xiao Yu? Jiang Yu looked at the tea in front of him. The shape is tightly knotted, slender and curly, with hair, high fragrance, fresh and strong flavor, and the leaf bottom is young and green, even and bright. After thinking about it a little uncertainly, he said, I think it's golden melon tribute tea? Is this the golden melon tribute tea? Chen Menghao and the others immediately stared in disbelief. The mood was quite emotional. It's not that they are very fond of tea. Rather, it was because the golden melon tribute tea in front of them was really precious. This is one of the top teas on the market. Prices they forget must be in the millions. And the price doesn't even matter. What matters is that it's still extremely rare. That's all they've heard about it. They haven't tried it. It even seemed to them that their fathers hadn't necessarily tried it. Otherwise, just now Mr. Huang would not have mentioned that next time when Jiang Yuxin came over he would specially invite Jiang Yuxin to taste it together. If it wasn't particularly rare, with Jiang Yuxin's status, it would be easy to get it if you wanted it. Exactly. Xiao Yu actually managed to recognize it at a glance. It's not simple. How can you recognize it? Don't tell me you've had this tea before, Huang asked curiously. Judging from the flavor it gives off, this is definitely pu'er tea without a doubt. The tea will have a date red appearance and the white hairs turn yellowish brown, which again tells you that it's aged tea. So to summarize, this is definitely top quality aged pu'er black tea in front of me. Most of the pu'ers I've seen associated with Uncle Huang. You also said that you would invite my dad to taste it with you next time. That's why I think it should also only be the golden melon tribute tea, which is known as the emperor of pu'er tea. That can make you sell it like that just now. Uncle Huang. Jiang Yu briefly explained his speculative thoughts. Upon hearing this, Chen Menghao and the others expressed their admiration, feeling long in the tooth. As stated above, if it was for them to savor, maybe they could analyze it a bit, but for them to analyze it like Jiang Yu did, and with their heads in the clouds and with reasoning, they really couldn't do it. They don't even know exactly how to tell the difference between new and stale tea. Mr. Wang, on the other hand, nodded frequently. Nice, you boys are really smart. I am really growing to like you. It's really no shame that I've come up with this good stuff to entertain you kid. Mr. Huang appreciated Jiang Yu. That's why he liked Jiang Yu so much. Jiang Yu has a wide range of knowledge and insights, and his conversation is good. Even with an older generation like him it is very comfortable to talk. On the contrary, some other young people, even if it's seen enough, but none are too interested in the tea thing. The most is to follow the elders of the family. Under the cultivation of the elders will only be a little understanding of the culture of tea. Unlike Jiang Yu, who is really knowledgeable about a lot of tea culture. Chapter 130 pointing out the whole scene and making a big splash. By the way, when he was with an elder like Mr. Huang, things like making tea should be left to a junior like Jiang Yu. It's not about who or what they are to each other, just a courtesy. But, Xiao Yu, let me do it. This is the island. You are considered a guest. Let me, and uncles, entertain you. Mr. Huang was more brisk. not caring about some minor etiquette, and even more so, he didn't like to posture or anything in front of Jiang Yu. Very well spoken. Alright, Mr. Huang had said so Jiang Yu was no longer polite. Mr. Huang began to make tea. He was very knowledgeable about the art of tea, which Jiang Yu knew, only to see that Mr. Huang was in no hurry to make a move. Instead, they first set up the tea utensils one by one, with the teapot and the teacup placed side by side on top of the tea tray, and the scenting cups and the tasting cups corresponding to each other, standing side by side. The electric tea kettle is placed on the left-hand side, putting the tea set in place. Mr. Huang warmed the tea set first. After warming the cups, pour the hot water from the teacups into the scenting cups respectively. Hold the scenting cups with tea clips and rotate them 360 degrees. Then pour the hot water from the scenting cups into the tasting cups. At the same time, he also uses a tea clip to hold the tasting cup and rotate it 360 degrees before the water in the cup is poured into the polyester square or tea tray. Then brew, pour and serve the tea, and so on. At every step, Mr. Huang was very skilled. The whole thing flowed. There is a special artistry in even the simplest movements that Mr. Huang makes. It gives you the feeling that you are looking at a work of art. Looking at Chen Menghao and the others, they were dumbfounded. This maneuver is simply brilliant. Just watching Uncle Huang make tea is enough to please the eye. But Uncle Huang, I'm a little curious. Why do I see some strange steps in the way you make tea? Right, shouldn't boiling water be used to make tea in theory? It seems like the water wasn't even boiling just now, right? And the lid doesn't even stay on while it's soaking. Which, Chen Menghao and the others were in praise at the same time. Feeling a little curious again. This is because many of the steps that Mr. Huang takes when steeping the golden melon tribute tea are very different from the tea steeping techniques that they have learned about. Mr. Huang smiled subtly and didn't answer at first. Instead, he looked at Jiang Yu with a smile. Xiao Yu, since you can name the golden melon tribute tea, you should know something about it. You should know the answer to Xiao Chen's and their questions, so you'll be the one to say it. At those words, Chen Menghao and the others turned their gazes towards Jiang Yu. Brother Jiang, you actually know? No way? Are you that deep into all this stuff? Chen Menghao and the others felt surprised. Golden melon tribute tea is the top of the good tea. The tea color, aroma, taste, shape unique, with swords and spears in the clouds, the dragonflies and phoenix dance characteristics, known as the national gift tea. But then, this tea is rather special and can't be brewed with ordinary techniques. Otherwise, it will lose its unique and clear flavor, reducing the taste of this valuable and good tea to ordinary tea. The correct brewing method goes like this. First of all, it is right to warm the cup with boiling water before brewing regular tea. However, you should not use boiling water to brew Jing Guagong Cha. This tea is slightly special and is best brewed with water at 80-85 degrees C. Secondly, when you flush, you can't flush straight or too fast. Lastly, because Uncle Huang used a gaiwan to brew the tea, you should not cover the lid of the cup when brewing Jing Guagong Cha, but rather the soup should come out in 5-8 seconds. And the reason why you put the lid on the cup when the soup comes out and open it immediately after is so that the tea doesn't get smothered and browned. Mr. Huang had named names, so Jiang Yu simply explained. He hadn't tasted the golden melon tribute tea before this though, but he knew more about this stuff, except that Zhang Jinan mentioned it to him many times. He had specialized in it himself. It was just that it was really rare and he couldn't buy it anytime soon, so he just hadn't tasted it. Asterisk 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 is this tea so troublesome to make? Uncle Huang, is what Jiang said true? Chen Menghao and the others heard what Jiang Yu said. Both froze. Nice. You is absolutely right. Mr. Huang nodded. The gaze that looked at Jiang Yu became even friendlier. The lad was really pleasing him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang is a cow. It's amazing that you know all this. You're really something. Chen Menghao and the others were stunned. Looking at Jiang Yu as if he was looking at a monster totally exemplifies the idiom of dumbstruck. I'm just skimming the surface. 2. It's still Uncle Huang who really knows what he's doing. Jiang Yu smiled. A line of people talking. The atmosphere in the pantry was unmistakably harmonious. Not long after, a burst of fragrance came out of the teapot, which filled the entire room, making people relaxed and happy. Xiao Yu, and a few of you, please have some tea. Mr. Huang poured the brewed tea should into the sea of tea first, and then from the sea of tea into the teacups of Jiang Yu, Chen Menghao and others. Then there was a tea tray holding the teacups, which was delivered to Jiang Yu's right hand in front of him. Thanks. Jiang Yu took the teacup. No immediate pin use though. Instead, serve the cup and smell the aroma. Then only then did you sip the soup and taste it. When the tea enters your mouth, the refreshing flavor immediately fills your entire mouth. Lip smacking. Simply a great treat. Good tea. TSK, TSK. The flavor is simply amazing. Truly a superb product with a price tag. Chen Menghao and the others each had an even more exaggerated expression than Jiang Yu. They were both very intoxicated. It was as if he was savoring something superb. It's actually normal. The reason they have that look on their faces. One of the things is that the taste of this tea is really a great treat on earth. The second is, as they say, their fathers might not even have tasted this tea, but following Jiang Yu had gotten to drink it before their fathers did. It's comforting to think about. When I go back and tell my dad about it later, he'll probably be dumbfounded. Ha ha, when you say it like that, it makes me laugh when I think about it. Following Brother Jiang is really just being able to open your eyes and gain insight. After Chen Menghao and the others thanked Mr. Huang, they let out their emotions, feeling that following Jiang Yu out was simply too right to be true. Chapter 131, less than $20 million. No need to get entangled at all? Buy them all. Nearly an hour followed. Jiang Yu had been drinking tea and chatting with Mr. Huang at the head of the pantry. It's a good time. In contrast, Don's father outside was very bitter. During this hour, he didn't even have the heart to look at the car show, so he looked around to see if Jiang Yu had come out of the pantry. Although Tang Euro has Jiang Yu's contact information, the thin water flows, there is absolutely no worry about finding opportunities to develop with Jiang Yu. But he couldn't wait for Tang Euro and Jiang Yu's relationship to go further. After all, how can you talk online and not get along as well offline? He was somewhat regretting having such a hard mouth just now and not believing Tang Euro's words. Otherwise, just now, there was every chance for Tang Euro to spend more time with Jiang Yu for a while longer. If everything had gone a little smoother, maybe now he would have been able to talk to Mr. Huang a little more just now. Even now there was a chance to join Jiang Yu inside for tea. Of course, this was just his unrealistic fantasy. But right now, Tang Euro was able to face off with Jiang Yu, and he was not willing to miss the opportunity. He even thought about what Tang Euro should do later when Jiang Yu came out, and he had already instructed Tang Euro many times. Everything was in place, just waiting for Jiang Yu to come out. Just as Don's father's thoughts were wandering, the door to one of the pantries on that end opened. Jiang Yu walked out from the inside. Don's father was instantly agitated, just wanted to admonish Tang Euro again, then bring Tang Euro up. Make sure you can facilitate a wave of offline interactions between Tang Euro and Jiang Yu today. However, Jiang Yu was personally escorted to the front door by Mr. Huang. Now Don's father was dumbfounded. Even if he had abandoned his cheek, it was completely useless. Jiang Yu was sent to the door by Mr. Huang. Whose turn was it for a little person like him to come up and strike up a conversation? Don's father sighed heavily. Regret slapped his thighs. Grass. I wish I hadn't been so mouthy just now. Originally, there were also some of the girls who were still stuck in the car show who saw Jiang Yu again and were quite excited and wanted to go up and talk to him. But because of Mr. Huang beside Jiang Yu, he could only watch Jiang Yu leave. It's really depressing. It's okay to strike up a conversation and get rejected, but now I can't believe I'm even getting rejected. Crying. The gap between me and this little brother is actually this big. The other side. Uncle Huang, I've already prepared a car, so I won't bother you to send someone to drive us. Mr. Huang also knew that Jiang Yu had left the Ferrari 348 at the car show, and he had planned to have his driver send Jiang Yu away. But before meeting Mr. Huang, Jiang Yu prepared other cars in advance. Look at my memory. I almost forgot that you boys have quite a few cars on the island too. In that case, fine, drive slowly on your way. Everything is a little sketchy this time, so next time you come to the island talk to me ahead of time and sit at my house. Mr. Huang said enthusiastically. Okay. Chen Menghao and the others greeted Mr. Huang. Jiang Yu also greeted. Then he led Chen Menghao and the others to the parking lot on the side. Finally, it stopped in front of a Porsche with a purple body and a red Lexus. Both of these cars are very eye-catching. Let's put aside the otherwise very bright colors of purple and red for a moment. The one Porsche was like a prostrate beast. The exterior is very dominant, and that one Lexus body is all less exaggerated, but it gives a very elegant look. It's all in one, and it's handsome. Oh, exempt. This is not the Gembala company personally handled the modification of that a Porsche Carrera GT. 5. 7 liters, V10 naturally aspirated engine, 670 horsepower. The regular Carrera GT is limited to 270 units worldwide, and the modified version is limited to 25 units worldwide. Good stuff. The Lexus LFA, known as the most beautiful heavenly voice, isn't bad either. To be rigorous, both cars should be hailed as the most heavenly sounding. I don't recall the internet being able to tell whether the Carrera or the LFA sounded better even after all these years. I didn't realize that Zhang's car on the island wasn't bad. Needles don't poke. As soon as Chen Menghao and the others met, they recognized the ins and outs of the two cars in front of them. Quite a surprise. Neither car is particularly expensive though. It adds up to less than $20 million. But both cars are full of taste. One cannot measure the significance of this car purely in monetary terms. This was also the reason why Jiang Yu would arrange for these two vehicles to appear here. That Lexus LFA in particular is simply in his heart. Almost every time he went to this side of the island, Jiang Yu went out in this Lexus LFA. Jiang Yu gave Yuxian the keys to that one Carrera and got into the Lexus LFA himself. Some people who came to the parking lot to pick up their cars saw this. Face to face. People are stupid. Key God? Soon, Jiang Yu and the others got into the car. The two cars slowly left the parking lot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of bigots are driving the car? A famous scene. Master Green Knot. I can't believe I had the chance to run into a Carrera GT and Lexus LFA driving side by side in my lifetime. It really is so rare. Thanks to the big guy in the car. It fulfills a dream I've had for years. Just who is the real heavenly voice? There should be a winner or loser today, right? Just leaving the parking lot, these two cars caused quite a stir. Many car owners who came to this car show in their cars saw these two cars and brushed against them, all surprised and talking. Anyone who can come to this car show is knowledgeable about cars. Most people know that both of these cars are hailed as heavenly, but as to whose sound was better, everyone had their own views and the discussion could not come up with a result. After all, the price of these two cars was not expensive for Jiang Yu, but for ordinary people it was sky high. And most of the people who like to argue about who sounds better are regular internet users. Like some of the bigwigs who can actually afford these two cars just don't give a good example is Jiang Yu. At the time, it was the gimmick of heavenly music that made him aware of the two cars. And don't bother with who sounds better. I saw that both cars looked good and both sounded pretty good, so I bought them all. No need to dwell on it at all. It's not like two cars are expensive anyway. Chapter 132. What are you arguing about? Can you afford it? But those car owners can't buy whatever they want like Jiang Yu. Now that they see the two cars driving side by side, they are pulling out their cell phones to shoot video and document the difference in sound between the two cars. For Jiang Yu, he personally prefers the sound of the Lexus LFA. The Porsche Carrera GT sounds closer to a racing V10 than the LFA in every way. There is a very obvious tempering sound. The speed is increased is the sound more brutal, such as golden iron, such as into the drums of 10,000 warriors and the battle. Unstoppable, like a towering tower standing. The sound of the LFA is processed by the exhaust system, personally tuned by the Yamaha team, relative to the Porsche has a kind of musical beauty, elegance and grandeur. The momentum is like a long wind out of the valley. However, the owners were divided. I think Carrera sounds significantly better. Cranky as hell. The LFA is classy sounding and gives me a feeling of staying subdued and elegant at all times. I love the LFA. +1. LFA is the real heavenly voice. On the contrary, I think Carrera is. Even they took the time to post the video online, and the netizens are having a heated debate. The whole car forum is a bit of a mess. Make it sound like you guys have a Carrera or LFA at your disposal to do justice to your favorite car. Convinced. So what if you win the argument? Can you guys afford it? If it wasn't for the two big guys driving the car at the top of the video, I don't think you'd even have a chance to see them in the same frame. Some users find those arguments very distracting from the experience. Couldn't look away. Couldn't help it. Those netizens who were holding their own views and arguing unswitchably fell silent. That's a solid statement. 2. In the meantime, Jiang Yu's group arrived at the southern villa area of the island. The southern villa area, the highest end of the island. There isn't one. The Mr. Huang who had just had tea with Jiang Yu lived here. Chen Menghao and the others didn't have any real estate over here. Some of them come over to this side of the island less often. There's no need to purchase a house here. And those like Chen Menghao and Yi Xian who would occasionally come over here for vacations. Nor have they purchased a house on the head of the place, because it's a bit of a waste to buy a big villa but not come over here to stay often. They acquired a large flat elsewhere. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, has real estate over here. He would often come over to this side of the island to play, and sometimes Jiang Jinan would come over for business and such. That's why I bought the villa here some years ago. Therefore, even though the southern villa area is heavily defended here, security is extremely tight. For example, a number of cars were parked in front of the villa area for registration, but the security guard at the gate recognized Jiang Yu's ride, Lexus LFA, from afar. Just immediately, he opened the railing and stood respectfully. Jiang Xiao. Jiang Yu parked his car next to the security guard and rolled down the window. Seeing Jiang Yu, the security guard immediately shouted respectfully, "The car behind you is with us. Please let them go together." Jiang Yu greeted the security guard, then proceeds smoothly and unobstructed to the southern villa area. See what it means to have a poker face. How come you didn't know to buy a house around here, making it so we have to go through all this trouble every time we go in? Totally faceless. One of the women at registration watched enviously as Jiang Yu drove away, and then some dislike for the husband next to her. Talking is like drinking soup. Let's just forget about how much the house on the inside costs and just talk about the property taxes. I asked a friend. He has a house in it. And the property costs $200,000 a month. Maybe the property rates fluctuate from villa to villa, but you can imagine what level of bigwigs have to live there. The man sighed. $200,000 for the property? That plus the cost of repairs, hiring workers to clear the pool to build a garden, etc. Even if you don't live there and leave it vacant, you'll have to spend $3 million a year, right? The women were dumbfounded. Their house package is just under $10 million. Besides, Jiang Yu. At this point they entered the interior of the southern villa area. There's not much to say about the interiors and configuration of the southern villas area. To put it simply, the environmental configuration of this place was compared to the Imperial View Bay Villa area where Jiang Yu often lived in Magic City. It's almost like it's never been done before. After all, this side of the island is a destination for tourism and relaxation, and there is scenery everywhere on the island. In addition to this reason, the second very important reason is that the entire island, and even the south of the most top horse farm island Horseway Club is located in the south of the villa area. Equestrianism is arguably one of the most popular sports among the truly upper class. Almost any big shot with a bottom line is interested in horsemanship. This has led to the horse farm being the most hidden place in a city. It's where the big boys hang out. It is also a platform for making friends and developing networks. Jiang Yu didn't come over this side this time with the intention of bringing Chen Menghao and the others home. It's the Horse Exchange Club that runs here. The Horse Haven Club is centrally located in the southern villa area. The Horse Exchange Club is 4-star certified by the Sino-British Equestrian Club accreditation system, which is the highest level of accreditation for equestrian clubs in China at present, with the highest software and hardware facilities in the country and more members. There are all kinds of equestrian competitions held here regularly, with 260m*90m competition venues, one of which has 6 lighthouses. It is the only venue in the country that can be used for night competitions and training. The other area is a 20m*40m dance practice venue, a 25m*68m indoor field with spectator seating, a solution for training in bad weather conditions or doing small horse shows. Jiang Yugang parked his car in the parking lot of the Manhwa Club. When he got out of the car, he saw a man holding up a cell phone as if he was on a live stream introducing the Horse Exchange Club to a group of waterbenders. Without further ado, today I can reach out and show you inside, take you for a long ride. After that anchor's introduction, he held up his cell phone and went inside the Horse Fair Club. Let's go in too, Jiang Yu said towards Chen Menghao and the others. He, Chen Menghao, and the others followed into the Horse Exchange Club. Star. Chapter 133, Supporting Characters. He's just a part-timer, there's no need to make things difficult for him. The Horse Haven Club has a huge footprint, which is divided into 2 areas. On the left coming out of the parking lot is where the club is located. On the right-hand side is where the horses are kept. It is equipped with a racecourse, stables and a place for horses to train and exercise their asses. Because of the membership system that is in place here at the Horse Fair Club, and non-members who want to enter the club will have to be led by a member to do so. Thus, Jiang Yu could only lead Yi Xian and the others to the club first. As for Chen Menghao, who had both applied for membership over here just like Jiang Yu and had a horse over here just like Jiang Yu, he went ahead to the stables to see his horse. Jiang Yu and his group arrived in front of the club. Mr. Jiang, please. Jiang Yu showed his membership card and smoothly and unobstructedly led Yi Xian and the others in. The club is also relatively large. Inside, it contains a cozy and elegant beer restaurant, a sophisticated fine dining bar, a garden terrace with access to the garden, and a number of private rooms for private dinners. The rest is the parlor area for rest and recreation and chatting. Jiang Yu brought Yi Xian and the others to the meeting area. Along the way, one can see the club's distinctive and intriguing decor, pure wood floors, extra high ceilings, antique crystal chandeliers, and custom-colored oil paintings all overflow with this elegant and luxurious atmosphere. The setting and ambience have the highest form of grungy elegance. Why don't you guys take a seat over here for a while? Although this may be your first time over here, you should be familiar with places like the Equestrian Club since you frequent it so often. So make yourselves at home and call me if you run into anything. I'm going over to the stables to check on my horse first. See you later. There are only 2 ways to ride a horse on the club side of the Horse Exchange. One of them is riding club horses. The Horse Fair Club has a large number of horses of various types, including warm bloods, thoroughbreds, domestic horses and other categories. The horses numbered upwards of 100. The second of which is to ride the horses that you keep here. There are enough categories of horses on the club side of the Horse Exchange, though, but for many of the big boys, raising their own horses is a chic pleasure. It's like a luxury car. Even if there are some luxury cars that you know you won't drive often even if you buy them home, it's just a pleasure to buy them and keep them in your garage collection. Jiang Yu had the same idea at the time and raised a horse at this end. He raises Akatakma, sort of the Bugatti of horses. The selling price is more expensive. At that time, Jiang Yu paid close to $40 million for it, counted as one of the top horses at the horse fair club. Jiang Yu greeted Yi Xian and the others after left the club. On the way to the stables, you will cross the club's racecourse. As mentioned above, this side has the only field in the country that can be used for night games and training. You can imagine the specs and strength of this field. A number of competitions, big and small, domestic and even international, are held over here. As a result, the flags of each country will hang above the field of play. It looks quite spectacular. Crossing the racecourse, Jiang Yu arrived at the stables. It's worth saying that the stables at the Horsehaven Club are strictly in line with the standards of the top international stable clubs, in which the stables are divided into 3 areas, A, B, C. Stable A is a single-row design with a row of barns plus horse access, totaling 30 stalls, all single stalls, in an excellent setting, and all facing the sun. B stables, 46 stalls in opposite rows. The stables are equipped with a veterinarian's room, hay room, saddle room, tack palm room, horse bathrooms, and horse grill electric room. C stables are 37 stables in opposite rows. After Jiang Yu arrived at the stables, he happened to bump into the anchor Kota, who he had just met in the parking lot. Kota was holding the camera up to the stable environment and the waterboys were making a big deal out of it. I'm guessing the waterboys are reacting very sensationally at the moment, with a great deal of fuss. This caused Kota to smile smugly, with a touch of superiority. It's actually normal that the waterboys would be that sensational. Thinking about those 2 days when Hanbin followed Jiang Yu live, almost everywhere he went he had the look of Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Even though he had gained a lot of insight following Jiang Yu, if Hanbin were here at this moment, probably would have been dumbfounded as well, and then kept going. Jiang Yu went straight forward to the stables as stable. Coincidentally, though, Kota turned out to be heading in that direction as well. Over here are some horses raised by some of the top big boys. To show you all, this is the Orloff horse, which sells for up to about $4 million. This is a purebred Falabella pony, extremely rare in numbers, no more than 2,000. The asking price is around $100,000. They're smaller and most of them are for children to ride. Water friends, don't be in a hurry to brush off any long time learning pop-ups just yet. This next horse is our main attraction this time. Akshar Thakma. This very unique breed of horse has great speed, excellent stamina, free stride, intelligent, very easy to train, extremely elegant. It's the top nobility among horses. What would you guess the asking price to be? 10 million? Doubling is not enough. It goes up. Kota dropped these words. The waterman looked at Akshar Tacoma in the camera. The whole thing is silly. WOJ? $20 million isn't enough? I'm stupid. How rich does its owner have to be? A bigot among bigots, right? This time it's a real long shot. The waterboys are blowing up. Tens of millions of dollars a horse. They've never really seen that before. Looking at the pop-ups, he saw the water friends, one by one, dumbfounded and completely unseen. Kota's sense of superiority was simply bursting at the seams. Though the horse wasn't his and the owner he didn't recognize, but he's the one who opened this eye for the waterboys. However, just then, a voice rang out. Hello, please do not proceed with the shooting. At that, Kota looked back and saw a young man. The young man was so handsome that he was a little envious. That's right, this man was Jiang Yu. Just now Kota had been nagging ahead, all kinds of live, getting in the way. Jiang Yu didn't even feel anything. He didn't like being photographed in his Akshar Takma though. Whether or not the other bigwigs would let someone shoot their horses, Jiang Yu wasn't very sure. But this Akshar Tucker horse is personal to him and belongs to his privacy. This is different from a luxury car that can go on the road. Jiang Yu didn't like being filmed. Okay, sorry, I'll leave right away. Rather, nothing happened that resembled the plot of a novel where there was some kind of conflict because of it. After all, Kota was able to get authorization to come in and film, so that counts for something. And he's still live streaming. The basic qualities will still be there. Therefore, even though he didn't know exactly what Jiang Yu's identity was, Kota left after hearing what he said and didn't pester him too much. Straight up evicted? That's too cardless. Ugh, I can't get enough of that Akatakma just now. As Kota left Stallion A, the waterboys swiped at him. Seeing this, Kota smiled subtly. I guess that staff member just now is new. It's not unusual for me to be told not to broadcast without knowing. We're pretty much done looking at that horse anyway, so there's no point in making things difficult for people. This explanation from Kota caused the waterboys to blow up again. The new arrivals. Hardly. That's a pretty loaded statement. Bull. Kota smiled smugly before continuing to take his water friends elsewhere to hang out. Chapter 134, the horse's belonging is exposed. The whole stadium is shocked. Again, back to Jiang Yu's side. After Kota left, Jiang Yu got the staff and opened the stables. Presented in front of Jiang Yu was Akatakma, who was of similar height to Jiang Yu. Akshartakoma's posture is very elegant, with just the right amount of perfect musculature. The limbs are long and slender, and the skin is thin and hairy. The tan color of the coat is very pure. The flow lines are very nice. It was rather quiet at the moment, standing there as if he were an elegant gentleman. But that doesn't mean that Akshartakma is in a happy mood at this point. Jiang Yu noticed a detail. It's Akshartakma's ears that go back to his back. Seeing this, Jiang Yu stepped forward and gently soothed Akatakma's head. The horse's moods, except when he is quite emotional, can be quite obviously perceived. Otherwise one would have to go through some details to detect it. For example, at this moment Akshartakma's ears are back behind his back. It means it's not in a good mood and is a bit grumpy. I guess it was caused by the fact that Kota had just pointed the camera at it and introduced it as being more emotional. Jiang Yu simply pacified for a while. Akshartakma's ears turned from being carried behind his back to rotating back and forth. The nostrils are slightly dilated and the tail is held high. And it approached Jiang Yu, making a slow hissing sound. All this represents Akshartakma's emotions becoming stable and joyful. Horses are actually pretty smart. In the absence of other distracting sounds around it, it could tell by the lightness and weight of the footsteps coming through its ears if the one coming was the owner. Not to mention that Jiang Yu was right in front of it at the moment. At this moment, even if it didn't open its eyes, it could even distinguish that this was its master by the rhythm of Jiang Yu caressing its forehead. Jiang Yu simply fed some grain to Akatakma. Then, leading the Akatakma out of the stables, Jiang Yu did not immediately take Akshartakoma to the horse farm for a ride. Instead, he led it to a large shed outside the stables. Do you guys know how horses get fit? It's right here in front of us. See that one oversized treadmill? That's just for horses. Look over here again. This one circle is for walking horses. Once the horse enters this circle walkway, a machine will follow right behind it in a fully automated operation. And are you all curious as to what species is being slithered in front of you? That's a Hanoverian, one of the most common breeds on the track, with prices fluctuating and the top Hanoverian worth tens of millions. That one over there is the horse owner. Don't look at his young age, but to be able to spend $10 million on a horse, he must be a big shot among big shots. I just briefly talked to the big guy and he told me that this Hanoverian horse of his cost over $10 million to purchase at the time. What made Jiang Yu somewhat unexpected was, he took Akshartakoma to the walking gym and actually ran into that anchor Kota again. But that's actually normal. The Horse Exchange Club is a very mysterious place to the average person though. But really, there's nothing worth featuring, because the club has some bigwigs chatting and stuff from time to time. Filming is completely forbidden. The only things to photograph are the 3 places where the horses are kept and released for walking. Just now Kota has introduced the horse farm stables and these places, so it's actually normal to bump into them here. What also made Jiang Yu a bit surprised was that Chen Menghao happened to be skating as well. The Hanoverian horse worth $10 million that Kota had just introduced was Chen Menghao's horse. Jiang Yu led Akshartakoma when he arrived. Kota didn't notice at first. At the moment, he was constantly showing his superiority with his water friends in the live broadcast room. After all, it is possible to run into the owner of a Hanoverian horse worth tens of millions of dollars, and had a few chats with such bigots. It's all a show of superiority. The live stream is blowing up at the moment yet, but soon, as Jiang Yu led Akatakoma closer, Kota spotted Jiang Yu. Guys, you may not believe me when I tell you, but I ran into that staff member again just now, and he's leading Akshartakma over here for a workout at the moment. But forgive me if I can't turn the camera around. Kota spoke to his water friends about the situation. No way. Just now you were just reminded by a tiny staff member, and you've been wimpy until now? You're flashing the fact that you're a long-time member here. Please anchor, turn the camera around. You don't have to shoot the horse, just the little brother. Tong, that little brother just now is quite handsome. Oing oing. Even if the water boys are swiping for him to turn the camera. But he didn't do that and instead smiled at Jiang Yu in a friendly manner. Manners are still good. Jiang Yu returned a smile. Jiang. At this time, Chen Menghao also saw Jiang Yu coming this way. Seeing this, Kota froze. Some can't believe their eyes. What is this? How is it that a big shot who spent millions on the Hanoverian horse would offer to say hello to that part-time worker and call him Brother Jiang? The problem is that the part-timer isn't old enough to be addressed politely. What the hell? When he was in the stables just now, Kota had a preconceived notion that Jiang Yu was a staff member of the stable, so he was puzzled at the moment. Think that's totally uncalled for. Just now, he had indicated his identity as a member here before that big brother was willing to communicate with him, so it was conceivable that that big brother was not an affable person, but at this moment is more enthusiastic about a staff member than he is a member. This surprised Kota. Kota quickly came back to his senses and briefly told his water friends what had happened. It's a live effect explosion of information. There's no way he's going to miss this great opportunity to turn up the heat. No way, sir. The water boys swiped wildly. Again, very unexpected. However, even more horrifying is yet to come. I wish I had known that I would have spent more money back then too. You're a really handsome Akshar Tucker horse. So handsome. Chen Menghao looked at the spirited and elegant to the core Akshar Tacoma next to Jiang Yu and praised him, a yearning twinkle in his eyes, some envy and regret. You guys, when I asked you to buy it, you said it wasn't necessary. Now it's back on. Old scumbag. Jiang Yu joked, talking and laughing with Chen Menghao. The atmosphere was not cordial. They're talking and laughing over here. But Kota over there heard the conversation between the two Jiang Yu. The pupils suddenly shrunk, eyes dead wide. The whole thing is silly. Star. Chapter 135. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. Kota's entire body was confused. Some can't believe their ears. He flatly couldn't believe that Jiang Yu, whom he had mistaken for a staff member, was the big brother he had always wanted to make some friends with in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a shocking reversal. Unobtrusive. Who would have thought that the big brother we've been longing to meet just now is this brother? I'm humanly stupid. Mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the broadcast. The live broadcast threw a tsunami of excitement. It completely blew up. There are so many pop-ups that they explode. The water boys, like Kota, were all shocked all the time. One desperately swiped at the questionable trifecta. If they weren't there, otherwise, they would have wanted to give Jiang Yu a sliding knee. De Shao, why are you still standing there? Didn't you say to us just now that if we had the chance to run into the master of Akatakma, we must befriend him? Such an opportunity is indeed rare. And if you can take advantage of it to get on good terms with that big man, your path will be wide open in the future. Who says it isn't? Tens of millions of dollars a horse. I can't imagine how god-awful that must be. Up to where would he dare to go over there? Have we all forgotten what just happened? I really like Kota's line about him being new. Ha 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 ha. Don't curse, don't curse. Kota man is about to go autistic. The live show simply exploded. The deep fry in a fry kind. Some of the old water buddies then looked out for Kota and reminded Kota not to miss the good opportunity in front of him to make friends with Jiang Yu. Some are just frantically swiping the words, new arrivals. Kota saw the pop-ups. The whole thing is bad. Since he would come over here from time to time, he saw Jiang Yu was rather unfamiliar just now, and directly took Jiang Yu as a staff member. He knew some of the bigwigs of the Horse Exchange Club, but none of them were as young as Jiang Yu. So just now, he had faked his way through his water friends, trying to show off. Who would have thought of being punched in the face? Ahem, you can't really blame me for that. It's mostly that big guy's face that got me wrong. I didn't think someone could be that good looking and that rich. Kota forced an explanation. Licked a wave of Jiang Yu by the way. Kota chatted with his water friends for a couple of minutes. Seeing that Jiang Yu over there was now free, he walked over. Although it was very embarrassing to recognize Jiang Yu wrongly just now. Still, you can't go wrong with this kind of opportunity. As the water friends said, if they could familiarize themselves with Jiang Yu and integrate into Jiang Yu's circle, it would still take off. Thinking about it, Kota was a little more thankful, although just now he had the eyes to recognize Jiang Yu's identity wrongly. But the unfortunate thing was that he had always been polite to Jiang Yu. Just now it was just fooling around in front of the water boys. Otherwise, the person would probably be gone by now. Kota's thoughts rambled. It soon arrived in front of Jiang Yu. Brother, just now I really didn't know that this Akatakma was yours. Sorry about that. Kota began by expressing his apologies. He also knew that it wasn't very nice of him to keep shooting at Akshar Taxma just now for the live effect. It's okay. Jiang Yu smiled. Get acquainted. My friends usually call me Kota. Brother, you can just call me Kota. Kota offered to reach out. Jiang Yu still had a good impression of this person. Kota. At least Kota was polite and was able to just take out what had just happened and apologize for it. It's good to make a friend when the other party is so sincere. Kota was also sensing that Jiang Yu was treating him quite well. He talked to Jiang Yu more while the iron was hot. Of course, while chatting with Jiang Yu, his camera view had not been pointed at Jiang Yu or Akshar Tacoma, who was strolling inside. The etiquette is in place, and in order to have a smooth conversation with Jiang Yu, Kota had been taking the initiative to find a topic, enthusiastic to a fault. Humble little da on the line. Ha ha, Xiao Da usually fools around in front of us. Now he's honest in front of Zhang Xiao. It's a shame that we can only hear voices and can't see what posture or look Kota has right now. The water boys swiped their screens. By the way, Jiang Xiao, you're usually quite busy, aren't you? It's rare to see you come over here to play. Kota saw that he had a nice chat with Jiang Yu, trying to get a sideways look at Jiang Yu. Of this he was very curious. Normally he's considered a regular at the Horse Exchange Club. Mainly, he often came over here because he wanted to meet some of the bigwigs, mix into some more circles, and expand his network. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the opportunity to have a live stream from his head in the stable. However, he had no impression of Jiang Yu at all. As a matter of common sense, it's completely unwarranted. It couldn't be that Jiang Yu spent tens of millions of dollars on a horse and then usually left it here for the staff to take care of, could it? I do come over here relatively infrequently, usually just once a month, and it's only when I have time to come over that I come over here on vacation and relax. Jiang Yu replied. Ah, young Jiang, you're not from the island? Koda's eyes widened. Yes, I usually live in Magic City, Jiang Yu said. Koda's entire body froze. Ah, this. Once again he was dumbfounded. Holy, normally living in Magic City, but spending tens of millions of dollars to buy a horse on an island? This is too much of a show. What's the difference between this and buying a luxury car and leaving it at home? It's too much of a waste, isn't it? Turtle, how rich does this have to be? I'm on my knees. Poverty was totally incomprehensible to me and silently left me in tears. This is treating tens of millions of dollars of horses like toys, isn't it? I'm sour. Tens of millions of dollars to spend like this. That's more money than I'll ever earn in my life. The water boys were also completely dumbfounded. Jiang Yu wasn't an islander and only came over here once a month, but spent tens of millions of dollars to keep a horse over here. What the hell kind of concept is that? They all felt a threefold collapse. Jiang Xiao is awesome. Koda didn't know what to say. Silent thumbs up. Star. Chapter 136. Foolishly, I can't find a chance to be attentive. Koda was shocked and a little despondent. He had originally thought that Jiang Yu was a native of the island. In that case, later on, he only needed to add a WeChat of Jiang Yu. And in the future, he would not worry about not having the opportunity to integrate into Jiang Yu's circle. However, I couldn't count on Jiang Yu being from Mordor. Jiang Yu is indeed rich, definitely a top bigwig in the Magic City. But so what? It wasn't like he was going to develop in the Magic City, so even integrating into Jiang Yu's circle wouldn't be of much use unless Jiang Yu has a local background in the island as well. Koda sighed slightly, but Koda is a pretty good guy, except for the little problem that he likes to fool around. He's also more optimistic. There wasn't any kind of flip-flopping on this and a drop in attitude that only exists in novels. That's what Koda thinks, although Jiang Yu might not have much background or connections on the island. But Jiang Yu himself was a big shot anyways, and it was never a bad thing to get to know more friends. Koda was planning to look for an opportunity to offer a wave of attentiveness, do his part as a host, show his hospitality, and draw closer to Jiang Yu. I've had this horse skulking around for so long, I guess it's pretty much digested. I'll take him for a little exercise and bonding. I'll talk to you later when I have time. Jiang Yu and Koda greeted each other, got up and took Akshar Takma for a workout. Brother Jiang, I'll have someone notify Yixian and the others to go over to the stable first. They've probably got their pick of club horses, Chen Menghao said. Good. Chen Menghao instructed the staff at the scene. Then the Hanoverian horse was allowed to continue to skate on its own. Instead, he went to the side and sat down to wait for Jiang Yu. Koda saw this and patted over. Chen Xiao. Koda greeted. The rest is still the same as just now. The live broadcast equipment is directed at other cameras. You can only hear the sound, but you won't see Chen Menghao. Chen Menghao, who had always been cranky, arrogant and domineering, was a bit untouchable. It was a bit of a surprise to people. Surprisingly good attitude towards reachable. Smiling, he nodded. In fact, he had seen that Jiang Yu and Koda had chatted quite happily just now, and everything was for Jiang Yu's sake. Koda felt it too, although he had just fooled around with his water friends, saying that he had a great chat with a big brother like Chen Menghao. In fact, when he first accosted Chen Menghao's attitude was actually rather cold. That is, at that time, he saw that Chen Menghao was not good at talking and did not bring the live broadcast equipment over, so the water friends did not know about it. Seeing that Chen Menghao was quite respectful and more convinced of Jiang Yu, Koda started the conversation around Jiang Yu. Didn't realize, he and Chen Menghao actually chatted as well. TSK, is Jiang Xiao so terrifying? It actually really managed to convince a big shot like Chen Xiao. Koda was quite surprised. Chen Menghao is also a top big shot in his eyes, can spend millions on Hanoverian horses, and he had just heard Jiang Yu say with his own ears that Chen Menghao didn't want to buy Akshar Tacoma at that time. This means that Chen Menghao is not simple. By the way, Chen Xiao, you and Jiang Xiao are both coming over here to play. Have you arranged a place to stay yet? Why don't you give me a chance to do my duty as a landlord? Koda didn't make much small talk. Seeing that the time is almost right, let's get straight to the point. No need. Brother Jiang has made all the arrangements for tonight. We'll directly airplane back to Magic City tonight. Chen Menghao shook his head. Tonight? As far as I know, there aren't many airplanes from the island to Mordor, and there seems to be only one flight at night, and it's 12 o'clock in the morning back in all of them. Why don't you take another day off? Koda was a little confused. Jiang has class tomorrow, but don't worry, Jiang arranged for the fly, Chen Menghao said. Koda? He's stupid. Is that so extravagant? Chartering a plane specifically for a return trip for a class? Jiang Xiao is still a student. Sunday 2 days out to play. From the magic city so far over here. It would not be a round trip or chartered airplanes, right? Turtle. This is outrageous. It's a great life too. Chartering airplanes on vacation to go around and make waves. I'm sore again. It's true that rich people are happy in ways I can't imagine. The water friends in the live stream also exploded. Jiang Yu's bravado once again exceeded their imagination. In that case, we'll have to wait for the next one. Chen Xiao, next time you and Jiang Xiao come over, give a chance for me to do my duty as a landlord. Kota was expressing his friendliness. I don't know when I'm coming over next yet. Jiang does come over often, sometimes 2 or 3 times a month, I guess. But I guess you won't get much of a chance to do any hostessing. Brother Jiang meets familiar faces everywhere he goes for hospitality. I was entertained by Mr. Huang just now when Jiang and I were strolling through the car show. Chen Menghao is a bit more straightforward in his speech, and when he has that sentence, he just says that sentence. There is no regard for Kota's feelings. Mr. Wang who? I don't think I've heard Kota mention it. Kota said that there's no bigwig in Sea Island that he doesn't know. And to sum up, Mr. Huang shouldn't be from Sea Island. These words didn't cause a stir among the waterboys on the air, because people are not quite sure what kind of character Mr. Huang is, but Kota, who was born and raised on the island, knows it all too well, and the reason why he hadn't mentioned Mr. Huang to his water friends, that's because he wouldn't have much of a chance to befriend a big shot like Mr. Huang, otherwise he'd have blown a gasket. Young Zhang's connections on the island are actually this strong as well? Kota was stunned. You'd think, Brother Jiang is known as Jiang friends all over you, Chen Menghao said with deep concern. Kota exhaled. He believed Chen Menghao's words. Jiang Yu, a person from Mordor, was able to be received by Mr. Huang on the island. That background was truly heavenly, but connections must be as wide as they are. Friends all over the world is probably not an exaggeration. Jiang Xiao's row is also too full. Kota lamented. He didn't even think about the fact that he wanted to offer a wave of attentiveness, but it froze until it didn't find a chance. Star. Chapter 137, Unlocking the Noble Movement. The flowing waters handsomely turns over the scene. Jiang Yu brought his horse over here to train for a while, although there will be specialized staff for this kind of thing. But for Jiang Yu, a lot of things he enjoyed was the process. It's the process that's most memorable. Otherwise it's like playing a game where you start off with straight kryptonite pulling full stops and going straight to invincibility, which is no fun. And although the Akatakma is valued as the top of the breed, to put it simply, the athleticism has been pulled full circle. Even if you don't train much on a regular basis, you'll still be quite a bit more athletic than a regular horse that has been trained for a long time. But there's more to training than just keeping your horse in good shape. There is also the training of the horse's psychology as well as obedience. The overall goal of the training is to develop a through horse. That is, a horse that can perform all movements and shifts without the slightest resistance and is willing to submit immediately to the assistance of the rider. Jiang Yu finished training over here. Then he and Chen Menghao returned to the stable with their respective horses. As for Kota, he greeted Jiang Yu and left after adding their contact information to each other. Gone? No way? Such a good opportunity. Not stalking and clinging to Jiang Xiao? For Kota to act like that. The watermen were more curious. Kota sighed slightly. I don't know exactly what Jiang Xiao is, but from the only words that came out of young Chen's mouth, I came to a conclusion. Young Zhang's background is really ridiculously strong. His circle of my level cannot melt into want to offer courtesy also have no opportunity. Not to go continue to stalking. Very inappropriate. I might as well leave on this and leave a better impression on Jiang Xiao. Jiang Yu and Chen Menghao arrived at the horse farm. The stable was pretty crowded at this time, but the horse farm is large enough that it doesn't really matter. Jiang Yu saw that Yi Xian and the others had arrived. They have been guided by the staff to ride the horses of the Horseshoe Club. The thing about riding a horse is that it's not hard to say, but it's not easy to say. It's easy to get on top of a horse, but it's not easy to ride to the rhythm and cadence of the horse. This requires a certain amount of skill as well as physical coordination and mental fitness. Therein lies the main reason why many of the big boys will have their kids practicing horsemanship from an early age. From an early age, children develop mental qualities, temperament, and so on. This is a big reason why equestrianism is known as an aristocratic sport. Seeing Yi Xian and the others interacting with their respective horses under the guidance of the staff, cultivating a tacit understanding to learn about some of the horse's basic temperament to facilitate better driving later, Jiang Yu didn't go over to bother him. He let Akshar Tucker's horse to the other side of the stable. Starlet, you don't have to be afraid. Look, the pony is almost the same height as you, and you're wearing protective gear, so it won't hurt if you accidentally fall off. Jiang Yu saw a beautiful young woman encouraging her child to bravely mount the horse. The little boy was around 8 or 9 years old. and seemed to have little interest in horsemanship. Even though the beautiful young woman was encouraging him, he was still disinterested and hesitant to get on the horse. It is worth mentioning that the face of this beautiful young woman is quite stunning, dressed simply, just denim pants and a black jumper, but the body is on display. The curves outlined by the jeans go without saying. One adjective that would be peachy. Importantly, even if the bodysuit is looser, it doesn't completely cover that good development. The features are delicate and the skin is fair. In a single round of 5 features, it's a match for Jiang Yuxin, but the aura on this beautiful young woman was even better. Elegant manner, gentle and sensible, the kind that pleases the eye at first sight. Jiang Yu saw that many males on the scene would be attracted to her. Of course it was just the admiration of the gaze, no other action. After all, here were all the dignitaries. Jiang Yu took one look and withdrew his gaze. Standing on the side of Akshar Takma, Idol glared as he stirred the stirrups and turned his body to mount his horse. Jiang Yu's horsemanship skills are still good. The basic paces of horseback riding such as slow trot, fast trot, canter, assault trot, etc. are simply at your fingertips. Because of Jiang Yu's familiarity with Akshar Takoma, the two had a good understanding. The overall movement is fluid and smooth. He has a great face in his own right. Akshar Takoma's face is also a masterpiece. In this way, Jiang Yu's flowing gesture really illustrated the idiom of nobility and elegance. Mom, I want to learn this. The little boy on that end, who had been timid just a moment ago, stared at the size of his eyes when he saw some of Jiang Yu's maneuvers. He was still young and didn't know Jiang Yu's exact strength, simply because he thought that Jiang Yu's operation was a handsome one. It's cool, eyes adoring, eyes glowing. Good, then be a good boy and sit on Andrew, the horse's name, for now, and you'll have an older brother to teach you all this later. The beautiful young woman said with coaxing, is that the brother? The little boy pointed at Jiang Yu. No, later mom will let this brother teach you. This brother is very good. Oh. The beautiful young woman pointed to the equestrian trainer on the side. I don't want another brother to teach me. I want to learn that brother what he just did. The little boy was a bit of a stick in the mud. The equestrian trainer on the side smiled and said, little star, I know all of that brother's moves too, so I can teach you later. Really? The little boy's small eyes were filled with skepticism. The equestrian trainer said confidently, of course, don't. You're too ugly. I'm afraid it won't look good when I learn it. The little boy was not originally interested in horsemanship. That's the thing about kids. They don't like anything other than playing, especially all the programs arranged by their parents. Just now, he had only seen Jiang Yu's dashing in very cool maneuvers, and only then did he become a bit interested in it. Simply he just decided that only the so dashing Jiang Yu could teach him the handsome moves. Directly, equestrian coach. His smile stiffened. Star. Chapter 138, Young Woman Shocked. Coach Za Xin. Hoshi, how can you say that? The beautiful young woman rushed to stop the little boy from such impolite behavior. It's fine. Children are still young. Children's words are reckless. The equestrian coach was actually very solid, but still waved his hand atmospherically. The beautiful young woman just wanted to continue to pacify the little boy and make him behave. Unexpectedly, the little boy turned around and ran towards Jiang Yu. At that moment, Jiang Yu happened to get down from his horse. Brother, can you teach me to ride? Like you just did. It's so cool. The little boy looked at Jiang Yu with big eager eyes. Jiang Yu was a bit uncertain. The beautiful young woman hurried over. Excuse me, kids are too naughty. The beautiful young woman explained things briefly. Then she tried to take the little boy away. But the little boy was very quirky. It was like knowing the beautiful young woman's next move in advance. In a flash, he hid behind Jiang Yu. Seeing this, the beautiful young woman was somewhat helpless. Jiang Yu, on the contrary, felt that this child was quite cute. He touched the little boy's head. A gentle smile. Then brother will teach you how to ride a horse, and from now on you'll listen to mommy. Oh? The little boy nodded with an excited look on his face. Sorry to bother you. The beautiful young woman felt a little apologetic. Jiang Yu waved his hand. It's fine. This situation is somewhat sudden. It wasn't the first time he'd run into it, though. It's also a means of making connections. After all, one way or another. Wouldn't it be nice to meet one more big shot friend this far down the line? It won't take long anyway. The main thing is that he also did this kind of thing when he was a child. Like this little boy naughty. Jiang Jinan hired a coach for him he was not willing to learn, but instead ran to bother others. Thank you brother. The little boy was quite quirky, thanking Jiang Yu and pampering him at the right time. It makes you smile. Jiang Yu put Akshar Takoma under the care of a specialized staff. That horse looks so pretty. Did you raise it yourself? The beautiful young woman looked at the handsome Akshar Takma and asked curiously. Aha. Jiang Yu nodded. What breed of horse is that and is it expensive? The beautiful young woman asked. She wasn't particularly keen on equestrianism and wasn't able to even Akatakma's worth as much as Kota. Not bad, Jiang Yu said. At those words, The beautiful young woman nodded thoughtfully. She was thinking about getting a horse like Jiang Yu herself. She is not passionate about horsemanship, but she wants to foster a love of it in her children. Getting a horse of your own fosters a bit of a hobby, increases your knowledge of equestrianism, and allows you to better assist your children and have more to talk about with them in the future. Go online later to get a price. With that thought, the beautiful young woman made up her mind. Jiang Yu chatted with the beautiful young woman and came to the young boy's pureblood Falabella pony. Brother is willing to waste time teaching you. You follow brother well and learn. Oh, the beautiful young woman admonished the little boy. The little boy nodded heavily. Then I'll teach you to mount first. Before preparing to mount, the rider stands in front of the horse's left shoulder, facing diagonally backward. The left hand then grasps the reins with the horse's mane together, immobilizing the body during the mounting process. The right hand grasps over the stirrups while raising the left foot high in the stirrup, and then, jump with the right foot pointing to the ground, and at the same time, with the left leg in the stirrup, turn your body on the horse. Jiang Yu briefly understood the basic situation of the little boy, then teach from the simplest of mounts. Actually, what he teaches is not the most important thing. The important thing is to pacify the little boy for the time being and cultivate his interest. Simply put, it's coaxing children. After all, he wasn't a horse trainer and couldn't possibly have that much time on his hands. The little boy was indeed unusually serious about Jiang Yu's teaching. The little face was taut, as if he wanted to listen to all that Jiang Yu said without missing a word. So it is, brother, I learned. Looking at the little boy with a look of excitement, the equestrian trainer on the side was a bit speechless. What Jiang Yu said was the basic one, exactly the same as what he had taught the little boy before. Ah, how come you've learned it now? Just now? He sighed bitterly, and the beautiful young woman was relieved to see that the little boy was serious and willing to learn. At the same time, when she was looking at the little boy, her eyes could not help but be drawn to Jiang Yu. They say serious men are the most handsome. Jiang Yu's serious appearance made this beautiful young woman couldn't help but have her heartbeat accelerate, and her fair face flushed red. How nice if this is the baby's father. The beautiful young woman couldn't help but think. Her face grew redder and redder. If she hadn't felt older herself, being 30, she would have even tried to fight for it. Good-looking and mild-mannered little dudes. It's really rare. Love it, love it. But the beautiful young woman didn't dare to think about it. Taking out his cell phone, he wanted to look up the information on Jiang Yu's Aka Tacoma. It took her quite a while to search for the situation. Learning that Aka Tacoma was a noble among horses, top of the line in every way, she was a bit of a heartbreaker. But take a look at the value. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 20 million to start? The beautiful young woman's eyes were wide with surprise. Just now she asked Jiang Yu how much the price was, and Jiang Yu replied it was okay, so she thought it wasn't particularly expensive. She expected it to be around $1 million or so, but I didn't realize that it had doubled dozens of times. What is this little handsome man? Tens of millions of dollars after all, said okay, right? The beautiful young woman was secretly shocked. In the meantime, Jiang Yu's end briefly guided the little boy, and after seeing the little boy's interest come, he duly let the equestrian instructor more in. As I said above, the reason why he agreed to the little boy was not that he really wanted to teach the little boy anything, it was just to appease the little boy and cultivate his interest. I really thank you this time. Hoshi was too disobedient. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't have known how to handle him, the beautiful young woman and Jiang Yu said, expressing their gratitude. Jiang Yu smiled, a casual courtesy. Looking at Jiang Yu's smile from close range, as well as those deep eyes, the beautiful young woman's heartbeat was a bit disturbed, and she didn't even dare to look directly at Jiang Yu. Chatting with Jiang Yu, always a generous woman, she was a bit formal, and the other side. Chen Manhwa and the others rode for a while and converged. They looked around, discovered Jiang Yu talking and laughing with the beautiful young woman at this end. Chapter 139. No, I'm talking about the villa in front. When he saw Jiang Yu talking and laughing with a beautiful young woman at that end, Chen Manhwa and a few guys looked at each other in dismay. Jiang, this thing so quickly hooked up with a young woman. This young woman's figure is really good. Just now I even looked at it a few more times. I didn't expect to see brother Jiang beside her in the blink of an eye. Pay attention to the details. Jiang is still smiling as usual. This is Jiang's trademark expression. Means it's not Jiang's initiative. What are you talking about? When did Jiang need to take the initiative himself? TSK, that's where I'm convinced brother Jiang, wherever he goes, there's a girl who takes the initiative to come to his door. On the cruise ship there was a girl who painted him, and when he got to the stable, there was a young woman who threw herself at him. A proper winner in life. Chen Menghao several people get inside. There was no shortage of money or good looks or temperament in their group. You can change girls in a week if you want. It is the envy of the common man. After all, it's properly the dream of all men to get any girl they want. However, they envied Jiang Yu, mainly because when they're alone, they do get girls throwing themselves at them, but not whenever I'm with Jiang Yu. After all, Jiang Yu was a little bit better than them in every aspect. That's what they recognize. So what do we say now? Should we go eat first or inform brother Jiang? Wait a minute, if it were any of us, we can all probably go straight to dinner, but Jiang is different. He doesn't like to think from the lower half of his body, so maybe he doesn't mean anything to that young woman. Fair enough. Chen Menghao and the others discussed it, decided to wait for Jiang Yu over here. Plus, on Jiang Yu's side, Jiang Yu and the beautiful young woman chatted for a while, briefly get to know each other. The young woman's name is Han Shiyun. Competence is strong. With his skills, he built a 10,000 person business from nothing, for being young and enterprising, and a bit of a loner at heart. This, coupled with the divorce of her parents, has left her with a less than favorable attitude toward marriage. As a result, she has remained single and unmarried. As for the little boy, Hoshi, she adopted him. She adopted espousing the doctrine of non-marriage. It was only in the past few years when she saw all her friends around her start their own families, coupled with the fact that her mother couldn't accept the fact that she wasn't getting married and kept urging her to do so, that the idea of not getting married wavered. To summarize briefly, Han Shiyun is truly a new generation of women, independence and self-reliance. Jiang Yu also knew many friends who claimed to be new generation women, but those were just shouting slogans. In layman's terms, it means that you only want to enjoy the rights and benefits, but not the responsibilities. Those people are nowhere near Han Shiyun. That's why Jiang Yu was still quite impressed with Han Shiyun. This was also the reason why he had talked so much with Han Shiyun that he forgot to pay attention to Chen Menghao and their side for a while. Mom, I'm tired and want a drink. Hoshi practiced for a while and trotted all the way over. It's starting to be an opportunity to claim rewards. Seeing this, Jiang Yu looked at the time again and also planned to leave. Brother, why don't you come with me too? Mom says that when people help you, you have to know how to give back. I'll buy you my favorite drink. Hoshi ran to Jiang Yu's side in a flash again. The beautiful young woman looked at Jiang Yu with some anticipation. She felt very happy when she talked to Jiang Yu just now. The main thing is that Jiang Yu knows too many things, and speaks and knows how to pick up the conversation. Knows the point, knows to draw out the topic. She still wanted to spend more time with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was trying to refuse. Mainly he couldn't leave Chen Menghao and the others behind. But I didn't realize that Chen Menghao's side was always paying attention to the situation over here. Seeing Jiang Yu's head looking over, Chen Menghao, who knew Jiang Yu very well, immediately understood. He sent a message to Jiang Yu, saying that he was going to turn around with Yixian and the others and rendezvous later. With that, they left the stable. Seeing Chen Menghao say so, Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Alright, then after drinking the drinks later you have to be good and go home for dinner. Oh, there's a drink in the Horsehaven Club. There are countless little stores for head drinks in the villa area. It doesn't matter if it's nearby anyway. Han Shiyun made some little leaps. Let's go then. Jiang Yu and his group left the horse farm. Go to the Horseshoe Club near the Hanagami Cafe. The Flower God Cafe is not well known among the general public and is very niche compared to something like Starbucks. That's because the two don't follow the same path. Starbucks is a commercialized coffee shop that takes the common man's route, and overseas. In fact, Starbucks is as common as it gets. The Hanagami Cafe, which is famous for its artisanal coffee, has a higher consumption threshold. Some boutique coffee beans are commonly valued at over $1,000 100 grams. It is mainly oriented to the elite class of petites bourgeois. As a result, it's a lot more niche. Walk into the Hanagami Cafe. The overall decor is more stylish. The decor inside is all European style and more sophisticated. Jiang Yu's trio found a seat by the window and sat down. Outside was the garden, which was soothing. Hello, what can I get you? A jasmine tea and a muscat coffee, Han Shiyun said and looked at Jiang Yu. I'll have a glass of water to wash Meisha, please. 3 drinks together for $224. It's not your first time over here, is it? Been here a couple times before. Really? I don't live very close to here, so I usually only come over once a month. Where do you live, by the way? Han Shiyun intentionally wanted to find out about Jiang Yu's situation and asked without a trace. It's not far to the front of the house. I rarely come this way. There was nothing to hide. Jiang Yu said it straight. Front? The Central Garden neighborhood? Han Shiyun asked. Jiang Yu, no, I'm talking about the villa in front. Han Shiyun. Star. Chapter 140, Auntie misunderstood a coffee drink. Han Shiyun was once again surprised by Jiang Yu. Her breath caught in her throat, stunned. It had always been more because of her own condition than because her father had no love for men in general that she had been so lonely. After all, to a strong woman like her, she did have the capital to be a little bit high and mighty. But at this moment, in front of Jiang Yu, all her condescension was shattered. It really is all about the people. Compare her condition with Jiang Yu Ichi. It simply doesn't count for much. She knew very well what the prices of all the villas here were. Anyway, with her current financial situation, the only way to live here in the villa area is to force her way into the car. For all these years, she had also been aiming to live in this villa area one day. On the contrary, Jiang Yu had just spoken with a light and calm yuppie, as if there was nothing to show for it. This made Han Shiyun feel depressed, somewhat battered. Just as Han Shiyun's thoughts were wandering, that's when her cell phone rang. It was her mother who called. Han Shiyun spoke to Jiang Yu and stepped aside to pick up the phone. Hey, where are you and Hoshi now? Still at the Horseway Club? My old friend over here is getting ready to have someone start cooking, so I'll go over and bring you guys over. Today, Han Shiyun went out and brought out her children and mother. She then took Starlet to the Horse Fair Club to learn horsemanship, and her mother was visiting a friend who lived here. The deal was for her to come over for dinner later too, to get to know each other and stuff. I'm not over at the club anymore. I'm here at the Flower God Cafe with Hoshi right now. Han Shiyun is on the phone on the other end. At that moment, two men walked into the cafe, a man and a woman. They also picked a window seat and sat right behind Jiang Yu's table. Hello, you and I both know that this dating thing is more realistic, so I'll make it short. What model of car do you have? Where is your house? And how much can you give my family for the dowry when the time comes? The female is very direct, coming up with the deadly trifecta. The dating man was a bit hopeless. The woman's side is delicate looking and has a pretty good temperament, so there must be a lot of suitors. On the contrary, his side is average looking and his condition is rather ordinary, just a car and a house. According to the introducer, he wouldn't have had the chance to meet this girl if it weren't for the family's urging on the woman's side. It just so happened that this girl's looks and temperament were the one he liked. Therefore, the dating man accepts the woman's high profile and tells the conditions as they are. As for the dowry, do you think 20W is enough? The male is a bit humble. The girl frowned. $200,000? What can you do with $200,000 these days? $500,000 maybe I could even consider it. The boy's face wilted. $500,000 is no small amount for his family, but he wasn't willing to give up so easily. Had to put my foot down and be nice and try to communicate, because the two were sitting right behind Jiang Yu. The two were talking and Jiang Yu could hear them clearly, but Jiang Yu was already accustomed to encountering this kind of thing at the cafe. Cafe Flora is geared towards the petite or elite class, and with this dating thing, the guy definitely wants a better environment. So there will really be quite a few people who choose to come over to the Flower God Cafe side to talk about these. Anyway, because some high-end projects in the southern villa area are a bit much, and these projects are not only open to the owners here. So if you have a bit of money, you want to come into the southern villa area here to take a turn is not a difficult thing. It's just that maybe the process is slightly more cumbersome. Jiang Yu and Hoshi drank their own coffee. Soon, Han Shiyun returned from her phone call. Mr. Jiang, excuse me, Hoshi and I are ready to go. Why don't we leave a contact? Just now in the stable head trouble you. Next time if you have the opportunity one will treat you to a meal. Han Shiyun blushed slightly, rather embarrassed. In the past, some guys have reached out to get her contact information, and she's not happy about it anymore. Right now this was the first time she had actively asked for the opposite sex's contact information in return. The excuses made are a bit lame. Okay, Jiang Yu didn't have much in mind, just one more friend. The two exchanged contact information with each other. After adding Jiang Yu's WeChat, Han Shiyun had some little leaps inside, and her mood was inexplicably cheerful. Thinking that his mother might not have arrived yet, he chatted with Jiang Yu a little more. Not a moment too soon, Han Shiyun saw her mother through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the cafe. She just wanted to say goodbye to Jiang Yu, but I didn't expect Han's mother to look this way and then walk in with a surprised look on her face. Shiyun, is this your friend? Mother Han looked at Jiang Yu with a smile on her face. Jiang Yu was a bit uncertain, confused about what was going on. However, he was able to tell through Han's mother's dress and looks that this should be Han Shiyun's mother. Although Han's mother was older, it wasn't hard to see that she was also a great beauty in her youth. Otherwise Han Shiyun wouldn't be so pretty. He smiled at Han's mother without losing his politeness. Han Shiyun was a little embarrassed. Just now, she had agreed with Han's mother to let her wait for her outside for a while when she arrived, but she didn't expect Han's mother to walk right in. Yes, Mom, I thought we said your friend's side was ready for dinner. Let's go first. Jiang Yu will talk next time. Han Shiyun intended to take Han's mother away, and as soon as she took one look at the way Han's mother regarded Jiang Yu, she knew that things were not good. Han's mom's been trying to help her find her other half. Now that he saw the handsome-looking, superior temperament and gentle Jiang Yu, needless to say, Mother Han definitely wanted Jiang Yu to become her son-in-law. There's no hurry, no hurry, sit down first. Han's mother let Han Shiyun pull the hint however she wanted, not moving like a mountain, and sat beside Jiang Yu. Young man, how long have you known my daughter? Mother Han looked at Jiang Yu with a soft gaze. Jiang Yu froze. Han's mother then looked at Han Shiyun, who was also a bit confused, and said with some reproach, "You too, since you have a boyfriend, why didn't you talk to me about it, causing me to worry about your marriage every day?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression was odd. Boyfriend? What is this? He looked at Han Shiyun suspiciously. Han Shiyun is a bit innocent. She hadn't said anything about Jiang Yu being her boyfriend or anything like that to Han's mother just now. Even in order to avoid any misunderstandings, he specifically instructed Han's mother to talk to her first when she arrived later so that she wouldn't come in. But who knows? The misunderstanding she feared didn't happen. Instead, a bigger misunderstanding occurred. Chapter 141, A Passionate Beautiful Mom. The supporting character cries out, "Actually, I can't blame Han's mother for misunderstanding. It's mainly because Han Shiyun usually has very little interaction with the opposite sex, not to mention still having coffee alone here at the cafe." In this way, everything that Han Shiyun had specifically urged her to do on the phone just now seemed to be a bit of a cover-up. Of course, another very important point was Jiang Yu himself. Jiang Yu's looks and temperament were so outstanding. Any way you look at it, it fits the criteria for choosing a mate for such a high-minded Han Shiyun. "Mom, let me explain. It's not what you think it is." Seeing that Mother Han's gaze on Jiang Yu was getting more and more out of place, there were even a few moments as if she was admiring her own son-in-law's appearance. Han Shiyun felt like she had to hurry up and explain a wave. However, what isn't what I thought it would be. The more Han's mother looked at Jiang Yu, the more satisfied she became, and she was so happy that she couldn't stop talking. Seeing that Han Shiyun still seemed like she was hiding herself, she glared at Han Shiyun. "How dare you keep such a good thing from me? I'll get back to you later." Han Shiyun, "Mom, you're really getting into this." Jiang Yu also cried and laughed a little, but he didn't wait for any reaction. Immediately after, Han's mother smiled and took his hand, patting it enthusiastically. That look was really like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. "It's really rare. My Shiyun doesn't know how arrogant she is, and she swore to me that she would never get married. Now at last we've found a man who can subdue her." Han's mother was overwhelmed with emotion. Jiang Yu revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Han Shiyun was shy and at the same time, she was so anxious that she stomped her feet. "That's too humiliating. The damn thing is that Jiang Yu is still so handsome." Just a few moments of contact sent waves through her insides. It does count as a man who can subdue her. Not only that, but he was able to subdue Han's mother at the very first meeting. Han Shiyun really didn't know what to say. She remembered it clearly. A friend used to pursue her, but that friend was very average looking. That's when Han's mother happened to run into it. Han's mother's attitude is not like that. "Don't worry about it, young man. I'm 100% behind what's going on between you two. And I know you young people are under a lot of pressure, and I'm not going to pressure you. My daughter has 3 suites in her name, and I have one in mine, and we have 3 cars in our family, so you don't need to prepare for the RV and all that. Even I can come up with a set, plus 100W as a dowry. Anyway, there's only one thing I'm asking for, and that's for you to hurry up and register your marriage." Mother Han was really satisfied with Jiang Yu to the core. Afraid of what might happen to things, they are willing to put up a lot of money to try to make this happen. Because Han's mother was more agitated, she accidentally didn't control her voice when she spoke. These words only fell into the ears of the matchmaking man on the other end who was humbly negotiating with the woman. The blind date guy went black, almost fell to the ground. A dowry of a suite plus $1 million? He covered his Moon Hun mouth, feeling a bit overwhelmed by such a blow. His head has to lower his voice and the woman to negotiate conditions. Other miscellaneous not to mention. The gift alone are hundreds of thousands of dollars. Instead of a single cent of gift money, that head will get a few $1 million. Is this ing gap any wider? He nearly cried in his seat. The matchmaking women had the exact opposite reaction to this. She was a little pissed off. On one end, she was negotiating with a blind date, and on the other end, she was actually saying that. Wasn't that tearing her down? She was a little angry and felt that it was really wrong for the woman to do that. It's a complete devaluation of women. The matchmaking woman stood up and was just about to deliver a heavy-handed, severe reprimand, but when he turned around, he saw Han Shiyun's heaven-defying face and then Jiang Yu's divine face. The words that came to his mouth were immediately swallowed. The other people's groom and daughter. It really wasn't her turn to speak as a demon. Besides, Jiang Yu and Han Shiyun were the two parties involved. Han Shiyun was already too shy to speak, but that's not when she's at her shyest. Because Hoshi, whose little brain had been confused about the situation, at this moment, when she heard Han's mother say something about registering for marriage and other words, she was finally a bit confused to figure out the situation. He looked at Han's mother curiously. Day eyes blinking. "Grandma, are you saying that brother is going to marry mom?" Mother Han touched his head and educated. "Still calling him brother? You'll have to change your name to father in the future." Han Shiyun, She was utterly speechless. Jiang Yu was also sweating profusely. Ahem, auntie, can I have a word? Good, say what you want to say. Whatever conditions you have, you can mention them to me. It's just that I hope you can change your mouth and teach me a mom earlier. Mother Han looked at Jiang Yu kindly. Things are really your misunderstanding. Miss Han and I just met today and then we just came over here together for a drink. It's really not what you think. Jiang Yu very much regretted agreeing to come over here with Han Shiyun for a drink. Han's mother froze. No way. My daughter would never be alone with the opposite sex. I don't believe you when you say you just met. It can't be that this girl, Shiyun, just met you and broke the rule, can it? Is it true that you think the dowry is small? If you're sincere, all of this is negotiable. And anyway, we'll be family by then, so there's no need to be so divided. At these words, the matchmaking man on the other end cried out once again. Second strike. He felt like he was taking on things he shouldn't have to at that age. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with anything. It's mostly that this is all a real misunderstanding. Yes, Jiang Yu lives in the head of this villa area. How could he covet that little dowry? Han Shiyun hurriedly said helpfully, Mom, this is all really a misunderstanding on your part. Though there was something about her that wanted this misunderstanding to come true. But not now. Now this was a situation she felt a little awkward about. Live in this villa neighborhood? You guys aren't all some kind of non-marriagist who just wants to be in a relationship and not get married. And then you're still lying to me about it to this day so that I don't get pushed into marriage. Are you? Han's mother had a brainstorm. But again, this argument kind of makes sense. Really not. Jiang Yu said seriously. He was a bit helpless, but he could actually understand Han's mother. Han Shiyun is 30 and still not married, so how could her mother not be anxious? Then unless you can prove that you live in this villa area, I won't believe it even if you guys talk your heads off today. Mother Han was stubborn to a fault. There was also the fact that she was really satisfied with Jiang Yu and really didn't want to believe that it was all just a misunderstanding. Besides, Han Shiyun had lied to her several times before in order to keep her from being pushed into marriage and from being introduced to a blind date. She felt that Jiang Yu's explanation would only be somewhat convincing if Jiang Yu proved to be much better than Han Shiyun. After all, this was the only way to have the possibility of Han Shiyun being captured at the first sight of Jiang Yu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was in a bit of a bind. It's a bit difficult to get him to prove that he lives in this villa area. After all, villas nowadays use smart homes where you can enter by swiping your face or entering a password. Although there will be spare keys as well. But the problem is he doesn't have it on him. Chapter 142 Villa Core Area. Shocking Mother Han. Let's be honest. If it had been someone else, or if Han's mother hadn't been so warm to him in the first place, Jiang Yu wanted to just walk away. But the problem was that Han's mother had just mistaken him for her future son-in-law and thought so highly of him that she said something about giving him a dowry of several $1,000,000. Han's mother can't say enough about him. Plus, Han's mother is the eldest. Jiang Yu naturally couldn't just leave. It would be too impolite to do so. The situation at hand. If it were a day without pretending to be all over the body of Coda, I guess the joy of flowering. Maybe there will be 1,000 tricks up for a hard load. But Jiang Yu wasn't the type of person who liked to show off. And for a moment he didn't know how to deal with the situation at hand. He did have a few car keys in his pocket, which probably didn't add up to anything less than the value of a villa here. But you can't just take it out and dump it in front of Han's mother. Just when Jiang Yu was a bit in a dilemma, that's when the phone rang. Jiang Yu greeted Han's mother and the others and stepped aside to connect. Hello Mr. Jiang, I'm Xiao Wu, the property owner of the southern villa area. Hello, it's like this. Didn't you say earlier that your family's car registration information was about to expire? Are you free now? Or should I go over and re-register it for you now? Jiang Yu had booked the property over here in advance before he came to the island. This is because the security system here will be replaced from time to time, always in line with the most advanced technology. That's why the vehicle's registration information has to be changed almost once a year. Now, then why don't you come over to this side of the Flower God Cafe? I'll wait for you over here. Okay, I'll be right there now. Hang up the phone. Back to your seat. Auntie, if you really don't want to believe what I just said, the property owner just happens to have something to come over later and he should be able to prove it for me. Jiang Yu said politely. Upon hearing this, and seeing Jiang Yu's serious expression, Mother Han couldn't help but mutter inwardly, is it hard to believe that this little guy really lives here? But the people who live here are all big names on the island's rich list. There doesn't seem to be anyone on the list with the surname Jiang, right? To verify, Han's mother pulled out her cell phone, Googled it. It was indeed as she thought. The top 20 of the island's rich and powerful list did not have any bigwigs with the Jiang surname. Even the top 50 or even 100 of the rich and powerful list do not have bigwigs with the surname Jiang. As for the list of those outside of the 100, she didn't continue to look through it, because it's not like the islands are a big economic province. Anyone outside the top 100 is not considered a very top-tier bigwig. you don't usually live in the southern villa area, because it's not just about having the money to move in here in the southern villa area. Before purchasing, the developers over here will interview the owners. She wasn't quite sure what the interview was about, but the process seemed to be quite cumbersome and the bar was quite high. That friend of hers, whose husband is 45th on the list of the island's richest people, was just barely able to get through the interview. With that, Han's mother's heart settled down quite a bit. Maybe things can still turn around. Not until the last moment. Jiang Yu, such an excellent son-in-law. She is really not willing to miss. Really do not want to believe that everything is a misunderstanding. 10 minutes or so, the property owner, Wu, came to the Flower God Cafe. Jiang Yu wasn't able to recognize Xiao Wu, but Wu recognized Jiang Yu. He took the laptop and walked straight to Jiang Yu. Mr. Jiang, I'm the property owner Wu who just called you. Xiao Wu bent over in a respectful manner. Jiang Yu stood up and offered to pull a chair for Xiao Wu. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. This move by Jiang Yu made Xiao Wu very surprised. Mother Han doesn't know Jiang Yu's identity, but Xiao Wu from the property is very clear. Jiang Yu is one of the top big shots in the southern villa area. Now being so polite to a small person like him made him feel flattered while sighing that Jiang Yu was very educated and knew how to respect people. Mr. Jiang, is this a convenient time? After Xiao Wu sat down, he looked at Han Shiyun, Han's mother and the others and asked Jiang Yu again with some uncertainty. Jiang Yu nodded. It can be done. Well then, I'll log on to the property system now and you can see if these are the cars in your garage that need to be re-registered. Wu opened his laptop and logged into the property system. Han's mother subconsciously glanced at the screen. The whole thing froze in the next second. Only the top of the screen clearly showed that Jiang Yu was one of the owners of the southern villa area 1-8. It had Jiang Yu's information registered on it, and there was even a picture of Jiang Yu, so she was sure she hadn't misread it. A million waves rose up inside Han's mother. Just now the property Xiao Wu came in. Based on Xiao Wu's attitude towards Jiang Yu, she knew that Jiang Yu should be living in the southern villa area without running away. Because of the clothes on this side of the property she recognized. But here's what she never expected. Jiang Yu not only lived in the southern villa area, but also in the core of the villa area. There is something to be said for the door number of the general villa area. She heard a friend mention, the island villa area door number is in accordance with the principle of from east to west, from south to north, left single, right double sequential numbering. Simply put, door numbers 1-8 represent more than a block of 8. Rather, it is one of the best villas in terms of location. If she remembered the overall layout of the southern villa area correctly, villas 1-8 are supposed to be located in the center of the southern villa area against the Wanwu location. That's where the heart of the southern villa area is. The terrain is elevated and standing on the villa's balcony you can overlook the entire villa area. That was deliberately designed in the southern villa area to use height to emphasize the extraordinary nature of the bigwigs who lived in that area. Now Han's mother is finally convinced that it was all a misunderstanding. This condition of Jiang Yu was many times better than their family. Plus Jiang Yu's talk and looks. It was quite normal to be able to make Han Shiyun fall in love at first sight. Daughter, where did you recognize Jiang Yu? Mother Han couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Han Shiyun didn't know about the southern villa area's door numbering saying, so she wasn't sure what the 1-8 that Jiang Yu lived in meant. Seeing Han's mother's shocked face, can't help but be curious. I just met you at the stables. Why? I have to say you're really lucky. I've mentioned my friend's situation to you, haven't I? In their family's case, they're so powerful, but they can only live in the more peripheral parts of the southern villa area. Jiang Yu, however, lives in the heart of the villa area. Han's mother sighed. When she thought about how she had just thought of using a house plus $1 million to accompany her dowry to impress Jiang Yu, she felt that she was really naive. Chapter 143, The Garage Exposed. All stupid. Han's mother blushed slightly. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's cultivation was relatively high, and he did not express impatience and so on in response to her agitated reaction just now. If it had been a different high-minded lord, a straight dismissive smile as she stated the terms of her dowry. Or maybe when she was so stubborn that she didn't think it was all a misunderstanding and asked Jiang Yu to prove it. Jiang Yu went straight home and pulled out his real estate license and threw it in her face. That's a lot of shame. Han's mother had some second thoughts. At the same time once again, she felt that Jiang Yu was the perfect son-in-law in her heart. Jiang Yu such a man of the world. Such a culmination. It was simply perfect. In the past, she had resented Han Shiyun for being too capable. She always felt that girls with too much ability would lead to a lonely personality and not be able to find a significant other. Now, she was the one who was very literally beginning to feel that Han Shiyun was too weak. With this kind of ability, it's not enough to take a perfect son-in-law like Jiang Yu. And Han Shiyun heard her mother say that. The whole thing froze once more. The gaze that looked at Jiang Yu once again became uneven. Jiang Yu lived here before her, but she never expected that Jiang Yu actually lived in the core area of the villa district. Han Shiyun's beautiful eyes widened, shocked to the core. The conditions of living on the outskirts of the southern villa area were harsh enough for her. Even if she pushed hard to catch up, she wouldn't necessarily be able to reach it yet. As for the core area, she couldn't even think about it. But what shocked her even more was yet to come. Xiao Wu opened the property system, after operation to the computer. The top of the screen displayed information about all the vehicles that Jiang Yu had registered with the property office. Mr. Jiang, according to the latest system, there are a total of 8 vehicles you need to re-register. Xiao Wu looked at it for a while and counted it before he said, yes. Jiang Yu nodded. Han's mother was already getting alarmed. Han Shiyun exchanged a glance with her, feeling equally dismayed. 8 cars. What they don't know is that some of the cars here are used by Jiang Jinan for transportation. Or maybe the family has a babysitter who goes in and out to buy groceries for them. What truly belonged to Jiang Yu wasn't really that much. Although Jiang Yu likes cars, he is not a master who blindly goes to spend money on a car. Most of the cars he buys are collectible in some way. Or at least the kind of cars that he can peddle quickly on the used market and not lose money on when he needs to use a large sum of money someday. I'll give you the rundown and you can see if there's anything you need to add. Koenigsegg Agera, Aston Martin DBX, Dodge Demon, Lexus LaFa, Porsche GT, Ferrari 348. Because of his seat, Xiao Wu was not good at turning the screen to Jiang Yu's side. In one breath, he reported the 8 cars that Jiang Yu had in the garage of the villa over here. Xiao Wu's words fell. There was a loud puffing sound. The matchmaking man sitting behind Jiang Yu couldn't help but spray the coffee in his mouth. Almost sprayed it all on the blind date's face. The blind date woman's reaction at the moment is not much better than the blind date man's. I just picked up my coffee and almost shook my hand and poured it all over my dress. As for Han's mother, she was frozen in place. The whole thing is silly. She didn't recognize most of the models Wu was talking about. She wasn't quite sure what the exact price was, but the license plates of those cars, she knows them well. What with Koenigsegg, Lamborghini, Ferrari, and so on, it made her head spin to hear it. Han Shiyun also sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked beyond measure. He looked at Jiang Yu. She knew more about this car thing than Han's mother did. The 8 cars that Wu reported, up to the top of the line Koenigsegg Agera. She didn't know that the Ferrari 348 was the first Ferrari in China, down to the more plebeian mini convertible. She did a rough calculation. The total value must be running into at least 9 figures. Han Shiyun was a bit messy. She knows rich people like to play with cars, especially men. The old saying that a car is a man's second wife is no joke, but she didn't expect Jiang Yu's family to have so many top-notch luxury cars. She had always prided herself on having seen the world, but the scene at hand was something she really hadn't seen before. If Han Shiyun knew that Jiang Yu usually lived in Mordor and had more cars in his family garage in Mordor, she would probably drop her jaw. That's right, just these cars. Jiang Yu replied to Xiao Wu. Re-registration of vehicle information is actually very simple, because the license plate number of those cars Jiang Yu have not changed. The equivalent of renewed on the line. Less than 2 minutes. Wu has gotten this right. Then I won't bother Mr. Jiang. Have a nice life. Xiao Wu said hello and left straight away. Jiang Yu walked into the entrance of the Flower God Cafe. Return to your seat. Xiao Yu. Is it okay if I call you that? Mother Han looked at Jiang Yu with a fiery gaze. Yes, Auntie. Xiao Yu. I'm really sorry just now. It's Auntie who was too eager to find a home for this girl Shiyun. Mother Han said somewhat apologetically. It's okay. Jiang Yu had always been able to understand. Not to mention 30-year-old Han Shiyun, he's only 22 now and his mother sometimes tells him to get a girlfriend. Xiao Yu, I really didn't expect your condition to be so good. I really made you laugh just now. In your condition, you should already have a girlfriend, right? Han's mother asked as an aside. Not yet. I'm still in school. There's no rush for now. That's pretty good. There's no rush. You're still young and your studies are important. There's absolutely no need to rush to find any kind of girlfriend. Han's mother was overjoyed. As long as Jiang Yu is still single, then Han Shiyun will have a chance. But if you want a relationship, this is actually the right age for it. Auntie here will give you a heads up. A boy should look for a girl who is older than you. Such a girl is much more mature, especially if you're the kind of person who's about to enter society and is ready to do something of your own. Finding a mature girlfriend will be very necessary. In this way, a mature girlfriend won't be a burden to you, and she can even understand you and be a solid support. That's why I think you could have gotten more in touch with my Shiyun. Han's mother went around in circles. Han Shiyun, she was all shy, but she was also a little curious about Jiang Yu's reaction. Chapter 144, How come I can't meet such a good thing? In response, Jiang Yu was somewhat helpless. It's supposed to be about destiny. I don't want to think about that for a while, but Miss Han is in such good condition. You don't have to worry too much. Auntie, Jiang Yu didn't answer positively. A euphemism for what you mean. Han's mother understood at once. She wasn't just any old person from an ordinary family. She had lived for decades and was human. Speak a little. She is very clear. But also Jiang Yu speak euphemistically. Another person is estimated to say straight around me and your daughter is as good as or even better than her girl. Immediately, Mother Han directly changed the topic. She felt that Jiang Yu's current senses towards Han Shiyun were still quite good, so she couldn't leave a bad impression on Jiang Yu just because she was in a hurry. Everyone chatted for a short while, looked at the time. Jiang Yu had been over here for almost half an hour. Then Auntie NMS. Han, I'll leave first. I'll see you when I have the chance. Jiang Yu said hello and then left the cafe. Daughter, you need to step up your game. In the future, use less of your mind on the company side, and spend your mind on how to pursue Jiang Yu on this matter. Anyway, I'll put my words here. I won't recognize any other son-in-law besides Jiang Yu. As soon as Jiang Yu's figure disappeared, Mother Han gave Han Shiyun a death order. Originally, she had thought that several of her friends' children were good, each with their own strengths, and wanted to introduce them to Han Shiyun. But after meeting Jiang Yu, to put it bluntly, those are stinkers. Han Shiyun was quite jubilant inside when she heard her mother say this. She had a good feeling about Jiang Yu, and seeing her mother so sure of Jiang Yu, she somehow felt a sense of honor with him. I know you're new to this relationship stuff, but don't worry, I know the ropes. Next time you find a chance to make private contact with Jiang Yu, as long as you're alone in a confined space now, that's plenty of opportunity. Good like playing dumb and drinking from his glass, or maybe when you enter a place like a private room, you suddenly break your ankle and ask him to rub it for you and have a fling. Han's mother starts to get Han Shiyun trained. Han Shiyun, blush. Although she was 30, the number of times she had physical contact with the opposite sex was almost nil. If there was any physical contact with the opposite sex, I guess it was when she didn't know any better, but shy is shy. Han Shiyun vaguely felt a bit of anticipation at the thought that she could have a bit of intimate contact with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't know the situation on Han Shiyun's side. After he contacted Chen Menghao and the others, found Chen Menghao and the others in front of the bar at the Horse Fair Club. Brother Jiang, why are you back so soon? It's only been half an hour. Is this not a bit weak lately? Chen Menghao and the others joked. Asterisk 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 off. Don't talk about it. Almost lost someone just now. Jiang Yu was a bit scared when he remembered how enthusiastic Mother Han had been at first. Oh, how? Chen Menghao and the others came to be interested. Let's talk about it over dinner later. Jiang Yu, Chen Menghao and the others entered the club's private room under the guidance of the staff. The private rooms are chic and just outside is a large terrace with a bird-filled garden beyond. Eating in a private room is great for viewing in secrecy. After all, the private rooms in the Horse Exchange Club were only available to premium members. Regular members can only eat in the lobby. Although after spending the money, everyone can eat the same thing, but being in a different environment can be a very different experience. For lunch Jiang Yu ordered missile beef and the island's famous Wenchang chicken as his main course. Others are things like peanut, lotus root, dragon bone old fire soup and so on. Also ordered some sweets. The missile beef is pretty much the same as the Kobe beef that has been rumored on the internet. They are the top class of Wagyu beef, with high standards for meat quality, fat distribution and texture, as well as colorfulness. All of these dishes are more affordable, except for the missile beef, which is a bit more expensive. It adds up to just over 30,000 without the booze. Brother Jiang, what just happened? Tell me. While waiting for the food to be served, Chen Menghao and the others were curious. They had the impression that Jiang Yu, no matter what he encountered, had a light and breezy face, and would rarely feel more difficult and other emotions. Ugh, y'all know I went to get coffee with a friend earlier, right? Happened to run into her mother while having coffee. Then her mother straight away misunderstood and thought I was her future son-in-law. Jiang Yu briefly recounted what had just happened. Kind of. Jiang really didn't expect that you're still a teacher's milk killer. To come up and give you $1 million dowry straight away. That's something I've never seen before. Why the hell can't I get a good thing like this? The reaction of the others was quite normal. They just thought it was a fun time, and at the most, they somewhat exclaimed that Jiang Yu was still a teacher's milk killer. But Chen Menghao was very excited. WOJ, how come I can't happen to be this good? I was chasing a girl at the time and happened to run into her parents while shopping with her. But guess what happened? It's the opposite of what happened to Jiang today. The treatment is simply worlds apart. Damn, I was all set to make it, but her parents just scolded me and kicked me out. Chen Menghao felt a little angry just talking about it. Oh, Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. This shouldn't be. There must be a misunderstanding. Where did you run into her parents? Chen Menghao is also quite handsome, but his temperament is a little bit flowing. More dude. But normally, it really shouldn't. Chen Menghao sighed. Just at the hotel. Why else would I be shopping with her? It's hard to believe that I'm paying her to get things for her for nothing. Jiang Yu was speechless. Crowd. Slutty or you tie. Star. Chapter 145. The rich kids have gained a better perspective. During the meal, because there was Chen Manhwa opening up the conversation. Everyone chatted about some of the funny things they did on dates with girls. It's worth mentioning that apart from Chen Manhwa having that kind of tawdry maneuver, others have had more or less similar experiences. Just like Yuxin, for example, he talked about an experience he had at that time. He was more flirtatious at the time and talked to 3 girls at the same time. On Valentine's Day, not coincidentally, all 3 of those girls asked him out. He then operates on 3 fronts, jamming time points, dating 3 girls in the same mall, in different places, in one afternoon. Slutty as hell. The scene was akin to a live storytelling session. The atmosphere was incredibly vibrant. A meal went by so quickly. After the meal, Jiang Yu and his group went to the parking lot and drove away from the horse exchange club. Brother Jiang, where are we going? Upon realizing that the direction of the car was not leaving the southern villa area, Chen Manhwa was a bit curious. Go back to my house first, Jiang Yu said. I don't suppose you've got a boom boom party ready at your house, do you? Chen Manhwa, old bomb party player now, rubbing his hands together with excitement. He just loved the paper-thin atmosphere when he bombed a party. Of course not. Jiang Yu drove his Lexus LFA to a villa following him. Following behind was the Porsche GT driven by Yuxin. This villa that Jiang Yu lived in on this side of the island had an overall area that was larger than any villa he had in Magic City. The environment is more favorable. As mentioned above, the ground is elevated and overlooks most of the entire villa area. So designed. That feeling of being in a high place and being in a position of honor was very evident. Jiang Yu got off the car without bringing Chen Manhwa and the others into the villa. Instead, he had the garage door opened. Oh, no? Brother Jiang, you actually still have a Koenigsegg hidden on your side. You're really something. But what's with these motorcycles? When did you play with motorcycles, Jiang? There's one thing to be said for this kind of locomotive. It's really handsome. It's a pity that you can't play with these on the Magic City side. Yeah, or I'd want to get one. Just think how cool it is that everyone else goes out in a luxury car and I'm a handsome but unique locomotive. The large garage is filled with cars other than the Koenigsegg, Aston Martin, etc. mentioned above. Most noticeable were the 6 motorcycles parked on the outside of the garage. Most of the attention of Chen Manhwa and the others was focused on these 6 locomotives. These 6 locomotives are of various shapes and sizes. That cold metal shell, those handsome wheels, it's just cool as hell. Chen Manhwa and the others' eyes were glowing. It's a man's romance like a motorcycle. Brother Jiang, introduce these cars. Chen Manhwa and the others had all their attention focused on these locomotives at the moment. Because of the policy in Mordor, it is very difficult for locomotives to be on the road, and the number of people who play with locomotives in Mordor is really low to none. As a result, none of them knew much about locomotives. The brown one on the far left is the Midgewell Type 1 from the Midgewell Garage, powered by a 1063 cubic centimeters, 25-degree opposed horizontal twin-cylinder engine. To the right, solid black, this is a Harley Road King. Further down, the BMW HP4 Race, a limited edition of only 750 units worldwide, with a limited domestic quota of 30. I believe they're not too far off. They're all a little over 1 million. These cars, except for that one Midwell Type 1, I borrowed from a friend. All done for the road. Why don't you all see which one you like? And we'll ride them to the annual DGR biker party at Sea Island later. Jiang Yu briefly introduced the basic information of these cars aside, walked to a shelf next to the garage. On top of the shelves were several biker helmets whose coolness was hard to match. Jiang Yu moved the shelves next to a couple of locomotives. DGR locomotive party? Chen Manhwa and the others were somewhat unfamiliar with this, because other than Chen Manhwa, the number of times other people had come over to this side of the island to play was just a handful of times, and Chen Manhwa is not much better. Also feel the Magic City side of the cold. Only in the winter with the sister occasionally come over here to play around, completely ignorant of the DGR locomotive gathering, which is unique to the islands and is only held once a year. Even Jiang Yu, who often came over to the island and treated it as his second home, had only participated once. It was only last year when he went to that DGR locomotive party that he bought that one Midwell Type 1 for fun based on a friend's recommendation. But since he wasn't even familiar with the locomotive's charter, the car is usually kept in his friend's locomotive factory for safekeeping. So just now, when the property owner Wu asked him to re-register the information of other vehicles, Jiang Yu didn't register the information of this Midwell Type 1 as well. How about simply, DGR stands for Dressy Gentleman's Road Trip. The costume wouldn't have to be changed. These locomotives don't go well with formal wear. A helmet over them is about right. Jiang Yu was the first to take a helmet from the shelf. The uninitiated, looking at these helmets, will have no feelings other than that these helmets are cooler. But Jiang Yu gave these helmets prepared. Naturally, it's a bit of a come on. All are limited edition helmets from veteran helmet maker AGV for 17, with 17 being the 70th anniversary of AGV's founding. The significance of that year's limited edition helmet was very somewhat special. Price-wise, these helmets add up to about 150k. So it is a biker party. Kind of fun. A place like this is expected to have a lot of hot girls. Chen Menghao and the others were all interested at once. Star. Chapter 146, Special Designs. Full platoon. Jiang Yu first had someone park both the Lexus and the Porsche and drive them back into the garage separately. Then, have the MIDUAL Type 1 and several other locomotives pushed outside the garage. And then, put on the helmet. Sit on MIDUAL Type 1. That dash of freedom-seeking style was up immediately. Handsome. Jiang. It's got an internal flavor. Manly. Chen Menghao and the others couldn't help but marvel. Although Jiang Yu's temperament had become much more introverted after settling down over the past few years. But after Jiang Yu got on the locomotive, he was still able to see the dash in Jiang Yu's bones. It's hard to describe that feeling. Chen Menghao and the others felt that perhaps it was Jiang Yu who had a rather special temperament in his bones that could give people a special sense of charm. Next, Chen Menghao and the others each chose a car. Because they don't do much research on locomotives, it's more a matter of choosing with the eye of the beholder. Jiang Yu starts MIDUAL Type 1. A roaring sound rang out. Particularly manic. Keeps the adrenaline pumping. It's fine in the southern villa area. Because the villa area was sparsely populated, it didn't attract much attention. However, a few locomotives in the form of MIDUAL Type 1 were unveiled on the road. Many of the owners have thrown in their amazement. But all the car owners on the road just envied Jiang Yu and his group for being able to drive their locomotives and travel freely on the road. Instead, they face traffic jams and other troubles. After all, there are relatively few people who play with locomotives in real life, and they know absolutely nothing about them. More than policy reasons, it's because playing with locomotives is a more expensive program. The average person may think that playing with locomotives is a matter of buying a car and calling it a day. But truthfully, no, buying a car is only the first step. To take the simplest example, the helmet that Jiang Yu was carrying cost more than $20,000, though a couple $1,000s for a regular civilian bit of helmet is about right. But unless it's something like Jiang Yu, who rarely even drove the car after he bought it. Otherwise, you have to match the whole set anyhow, and you have to get the jersey, riding boots, riding gloves, knee and elbow pads, and so on. Why else would you spend so much money on a motorcycle? And all of the above add up to $10,000 or $20,000 for the average one. Add to that the fact that generally locomotives have very bad gas mileage. Anyone who can afford to play with a motorcycle has to be at least a well-off family upwards. And that's without counting the big expense of playing with locomotive modifications. However, the average owner on the road doesn't know much about locomotives. But the locomotive players who participated in the DGR were very familiar with these locomotives of Jiang Yu. DGR is held on the Esplanade side of Marina Road. When Jiang Yu drove the MIDUAL Type 1 into Marina Square, it immediately attracted countless eyes. WOJ, which big family is this again? They're all $1 million plus models. AGV's limited edition helmet from 17. Sour. A helmet is almost the price of one of my cars. The scene roared to life. Everyone looked yearningly at Jiang Yu and his group. Many people gave Jiang Yu and his group a thumbs up as they passed by. Some of the hot girls who were also biker players were bold enough to throw flying kisses this way. As for who the flying kiss was thrown at, it doesn't matter. This has proved to be a fiery atmosphere. To be honest, although Jiang Yu had participated in many car enthusiast party activities, the atmosphere was not as sensational as that of DGR's side. The main thing is the similar Bugatti and other car gatherings he attends, because the owners of such luxury cars are generally more qualified and will be much more introverted in public occasions like parties. In contrast, the DGR side is a lot more fun, because people who play with locomotives are people of character. Everyone tries their best to bring out their personality on such occasions. As a simple example, it's like a good example of dressing style. Other car parties are made to look like business parties, with everyone in suits and halter dresses. This side is just 100 flowers. The so-called formal wear for traveling means, in the opinion of people here, wearing what you feel most comfortable and trendy in. The girls here, for example, are all dressed in a sexualized style. They're all sexy and individualistic. Or show off your perfect body in leather jacket and pants and sunglasses. Or a tank top and jeans to tickle the fancy. To put it simply, the word hot describes it. Jiang Yu parked his car. As the mega biker party dating scene in the south, there are literally more top-notch bikes than you can shake a stick at. Harley, Indian, Triumph, BMW, and more. There should be everything. This place is real nice. Indeed. Locomotives everywhere. Beautiful women. TSK, TSK. The whole thing becomes a lot more exciting when you come here. I really didn't think that there would be this kind of party on this side of the island, or that Brother Jiang would play. Chen Menghao and the others felt that everything around them was somewhat new. It's quite exciting. Let's go over and sign in first. Jiang Yu brought Chen Manghao and the others to the signing ceremony. There is a low threshold for participation in DGR, because the main purpose of DGR's party is not only to give a platform for bikers with common interests to meet each other, but more importantly to do charity. There will be a charity auction later, so anyone who is into locomotives and then pays $1,000 is able to participate. After Jiang Yu signed and paid the money, the staff gave Jiang Yu and the others each a commemorative t-shirt for the DGR event and a badge and a plaque. The sign is for holding up the sign during the auction later. The sign numbers happen to be 1 through 6. What a coincidence. This is specially arranged by the organizers for Jiang, right? Chen Manghao and the others looked at the numbers above the sign and asked curiously. I do know the organizers, but whether or not they arranged it specifically, I really don't know. Jiang Yu didn't even notice the end of the sign just now, so that must have been a special arrangement. Brother Jiang is really well connected. The deck. Although the sign number represents what it means to be a digital identity, it's what you use to hold up your card during the auction later, to facilitate how people address you as Mr. What's your number? Nothing particularly useful, but even this kind of small detail others will be specially designed because of Jiang Yu. This was also enough to prove how terrifying Jiang Yu's connections over here were. Star. Chapter 147, Hasty, Exposed Power. The DGR site kept having more and more bikers driving in. The scene became more and more lively. Leave the sign-in area. Passing by a DGR event logo for a group photo. There were quite a few people driving their locomotives up to take pictures. Jiang Yu was not too interested in this, but Chen Manghao and the others came over here for the first time, and they all wanted to take a picture to remember. There were not many people on this side of the original logo wall, but when Chen Manghao and the others drove over the Harley road net worth millions of dollars as well as the BMW HP4 race and other locomotives, there was a lot of buzz over here all of a sudden. When Chen Manghao and the others drove up to take pictures, there were also a number of people who came up and wanted to take a picture. Brother, this car is so cool. How much did it cost to land? Thief handsome. Has it been modified? A number of people have asked them these questions. This car isn't mine. I'm just following the big man over here for a bit of fun. All these cars of ours are uniformly provided by that big man. In the face of these enthusiastic biker players, Chen Manghao and the others didn't hesitate to sell Jiang Yu, who was enjoying himself on the sidelines. It would have been better if the person who came up to make small talk was a writing girl, but all the people who came up to talk and chat were big old men. It's not like they're any kind of biker fanatics. Neither of them have much desire to exchange chats with these big old men. Asterisk. Dude, did you supply all those cars? Bull bro. Big family. These are some rare and good cars. Gimme. That's rich. Hearing Chen Manghao and the others say this, Jiang Yu immediately drew uncountable shocked and envious gazes. Although locomotives are a costly sport, but that's relative. Unless it's one of those track-running locomotives, there's a ceiling on the price. On the scene, the million-dollar locomotives are already at the top of that class. Even among all the locomotives that can legally be on the road, $1 million is pretty much the ultimate price. To be able to own one is the envy of everyone. But Chen Manghao and the others had said that all of these locomotives had been provided by Jiang Yu alone. So how could this not shock people? You guys misunderstood. I borrowed these cars from my friends as well. Jiang Yu explained. Borrowed? Brother, you're hasty. Saying that reveals your strength. Big brother, you're this. The owner is willing to lend you a car like this. You've got a lot of skills. Brother. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Yu said that, those car enthusiasts were even more surprised. For a biker, a locomotive is the equivalent of a wife. Unless it's an equivalent replacement. Again, unless the status is a cut above the owner and the other person is willing to give you a face or is interested in trying to make nice with you, who the hell else would want to lend you millions of dollars? Thus, when Jiang Yu said this, everyone had a clear perception of Jiang Yu's strength. Big brother, one became more enthusiastic. He almost wanted to slide a sliding knee to Jiang Yu's feet. Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little, dealing with these people at the same time. He hurriedly gave a wink to Chen Manghao and the others who were still taking pictures at that end. Seeing this, Chen Manghao and the others increased their speed. Soon, Jiang Yu and his group left this side of the logo wall. Along the way, Jiang Yu saw quite a few specially modified locomotives. It's worth noting that one of them is a real eye-opener. One has a more common model, but that seat is very strange. What was a good seat was transformed to have willow nails all over it. While it shouldn't be a problem to sit on it based on the force area analysis, the shape of it is really a straight-up insider's view. And Jiang Yu took a closer look. Those willow nails are all manually cut and sewn together, but the workmanship is very delicate. The other one, on the other hand, is handmade. The exterior is a frame, which according to the owner, he welded by hand himself. The ignition was in a camera housing. Although this kind of car can't be on the road, it looks kind of fun. This time it was a real eye-opener. There's so much talent here. All kinds of modifications. Long time coming. It's true that it's still a different experience when you follow Jiang. After taking a turn, Chen Menghao and the others found it very novel. There are so many things in this party at DGR that are different from a normal limo enthusiast party. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are really long in the tooth. We're pretty much done shopping over here. Check out the trunk bazaar over there. Jiang Yu pointed to the other side of the square. There are a lot of cars parked at that end. Some are luxury cars such as Porsches and others are some of the more common family cars. The one thing these cars had in common, though, was that all of them had opened the trunks of their cars. Their trunks, on the other hand, hold a lot of stuff on them again. It's kind of like driving a car over here to set up a booth. Trunk bazaar. What is this again? Stalls? Chen Menghao and the others were a little less familiar with this. They are usually in and out of high-end parties except for private party gatherings. Can't really understand what trunk bazaar is. You can also understand it as a stall. That is, the owner of the car puts out for sale some of the things he has used, or maybe some of the things he has collected. Prices are generally cheaper, because all the amounts they sell over here, again, are donated for charitable purposes. Jiang Yu briefly explained. Meanwhile, the group passed a billboard that read Trunk Bazaar, entered this side of the fairgrounds. Look into the past. There were all sorts of items sitting on the trunk. The list goes on and on. Most of them are locomotive-related gear or parts. Others have blossomed. There are snacks that were common as a child but have now disappeared. Some are personal items or collections. There are even pet supplies. Kind of an interesting look. This girl in front is nice. Go over and take a look to understand the situation. Chen Menghao and the others felt that everything around them was too new to be true. Some excitement. Star. Chapter 148. I'm too big for my own home. Jiang Yu and his group entered the trunk bazaar. First, I came to a Honda Alpha. The owner of this Alpha is a short-haired girl. The girl has exquisite features. Dressing is simple. White tank top with denim pants. The powerful body is on perfect display. At first glance, it's the more gregarious type. But the items visited by the girl's Alpha trunk were the opposite. It's all about cute dolls, and a little Doraemon backpack. There is a drastic contrast between these things that are put out and the looks of the girl. It was precisely this contrast that attracted the attention of Chen Menghao and the others. Jiang Yu's group stopped to follow him. Let's see if there's anything we like. They're all cheap. If these things don't fit, check out this sign. Facing Jiang Yu's group of handsome men with superior temperament and looks, the girl was a little enthusiastic. Jiang Yu followed her guidance and looked towards the signboard on the side. It says for sale by beautiful owner. Waiting for you to pick it up along with a phone number. Ah, this, is it for sale by owner too? How to sell? Chen Menghao joked. It's cheap, just $9. The girl laughed. $9? What kind of stunt is this? Chen Menghao was a little confused. That would be the price of a marriage license, right? Jiang Yu guessed as he heard his classmates talk about the segment at school. Handsome, you guessed right. Wanna pay to take me away, haha. Just sweep here. The girl is really outgoing. And it's very generous and doesn't have that pretentious feel to it. Gives more comfort. Sister sigh. Life is not easy. Jiang Yu, hurry up and scan the code. Why don't I pay it off for you? Yi Xian and the others joked about it and even made a gesture to take out their cell phones to help Jiang Yu pay. Not so much, not so much. Let's not hold up the boss's business. Jiang Yu hurriedly stopped this group of guys who were only concerned about the world. Ha ha ha, bye handsome. Before leaving, the girl sent Jiang Yu a flying kiss. Jiang Yu and his group then continued to move forward. The trunk bazaar had far more fun stuff here than Jiang Yu had ever seen outside. Even, Jiang Yu saw that there were car modification parts for sale. It's outrageous to buy car parts here at a large locomotive gathering. However, and that's not even the most outrageous. Strolling, Jiang Yu saw a few small tiger heads poking out of the trunk of a car. There are even people selling pets here. Hello, how do I sell these puppies? Jiang Yu went over to take a look. It was a couple of huskies. The little guy's eyes were bulging. It looks kinda cute. Jiang Yu suddenly had the idea of buying one to take home. It just so happened that he disliked the house over here for being too big, as he and Jiang Jinan usually didn't come over too often, resulting in the house not being popular enough. Buying an energetic husky for your home is sure to liven things up quite a bit. Perfect solution to this problem. Dude, you want it? But think carefully. Husky, this kind of dog face value is really high, but if the family is too small, it is not easy to raise. It's very athletic and active. The seller is a young man. The man didn't want Jiang Yu to buy the dog away at all. He came over here because he wanted to fish and attract girls with dorky puppies. One less chance to catch a girl if you buy one away. He intended to skillfully dissuade Jiang Yu. It's good to be lively. I just think the house is too big and usually too cold. Jiang Yu said. Man, speaks over sigh? He was somewhat choked by Jiang Yu's words. Ahem, if I may ask with curiosity, how big is your family, brother? If you don't go out to walk your dog, the average dog needs about 200 square feet of exercise space. Huskies like this will probably have to double that. My living room is too small anyway. Just over 100 square meters I think. Not enough for him to toss around. The man thought that Jiang Yu was just pretending. He, who had always been used to pretending to be a pussy and was known as the little prince of pretending, couldn't help himself at once. A word down. A wordless pretense. It was revealed to Jiang Yu that his living room at home was just over 100 square meters. Double it? That's 400 square feet? Need this much space? Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Mostly he misheard. The man, because he wanted to play hard to get, made a point of emphasizing his tone at the end when he said that the living room in his house was just over 100 square feet. This made Jiang Yu think that the man was talking about the living room alone needing 400 square feet, because according to the construction of a normal house, the living room is more than 100 square meters, so the overall area properly has to be 400 square meters. He also wondered how the man could measure the dog's space simply in terms of the living room. Yeah, take my advice. Really don't get a husky if you have a small family and don't have time to walk the dog. Don't look at him now. He's so cute. He's a real housebreaker when he grows up. He chewed up my Hermes couch set at home. Ugh. The man sighed heavily, a look of annoyance. In truth, he was happy inside, feeling that Jiang Yu must have been subdued by his 2 waves of pushing. However, Jiang Yu didn't even realize that the man was pretending, because Hermes is pretty common for him. Plus his attention was more on the dog at the moment. He was thinking that if what the man said was true, it would take 400 square feet to raise a husky without actively walking the dog. Then really bring it home. You have to find someone who specializes in walking dogs. Otherwise the huskies won't get enough exercise and they'll do damage. He just didn't think about the aspect of the man being pretending. Brother Jiang, the living room of the villa on your side should be more than 300 square meters, right? It's about the same as 400 square meters, so buy it if you like it. That's right, just a few dozen square meters short of that should be enough for dog exercise too. Otherwise, just let it run on its own in the yard. At most, let the nanny help it wash more often. That yard of your house is at least 400 square feet to start with. Surely it is enough. No more than having the nanny walk the dog every day. No more than giving her a raise. Chen Menghao and the others similarly thought that the man had just said that the living room needed to be 400 square feet in order for the huskies to move around. Seeing that Jiang Yu was somewhat in a dilemma, then Yu gave Jiang Yu a word of advice. Upon hearing these words, the man who was still secretly rejoicing that he had succeeded in pretending to be superior was suddenly dumbfounded. Star. Chapter 149, Supporting Character, Blowby was found by me, right? The superior man was dumbfounded. The living room is over 300 square feet? Yard starts at 400 plus? There's a babysitter in the house? Do you even have to hire someone specifically to come home and walk your dog? The man listened in awe. He even wondered a little about his ears. Can't it be that you've met your match in pretending? Dude, are you guys telling the truth? You're not making this up, are you? The man issued a query. He couldn't even begin to imagine if what these people were saying was true. So how big of a house does this handsome guy who wants to buy a dog have to live in? At least 1,000 square feet? Dude, do we look like we're bull ting? That's just it. See less. Otherwise you'd think Jiang was joking when he said he thought the house was too big and too cold. Chen Menghao and the others looked at the man with strange gazes. A look like you've never seen the world. This made it a little hard for the men. He had been pretending for so many years. When had he ever been humiliated like this? However, he didn't notice that Jiang Yu's face was a bit odd. What he didn't know was that the reason why Jiang Yu's face was odd was because what Chen Menghao and the others had said was indeed a bit exaggerated. Although the houses on this side of the island are quite a bit bigger than the Magic City side, but even the simplest layout of the first floor doesn't get to the point where the living room is over 300 square feet. The yard could be hundreds of square feet, but the living room is 200 square feet at most, unless one counts the dining room. But even counting the dining room, it's not that outrageous. He reckons it's because the living room on the first floor is all about simplicity and the visual design gives it a very empty feel. Coupled with the fact that Chen Menghao had only been there once, his impression was a bit confused. That's why it can be said to be wrong. But the man who bought the dog didn't know these things. At the moment he was indignant. Failed to pretend in front of Jiang Yu. This made his pretend fire, which had been dormant for years, start to burn. Fighting spirit ignited. Oh, I wonder where you live, brother? I remember some neighborhoods where dogs were not allowed or were not very friendly to dog owners. That's what the Central Gardens neighborhood I live in is all about. Annoying yuppies. More than 30,000 dollars a square meter. I thought I could have better service. Whoever thought that in the end you would receive restrictions for having a pet? No, after my dog had a couple of puppies, I was forced to take them out and give them away. The man looked troubled. A heavy sigh. By the way, brother, what building do you live in? Say it out and I'll help you counsel. Not that I'm bragging, I know all the major properties on the island like the back of my hand, Do you have any restrictions on dog ownership over there? I know all about it, the man asked, pretending to be kind. The truth is that it is invariably loaded again. Inwardly snickering, this feeling of pretending really put him in a very pleasant mood. Is there any more of that? I live over in the southern villa area and haven't heard any of this mentioned on the property, Jiang Yu said with some curiosity. Man. Once again, the others were dumbfounded. Generally speaking, it doesn't matter how big the overall area is, but the living room is all of 300 square feet, which is really a bit unscientific, unless it's a house you built yourself in the country. Therefore, when Chen Menghao and others said that the living room of Jiang Yu's house was more than 300 square meters, he thought that Jiang Yu lived in the countryside, so he just did it to save face. Revitalize the king of push, deliberately wanting to show a wave in front of Jiang Yu. He lives in a neighborhood of more than 30,000 square feet. He wanted to tell Jiang Yu that where he lives, 1 square meter is equivalent to a dozen square meters in the countryside, but he had counted 1,000 times, but he couldn't count that Jiang Yu was living over in the southern villa area. Nope, dude, who are you clueless about? It's not like I haven't been over to the southern villa area before. Each villa does have a large footprint, but it's certainly not as dramatic as the living room being all 300 square feet, the man said firmly, with an expression of blowing off steam. Was discovered by me, right? The expression looked at Jiang Yu. Huh? No? Seeing this, Chen Menghao was a bit surprised. Yeah, how can there be more than 300 square feet if it's designed that way? How empty must the living room be? The exact size of the living room should be just about 200 square feet. Jiang Yu answered Chen Menghao with an approximate figure. He wasn't quite sure of the exact size. So, mistake. Chen Menghao smiled a little embarrassed. The man who had originally been elated, thinking that he had uncovered that Jiang Yu was blowing smoke, was once again irritated at this moment. It's only 200 square feet. He looked at Chen Menghao with a somewhat complicated gaze. This oolong of Chen Menghao is really pitiful. It's embarrassing to mess with him now. Ah, brother, it's really a real person. I can't imagine that your home is actually that big in size. 200 square feet. That's more than enough for a husky. The man smiled sarcastically. A series of pretenders came down and all of them completely flopped. He didn't dare to raise the thought of pretending to show his superiority in front of Jiang Yu anymore. Jiang Yu is the real king of push. More than enough? Didn't you just say the living room had to be 400 square feet for the huskies to exercise? Chen Menghao and the others were very surprised. Jiang Yu also looked at the man. I'm talking about the total area. The man froze and explained. So you're talking about total square footage? Told you it was a real waste of time. I told you how you used the living room area as a unit of measurement, Chen Menghao said with some lack of humor. The man wanted to cry. Turns out it was a mess to begin with. I should have made that clearer. Otherwise it wouldn't have to be a continuous disgrace. Chapter 150, Occasional Charity Work. The pups all look pretty much the same and are all pretty cute. Jiang Yu didn't dwell on it either. Picked a random one that looked a little perkier. Paid, because he had to continue shopping at DGR with Chen Menghao and the others next. Jiang Yu then called the workers at home to come and pick up the dog. 10 minutes passed. The family's butler drove to the scene and picked up the dog after getting instructions from Jiang Yu. The scene was a sight to behold for the seller. Brother, you're a big family man. The house is actually staffed with butlers. Bull. The man's face was eager. As in the movie, there are a few workers in the house, and when they encounter any situation, they just phone the housekeeper, which is the life he dreamed of. Don't say that. Your family isn't so bad. The man lives in the 30,000 plus square foot Central Gardens neighborhood, driving $1 million or so GTR. That's really a strong offer too. Compared to ordinary people, it's true to say that, but compared to you, it's nothing. Compared to a moment ago, the man's attitude at this point was simply not too honest. Humble as a yuppie. Jiang Yu didn't chat with him for too long, and left after a few brief words. Trunk Bazaar is full of all sorts of weird and wonderful things though, but Jiang Yu didn't even have much desire to buy it. Also stopped at the heel of a Cheongsam beauty stall, bought a bit of snacks that were only available when he was a child, and recalled the feeling of childhood with Chen Menghao and the others. After leaving the trunk fair, the charity auction on DGR's side has also begun. Jiang Yu and Chen Menghao and the others walked over. Anyway, the auction here did not consume much. Jiang Yu felt that it was quite good to do charity once in a while, simply doing his part. It's worth noting that charity auctions for events in general aren't as high-powered as one might think. One could even say it's very ordinary, just plain build a stage. The poster on the back states the main centerpiece of this auction. Then a host will come forward to inform the auction items, and the people underneath will just raise the number plates in their hands and directly shout the price. The same is true of DGR's auction site. When Jiang Yu entered the auction site, the stage and other basic configurations had already been set up. There were a number of bikers on hand who were also planning to come over and do their bit for charity. It's kinda hilarious. Mr. Jiang, the manager who was originally directing the various staff members and urging them to pay attention to some of the precautions to be taken when the auction opens later. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, he briefly chattered with the staff before welcoming them over. I was a bit busy just now, and I'm sorry you didn't get to entertain yourself when you came over here. When facing the employees just now, the manager was stone-faced, giving off an intimidating and awe-inspiring feeling. But facing Jiang Yu, the manager, on the other hand, was very friendly and full of smiles. It's okay, it's not like it's the first time I've been over here. Even I'd become a guide for these friends of mine. Right introductions. Jiang Yu let Chen Menghao and the others and the manager get to know each other. In response, Chen Menghao and the others were still quite happy. After all, this is an opportunity to expand your network. Since Jiang Yu had given them such an opportunity, they would naturally take advantage of it. There was a brief exchange of words with each other in place. The auction is about to start, right? So just go about your business and I'll just make myself at home with my friend. Jiang Yu greeted the manager. Then he walked to the front of the stage with Chen Menghao and the others. Because the auction here is not very serious and formal. The kind that has to have people on the spot from the beginning until the end to leave. And there are just too many writers participating in DGR. The organizers just didn't have chairs or anything for everyone. Everyone is standing. Jiang Yu would likewise be no exception. It's natural to want a chair to sit in, but it's not necessary. He wasn't planning on being over here for too long anyway. Soon the auction begins. The retail price from the country's top glove brand is 5,000, and the starting bid is 800. So my friends can start the bidding. 900, 1,100, 1,300. There was a lot of enthusiasm for this from the enthusiasts on hand. It doesn't matter if the auction is for parts for a conversion, or some kind of motorcycle color change decals and other services. The number of people shouting for the price are higher. Of course, the main purpose of this auction is charity, and everyone is here to give a little. The flavor of the competition won't be particularly strong. The markup won't be particularly dramatic. There were people leaving the scene, and people were joining in, and the numbers stayed at a relatively high level all the time. Yi Xian shouted the price once. Jiang Yu, on the contrary, never raised his hand, because the ones auctioned just now were all modification parts or modification services that he couldn't use at all. Soon, a few more items were successfully auctioned off. This pair of shoes from a top foreign handmade brand retails for $17,000 with a starting bid of 2,000. When the presenter was seen introducing a pair of brown loafers. See, those loafers are unassuming but not over the top. Jiang Yu moved inwardly. The shoes were quite appealing to him based on their appearance alone. The brand is Berluti. Top foreign handmade men's shoe brands. It's not bad. Jiang Yu has bought this brand of shoes before. He didn't rush to call out the price, though. Let the bullets fly for a while. 3,000, 3,500, 4,800, 7,300, 15,000. This brand of shoes aroused the passion of the car enthusiasts on the scene. The number of callers has increased significantly and the range has risen significantly. In a short while, the auction price had already broken 10,000. Jiang Yu felt that it was almost time and raised the sign in his hand while holding up two fingers. Mr. Number 1 bid 20,000. 20,000 and any more raises? Following the host's gaze, many writers who were interested in the shoes looked at Jiang Yu. So it's this big guy. Excuse me, I had kinda liked it. Ugh, forget it. Many people recognized Jiang Yu. After all, the locomotive that Jiang Yu and his group drove was a bit noticeable. They have chosen to give up. After all, if they were to really grab it, they wouldn't be able to grab Jiang Yu. It would be better to just give Jiang Yu a face and land a good impression. 20,000 once, 20,000 twice, 20,000 3 times. Congratulations, Mr. 1. The moderator looks around and announces the results straight away. Star. Chapter 151. This is outrageous. The auction continues. The things that were just auctioned off, except for the Berluti men's shoes that Jiang Yu had just bought. All others are provided by DGR event partners. It's all biker parts or gear. Next up was a sponsor-only session for the DGR event. DGR is the largest offline gathering of locomotives in China, and there are quite a few sponsors, spread across a number of large and small domestic and foreign brands, distributed in all areas. As a result, the auction items are starting to become widely available. What started as a biker part or equipment has gradually turned into some men's or women's daily use items or even luxury goods. The audience is much larger. The enthusiasm on the floor has grown even more. The atmosphere is great. Jiang Yu almost stayed until the end of the auction. He struck out a total of 4 times during that period. In addition to the pair of Berluti men's shoes, he also snapped up a belt. The same top foreign handmade leather goods brand, Delvaux. Delvaux, a brand even older than Berluti, is considered the most luxurious handmade leather goods brand. So take Delvaux this belt. Jiang Yu spent more money, nearly $50,000. And then there's the shot of a watch wristband and a tie for his father. Jiang Yuxin. In total, Jiang Yu had spent almost $200,000 on this auction. Throw in the value of the item itself, and it's about $50,000 to be used for charity. If it was at some of the more commercial charity auction sites, a few tens of thousands of dollars isn't worth it, but in an auction site like DGR, $50,000 would be considered okay, or at least one of the best in existence. This is measured by the items prepared for auction. Fewer than 5 of the auction items prepared for the DGR event were luxury items. The others, because of the need to lower the barriers to auction participation, are more civilian stuff. The item itself is not valuable enough to keep people from spending more money bidding on it. The auction ended quickly. Jiang Yu came to the front of the venue and prepared to check out. Grass. I was impulsive just now, but I unknowingly spent nearly $20,000. Alas, don't say. I'm more ruthless than you. Just met a sister. In front of her, thought to pretend a wave of generosity. I did not expect. Pretend a moment of cool. After the fact can be a tragedy. I even spent more than $40,000. Hearing you say that makes me feel a lot better. And I've only spent $10,000. 10,000 is quite a lot. And I've spent almost 10,000. So I'm going to give my wife another scolding when I get back later. There are already quite a few people in line to check out here. Everyone converged and shared what they all shot at the same time. It's still more of a complaint. One by one, they all felt that the atmosphere was too good just now, that they were spending too much impulsively, and that their wallets were going to go flat. However, when they saw Jiang Yu coming over, they still greeted him. They all recognized Jiang Yu as the big guy in the $1 million MIDUAL Type 1 that so many enthusiasts are talking about. Jiang Yu smiled back, then walked straight to the desk and informed the number of the auction. Hello Mr. Jiang, you have spent a total of $217,000. The staff quickly calculated the total amount Jiang Yu had just spent. When hearing that number, the one that was complaining a moment ago was dumbfounded. WOJ? I thought my spending was impressive enough, but I didn't realize that this big guy had spent $200,000. A bigot is still a bigot. With that comparison, I suddenly feel less heartbroken. There was a lot of talk. Jiang Yu was just about to hand over his bank card to pay. At that moment, Chen Menghao stopped him. Brother Jiang, I'll do it. Yesterday over at the Starscream cruise you paid my bill for the whole place. It just so happens that I'm paying it all together now. Although Chen Menghao didn't refuse to let Jiang Yu pay the bill on the Stardream cruise, but this is something Chen Menghao has always remembered. Don't bother. It's not a lot of money. You and I don't need to be so polite to each other. Jiang Yu was too lazy to push around with Chen Menghao here. Just pull out your card and pay. All right. Chen Menghao was somewhat helpless. Trying to treat but being denied is something that no one would believe. But this was indeed Jiang Yu's character. It was also one of the reasons why he recognized Jiang Yu so much. Chen Menghao was somewhat moved inwardly, but not so for the other writers who saw the scene next to them. They were simply stunned. Is this a friend of the big man? 200,000 or so actually have a treat, so to speak? A little envious. Why don't I have friends like that? My focus is on the fact that the big guy turned down the bill for being paid, and 200,000 or so actually says it's not a lot of money and there's no point in counting it? This is outrageous. You're welcome. Howling. Awesome. The car enthusiasts were in awe. This was the first time they had really seen this kind of scene. Star. Chapter 152 Specialized Vehicles and Planes. Traveling with a brand name. In fact, what others don't know is this. There was a reason why Jiang Yu didn't let Chen Menghao pay. One of them is that $200,000 or so is not a small amount of money for the average person. But for him and Chen Menghao, it really wasn't much. Usually, the two people have more human contacts. The two sides of the family's company, there are still some business cooperation. Both fathers are also friends. Indeed, there is no point in counting. Another reason is that Chen Menghao is not like him. Managing a company. The company side of the performance is not bad. And there is also a sum of money to invest in financial speculation. Completely self-reliant, with a stable source of economic resources. Although Jiang Yu had previously advised Chen Menghao to help take care of the business, or perhaps try to manage his finances. However, Chen Menghao was still very playful, and briefly tried it and felt uninterested, and then left it at that. As a result, Chen Menghao's stable financial resources are still more of pocket money given to him by his family. This is like if Jiang Yu graduated and earned his own money, while Chen Menghao was still in school spending his family's money. Naturally, there was no need to make Chen Menghao pay. Next, Jiang Yu continued to go around the other programs at the DGR event site. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was nearing 6 o'clock in the evening. That pretty much wraps up the DGR campaign. Jiang Yu found the event site manager. The manager was surrounded by a number of people at the moment. Some of the writers wanted to get to know the manager or get on better terms, thinking of inviting him to dinner later or something. The manager isn't a big shot though, but how to say is also the official staff of DGR. Usually contact a lot of bigwigs because of business reasons. The network is still very strong, but in the face of everyone's enthusiasm, the manager declined. Seeing Jiang Yu coming over, the manager greeted those car enthusiasts and walked over. Manager, there's something I need to trouble you about. Don't be so polite, Mr. Jiang. Just order whatever you need. I'll give you an address, and later I'll trouble you to get someone to deliver the locomotive that my friend and I drove over. Jiang Yu gave the manager the address of his friend who played with locomotives. Okay, small matter. I'll take care of it. Mr. Jiang, do you have time to have dinner later? The manager asked. It's a biological chain. The writer feels that the manager is extremely well connected and wants to have a good relationship with the manager. Now the manager, on the other hand, was trying to get on good terms with Jiang Yu. Next time, there's something I need to return to Magic City first. Jiang Yu politely refused. Today is Jiang Yuxin's birthday. Although today, Jiang Yuxin probably didn't mention the birthday party to him the entire time because she didn't want to rush him and spoil his fun. But Jiang Yu still remembered. Okay, so are you going over to the airport now? Why don't I get someone to drive you there? The manager continued to show goodwill. No, the car to pick me up is already on its way here. Jiang Yu originally didn't want to reject the manager's good intentions, but it can't be helped. The private contracted airplane includes a special car transportation service. Just now he contacted the exclusive customer service over there, and the special car is already on its way here, should be here soon. Okay then. The manager sighed slightly. If I had known, I would have just asked Jiang Yu what he meant earlier. Soon 2 Toyota Alpha for DGR event site. It stopped in front of Jiang Yu. The Toyota Alpha is not expensive, landing at less than $1 million, but it is spacious and very comfortable to travel in. The arrangements there are still in place. I'll leave you then. Bye. Jiang Yu greeted the manager and then got into the car with Chen Minghao and the others. Everyone left the DGR event in their own locomotives. Jiang Yu and his group left in a special car, looking quite impressive in the tide of locomotives. This side of the esplanade is not far from the island airport, just a dozen kilometers away. Got stuck in traffic for a while approaching the airport. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu got off the Alpha and entered the airport. The island airport is quite a bit smaller compared to the Magic City airport, but there is quite a bit of foot traffic. Crowds of people dragging suitcases can be seen everywhere rushing to check in and purchase and pick up tickets. Jiang Yu and his party didn't need to be in a hurry. Compared to the hurried pace of the pedestrians, Jiang Yu's pace was quite leisurely. Follow the internal airport landmarks. Jiang Yu walked towards the airport's gate 10. Although Jiang Yu had chartered an airplane, the one Jiang Yu had contracted was not a common civil aviation airplane, nor was it affiliated with any common civil aviation company. Instead, it belongs to an airline that was set up specifically to facilitate the travel of some of the bigwigs. Vista Business Airlines. Vesta is known globally as a private, customized travel airline. There are basic programs such as round-the-world custom flights and domestic and international flights. There's even one for kids, incorporating well-designed entertainment and educational elements tailored to each child's age and interests, to create a fantastic flight experience for every little traveler and airborne adventure, as well as the global pet flight for bigwigs who want to travel globally with their pets. The projects can be many, but although Jiang Yu was traveling on a business jet, it was a private flight, but business jets still land at airports everywhere, and because there were no extra gates on this side of the island airport due to the high volume of people, Jiang Yu likewise entered through the official gates with the regular passengers traveling by civil aviation. Soon, Jiang Yu and his group arrived at boarding gate 10. Chapter 153, excuse me. Jiang Yu arrived at boarding gate 10. I happened to run into a number of passengers who were arguing with the gate inspector. What's going on? It's already half an hour late and there's still no news? Sorry sir, the plane is estimated to be 50 minutes late. Please be patient. 50 minutes? Really convinced. My first time on a ING airplane. I was afraid of being late and came over at 4 o'clock. I threw up. Why am I so unlucky to be late for the second time this month? I could understand if the train was late, but the ING airplanes are late. It's really speechless. After hearing the ticket inspector's explanation, most of the passengers couldn't help but sputter. Some passengers who were a bit more grumpy continued to argue with the staff. Seeing this, Jiang Yu was in no hurry to go over. Let the staff deal with the situation at hand first. Let's hope the plane arrives when you say it will. If in a little while you tell me something about the plane not being able to land and I have to make a change, I'll definitely file a complaint against you. After the passengers had made some noise and vented a wave of emotions, they saw no point in continuing to argue with the staff. Cursing and leaving. Hesitantly, he returned to a side seat and waited. Jiang Yu and Chen Minghao and the others then walked over. Hello, I'm on the Vista flight. Jiang Yu showed everyone's IDs. The staff took over and used another machine to verify the identity of Jiang Yu's group afterward. Open the blocking tape. Come in. Jiang Yu's group entered smoothly and without any obstruction. Seeing this, the passengers at that end, who had just finished making a scene and had returned to their seats on the side, and had not yet warmed up their chairs, were dumbfounded. Face to face, it felt a bit absurd. What's going on with them? I thought the plane was late? How come they can go in and board? Curious beyond belief, the passengers came back to the staff to get a statement. They are traveling on Vesta Airlines, which is a charter service, not on the same trip as you, the staff member politely explained. Charters? How many of them are there? Chartering a plane to travel? WOJ, this is too good to be true. We are all over here waiting hard for the plane to land. They are just the opposite. It's the plane waiting for them to arrive. It's just not comfortable when you compare it like that. Is this the life of the rich? Sour. I want to experience it too. I feel bad thinking about all the time I wasted waiting over here. And I bought first class. What's the price of a chartered flight? If it's not too expensive, I'll be damned if I'm going to be extravagant. Seeing Jiang Yu and his group traveling with ease, there was an airplane for special transportation. Some passengers with a bit of money are mentally unsettled. Want to be extravagant too. Price. Then this specifically depends on what program you are choosing and then what airplane you choose. Oh, what other program could it be? Just a one-way domestic flight. There are a total of 5 airplanes to choose from for a one-way domestic flight if you are flying without a pet. All are Challenger series. The specific difference is the number of passengers carried in the sleeping position of the different O. For example, Challenger 850 is 14 seats and 7 sleeping positions. See, the staff introduced so detailed, but said half a day did not say the price of this Focus. Passengers cannot help but interrupt. Price? How much is the most expensive and how much is the cheapest? The most expensive would be the Challenger 850, at $600,000. The cheapest of these is the Challenger 350, which is a total of 8 seats and 3 sleeping positions. The price is about $200,000. If you are specific, you can consult the customer service personnel of Vesta by phone, or go to the front service center. There will also be relevant personnel to give you specific answers. Oh, the handling of related items is also to the service center in the front. Oh, the staff here are official Sea Island Airport personnel. However, since I usually come into contact with some Vistra Airlines officials and customers, I still have a good understanding of the basic program of Vistra's domestic one-way flights. Crap, over $200,000? It works out to be over $30,000 a person. That's already the price of first class on some international flights. Except for some especially luxurious flights. A normal international flight in first class is just over $10,000. I haven't heard much about tens of thousands of dollars for first class anyway. This is too expensive. What kind of person can be so extravagant as to travel on such a special airplane? Grass. It's enviable. I think I'd better wait a while. This first class I'm buying now is only a few $1,000s. Wouldn't it smell good to take the money I saved and buy something for my wife? Excuse me. At the beginning just now, I heard the staff give a detailed introduction. A number of passengers who had bought first class found it quite interesting, all thinking about luxury. At least, it is able to save more than just time. Importantly, this is a special experience in life. However, one was shocked to hear the exact price. There was a lot of excitement, but now there's nothing left. Although they are rich in the eyes of those passengers who bought economy class, but to fly on a special Vista Airlines flight, you'd have to spend at least $30,000, which isn't a small amount of money for them. It's too expensive. In comparison, they suddenly felt that their time wasn't worth that much. It doesn't matter if you experience it or not. Chapter 154, The Luxury of a Specialized Jet? It's just a small scene. The other side. Jiang Yu's group passed through the passage and reached the ground. There was an airplane parked in front of it that looked somewhat small compared to those of civil aviation. The model of the airplane is written on one side. It was the Challenger 850. Good evening, sir. At the entrance of the airplane stood 3 exquisite-looking and tall flight attendants. Seeing Jiang Yu and his group come in, neatly bent slightly together, hands folded and placed at waist level, the smile on her face was very sweet. Hello. Jiang Yu entered the interior of Challenger 850. Although the Challenger 850 looks a bit small compared to those of civil aviation, the Challenger 850 is actually not small. The overall length is 27 meters. The net length of the interior is also 14 meters long and 3 meters wide. Its spacious cabin is unprecedented in its class of business jets. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Yu would choose Challenger 850. Another reason is that other than the Challenger 850, models such as the Challenger 605 and 350 don't have enough sleeping positions. After all, the distance between the island and the Magic City was quite far. After another full day of fun today, we all probably need a break in the middle of the day. Get inside the Challenger 850. Challenger 850 as a whole is divided into 3 zones. First is the living room area closest to the entrance. After Jiang Yu and his group entered, a flight attendant was responsible for the introduction. Although Jiang Yu had already traveled on the Challenger 850, this was one of the basic services for traveling on this plane. On one side of the living room area is a huge LCD TV set into the wall of the cabin. On the other side is a long L-shaped sofa, of the well-known foreign brand Baxter. The fabric consists of precious Tuscan leather. It was the same brand as the set of sofas that Jiang Yu had in his villa at Empire Bay in Magic City. Nearly $1 million a set. It's still pretty pushy. Moving forward in the living room area is the entertainment talks area. The so-called entertainment talks area is the equivalent of a dining room. It consists of 4 booths with a total of 8 seats, for passengers to eat, sip wine and chat. Finally, if you continue on, there is the sitting area located in the deepest part of the cabin. There are 7 sleeper seats. Each sleeper seat is located by a window on either side of the cabin, and all are individual spaces for passenger privacy. And all equipped with bathrooms as well as dressing rooms. The stewardess went into as much detail as she could about some of the details that Vesta had gone into when they remodeled the Challenger 850, in order to let Jiang Yu's group and the others LD feel honored and enjoyable at all times. It's okay. It feels similar to the Challenger 605, which I've ridden before. It does have a bit more room though, that's undeniable. If you were a first-time jet traveler, you probably wouldn't be calm at the moment. But which one of Chen Menghao and the others is not a rich man? Right now it's a small scene for them. As for Jiang Yu, that was even more so. Counting this one, he was on his 3rd ride on the Challenger 850. The face was very calm. The group made their way to the entertainment talks area. Sit down and fasten your seatbelt. The plane slowly rose. Outside the window you could see a number of passengers on civil aviation lining up to get into other planes. Again, one can see the lights of the island as it enters the night. Jiang Yu sat on the Challenger 850, drinking the red wine that came with the cabin's small bar, chatting with Chen Menghao and the others, and looking at all this outside. He felt that it was quite something. Wait until the airplane reaches a certain altitude and does not continue to rise. Let's order something to eat first. Jiang Yu greeted the flight attendant and came over. It is worth mentioning that some international first-class cabins will hire Michelin-level chefs to make special preparations for passengers in order to provide them with a supreme experience. There are even some particularly extravagant airlines that serve dishes on porcelain that has some collector's value. Although Vesta Airlines didn't do it. But the highlight of Vistra Airlines is that the chef is a top chef with 3 Michelin stars. And there are 3 in total. Each comes from a different country and is familiar with different dishes and cuisines. The stewardess came over and opened the menu. Unlike international airplane meals, most international airlines first-class airplane meals are classics from the airline's home country. Vesta, on the other hand, has a wide range of cuisines from almost all parts of the globe. Examples include classic French quail fillet with foie gras sauce, Italian salmon ricotta dumplings, and more. Another example is New Zealand's famous cowboy bone with mascarpone cheese, tea-smoked salmon and so on. Well, everything. Anyway, it's been a long time since I've tried China Airlines airplane meals. Why don't we have Chinese food today? Jiang Yu looked at Chen Menghao and the others and proposed. He had flown on most of the international flights, but he felt that it was the airplane meals of China Airlines that best suited his tastes. As for Western and other cuisines, ordinary people may tend to do so, but Jiang Yu thought it would be fine to have a taste once in a while. Okay, brother Jiang, you're the boss. Chen Menghao and the others had similar tastes as Jiang Yu and had no objections. Then please have the Sichuan gongbao shrimp, garlic deep-sea silver cod, soy sauce lobster balls, ancient Wuxi stewed pork ribs, and teriyaki chicken. Jiang Yu ordered almost all the classic dishes that were famous for international flights in China. Yes, please wait. The stewardess nodded respectfully. Make a note of it and go and arrange it at once. Chapter 155, No Need for a Backdrop. A feast for the taste buds. The next 10 minutes or so, flight attendants were constantly presenting various dishes on trays. Not bad from a Michelin chef. All the dishes are full of color and flavor. Makes for a very appetizing meal. After the stewardess served all the dishes, she configured the tableware for Jiang Yu and the others. Enjoy your meal, gentlemen. After saying that, she respectfully stepped aside. However, it didn't go far. In order to be at the disposal of Jiang Yu and the others at all times, you can go back to your seat and just sit there and we'll call you later if we need you. Jiang Yu let the flight attendant leave first. Okay, then sir, feel free to order if you need anything. The stewardess was a little taken aback, because other guests can't wait to have a flight attendant at their back and call the entire time. It is, after all, a means of baking status. However, she chose to follow Jiang Yu's orders since he had said so. What she actually doesn't know is this. Although there are exquisite-looking tall goddess stewardesses standing at the side at any time at the beck and call of the feeling will give a person a very revered feeling. But Jiang Yu wasn't used to baking himself in such a way. He doesn't have much of a shelf and doesn't feel like he's a step above everyone else. Besides, he didn't like having people standing around while he ate. After the stewardess left, let's eat then. Jiang Yu greeted Chen Menghao and the others as they ate together. The group was 10,000 meters in the air, eating good food, drinking red wine and looking at the night view of the passing cities below. There is really some enjoyment. Soon the wine was full. This meal was still enjoyable for Jiang Yu to eat. Despite being on an airplane, these dishes are from famous chefs and the actual experience is no worse than going to some of the top restaurants. Garlic deep sea silver cod is smooth and melts in your mouth. Sweet and savory lobster balls in sauce. Every dish was very tasty. It's a feast for the taste buds. Do you guys want to take a break? I have to go to a birthday party at a friend's place after we land later, so I'm going to take a shower and rest for a while. I still don't know what time I'm going to play tonight. Jiang Yu said. Alright then, I'm going to get some sleep. It's been a while since I've ridden a horse, and I almost flashed my back after riding for a while today. I'm afraid it's not your back that's failing you at a young age, is it? Ha ha, no wonder I haven't seen you organizing my nights out in a while. Chen Menghao and the others were cheeky and left the table with Jiang Yu. Challenger 850 has a total of 7 bedrooms. Jiang Yu entered the outermost bedroom. The bedroom is small, just a few square meters, but the sparrow is small. The bedroom door is a sliding door and upon entry there is a single bed with a head massage feature. Below the bed are some organizers. In addition to this, there is a bathroom and powder room. It is worth mentioning that the dressing room is equipped with some female cosmetics, all big international brands, all for free. There are also skincare products for men. However, Jiang Yu naturally couldn't use these things. He didn't even enter the dressing room to take a look, and after entering the bedroom, he put aside some of the belongings on his body, and directly entered the washroom. In the meantime, Magic City, Thompson's neighborhood. Jiang Yuxin lives over here. She had invited a number of her good friends over tonight and was going to have dinner and talk and sing and stuff with everyone. Among the friends invited were Han Bin and Lu Fei. The reason why Han Bin was invited was because Han Bin and Jiang Yu were quite close. Coincidentally, the two of them, Han Bin and Lu Fei, happened to run into each other when they arrived at Thompson's. If changed before, Han Bin encountered Lu Fei estimated that people are excited to shiver. However, since following Jiang Yu to see the life of the top streamers, and then seeing that Jiang Yu could receive the likes of beautiful women wherever he went, he learned one thing from it: if you bloom, butterflies will come. Han Bin's mindset had undergone a subtle change. You can also be frank in the face of Lu Fei. Don't say. After Han Bin let go, he and Lu Fei talked quite happily. The two walked and talked. Take the elevator. Enter Jiang Yuxin's home. Jiang Yuxin's home is located on the top floor of Building A of Thompson, with a wide view. You can see the night view of the Magic Bund from your balcony. Compound structure. The decor is very atmospheric and sophisticated. If it wasn't for Jiang Yuxin coming out to welcome her, Lu Fei wouldn't even dare to enter. Jiang Yuxin took Lu Fei and Han Bin around the house and went to work afterward. Wow! Yuxin's house is just too luxurious. I've never seen such a beautiful house in my life. Don't you think so? Lu Fei and Han Bin continued to casually stroll around, sighing. It's okay. Okay? You've seen a fancier house than this? Whose is it? Lu Fei looked at Han Bin with a skeptical expression. I've seen quite a lot of them before following Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Are you kidding me? By the way, when you talk about Jiang Yu, why haven't we seen him today? He should be a little late. All of Yuxin's rich friends are here and he's actually going to be late? Just hurry up and find out what's going on his end and tell him to hurry up. Let's not talk about Yuxin's side. It wouldn't be appropriate to make Yuxin's rich friends on her side wait. Lu Fei was slightly dissatisfied. Alright, I'll ask where he's at now. Han Bin replied. Star. Chapter 156, Off the Wall. But I don't believe it. Han Bin called Jiang Yu. The call didn't connect, prompting Jiang Yu's end to turn off the phone. Han Bin dialed a WeChat phone number. Wait a little while. Phone call connected. Hey Jiang Yu, where are you now? Han Bin was a little curious about Jiang Yu's cell phone being turned off. Just got out of the shower. Jiang Yu was just coming out of the washroom at the moment, and his hair hadn't even started blowing it out yet. I saw the cell phone screen light up and answered it. It was just as well that he had just connected to the airplane's Wi-Fi. Otherwise no outsider could have reached him. Just getting out of the shower now? You wouldn't be on the island side and still haven't set off back yet, right? Han Bin was startled and looked at the time, somewhat anxious for Jiang Yu. Lu Fei beside him heard this, and he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. This Jiang Yu is really too unreliable. He wouldn't be so indulgent because Yuxin likes him, would he? Yuxin's birthday are so unimportant. Now just after the shower. Even if immediately rushed over to the airport, the earliest will be 9 o'clock 10 o'clock to return, right? Lu Fei was bellyaching in her mind. No, I'm on a plane now, arriving in Mordor in about an hour. Jiang Yu sat on the edge of the bed and said to Han Bin while wiping his hair with a towel. On an airplane? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of airplane are you on? Actually take a shower? Han Bin was shocked. He had only flown twice in his entire life, and all of them were in economy class. There are just two impressions of airplanes, fast and crowded. I really can't imagine that there is such a thing as a shower operation on an airplane. Is first-class service this good? I'm sore. Han Bin was a little envious. Just now he thought that Jiang Yu hadn't departed yet, and thought of helping Jiang Yu to see what flights were available on the planes coming back from the island to Mordor. Just got to the page for checking flights at this point. Ugh no. What kind of plane are you on? I just checked that there are no planes returning to Magic City from the island at this time of the year. Did you take the wrong shift? Han Bin repeatedly refreshed the page for checking flights, but what is shown above is all consistent. The flight back to the Magic City from the island was either 3 hours ago or 4 hours from now. No, I'm on a special plane with a friend. Jiang Yu simply wiped his hair and leaned back on the chair beside the bed, sipping the drink provided by the flight attendant. Oh wow, specialized planes? WOJ, this is too good for you, isn't it? Going on a cruise ship and coming back on a special plane. This life is enviable. Gee, that's too much enjoyment. Outrageous. Han Bin's eyes were filled with longing. On the side, Lu Fei was dumbfounded, eyes wide, mouth closed in surprise. Dumbfounded. He looked at Han Bin with a skeptical expression. Compare it to the expression she had just now when she secretly slandered Jiang Yu in her heart. The expression on his face at the moment was really as good as it was going to get. It wasn't until Han Bin hung up the phone after chatting with Jiang Yu for a few moments that Lu Fei came back to her senses. What's the situation? How come Jiang Yu is suddenly so rich? You're going to have to say that I find it a little hard to believe that he's traveling first class, on a special airplane? You're not kidding me, are you? Lu Fei really couldn't believe her ears. Specialized planes were just out of reach for her, and she usually only knew about them online. Living with this is really unheard of and unseen. There's something to joke about. By the way, you probably don't know Jiang Yu's background, which isn't surprising. Seeing Lu Fei's fussiness, Han Bin inexplicably had a bit of a hard time making sense of it. Now he kind of understood why some people would blow off their friends' accomplishments. Taking a friend's accomplishments and blowing them out of proportion, and seeing the amazed faces of those around you, does give the illusion that it is you that others are envious of. What's his background? Isn't it just an ordinary family like us? Lu Fei was dumbfounded. The only ones around her who knew Jiang Yu's general background were Jiang Yuxin and Han Bin. However, neither of them had spoken to her about Jiang Yu, because everyone knew she looked at Jiang Yu a little bit wrong. It's not like I'm a snob or anything. It was because Jiang Yu had rejected Jiang Yuxin before, and as Jiang Yuxin's BFF, she was kind of holding out for Jiang Yuxin. I can't say exactly what the background is. Anyway, 2 words, awesome. So awesome that traveling in a special plane is a routine operation for Jiang Yu, right? I even think that when Jiang Yu comes over here later, all those friends of Yuxin's will be too polite to Jiang Yu. Han Bin remembered what had happened in Guhua Hospital earlier. At those words, Lu Fei looked at the men and women sitting on the living room sofa. These are all friends of Jiang Yuxin. Exactly who they were she wasn't sure, but she could tell that these people were rich people who were many notches above her just by the way they were dressed and the way they raised their hands and feet. Let's not get into the nebulous stuff about temperament. A brief example. The men and women sitting in the living room. The men were dressed in all suits like Armani, Versace and the like. Women are even more horrible. Shoes and bags are LV, Louis Vuitton, Gucci and such a level. She recognized the bag of one of the girls as a Gucci Jackie crocodile bag. Counting taxes and other added prices, you can probably get a BMW Mercedes by the time it arrives. Really? Is Jiang Yu really that powerful? Lu Fei's gaze carried total skepticism. Han Bin didn't say much. 8 or 9 is not far from it. Wait for Jiang Yu to come not to know. Also, then wait. Lu Fei was looking forward to Jiang Yu's arrival, and she was very curious about whether what Han Bin said was true or not. Chapter 157. It's nice to have money to buy whatever you want. Time passes quickly. A little after 8 o'clock, the Challenger 850 that Jiang Yu was traveling in landed at Mordor Airport. Brother Jiang, I don't suppose you've gotten anyone to give you a ride, have you? Why don't I give you a ride? When we left the airport, there were a lot of people waiting for the bus outside. Cabs are simply in short supply. Grass. Waiting for half an hour without a rental. Really convinced. Many people were complaining about not being able to wait for the bus. Therefore, Chen Menghao planned to send Jiang Yu on a trip. He contacted his friend in advance before landing, and his friend was already waiting at the airport entrance in his car. Yi Xian and the others were likewise the same. One by one, they contacted their friends, and the friends drove luxury cars, Lamborghini, Ferrari, etc. 5 limousines converged in a line. It's simply the most notable sight at Magic City Airport. Gee, these cars are waiting for someone, aren't they? That's too much license. If only I could be transported in a limousine like this. Many people couldn't help but look sideways as they passed by. There was an incomparable yearning in the eyes of one and all. No need. Just now one of you slept and had so much energy. There will be other activities later. Right, you just go and play. I'll just take the car Vesta and the others arranged. With a regular civil aviation company, getting off the plane means the end of that service. One advantage of flying Vistra though is that there is still a special flight to and from the airport when you land. Alright then, brother Jiang, then I'll leave first. Chen Menghao and the others greeted Jiang Yu. Then, each got into their respective friends' cars. Several luxury cars that were originally very visible had turned into pikes and disappeared into the night. Many people, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. Just now they were thinking about who had such a big poker face that they could be transported in a luxury car like that. But they saw Chen Menghao and the others who left in the luxury car one by one greeted Jiang Yu. I just realized that the one who really has a poker face is this brother who didn't leave. This pussy pretends to be deep. Do not have to arrange for a limousine transportation. But those who have a limousine transportation have to say hello to him. This liner is simply amazing. I give it a perfect score. Force the king. Soon, the special car arranged by Vesta Airlines arrived. Same with the Toyota Alpha. Jiang Yu got in his car and left. There was no first trip over to the Thompson side where Jiang Yuxin lived. Instead, I went ahead and visited the Aquamarine franchise near the airport. Although Jiang Yuxin felt that the Hermes Jiang Yu gave her was considered a birthday gift. But that was, after all, what Jiang Yu had bought for Jiang Yuxin in return. He thought it would be a bit insincere to actually give that Hermes as a birthday present. Therefore, he planned to go over to Ocean Blue Mystery to buy some skincare products for Jiang Yuxin to give to Jiang Yuxin. For skincare products Jiang Yu actually knows very little. However, when Hanbin wanted to give Lu Fei skincare products before, he asked Jiang Yuxin what skincare products girls generally like. Jiang Yuxin included aquamarine among her answers, saying that she just loves using aquamarine stuff. However, on the airplane Jiang Yu briefly understand the brand and some of the products of the Mystery of the Sea Blue. The short summary about this brand is that it's for noble women. It's the Rolls-Royce or Hermes of skincare products. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the franchise store of Aquamarine Mystery. The overall decor of the store is still very luxurious and sophisticated, as the brand is exclusively for noble women. The store was not particularly crowded. When Jiang Yu stepped into the door of the store, a delicate-looking girl in a wraparound skirt and high heels walked over. "Hello sir, what can I do for you?" The girl had a very sweet smile and kept a distance from Jiang Yu. It gives a very cozy feeling. "Hi, do you have that premium intensive revitalizing serum in stock right now?" Jiang Yu had selected the gift he was going to give Jiang Yuxin on the airplane. "Yes, please follow me this way." The girl is leading the way. Jiang Yu followed the sister, passed through several shelves, and came to a shelf in the middle of the store. At this time, another staff member was performing a service on a man. "Sir, you can directly place an order if you fancy this serum. Your girlfriend will definitely like it." The staff was inducing the man to place an order. "She'll definitely like it, but I just think it's a bit expensive. It's only a little bit of something. It seems to add up to 45 milliliters, but it actually costs more than 20,000. That's a bit of an outrageous price. If your girlfriend likes it, it'll be worth the money." That said, but, alas, I'd better think about it. The man hesitated. Seeing this, the staff couldn't help but sigh. It's not like she has a problem with service, being impatient or anything. It's normal to be a little hesitant to buy something so expensive. But the problem was that the man had been hesitating over here for 20 minutes, almost half an hour. She's a little heartbroken. The girl who led Jiang Yu over also understood the situation over here, and she gave her colleague a somewhat sympathetic look while secretly praying that the customer she received would not be so abrasive. Then, come to the shelf heel. She brought out the same serum that Jiang Yu wanted and that the man had been hesitant about. "Hello sir, this is the Aquamarine Enigma Premium Intensive Revitalizing Serum." The girl pulled out one of the vials of serum from its delicate dark green box. "Yes, this is the one. Wrap it up for me, please." After Jiang Yu confirmed that the one in front of him was the one he had learned online that he wanted to give to Jiang Yuxin, he didn't nag. Okay, this way, sir." The girl froze for half a second, then was pleasantly surprised. With a cheerful mood, he led Jiang Yu to the front desk to pay. Jiang Yu did not say anything. Just look at this scene that directly have to pay. The staff and the man looking on froze. Has the money. It's so refreshing. The man was envious to the core. He also wanted to be as dashing and refreshing as Jiang Yu, but thinking about his wallet made him feel a little bad. Rich indeed. If only I'd met a client like that. The staff is equally envious inside. Chapter 158. It's okay, I'm a homeowner here too. The other side. At the front desk of Aquamarine. When Jiang Yu paid, the girl who entertained him took the initiative to give him a 15% discount. "Thanks." Usually stores are proactive about giving small discounts to quality customers. The idea is to get customers to come back a second time and leave them behind. As for how to tell if a client is quality or not, there's a lot involved. Those who came up and paid like Jiang Yu were also considered one of them. Jiang Yu was already used to this. After payment, the serum was quickly packaged. That girl is quite attentive. Just now she also specifically asked clearly Jiang Yu this serum to give away. Learned that Jiang Yu is in the friend's birthday to send out. She made a point of using the box that she used for her birthday present. It looks pretty sophisticated. Jiang Yu took the serum with him and left the aquamarine puzzle, heading over to the Townsend's side. Aquamarine is not far from Thompson. It's only a dozen kilometers. It won't take half an hour. Jiang Yu then came to the Thompson's neighborhood. As a high-end neighborhood in the Magic City, the security system of the Thompson's neighborhood is equally very strict. The structured light face unlocking system is used. Non-owners wishing to enter can only do so by prior appointment with the security side by the owner. Just now, Han Bin and Lu Fei were able to enter smoothly by greeting Jiang Yuxin in advance before arriving. Have you contacted Jiang Yuxin yet? Do you know how to get to Building A? I'll go down and pick you up. I don't know what's going on with Han Bin either. Obviously, Jiang Yu had already talked to Jiang Yuxin in advance on his way here and said that he didn't need to wait for him, and that the party could just start straight away. It was logical that the party was going on at the moment, and Han Bin shouldn't have time to play with his cell phone. However, on Jiang Yu's way here, Han Bin had been chatting with Jiang Yu on WeChat. It seems like idly uppies. No, knowing that Jiang Yu had come to Thompson, he even took the initiative to say that he would come down to pick him up. I know the way. I don't need you to come down. Jiang Yu this head just replied. The head of Han Bin immediately replied in seconds. Then you and Jiang Yuxin's sister greetings did not in sister greetings over their doorman not allowed to enter. No, but it's fine. I'm also the owner of this side. Jiang Yu said. Han Bin, you're actually a Townsend homeowner too? ***** is stimulated. Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Han Bin sent a series of messages from that person. It looks like it's very unsettled inside. In fact, this is normal. Normal chatting. Suddenly was a king bomb to the bomb. Put who cannot be calm ah. Jiang Yu didn't reply the first time. Instead, he swiped his face and entered the Thompson first. After going in, he lightly walked towards Building A where Jiang Yuxin was. You didn't ask me how I could bring it up. Besides, I rarely live this way. Along the way, chatting with Han Bin, entering the elevator, he soon arrived at the top floor. Just after exiting the elevator, Jiang Yu saw Han Bin. What the hell? Why did you run out? And the fact that you were so free just now to keep talking to me. What? Did something happen inside? Jiang Yu curiously surveyed Han Bin. Ugh, don't mention it. It's not that there's anything going on inside the party. It's just that I'm very uncomfortable with that kind of occasion. I can't say I'm uncomfortable. It's just that I'm the equivalent of a transparent person in there. And it's hard. There are so many people in there. Except for Sister Jiang Yuxin and Lu Fei. I don't recognize any of them. It's fine if I don't recognize them. The point is that I can't talk to anyone else at all. Lu Fei, her situation is a little better because she's a girl and she's good looking. So even though they don't know each other, some of the boys will still take the initiative to chat with her. I am miserable. Sometimes I want to take the initiative to talk to them to get acquainted with each other. But sometimes they do not know whether they did not hear me, or I speak too quietly. No one responded. Ugh, it's really too hard. Han Bin cried. I see. No wonder. Jiang Yu was dazed. Most party dinners are pretty much like this, and while the overall atmosphere seems peaceful, it does make it harder for those who don't have many friends and know very few people on the scene. Jiang Yu had thought that Han Bin's character would not be in such a situation. It's probably because those of them haven't seen each other in a relatively long time either, so they get so caught up in talking to each other that sometimes they don't hear what you're saying. Jiang Yu comforted. Then, the two entered Jiang Yuxin's home together. Inside, everything was set up as a birthday party should be, complete with balloons, lights, decorations, and more. If you don't count what Han Bin just said, the overall atmosphere does seem okay. At least, at a glance, one sees that most people are laughing and raising their glasses in conversation. However, Jiang Yu saw that Lu Fei was indeed somewhat left out as Han Bin had said. Rather, it's not being deliberately left out kind of thing. Rather, they don't know each other, and no one will be very warm to her. But the advantage of status does come into play at this point. Lu Fei at least still fits in with that group. Although most of the time he had to raise his glass and agree with what others were saying. At least it wasn't as bad as Han Bin. Jiang Yu, you're here. As Jiang Yu was surveying the basics of the house, Jiang Yuxin, who was sitting in a very prominent position in the crowd, saw Jiang Yu. Some of them leapt to their feet and walked towards Jiang Yu. Happy birthday. Jiang Yu sent over the serum from Aquamarine Mystery. I thought you gave me a Hermes bag. Why did you buy a gift? Seeing that Jiang Yu had even specially prepared a gift, Jiang Yuxin was very surprised. And amidst her surprise, there was a smile between her eyebrows. How can that bag be considered a gift? Take it. I hope you'll like it. Jiang Yu handed over the gift. Thanks. Jiang Yuxin is dressed very nicely today. With her long hair up, delicate light makeup, and a light red dress. She looked really beautiful. At the moment she smiled, it made the lights in the room dim a few more points. It's rare to see Yuxin so happy. Who is this man? Why haven't I seen him before? I don't think he's in the same circle as us. Is that the point? The point is he's so handsome. The situation on Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin's side attracted the attention of the entire crowd. Some of the girls were talking about it. The eyes that looked at Jiang Yu carried light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Xiao? At this moment, a surprised voice rang out abruptly, and a man sitting in an equally conspicuous position in the crowd looked at Jiang Yu at the other end in astonishment. Star. Chapter 159, All Focal Points. Jiang Yuxin is fast. Jiang Xiao? Brother Feng. Which Jiang Xiao? I usually don't see you mention it. Yeah, it's rare to see you make such a big deal out of it. What's he really about? Among these friends of Jiang Yuxin, the one who recognized Jiang Yu's identity at a glance was Feng De, who had previously mentioned that he had once been entrusted by Jiang Yuxin to help register Laogua. Seeing Feng Da's surprised expression, everyone else felt very surprised. Lu Fei also perked up her ears. Meeting everyone's curious gazes, Feng De said, to be honest, I don't know exactly what Jiang Xiao's origin is. Brother Feng, you're not kidding us, right? That's right, you don't know who he is, then why are you so excited? Everyone couldn't help but give Feng De a blank stare. I really don't know Jiang Xiao's specific background, but Chen Daxiao I should have mentioned it to you guys. Even Chen Daxiao has to respectfully shout out Brother Jiang when he sees Jiang Xiao. You guys mull it over. Feng De recalled Chen Menghao's attitude towards Jiang Yu earlier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't you say that young Master Chen is arrogant and sometimes treats you with affection? I'm humanly stupid. What kind of status does one have to make even Mr. Chen call out a brother? The others were shocked. It was true that they hadn't heard much about the title Jiang Xiao, because the gap between them and Jiang Yu was a bit large. They usually rarely crossed paths. However, Chen Menghao's name was one they had heard like thunder. Because Feng De and Chen Menghao were slightly friends, they often showed off with them in the beginning. So what? He's good? Lu Fei was still a bit confused and couldn't help but ask. Vonda gave her a look. Much better than me anyway. At those words, Lu Fei was shocked. Feng De was already an unattainable bigot in her eyes. How else would she, who was usually quite popular at school, be willing to be a fringe character here? Wasn't it because he wanted to seize this opportunity to get to know a big shot like Feng De? However, Feng De, the big brother in her eyes, had said that Jiang Yu was strong. So what exactly does Jiang Yu have to be? Just as Lu Fei was in a state of thought and shock. At that end, Jiang Yuxin brought Jiang Yu over. Seeing this, Vonda stood up. The others followed suit and stood up. Lu Fei froze for half a second and followed suit. Let me introduce you all. This is my classmate, Jiang Yu. These are my good friends. This is Vonda. This is... Jiang Yuxin introduced Jiang Yu one by one. Hello Jiang. Feng De and the others took the initiative to greet Jiang Yu with smiles on their faces. It was worth mentioning that Feng De originally wanted to say more words like long time no see and Jiang Yu to exchange pleasantries and get close, but after thinking about it, he had only met Jiang Yu twice, and he hadn't even spoken 2 sentences before. He was worried that Jiang Yu had already forgotten about him and was afraid of embarrassment. But even so, seeing this scene, Han Bin beside Jiang Yu was a bit sour, compared to how Feng De and the others reacted to him just now. Facing Jiang Yu at this moment, Feng De and the others were really enthusiastic. It's really good to have strength. Be the center of attention everywhere you go. He was beyond envious. The same goes for Fei Lu. She remembered what Han Bin had just said to her. Everything is true. Jiang Yuxin, on the other hand, was a bit dumbfounded. What is this? Before introducing Jiang Yu and Feng De and the others to each other, she had thought about many scenarios, but the only thing I hadn't thought about was the scenario at hand, because she had more dealings with Feng De and the others. She was familiar with them and knew their personalities well. Feng De and the others were not hospitable hosts. One is a little condescending. This is actually quite normal. After all were born extraordinary. It's not so arrogant that you can't see anyone else, but you shouldn't be so enthusiastic at the first meeting, either, right? Jiang Yuxin looked at Jiang Yu suspiciously. Jiang Yu saw that Feng De was present, but he probably guessed the reason. Since Feng De and the others were so enthusiastic towards him and gave him so much face, he likewise returned the enthusiasm, chilling with each other. While Jiang Yu was exchanging pleasantries with Feng De and the others, Jiang Yuxin keenly noticed that Feng De seemed particularly enthusiastic, so she walked over and asked, "You guys knew each other before?" Feng De originally didn't want to mention this, but Jiang Yuxin had taken the initiative to mention it, so she graciously admitted it. "Indeed, I've met with Jiang twice before, but none of them spoke, and it's been quite a while, so I don't know if Jiang still remembers." Vonda ended up leaving himself open to embarrassment. At those words, Jiang Yuxin's mind moved. If Fengde and Jiang Yu didn't know each other, then why Fengde was so enthusiastic? She really couldn't find the answer for a while. But if two people know each other, and it was on the premise that the two had only met and were not familiar with each other, then wouldn't Fengde be so enthusiastic because of Jiang Yu's background? Think about it. Jiang Yuxin was shocked. Chapter 160, it's not that big. 5 billion or so. Jiang Yuxin's heart set off 10,000 waves. Vanda just said it. He had met with Jiang Yu twice before, but he felt that Jiang Yu had already forgotten about him. Fengde was considered a big shot in the eyes of ordinary people, even among the many friends she knew. Fengde's family condition was considered the most substantial one. Otherwise, Fengde wouldn't have been able to sit in the center of the crowd and be surrounded by people. It was impossible for the average person to be unimpressed by a big shot like Fengde. Not to say that you have to be as desperate as a licking dog to curry favor, but at least get acquainted and make your own connections. But Fengde felt that Jiang Yu had already forgotten about him. This is outrageous. The point was that Fengde was still so enthusiastic about Jiang Yu even though he felt that Jiang Yu had forgotten about him. On the premise that he felt that Jiang Yu did not put himself at ease, Fengde was still enthusiastic. Put it this way, how strong must Jiang Yu be? Jiang Yuxin felt that it was somewhat beyond her imagination, though it was all just a guess on her part. However, Jiang Yuxin's heart was still not calm for a long time. The gaze that looked at Jiang Yu was similarly unable to calm down. No, how could I forget? Although we've only met twice, I still have a deep impression of you, brother Fengde. It's just that we didn't leave contact information before, so we didn't get to know each other any better. So it's just a little strange to see each other after such a long time. Jiang Yu's words were facetious. Makes for a very pleasant listen. The atmosphere remained unbroken. Jiang is right. Haven't seen you for so long. Come on, brother Jiang, I'll toast you. Fengde was secretly relieved. Just now, he was really afraid that Jiang Yu, like Chen Menghao, would speak straight as a yuppie and directly admit that he had forgotten about him as a person. But he didn't expect that instead of doing so, Jiang Yu even secretly gave him a face and took the initiative to help find an excuse. Pleasant socializing is just that. People courting people. Jiang Yu gave him face, and Fengde also understood the situation and took the initiative to hold Jiang Yu up and toasted him. The others, seeing this, followed suit and raised their glasses. Unconsciously, Jiang Yu then became the star-studded presence on the scene. Lu Fei was envious. Everyone has vanity, and girls' vanity is especially strong. How she wished it was her who could be toasted by everyone at the same time. Otherwise, it's good to be her boyfriend. Then, reality was cruel, and she was just attached to raise a glass along with everyone else. She wasn't capable of making Jiang Yu her boyfriend either. Ugh, the gap is really big. Han Bin was also a bit emotional. The crowd's glasses clashed and the atmosphere was peaceful. Brother Jiang, why don't we leave a contact now? I'm afraid I'll forget again later. After clinking glasses, Vanda sat down and said tentatively, he really wanted Jiang Yu's contact information. Even if you don't have more contact with Jiang Yu, but add Jiang Yu's WeChat. Usually point alike to brush a sense of presence is also good. Therefore, he struck the iron while it was hot and picked up on Jiang Yu's words from earlier. Could be. Jiang Yu was never resistant to making friends. In that case, is it okay for Jiang to add me? Me too. I also want to add brother Jiang's WeChat and contact him. The others saw this and chimed in. Some of these girls spoke with a touch of flirtation. Specifically whether or not they really want to add Jiang Yu WeChat liaison is not clear. What are you guys fooling around with? What kind of feelings do you have to connect with Jiang Yu? You didn't have any feelings in the first place. Jiang Yuxin gave those joking sisters a blank look. You don't have to mind them. They talk like that. Don't take it seriously. Then, Jiang Yuxin made a point of explaining to Jiang Yu. Why do I smell vinegar? Yuxin, have you spilled your vinegar at home? Blame me. I'm the one who accidentally mistook vinegar for red wine. Seeing Jiang Yuxin like this, those girls all joked about it. It made Jiang Yuxin's face turn red. The person in question, Jiang Yu, acted as if he didn't understand everyone's jokes. Those girls probably knew that Jiang Yuxin was in love with Jiang Yu, not really running to leave Jiang Yu's contact information. In the end, Jiang Yu just left Fengde and some other boys' contact information. Brother Fengde, you work at Maple Leaf Investments? When adding each other's contact information, Jiang Yu saw that Fengde's WeChat signature reads that he is the general manager of Maple Leaf. Right. I'll help out with the family company. Why? Do you have business to take care of it, brother Jiang? Vanda asked. That's quite a coincidence. Care wouldn't count, but I've been learning a bit about your company lately, and I'm really interested in coming to your company to talk about cooperation. Jiang Yu had a sum of money on hand, which was those balances in his card. This amount of money was originally taken by him to invest in finance, but he took it out because he didn't think the last company was very good. He has recently been learning about the Magic City Reliable and a little strength of the investment and financial companies. thinking of leaving this amount in the hands of the other party for safekeeping. It just hasn't been finalized yet. Fengda's family's Maple Leaf Investment Company is not the strongest in the Magic City, but the reputation is quite good. Exactly one of the ones he was interested in. Oh, such a coincidence. Fengda was a bit surprised. He was still worried about how to practically draw closer to Jiang Yu, but he didn't expect that the opportunity was immediately in front of him. Brother Jiang, what program are you trying to find out about? The money management piece. That's too much of a coincidence. My uncle is in charge of this piece and I've been studying under him lately. Jiang, are you doing money management on behalf of your home company or are you an individual? Personal. I don't know how much money you have on hand. Brother Jiang? As long as it's not a huge amount, I can give you a number right now. If you feel interested, we'll talk in detail when we get over to the company, and if you're not interested, we'll just exchange purely, Vonda said eagerly. Upon hearing this, Han Bin and Lu Fei both became interested. Even Jiang Yuxin was a bit curious. Jiang Yu did some rough math and replied, it's not a big amount, around 150 million. Chapter 161, Awesome, All Autism, asterisk 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 asterisk, 1.500 million. That much. Bull. Jiang, you are talking too much of a blow. This is still not a big amount? 1.5 billion is really a small amount of money compared to what some companies take to invest and manage. But these words of Jiang Yu fell. Everyone at the scene still sucked in a breath of cold air. Fengda and the others were fine. They probably had an understanding of Jiang Yu's strength. Still got surprised though. The amount of money at stake is usually just in the millions at their disposal. 1.5 billion. This amount. All the money they had at their disposal since they were born might not add up to this much. It's 100 times the amount they usually have at their disposal. Jiang Yuxin's reaction was a little stronger. Wide, beautiful eyes. Unbelievably, he looked at Jiang Yu. It was as if he had reacquainted himself with the man in front of him. Originally, she thought she was a rich white woman in front of Jiang Yu. However, the opposite is true. As for the two, Han Bin and Lu Fei, their reactions were just the most intense. People are stupid at the moment. Fonda and others and Jiang Yuxin were all born into large families, but they were born into ordinary families. The usual disposable amount is at most 5 figures. Where's Jiang Yu? 9 figures. Jiang Yu, this is too ruthless of you. It feels like after the show breaks up later, I can go to the top of Pushy and post what it's like to have a 9-figure housemate balance. This one is really having a hard time getting hit. Han Bin felt that his 3 views had collapsed. That is, he's a little more mentally tough, but even so, at the moment he was still tightly covering his Moon Han mouth. Did you earn all this money yourself, Jiang? Fengda and the others were a bit curious. How can I put it? Barely, Jiang Yu said modestly. It's not that he's intentionally modest, it's just that he feels like he started out higher than everyone else, and then all those years of earning this little bit of money really doesn't mean anything. Awesome. They're both rich second generation. The gap is too big. Indeed, in front of Brother Jiang, I don't even dare to admit that I'm a rich second generation. How did you even do that, Brother Jiang? It's too awesome, isn't it? Fengda and the others were a bit curious. Have they ever not wanted to impress their families by earning a large sum of money with their own skills like Jiang Yu? It's not as dramatic as you guys make it out to be. Luck of the draw mostly, I guess. Jiang Yu didn't dwell too much on this issue. It's not that he's not willing to share the path of how he's invested his money over the years. It's just that there's no point in talking about this kind of thing. He did carry an element of luck with him at the time. It's like seeing his family's real estate company investing in some of the suburbs of Mordor at the time to develop that side, and then he used his pocket money to buy some of the properties there. Then by now, property prices are up over there. It is part of the soup that follows the family. This situation is completely unrepeatable. Besides, times have changed and everything is constantly changing. Seeing this, Fengdi and the others also had the sense not to ask more questions. They actually understood that even if Jiang Yu shared it with them, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do it to the extent that Jiang Yu did. There is a difference between people and they are self-aware. Just now it was just pure curiosity. Brother Jiang, I don't know if you usually invest your money relatively securely or aggressively. Vonda self-consciously changed the subject back to business. Well, what is the approximate annualization of a little bit of stability? Jiang Yu asked. The amount of 1.5 billion, if you play it safe, is probably about 7% annualized. If you're a little aggressive, you might be able to get to about 10%, but we'll have to see exactly what program you choose at the time. But I, Feng Day, can assure you that if you put your money into my family's company for investment and management, Brother Jiang, it certainly won't be lower than what any other company in the market gets, and there will be less risk. Vonda is quick to give relevant data, a statement that sounds sincere. Jiang Yu could also tell the difference. The risk of formal investment in finance are very small. and the risk of buying a fund is about the same. Then the stock this kind of to be more secure I do not know how many times. Naturally, the returns will not be high. It's not bad to be able to have 7% interest on a safe bet. That's over $10 million a year. No, all the others couldn't help but gulp. That's over $10 million a year, which is awesome. Everyone, including Jiang Yuxin, was envious. The two of them, Han Bin and Lu Fei, were even more red-eyed. To be honest, they would be satisfied to earn $200,000 a year after graduation. This is not. Some relatives and friends around the annual income of $200,000. Everyone is a glorious role. But the $200,000 a year they are aiming for won't make $10 million even if they work all their lives. But this is only a year's worth of benefits for Jiang Yu. It's still the kind that doesn't involve much risk. Han Bin and Lu Fei are both autistic. Okay, then I'll go over to your company in a few days and talk about it more specifically. It was mentioned above that Jiang Yu had once followed his family's company's soup and invested in some properties in the suburbs. These properties Jiang Yu held in his hands for several years. However, property prices have gradually stabilized in the last couple of years. As for what the subsequent upside is, Jiang Yu can't say. He wasn't greedy, and planned to get his hands on the money he earned. After all, it's all talk until the money is there. Okay, I'm sure I won't let brother Jiang down when the time comes. Vanda was a little happy. He didn't expect that just by coming over to attend a birthday party, he would mistakenly meet a big shot like Jiang Yu, and also find a potential big client for his family's company. It's so worth it. Chapter 162, It's all over if you play with the big brother. Next, Jiang Yu then didn't talk to Feng De about the investment again. Just now, it was also Feng De who was more eager. And Jiang Yu had only talked to Feng De about so many more private things on this kind of occasion. Although Han Bin Jiang Yuxin knew something about him, it was fine to talk about this. But tonight is Jiang Yuxin's birthday party after all. It's not good to talk about something off topic. Everyone chatted casually for a while. Then it was time to plan to go up to the second floor and sing in the family-style karaoke. This kind of home-based KTV is usually the family boredom over to have fun, rarely used to entertain guests. So the area is not that big. It's about 30 or 40 square meters. Decoration style is not like that commercial KTV room's whole so brilliant. In a light blue color, a row of Norman lamps overhead gave off a soft and warm halo of light. It's still pretty delicate overall. The walls also have a special soundproofing design, so you don't have to worry about disturbing your neighbors either. It's a long time coming. The family even got such a KTV for singing. Jiang Yu, you have one at home too, right? Enter Han Bin, somewhat taken aback. Jiang Yu nodded. Yes, this is the first time I've seen someone with a KTV in their home. And looking at you, it's as if messing with it is standard. Han Bin sighed. There are quite a few people who are still keen to get a home-based karaoke in their homes these days. How to say it? The general home bigger can get spend some money to do a good job of soundproofing on the line. Is the sound of these more costly? But generally are the family to play with. Casually buy can also. So having these in the house isn't as much of a stretch as you might think. Jiang Yu said. It may be ordinary for you, but for me, just the condition of having a bigger house at home is hard enough. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. I'll sing a song. Han Bin ran off to order a song. If it was a piano or something, Jiang Yu would be able to participate. But for singing this item Jiang Yu was not too keen, and did not go over to join in the fun. But, brother Jiang, why are you sitting here? Why don't you come and sing a song? I'll help you order whatever song you want to sing. Soon, Feng De walked over. I won't sing. You sing. Jiang Yu waved his hand and refused. Sing one. Yeah, I've never even heard you sing. Jiang Yuxin also walked over and handed the microphone to Jiang Yu with an expectant face. All right, but I don't sing very well, so don't laugh at me. Jiang Yuxin had spoken, so Jiang Yu did not refuse. I just don't like to sing rarely, but I can sing one song. It's only when I sing that I'm called hard to hear, so just sing boldly, brother Jiang. The others were up in arms. Jiang Yu went over and ordered a sunny day. Soon, a familiar melody played. Jiang Yu sang along with the lyrics on the screen. There's one thing to say. Jiang Yu is really quite average in this aspect of singing. Although there was once a simple study of some singing skills and so on, plus the tone and face value belong to the plus point. Average talent though, I guess, and really mediocre level of singing. However, not bad. Jiang, it's pretty good, emotionally drawn out. It's much better than what I sang. How about another song? Haven't heard enough? Feng De and the others didn't care how exactly Jiang Yu sang. Play along with the big boys. Follow the coaxing. Hold it up and be done with it. One complimented the other. Some of them are tricky and say something about emotions online, etc. It was the first time Han Bin had heard Jiang Yu sing. It's kinda cheerful to find out that Jiang Yu sings in general, because he finally found that he had a project that was a little bit better than Jiang Yu. and he just wanted to joke with Jiang Yu to fool around. All froze at the sight. Lu Fei was similarly dumbfounded. She sings just really professionally, and that's what she studied in school. However, just now, in order to impress Fengde and the others a little bit, she made it a point to sell a few songs, but it got a mediocre response. It's not even close to what it is now. This is too real. She's a little autistic. You guys sing? I'll just listen. Jiang Yu was quite self-aware and handed out the microphone after singing. Although that whole scene just now made Han Bin and Lu Fei a bit autistic, but the atmosphere of the scene was not affected in any way. After all, Fengde and other people more or less will be in and out of nightclubs and other occasions. The atmosphere of this piece has always been taken to death. Everyone sang until after 10. Then, the nanny at Jiang Yuxin's house pushed a large cake in. Candles were inserted and cake was eaten. And then, that's pretty much the end of this birthday party. Getting ready to leave. Learning that Jiang Yu did not drive over. Fengde originally wanted to send Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yuxin also went back to school tonight. Jiang Yu planned to just follow Jiang Yuxin's car back. Alright then, I'll see you in a few days. Jiang, just let me know directly when you want to come over to my office. Fengde greeted Jiang Yu and then left. Chapter 163, How can you do this? The strongest pretender. On the way back. I also don't know if Lu Fei was stimulated from Fengde and the others tonight and recognized the reality. Recognizing and knowing that while she was somewhat popular in the eyes of the common man, there wasn't really much possibility of finding a rich boyfriend. Or was it because Jiang Yu and Han Bin had a good relationship? And if Han Bin dealt with Jiang Yu properly, he would definitely be better than average in the future. Or maybe there was something Han Bin did well tonight that made her change her mind about Han Bin. In a nutshell, Lu Fei's attitude towards Han Bin changed quite a bit and became much more enthusiastic. In the car, the whole time, he took the initiative to talk to Han Bin, even after getting back to school and getting off the bus, because Jiang Yuxin and Jiang Yu go together. Naturally Lu Fei and Han Bin went together. As the two walked side by side, they certainly couldn't avoid a little physical contact at times, like the backs of their hands touching each other or something. If it was in the past, when the two had physical contact, Lu Fei would definitely take the initiative to avoid it. But at this point, Lu Fei acted as if she didn't notice. The backs of their hands had touched each other several times along the way from the school entrance back to the dormitory. Han Bin was secretly delighted. The heart is beautiful. After chasing after Lu Fei for so long, it's finally time to see the opportunity. His guts couldn't help but slowly grow. When he was about to send Lu Fei back to the dormitory, he boldly held Lu Fei's hand. Lu Fei was a bit surprised. After freezing for half a second, gently removed Han Bin's hand, but no great reaction such as anger was expressed. Seeing this, Han Bin was simply so happy that he was about to fly. Isn't this reaction of Lu Fei explicitly telling him that he only needs to take a little more initiative to take it? He almost had to laugh. Self-confidence increased greatly. The courage has become bigger. No more scruples. And Lu Fei communication is simply smooth as a batch. After sending Lu Fei back downstairs to the girls' dormitory, Han Bin is still a bit reluctant to leave. I'll leave you then. Go back to bed early. The other side. Along the way, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin did not have anything happen and got along normally. After Han Bin and Lu Fei said their goodbyes, Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuxin greeted each other and prepared to leave with Han Bin. Jiang Yu wait. Jiang Yuxin walked quickly to Jiang Yu. What's wrong? Do you know what I wished for tonight? Jiang Yuxin's large eyes carried light. That, I really don't know. I assume it has something to do with your family? Jiang Yu was a bit uncertain, and right at this moment, Jiang Yuxin touched the ground and stood on her tiptoes, giving Jiang Yu a slapdash kiss on his cheek. Now you know. Good night. Oh. Jiang Yuxin winked mischievously towards Jiang Yu before entering the girls' dormitory with Lu Fei. Jiang Yu subconsciously touched his cheek, froze for half a second. Is there any particular correlation between what Jiang Yuxin said before and after? Is this a deliberate excuse to tease yourself? Think about it. Jiang Yu sighed slightly with some helplessness. What's this all about? And Han Bin, who was originally still happily giggling back at that end, saw that scene just now. The face couldn't help but stiffen. I was not feeling so happy. Woj, if I'm guilty, the law will give me the relevant punishment. So why show me this? I made some small progress with Fei Lu just now, and I was going to share a happy wave with you. Can't be happy now. Han Bin even almost cried out. While there is progress on his end, there is still a need to work on being proactive and it doesn't always bear fruit yet. Contrast that with Jiang Yuxin's initiative just now. Who can stand up to this? I didn't expect this either. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly, his smile bitter. That sounds really pretentious of you. Force the king. Although Han Bin also knew that Jiang Yu hadn't spoken without a hint of wanting to pretend. But it's that tone of voice that doesn't want to be pretentious that says the most pretentious things. That's just the strongest pretense there is. Han Bin felt greatly stimulated. The whole thing was a little bad. Well, enough of that. Let's get back. the dormitory building will be closing soon. Jiang Yu and Han Bin were ready to leave the girls' dormitory building. At this point, although it was almost midnight, almost the entire building of the girls' dormitory was still lit. While leaving, Jiang Yu's face naturally attracted the attention of many schoolmates. Senior, do you want Senior to send you back to the dormitory so late? The boys' and girls' dormitories are so far away. Why don't you not go back tonight? Schoolmate, and make do on my side. Schoolboy, it's so late. Can sister treat you to a late night snack? Leave a contact. Seeing such a handsome guy as Jiang Yu in the middle of the night, many wolf-like schoolmates were teasing. Han Bin on the side was so envious. No thanks. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless and directly declined. But it's not over yet, and that wasn't even what left him the most speechless. Although Jiang Yu's attitude showed, these schoolmates' routines were simply endless. One of the 80% up and down looking schoolmates was drying her clothes in the second floor corridor, waiting for Jiang Yu to pass by. Her hands shook, and the inner clothes fell steadily in front of Jiang Yu's heel. Black lace trim. I'm sorry, the clothes accidentally fell off. Can you pick it up for schoolmate? Schoolmate? Jiang Yu. Han Bin, oh, it still works like that? So sour. Star. Chapter 164, I'm here to sell my house. Luckily the housemaster of the girls' dormitory happened to be passing by, getting ready to go close the door to the girls' dormitory. Jiang Yu then asked the housemaster to help send the fallen clothes back to the schoolmates on the second floor. Otherwise, if Jiang Yu had entered the girls' dormitory, he might have caused something to happen. Auntie, you couldn't have come at a worse time. Ugh, my handsome elementary school brother is about to leave me. Seeing this, the schoolmates above couldn't help but sigh. They were still thinking of teasing the schoolboys below when they entered the girls' dormitory later. Auntie Warden was a little puzzled just now. She then thought about how it could be such a coincidence. It just so happened that Jiang Yu appeared over here, and then it just so happened that the students on the second floor accidentally dropped their clothes when they were drying them. But now see the reaction of the schoolmates above. She probably guessed exactly what was going on. Young man, awesome. Auntie, I've been a housemaster for so many years and this is really the first time I've come across something like this. You're a charming young man to boot. The dorm is a very magical place. Auntie Warden has been over here for years and has seen nothing but magical things. But today this kind of scene was really the first time she had seen it. In the face of Auntie's compliments, Jiang Yu just smiled bitterly. Auntie, don't make fun of me. This thing is a pain in the ass. I'll just go ahead. Jiang Yu said hello and left with Han Bin. Back to the dorms. After shuffling around, Jiang Yu sat down in front of the computer and looked at the course schedule. Seeing as there just so happens to be no classes tomorrow, Jiang Yu then went online to learn something about the real estate agencies in Magic City. I plan to take advantage of the fact that I don't have class tomorrow and I just have time to make a trip to the agency and commission the agent to put out some of the properties on hand. Although you need to give the agent quite a bit of commission, about 1 to 2% for a suite. Those houses in Jiang Yu's hands are several $1 million a set. All the houses combined, it's gonna be hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's a lot of money, but there's no way around it. The process of selling a home is a bit complicated, and if you go through the whole thing on your own, it takes a lot of time, not to mention the fact that the process is very cumbersome. In Jiang Yu's opinion, it was a bit worthless to waste so much time for money. Besides, professional stuff should be left to the professionals. Otherwise, to save money and run into any bad things, that would be too much of a mood killer. The night passed quickly. Wake up the next day. Jiang Yu brushed his teeth and washed his face, went to the cafeteria to eat a breakfast, and then left the school to take a taxi directly to the last night to learn that the reputation is not bad, but also quite a large-scale fully real estate agency. 20 minutes or so later, Jiang Yu got out of the cab and entered the Fortune Real Estate Agency. The setting and size of Fortune Realty is quite nice. The overall decor looks simple and quite sophisticated. As Jiang Yu surveyed the size of the store, the agent at the head of the store greeted them. Although Jiang Yu looked young, the agent was also very enthusiastic, because agents are human. Even if he couldn't judge Jiang Yu's exact financial situation well through what he was wearing. But buying a house is not like buying anything else. Those who buy other things, even if the guest enters the store, do not necessarily have the intention to buy, and there is the possibility that they come in to casually stroll around. However, if you are buying a home, it is highly likely that the guest will enter the store with the intention of buying a home. And just now, he had witnessed Jiang Yu striding in directly after getting out of the cab. One look and you know it's a potential customer. And so, hello sir, how may I help you? The agent said sincerely. I'll take a brief look first. Although the internet said that this real estate agent was quite powerful, Jiang Yu intended to take a turn to understand the specific qualifications and strength. Field trips are the most accurate for this stuff. As for how to judge this aspect, it's easy. Just take a look at what properties are for sale here. If all that's hanging around are high-end properties, it's a testament to the strength of the company. After all, Those who are able to purchase high-end properties are all bigwigs, and the fact that bigwigs can rest assured that their houses are entrusted to the side for sale is proof of the company's strength. Okay, the agent was in no hurry. Jiang Yu began to simply stroll around, while the intermediary always followed Jiang Yu, not urging or anything, maintaining a distance that would not make people feel uncomfortable. The staff is pretty good. Jiang Yu browsed through the basic information of the many properties for sale hanging in the store. Saw quite a few properties with high-end mid-range properties for sale. There are also other owners in those neighborhoods he purchased who have entrusted their homes for sale over here. Everything was just as he had learned online, and fortune real estate was indeed quite powerful. Jiang Yu stopped. Think you've seen the right one, sir? If you ask me. Actually, those suburban properties you just looked at are very nice. Just as good as Pearl Gardens. For example, Pearl Garden, although it is located in the suburbs, but the configuration around the district have been built. Large shopping malls, schools and so on are complete, and is located near the subway station. To the city then it is very convenient. The price is not expensive. Only more than 50,000 yuan a square meter. The cost effective is still very high. If the budget is a little lower, that Yazuya Bijou neighborhood would also be a good fit. The price is just over 40,000. While Jiang Yu was browsing through the store just now, although the agent didn't say anything, he kept an eye on Jiang Yu's movements. He was concerned that Jiang Yu seemed particularly interested in a few properties on the outskirts of Magic City. The eye stays significantly longer than other properties by quite a bit. So, after Jiang Yu stopped, the agent began to introduce himself. Because he didn't know Jiang Yu's specific intentions and budget, he simply summarized the advantages of the several suburban properties where Jiang Yu's eyes had just lingered. Convenient for Jiang Yu to make reference. In response, Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little. This agent is quite professional and sums it up quite well. But the thing is, he didn't come over here with the intention of buying a house. You've got it wrong. I'm not actually here to buy a house, but I want to commission you to help me sell it. Chapter 165, Kneeling. This is to Versailles. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, the intermediary was obviously confused. The smile stiffened, froze for a moment, almost went weak in the knees. Simply amazing. The gazes that looked at Jiang Yu all became different. So rich? What a way to look away this time. According to his judgment, Jiang Yu was marriageable age to come over to buy a house. It never occurred to them that Jiang Yu had come over to commission them to sell the house. After all, who would have thought that a young 20-something was coming over to put the plate on the table? Anyway, he's been practicing for almost 10 years now, and he's only heard of such things from his co-workers. Right now was the first time he'd come across it. It was right just now. Sorry sir, why don't we do this? Let's go sit down off to the side and talk slowly. The agent's attitude became noticeably more enthusiastic. Okay. Jiang Yu followed the agent through the store's work area to the waiting area on the side. This side of the waiting area is pretty big. The setup is rather simple though. Just minimalist style tables and chairs and some potted plants. There's also an automatic coffee maker off to the side for guests. There were a number of guests sitting over here talking to other agents. Little brother, I know it's not easy for you, but after all, it's a second-hand house, so the price should still be negotiable, right? How about this? You give me the owner's contact information? Now it was possible to know why the agent was so surprised just now after learning that Jiang Yu had come over to release the disc. From everyone's conversations, it could be seen that apart from Jiang Yu, the vast majority of people came over here to acquire houses. Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. The agent greeted Jiang Yu and took a seat aside. Then, a cup of coffee was also brewed for Jiang Yu. Thanks. Jiang Yu took it and took a sip. Pure imported Blue Mountain coffee. Mr. Jiang, I wonder which property you are planning to sell. The agent waited for Jiang Yu to put down his coffee cup before asking. Details pulled full. These words fell and immediately attracted the attention of many people. The other guests looked this way simply out of curiosity at first. But, after seeing that the agent's inquiry was from a youngster, each one soured a bit. Among them, the youngest ones are in their 30s. At least all of them have been struggling for more than 10 years, and only now do they see the hope of buying a house. However, Jiang Yu, who was not much younger than them, even had a house already and was ready to sell it. That's a long way ahead of them. Each one was envious at the thought. The difference is too big. However, this was not the most enviable time for them. Pearl Gardens, Yajibayo neighborhood, are just a few of the properties. Jiang Yu named the names of those neighborhoods he was going to resell out one after another. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Hearing these words from Jiang Yu, the sound of the entire room sucking in cold air rose and fell. Those guests who were already envious. At this moment people were dumbfounded. Did I hear you right? 6 neighborhoods? This chap is so outrageous? Got 6 houses ready to sell? *********. I'm on my ing knees. That horrible? The others looked at each other in disbelief, wide-eyed. All of them were stunned. The agent sitting in front of Jiang Yu was also stunned. And it's the stunned kind. Jiang Yu was going to entrust him with the resale of the house and leave it at that. The outrageous thing is there are 6 houses in total? Ordinary people who can own a house in Mordor are already considered human beings, regardless of which area the house is located in. But Jiang Yu was so shocking. 6 houses with real estate deeds that together weigh almost 2 pounds, right? And that's not the most outrageous in the eyes of the agent. The most outrageous thing was still these neighborhoods that Jiang Yu had mentioned. Isn't it the same neighborhoods that he just highlighted to Jiang Yu after Jiang Yu turned around? Put it this way. The reason why Jiang Yu's gaze stayed longer on the sale information of some suburban properties in Magic City just now was because Jiang Yu himself had houses in these neighborhoods. Looking longer to get a feel for the market? The agent's eyes almost fell to the floor in shock. That's a little too Versailles, isn't it? Mr. Jiang, you're really too good. It's amazing how many houses you have at such a young age. Admirable. The agent didn't mince words of admiration at all. Emotional. It's a little heartbreaking to say the least. It's hard to think that I'm going to have to fight tooth and nail to buy a house. Almost cried out. Star. Chapter 166. What is the experience of having a real estate license weighing 2 pounds? Next, the agent asked Jiang Yu about the size of his sets of houses. Then, gave Jiang Yu a rough calculation of the approximate selling price. Mr. Jiang, according to the square footage you mentioned, based on the average price that other owners in your neighborhood have sold out on our side, the price over at Pearl Garden is around 45,000 for 200 square meters, or 9 million. It's about $40 million if you add it up. As he said this, the agent was again envious. The other guests were envious. 40 million, enough to last them a lifetime. What they don't realize, however, is that this is just an estimate. After all, the average price is just a reference value. Jiang Yu had simply counted over before he came, because the houses he bought at that time were king of the building, so he went straight to the highest used price in each neighborhood. It's about $50 million if you add it all up. Jiang Yu chatted with the agent for a while longer, got an in-depth look at the clientele on this side of the market, and the approximate time of sale for used properties typically listed on this side of the market, and so on. After determining that all aspects of Fortune Realty are in good condition, Jiang Yu decided to hang the house this way. Follow the normal process. The next step would be for Jiang Yu to show the agent a layout and other basics of each house. In order to facilitate, the future agents can clearly introduce the advantages of these houses in Jiang Yu with other guests who are interested in buying. After viewing the house, you and the agent will go over to the relevant organization to go through the relevant procedures such as the notarization of the commission. However, notarization and other related procedures require the use of property deeds and other relevant documents. When he left the school just now, Jiang Yu didn't go back to pick it up because the Fortune real estate side was closer to the school. Originally, I wanted to come over here to get a feel for the situation, and then take the agent with me on a trip home after I felt it was a good fit. But just now he asked and learned that his father was at home, so he asked Zhang Jinan to give the things to the driver, Uncle Zhong, to bring them over. It just so happens that I'm going to be traveling around to several places next, and it's a lot easier to have Uncle Zhong driving around. While waiting, the fact that Jiang Yu was going to sell 6 suites at once spread around the company. Many people are curious about the real face of this big man. Poke around as you pass by the waiting area. Asterisk. Not to mention being rich, but he's also so handsome. When they saw Jiang Yu's real face, their co-workers were jealous. 10 minutes or so, Jiang Yu's cell phone rang. Uncle Zhang has come to the front door of the store. Let's go then. Jiang Yu stood up and greeted the agent as he left. Leave Foley's. Then he saw the familiar Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in front of him. The agent didn't know at first that the Rolls-Royce was coming over to pick up Jiang Yu. He couldn't help but look that way when he saw the Phantom of 10 million. However, seeing Jiang Yu walk out, Uncle Zhong opened the car door in advance and slightly bent down to show his respect. Professionalism pulls full circle. Looking at the agent beside Jiang Yu, he froze. Is this for Mr. Gang? That's too much of a card. He was shocked at the same time. Some more excitement, because he actually got a chance to take a ride in a godly car like the Mirage as well. He could vaguely feel the envious glances of his co-workers. In fact, quite a few of his co-workers did look this way, because a car like Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked at the entrance of the company. Everyone thought that it was some big customer who had come, and each one of them was staring at the Rolls-Royce, waiting to go up to receive it. But who would have thought that this Rolls-Royce was coming over to pick someone up? Xiao Huang is so lucky, following Mr. Zhang to experience a wave of Rolls-Royce travel, coming up to sell 6 suites and a Rolls-Royce Phantom reception. I really don't know what Mr. Zhang's status is. Alas, I was the one who was receiving other guests just now. Otherwise, how could I have missed a big client like Mr. Jiang? Stop it. It's getting really sour. Everyone kept sighing. Some of the fair-looking girls were even slapping their thighs. They felt that if they received a client like Jiang Yu and sacrificed a little bit by virtue of their gender advantage, wouldn't their future path be much better? The other side. The agent followed Jiang Yu into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although he had usually received and come into contact with quite a few big shots, it's also been in a lot of bigwigs' limos as a result, but it's generally a $2 or $3 million car. There are very few around $5 or $6 million. Not to mention the fact that the car at hand is a $10 million Mirage. After getting into the car, his reaction was similar to Han Bin's reaction when he got into the car at that time. 2 words. Restrained. Young master, here's what you asked for. After Jiang Yu got into the car and sat down, Uncle Zhong handed Jiang Yu his briefcase. Jiang Yu took it and opened it to check, because when he called Jiang Yuxin just now, he heard that the house was quite lively. Presumably there were guests in the house. I don't know if Jiang Yuxin will have little time because of this and miss any information in his haste. Jiang Yu took out everything in his bag. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. When he saw those red real estate certificates, the agent Xiao Huan couldn't help but feel a pang of longing again, couldn't help but swallow. The impact of several real estate certificates appearing together is really powerful. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, counted whether all the information was complete. After taking an inventory, Jiang Yu's expression was odd. Young master, is something missing? Uncle Zhang asked. There's not less stuff, there's even more. Jiang Yu cried and laughed a little. When he took inventory, he found 2 additional copies of the real estate license, not the family property, again, which he intended to invest in and buy at the time. He keeps all these real estate deeds in the same place. It is assumed that Jiang Yuxin really did not have time to count because of the guests coming to the house, and in order to save trouble, he directly threw all the things into the briefcase in a brain. Hearing this, the intermediary subconsciously looked at the pile in Jiang Yu's hands. After freezing for half a moment, he finally understood what Jiang Yu meant by these words. Instead of 6 real estate licenses, Jiang Yu was holding 8 ing ones. The agency is stupid. Star. Chapter 167, the supporting characters are shocked. The whole house sensationalized. The agent almost dropped his eyes to the floor in shock. Jiang Yu was so young that he had 6 houses, and they were all not small in size and expensive overall. That alone had made him envious, kind of skeptical. However, that surprisingly wasn't all of Jiang Yu's strength. Right now, Jiang Yu had actually accidentally exposed his strength. All at once, the family's real estate license was taken out. 8 houses in all? This, Agent Yellow is so sour his teeth hurt. Uncle Chung Drive. Jiang Yu put all his things back in his bag after organizing them all. Rolls-Royce start. Steady on. The next 2 hours, Jiang Yu took the agent Xiao Huang to travel between the neighborhoods, because he bought these houses before to wait for appreciation. Naturally, you don't spend money on renovations or anything. The house is all rough housing, so there is not too much trouble. Is to take the agent Xiao Huang look at each set of houses of an orientation layout and so on the situation on the line. After showing the agent, Yellow, the various houses, Jiang Yu then went with the agent to the notary public office for notarization and other related procedures. Simply put, these formalities are the signing of the agreement to appoint an agent to sell your home, and exactly what rights are authorized to the agent's side. It is a very necessary step to appoint an agent to sell your home. After all, even for the sake of convenience, it's impossible to give all access to the agency side. Some of Jiang Yu's previous friends just didn't go to the notary because of the trouble, and then they got screwed by the agent. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the notary's office in a Rolls-Royce. The notary's office was pretty crowded. There were long lines at all the windows. Mr. Jiang, why don't you go sit aside for a while? I'll go over and line up. I'll call out to you later when it's our turn. The agent, Xiao Huang, knows how to take on this kind of menial work. Okay, hard work. No hard work. Intermediary Xiao Huang went over to line up, while Jiang Yu went to the side to find a seat. Spent about an hour and a half on this side. It was only then that Jiang Yu finished the relevant formalities. The next step is to go pay the bill. Notarizing a home costs money, as little as 200, tens of thousands. Usually whenever a house in Mordor is scaled, it's at least a few thousand or even tens of thousands of dollars. Some people are a little distressed when they want to spend so much money right away. It's going to cost me another $5,000. Ugh, you're counting. I'm going to spend 10,000 yet. Many people sighed as they stood in line to pay. After all, it is not mandatory to have a home notarized when buying or selling a home, kind of like having insurance. It's natural to be distressed when you spend that much money. Soon, it was Jiang Yu's turn to pay the fee. According to the rate of 0.2% for houses with less than $10 million and 0.15% for houses with more than $10 million, Jiang Yu spent a total of more than $100,000. There was a line of brothers in the back of the line, aching at the prospect of spending so much money right away. Seeing this amount from Jiang Yu, one was dumbfounded. Worry, I thought my $10,000 was already too much. This brother his $11,000 is outrageous. All of a sudden, I feel like mine is just chump change. How expensive must this house be? Not so calculated. And not the more expensive the higher the cost. More than 100 million to pay 0.1% on the line. Converted down. 100 million of the house will pay 10,000 just. This brother more than 10,000. It is estimated that the house is a little more than it. A bit? That should be more than enough to get wholesale, right? There was a lot of talk in the back. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and paid directly. By this point, all the paperwork is all done. Next, Jiang Yu only needed to wait for the buyer to be found on the side of the agent Xiao Huang. Let's get ready to leave then. You get in the car and I'll go to the restroom. Returning to the hall, Jiang Yu came to the side of the intermediary Xiao Huang. No, I'll just wait here for you. The intermediary Xiao Huang where he dared to get in the car first by himself. Alright, Jiang Yu went aside to use the restroom. Agent Xiao Huang was ready to find a place to sit for a while, when two people came up to him. One was not very old, and was estimated to be just a year or two or so older than Jiang Yu. The other was a middle-aged man in a suit. Supervisor, Mr. Money. Seeing these two people, the intermediary Xiao Huang immediately greeted them. The one known as Mr. Money had little reaction to this. That is, the supervisor nodded to Yellow, but Yellow wasn't the least bit upset. There was still a smile on his face. Mr. Qian's full name is Qian Shouhao. Exactly what kind of business he is doing is not clear. The only thing he was clear about was that this Qian Shouhao was not very old, but his strength was giant ing strong. Xiao Huang felt that even Jiang Yu, who had 8 houses in his hands, was estimated to be less powerful than Qian Shouhao, because this Qian Shouhao was a big client of the company. I don't know how many commercial kind of apartment buildings for rent are on hand. It's no exaggeration to say that there are dozens of apartment buildings and other houses that Qian Shouhao entrusted their company to rent and sell, if not 100. Of course, it's all more rentals, but that's pretty strong. And that's just the apartment building that Qian Shouhao used to rent out. We haven't even counted the stores and so on that don't need their agents to find customers. The customers come to them on their own. One could imagine the strength of this Qian Shouhao. No, the one who received Qian Shouhao was the supervisor of the company. Its strength can be imagined. Why are you over here? The supervisor asked curiously when he saw that Xiao Huang appeared here alone and didn't see any customers around him. I came with a client. As soon as Xiao Huang's words fell, he saw Jiang Yu walking towards the side after going to the restroom. Jiang? What a coincidence. Qian Shouhao originally lacked interest and wanted to urge the supervisor to hurry up and go to the line without wasting time. When he saw Jiang Yu, who had walked over to Xiao Huang, he but brightened up. Chapter 168, A Conversation Between Two Kings of Pussy. Hearing Qian Shouhao's words, the supervisor visibly froze. Surprised, he glanced at Jiang Yu. A quick glance around revealed that he failed to find any obvious answers from Jiang Yu's appearance. That was because Jiang Yu's dress was relatively simple, without any luxury items that could make it very obvious that he was suddenly an identity. The supervisor then looked at the agent, Xiao Huang, with a questioning gaze. Yellow was also confused. He knew that Jiang Yu's origin was not small, but how did he know that Jiang Yu's identity was so strong? Far beyond his imagination. You can make all the company's big clients call you brother? Even Jiang Yu, the person in question, was feeling a bit surprised. Qian Shouhao is one of his relatives. The blood relationship is not too close, somewhat distant kind. The specific generation is a little bit combed. Plus at that time, Qian Shouhao followed his family and moved to Magic City for those few years, following Jiang Yu around for a long time, just like a little old brother. So even though Qian Shouhao was older than him, Qian Shouhao was used to calling him Jiang after the others. Not close by blood, though, but the two families are pretty close, because Qian Shouhao's father followed Jiang Zhenan a long time ago. It was just that Jiang Yu and Qian Shouhao hadn't seen each other for 2 years. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence to run into each other here today. Little Hao, it's been a long time. Seeing as you're like this now, I don't think you'll have to keep grinding your way through the construction site, will you? Qian Shouhao's character was rather wild, even more playful than Chen Minghao. Although Chen Minghao was unruly, but at least obediently listened to the words of the family to read a good university, and later be able to help the family to share a little. But Qian Shouhao is not even happy to go to college, skipping classes every day to go out all kinds of waves of the kind. See Qian Shouhao so loose. Seeing that Qian Shouhao is so unruly, his father simply cut off Qian Shouhao's financial resources and forced him to leave the construction site to suffer and refine. I want to grind the temperament of Qian Shouhao, and then spend money to let Qian Shouhao go abroad to study a university to get a diploma. This was the reason why Jiang Yu hadn't met with Qian Shouhao in a long time. Brother Jiang, let's not talk about the construction site, okay? I feel bad just thinking about it. You don't even know what I've been through these past 2 years. My dad was really mean. He threw me in the construction site but didn't give me any preferential treatment. In those days I did the work of a small laborer, ate the same as the workers, and lived in the same place. The smile on Qian Xiuhao's face became a little unnatural as he talked about this. Jiang Yu was not surprised by this. Qian Xiuhao's father was following Jiang Zhenan in the fight at that time. It's also now a bigot among bigots. Doing things naturally is a very decisive and ruthless kind of thing. Having decided to grind Qian Xiuhao, he naturally would not be polite. So how are you now? Jiang Yu asked. What else can I do? Be a good boy and do what dad tells me to do. I'm hanging out at a foreign university right now, but for the most part one don't have to go back to school. Usually I just help out the family a little bit, manage some of the area's apartment and office buildings, collect rent and stuff. I've been trying to contact you since I got out of the construction site, but I had to run abroad to report to school before. Plus I just took over some of my family's business, so I've been a bit busy and haven't had a lot of free time until now. I was thinking of looking for you in a few days, but I didn't expect to run into you today. The supervisor and Xiao Huang on the side listened to the conversation between Jiang Yu and Qian Xiuhao, feeling long-winded and eye-opening. That's the story behind the big man. It's a real example of how to go home and inherit a property if you can't make a name for yourself. You'll have bragging rights later. That's pretty good. It's a casual little life, isn't it? Jiang Yu said with a smile. Seeing that everything was on track for Qian Xiuhao, he was happy for Qian Xiuhao from the bottom of his heart. It's true that it's quite casual, but sometimes casual is too much. The days are so boring. It's a little annoying. So I'm going to sell some of my apartments and get some cash to fill up on other projects during the week. Qian Xiuhao sighed. When the supervisor and Xiao Huang both saw this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. That's ing crazy talk. Tired of collecting rent? Please switch with me. By the way, brother Jiang, you should be attending university in Magic City now, right? Must have a bunch of spare time during the week. Ha! Why don't you take care of some of the apartment and office buildings near your school instead? Your dad is involved in these projects anyway. They're all his own. There are too many houses on hand, making it so that sometimes I don't have time to travel elsewhere with my girl when I want to. At those words, both the supervisor and Xiao Huang were shocked, horrified. He looked at Jiang Yu. Qian Xiuhao usually put into the company to rent those houses. Jiang Yu have a share? Who the hell is this? That's too scary, isn't it? Shocked and at the same time, they were stimulated by Qian Xiuhao's words of Versailles that made them somewhat skeptical of life. However, Jiang Yu's next words in reply to Qian Xiuhao were even more irritating, causing their entire being to be bad. Chapter 169, Surprise, Surprise, Surprise. To the average person, collecting rent is a joy. However, in Jiang Yu's opinion, this was not the case. He just thought about enjoying his time in college. What about having the most relaxing time of your life in peace and quiet? Though after graduation he didn't have to worry about working and making a living like everyone else. But that's when he's going to start helping out a little bit with the family business and contribute. So this time in college was very rare and precious for Jiang Yu. What free time is there to take care of any apartment? Don't get any of these crooked ideas screwing me. Where do I have the time? You've always been in charge of all the apartments. It's better if you manage them. Don't you get over it? Otherwise I don't know what tricks your dad will use to grind you down a bit when the time comes. Jiang Yu didn't even think about it and directly rejected Qian Xiuhao's suggestion. At those words, the two of them, Xiao Huang and the supervisor, stared wide-eyed, face to face. People are kind of stupid. Where's the time for that? You're screwing you by letting you collect rent? That's a bit of a loaded statement. Please, will you switch with me? Please, please, please me with such tactics. The two supervisors were so irritated that the corners of their mouths twitched as if they had Parkinson's. Qian Xiuhao, on the other hand, sighed helplessly. Okay, no more of that. Brother Jiang, you should be free later, right? It's been so long since both of us brothers have seen each other. We'll have dinner together later. Just happened to run into you, so I'll show you a little surprise later. Qian Xiuhao looked mysterious. It made Jiang Yu a little curious. Having a meal together is natural, but what is this surprise thing you speak of? Don't get some weird program. Qian Xiuhao heatedly smiled. You'll know later. I'll go over and do the notarization first. Jiang, wait for me for a while. Jiang Yu nodded. The supervisor had consciously gone over and lined up just now when he heard that Qian Xiuhao was going to eat with Jiang Yu, so as not to waste too much of Qian Xiuhao's time and at the same time Jiang Yu's time. It's almost his turn now. Seeing this, Qian Xiuhao walked over. Jiang Yu looked at Xiao Huang. Then I'll have the driver send you back. Xiao Huang was flattered. Mr. Jiang, I'll just take a taxi back. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let him enjoy the same treatment as Jiang Yu, with a chauffeur driving him in a Mirage. This is cool though. The deck pulls full, but he felt a little unworthy. It's okay, it's on the way. Jiang Yu left the hall of the notary's office. At the parking lot, Uncle Chung had been standing next to Mirage waiting. Seeing Jiang Yu coming over, he subconsciously opened the car door. Uncle Zhong, you can send him back to Fortune Real Estate later and then just go straight back, Jiang Yu said, handing over the real estate license and other information to Uncle Zhong. Okay. Uncle Zhong was a bit curious but didn't ask much. Soon, Xiao Huang got into the car and Uncle Zhong drove away. Jiang Yu just wanted to go back to the notary's office to find a random seat and wait for Chen Xiaohao, but turn around, attracted by a car parked not far from him. This car, regardless of the predominantly white and blue body, or that prostrate and handsome look, or maybe it's the windjammer that was added after the front sides were modified, it's all a sight to behold. Many people pick up their cars from the parking lot and subconsciously stop when they see this car. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too cool. What a car! Pagani Zonda. There are only 3 of them in the country, right? I can't believe I'm seeing one here. Pagani. It must be expensive? 50 million upwards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The other passers-by were shocked after some of those who knew about cars said where this car came from. Circled this car. Jiang Yu did likewise, but it wasn't because he hadn't seen the car before. He knew the car better than anyone else. As the brother who knows about cars just said, it's a Pagani Zonda. One thing that is incorrect, however, is that the Pagani Zonda is a series and there are not just 3 of them in the country. It is accurate to say that there are only 3 Zondafs in the country, and this car is the Zondaf from the Pagani Zonda series. Even a little more rigorously, it's not really a Zondaf anymore, it's a Zonda Danubio, because this car has been modified. It's still the same kind that was sent back to the original Pagani for modification, upgraded from Zondaf to Danubio. The configuration hasn't changed and it's still 12-cylinder self-priming, but the look and the color scheme and all that stuff has changed a lot. Having upgraded it, it's the total equivalent of a different car. And the reason why Jiang Yu would know all this and know the car so well, that's because the car was his at the time. At that time, it was still Jiang Yu personally sent over to Pagani's main factory to upgrade it. After the upgrade, this car Jiang Yu still quite like, but it was resold to Xiao Jindong last year. At that time, Su Jindong did him a big favor. And Su Jindong loved this car so much, it just so happened that Jiang Yu had just gotten that Ferrari 348 from Mr. Li in Yanjing at that time, the first Ferrari in the country. After getting that Ferrari, Jiang Yu wasn't so keen on this Pagani. Then when he saw that Su Jindong liked it so much that he kept thinking about selling it, he resold it. It's just that, again, Su Jindong isn't over here today, but why is this Pagani Danubio here? Just as Jiang Yu's thoughts were wandering, the cell phone rang. Qian Xiaohao called. It turned out that it was almost time to go off work, and there were a lot fewer people in the notary's office compared to when Jiang Yu had just arrived. In this moment of effort, Qian Xiaohao had already finished all the formalities. Jiang Yu told Qian Xiaohao to be on this side of the parking lot. Soon, Qian Xiaohao came out from inside and came beside Jiang Yu. Seeing Jiang Yu looking at the Pagani, his face was still a bit odd. Qian Xiaohao heatedly smiled. Brother Jiang, how is it? Is this car handsome? Indeed. You may not believe me when I tell you, but this car is my little brother's. Qian Xiaohao was proud of himself. This car is yours? Jiang Yu was shocked. This he really couldn't have imagined. Yeah, how? Surprised? Surprised? The only Pagani Zondaf in Mordor, and an upgraded one at that. Money can't buy it. Enough with the cards. Are you envious with that look on your face, Brother Jiang? Seeing Jiang Yu's face of surprise, Qian Xiaohao couldn't help but dejected himself, like children showing off their toys. Star. Chapter 170, Speechless. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. The reason why Qian Xiaohao was so beaten up to show off in front of Jiang Yu, not trying to play hard to get, he simply wanted to see Jiang Yu's surprised and envious face. After all, with a status like Jiang Yu's, what was there that he couldn't get? Very little. Therefore, in the past, there were some things he couldn't get that Jiang Yu had. What Chen Minghao and those second generation couldn't get, Jiang Yu also had. This is outrageous. Therefore, it was not easy now to have the opportunity for Jiang Yu to experience this feeling of surprise and envy as well. Qian Xiaohao naturally would not let it go easily. However, don't you dare. What the hell is going on here? That guy Su Jindong, how is he willing to transfer this car to you? Jiang Yu was quite curious about this. He still clearly remembered that Su Jindong had spent a lot of effort on him at that time in order to get this car. Qian Xiaohao didn't answer Jiang Yu's doubts the first time. Instead, he said in surprise, Brother Jiang, you know that Su Jindong has this car in his hands? Then why didn't you take it then? Qian Xiaohao desperately wanted to know the answer. It's very important, because no matter what is being flaunted, one necessary prerequisite is that the other person must desire such a thing. Otherwise, wouldn't it be just a loot to a cow? That's a lot to take in, so he wants to figure it out. Jiang Yu knew the reason why Su Jindong had this car in his hands but didn't want to find a way to take it. If Jiang Yu didn't manage to take care of Su Jindong, it would be a beautiful thing, but if it is Jiang Yu is not interested in this is why there is no action. It's almost as hard as a punch in the cotton. This car was originally mine. Su Zhendong sold it from my hands. Jiang Yu said. Chen Xiaohao. He had thought of many answers. Even he was prepared that the reason why Jiang Yu didn't make any moves to take the car was because he didn't like it. But you're telling me that you own this car? The Chen Xiaohao people are dumb. Brother Jiang, you're not kidding me, right? Chen Xiaohao was a little reluctant to believe it. For the origins of this Pagani Zonda he didn't do any research at the time, because he just simply thought the car was handsome as hell. It doesn't matter at all where it comes from or anything. What's there to joke about? Jiang Yu said, looking at Jiang Yu's serious expression. Chen Xiaohao was like a wilted eggplant, if he wasn't a little tough. Almost wowed out loud. That's too much to take, and thought he had gotten what Jiang Yu wanted but didn't get. It was so hard to find an opportunity to get a chance to show off a wave in front of Jiang Yu, but I didn't expect it. There will be such a reversal. The clown turned out to be myself. Sure enough, your grandpa will always be your grandpa. Brother Jiang, I'm convinced. I won't dare to get in front of you in the future. I'll just be a good little old boy. Chen Xiaohao was overwhelmed with emotion. However, in his heart, he was happy to be Jiang Yu's little old brother. Otherwise, he, who was 2 years older than Jiang Yu, wouldn't have been happy to call Jiang Yu brother Jiang. After all, some things have nothing to do with age. Jiang Yu's personality and other aspects made him admire and recognize from the bottom of his heart. You haven't answered me yet. I was sold this car by a friend of mine 2 or 3 years ago, when you would have just been busted into the construction site by your dad. So you don't know how Xiao Jingdong reacted at that time when he realized I had a Zonda in my hands. Not to mention how crazy Xiao Jingdong's reaction was after I upgraded Zonda. So I really can't imagine how Su Zhendong would be happy to sell this car to you. Chen Xiaohao roughly told the story of this. In a nutshell, the reason why Chen Xiaohao was able to get Su Zhendong to cut him off. It was similar to the way Jiang Yu had taken that one Ferrari from Mr. Li in Yanjing before. It's all about pitching in. Use something else to pique Su Zhendong's interest, then barter for it. Chen Xiaohao caught Su Zhendong's attention with his collection of classic watches from a series of Patek Philippe, which also took a lot of effort and softening to get Su Zhendong to cut his losses. Of course, in addition to this money Xiaohao also spent money. Hardly. Jiang Yu and Chen Xiaohao chatted while walking towards the Pagani on the side. There were still people milling around the Pagani at this point. After all, a Pagani Zonda would be rare. Conversion to a Pagani Danubio is even rarer. There are still some real car lovers hanging around the Pagani. Take your time to appreciate this fabulous car that costs $500 million. At this point, Chen Xiaohao took out his car key and pressed it. The Pagani's 2 headlights flashed like awakened lions. Some people were taken aback. Seeing that the owner of the car, Chen Xiaohao, was coming, he voluntarily stepped back. Chen Xiaohao got in the car. Then Jiang Yu also opened the door to get into the car. Seeing Jiang Yu follow suit and get into the car, some of the onlookers' brothers stared wide-eyed, shocked as hell. What's going on here? Why is this brother in the car? It shouldn't be. Didn't he just keep circling this Pagani as if he hadn't seen a luxury car before? Just like the rest of us? Yeah, even he was just a little more eager and crazy than we were. Is this a ing fix? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This brother has something of awe. Just now deliberately pretend a wave of unseen like, and now engage in a wave of reversal. Out of the wind. Force the king. The onlooker brothers who didn't understand the truth were confused since Jiang Yu knew the owner of the Pagani. And why were you so eager and curious to hang around the Pagani just now, looking like you've never seen the world before? They all thought Jiang Yu was deliberately pretending. One was a little speechless, but then again, it's a little sour. After all, it's a bit of a thing to put on a pussy. Star. Chapter 171, Berserk Mode Ejection Start? Handsome yuppie. The other side. Pagani inside the head. Jiang Yu was already seated and buckled up. Noteworthy. After Chen Xiaohao started the Pagani, he didn't step on the gas to move forward at the first time. Simply put, it's a hot car. Jiang, do you know what my favorite part of this car's interior is? While warming up the car, Chen Xiaohao asked. I think it's the center console there. What he found most classic about this car was the design of the center console. Although many people say that the Pagani Windjammer has the best looking dashboard, it is the most classic design of the Pagani Zonda series. But Jiang Yu felt that it was still the center console of this Pagani Danubio that was a bit cooler. The center console of the Pagani Danubio was different from those of all the cars Jiang Yu had sat in. The difference is very big. Above that is a small panel for the air conditioner, and below that is a row of keys. It's all about controlling the lights. But these are not the regular kind of buttons that you press down. Instead, it's the kind that toggles up and down like a vintage fighter jet. All other keys are gray and black, while the dual flash control light is red. It looks like the nitrous injection button on some cars in games or movies. It's as if you can press down and be able to turn on berserk mode to eject the start. Overall look, handsome yuppie. This center console is simply a beautiful sight to behold in a very tech-savvy car. Fruity, Qian Xiaohao replied. That's right, the design of this center console is simply brilliant. And you probably won't believe me when I tell you. When I first got into this car, I saw the center console designed like this, and then I saw the red key in the center and I was afraid to touch that key. Do you know why? Jiang Yu said. You're using it as a fire extinguisher or a power cutoff switch for a race car, right? In a normal car, the red button is the emergency light. But in a race car, the red button is the panic button. Used when a race car catches fire or is involved in an accident. It can save a racer's life in many cases. Right. At that point I was afraid to touch it and get dry powder all over the car. Qian Xiaohao said, feeling that the time to warm up the car was enough. Step on the gas. The Pagani Danubio, which had been fairly quiet, made a manic noise, because even after half a minute of warming up the car, it still can't be driven at high RPMs because it still hasn't been started for long. That is, the gas pedal needs to be pressed lightly, but even treading lightly, the sound heard outside felt horrible. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's a great voice. 2. If only I could get in the car and feel it. Envious of that pusher king just now. It's just the king of push. What's there to envy? Isn't it good to envy the owner? What do you know? The king of push is just sitting on top of this kind of car. The gap between us isn't very big, but the gap between the owner and us is too big. Makes sense. There was a lot of talk outside. Luckily the Pagani has good soundproofing. Otherwise, if Qian Xiaohao inside the car heard everyone's head in the sand discussing this, he would probably have to laugh his big teeth out. Brother Jiang, where are we going to eat now? Any good introduction? The newer kind. I've been eating and drinking for a while now after messing around with my cravings at the construction site before, and I'm tired of all the hotel or private dining stuff. Chen Xiaohao asked as he drove away from the parking lot. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Then let's go over to Dongzhong Road. Good. Pagani Danubio takes its time on the road. It was nearing 6 o'clock and approaching the rush hour. There were already quite a few cars on the road and a bit of traffic. However, neither Jiang Yu nor Qian Xiaohao were in a hurry, and with the fact that the two brothers had not seen each other for such a long time, they had endless topics to talk about, so it didn't matter. Right, brother Jiang? You came over to the notary's side today to sell a house too, right? Which area of the house? It's not exactly out of the way. Jiang Yu roughly said the location of those houses. No wonder. I told you, why don't you just keep the house and wait for it to appreciate? Which places where future planning doesn't seem to be particularly ideal seem to be a little bit of a problem. I remember just that Pearl Gardens. I think it's getting ready to build some kind of steel market nearby. Qian Xiaohao usually just collects the rent and that's it though, but a lot of information about real estate is known. It seems like it, but the exact news hasn't been announced, so who knows? The two chatted casually. Time passes quickly. Half an hour later, the Pagani drove into the street that Jiang Yu had mentioned. Look at the scenery on both sides of the street. Chen Xiaohao thought he was going the wrong way at first, but when he saw that Jiang Yu didn't say anything, he continued to look forward. It's just ahead. Find a place to park your car. At this time Jiang Yu said, up ahead? Qian Xiaohao was full of doubts, but that wasn't what confused him the most. After he parked his car and followed Jiang Yu to his destination, Qian Xiaohao was dumbfounded. Jiang Yu, this is the place where you said you could try something new and strange? Qian Xiaohao's face was unusually odd. Star. Chapter 172, the useless knowledge has increased again. The place where Jiang Yu brought Qian Xiaohao over was a small restaurant near his high school. The flavors here are really okay. In the past, when he was studying, Jiang Yu would often eat over here with his classmates. Even though they say it's a small restaurant, it's not really a small place, and it's not one of those fly-by-night places. The overall area is also a couple hundred square meters. The per capita spending is also of the hundreds or so variety. The overall decor and everything was okay. It's considered normal or okay in the eyes of the average person. But for the likes of Qian Xiaohao who frequents high-end places, this kind of place is really as small and shabby as it gets. Let's not talk about Qian Xiaohao. Even the two men from the Mercedes-Benz down to the head of the store after a round, feel that this place is not on the grade, discussing whether to change a place to eat. So, as soon as the Pagani appeared in front of the hotel, all the eyes of the guests inside had been attracted over. The restaurant was already roaring. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of car is this? What a cool sports car. Awesome. It's a shame the car was just passing by. How nice it would have been to stop so I could take a picture and post it on my friends. Don't think too much. Know what kind of car this is? I googled it. Pagani Zonda series, I think. I'm not sure what model exactly, but at least $30 million or more. How could it be parked in such a place? Yeah, it's not like there's any high-end places nearby for this kind of big shot. But when the Pagani actually pulls up to the curb, the time the car stepped off two handsome guys. Hisses. All the guests in the restaurant sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked beyond belief. He watched as Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao got off the bus and walked over this way, entering the hotel. And then look at the tens of millions of dollars worth of pagani out there. It felt like a strong shock to the three senses. The whole room exploded. Nima, such a super rich man would even think of coming to this small restaurant for dinner? Is it because I'm so low that I can't read the minds of such bigots? That's too much fun. A real flat billion? Everyone was almost dumbfounded. There were even those who covered their moon hun mouths, feeling that they couldn't bear such a shock. Even the two men who had gotten out of the Mercedes were similarly surprised to no end. The two men looked at each other. Big eyes. Not to mention them, even Xian Xiaohao was equally surprised to no end. Brother Jiang, you can't be mistaken, right? Are you sure this is the place you want to talk about? Xian Xiaohao briefly looked around the store. Then he looked at Jiang Yu with a puzzled expression. This is it. The food here tastes good. I used to eat over here every now and then when I was in high school, Jiang Yu said and looked around, intending to take Xian Xiaohao to an empty seat on the side. But, I won't tell you how it tastes, but this place is too upmarket, isn't it? Although when he was grinding at the construction site, Xian Xiaohao also went in and out of this kind of small restaurant, but there was no way around it. The time he'd been away from the site, he'd been in and out of high-end places and was used to it all. It was a bit much for him to accept such a discrepancy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu stopped his steps and asked rhetorically, does it matter if it's classy or not? It's not just good to eat. Xian Xiaohao froze. That comment seems like it makes a little bit of sense. But having said that, something doesn't feel right. Xian Xiaohao didn't even think about this kind of thing. His usual philosophy was that if you have money, you must choose the best. What's wrong with that? It's like if you like this Pagani and it's worth tens of millions of dollars, you're willing to buy it. So if it was just worth tens of thousands of dollars, you wouldn't buy it? Jiang Yu asked. This sentence stumped Xian Xiaohao. Borrowing this analogy from Jiang Yu, he thought carefully about it and it seemed like it was indeed this statement. It's not like he liked the looks and performance of that one Pagani Danubio because it was expensive and still rare. This is not just like the reason why he usually goes in and out of high-end places. Essentially not only because those places are upscale, but also because the food in those places is delicious. Asterisk 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 asterisk, there's something about that comment. Is this the real big shot? A tens of millions of dollars of Pagani being used as a metaphor so lightly? Pagani, I feel offended. But honestly, that's what it's really like to do whatever you want, to make whatever you like, no matter how high or low you are. Learned. It should be that the useless knowledge has increased again, right? How can we have that money to be able to have such a mentality like the big man? Isn't it still a case of eating wherever it's cheap and buying whatever is cheap? Zinged. Star. Chapter 173, The Anchorwoman Who's Behind the Scenes. This restaurant was small, so naturally there was no such thing as a private room. Jiang Yu then casually found an empty seat with Xian Xiaohao and sat down. Meal time. Jiang Yu kept an eye on the food. Feel the long-lost flavor. He didn't notice that while he was eating on his side, there were still quite a few guests who would throw gazes of surprise and envy or something like that this way from time to time. Mostly girls. The girls and their friends whispered and exchanged words, occasionally blushing as they looked over at Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao. It's like some honest guy meeting a goddess. Shy heart, but are afraid to act. Therefore, Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao had a very peaceful meal. Soon, wine and dine. Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao sat for a while and then left. It's worth noting that the two left. Some of the girls couldn't help but sigh with regret and immensity. It was as if he regretted how he hadn't been brave enough to go up and strike up a conversation earlier. Others were secretly taking out their cell phones and recording. Record the two of them, Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao, walking by their sides and then leaving the hotel, and then leaving in the incredibly cool Pagani. Immediately after that, upload it to your circle of friends or major social media apps. You may not believe me when I tell you, but today I'm having dinner with superstars who are worth over $1 billion. This car is so damn handsome too. What does it mean to be handsome and rich? Today I finally realized what it means to be rich. It's rare enough to see a Pagani in this country, let alone one from the Pagani Zondaf series in an ordinary small restaurant. Such a contrast. Plus the two handsome guys, Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao. The video encapsulates the trifecta of luxury cars, handsome men, and contrast. So it didn't take long for the videos to quickly welcome quite a stir. Just in time, an operation is planning a program that involves collecting videos of handsome men and waiting for the beautiful anchorwoman to watch these videos while she is on air. If the hostess has a crush on the hot guy in the video, she has to be punished or something. While this kind of program isn't particularly new, it encompasses beautiful women and handsome men, and punishment, and the program works quite well. Originally this op was struggling to find videos of hot guys. Nowadays, in this internet era, homogenization is too serious. Many dudes are all in one way. It is really a bit difficult to collect different types of dudes. Therefore, after this operation saw this video of Jiang Yu, Xian Xiaohao and the two of them, it was a moment of clarity. Immediately saved this video. and then there was a treatment. Get rid of the money in the video. Qian Xiuhao was indeed also a handsome man, but compared to Jiang Yu, there was quite a gap between his temperament and face value. Just ask for one of these types of limousine dudes. More than one would be no surprise. After processing the video, operations then search the internet for videos of other dudes. Then organize all the videos and send them to the anchorwoman who was live streaming Thunk. When he received the video from operations, Dunk was chatting with his water friends. Dondo is not a particularly stunning looking sort, but it's not bad. Nice features, fleshy face, kinda cute smile, and the character is more lively. Live often able to live. So there are quite a lot of viewers. It's all mostly female fans though. Even though Dantaku just had the camera on and was chatting with his water buddies, it still had close to 1 million hits. The pop-up section was constantly scrolling, and there are not a few people who give gifts. Knockout chatted with the pop-ups for a while, then said, "A number of viewers have private messaged me, saying they want me to do another installment of the No Heartbeat Challenge. To be honest, it's not that I don't want to get laid, it's just that a lot of the dudes are too crotch-pulling to get my heart pumping at all. And it's just kind of tasteless." But based on the fact that the outcry from the waterbenders was so high, a lot of the LSP sisters were hungry, thirsty for more. So don't curse, I'll give you the whole thing now. Hear these words. The pop-up section, which was already incredibly active, was immediately agitated. Master Green Knot, it's time for my second favorite no mind challenge. Sisters, start sucking in the yang energy. Ladies assemble. The pop-up swiped enthusiastically, and Willow Ice continued. Even though the rules have been said many times, let's talk about them. It's the same old saying, I drink vinegar when my heart is in the right place, and if you're moved to do the same, just pop on and hit me Ken so I can see what you're craving. And if you don't think it's possible, then you can't fight it, and show those men how noble we are. Knockout finished, then adjusted her camera to take up half of the screen, making it easier for fans to see her expression. On the other side, the video started playing. In the first video, a boy in a cute type t-shirt with glasses and long potty hair takes a selfie in front of a mirror. The boy first looked in the mirror with a coy face and held his head in his hands. Then the soundtrack changes and it's a straight-up transformation. T-shirts become black shirts, and what was once a coy expression becomes a high-flying sideways look. When I saw this, the pop-ups brushed up the word unavailable. Thunk also pauses the video with a disgusted look on his face. The flavor is too punchy. Surrendering, clamping your breasts and then transforming. Are you a handsome man produced in a factory assembly line? Can you do something new? If I meet this kind of little puppy who wears a shirt and doesn't pull it up for me in reality, I'll give you a punch to deform the moonhun. Next, the next video features a man with scruffy curly hair and a fall coat. The man is making emojis based on the background sounds of a small child pouting. Don't be a pussy, brother. I really can't stand it. I don't eat your. Show some manliness. What are you doing? After just 2 seconds of watching, Dunk paused the video with a frown. Next, this one video, on the other hand, shows a tall, fashionably dressed man with a tattooed neck, earrings, and a black arm sleeve. The hipster approaches the camera and puts both fingers on his temples, then flips them and winks his eyes. Then leave with a cool face. How can I put this one? It's quite a drag, but he's not my type, so I won't comment much on his appearance. The point I'm trying to make is, did you guys see him wearing a cuff on his hand? The kind that's reserved for hand sleeve cover tattoos. I bet underneath the sleeve, there are at least 5 of his ex-girlfriends' names on it. For such war wolves in love, respect Rathbay. Next up, several dudes videos in a row. These dudes, they're all kind of middle-of-the-road kind of dudes. The pop-ups were swiping everything. Dunk never said anything, his expression a high one. Finished watching another dude's video. That's when she hit the pause button once more. That's it? The quality of these dudes today is so low. Not that I'm crazy, I guess you guys won't get to see me get jealous today. Thunk couldn't help but fool around for a while. The pop-ups were swiping question marks. The show was a blast. But while the dudes in this installment were very disappointing to me, it's the last one, so let's just see it through. Knock knock, hit the play button. Star. Chapter 174, the girls are convinced. The last video that Knock Knock is going to watch. Naturally, it was the video that Jiang Yu had just been captured on film and had created quite a stir. Compared to those selfie videos just now, the picture quality of this video of Jiang Yu is just very crotch-pulling, and sometimes the camera is shaky. Seeing this, Dunk was filled with dismay. She somewhat wondered if the operations side had made a mistake and sent some unrelated videos along with it. The pop-ups were also full of question marks. Knock knock. Did you accidentally pull in a video of the national production area? I changed color. So Knock Knock has such a hobby. The water boys chortled. But just then, a man appeared at the head of the image that had no idea what it was trying to convey. The man was seen slowly approaching, his features becoming clearer and clearer. The pop-ups started to blow up. Asterisk 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 this I can do. It's over. I'm heartbroken. Give me his contact info. There were still all sorts of flirtatious pop-ups going on. Immediately it blew up. There was a noticeable spike in pop-ups, one after another, so dense that it was almost impossible to see. But when you look at the past, it's the word can. It's not just the pop-ups that are so crazy. Just now, Dong Dong, who had been dejected to the point of being unable to do anything, with an expression of this is it, after seeing Jiang Yu in the picture, his expression began to become wonderful as well. The corners of his mouth turned up wildly. The dimples that weren't so obvious ran out. And that's not all. Jiang Yu was getting closer and closer to the camera as he brushed against it. The camera did a good job of capturing the side of Jiang Yu's face. And then there was the smile when Jiang Yu and Qian Xiaohao were talking and laughing. Although Qian Xiaohao was not in the video. But Jiang Yu's gentle smile was clear. No more pretending. Showdown. I heart it. This kind of boy just feels so comfortable. Not intentionally pretentious. And his smile is very contagious. He's got a nice demeanor too. Just like a fluttering gentleman. Geez, I just love this kind of boy who has class and loves to smile. Who can stand up to this? How happy would it be if a boy like that was by my side every day? He. Haven't finished reading it yet. Knockout then simply pauses the video and graciously admits it. She knew herself that she couldn't hide the wildly upturned corners of her mouth. As he spoke, Dondo blushed more and more, and his smile was kind of goofy. When she finished speaking, she picked up the bottle of vinegar she had prepared and poured it into a tall glass. Let's drink to boys who love to laugh. It's the kind that has a good temperament and looks handsome and loves to smile. Funk raised his glass of red wine and drained the vinegar inside. What had been a red, sweet face immediately turned into a mask of pain. The program explodes with effect. However, that's not even the most explosive of the show's effects. Funk thought the video had been watched, but she was still thinking of taking another look at the part Jiang Yu had just done. She replayed the video once. This time she anti-smiled throughout. And she didn't hit pause. The video went from seeing Jiang Yu's front to his side to his back, watching Jiang Yu leave and then walk to the Pagani Zonda not far down the road, and then open the door of the Pagani Zonda. Funk, who had been anti-laughing, immediately froze, eyes dead wide, full of incredulity. The pop-ups were also completely blown up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As mentioned above, most of the people in the Dantico live room are girls, so they really know very little about luxury cars. Just simply knowing that the one Jiang Yu was riding in was not expensive, but exactly what model and what price, and even a large part of the even do not know what brand. As a result, the screen is full of the word, swiping the screen. No, that's too foul, not to mention being so good looking, but also so rich. This is a pro. The dunkers are a bit dumbfounded. It's a good thing this video was put at the end. It would have been really unfair to the other contestants if it had been in the front. You said the champions are all booked. Nailed to the coffin board kind of thing. Then the other players can connect to carry the train away. But then again, it's a really handsome car. Wait till I Google what it is. Because of its popularity, Dunk's conditions are much better than most of the watermen. But you ask her to talk about some high-end skincare products she can analyze for you all day. But it's really hard to get her to talk about luxury cars. She took a screenshot and Googled it. The result of the query made her beautiful eyes widen in disbelief. Thunk turned the query to the live camera. How many zeros? I haven't graduated from college yet. Can any of my good sisters help me count? Seeing what was on the screen made the waterboys doubt their math. After all, that series of zeros had made them all a little too numerous to count. How rich does a family have to be to ride in a car like this? What a goddamned boy. Please come to my house immediately and immediately. I want to marry you where you are. Star. Chapter 175, Clubhouse? Regulars. And at this point, the other side. After leaving from the restaurant just now, the two of them, Jiang Yu and Qian Xiaohao, casually found a place nearby to sit down and chat. Jiang Yu didn't know anything about what was going on online. After a while, Jiang Yu looked at the time and felt that it was getting late, so he planned to go back to school. Jiang, are you still thinking of going back tonight? I thought you purposely found a casual place like this to sit down with the idea of digesting and getting together for a drink later? Do you have class tomorrow? Why don't you just not go back tonight? It's been so long since we've seen each other as brothers and it's been a while since I've had a drink with you. So let's hang out at the bar tonight. Qian Xiaohao proposed. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone and looked at tomorrow's class schedule. It's all about electives in the morning. Think about it. It's okay. Then I'll book a hotel. Jiang Yu is not used to going home after drinking. He looked around online and finally booked the suite above the Pearl Tower. Many people think that the Pearl Tower is just a landmark for viewing, but unbeknownst to the public, there is a 200-meter-high revolving restaurant as well as suites up there. The suite has only one room, the presidential suite. Probably most people would dream of wanting to spend a night on top of the Pearl Tower. After all, the view from up there is really great, the romantic and very forced kind, able to really look down on the magic city at night. Sending it out to friends is sure to blow the house down. Other than that, the fact that you're staying on the Pearl Tower at night is pushing it enough. But Jiang Yu had stayed up there once before. How can I put it? He felt a bit unworthy, not so much because of the price, compared to the presidential suite at the Marriott, which was mentioned above. The suites at the Pearl Tower are actually a bargain. It's only $55,000 a night, and it's still the kind of thing where you can eat and drink at the restaurant as much as you want during your stay. Only Jiang Yu felt that the suite above the Pearl Tower was somewhat generally decorated, and he didn't like it very much, but the suites at the other hotels were booked, so there was no way to book there. Jiang Yuxin just made a successful payment, hadn't even put the phone down yet when the call came in from the other end. Hello sir, this is the staff of the Ritz-Carlton. This side has received your reservation for the Pearl Tower Tower View Suite. Would you like a chauffeur to come and pick you up now? The staff member who called was a girl with a pretty good voice, and in a respectful and polite manner. Not for a while now. Okay, then you can call this number anytime if you need to, and we'll have a driver over to pick you up as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll leave you alone. Jiang Yu hung up the phone. Let's go then. The two of them got into the car together and headed to the Royal Harbor Riviera Club. The Royal Harbor Yachting Club is a famous nightclub in Magic City. Jiang Yu still had quite a few memories of this. He used to spend a lot of money over at the Royal Harbor Cinema. An old regular. It's also when you're preparing to graduate from high school that your interest in all of this slowly dwindles. Along the way, Jiang Yu's thoughts rambled. Soon, the Pagani pulled up in front of the Port Royal Riviera. Hearing the Pagani's engine from afar, the staff at the entrance had already judged that a big shot was coming over, and prepared to greet him in advance. When the Pagani came to a stop, the porter ran over to greet him without any command. The service was spot on. Jiang Yu casually tipped the porter $200. Thanks boss. The porter took it beautifully. Two bosses. This way please. The doorman just wanted to lead the two of them, Jiang Yu and Qian Xiaohao, inside. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed out from the inside of the Royal Harbor Riviera. Manager? The porter froze. Young Qian. Sorry. Just now I happened to meet a rather troublesome guest and was delayed for a bit. However, the manager did not pay attention to the porter, but walked straight to Qian Xiaohao and said somewhat apologetically. It was presumably because Qian Xiaohao had greeted the manager before arriving. Facing a big shot like Qian Xiaohao, the manager would naturally be quite polite everywhere. But just then, the manager noticed Jiang Yu beside Qian Xiaohao and was a bit surprised. Young Jiang? I'm sorry, Jiang Xiao. I didn't notice for a moment just now and forgot to greet you. Pardon me. Seeing Jiang Yu, the manager was really surprised and happy. It's been a while since I've seen Manager Zhang, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Manager Zhang was still the same as before, although the two didn't have too many encounters, but before Jiang Yu came more, the two were still quite familiar with each other. It's been a long time. Let's go in first and talk as we go. Star. Chapter 176, New here. Don't you know Brother Jiang? The music was loud and deafening at the head of the Royal Harbor Riviera bar. Everywhere you look, beautiful women of all styles are twerking. It's simply a treat for the eyes. The atmosphere was very hot. However, since Jiang Yu hadn't been in and out of such occasions for a long time, he faintly felt a bit uncomfortable. Surveying everything around him, it felt familiar and unfamiliar, while Jiang Yu was surveying his surroundings. Because Manager Zhang was on the sidelines, quite a few people turned their gazes this way. Most people looked at it and then pulled their eyes back. A small portion of the girls, on the other hand, lit up when they saw Jiang Yu, with a warm and friendly smile on their faces, a little more open. When her eyes collided with Jiang Yu's, she boldly gave Jiang Yu a flying kiss. It has caused a lot of male eye rolling. Jiang Xiao? There were a very small number of people whose first reaction to seeing Jiang Yu was the same as Manager Zhang's reaction just now. Then, as Jiang Yu passed by, he greeted him warmly. Jiang, good evening, Jiang Xiao. In this scene, Jiang Yu's hand was simply too big. Many people were very curious. Dude, what's this old man's deal? So many people greeted him. Does he have such a big face? What a card. Curious at the same time, these people did not hide their envy, and their eyes were filled with a look of longing. After all, except for a very small percentage of people who come over to a nightclub to relax, the vast majority of men come over here for the girls. Just now, so many people greeted Jiang Yu, and Jiang Yu attracted the gazes of an unknown number of girls. Who could not be envious? They want to be the center of attention for the girls, too. Jiang doesn't even recognize him. New here, right? Jiang Xiao absolute big brother before Jiang Xiao every time over to play. Simply luxurious to no good. Almost every consumption must be more than 200,000, right? This consumption is nothing. The most horrible thing is that every time Jiang Xiao comes over, the damn car he drives is not the same. Good guy. I feel that the cars Jiang has driven can be used to drive the car show. Don't get me wrong. The cars Jiang drives are not ordinary cars. They are all top-of-the-line supercars. Speaking of which, who didn't know Jiang Xiao in the field before? Brother Jiang is really the most luxurious I've ever seen in real life. Nothing else, just this. Thumbs up. Some people popularized Jiang Yu's previous exploits. The others were simply stunned to hear it. One was a little dumbfounded. The main reason was that some of Jiang Yu's deeds in these people's mouths were just too unbelievable. They just really hadn't come across such a scary bigot in real life. Everyone was envious. Think about the feeling of spending money in a nightclub, being noticed by 10,000 people, being initiated by all kinds of girls who like to come over and spend money in different sports cars every day. Substitute the good-looking and rich kind of life. One word, cool. There was word of mouth about Jiang Yu. Was that handsome guy so scary just now? Wow. That rich? If only I could meet this kind of boy on a regular basis. How happy would I be if he was my boyfriend? He. It's too much to think about, isn't it? Except for men envying Jiang Yu. Many of the girls were talking about various fantasies. In no time at all, the name Jiang Yu spread around the venue. Those deeds of Jiang Yu's in the past had surprisingly become the capital that many people bragged about when they drank and talked. But they speak of these things with passionate generosity. The sense of immersion is excellent. I don't know if I'm proud of it or if I think of myself as the envy Jiang Yu. These people were talking about Jiang Yu in the infield in the loose seats or on the decks. And the other side, Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao were led by manager Zhang. While they arrived at the head of the private room on the second floor, the ambience of the private room is elegant, and the setting is excellent. Across from the couch are huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the writhing crowds below with unparalleled clarity and panoramic views around the bar. It's really all about the people downstairs looking at you, and upstairs you're the view. It wasn't long after Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao sat down. The door to the booth was then opened. Immediately after, a couple of waiters walked in with delicate bottles of Ace of Spades champagne with fireworks at the top, one after the other. There were 5 bottles of Ace of Spades in all, side by side on the table. The dazzling fireworks converge in a very eye-catching and cool way. Young Jiang, young Qian, it's such a rare night. These bottles of champagne are my small token of appreciation. I'll leave you to it. Just order me directly if you need anything. Have fun. Manager Zhang finished and very knowingly left, then closed the door behind him. Brother Jiang, it's still you who has a big face. You've earned $100,000 for nothing, haha. Looking at the several bottles of champagne on the table, Xian Xiaohao joked. Although manager Zhang didn't make his words clear, he knew that the reason why manager Zhang had sent these champagnes was purely because of Jiang Yu. Where does this have anything to do with me? It's just that money has a big face. Jiang Yu laughed. He knew exactly why manager Zhang had sent these things. It's just a way to show goodwill and then get closer. And hopefully he'll want to hang out more often in the future like he used to. Chapter 177, Mistaken Intentions. Carelessness. However, Jiang Yu did not accept manager Zhang's gesture of goodwill. It would be fine if he would still come over here as often as he used to. Come over here and spend money. But he wasn't that keen on nightclubs anymore. Coming over so few times, he didn't know when he'd come over next. If you accept these bottles of wine from manager Zhang, you have the feeling of a white female vote for someone else. Though manager Zhang certainly didn't think so. But Jiang Yu didn't want to feel like he owed someone a favor. He doesn't usually skimp on things he can spend money on to make things clear. And so, as the waiter re-entered the booth with a fruit tray, Jiang Yu instructed the waiter to count the bottles of Ace of Spades on the table towards the bill. The girl waitress froze for a moment at first. Thought I'd misheard. Working in a nightclub, she'd seen a lot of rich people. But really, I've never seen anyone turn down money that was given to them for nothing. Those bottles of Ace of Spades sold for over $100,000 combined at the head of the store. Of course, the real price is much less, but it's also 5 figures. It's worth months of her salary. It's fine, just count it. I'll talk to the manager later, Jiang Yu said, confirming that she had heard correctly. The girl couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. A weak knee. Almost gave a knee. How could she understand anything that could be solved with money without having to owe favors? After all, a big reason for being able to understand this is based on having money. That's too much money. It's nice to be rich. After the girl left the booth, her inner waves still didn't calm down and she sighed. While in the private room, Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao opened the Ace of Spades and drank. Though the spread of some earthy videos has led to a lot of people now thinking the Ace of Spades is a bit earthy, but the Ace of Spades actually tastes good. During the vinification process, from picking to bottling, a bottle of Ace of Spades champagne takes a team of 8 people to complete. It is also the only purely artificial champagne in the world. The hand-picked grapes are pressed in the traditional method and then used to make premium grapes. Each bottle of shovel champagne is a blend of 3 unique wines, Chardonnay, Pinot Noir and Pinot Meunier. The qualities of the Chardonnay grape give Ace of Spades champagne its lively character. Pinot Meunier adds intensity and structure to the champagne, layering the flavors of the Ace of Spades. Pinot Noir provides roundness, subtle aromas and rich fruit flavors to champagne spades. It is this sweet and tangy taste that makes Ace of Spades so popular with the girls. For Jiang Yu, however, there is still a very obvious, that is, the lack of acidity and therefore does not have the potential to age. In addition to the minerality of the sense of lack of commitment so that the aroma and taste of the changes and the lack of depth and subtlety. But all in all, the flaws are there. Brother Jiang, you see that girl is quite good. Qian Xiaohao's eyes looked downward as he sipped his wine, then lock onto a girl at the bar with short hair and a black jacket and jean shorts. Jiang Yu casually glanced at it. The girl was wearing delicate makeup. Her short shoulder-length hair gave her a British look, and her black jacket made her look a little high-strung. Nice temperament. Many men looked at the girl with interest. Some of the bold ones go up and strike up a conversation, but veteran or novice, confident or a little timid, it all ends in rejection, quite high and cold. If not for the short hair not being my favorite style, I would like to meet this girl for a while. Qian Xiaohao commented, confident. You can try a change of flavor, Jiang Yu said with a smile, picking up his wine glass and taking a sip. Even if I have to initiate it, she came to me on her own accord and maybe I could try to get along. Qian Xiaohao loaded up. His words had just dropped, and then he saw the short-haired girl he was talking about looking this way. Then, raising his glass across the room, a light smile on his somewhat cold face, short hair pulled back over the ears. The silver earrings in her ears glittered with crystals, as bright as her eyes. Rather stunning. I can't believe I actually got it right. Brother Jiang, look at my damn charm. Qian Xiaohao was slightly smug. It's not just as simple as a beautiful woman initiating a conversation with him. The point is that so many men have just hit on this girl without success. Instead, the girl chose to initiate a conversation with him. That's a little something. Enjoying the somewhat envious gazes of the other men below, Qian Xiaohao wore a smile and raised his glass as well. However, to his somewhat unexpected surprise, the short-haired girl's smile became a bit playful when she saw him raise his glass, all with a few smiles in her eyes. What is this? I would be wrong? Grass. I got careless. Brother Jiang, this girl has her eye on you. Qian Xiaohao was somewhat speechless. Usually when he comes over here to hang out with his friends and runs into a situation like the one he just had, 99% of the time the girl is looking at him. After all, he's also pretty okay looking and has a hardcore demeanor after working out at the construction site for so long. Combined with his 5'8" height, he was still able to stand out among ordinary people. He is a sunny, confident and handsome kind of guy. As a result, of all the people he knew, there really weren't many who had as much charisma as he did, except for a very small number of those two. This also led to the fact that he would have just assumed for the first time that the short-haired girl was greeting him. He had forgotten that it was Jiang Yu standing beside him, and Jiang Yu happens to be one of those whose charisma is even greater than his. Star. Chapter 178, the whole place is sensational. Jiang Yu's strongest is the strength of this piece? Brother Jiang, the girl is hitting on you. I'm so grassed up, failing to pretend. Qian Xiaohao was depressed to the core. At those words, Jiang Yu froze. Subconsciously, he looked down at the sister. When he gazed over, the short-haired girl smiled lightly. The left side of his face also showed a small dimple. Beautiful as can be. I'll go. This girl looks much better with a smile than a stern face. That's absolutely brilliant. Too bad it's not me who can make her smile. Ugh. Stop it. It's getting sour, haha. The men below all looked at the short-haired girl with noticeably different gazes. There was longing in his eyes. Jiang Yu didn't have much of a reaction. Out of politeness, though, he smiled kindly at the other man. Then he raised his glass and took a small sip. And then, Jiang Yu then left the floor-to-ceiling window and returned to the sofa. Holy, what the hell? According to the plot, shouldn't this girl be invited to join us for a drink in the private room? Yeah, maybe we need a deeper understanding of the wave after the drinks? Zhang Xiao's operation is a bit mesmerizing. Seeing this, the people below were a bit dumbfounded. Having seen the short-haired girl's attitude towards Jiang Yu just now, they were all ready to start souring. But who would have thought that Jiang Yu would be this? No? What's the next move? Short-haired girls are absolute goddesses in every way, so there's no reason why you shouldn't be interested in any short-haired girls, right? Not to mention these people. Even the short-haired girl in question was a bit confused. It shouldn't. Is it hard to believe that I'm not charming enough? Luckily for the short-haired girl, these words were spoken to herself. Otherwise, if the males who had just accosted her had heard them, it would probably be very difficult. But at the moment, it was the short-haired girl who was having a hard time. She was very depressed about it. Some bastards. Time is slowly ticking away. Soon, Jiang Yu and Xian Xiaohao drank almost enough and went downstairs to prepare to leave. Seeing Jiang Yu appear, the short-haired girl was still thinking whether Jiang Yu would come over to ask her for a contact information or something. But, and no, Jiang Yu was heading in the direction of the gate. The short-haired girl thought about it and stood up to walk towards Jiang Yu. The girl was tall, though she didn't deliberately dress up or wear anything more revealing than the other girls. But still, it's a cranky presence. It attracted a lot of attention. The short-haired girl walked up to Jiang Yu. Hello? Jiang Yu stopped and looked at the short-haired girl with some confusion. Shouldn't you leave me a contact info for that? The short-haired girl, on the other hand, got right to the point. The words attracted a lot of curiosity. They really wanted to know why Jiang Yu hadn't followed up just now. And one man pondered for a moment, thinking, and then it dawned on him. I got it. Now I finally know why. Others? You know? Everyone looked at him with suspicion. Of course. You all thought that Jiang Xiao didn't mean anything to the short-haired goddess, didn't you? He only responded to the short-haired goddess out of politeness, right? I have to say, you guys are too young. Jiang Xiao is doing it because he's playing with desire. The man's tone was firm. Desire to escape? Others were still a bit puzzled. Exactly. If we were being shown that kind of affection by the goddess, we probably wouldn't be able to wait to get to know and develop with her. But what would be the consequences of doing that? There's no initiative in acting urgent. So this is where Jiang Xiao is brilliant. Just now he purposely dangled the short-haired girl in order to make the short-haired girl take the initiative again. Just like now. It's pretty clear who has the initiative now, isn't it? It's just a sight to behold. The man was analyzed at one point. At those words, the others looked at each other. You looked at me and I looked at you. Dumbstruck. It's all a bit of a giggle. Holy, you're analyzing something. Hearing you say it like that, I understand. Young Jiang is an expert. I'm on the first floor in this wave. And Jiang Xiao is on the 5th floor now. Give the artist a knee. Learned. Short-haired girl goddess A. Although to Jiang less show good, but usually by many men's pursuit. The heart must be high and proud of batch. Temperament and so cold. Maybe even if Jiang less handsome and rich are not good to drive it. But by Jiang less such a wave of operation. Become a little licked. I serve. Cow cow cow. The way everyone looked at Jiang Yu became different. Amazing. There were a few moments of admiration in there. At first they just thought Jiang Yu was simply rich and handsome. But I didn't expect that Jiang Yu's strongest was the strength piece. Star. Chapter 179. I've realized that Jiang Xiao is forever a god. The person on the other end thought of Jiang Yu as an expert. But they have no idea. Actually, Jiang Yu really hadn't studied too much about things like chasing girls. Speaking of skill alone, Jiang Yu's skill was no different from that of an ordinary person. After all, like Jiang Yu's face value. This kind of condition, if you want to chase any girl, you don't need any skills. As one paragraph goes, chasing a girl is really simple. You just need to find her and tell her you like her. Jiang Yu is the main character in the segment. Besides, Jiang Yu's side. Jiang Yu somewhat did not expect the short-haired girl to be so direct. He glanced around, seeing that there were quite a few people around with their eyes gazing this way, to keep short-haired girls from being too embarrassed. Jiang Yu thought about it. Okay. He took the short-haired girl's cell phone and entered his own cell number. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, the short-haired girl's cold face revealed an odd expression. A question mark on his face. So reluctant? The short-haired girl was a little depressed. It's a deep blow. Though she wouldn't be condescending or make a point of pretending to be high and mighty to raise a spare tire or something. But she had been confident in her charms. After all, there was usually no shortage of people hitting on her, no matter what the occasion. But right now she was a little confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's still this kind of operation. I'm convinced by this wave of pretense. We're still good friends if Jiang Xiao doesn't act like a pussy, playing hard to get. And the people around them were dumbfounded. They felt that Jiang Yu's word alright was simply pretentious to the extreme. He even felt that Jiang Yu had overplayed his hand a bit this time. I got it. At that moment, the old understanding brother just now had his eyes glowing with realization. You got it again, brother? What's there to know about it? Isn't it just pretending? Yeah. Jiang Xiaolao forced the king. The others were a bit dismissive of his flurry of activity. That's what you don't understand, is it? Do you think that Jiang Xiao is pretending on purpose? Wrong. And so wrong. Do you guys think that a person of Jiang Xiao's status needs to play something as cheap as pretending? Where can't he have a sense of superiority if he wants to? Even in front of other rich second generation, one can still find a sense of superiority everywhere, right? Does he need to deliberately pretend? And still in front of us? Old brother know-it-all asked several questions in a row. The others looked at each other in disbelief. Then there were nods. What Brother Knowles said seems to make some sense. After all, Jiang Yu looked gentle and relatively easygoing, not like the kind of person who liked to pretend. That's why Jiang Xiao has a deep meaning in doing this. He's meant to inspire us. At that, the others were filled with questions, simply clueless as hell. Do you guys remember when Jiang Xiao specifically glanced our way before agreeing to the short-haired girl? Why is he paying attention to us? Because he wants us all to learn. Learning to face a girl should entail being like him, being unassuming and even taking all the initiative, instead of being a lickspittle. Therefore, he purposely acted reluctantly in order to teach us by example that when facing any girl, even if the other party is high-strung, even if it is at the goddess level, there is just as no need to panic, and it is just as possible to do an identity reversal and make the other party a licking dog. And why would Jiang Xiao do that? I think it would be because Jiang Xiao usually sees too many boys being lickspittles. He wants us men to stand up, the old know-it-all man explained in detail. Hearing this from him, the others froze at first, with thought in his eyes. In thinking back on whether or not the old know-it-all guy was right about what he said, after thinking about it for a while, out of the blue, that seems to make some sense, not a bit reasonable, I believe it anyway. Otherwise Jiang Xiao had absolutely no need to look towards us just now. Can it be that he looked towards this side? Just an unintentional action, and then saw that we were all focusing on his side, and reluctantly agreed to it in order to keep the short-haired girl from being embarrassed? Indeed. Although Jiang Xiao has usually seen a lot of girls, there's no reason to be indifferent in the face of a girl who's a goddess in every aspect, much less feel that leaving contact information for a goddess is a reluctance. Ooh, so touching. I'm convinced by Jiang Xiao's pattern. Jiang forever God Xiao. I've come to my senses. Thank you, Jiang Xiao. Star. Chapter 180, Miss Shocked. I've seen too little. Jiang Yu didn't realize that there was an old understanding brother around him dissecting his moves in depth, and it's still the kind of thing that misinterprets all of his normal actions in a particularly meaningful way. After he and the short-haired girl left their contact information with each other, everyone had a brief message about each other. The short-haired girl's real name is Lu Bing and she is a dance teacher. A brief chat. Originally, Jiang Yu was planning to go over to settle the bill later. However, Qian Xiaohao stopped by to settle the bill while Jiang Yu and Lu Bing were chatting. When he saw Qian Xiaohao walk over after settling the bill, Jiang Yu spoke to Lu Bing and then planned to leave. Lu Bing had wanted to leave a long time ago. That is, he stayed just now in order to get an answer from Jiang Yu's mouth, or to get Jiang Yu's contact information. Therefore, she left with Jiang Yu after settling the bill. A few people left the bar and made their way to the parking lot. Brother Jiang, your car should be here, right? Jiang Yu nodded. He had called the Ritz-Carlton side just now before he came out of the second-floor private room. Alright then, I'll leave you to it. Qian Xiaohao greeted Jiang Yu. Then he got a valet in front of the bar and left in the Pagani. Lu Bing looked somewhat yearningly at the Pagani that left the parking lot and merged into the traffic flow as a pizzazz. There are some nice cars parked in the parking lot over here, but there were only two cars that caught her attention the most. One of them was naturally the Pagani Zonda that Qian Xiaohao had already driven away. Another one is not far away. The Bentley Mulsanne, owned by Bentley. The Bentley Mulsanne is designed with hallowed grandeur, power and speed in mind, showcasing Bentley's tradition of motorsports excellence and its passion for power and speed. It is known as the flagship model of the world's top three handcrafted luxury sedan brands. Competitors are Maybach as well as Rolls-Royce Phantom. At this time, outside the Bentley Mulsanne, a middle-aged man in a suit and gloves, looking like a driver, was standing next to the door of the car, waiting. Lu Bing was wondering what kind of big-shot traveling tool was a Bentley Mulsanne with the same name as Rolls-Royce Phantom. Where's your car? Jiang Yu's words paused Lu Bing's thoughts. I didn't drive here, Lu Bing said. Why don't we give you a ride then? It's not easy to get a cab over here. There are so many people who come over to play on this side of Port Royal Riviera, and there are quite a few other big and small entertainment venues in the neighborhood besides the Royal Harbor Riviera. As a result, it is very difficult to get a taxi on this side of the street in the middle of the night. That's why Jiang Yu said that with absolutely no other thoughts, simply out of politeness. Yeah. Lu Bing gave Jiang Yu an unexpected look, bright eyes written with curiosity. Inside, he couldn't help but start to come alive. Let's go then. Jiang Yu greeted him and then walked towards the Bentley Mulsanne parked on the side of the road in front of him. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang? The driver of the Bentley Mulsanne asked when he saw Jiang Yu approaching. Jiang Yu nodded. Mr. Jiang, this way please. The driver walked to the side against Jiang Yu and helped Jiang Yu open the door. See this scene. Lu Bing froze. Is this your car? Lu Bing was astonished beyond measure. No, the hotel shuttle car. Jiang Yu said. Hotel pick up and drop off in a car like this? Once again, Lu Bing froze. The better hotels would have pickup service she did know, but there were chauffeurs coming to pick up and drop off in the middle of the night, which was the first time she'd heard of it. The outrageous ones still come in a Bentley Mulsanne. What kind of hotel does it have to be to enjoy this kind of service? Lu Bing also has a lot of rich friends around, and some of them have money and also like to enjoy life. The kind that usually goes in and out of all kinds of high-end places and makes the whole circle of friends eat lemons. Lu Bing thought that was the high life he could not reach. But now after seeing that the hotel Jiang Yu stayed in had a luxury car like a Bentley Mulsanne to transport her, she realized that she usually didn't see enough. Getting into the Bentley Mulsanne, Lu Bing was in a somewhat complicated and apprehensive mood, a little curious to check out the Bentley Mulsanne's interior and whatnot. After all, she had noticed that Jiang Yu's expression was very calm after getting on the bus, the kind that doesn't see any fluctuation at all. Light-hearted yuppie. She didn't want to appear so unseasoned in front of Jiang Yu. Mr. Jiang, are we going straight back to the hotel now? The driver got into the car and looked at Lu Bing before asking. Hearing these words, Lu Bing's originally complicated mood tightened. He's suddenly and enthusiastically inviting me to join him, so he's not just trying to get me to go back to the hotel with him, is he? Originally, Lu Bing was feeling apprehensive because she had never made such an expensive luxury car, but now it's a little tense. Inside, it's starting to come alive. What am I going to do if I really have to go back to the hotel with you? Was it supposed to promise him? But we just met. If I say yes, will he think I'm one of those random girls? Chapter 181, Sister, it's a super big brother. Lu Bing was brainstorming. All her attention was weighing up whether agreeing to go to a hotel with Jiang Yu would be a little less than nice for her, overlooking a very important point. That was under the premise that she thought Jiang Yu had taken the initiative to invite her into the car in order to arrive at the hotel with her. Surprisingly, her first reaction wasn't to say no. Rather, they are measuring. Lu Bing suddenly realized the point as well. The face is red. She was a little taken aback by her own boldness. After all, she really wasn't a random girl at heart, nor had she ever done anything random. And just as Lu Bing was thinking about it, Jiang Yu looked at her. Where do you live? I'll have the driver take you back first. Lu Bing? Not to a hotel? At those words, Jiang Yu's face was odd, and the driver in front of him froze. After a fine-tuning of my thoughts, I silently began to eat lemons. Good looking is good. Even if you have absolutely no idea that something is going to happen with the girl has thought about it all and is even ready for it. It's simply the ultimate quest of my generation. Life is a winner. As for Lu Bing, at this time, she was also realizing that she had said the wrong thing, and her face was as red as a ripe apple. Feeling incredulous and a little embarrassed at the same time, she didn't realize at all that she was struggling with whether or not to go to the hotel with Jiang Yu. On the other hand, Jiang Yu on the other end didn't have this idea at all. It all turned out to be her own fault. Lu Bing didn't even dare to raise his head at this point. It was so awkward that I almost dug a cottage out of the car with my toes. I live over on Qingfu Road. Lu Bing hurriedly broke the somewhat frozen atmosphere in the car. Okay, then please go to Qingfu Road first. Jiang Yu looked at the driver and said, such a coincidence? Is the hotel you're staying at also over on Qingfu Road? Lu Bing was a bit curious. There weren't any upscale hotels over there from what she remembered. No. Lu Bing was worried that it would be an inconvenience to Jiang Yu. After all, it wasn't Jiang Yu's personal car. It was just a service when Jiang Yu checked into the hotel. It's okay if it's on the way, but if it wasn't on the way, she was worried that the driver might be a little disgruntled about it. It was just that the driver was here, and she was a little embarrassed to get the word out. Don't worry, miss. All of our Ritz-Carlton hotel staff will only serve Mr. Jiang until he checks out. During this time I am Mr. Jiang's personal driver, exclusively for Mr. Jiang. You don't have to worry about inconveniencing Mr. Jiang. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to answer, the driver took the initiative to answer Lu Bing's doubts. The driver did answer Lu Bing's question, but after hearing the driver's words, Lu Bing's doubts became even greater. People are a little dumbfounded. I can't believe there are hotels that are for just one person the whole time. This is too much, isn't it? Lu Bing felt like his three views were collapsing a bit. Is the rich man's world so luxurious? The Bentley Mulsanne started slowly, steadily moving forward with a sound that makes you surge. It was an elegant sound, not cranky like a sports car. Lu Bing took this time to go online and look up information about the Ritz-Carlton. Go to the official website of the Ritz-Carlton. What caught Lu Bing's eye was a line of large letters into the night. A suite, a tower, a city. After realizing that the Ritz-Carlton is located on top of the Pearl Tower and that there is only one suite in a hotel, Lu Bing's pupils quake. It's all a little hard to know what to say. She hadn't even known there was a hotel above the Pearl Tower is all. Lu Bing slowed down for a moment. Continue to visit the official website of the Ritz-Carlton. Seeing the official website about the scenery that could be enjoyed after moving in, Lu Bing had a pang of longing. Moved to experience a night up there. After all, living up there and enjoying the night view of the entire center of the Magic City is an extremely romantic thing. Lu Bing moved, but after she saw the price, couldn't help but gulp. 66,000 a night on a holiday and 55,000 on a non-holiday? Lu Bing immediately dismissed the idea of experiencing a night up there. $50,000 or $60,000 is 3 or 4 months of her salary. Thinking of this, Lu Bing couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu at the side. In the bar, she had heard quite a few people talking about Jiang Yu. Originally, she had no concept of exactly how rich Jiang Yu was. That's because a lot of people don't really know much about how crazy Jiang Yu used to spend money at the bar again, and most of them are the kind that are desperately trying to blow it off, but without being specific about it. But now she's clear. It's the kind of superbug that would cost her a couple months' salary for a one-night stay. Chapter 182, Bitter Wine in the Throat, Pain in the Heart. Supporting characters crying. After clearly understanding Jiang Yu's specific strength, Lu Bing was a little unsure of what to talk to Jiang Yu about for a while, mainly because the gap between the two is also too big. It's not even in the same dimension. Lu Bing was a bit thankful. Luckily she wasn't aware of this earlier in the bar. Otherwise maybe she really didn't have that much courage to hit on Jiang Yu just now. That's all. Soon, the Bentley Mulsanne arrived near Qingfu Road. Lu Bing and Jiang Yu exchanged greetings and got off after saying thank you, although it was already after 12 o'clock at night. But there are quite a few late-night snack bars over here, and there are quite a lot of pedestrians on the road. Lu Bing got down from the Bentley and attracted a lot of attention. Luxury cars and beautiful women. That's a blast no matter where you are. This young lady is too good looking, isn't she? Whether it's her body or her looks, she perfectly matches my criteria for finding a girlfriend. It's so real. The one coming down from the top of the limousine must be a beautiful woman. It really is a rich man's world now. And the girl who came down from the top of the limousine is too pretty. Many people looked at the delicate-looking and tall Lu Bing. Eyes brightened a few times. Then with a wistful look on his face, he watched the slowly departing Bentley. It's just a Bentley though. It's not like it's a Ferrari Lamborghini and I don't know what model. You can't just say luxury car, can you? That's just it. Some Bentleys aren't worth much at all. Not to mention the fact that the car just now was probably used. Some people look a little disdainful when they see their friends around them looking like they've never seen the world before. Spoken in a sour tone. Among them, one of the sisters looked at the departing Bentley and then saw Lu Bing. Her face became extremely odd. Some shock, more disbelief. Sister Bing Bing. The girl walked over to Lu Bing. Lu Bing unexpectedly turned around, only to realize that it was her colleague Xiao Qian who also lived over here. Sister Bing Bing, so you still know friends who are that rich? It's not your boyfriend, is it? Xiao Qian obediently took Lu Bing's arm. Her big eyes lifted and turned with an expression of discovering a new continent. What boyfriend? Don't you dare talk nonsense. Lu Bing blushed slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Xing had an I know it expression. Sister Bing Bing, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Isn't having a boyfriend a good thing? I envy you for looking so pretty and finding such a rich boyfriend. Xiao Qian was a little envious when she thought back to just now when Lu Bing walked down from the top of the Bentley and attracted the attention of so many people. Really not a boyfriend. People don't even always look at me, so don't talk nonsense. Lu Bing hurriedly explained. Can't see you? Sister Bing Bing, you're not kidding me, right? Xu Xin had an odd look on her face, indicating that he didn't believe what Lu Bing said. Not that I blame her for that reaction, but Lu Bing was the best looking one in their club. The usual quest is simply not enough. The envy of almost all female co-workers. Some of the good people around us felt the same way. Asterisk 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 really? This girl is a proper goddess. What kind of boyfriend can't you find? Is the one in the car as good as she says she is? This is a sister being modest, isn't it? Everyone found it a little hard to believe. Whispering down, a goddess like Lu Bing, they all felt a little too high to reach. In that case, how good must one be to not even look at a goddess like Lu Bing? It must be that the sister is being modest, putting in a good word for the guy. Those sour voices are back. They just didn't want to believe that they were that far removed from the one in the Bentley. Is she really as good as you say she is? Seeing that Lu Bing didn't look like he was joking, Xiao Qian pursued the question. That just about asked the good people around me. Everyone pricked up their ears. There's a lot more excellence than you think. People spend what I pay in months of salary for one night in a hotel. Lu Bing explains simply. However, it's such a simple statement that it's jaw-dropping. Xiao Qian, who was originally somewhat unimpressed, was shocked. So exaggerated? How many months of your salary? $50,000 or $60,000? For one night? And just a hotel room? Xu Xin couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Lu Bing nodded. Seeing this, the people around them were dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Lu Bing's earlier remark that people might not be able to see me was a joke, but I didn't expect it to be true. One stared at the other, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, especially those who talk sour. The expression on his face at the moment was nothing short of brilliant. Mouth open, completely baffled, originally articulate, they fell silent. Silently, he picked up the beer on the table and poured it into his stomach. Bitterness in the throat is a pain in the heart. They said they didn't want to be a lemon sperm in the future. Chapter 183, What's the enjoyment of a hotel on a high tower? And in the meantime, the other side. Jiang Yu arrived at the foot of the Pearl Tower in a Bentley Mulsanne. Mr. Jiang, It's here. The Bentley driver got out of the car and walked over to Jiang Yu's side of the door, bending down to help Jiang Yu open the door. Thanks. Jiang Yu got out of the car. In front of him was a red carpet, the kind of red carpet used for celebrity award show sites. The red carpet stretches from the curb to one of the entrances to the Pearl Tower. This entrance is reserved for guests staying at the hotel above the Pearl Tower. Meanwhile, on one side of the red carpet stood a young lady in a hotel uniform. Clothes of a young lady. It's the hotel housekeeper. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome. The young lady respectfully smiled at Jiang Yu, because this side of the hotel serves only one guest. Therefore, the hotel did not make any special arrangements for other welcoming staff. In other words, the housekeeper lady in front of her was responsible for welcoming and receiving guests in addition to providing them with housekeeping services. Therefore, Missy's face is also very good. Sweet smile. It gives a very comfortable feeling. Jiang Yu smiled gently at the other party. Then, the young lady led you through the red carpet to the entrance of the Pearl Tower. Noteworthy. Security machines are placed at the entrances here. Although this side of the entrance is exclusively for hotel guests, but after all, this is not like a normal hotel, and with the Pearl Tower being a landmark, any precautions are very much in place and necessary. After going through the security machine, get in the elevator. Like other higher-end hotels, the hotel elevators here likewise have staff dedicated to pressing the elevator. Right now this elevator is not differentiated by the number of floors, but by the height into many floor buttons. Staff pressed the 230 button. 230 meters is close to the highest position of the Pearl Tower. Likewise, it was exactly where the suite that Jiang Yu would be staying in later was located. The elevator rose slowly. The high-speed elevator rises at full speed, giving the impression of an electric car with the throttle pressed to the floor. Soon after, a ding sounded. The elevator doors opened in response. Jiang Yu walked down the elevator. What came into view was a passageway created by 3D effects that looked very magical and even a bit technological. When ordinary people come over here for the first time and see such cool special effects, they probably have a preconceived notion that it's very cool and excited to see it. But Jiang Yu's face was very calm about it. As mentioned above, although the Pearl Tower's suites are not expensive, compared to other high-end hotels can be said to be more cost-effective, but Jiang Yu does not like it. The reason for this is that he finds the overall style of the suites on this side of the Pearl Tower a bit problematic. It's like the cool 3D effect channel in front of you. A little too pompous. Jiang Yu didn't particularly like it. If the others knew Jiang Yu's thoughts, they would probably cut Jiang Yu into 1,000 pieces. We dream and daydream about coming to one of these high-end suite experiences. But you're all disgusted? Luckily, though, the interior of the suite was not particularly flashy, except for the passageway at the entrance to the suite in front of us. Jiang Yu entered the suite. What comes into view is a dining room aisle. The aisles are very wide. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows allow one to take in the entire night view of the Bund. Being 230 meters high and looking down on the Bund is a wonderful feeling. This was where Jiang Yu felt the suite was best designed. What is actually a little bit of a flaw here overall, though, is that the dining chairs are very out of place in this dining room aisle. The dining table was obviously one of those European-style marble tables, but the dining chairs were actually colorful plastic chairs. The price is not bad, $5,000 a piece. Mr. Jiang, why don't I show you around first? Even though it was now close to midnight, the housekeeper lady said very dutifully. The main thing is that the suites here are duplex structures. There are 4 levels in all. If it's your first time here, and you don't have a butler to show you around, I don't know how long you'll have to fumble around before you can familiarize yourself with the general layout of the place. However, you can go back and rest first. It's not my first time coming this way. You don't need to specially bring me around. Jiang Yu said. Miss Housekeeper froze. That sounds a little Versailles. She was a bit surprised by what Jiang Yu said. The young lady nodded softly as she returned to her senses. Okay, I'll leave you to it then. Mr. Jiang Yu can contact me for anything. Chapter 184, A Boring Day. After Miss Housekeeper left, Jiang Yu entered the suite's living room. The living room is very large and looks to give the first impression of atmosphere and high-end, but that's for regular people. For Jiang Yu, it was still the same, a bit flowery. The living room is noteworthy for a mural that hangs in the center of the living room. The style of the mural is on the oil painting side, depicting many leaves that have fallen to the ground. The content of the picture looks a bit ordinary at first, but a closer look reveals that all the images on it were embroidered and colored with needle and thread. The first impression given is on the side of the unknown kind, winner of the Fine Arts Award for Craft Excellence. The value of the piece itself is more for decorative use, so the exact price of this mural is not too high, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. In addition to this mural, it is also worth mentioning the lady's bag, LV, in an exhibition cabinet next door to the mural. At first glance this bag will give a stunning look, whether it's the placement or the texture of the bag itself. or the night view of the magic bun printed on the bag. The towering pearl tower is very eye-catching. And Jiang Yu remembered that the housekeeper had specifically said to him when he checked in earlier that this bag was limited to 10 worldwide. If an ordinary person heard that, they would probably be bluffed. Think it's awesome and dangly. All sorts of photo shoots for friends to go. But Jiang Yu had done some research on this luxury stuff. Before he buys or contacts a luxury brand, what he cares about is not the brand's popularity or price and other external things. He cares more about the connotation and story of the brand itself. He understands very well that a lot of products that say how many or how little is limited worldwide is just a marketing tool. It's like this LV women's bag in front of you. Judging from the colorful prints on it, the pearl tower in the inside is very conspicuous. Obviously it belongs to one of the official customized collaborations between this side of the hotel and LV. You can have as many of these as you want in limited quantities. Because this kind of private customized limited edition products do not have in-depth connotation and story kernel support, no matter how many limited edition, there is not much significance. It's just enough to fool the layman. It's not the same concept as the limited edition products that the brand itself puts out. Jiang Yu skillfully walked through the living room and went to the small bar at the head of the suite to get a drink to sober up, turning to the washroom on the first floor of the suite. The washroom is quite large. The floors as well as the wall ceilings are marble built. The overall design still revolves around the words aerial view, and since the suite is located at a height of 230 meters, there are no other buildings of the same or similar height in the vicinity. So, just outside the washroom on that side were huge floor-to-ceiling windows, which, like the aisle as you came in through the doorway, allowed one to look down on the whole of the magic bund from a high vantage point. Even the toilets on the side are designed this way. When you go to the toilet you can clearly see the flow of the river below. The experience is somewhat marvelous. Jiang Yu was lying on his head in the bathtub. Turn on the massage function. A relaxing and soothing soft music played in the bathroom at the same time as the massage kicked in. Sipping a drink and looking out the window at the incredibly brightly lit night view of the bund below. Though the whole night on the bund thing wasn't new to him, but at this point, after all, it was at 230 meters high. With different heights, the experience will be very different even though the view is the same. Brief summary. One word. Absolute. Jiang Yu soaked in the bathtub and massaged his head for a while. Play with your cell phone from time to time, and listen to relaxing and soothing music to watch the night view quietly. It's almost too comfortable. Soon, wash up. Jiang Yu changed into loose pajamas. Another thing that Jiang Yu liked more about this side of the suite was the audiovisual entertainment room located below. The design inside the AV entertainment room is a bit simpler, but it does have that vibe. First of all, the lights here are not just any lights. All of them are given to be RGB ambient lights exclusive to gaming peripherals. Then, in front of a huge high-definition screen that rivaled a small movie theater, were several massage chairs that could be sunk into. Lay down on top of your massage chair and watch a movie for an exclusive audio-visual experience. Or maybe it's just a game. It does get a little cozy. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted to play for a while, but he looked at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock and thought about not going down to the audio-visual entertainment area below. Instead, he went straight up to the star bedroom on the top floor of the duplex suite, the so-called starry bedroom. Not that in the bedroom directly into the open top, directly in the inside can see the stars in the sky. After all, it is currently only at 230 meters of the Pearl Tower, which is considered a very high height compared to other hotels, but not the tip of the Pearl Tower. The bedroom ceiling is designed with a huge starry ceiling, similar to that of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, in that it's huge. Look up and you can see the stars glowing fluorescently in the sky. The overall design is still quite beautiful. If ordinary people are expected to be excited for a while, all kinds of photos and cards and then uploaded to the circle of friends, show off the star top that's more luxurious than a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Feel the shock of a wave of friends around you. However, Jiang Yu didn't have this kind of mindset. Headed straight to bed, played with my phone for a while and went straight to sleep. So much for a boring, normal day. Star. Chapter 185, Supporting Character Mockery. The clown is even myself? The night passed quickly. The next morning, Jiang Yu got up. The hotel housekeeper already had breakfast ready on the table. When you stay at this hotel, you can actually choose to dine upstairs at the revolving restaurant, which is also part of the hotel's property, because most people just want to eat at the Pearl Tower to see the sunset or night view. Very few people choose to eat at the restaurant in the morning, so if Jiang Yu chose to eat breakfast at the restaurant, he enjoyed a clearing service, and the restaurant side would wait for Jiang Yu to finish his breakfast before opening the restaurant. But Jiang Yu was too lazy to make a special trip and told the housekeeper to have breakfast in the suite last night. The large dining table was set with a wide array of food. It contains desserts, fruit salads, breads and more. The variety of food is simply overwhelming. The breakfasts here aren't particularly hearty, but these pairings are still quite nutritious. And with this side of the table being the aisle, The huge floor-to-ceiling windows allow one to enjoy the unrivaled view outside while eating breakfast. Jiang Yu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with some fruit salad. It is very well lit during the day. In addition to being able to see quite a few high-end neighborhoods in the Magic City, such as Townsend and the like. Looking down, you can still see the steady stream of traffic below, or perhaps pedestrians who are hidden and hurrying to get to work. Eat your breakfast while watching life go by below. Time passes quickly, because there are no classes today. Jiang Yu was in no hurry to leave. He went to the bar and grabbed a drink, then made his way to the entertainment and lounge area on the negative floor. This side, because it was intentionally designed to be on the negative floor, no matter what kind of light is outside, it doesn't shine in this side. After turning on the ambient lighting, sit in a massage chair, play a game, and then watch a movie. It's almost too comfortable to be true. Mezzo, been playing in the entertainment area until almost noon. Jiang Yu simply cleaned up, changed into drying clothes, and left the hotel. Noteworthy. There's another hidden perk to staying at this side of the hotel. It's that there will be a couple of couture handmade Constellation chocolates as well as 2 Miller Harris perfumed toiletry sets and 2 pairs of exclusive watches customized by the hotel. The market price of Miller Harris perfume wash gift set is around $500. And because of the scarcity, customized watches from this side of the hotel are quite a bit more expensive. Some people think it's too expensive to come over here for a night, but they want an exclusive watch customized by the hotel to show off or something, so they bid on it. The price of the watch is around $3,000. 2 pairs of wristwatches is about $6,000 or $7,000, plus the perfume gift box, the price of a few thousand. Usually guests will choose to take away. However, Jiang Yu does not bring a watch, and usually do not like to spray some men's perfume and so on, so he did not bring those things. After getting off the elevator, another part of the red carpet walk, the young lady housekeeper kept sending Jiang Yu to the curb. Handsome men and women plus that gaudy red carpet made for a pretty high-profile event. Many passers-by who came to visit the Pearl Tower passed by with sideways glances. What is this? I'm so sour. How come I can enjoy such treatment when I look at a Pearl Tower? Didn't he and I buy the same ticket? Everyone's ticket price is the same, so surely there won't be any special treatment. But the Pearl Tower is open to the public except for sightseeing, right? It can't be that we can enjoy such treatment even if we have a meal? It's probably a video shoot, right? The neighborhood where I live is what is written about Netflix bases. And goodness, those Netflixes set up some of the scenes in their video shoots in such a way that you just don't dare to imagine them. So it's a video shoot. No wonder. This is too silly, isn't it? I wouldn't say anything if you said you were looking for a beautiful woman to shoot a video, but to deliberately make a whole red carpet out of it? Thinking it's a catwalk? Or think you're a star attending some award ceremony? It's just a clown. Most people don't realize that there is a hotel above the Pearl Tower. After all, the hotel up there is just one room for tens of thousands of dollars, and it's just not aimed at the general population. You wouldn't know unless you made a point to find out, or if you had any friends around who had lived there and learned about it from their friends. As a result, some people speculated whether Jiang Yu's lineup was setting up the scene because he was shooting a video. Most people really think that Jiang Yu is an Edison, and in order to gain traffic, he deliberately made a scene like this to shoot a video. Most people don't have much good to say about Netflix. Oh, after all, most of the netroots are only able to get some gimmicks to wow the crowd, and there is absolutely no technical content. That's why everyone mocked it with such gusto. On that end, Jiang Yu came to the roadside, and the Bentley Mulsanne responsible for the pickup and drop-off had already parked on the side of the road. Jiang Yu got into the car, and got a luxury car? Professional. I'm calling good guys with a straight face. It's one set after another. And if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and known that all of this was fake, maybe I would have really believed it when I saw these videos on the internet. The biggest fear is that the lad is so vicarious that he thinks he's living this life in reality. People continue to be cynical, but the passers-by aren't all the kind that don't have the ability to think independently. Some of them saw Missy Butler wearing the hotel's uniform. Uniforms. They feel curious, because it doesn't look like a video shoot either. Otherwise it's not a farce to get a hotel attendant to come around and walk the red carpet with you. And they googled it. Then, all dumbfounded. There's actually a hotel up there? All of this is actually not on video. It's because that brother stayed in a hotel above tens of thousands of dollars a night to enjoy this treatment. These words fell. The passers-by who were still sneering froze. Surprise, dismay, face to face. No, there's a hotel up there? Red carpets and Bentley Mulsannes and whatnot are the perks of staying there. They were a little disbelieving. Then some took out their own cell phones and looked it up, while others looked at other people's phone screens. Immediately after, all stunned. Compared to the sneeringly dismissive expression just now, the shocked-to-death expression at the moment was simply brilliant. The corners of some people's mouths couldn't help but twitch a few times. Looking to his companion beside him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Originally thought the lad was a jumper. But who the hell would have thought? The clown turned out to be myself. Star. Chapter 186 Angry. I've never seen such a shameless person. The other side. Jiang Yu quickly returned to the school. As mentioned before, there was no class in their class today. Therefore, before he had even reached the dormitory entrance, Jiang Yu had just stepped out of the elevator when he heard noisy noises coming from the dormitory's head. Entering the dormitory, he saw Han Bin and Zhou Baolong, two guys wearing big pants sitting in front of the computer playing games. What a hoot! Jiang is back. Ha! Jiang Yu had just entered the dormitory and hadn't even sat down yet. Just as Han Bin finished a game, he put down his headphones and glared hard on his feet, paddling his computer chair to Jiang Yu's side, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Brother Jiang, where did you go dashing around last night? Zhou Baolong over there also came over with a thieving expression. Jiang Yu found a chair and sat down while saying, where can I go? Just went outside to drink some wine with my friends. Drinking? Male or female? Han Bin was instantly interested. Of course it's a male. Do you guys usually like to drink with females? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Han Bin and Zhou Baolong exchanged a thieving glance. Love it. Of course I do. Unfortunately there are just very few opportunities like that. Han Bin and Zhou Baolong both spoke of this, glancing at each other with a thievish look, and rubbing their hands together with some excitement. Yeah, I don't think it's fun to drink with girls, Jiang Yu said. Jiang, don't Versailles ah. You don't have a shortage of girls around you. Of course you don't think it's too interesting. Han Bin's face collapsed and he spat. Zhou Baolong nodded in agreement with Han Bin. Jiang Yu smiled and was about to say something. At that moment, the door to the dormitory was opened. Then the squad leader walked in. Class president. It's rare that you don't go to your girlfriend to play without class today? Seeing the squad leader, Han Bin asked with some curiosity. Play the hammer and break up. The class president sighed heavily. At those words, Han Bin and Zhou Baolong froze. Jiang Yu also felt a bit surprised. The class president is usually in love with his girlfriend that is called a love. Usually show a wave of happiness in front of them from time to time. I was showing it at lunch 2 days ago. You're actually breaking up today? What's going on? So suddenly? Making fun, right? That's what girls do when they're angry. They don't have the guts to talk. The two of them, Han Bin and Zhou Baolong, were talking to each other. Haunting? She cheated on an international student from her school. And the cuckold on my head is practically big enough for a village of joyful people to go up to the disco. The point is that I still found the end of it the first time. She had just met that international student the day before. And then I kind of found out the next day when I was with her with the wrong phone. The class president's words instantly silenced the dormitory. Jiang Yu glanced at the squad leader. There was a pause. Wanted to say something but didn't feel comfortable saying it outright. It is reasonable to say that the class president found the end of the first time. How can we say that it is not so exaggerated to let a village of joyful people to the head of the bungee jumping? The two of them, Han Bin and Zhou Baolong, were pretty much thinking the same thing, with odd expressions. Yesterday I went to her school to look for her, and when I was squatting in the bathroom in the middle of the night I accidentally took her cell phone by mistake and found her chatting with that international student. I got it all on camera. You'll see if I'm exaggerating when you take a look. Seeing this, the squad leader smiled to himself, then pulled out his cell phone and opened the photo album. In fact, there weren't many chats between the class president's girlfriend, Li Shaoxian, and that foreign student, because that international student had asked Li Shaoxian out without much effort at all. First, simple pleasantries, then directly to the point, said what want to recognize go out for a drink, but also said that if you do not want to go to the bar, then you can come to my home, and then add that I can teach you English. That's all. Li Shaoxian surprisingly agreed directly. However, and that's not even the most shocking thing, the second picture of the chat is from the next day. Li Shaoxian, why don't you do security measures? I hate that. International student, my baby, you didn't tell me in advance. Li Shaoxian, so what if I have a baby? International student, if you have a child, I will take care of him. You are the best girl in my life. I really like you. Don't be mad at me. That would hurt me. Will you be my girlfriend? Li Shaoxian, I have a boyfriend. International student, oh it's okay, but I think if you like me, you should be with me right? Do you like your boyfriend? Li Shaoxian, no. He and I fight a lot. He doesn't understand me at all. The next thing that happened was that Li Shaoxian and the foreign student kept spouting off about the class president and saying that she was ready to break up with him or something like that. See here, the two of them, Han Bin and Zhou Baolong, couldn't help themselves at once and exploded into a frenzy, holding out for the squad leader. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's too much of a ing female watch, isn't it? You're usually so nice to her and she says that behind her back? And just by looking at these chats alone, I even think that foreign exchange student had an easier time asking her out than you did. Jiang Yu was not as excited as the two Han Bin. It was probably the first time that the two Hanbin had encountered such an open-minded girl in real life, but Jiang Yu had usually seen too many girls who opened up in front of him, but even so, his face was slightly unnatural. But, even with all of the above powerful chats, it's still not the most trippy bit. It was probably because the class president was indeed very attached to Li Xiaoxian. So even though the squad leader was infuriated to the point of being furious when he saw these chats last night, he still didn't choose to wake up Li Xiaoxian on the spot to confront him. Instead, he forced his anger to leave. Then, the next day he talked to Li Xiaoxian on WeChat about these things. Class president, did you pass 4th grade? Li Xiaoxian, almost passed. What's wrong? Suddenly asking about this. Class president, someone specializes in teaching you English and you can't even pass? Li Xiaoxian, what do you mean? The squad leader sent over those previous chats. Li Xiaoxian, you're going through my phone? Who told you to go through my phone? It makes me sick that you have so little respect for my privacy. Class president, aren't you more disgusting for ing cheating? Li Xiaoxian, don't use words like cheating, okay? It's not like we're married, so I have dominion over my body, and who I sleep with is my freedom, and you have no right to interfere. Besides, a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship is essentially a similar open-ended relationship, okay? I liked him and I thought he was polite, so I had sex with him, which is the same thing as me liking you and then having a relationship with you. Understand? Don't just forget about me. Also, you really disappointed me. I didn't realize you were so low as to randomly go through my chats. Break it up. This is pretty much the end of all the chatter. There's a bit of chat in the back of the class president being cranky because of this comment from Li Xiaoxian, but Li Xiaoxian had already blacked him out. Shattered my 3 senses. I've really never been in such a brazen person before, not to mention the fact that you cheated on your own first, and then you had the audacity to bite you back afterward. I would call it the female watch of female watches. Han Bin was furious to the point of agitation, his face openly red. She's so unkind. Class president, you don't have to be polite. You have to teach her a lesson, otherwise how can this mouthful of bad anger be swallowed? Zhou Bolong was equally agitated. That's what I thought. The squad leader nodded and gritted his teeth. As the person involved, he was truly disgusted by Li Xiaoxian, the one that was so loved before and now so loathed. What do you want to do? Jiang Yu asked. Chapter 187, extremely insulting, extremely lethal. I just haven't come up with a good idea yet. We can't just beat her up, can we? Originally I thought about bringing it to light and letting her die socially, but then I thought it might not have much effect. First of all, she's not from our school, and she's relatively well liked, so we're probably going to have very little effect if we go to her school and make a big deal out of it. And it's still a fast food era, so people will soon forget about this kind of thing. Basie, she's so thick-skinned and has not an ounce of shame. She might even bite me back in the end. The squad leader chattered on, finally scratching his hair in some distress. I guess, that the best thing about this kind of thing is to do unto others what they do unto you. Better yet, let her experience what it's like to be abandoned by someone else as well. Han Bin suggested, do unto others as they do unto you? How does that work? It's too hard to implement. The squad leader said, is it hard? It's not hard, is it? First let me ask you, what's the condition of the international student she hooked up with? Han Bin asked. The squad leader replied, I've seen his picture. He's really quite handsome, quite a bit more handsome than me. Plus the title of crooked fruit belongs to the kind of level that can mess up and kill anywhere. How about compared to Jiang Yu? Han Bin asked again. The class president thought, that of course not as handsome as Jiang Yu. Mainly Jiang Yu temperament of this piece of pinched dead. So gentle as jade, a fluttering gentleman. Naturally not just a handsome man can compare. That won't do. Most of your pocket money is spent on Li Xiaoxian, but she all thinks that she doesn't usually have enough money to spend. Plus she's straight up face down when she sees a handsome crooked guy this time. This shows that Li Xiaoxian is extremely realistic, the shameless kind. And Jiang Yu is handsome and rich. Driving a sports car and casually hooking his hand can make Li Xiaoxian throw herself at him, right? By then the ending will be like those spoofing gold-digging women's neat videos. When Li Xiaoxian got into the sports car, Jiang Yu then let it off. I guess Li Xiaoxian's expression was wonderful at that time, right? Han Bin said as he seemed to think of Li Xiaoxian's clueless and dismayed expression at that time and almost laughed out loud. Wonderful. That's a good idea. It's best to invite Li Xiaoxian to get on the car in front of that foreign student. If Li Xiaoxian gets on the car, the foreign student's side is probably going to abandon her by then as well. Paul Chow added. The squad leader's eyes lit up. That works. He hurriedly turned to look at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, help me. As long as you help me out of this bad anger, I'll do whatever I want in the future when the wind comes to the water. Jiang Yu thought about it. Okay. He couldn't help it if the squad leader was so bitter and hateful. It was a small matter to him anyway. It's just a matter of going home and moving a car and putting on a show. He just felt a little weird about it though. After all, Li Shaoxian was the class president's girlfriend before. But on second thought, when he thought of what Li Shaoxian had done, he didn't have any mental burden. But don't blame me if it doesn't end so perfectly when the time comes, haha, Jiang Yu added. Although Han Bin's analysis made a lot of sense, and from the usual class president sharing some of her daily routines with Li Shaoxian and so on, it did show that Li Shaoxian was a very realistic woman. But there's no guarantee that Li Shaoxian is really in love with that crooked guy this time. Don't worry, brother Jiang. I can't thank you enough for being willing to help me, and I'm 100% assured of your charisma. I reckon even if you don't have any money, it's still a good idea to kill that foreign student in seconds. The class president was overjoyed and blew off Jiang Yu in the process. Exactly. So I think there's one detail that needs attention. It's just that the sports car Jiang Yu drives at that time can't be the expensive kind. Otherwise it's expected that Li Shaoxian will be suspicious. Han Bin added a detail. The squad leader nodded repeatedly. That's right. After all, she's not exactly the goddess kind. At most she's just a little bit of a looker. It's not often that the really rich and good-looking ones look at her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Then let's drive an ordinary car. How about a Paramera? Class president. Han Bin, do you see how that speaks human language? Paramila common? Those are extremely hurtful and insulting words. Chapter 188, Invisible Pretense is Most Fatal. For Jiang Yu, the Porsche Paramera is really a relatively ordinary sort of car. After all, the Paramera has a minimum price of just under $1 million and is positioned in the mid-range, which is used for volume. In his opinion, the Paramera is not a luxury car, it is a good car for the money. But for Han Bin and the others it was not the same concept at all. Although their families are also able to come up with millions, but being able to take it is a completely different concept than taking it easily. A brief example. They talk to their families about spending millions on a suite when they get married, and if the family has that kind of money, then I guess the family will agree. But they talk to their families about spending millions on a car, it's probably going to get a bad rap. So true, Jiang Yu, the golden rule is back. The regular car Paramera. Just outrageous. Han Bin and the others cursed and indicated that they had received irritation. Jiang Yu smiled and didn't say much. The group then continued to discuss some of the details of what would happen after Jiang Yu ran into Li Shaoxian later on. And on the point of what car Jiang Yu drives, the final decision remains the Porsche Paramera. Although the Paramera is not the top of the line in this price class. For example, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Maybach both have some executive models that are no worse than the Paramera. But the Porsche badge is a little more attractive to girls who don't know anything about cars. All things considered, it is the most appropriate. After all this has been negotiated, the squad leader then started to go find someone to ask Li Shaoxian where she was now. This process was a bit exciting for Han Bin and the others. After all, what Li Shaoxian had done was really disgraceful, and they all wanted to see Li Shaoxian pay the price. Jiang Yu was calm, although he was also angry for the class president. But the difference was that the environment he was in resulted in him having much more experience in all aspects than Han Bin and the others. He's seen a lot of this kind of thing. Soon, the squad leader called back and got Li Shaoxian's current location. Then I'll go back and bring the car over now. Jiang Yu said, come along, and by the way take a ride in the Paramera later to get a feel for it. Han Bin rubbed his hands together and said. Zhou Bolong and the squad leader looked at each other and also nodded their heads in tacit agreement. For them, there aren't many opportunities to experience a luxury car firsthand. Okay, let's go then. Jiang Yu and his group came to the school gate and hailed a cab. Jingyuan Villa area. Thank you. After getting into the car, Jiang Yu said politely. Ha! Hearing Jiang Yu's words, the driver first froze. Somewhat curiously, he looked at Jiang Yu and the others, then nodded again and said yes. The driver sped along in his car. Soon, the cab stopped in front of the gates of the Jingyuan Villa area. Seeing Jiang Yu and his group get down from the top of the cab, the security guard at the door stood up with some caution, eyes like a torch, looking at this side of Jiang Yu. He just wanted to ask a what for, and by the way to warn Jiang Yu her head cannot just enter what. But before the guard could speak, then, there was a loud drop. Then again, the door that had been locked opened. The guard froze. Stunned, he looked at the cab on the other end that hadn't driven away yet, and then looked at Jiang Yu, feeling trippy and irritated. While the security guard was stunned, he didn't forget to stand up straight and greet Jiang Yu respectfully, and the cabbie on the other end had a similar reaction. People are a little silly. At first, he had felt puzzled when Jiang Yu said his destination was Jingyuan Villa when he got on the bus. At first, he thought that Jiang Yu and his party had come over here for something. Didn't realize, one of the youngsters riding in the car turned out to be the owner of the place. Is it that much fun? You're a big shot living in a villa, and you still take a cab when you go out? The drivers are stunned. Let's go inside. At that end, Jiang Yu greeted Han Bin and the others before walking in. The eyes of the security guard and the driver stayed on the backs of the group until they disappeared. Did you guys see the look in the driver's and security guard's eyes just now? Asterisk 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 asterisk, this feels so good. The other side. After walking away, Hanbin spoke with some excitement. Cool blast, alright. The security guards and drivers probably didn't think we were even the head of the place. Invariably we put on a show. Now I finally understand why some people like to pretend so much. It does feel good. It really is to die for. I never thought I'd get to pretend to be rich for once in my life. Following Jiang Yu is another dip. The two of them, the class president and Zhou Baolong, were sputtering. And so it was. And all the way there they had been talking non-stop around the topic. Sometimes, when I see the roadside scenery and environment and so on, I will also sigh away from time to time. One is a little unseen. Walked for 10 minutes or so. Jiang Yu stopped in front of a 3-story single-family house. In fact, the villa in front of him was not as large in size as Jiang Yu's regular residence over at Imperial View Bay. But, arrived? So big? It's too luxurious too. Han Bin and the others, however, were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen a high-end villa in its entirety in real life. And even though they didn't go inside in detail to feel the true luxury, they were still subdued. It's a feeling that's hard to simply put into words. But in reality, that's it. Brother Jiang, this is where you usually live. It's too good to be true, isn't it? A divine treat. The squad leader marveled. The gaze that looked at Jiang Yu was filled with envy. They also want to live in this kind of luxurious and incomparable big villa. The living room in your home is bigger than any other suite, so you can do whatever you want. And that's a great feeling to think about. And just as Han Bin and the others' thoughts were wandering, no, I usually live somewhere else, Jiang Yu said. Han Bin? Class president? Paul Chow? They froze straight away. Star. Chapter 189, Supporting Characters, Hard to be a Yuppie. Han Bin and the others froze for a while without being able to return to their senses, feeling bad about the whole thing. Jiang Yu's words really made it a little hard to know what to say. You're going to say that Jiang Yu is pretending, but it wasn't like Jiang Yu was pretending. Although they didn't know Jiang Yu's background particularly well, they knew that Jiang Yu's family had a heavenly kind of background. Moreover, Jiang Yu was not at all the type of person who liked to show off. But you have to say that Jiang Yu didn't pretend, right? What was said made it sound pretty hard again. What's even harder is that maybe the person in question, Jiang Yu, didn't care too much about it at all and didn't realize that those words just now were pretending. This is a situation that really makes it hard to be a yuppie. They would rather Jiang Yu was a dejected look to say something like that, than to see Jiang Yu say it with a breezy look. Thinking about thinking, Han Bin and the others couldn't help but gnash their teeth, almost left tears of envy. However, Jiang Yu really didn't notice Han Bin and the others' reactions. He ran over to open the garage door and went for it. The sound of the operation of the garage door's mechanical scrolls rang out. Wake up, Han Bin and the others. Their eyes subconsciously looked over. Originally they were feeling bad about it, but soon, they were then drawn to the car in the garage. Woohoo! Mercedes-Benz S Deluxe, Maybach, BMW 7 Series. There's something, Brother Jiang. You really have something in this garage at home. The squad leader scanned every car in the garage. The brightness in his eyes grew brighter, circled around the garage, a look of Lu into the grand view garden. So excited that his mouth could not close and his hands had involuntary shaking. Zhou Baolong's expression was no different from the squad leader's. Mouths dropped open. It's no exaggeration to say that stuffing an egg down is no problem at all. The only one who was a bit more calm was Han Bin, who had seen a lot of the world before following Jiang Yu. Although the cars in the garage are not inexpensive either. It's all over $1 million. But compared to the visual impact he felt earlier when he followed Jiang Yu to that private car show that was not open to the public, it was much less. But even so, Han Bin also couldn't resist taking out his cell phone to take pictures. Took a few quick pictures. You guys are too embarrassing. One by one, as if you're entering the city for the first time. As far as that goes, Han Bin put away his cell phone before pretending in front of the squad leader and Zhou Baolong. Shame, make it sound like you've seen so many luxury cars at once before. The squad leader couldn't help but blank Han Bin. Han Bin dejectedly smiled. Don't say, I've really seen it before. After saying that, Han Bin once again pulled out his cell phone, playing the photos taken earlier when he followed Jiang Yu to that private car show to the two of them, the squad leader and Zhou Baolong. Those pictures, he didn't post them to his friends at the time yet. Seeing those photos, the pupils of both the squad leader and Zhou Baolong shrank. The whole thing is silly. Asterisk. They're all limited edition top-of-the-line supercars. Yes, when have you ever been to a car show of this caliber? The squad leader said in utter amazement. Zhou Baolong nodded, looking at Han Bin with incomparable curiosity. Right, it's reasonable to say that this kind of car show, which is almost all limited edition supercars, is not open to the public, right? Enjoying the gazes of the squad leader and Zhou Baolong, who were incredibly surprised, Han Bin hemmed and hawed before explaining. Followed Jiang Yu. And to tell you something explosive, that car show in the head of the top 3 cars. What Rafa, Bugatti what? Are Jiang Yu's. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Hear these words. The squad leader and Zhou Baolong were completely nonplussed, dumbfounded. He looked at Jiang Yu on the side. There was shock in his eyes. It's no exaggeration to say that it was even a bit of a horrified sort of stare. Brother Jiang is a cow. I was just wondering how it is that you only have so many cars in your garage, and they are all on the lower end of the spectrum. Now it seems that the cars in this garage, like this villa, you don't usually use much, do you? The squad leader asked with an overwhelming sigh of relief. Jiang Yu shook his head. Not really, although I don't usually drive these cars, my dad sometimes travels in these cars. Although Jiang Yu was considered mature and stable compared to many rich kids of his age, but after all, young, even if low-key, but will not like Mercedes-Maybach these executive-class sedans. Jiang Jinan is different. He usually travels more in Maybachs, Mirages, and other less ostentatious-looking but comfortable vehicles. It's outrageous. For us, a regular car is a tool. A luxury car is a work of art. But I guess any car is a toy to you? Zhou Baolong said. It's not as dramatic as you make it out to be. To me, supercars these are still works of art. Jiang Yu said. But the difference is that you're able to collect a lot of art. Whereas we'll just have to visit. Ugh, so sour. The squad leader sighed heavily. The gaze that looked at Jiang Yu was so envious. You guys will also have a chance in the future. And unlike me, you guys got it by creating it with your own hands when the time comes. Jiang Yu said sincerely. It makes my heart feel better when you say that. Jiang's speech is just soothing. The squad leader blew a gasket. That's right. Jiang Yu has simply mastered the art of speaking perfectly. Growing up with an education that's so much more advanced than ours. Can't learn to learn. Han Bin and Zhou Baolong both followed suit and blew a wave. We all chatted cheekily for a while. Why don't you guys wait outside for a minute while I take the Primera out? Good. Jiang Yu got into the Primera. Soon the quiet garage resounded with a beautiful sound. Not as over the top as some sports car models, but it sounds elegant and beautiful. Anyway, it was heavenly music in the ears of Han Bin and the others. The black Primera slowly pulled out of the garage. It stopped in front of Han Bin and the others. This car is really handsome. Looking at the Primera's perfect flowing curves, Han Bin and the others had a yearning look on their faces. Compare that to ethereal and distant Bugatti and other top-of-the-line sports cars. The black body in front of them with the classic red interior of the Primera is the dream car in their hearts. Brother Jiang, it seems like this car also has a tail, right? The squad leader asked. Jiang Yu pressed the button. The mechanical parts above the car's buttocks slowly rose, the 3 sections rising to a certain height and then splicing into one piece. The Primera, which was elegant to a fault, adds a touch of dominance with the rear wing up. Woohoo! It's just cool as hell. Han Bin and the others were incredibly excited. Like it's their car. Alright, get in the car first. Jiang Yu greeted. Only then did Han Bin and the others reluctantly get on the bus. Star. Chapter 190, The Mouthy Monster, a $1 million car? It's just an ordinary car, according to the squad leader. At this moment, Li Shaoxian was shopping with that international student in the pedestrian street near their school. Jiang Yu followed the navigation and drove the Primera to the pedestrian street. The elegant and cool Primera immediately attracted a lot of attention when it stopped. Many people stopped to watch as they passed by. Jiang Yu had long been used to this, but the class president and the others were a little envious. Why wouldn't they ever want to experience what it's like to be the center of attention for the masses? Brother Jiang, then I'll leave first. I asked Li Shaoxian's girlfriends just now, and they have a dinner date for the evening, so Li Shaoxian should be out soon. I'll just trouble you for a moment. The squad leader said politely. Good. Jiang Yu responded. Then the squad leader and Han Bin Zhou Baolong both got off. They found a seat at a nearby milk tea store and waited for the show. In the meantime, inside the walkway, Li Shaoxian is shopping with that international student, Pete. It's no wonder Li Shaoxian cheated on the class president. Peter is really quite handsome. Standard white looks. The body is upright and standard. Sword brows and starry eyes. Stands out in a crowd like a crane. While the two were shopping, many of the girls passing by Pete would involuntarily sneak a glance at Pete, and then look rather enviously at Li Shaoxian beside Pete. This made Li Shaoxian's vanity directly burst. She felt deeply that she had been most correct in decisively abandoning her class president in favor of Pete. Although the class president was nice to her, what good was nice? Not at all as good as Pete's face. And Pete was very gentle with her. And every now and then there are some lovey-dovey words. For example, when Li Shaoxian was trying on clothes, Pete would say from the sidelines, "Baby, you're simply beautiful. It's my greatest fortune to have met you in my life." Pete's mouth was as sweet as honey. Li Shaoxian blushed slightly, the joy in her shyness completely suppressed. "Darling, you are so good at talking. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be, but I also think the dress suits me. Can you give him to me? Li Xiaoxian looked at Pete expectantly. Although everything on the pedestrian street was quite cheap, Li Xiaoxian had already been cultivated into the habit of having the vast majority of her usual purchases fully paid for by her other half when she was with her class president. Pete is handsome, but there is no particular correlation between face value and spending money on her. Sure, it's an honor to give you a gift you'll love, Pete said gentlemanly, and Li Xiaoxian was beautiful inside, but immediately after, Pete added, but while the style of the dress suits you, it's so cheap that I want my first gift to you to be expensive and valuable. So let's change the store, shall we? Li Xiaoxian laughed even more when she heard these words. She hadn't realized that Pete was so ritualistic and was so willing to spend money on her. However, when Li Xiaoxian takes Pete to another store, Pete still has the same rhetoric. Let's just say that nothing here matches Li Xiaoxian's temperament. Li Xiaoxian believed it. Seeing this, Pete couldn't help but smile inwardly with disdain. Although he said it nicely, he was just having fun with Li Xiaoxian. So how could he be willing to spend money for Li Xiaoxian again? He was just fooling Li Xiaoxian, and so, just wandered around for almost as long. Pete hadn't spent a dime on Li Xiaoxian, but in Li Xiaoxian's mind, it wasn't that Pete was stingy, it was that Pete cared about her so much that he wanted her to use better things. Soon, Pete then easily finished shopping with Li Xiaoxian. The two left the walkway. While walking to the exit of the walkway, Li Xiaoxian saw quite a few pedestrians passing by a car with a few expressions of surprise and eagerness. Follow the gaze of those pedestrians. She saw a black Porsche parked in front of her. Elegant streamlined water stripes like a prostrate cheetah. It makes it very stunning. Wow, honey, look at this beautiful car. I can't believe it has a tail. What kind of car is this? Surely it's not cheap, is it? I don't know what kind of person can afford to drive a car like this. Li Xiaoxian's intention was actually to share it with Pete. It doesn't mean anything else. Pete, however, was very pretentious and said, that's a Porsche Panamera. Although this car looks a bit handsome, but it is not a luxury car. In the country is only $1 million or so. In our side of the cheaper, landed in a few tens of thousands of dollars. General just. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxian looked at Pete with a bright light in her eyes. Is it cheaper over there in your neck of the woods? Then do you have this car at home as well? Pete shook his head. I didn't. The words came out. The passers-by who were originally a little curious to know the answer when they saw how pretentious Pete was, were a little speechless. Li Xiaoxian also felt a bit embarrassed. You don't have it. Then why are you pretending? Pete, however, calmly continued to play it cool. I don't have it not because I can't afford it, but because I don't want it. This kind of car is one of those that everyone can have on our side, but it's not very practical and completely unnecessary to buy. So that's why I just don't buy it. We're all about practicality over there, not buying a car just for the sake of claptrap. Hearing these words, the surrounding passers-by felt a little speechless. They look at Pete with some disdain. It's not just that Pete is better looking and jealous, and then there's the fact that Pete is so pretentious. If you don't have money, then you don't have money, and you're making it sound so refreshing. They're all kind of hoping that the owner of the Panamera happens to hear it and is able to punch Pete in the face, but things didn't go their way. So it is. I didn't realize this kind of car was so common in your country. So those domestic luxury bags are cheap and common in your country too? Li Xiaoxian then asked about Pete. Pete nodded. Well, bags like what Hermes are just a few $1,000 or $10,000 on our side. Li Xiaoxian was shocked. Really? It's so much cheaper than at home. Honey, so can you get me a Hermes bag? Li Xiaoxian said with a pout. Domestic Hermes is too expensive, often hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, but it's only a few kilometers gold on Pete's side. Based on what Pete just said, tens of thousands of Mikan cars are so average, and thousands of dollars of bags are even more so, right? She didn't think she was asking too much at all. The class president's previous living expenses of $3,000 did not sell her a cell phone of more than $7,000. However, for Pete this request is excessive. Baby, aren't you killing me? Where do I get that kind of money? Pete returned somewhat unenthusiastically. He felt that Li Xiaoxian's request was a bit too much. Thousands or tens of thousands of Mikans are a lot for him. Shouldn't be right, bro? A few thousand meters of gold is a lot for you? Didn't you just say that tens of thousands of Mikan of Porsches are average? Classic. What kind of junker is a few tens of thousands of meters of gold when you're high? In reality it's a few thousand meters of gold. Are you trying to kill me? Upon hearing this, some of the passers-by who had looked at Pete earlier couldn't help but grimace. Pete's face went a shade of green and red, somewhat exasperated, just very angry. But for a moment I didn't know what to say. It's a little awkward. When he saw that Li Xiaoxian's face had undergone a slight change, he realized that what he had just said was a bit inappropriate in a moment of impulse. Just getting ready to brainstorm and think of a sentence to explain. After all, it's important to put on a full suit, so you can't lose face. And that's when Jiang Yu, who felt that it was about time, opened the door of the Primera and stepped down. Chapter 191, No Pickup Skills? Reverse. Sensational. Seeing Jiang Yu walk down from the car, everyone in the room reacted differently. The class president and others who were watching the show at the milk tea store on that end looked a little excited, thrilled, as well as expectant. The passers-by around them, on the other hand, froze. They didn't realize the owner of the Primera was so handsome. It's really the kind of cool that's hard to stop. Absolute masculinity. Pete was already a first-class hunk in the crowd, but at this moment, when compared to Jiang Yu, it was inferior. For a while, the passers-by were slightly sour. Rich and so handsome. Proper men public enemy Even Li Xiaoxian froze for a moment when she saw Jiang Yu. A bright light was put in his eyes. She subconsciously looked at Pete beside her and sighed slightly before her eyes converged on Jiang Yu once again. Inadvertently when he and Jiang Yu currently locked eyes. Nervous blush. A star model. And so rich. If only I had met him earlier. Or just let me run into him when I'm out alone. Why this time of year? Li Xiaoxian thought darkly. Feeling a little sorry for myself. She thinks she's about to miss out on a Prince Charming. But just as her thoughts were wandering, she saw Jiang Yu walking straight this way. Li Xiaoxian hadn't had time to have any mental activity. Then, Jiang Yu stopped in front of her. Hello, excuse me, may I ask if you know how to get to the Magic City Foreign Language University from here? Jiang Yu asked with a gentle smile. Hearing these words from Jiang Yu, Han Bin's face on that end immediately turned odd. No way. Jiang Yu actually just hit on him straight away? This is too cliched. It's hard to make it, isn't it? Han Bin spoke with some concern. He has a lot of experience with this aspect of picking up. After all, if you don't have any money and you don't look good, how can you get out of it if you don't take the initiative? Originally, he was expecting Jiang Yu to hit on him and was thinking of learning. At the moment, he was a little disappointed. It's too direct and too obvious, but Li Xiaoxian didn't feel that way at all. Hello, that. Just go straight ahead and then turn right. Li Xiaoxian looked at Jiang Yu's deep gaze, blushed nervously, and stuttered a bit in her speech. She never dreamed that Jiang Yu would come over to talk to her. It was quite exciting inside, because as Han Bin thought above, Jiang Yu's purpose for this move was a bit obvious. Li Xiaoxian couldn't help but associate it with whether or not this handsome man had a crush on her. Her heart was beating fast at the thought. The corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily. Then, after some thought, she added, I don't know where you're thinking of going? I'm a student at the College of Foreign Languages, and our school is pretty big inside. It just so happens that I'm a student at the Foreign Language Institute, so I can stop by and take you there if you need it. Being a little excited by her emotions, she all but forgot about Pete beside her. The words came out. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but stare. Asterisk. Is this the charm of handsome men? No wonder everyone says if you can't look good, you'll never know how proactive a girl can be. People around them were whispering. Han Bin on the other end was dumbfounded. The corners of his mouth twitched, when he thought that just now he was worried about whether Jiang Yu could make it or not, and was over here giving directions. He felt a bit ashamed and couldn't help but give himself a slap on the face to raise his memory. No, you're shopping with your boyfriend. How can I bother you? Jiang Yu originally wanted to ask for a WeChat or something from Li Xiaoxian in passing after asking for the way, taking the initiative to develop a follow-up, but he didn't expect Li Xiaoxian to be so proactive. Why don't you just take a step back and have a go at it? At this very moment, Li Xiaoxian then had a very hard time. On the one hand, there was some regret that she had just been so forthcoming. After all, Pete was still on the sidelines. On the other hand, she wanted very much to grasp the opportunity to get to know Jiang Yu. Pete was an 8 out of 10 in her mind, and Jiang Yu was straight up a perfect score, the kind that fit her every requirement perfectly. Very rare. But again, this question from Jiang Yu made her not know how to answer. If Jiang Yu didn't take the initiative to make things clear, she might still have room to maneuver. After all, Pete is crooked and more open-minded. It's probably not going to be too much of a reaction to her being that enthusiastic, and it's easier to explain when you're alone afterward. The problem was that Jiang Yu had now directly picked his words apart. Looking at Li Xiaoxian, who had a tangled face, the class leader and others at that end couldn't help but clap their hands. Zhang's wave of desire is wonderful. I'll see how Li Xiaoxian will answer this time. The class president was looking forward to it. Chapter 192, I'm calling the light of the righteous path. Li Xiaoxian didn't dwell on it for long. She looked at Jiang Yu and hurriedly explained. You've misunderstood. He and I are just classmates, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Pete looked at Li Xiaoxian in shock. His face was getting a little unnatural, although he simply treated Li Xiaoxian as a playmate when he was lonely, the kind that could be discarded at any time, and did not have any feelings for him. But whatever. It couldn't be topped by Li Xiaoxian denying their relationship in front of him, and there were quite a few people watching. It's so humiliating. Who can stand it? Baby, what do you mean by that? Pete asked in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Am I not telling the truth? Even though you like me, haven't I officially said yes? Li Xiaoxian replied as a matter of course. She spoke with a very strong bottom, speaking in the same tone as he did then when he was forcing his way with the squad leader, because she pressed on with what she said. While it's true that she did have sex with Pete, the fact of the matter is that the two aren't officially together. As for how Pete would react to hearing those words, she didn't think too much about it. When she was with her class president at the time, he tolerated her in every way, and this pattern of getting along with her had long ago made her form the habit of not paying much attention to the other person's feelings in most situations. As long as she thinks she's right, then everything should revolve around her. That's what she thought. Facing Pete will be no different. Besides, most of her mind was on Jiang Yu at this time. I feel that I can probably catch a golden son-in-law if I make good use of the opportunity this time. She was convinced by all the sweet words that Pete usually said, and felt that Pete was very attached to her yet, so she thought that even if she failed, at most, when the time came, she would give Pete another chance, and wouldn't everything be back to the way it was? Li Xiaoxian had already made all the calculations. Baby, I thought we had an understanding. You disappoint me a little. Pete was furious. He had the feeling of being cuckolded. Even he almost didn't hold back from wanting to give the opposite Jiang Yu 2 punches, but he dismissed the idea on reflection. After all, everything didn't have much to do with Jiang Yu. It was all Li Xiaoxian's active pot. Pete held his tongue and turned away with a couple of words. Seeing this, the squad leader and others on the other end were delighted, particularly the class president in question. At the moment he was feeling as soothed as a frozen Coke in the middle of summer. It wasn't his personal revenge against Pete, but it was still comforting to see Pete suffer. Brother Jiang is really bullish. Things are going a lot smoother than we thought they would, the squad leader said excitedly. Yeah, Jiang Yu is just too foul off. It's hard for us to find a girlfriend for a batch. He's good. Everything's fully automatic. Zhou Baolong was overwhelmed with emotion. Han Bin nodded with tears in his eyes. Don't say it. Say it again and I'll start getting sore again. Except for the class president and others who felt comfortable seeing Pete take a beating. The few passers-by who had gathered around also felt comfortable. I was just blabbering about Paramila's general goods, and now the retribution has come. I guess he's all stupid now. The owner of the other car hooked the girl next to him as soon as he got out of the car. Let the pretender eat his words. And I'll call the light of righteousness straight. Passers-by were gloating and whispering. Besides, Li Xiaoxian, she didn't care too much about Pete's departure. She was still worried that things weren't explained clearly so that Jiang Yu still had a misunderstanding. She surreptitiously gauged Jiang Yu's reaction. Seeing that Jiang Yu's face was unchanged, he was still wearing a slight smile, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll trouble you. Get in the car. Jiang Yu smiled subtly and invited Li Xiaoxian to get into the car. Li Xiaoxian nodded with a red face and followed Jiang Yu. Behave yourself to a fault. It's a different person than it was a moment ago. The two got into a side-by-side Panamera. Jiang Yu's Panamera is the top of the line, and this aspect of the interior is naturally luxurious. It cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to shop for all these accessories at the time. Carbon fiber sports steering wheel, carbon fiber interior, full leather seats, antler leather top Bose sound and much more, all of which made Li Xiaoxian, who was seeing this for the first time, nonplussed, active as hell all the way. Various introductions of themselves or finding topics of conversation when Jiang Yu responded in general, properly 3 words, female dog liquor, and it's the self-conscious kind. Jiang Yu's response was clearly rather generic, but she just felt like she was having a good conversation with Jiang Yu. It's all starting to surge inside. However, when Paramila arrived at the gates of the Magic City Foreign Language Institute, Jiang Yu suddenly stopped the car. Here we are. Get off. Star. Chapter 193, How to Reject a Woman. Waiting online. Jiang Yu's sudden words made Li Xiaoxian somewhat unresponsive at first. She froze. It's not here yet. I thought you said you were going to head into school. This is just the front of the school. You keep driving inside to get to the school. Li Xiaoxian thought that Jiang Yu had recognized the wrong road. I suddenly have something to do, so I won't go in. Jiang Yu said. So suddenly? Li Xiaoxian hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. She simply thought that Jiang Yu just suddenly had something. After all, she was a little turned off by the fact that one second she felt like talking to each other and the next she was going to be kicked out of the car. So, after some thought, she volunteered. In a hurry? If it's not an emergency, why don't you wait? I think we're chatting, and it just so happens that we're almost at the restaurant now, so why don't we have dinner together? Li Xiaoxian's face turned red when she said this. Not that it was the first time she'd asked a guy to dinner, but it was the first time she'd been that direct. She was a little nervous and waiting with anticipation for Jiang Yu's reply. Dinner? No, thank you for bringing me here, but I'm not available right now, so get out of the car. Jiang Yu directly refused. For people like Li Xiaoxian, he didn't even bother to say any other polite words. Li Xiaoxian was confused. That was a totally unexpected answer for her. She didn't think she looked bad, and she had just behaved quite well in front of Jiang Yu. It shouldn't. No reason at all. What's the rush? Doesn't it smell good to have a meal with a beautiful woman who's delivered to your door? Is it possible that he didn't find it interesting to simply have a meal? Are you in such a hurry? We've only known each other for a few hours. But, he's so handsome and rich. I wouldn't mind if he wanted to have something else with me. He. Li Xiaoxian thought sheepishly. Lowering her head, she stole glances at Jiang Yu from time to time, hoping beyond hope that Jiang Yu would understand what she meant. Then she saw that Jiang Yu had absolutely no intention of taking the initiative to make things clear. She blushed and continued, "If you want to buy me a drink after we eat, it's not out of the question, but I say in advance. I'm an average drinker, 1 bottle at most if I'm drinking with friends, might be a drink down if I drink with you." Li Xiaoxian's words were wildly suggestive. "I'm a lamb to the slaughter now. You should be impressed, right?" Li Xiaoxian was in a happy mood. However, Jiang Yu? This was a bit out of his league. He didn't expect Li Xiaoxian to take the initiative to this extent. Thinking of the time when the class president had said that he had asked Li Xiaoxian out for the first time, and it had taken most of the month before Li Xiaoxian agreed to go out with him, and then think of all those chats between Li Xiaoxian and Pete. Jiang Yu then couldn't help but feel sorry for the class president once again. "You've misunderstood. I don't have any other ideas. I'm just simply unavailable." Jiang Yu directly picked his words apart. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Li Xiaoxian's face stiffened. She couldn't believe her ears. She also couldn't believe that Jiang Yu had spoken so directly, not giving her any mercy. Thinking about all the brainstorming and self-serving self-righteousness I'd just done, and she felt bashful as hell, embarrassing as hell. Toes wriggled like crazy and almost dug the Paramera out of the RV. "Oh, I thought you liked drinking." Li Xiaoxian blushed a little and made an excuse for herself. Jiang Yu glanced at her and didn't say anything. The atmosphere stiffened once more. Li Xiaoxian's entire body was bad. At this point, though, she still didn't realize the magnitude of the problem. She didn't feel that Jiang Yu was doing it on purpose and had a problem with her. He just felt that Jiang Yu was a bit straight, and didn't even know to help her out in this situation. "Okay then, since you're in a hurry, let's get together for dinner or something the next time we get a chance." Once again, Li Xiaoxian's words were suggestive. She felt that just now she was so active, and then now she hinted so obviously. Jiang Yu should take the initiative to ask her for contact information, right? However, Jiang Yu just smiled and pressed the lock button. Then there's no more. "Let's leave a contact." Li Xiaoxian was speechless, but Jiang Yu was so high quality and extremely qualified for her golden son-in-law in several very important ways. She didn't want to just miss it for nothing. Besides, she's still pissed off at Jiang Yu for messing with Pete on the spot today, though it was a bit of a drop in the bucket for her to constantly take the initiative. "But how can I ask for Jiang Yu's contact information? Or I will lose a lot of money." Jiang Yu also knew what Li Xiaoxian was thinking. However, he naturally wouldn't let Li Xiaoxian have his way. Chapter 194, Disliking Li Xiaoxian. "Sorry, I'm full of friends." Jiang Yu didn't even think about it and directly rejected Li Xiaoxian. Li Xiaoxian? Her whole body went numb. It was even if Jiang Yu didn't eat with her. She was so proactive and had hinted at all sorts of things, but Jiang Yu still didn't have any intentions in that area, which she also found understandable. After all, Jiang Yu was so handsome and drove a Porsche, so he was probably surrounded by girls. Normally, you should be used to seeing a girl who takes the initiative. It's perfectly normal to not mean anything in particular to her for a short period of time, but she hadn't expected at all that Jiang Yu would even be willing to give her a contact. Li Xiaoxian began to doubt life. She didn't know what was wrong. It doesn't make sense. She's also good looking, and her body is pretty top-notch. Otherwise Pete wouldn't be looking at her. And shouldn't Jiang Yu have been quite interested in her as well, since he had approached her to strike up a conversation in the beginning with such an obvious purpose? Li Xiaoxian was puzzled. After thinking for a while, she looked at Jiang Yu, who was on the side and originally wanted to say something, but the words were swallowed. Within a short span of 10 minutes, she had been rejected by Jiang Yu for an unknown number of times, and even if she was thick-skinned enough, she was a bit overwhelmed. "Okay then, I'll go first." Li Xiaoxian's face was a little embarrassed as she got out of the car in a sorry state. Noteworthy, the class president and Han Bin and the others had long ago also followed to the gate of the Magic City Foreign Language Institute. At first, when they saw the Paramera parked in place for so long and Li Xiaoxian still not getting out of the car, they were a little worried if something had gone wrong with the plan yet. At this moment, he saw Li Xiaoxian coming down from the car in ashes, looking at Li Xiaoxian with an expression that was worse than tears. The squad leader almost laughed out loud. By the looks of her, she must have taken quite a beating, right? Brother Jiang is really powerful. The squad leader is in a great mood. He sincerely felt that seeking Jiang Yu's help in this matter was the most correct choice he had made in this year. Great joy. Han Bin and Zhou Baolong both had a comfortable expression as well. As for Jiang Yu's end, after Li Shaoxian got off the bus, he didn't linger much longer and went straight for the gas. A roaring sound rang out. This noise made passers-by a little restless, but it couldn't quell the waves inside Li Shaoxian's heart. Looking at the Porsche that went away, Li Shaoxian's face was as ugly as if she had eaten a dead fly. Jiang Yu left, which meant that she had lost a lot of money this time. The kaiju didn't catch on, and that end embarrassed Pete so much. It's a total loss. It's hard to bear. Li Shaoxian almost cried out. She stood still for a moment, thinking that she should hurry up and stop. Even though he couldn't hook up with Jiang Yu, wouldn't he still be able to get Pete back? Although Pete wasn't as good as Jiang Yu in all aspects, he wasn't bad compared to ordinary people. Thinking of this, Li Shaoxian took out her cell phone and dialed Pete's number. Pattering sound. The call was quickly answered. Hey, honey, where are you now? Li Shaoxian said with a pout. Who are you talking to? Pete's voice was cold on the other end. Hate it. You're the only one, my dear. Li Shaoxian continued to pout. Ha, Pete peppered with smiles. Hearing this laughter, Li Shaoxian was instantly enraged. What do you mean? Even though I was in the wrong just now, there was a reason for that. Besides, aren't I talking to you nicely now? What more do you want? Li Shaoxian had been spoiled by the class president for too long in the past, and was so used to being brutal that she had somewhat lost her mind. What's the reason? Pete asked. Li Shaoxian couldn't help but feel a little smug when she saw that Pete's tone seemed to be somewhat relaxed. I thought that although Jiang Yu's kind of rich and handsome can't see me, but you stinky men still have to obediently treat me as a treasure? She was smug, just about to explain. Pete on the other end added, I'm just asking, you don't have to say anything, bye. With that, Pete hung up. Li Shaoxian, she was totally confused. This was all completely unexpected for her. Even, she felt a bit aggrieved, thinking that she was just too unlucky today. She wanted so badly to find someone to vent her emotions on. After thinking about it, she actually dialed the class president's number. But it wasn't because she'd seen the coldness of the world that she began to miss the goodness of her class president. She was thinking this way. Now Jiang Yu, a high-flying handsome and cannot see her. And Pete ignored her. First look for the class president of this licking dog to make do. Looking for someone to comfort and release the emotions. Soon, the squad leader's call came through. Hey, what's up? The squad leader's voice was cold and unmistakable. I'm in a bad mood. Where are you? Come over and keep me company. Li Shaoxian's attitude was even more condescending when she faced the class president than when she faced Pete. On what grounds? By the way, I think I saw you get into my friend's car earlier? The squad leader asked. Originally, when she heard the class president's sentence of what makes him tick, Li Shaoxian's anger rubbed off on her. But hear the words that follow. She was instantly happy. Your friend? Jiang Yu is your friend? Li Shaoxian asked anxiously. Yeah, the squad leader replied. So can you give me his contact info? Li Shaoxian's originally somewhat gray mood brightened up a lot. Isn't this the dark side of the world? If he could ask for Jiang Yu's contact information, there would be a lot of room for maneuvering everything. For you? What's the use of giving it to you? Do you know what Jiang Yu's status is? One of his family's houses is in the Jingyuan Villa area, and cars of that class like the Porsche Panamera. His family's garage is full of them. Even if you have Jiang Yu's contact information, it's useless. Want to chase Jiang Yu? You also don't look in the mirror and ask yourself, do you think you deserve it? And that's when I was blind to you. The squad leader cursed and simply hung up. Li Shaoxian was scolded to the point of being in a sorry state. Directly in the wind. Star. Chapter 195. The king of Tsuanshin has appeared. Jiang Yu did not know about Li Shaoxian's later encounters. After he drove away from the Magic City Foreign Language School, he originally wanted to drive home. Not a moment later, though, he got a call from the squad leader. The squad leader said he wanted to thank him for helping out this time and to buy dinner. It was because the class president, apart from wanting to invite Jiang Yu as well as Han Bin and the others for dinner, was also planning to invite a senior to eat with him. According to the class president, he was so sad after knowing that Li Shaoxian cheated on him at that time. That would be the senior who took great pains to enlighten him and was quite concerned about him. It doesn't matter if one more person eats with you, right Jian? Although that senior has a little problem of being more of a show-off demeanor, he's still quite nice. The class president was more concerned about Jiang Yu's opinion and inquired, I don't care. How about this? Where are you guys now, and give me a location while you get that senior to want to meet up with you guys too. Then I'll drive over and pick you up. Jiang Yu proposed. Okay, I'll send you the location. The squad leader sent the location to Jiang Yu's WeChat. Since it was now near the end of the day, the traffic on the road started to increase. Therefore that senior had joined up with Han Bin and the others ahead of Jiang Yu in advance. Let me introduce. This is Senior Yen Chang. It's been 2 years since I graduated, and I'm very competent. and I'm now running my own training facility in music. The squad leader first briefly introduced Yen Cheng's information with Han Bin and the others. Let both sides get to know each other a little. Cow. Just 2 years after graduation and you've opened your own training organization. Awesome. Awesome. We'll have to take care of the senior after we graduate. Han Bin and Zhou Baolong both spoke half-jokingly. No. Just a small training organization with a few dozen people. Not worth mentioning. And it's exhausting. It's only today that's special. Usually it's almost always around 10 or 11 before I get off work. As the squad leader said, Yen Cheng does have a tendency to push the king a bit. A statement that seemed to be in modesty, but unintentionally and quietly mounted a wave. Dozens of people are still small? Han Bin and Zhou Baolong were shocked. Seeing this, Yen Cheng was secretly happy inside, immensely enjoying the kind of surprised gazes Han Bin and Zhou Baolong were giving him. The squad leader knew Yen Cheng's character. He thought that Yen Cheng was going to continue Versailles and was about to say something to interrupt. After all, he was also somewhat unaccustomed to Yen Cheng's personality that liked to invisibly pretend to be But I didn't expect Yen Cheng to turn the tables and look at the squad leader and ask, by the way, how did it go with Li Shaoxian? I heard that you found a way to get out of a bad mood? Hearing Yen Cheng's words, the squad leader was still a bit surprised, but it also fit right in with what he wanted, and replied, you may not believe me when I say it. I've ruthlessly taken out all the bad anger today. She even called me a while ago, and I gave her a hard time. Comfortable. Yen Cheng nodded. That's good. It looks like you've let go. Then we'll have to celebrate with a nice meal tonight. Han Bin and Zhou Baolong both chimed in. Hey, how can I say that I have to ruthlessly slaughter the squad leader tonight? The class president shrugged indifferently. Whatever. It's such a fun day. Just tell us what you guys want to eat. Never mind. It's still my treat tonight. You are all schoolmates. How can I, a senior, have the cheek to spend your money? How can I say that I have graduated for more than 2 years? Anyway, Xiaobin, class president, I'm happy for you if you can let go of that watch. Today is on me. Yen Cheng spoke with bravado. Han Bin and Zhou Baolong didn't feel anything. Anyway, they don't need to spend money on it. But the squad leader was a little embarrassed. But Yen Cheng didn't give the squad leader a chance to refuse. Well, we're so happy today. We have to have a good meal. It's not like you have a lot of pocket money, so it's better if I pay for it. A meal will only cost me what I earn in a day at most, so don't feel bad about it. If you're really feeling a bit embarrassed, then feel free to buy us another meal sometime. Yim Sung wordlessly loads up again. The two of them, Han Bin and Zhou Baolong, were stunned again. However, the class president also knew that Yen Cheng's training organization was quite profitable, and what Yen Cheng said was also true. Think about it. The squad leader didn't push back. No problem, then shall we go? Take my car. It's parked out front. Yen Cheng took out the BMW's car keys and jiggled them. Wait, there's another student with us. He should be here soon, the class president said. There are still classmates. You do not say earlier I go over to pick up the people forget. But it's okay, I have plenty of room to sit in my car anyway. Let's wait. Yen Cheng was indifferent to how many people were eating together today. Even he wanted more people. If there are too few people, it's not worth it to play hard to get. He really enjoyed the expressions of the schoolmates looking at the BMW keys in his hand with some surprise and some envy. Just as Yen Cheng's thoughts were wandering, an elegant black Porsche pulled up in front of the group. Yen Cheng's eyes were immediately drawn over. Paramila, with the big motorized tailgate and that body size, it should be high-end, right? That's rich. Yen Cheng looked at Paramila with a few moments of longing in his eyes. Senior, where is your car? My classmate has arrived. The class president looked at Yen Cheng and asked, arrived? Where? Yen Cheng looked around and felt very puzzled. No one else is coming this way. It's in the car. The squad leader pointed ahead to the Paramera. What? This is your classmate's car? Yen Cheng's pupils shrank, and he was stunned. Star. Chapter 196. I'd like to keep a low profile, but my strength won't allow it. Adult Yen was dumbfounded. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. However, yeah, that's my classmate's car. I remember his license plate. I can't be wrong. The squad leader replied in the affirmative. Yen Cheng was shocked. It shouldn't. It's totally not right. How come the class president's classmates are so rich? It's not that you can't have rich classmates at school. It's just that the class president's family isn't particularly wealthy. So how could he know a classmate that rich? Today Yen Cheng specially drove the newly bought BMW 5 Series top end out. The purpose is to want to enjoy a wave of class president and other people envious and jealous eyes it. It's okay now. Totally unnecessary to drive it out and show it off. The BMW 5 Series is a younger brother when it comes to the Porsche Panamera. It was hard to think about Yen Cheng. The 5 Series hasn't even been driven yet, and it's stillborn without even a single shocked glance being collected. It's really too bad. Senpai, why don't you bring your car too and then we'll go? The squad leader said after letting the two of them, Jiang Yu and Yen Chang, get acquainted. Oh okay, which one of you is taking my car? Yen Chang asked. I'll take your car. The class president had wanted to feel what it was like to be in a primera again. However, Han Bin and Zhou Baolong both said they were following Jiang Yu, so he had no choice but to take Yen Chang's car. Yen Chang. It was harder for him, but thankfully, since this time it was Yen Chang's treat, the address was set by Yen Chang, and on the way Jiang Yu's primera was following Yen Chang. Paramila is still only able to follow me. Yen Chang comforted himself with this. Soon, the two cars branched off from the bustling main road and onto a secondary road. Then, stopping at the heel of a roughly 3-story, chicly styled townhouse. In front of the door of the townhouse there is an iron pole, above which hangs a few big words Rongfu Banquet. Senior, are you looking in the wrong place? After getting out of the car, looking at the quiet and relatively sparsely populated surroundings, the squad leader asked, somewhat confused. It doesn't look like a place to eat in front of you in any way. It looks more like someone's front door. Han Bin and Zhou Baolong were also confused. Seeing this, Yen Chang was happy, a perfect opportunity to pretend. He smiled and explained, not looking in the wrong place. Right in front of me is the Rongfu Banquet. The name Rongfu Feast may be somewhat unknown to you. It's actually one of the top 10 high-end private chef restaurants in the Magic City. Yen Chang rattled off his introduction. Just now the limelight was stolen by Jiang Yu's primera, and at this moment his desire to pretend. The desire was exceptionally strong. The presentation was so detailed. I really didn't know until you told me. This place has its looks. I've never even been in and out of a place like this before. The class president and others felt long in the tooth. Who would have thought that a mediocre little house would be so famous? Seeing this expression on the squad leader and the others, Yen Chang was inwardly smug. It's comfortable. The pretense worked. However, the smug Yen Chang did not notice that Jiang Yu's face was relatively calm. He was too busy reveling in the joy of pretending. Go. Let's go inside. Yen Chang's confidence returned once again at this time. With a big wave of his hand, Van walked ahead. Hello sir, may I ask how many? There was a waiter at the entrance of the townhouse. Looking at Yen Chang respectfully, Eeyore took the paradisiacal Yen Chang as the big brother of the group, the one leading the way. This made Yen Chang even happier. 5. This way. The waiter opened the door in an inviting gesture. From the outside, the Rongfu Banquet looks mediocre, but inside is a different world. Open the door to see a school of Zen-like Chinese-style vertical scroll. The square and round lines are intertwined with each other and express each other's feelings, so that the order and rules of the square, and the roundness and concentration of the circle, in the outline of the simple lines, present a party of clear living in a pure land. It's full of compulsion. Following the waiter, the group arrived at a private room on the second floor. It's worth noting that the second floor has a separate staircase to the outdoors without having to go through the first floor for superb privacy, and the interior of the room is beautifully decorated. Retro European chandeliers, ceramic vases with a sense of age, Renaissance tableware, crystal glass carving cups, all of which let people feel the owner's heart and elegant and unique taste. The two of them, the squad leader and Zhou Baolong, were both stunned at this point as they were entering and exiting such a place for the first time. Han Bin had seen the world before after Jiang Yu and reacted slightly more calmly. Only Jiang Yu's face was calm. Let me talk to you guys, This is not like other restaurants. There is no recipe here. Later on, the chef and butler will communicate with guests in depth about the details of each feast, gaining insight into their preferences for culinary flavors with precision. And all the dishes are of the kind that are selected, paired and prepared according to the season. After everyone was seated, Yen Chang continued the introduction, happily pretending. There's such a thing as an operation? Awesome. Give it a shot. The squad leader and the others were shocked. They have begun to inquire how the chef and butler will communicate with them later, fearing that they will make a fool of themselves. Seeing this, Yen Chang's heart was really full of superiority. The feeling of being surrounded by everyone in the center made him spirited, but that was when he finally noticed Jiang Yu's relatively calm face. Yen Chang's heart thumped. It can't be that he's been here before, right? He felt a little shocked. This place was also known to him because he had followed a big client here once. It wasn't that he hadn't been exposed to such places before because they were so outrageous in their spending. After all, no matter how expensive a restaurant is, the average person with a little bit of savings can go and splurge if they're willing to hemorrhage money. That's the circle of such high-end private restaurants are more niche. It is aimed at clients who have money and time, and who have good taste. Just as Yen Chang was guessing if Jiang Yu had been here, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then the chef with the tall chef's hat on his head walks in. Beside him was a middle-aged man who was well-dressed and austere, with an extraordinary temperament. Welcome to the Rongfu Banquet. In a moment, the chef will be communicating with you about the details of your feast. In order to clearly understand your dining habits, and to facilitate the matching of dishes that best suit your appetites based on the fresh ingredients of the moment. After the two came in, first the butler-like middle-aged man spoke a large push of polite words. I have to say that the quality of the butlers here is really high, and they give you a feeling of spring breeze when they speak. When he was finished, the chef was ready to communicate various dining details and customs. But just then, the butler was first stunned when his gaze swept over Jiang Yu's body. Then his gaze once again rested on Jiang Yu's face. And then, the butler's face changed slightly, surprise with a touch of restraint. He briefly managed the expression on his face before walking quickly to Jiang Yu, eyes with respect. The butler's move caught everyone's attention. The gazes of all the people at the scene brushed together on Jiang Yu's body. Everyone's faces were different. Chapter 197, This is a big shot. Hello, young Master Jiang. Butler bowed in greeting toward Jiang Yu. Aha. Jiang Yu nodded. I am the butler of the Rongfu banquet. My surname is Lu. You can just address me as Steward Lu. Just feel free to order me if you need anything. The butler smiled. Aha. Jiang Yu nodded again. May I ask how many of young Master John's friends are coming to the Rongfu banquet for the first time today? The butler asked. Yeah, Jiang Yu replied. How about this? We invite all of you to the upstairs private room today, so that a few of you can try our dishes and cooking skills, and if there is any dissatisfaction, it is also good to correct it in time, said the butler. That's fine, Jiang Yu said. Since that's the case, I'll go and make arrangements for you. Steward Lu smiled and retreated. Which friend is this? Yan Cheng curiously said, seeing that you're quite familiar with him. Him. Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. At that moment, 3 more people came to the door of the box. One of them was the same waitress from before. He was wearing the same clothes as before, but he was accompanied by another waiter. One of the two was a girl dressed as a waitress. One was a middle-aged woman in a cheongsam. Steward Lu. Hello, what can I get you to order? Sir? Steward Lu walked in smilingly. Seeing Steward Lu, the class leaders, several people stood up in excitement. They hadn't expected to meet the chef here. They had heard of him before but never seen him. What a blessing to see at this moment. Seeing the squad leader and their appearance, Steward Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. Although these few people were dressed in ordinary clothes, but judging from the clothes on their bodies, they should be rich people who looked good, and such a person who came to a small place like his should have come to enjoy a delicious meal. His eyes rolled. After thinking about it, he smiled and spoke. Several guests, please wait for a moment. Later our chef will personally cook for you, and then the chef will give you a detailed explanation. Upon hearing this, several of the class leaders revealed a look of anticipation. Yes, please, Jiang Yu said. No trouble, no trouble. Steward Lu smiled. Please have a seat, and we'll have the chef come over and introduce you when we've cooked the freshest dishes. We'll be waiting then. The squad leader and the others laughed. Then they sat down in the chairs, and at that moment, Jiang Yu looked at Yan Cheng, a cold glint flickering under his eyes. Yan Cheng, your performance today was very good. It seems that I wasn't wrong about you. He. Young Master Jiang, you should stop praising me so that I'm a bit at a loss as to what to say. Yan Cheng naively scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, but no one here is a cutie pie. They're all smart people. Hearing Jiang Yu ask this, they immediately thought that this must be because these guys were very close to Jiang Yu. And, still, a very important good relationship. It made them jealous in their hearts. It really makes them envious and jealous. However, they didn't dare to express anything to Jiang Yu. After all, people's backgrounds were there. They could only be envious and didn't dare to make a move. Steward Lu walked in. Everyone, the dishes in our Rongfu banquet today are sumptuous. You will all be very satisfied, Steward Lu said. Yan Cheng's eyes lit up when they heard it. This is our chef here, Master Lu. Steward Lu pointed to Master Lu beside him and said, Master Lu. Jiang Yu's few people hurriedly shouted, Greetings, Master. Several guests don't need to be polite. My name is Lu Dashan. Just call me Master Lu. Lu Dashan said smilingly. Master Lu, we are so lucky to be able to attend your Rongfu banquet today. Thank you, the class president said excitedly. No need to thank you. Lu Dashan shook his hand smilingly. This is what I should do. A few of you being able to show your face and attend our Rongfu banquet is the honor of our Rongfu banquet. A few of you please feel free. After saying that, Lu Dashan walked towards the upstairs. Jiang Yu and the others sat down under Lu Dashan's greeting and waited for Lu Dashan's cooking demonstration. Boss, what do you want to see me about? In the lobby of the Rongfu banquet, Big John Li and the woman beside him were sitting and waiting. They were waiting for Lu Dashan, the chef of the Rongfu banquet, and the assistant he had brought with him. Lu Dashan was one of the people in charge of this side of the Rongfu banquet. John Li is the general manager of Rongfu banquet. This time it was the Rongfu banquet organizers who invited them, and they had to give face. Dazhuang, we discussed before that this time is a reception for Jiang Yu, and we want to give Jiang Yu a gift. so I brought you guys here, Lu Dashan said. Jiang Yu? Li Daxiang asked suspiciously. Aha, Lu Dashan said. What is he? You guys will naturally know when you see him later. Lu Dashan sold the idea. Boss, don't sell yourself short. Li Dezhuan was a little anxious. Alright, Lu Dashan said. It won't hurt if I tell you that Jiang Yu is the heir to the Jiang clan and the honored guest we invited here this time. Chapter 198, Identity Revealed. What? He's the legendary Jiang Yu? Li Dezhuan was surprised. Jiang's group. This is one of the top 10 plutocrats in Magic City, and it also controls the largest air transportation company in Magic City. That's a behemoth of an existence. How could a small business like theirs get close to a tycoon of that caliber? What's more, even if they got in touch, how could they make Jiang's group look at them and even flatter them? That's right, Jiang Yu is the successor of the Jiang group, Lu Dashan said smilingly. This Jiang Yu is so powerful? He's not a fake, is he? Li Daqiang frowned. Don't worry about that. I've known Jiang Dong for a long time. We've even had dinner. We're very good friends. Moreover, I'm optimistic about this young man Jiang Yu. He'll surely become a top tycoon in Magic City in the future, Lu Dashan said. Then he's only 18 now. Li Daqiang frowned. So what if I'm 18? Jiang Yu's assets have already exceeded 10 billion Mordor dollars and are ranked in the top 5 in the world. Tell me, can this kind of person be bad? He definitely came to our Rongfu banquet this time because of your identity, and you are now friends with him. So I'm guessing that this Jiang Yu is coming for your identity, Lu Dashan said. Upon hearing this, excitement flowed out of Li Dajiang's eyes. He had been worried that their family was too poor to befriend such a big shot. Now Lu Dashan actually took the initiative to give him hope. How could that not make him feel happy? Jiang Yu came after his identity? What is his identity? Li Daxiang was very eager to know. Jiang Yu came after my identity? Could it be that I have some stature higher than Jiang Yu? Or do I have some special identity? Li Dezhuang said in his heart. In that case, I'll immediately ask them to prepare something for me, Li Daqiang hurriedly said. After saying that, Li Dezhuang took out his cell phone and dialed Li Yunphone. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hey, big brother, Jiang Yu is here. Li Dezhuang opened the door and said. Oh, where? Rongfu banquet. Where? Feast at the House of Honor. Are you sure? I'm sure. Alright then, you hurry up and lead them back. After that, the phone hung up inside the phone. Listening to the beeping busy tone, the corner of Li Dajiang's mouth raised a smile, and a touch of smugness appeared in his eyes. He had said so. How could their Li family have any dealings with such a big shot? But now, they actually had such a relationship with such a big shot, which was something they could only dream of. Li Dajiang's heart now could not be happier. Mr. Li, you can leave now. Just when Li Daxiang was happy, that assistant walked over and said. Upon hearing this, Li Dajiang glanced at that assistant before getting up and walking towards the inside of the Rongfu banquet. They had now arrived at the Rongfu banquet. They certainly couldn't stay outside anymore, or else, if they were discovered by Jiang Yu, it would be a very embarrassing thing. They had just walked to the entrance of the Rongfu banquet when Li Daqiang's cell phone rang once again. After glancing at the caller ID, Li Daqiang's brows immediately tightened, because the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, but he connected the call to the number shown on the top of the caller ID. The phone had just been picked up when a cold voice came from the other end of the line. How are you doing on what I asked you to do? Hearing this icy voice, Li Dajiang trembled and hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang, don't worry, I've already made the arrangements. Good, you're still pretty efficient. Hearing this, Li Daxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Although what Jiang Yu had asked him to do wasn't that difficult, or even easy, they, the commoners, were still a bit worried that they might do something wrong and be discovered by Jiang Yu, who would then kick them out. However, there's one thing I must remind you of, that Jiang Yu is no light. His methods are very ruthless. You must be careful. I understand. Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Li Dajiang's heart thumped. He hadn't expected them to be discovered by him and threatened him to be careful. Although Jiang Yu was a big shot, they were also the premier jeweler in Magic City. If Jiang Yu wanted to deal with them, then he would have to consider the consequences. Alright, I won't delay you guys from doing your work, Jiang Yu said. Then Mr. Jiang takes his time. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Li Daxiang looked at the two bodyguards next to him. Go prepare a car. Yes. Soon they were brought to a limousine, and it was a beautiful car. Mr. Jiang, the car is here. Are you satisfied? Li Dezhuang looked at Jiang Yu and said with a smile. Jiang Yu nodded, then turned around and walked towards the Rongfu banquet. Seeing this scene, Li Dezhuang and his two followers glanced at each other. Chapter 199, An Old Acquaintance. It seemed that Jiang Yu was satisfied. Li Dezhuang's eyes flashed with a flash of excitement as he hurriedly chased Jiang Yu away. Mr. Li, your car is parked right in front of the door. Good. After saying that, Li Dajiang immediately ran towards the door. then drove the car and headed towards the Rongfu banquet. Jiang Yu entered the banquet table of the Rongfu banquet and was slightly stunned when he saw the table of food and drinks. Such a sumptuous dinner. Jiang Yu couldn't help but say. At this time, Li Dezhuang and his 2 followers also entered inside the banquet. Ha ha, Li Daxiang. What a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet here. Yes, what a coincidence. Mr. Li, you're also here for the birthday banquet held by our students? Li Dezhuang and his 2 followers smiled as they walked towards Jiang Yu, warmly accosting him. Jiang Yu looked at the 3 people walking towards him. His eyes flickered slightly, then he smiled faintly and said, yes, Grandpa Rong is a very important person, and this time, the banquet Grandpa Rong is organizing is very important, so of course I'm going to come and support him. So that's it, Li Dezhuang said with a smile, but in his heart, he couldn't help but despise Jiang Yu's hypocrisy. They had also investigated over the past few days and knew that Jiang Yu was nothing more than a college student. College students like this, they could recruit a bunch of them if they wanted to. No matter what kind of talent, as long as there is money and power, you will be able to find it. Jiang Yu was also considered one of the best, but compared to them, the big bosses, it's nothing. There was no comparison between their status and Jiang Yu's at all. Li Dezhuang and his 2 followers together surrounded Jiang Yu, boasting and praising in various ways. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, listened with a faint smile, his heart very happy. After all, it feels great to be blown away by others. It's a blessing for little people like them to get this kind of treatment. It wasn't just anyone who could get such a courtesy from them. The little people, Li Dezhuang and his 2 followers were performing in front of Jiang Yu, acting as if they knew Jiang Yu very well. Jiang Yu's face always wore a bright smile, as if he was enjoying their flattery immensely. He, Mr. Jiang, the taste of your food here is amazing, but I'd been starving for a long time. Li Dezhuang looked at Jiang Yu with a smile on his face, greed flashing in his eyes. Yes? Jiang Yu laughed softly, his gaze looking at Li Dezhuang, saying, then let's start eating. Li Dezhuang waited for Jiang Yu's words, immediately nodded his head with a smile, then waved his hand to the 2 followers behind him. The 2 followers understood and hurriedly walked forward to help Jiang Yu carry the dining chairs over. Come, Mr. Jiang, please sit down. Li Dezhuang warmly greeted Jiang Yu and sat on the chair, and poured a glass of red wine for Jiang Yu before taking a sip of red wine himself. Looking at Jiang Yu, Li Daxiang said, Mr. Jiang, I'll toast you in celebration and wish you a happy birthday. Hearing Li Dezhuang's words, Jiang Yu smiled and raised his wine glass, clinking it with Li Dezhuang, then drank the red wine from the glass. Thanks. After drinking the red wine, Jiang Yu glanced at Li Dezhuang and said, Li Dezhuang, how many years have we known each other? Hearing Jiang Yu suddenly ask this question, Li Dezhuang's face had a somewhat confused expression. Not knowing how to answer, he looked at Jiang Yu, at a loss for words. He was aware of this secret of his, so he didn't dare to tell Jiang Yu these things. Seeing this expression on Li Dezhuang's face, Jiang Yu smiled, then continued, since we're so familiar, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Li Dezhuang's eyes lit up. Is there anything you need from me? As long as I can do it, I'll do my best to get it done for you. Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded and smiled. I want you to help me find out who the mastermind behind the Rongfu banquet is. I need his details. Okay, Li Daxiang said with a grin. Well, then you go now, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Good. After saying that, Li Daxiang turned around and left. As soon as Li Dezhuang's figure disappeared, the smile on Jiang Yu's face instantly vanished. Looking at the back that disappeared into the distance, Jiang Yu let out a cold snort, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Soon the call was answered. Hello, help me check the information of the people who came to the Rongfu banquet feast today, Jiang Yu said into his cell phone. Okay, by the way, find out if any of them have been in contact with Big John Li. Okay. Li Dezhuang quickly sent over the information of the people they had invited to this banquet. After Jiang Yu got his hands on it, he read it carefully. As he watched, he pondered in his mind. He felt that the Rongfu banquet should be a trap, deliberately tricking him into coming here so that he could make a move on him. But why would the Rongfu banquet do anything to him? If he hadn't guessed wrong, he definitely didn't know the depth and strength of the Rong family. If the Rongfu banquet had tried to kill him, he wouldn't have survived until now. Therefore, he couldn't figure out why the Rongfu banquet had taken action against him. Chapter 200, Charity Auction. However, no matter what, he would never allow the Rongfu banquet to harm the class president, no matter who he is. Not long afterward, Jiang Yu read through this entire list from the Rongfu banquet. Looking at the name on it, Jiang Yu's face turned gloomy as he had a bad premonition in his heart. There's no one from the Rong family. Could it be that the Rong family banquet is not directed at me, but at the class president? Seeing the result, he couldn't help but frown. He knew clearly in his heart that there was definitely hatred between the Rong family feast and him. Otherwise, the Rong family feast wouldn't have spent so much effort to assassinate him. Only, why did the Rong family feast want to assassinate him? He couldn't figure it out. Not knowing what the background of the Rong family feast was, Jiang Yu was puzzled in his heart. Could it be that there are other organizations that exist behind the Rong family feast? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu shook his head again. Impossible. Other than the Rongfu banquet, there is no one else who could possibly have such a huge strength. And I've checked. The Rongfu banquet is just an ordinary business. And what is all this really about? Jiang Yu fell into silence. However, he had vaguely guessed the possibility in his mind that the people behind the Rongfu banquet were trying to deal with themselves. Only, he didn't understand what the other side was trying to do. Mr. Jiang, what are you thinking about? Looking at Jiang Yu's pensive appearance, Li Dazhang couldn't help but ask. Hearing Li Dazhuang's inquiry, Jiang Yu raised his head and glanced at Li Dazhuang. A playful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Li Dazhuang's appearance. You know what I'm thinking, don't you? Jiang Yu looked at Li Dazhang with a smile and said. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, an embarrassed look appeared on Li Dazhang's face, but soon he was back to normal. He looked at Jiang Yu and said, since Mr. Jiang is unwilling to speak, then I won't talk too much. However, I can tell you one thing. We came to this place this time mainly to participate in a charity auction. As for the things to be auctioned, it will depend on your own luck. After Li Dazhuang finished speaking, a hint of surprise appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Charity auction? A charity auction? Jiang Yu looked at Li Dazhang and asked suspiciously, how did you get it? There was a hint of shock in Jiang Yu's eyes. Charity auction. That's the highest profile auction house in the world. Only, Jiang Yu thought that Li Dazhang was the president of the Li group, and it would still be easy for Li Dazhang to get an invitation. There's no need for Mr. Jiang to worry about this, our company is connected, Li Dazhuang said with a smile. The organizer of this charity auction is the Tang family, the #1 plutocrat in Mordor. Where do we little people have the energy to make the richest man in Mordor personally hold a charity auction? So, I borrowed a friend's relationship from elsewhere to get an invitation. I hope you can go to the auction. Hearing Li Dazhuang's words, Jiang Yu smiled. He looked at Li Dazhuang and said smilingly, I thought you had some skills, Li Dazhuang. I didn't realize that you were actually a member of the Tang family. No wonder you have so much power. It turns out it's because you rely on the Tang family's talents. Li Dazhuang looked at Jiang Yu and smiled. Mr. Jiang is joking. If I didn't rely on the Tang family, how could I be so capable? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yu looked at Li Dazhang and laughed. Li Dazhang, I really didn't expect that you would be so capable. Worthy of being an old fox in the mall. Jiang Yu laughed. Although Jiang Yu didn't directly expose Li Dazhang, he was very sarcastic to Li Dazhang between his words, causing Li Dazhang's face to turn green and white. Mr. Jiang, you mustn't misunderstand. This invitation was given to me by my friend, Li Dazhuang hurriedly explained. Hearing Li Dazhuang's words, Jiang Yu waved his hand and said, it's fine. I know who your friend is, Li Dazhuang. Who is it? Li Dazhuang looked at Jiang Yu with some excitement. Jiang Yu didn't pay any more attention to Li Dazhuang, just lowered his head and looked at the pile of documents in front of him. Seeing this, Li Dazhang also stopped talking nonsense. He also knew that Jiang Yu was a rather strict person. Jiang Yu is now busy investigating the matter of his own birth. If he goes to disturb Jiang Yu now, I'm afraid that he will really scare the snakes. So Jiang Yu does not want to take care of himself. Then naturally Li Dazhang will not go to find Jiang Yu's trouble. Li Dazhang lowered his head and sat quietly. Jiang Yu, this charity auction is a luxury dinner. There will definitely be quite a few big shots there. Moreover, you shouldn't underestimate this dinner. Oh, those people are all in charge of major plutocrats. Think about it, will their value be low? Li Dazhuang said with an excited face. Looking at Li Dazhuang's excitement, Jiang Yu smiled and didn't say anything. However, you shouldn't worry too much. Although this dinner party is a luxury dinner party, but it is not necessary for everyone to go. After all, this kind of occasion does not always have the opportunity to go, so there will definitely be a lot of people who do not want to participate at that time. So don't worry about it, Li Dazhuang comforted. Chapter 201, Detailed Rules. Hearing Li Dazhuang's words, Jiang Yu smiled faintly and did not say anything. Li Dazhuang looked at Jiang Yu and said, well, since you've already decided, it's such a pleasant decision. I believe that as long as it's a normal minor character there won't be any danger at all. So we'll wait for news of your triumphant return then. Jiang Yu said indifferently. Looking at Jiang Yu's look of not wanting to say more, Li Dazhang shut up wisely. Li Dazhuang knew that Jiang Yu didn't like others to ask more about his personal matters, so even though he wanted to know more, he could only hold back. Li Dazhuang wasn't stupid. Of course he knew that Jiang Yu didn't want to say anything. That's why he chose not to say anything. He didn't want to anger Jiang Yu when he was angry and then make Jiang Yu hate himself or even kill himself. That would not be good. Seeing that Li Dazhuang had shut his mouth, Jiang Yu also stopped saying anything. He looked at the thick document in his hand. Jiang Yu carefully flipped open that document and began to browse through the contents of that one document. The content of this document was very simple. Just some basic data, as well as the places in the auction, and the rules of the auction. This piece of information is what I got through my connections. It records many materials that need to be prepared for the charity auction, as well as some matters that you must pay attention to. And if there are any slip-ups, I will help you add them back. Don't worry, I will definitely let you succeed, Li Dezhuang said with a serious face. Li Daxian looked at Jiang Yu. He knew very well in his heart that Jiang Yu would definitely not let him down. Moreover, he didn't want to let these plans of his go down the drain. Therefore, he had to fully support Jiang Yu. Seeing Li Daxian looking at himself with a serious face, Jiang Yu nodded. Afterwards, Jiang Yu put that one document away, then turned his computer screen towards Li Dezhuang and said, Li Dezhuang, since you trust me so much, I'll give you a hand. However, while helping you, I also hope that you, Li Dezhuang, will be able to give me a piece of information. Information? Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Li Daxian froze for a moment. Li Dezhuang looked at Jiang Yu with some confusion and said, What do you want the information for? Jiang Yu looked at Li Dezhuang and said with a smile, Do you think that people like us? If we don't want to expose our identities, it's best to be able to keep it a secret. Moreover, this charity auction has a significant impact on the economic development of Magic City. Therefore, I hope that you, Li Daxian, will be able to hand over the information about me to the National Security Bureau. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Li Daxian nodded. Okay, I know what to do. Wait a moment, I'll immediately transfer the information to your cell phone, and we can contact each other then. However, you have to promise me one thing. Li Dezhuang looked at Jiang Yu and said with a serious face. Seeing Li Dezhuang in this state, Jiang Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, What is it? If you get the information, no matter what happens, you can't publicize this information. Otherwise, I will be arrested. Li Dezhuang said seriously. Don't worry, I won't publicize this information. Jiang Yu said. The reason why Jiang Yu would publish this information was to lure Tangren and Elder Tang into taking the bait. After all, only Tangren and Elder Tang knew where Jiang Yu was, and this information was able to become Jiang Yu's negotiation capital with the two of them. Okay, I'll transmit the information now. Looking at Li Dezhuang, Jiang Yu smiled faintly and said, Li Dezhuang, I came prepared for this dinner party. You've got a lot of spare tires. Li Daxian laughed. Aren't you the only spare tire I have? Jiang Yu looked at Li Daxian and retorted. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Li Daxian choked and his face turned red with embarrassment, wishing to find a crack in the ground. Jiang Yu, you're so bad, Li Dezhuang said with a red face and ran out after saying that. Looking at Li Dezhuang's back, Jiang Yu smiled and shook his head. This Li Daxian is really a living treasure. He was even shy when he was joking. Not long after, Li Daxian transmitted the information and then handed it over to Jiang Yu. After Jiang Yu received the information from Li Daxian, he took a look at it and then put it away. Right, Li Daxian. When is this auction? Jiang Yu looked at Li Daxian and inquired. Li Daxian looked at Jiang Yu, thought for a moment, and said, Today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the day of this charity auction. 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Hearing Li Daxian's words, Jiang Yu muttered, Such a coincidence, I just happened to have the time. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon then. Jiang Yu, what are you doing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Looking at Jiang Yu, Li Daxian said suspiciously. Upon hearing Li Daxian's words, Jiang Yu smiled and said, I'm going to see my enemy. By haters you mean. Hearing Li Daxian's words, Jiang Yu smiled faintly and said, Tang family, star, ______.